Immediately, tear off all the advanced mathematics and linear algebra in your hands. Your parents worked hard to pay you to come here for classes, but it's not that you are addicted to these useless things and waste your lives. On the podium, a beautiful teacher wearing glasses stared at the students in the audience with anger. The emotions are intense, and the tone fluctuates between high and low. The progress of the whole grade is at the bottom. The team battle score is the last in the first half of the semester, and the individual battle is also at the bottom. This is the brilliant record achieved by the second class of your first grade, which is really admirable. I, Lowani, have never seen a class worse than you, she said indignantly, and the report card in her hand slammed on the podium. Bang! With a sound, the solid wood podium was actually hit with a crack by the paper. This sudden loud noise made the students in the audience dare not act rashly. There's no need for this, Wani. There's no need to be too harsh on children. Teacher Yi ran on the side tried to ease the atmosphere. However, the emotional Lowani did not appreciate it, but turned to Yi Ran to get angry. How many times have I said that you should call your position when you work? She glared at Yi Ran fiercely. Teacher Yi, as the acting head teacher of the second class of the first grade, you are very responsible for the bad grades of this class. Lowani paused, seemingly a little hesitant, but finally spoke. The school board has a showdown with me today. If the grades of this class can't be raised next semester, I won't be able to keep you. You have to take care of it yourself. After saying that, she looked indifferent and left the second class of the first grade. The elegant figure wrapped in a professional skirt gradually disappeared at the door of the classroom. Yi Ran looked at her distant back, full of helplessness. Which bastard transferred Lowani to his grade as the teaching director? His originally leisurely and comfortable fishing days were all ruined. Yi Ran is a traverser. In his previous life he was still working hard for the capitalists, but he died suddenly. Accidentally traveled to this world of high martial arts awakened by supernatural abilities. The world is not popular culture science. All people can practice, and force is respected. There are both innate ability awakeners and family inheritances. The level of ability awakening is divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 X. The strength level is divided into black iron, brass, silver, gold, platinum, jadeite, and diamond. The existence above the diamond is called transcendental. The strength of the transcendent cannot be measured by conventional ranks. Their power can only be described as destroying the city, slaughtering the country, or even destroying the world. And Yi Ran crossed the body that was possessed after passing through. It is the youngest son of the Yi family, a famous family in the Dragon Kingdom, although this physical talent is mediocre. Even if relying on the Yi family's rich resources and top exercise inheritance, he only cultivated to the silver level. However, when the predecessor became an adult, with his identity as the little prince of the Yi family, was arranged to teach at the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. The Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy is a famous high martial arts academy in the Dragon Kingdom. Teaching here not only has extremely high welfare and social status, you can also receive a considerable amount of living expenses from the Yi family every month. After being reborn, Yi Ran was naturally satisfied. Unfortunately, this good day was completely shattered after the school was restructured. In order to improve the ranking, the Magic Capital High School Martial Arts Academy has carried out drastic reforms in the first year. Since then, the freshmen have bid farewell to the free and loose college life. Their daily life is only classrooms, dormitories, and toilets. 3 points in one line, repetitive and monotonous. Every day starts from morning reading until the end of evening self-study. The assessment system has also changed from once a year to a small test once a month and a big test every 6 months. Not only the progress of practice, but also the actual combat. In actual combat, it is divided into team battles and individual battles. This reminded Yi Ran of the hard days of high school in the 4 provinces of mountains and rivers when he was young. The students complained. Worse, teachers are also included in the KPI assessment. As long as the assessment is unqualified, the position level will be gradually downgraded. Yi Ran's official teacher identity is under the erosion of this cruel environment, gradually reduced to teaching assistant. If this continues, he is likely to really become the first teacher to be fired from the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. The most unacceptable thing is, as the young master of the Yi family, he couldn't keep this position. The reason is none other than that the freshman grade director is Lowani, and Lowani is the doll kiss that the Yi family set for Yi Ran at the beginning. Is also a famous family, the little princess of the Lu family. At a young age, his strength has broken through the platinum level, and he is the successor handpicked by the ancestors of Lejia. Although because of the poor cultivation talent of the predecessor and the fact that Lowani is too dazzling, this doll is no longer mentioned in both families. But after all, it once existed. In the entire Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, if anyone dares to expel Yi Ran, the Yi family will have to settle accounts with that person. But he was fired in the hands of Lowani. The Yi family probably could only lose a smile, and turned their heads and scolded Yi Ran for being unpromising. What the hell is going on? After being reborn, he was actually swept away by a child child bride? The more Yi Ran thought about it, the more bored he became. He was unimaginable. After he returned to the Yi family like this, what kind of cold reception would he suffer? Sometimes he even wondered if his predecessor was cornered by this cruel reality. But now is not the time to be depressed, and the top priority is to keep this fairy-like position. Yi Ran sorted out his mood and showed a professional smile. Students. Just as he was about to say something to encourage the students, the scene in the audience made him suddenly silent. The students in the audience who were just trembling with Lo Wani's shock. At this moment, they took out magazines such as Linear Algebra and Advanced Mathematics and flipped through them with relish. Some people even took out the 5-year college entrance examination 3-year simulation entertainment journal and did the questions like crazy. I don't take myself as a class teacher seriously at all. Seeing this situation in front of him, the image of Rottenwood suddenly appeared in Yi Ran's mind. My heart is extremely helpless. It's really self-inflicted. The predecessor relied on the identity of the young master of the Yi family. Confident that the High Martial Arts Academy of the Demon Capital did not dare to expel himself easily, so he began to fish frantically. As a result, he served as the head teacher of the worst class in the whole grade. I want to turn around with this class and keep this immortal position. Yi Ran felt for a while. It is better to use this energy to write a touching letter to your family and move your dear father. Maybe I can go home and suffer less. Just as he was conceiving the beginning of the fleshy numbness in his mind, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The famous teacher system has awakened. Do you choose to accept it? Yi Ran listened to this cold mechanical sound, his eyes lit up slightly. This voice was like the sunshine in early spring, melting the ice and snow in his heart. He did not hesitate to choose to activate the system. Congratulations to the host. The famous teacher system has been successfully activated. The famous teacher system is being loaded. Please wait for. The famous teacher system has been fully loaded, and the host ignores any conditions and can see the advantages and disadvantages of the abilities and exercises in front of him. The host will receive corresponding rewards while guiding it to correct its shortcomings and improve its strength. Current main task. Salted Fish turns over and leads the class to win the first place in the grade. The first part of the main task. Instruct a student. Famous teacher system. Yi Ran's eyes lit up as if he had finally found support. He looked at the students in the stands. Think for a moment. His eyes were locked on the strongest student in the class, Wang Dachuan, the squad leader who was sleeping in the last row at the moment. Dachuan, don't sleep. Come with me to the practice room. Oh, good, good. Wang Dachuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and wiped his saliva. Followed Yi Ran out of the classroom. Only the other students were left with puzzled faces. What's going on? The class hasn't finished yet. Why did Teacher Yi leave? Director Lu just finished scolding, and Teacher Yi left like this? Didn't you hear Director Lu? If this time is still the penultimate one, Teacher Yi will really have to roll up and leave. I just saw that Teacher Yi wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. Teacher Yi won't be really sad this time. Are we doing a little too much? To be honest, although Teacher Yi is usually quite serious, he is really good to us. Should we work hard? What are you thinking? Why can we be in the same class? Don't you know? Rely on us to progress? Dream. Yes, even if you fight your life, you can't help Teacher Yi. Alas, you're right. Sometimes, the atmosphere of a class is like this. Once the group falls into a trough, even a glimmer of hope will be extinguished by the collective instantly. Magic Capital High Martial Arts College Complex, the world-class practice hall built by the Demon Capital Prefecture government with huge investment. The gravity room, test room, forbidden magic room, and even rare objects that cannot be seen outside are all here. And without exception, they were all empowered by extraordinary grandmasters. The cost of each room starts at the level of 100 million, which shows the identity of the local tyrant as an economic leader everywhere. At this moment, Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan were sitting opposite each other in the practice room. Dachuan, you've been in Demon Martial for 2 years, right? Wang Dachuan touched his head. Teacher Yi, I am only a freshman this year. Yi Ran sighed. Dachuan, have you forgotten that you once stayed at the first level? Teacher Yi, I forgot. Looking at Wang Dachuan's naive appearance, Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. This kid is good at everything, but a little honest. Wang Dachuan saw the teacher's brows furrowed and confidently patted his chest. Teacher Yi, don't worry, with me Dachuan, Director Lu will definitely not be able to open you. Yes, don't look at me as I don't usually talk much, in fact, my door is clear. Dachuan is confident, looking like he will win, mysteriously leaned into Yi Ran's ear. Teacher Yi, I've inquired, although Director Lu seems fair and stern, in private. Oof, this time it was Yi Ran's turn to be curious. Although I have the impression that Lo Wani is harsh and irritable, and even punishes the doll's kiss, but the work is just in bright. I have never heard of any black material from her. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran on the ground. Teacher Yi, you are too noble and ignorant of the world. What kind of society is this? He paused. Let me tell you, Teacher Yi, Director Lu is a gold worshipper. Wang Dachuan looked left and right mysteriously, and lowered his voice and whispered. Teacher Yi, I may have scared you. The clothes on her body look unbranded, but each one is not less than 100,000. She can't afford to to pay her salary at all. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan, who was serious with a serious face, and a hint of foreboding appeared in his heart. Then, what do you plan to do with Dachuan? Dachuan tells you, you take out your salary first, and then I call on the class to raise some class fees, and privately give the music director a big gift. She will definitely. Poof. Looking at Wang Dachuan's triumphant appearance, Yiran felt inexplicably tired in his heart. Damn, bribing the little princess of a wealthy family with tens of thousands of yuan is still sent by the kufi. Are you really looking forward to me being fired and in a hurry? Dachuan. How about it, Teacher Yi? Do you think I'm too? Wow. Before Wang Dachuan finished speaking, Yiran's chestnut had already hit his head. Dachuan, as the squad leader, not only do you not lead by example, but you think about these crooked ways. What do you want to do? Wang Dachuan covered his head in pain and looked at the righteous and awe-inspiring Yiran aggrievely. Yiran said with hatred, can't you think about how to practice well, improve your strength, and drive the whole class to improve your combat power? Wang Dachuan listened to the teacher's words, his face full of disbelief. You are not Teacher Yi. This is not something a teacher who can fall asleep in class would say. Yiran was a little embarrassed by Wang Dachuan's shocked and suspicious eyes, cleared his throat, and continued. Usually it is free range for you. The purpose is to fully release your nature. Wang Dachuan nodded as if he understood. This set of concepts for the teacher comes from the ancient power of my inaction. It's normal for you not to understand. I don't blame you. The rule of non-action. That is, the rule of the saints, scattered in the heart, replaced by truth, solid belly, strong bones, and boundless heart, will be great in the sky. But, Yiran changed his mind. The rule of inaction must eventually return to governance. Let you do nothing for so long. As your mentor, it is time for me to start guiding you. Yiran held the Tao Te Ching in his hand and said it well. Coupled with his already handsome appearance and dusty temperament, the whole person is like an outsider. Although Wang Dachuan didn't understand it very well, for some reason, he felt quite reasonable in his heart. Could it be that Teacher Yi is really a master hidden in the city? As soon as he thought of this, Wang Dachuan immediately shook his head and immediately denied his idea. Impossible. Everyone knows what level Teacher Yi is. How could he not know himself? A teacher who can fall asleep in class. This image has long been deeply ingrained in Wang Dachuan's heart. Don't be stunned. Yiran's words interrupted his thoughts. Come, play a set for the teacher. Teacher, are you sure? Wang Dachuan hesitated a little and looked at Yiran with a puzzled face. Today's Teacher Yi is abnormal. No, it should be said that it is too normal. It is a little abnormal. If you want a hit, what nonsense. The honest Wang Dachuan stood upright and closed his eyes. Red light and shadow gradually appeared behind him. The image of a huge beast began to alienate on him. Wang Dachuan's whole body suddenly swelled. He was already tall and burly, and he rushed directly to 3 meters. Red scales cover the whole body, strong limbs, heavy breath, ferocious fangs, and the huge pig's head. This is Wang Dachuan's ability. A-level alienated form ability, devouring fierce pigs. Teacher Yi, I'm going to start. After alienation, Wang Dachuan's voice was low and thick. Then he pounced on the test robot. Wang Dachuan was angry and took a step. The huge weight shook the floor of the practice room 3 times. He stretched out his right hand and slowly attacked a palm. What seemed to be a slow-motion blow, but it burst out with amazing power. With a bang, the test robot was shaken back 3 meters. The screen immediately displayed a value of 508. This power is comparable to an adult wild elephant. At this time, Yiran had opened the famous teacher system. Wang Dachuan's complete information came to mind. Male, 20 years old. Ability Awakener, devouring fierce pig, A-level. Current exercises, Magic City High Martial Arts Academy Physical Cultivation 2.0, public version. Advantage, great power. 1. The object's A-level ability is special in devouring pigs, containing gluttonous bloodline, and it is difficult to give full play to the ability to devour pigs due to its influence. 2. The exercises are not suitable. The energy conversion rate of cultivation is too low. The energy consumption is too high in actual combat, and there is a stinging lesion in the 3rd meridian of the right arm. 1. Specific optimization scheme for secondary evolution ability. 2. Specific optimization plan for the incompatibility of practice exercises. Looking at the system's detailed analysis of Wang Dachuan, Yiran recalled his experience. As an A-level ability awakener, Wang Dachuan was also one of a kindred in the college entrance examination that year. In order to win him over, the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy paid a huge price. But who would have thought that Wang Dachuan's ability would be so strange? It is obviously an A-level ability, but it needs a large amount of energy stones to assist, but the cultivation progress is as slow as a turtle, not even as good as an E-level ability. Moreover, Wang Dachuan's actual combat ability is not at all special to A-level talent except for his strength. In this regard, the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy even invited a diamond-level master to personally guide Wang Dachuan for a period of time, but in the end, it was still fruitless. Slowly, Wang Dachuan was labeled as a waste by the school, gradually became a repeater and naturally fell into his own class. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan with a slight emotion in his heart. heart. Feelings are not Wang Dachuan's waste, but the teachers of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy are too useless. Almost buried a hidden peerless genius in the bud. Teacher, this blow is not bad, right? Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran complacently, obviously quite satisfied with this value. Yi Ran glanced at the scorer and shook his head slightly. Dachuan, you seem to be powerful now, but in my eyes, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Impossible, Teacher Yi. I practiced this trick step by step with the top martial arts teacher in our school. Wang Dachuan shook his head seriously. I punch a million times a day, whether it is the essentials of movement, or exercises and breathing, I am 100% sure to be completely consistent with the requirements of the academy. Looking at the honest Wang Dachuan's rebuttal, Yi Ran was not in a hurry. Dachuan, I believe you can do what you said, but what I want to say is not that there is a problem with your practice, but that there is a problem with the textbook you have learned. Hearing this, Wang Dachuan's eyes were about to bulge. Brother, people can be crazy, but they can't be crazy either. Although Wang Dachuan respects his class teacher very much. However, the physical training textbooks of the Demon Capital High Martial Arts Academy were specially compiled by the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary martial saints. Even the physical cultivation teacher who took him before was a diamond-level grandmaster. Now a silver-level tutor actually said that there was a problem with the textbook. Teacher, why don't we rest first? Wang Dachuan comforted Yi Ran. Director Le just said it casually, we must have other ways. Obviously, in Wang Dachuan's eyes. At this moment, Yi Ran was already stimulated by Lu Wani's high-pressure policy and was a little nonsense. Yi Ran was not annoyed by Wang Dachuan's distrust, but smiled slightly. Calm tone. Dachuan, everyone's physique and meridians are different. Although the general exercises are suitable for most people, they cannot be perfectly matched, not to mention that there is still a conflict between your meridians and exercises. But Teacher Yi, what I practiced is the national education version of the textbook that everyone uses, and that is the exercise written by the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary martial saint himself. Wang Dachuan defended. Really? Yi Ran asked softly, then every time you perform exercises, why does the third meridian of your right hand always feel tingling? These words were like a bolt from the blue in Wang Dachuan's heart. His eyes widened. You, how do you know? He never mentioned the tingling in his meridians, not even to the infirmary. Yi Ran's eyes were as deep as the starry sky. I said that your meridians and exercises are in conflict. Even if you use 12 points of strength, you can only play 8 points. What's more serious is that in the long run, that meridian may leave permanent hidden dangers. Wang Dachuan was shocked, thinking that the sting was just because he was using too much force, but now Yi Ran said that it would cause irreversible damage, and he suddenly panicked. Teacher, what should I do? Try using your left hand. Yi Ran's words turned sharply, meaningful. Left hand? Wang Dachuan was stunned. I've been practicing with my right hand, isn't it? To suddenly switch to my left hand? Right, you only know if you try it. Yi Ran interrupted him. The tone is indifferent, but there is unparalleled confidence. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran in front of him, stunned. This calmness and confidence, or the class teacher who can fall asleep in class? Don't. Is his mentor really a master of the world hidden in the city? But the modification of the exercise is by no means child's play. In case something goes wrong and the sequelae fall, you can't find a place to cry. Seeing Wang Dachuan's hesitation, Yi Ran decided to push again. Dachuan, are you so afraid of change? Do you really want your arm to be useless? Yi Ran's words were like a goo-worm, gently provoking Wang Dachuan's heart. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Dachuan finally stood up. Teacher Yi, I believe in you. Before he finished speaking, he stood steadily and slowly raised his left hand, his left arm trembling slightly. At this moment, he couldn't tell whether the trembling was because of nervousness or anticipation. In the next second, Wang Dachuan's body swelled again, and the purple beast alienated again, covering his whole body. He slowly pushed out a palm with his left hand, and the air seemed to be squeezed and deformed by an invisible heavy force, and before it reached the place where the palm wing touched, it had already caused fluctuations. A loud boom sounded. Although this palm moved slowly, it appeared like an afterimage when attacking, and the speed caused an astonishing sonic boom. When the palm blade actually hits the test robot, the power is duller and more powerful than before. Although the primary test dummy was not repelled much this time, there were already crack marks on its body. The numbers on the test screen started beating wildly. The final frame is fixed in 10-12. The huge red number stimulated Wang Dachuan's nerves fiercely. With just 2 words of guidance, he actually played far twice as much as before. Wang Dachuan stood in front of the test numerical screen, his eyes widened, as if he was about to pop out of his eyes in the next second. 10-12. He stared at the flashing number, his heart beating violently, as if it was about to rush out of his throat. Did I really hit it? Wang Dachuan's voice trembled, almost unbelievable. In the strength test, 1000 is the watershed between the silver and gold tiers. Wang Dachuan's results this time mean that he has reached the level of the golden initial level with strength alone, and he obviously hasn't broken through the silver level yet, and he tried his best to hit more than 500 values last time. It's a miracle. He looked at the wreckage of the robot and swallowed. followed. Those academy geniuses of the same age, the young talents who are emerging in the family, have just reached the strength of the golden initial level. They were once out of reach, but now seems to be within reach. The reality in front of him hit his cognition hard, and the whole person was so dull that he couldn't speak. Yi Ran's gaze was as deep as a star, and he passed Wang Dachuan, who was still in a daze, and walked towards the test robot. He gently touched the crack of the robot. TSK, the magic pattern alloy has been cracked, and the teachers in the materials department are probably distressed. Yi Ran patted the residue on his palm, stood up straight, and said with satisfaction, "The test robot did not retreat a centimeter. This shows that the attack does not waste a bit of power, and is basically transmitted to the target's body. You are now at least 70% effective." Hearing Yi Ran's evaluation, Wang Dachuan was even more shocked. Efficiency, 70%. The efficiency of ordinary silver tier is only about 30%. How many people train their movements day after day, striving for excellence, not just to improve the efficiency of less than 1%? And he easily surpassed so many students of the same level. Reality hit his cognition hard, and waves surged in his heart. Just 2 words of instruction made his strength rise to such an extent. Wang Dachuan recalled that he had been training hard day after day for many years, with a bit of bitterness on the corners of his mouth, as if the previous 10 years had been in vain. The exercises of those so-called extraordinary grandmasters, the hand-in-hand teachings of those diamond-level powerhouses, in front of teacher Yi Ran's guidance this time, were like mayflies seeing the sky. "Teacher, is this true?" Although the result is in front of him, Wang Dachuan still can't help but doubt himself. "It's really fake, but didn't you see it yourself?" Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and shook his head. Although Wang Dachuan's physical potential has been unearthed, he is still missing something. The long-term life of waste wood has already smoothed out his sharpness. If this continues, no matter how talented it is, it will become useless over time and disappear from everyone. This is by no means the result of my hard work for so long, and I have to give this kid a strong medicine. "Dachuan, it's okay to lie to others, there's no need to lie to yourself." Yi Ran directly interrupted Wang Dachuan. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through Wang Dachuan's heart. "Dachuan, as far as I know, you sleep during the day and only secretly run to the practice room to practice boxing at night. Think about it, you throw those million punches every day, relying on the energy stone quota obtained from 3 part-time jobs, and work hard in a place where others can't see it." Yi Ran patted Wang Dachuan's cheek. "Ask yourself, do you really think in your heart that you are a waste? Wake up, leapfrog challenges are the norm for A-level awakeners. Those mediocre masters have looked away, don't let their mistakes bind you. A-level awakeners are geniuses in 1,000 and can leapfrog challenges. It's just that Wang Dachuan's pearl has been dusted for too long, making him forget what a genius should look like. From today onwards, straighten your back and let the entire Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy take a good look at your Wang Dachuan's talent. You are the brightest star in the freshman year." Yi Ran's words were like sharp arrows piercing into Wang Dachuan's heart. "Teacher Yi, Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan's eyes were slightly red. Looking back on the past 2 years, he fell from the much-anticipated star of tomorrow to the scrapwood that everyone hated, from the stars holding the moon to being pointed at, from key training objects to repeaters in the worst class of the whole grade. At less than 20 years old, he tasted the warmth and coldness of human feelings, waste that occupies school resources, unworthy garbage. Why don't you drop out of school early?" These gossip tormented his heart all the time. In the face of public pressure, Wang Dachuan gradually became numb. "I was so numb that I lied to myself, saying that I was just a waste of luck." Numb to a high-spirited, confident and motivated teenager to a honest and bullied young man. But only Dachuan himself knew how unwilling he was. That's why he secretly swung his fists day after day, saving money and working part-time, and whispering in exchange for other people's energy stone quotas. Because his heart is still longing for the day when I can break through the clouds and see the light, even if it's just a little light. Now, almost 2 years have passed. Finally someone let him see the light in this bottomless quagmire. Finally, someone brushed off the dirt from his body and told the world that he was not garbage, but a baby. Others abandoned me like tattered shoes, but now someone picks me up like a jewel. At this moment, the numb and hard shell in my heart was shattered. A burst of sourness surged in my heart. "Teacher Yi, I'm sorry, Ugh." The whispering that was forced to be held back gushed out of Wang Dachuan's throat. A man of 5 big and 3 thick sobbed so much that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. Yi Ran looked at this honest child, didn't say much, just quietly watched Wang Dachuan choke. A man has tears that do not flick, but there are 2 moments when I will shed tears, and I don't feel ashamed. One is the death of a loved one. The other is to endure hardships. Just as Yi Ran was silently accompanying Wang Dachuan, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, instructing a student, and issuing this guidance reward. Ding, congratulations to the host, get a bronze lottery ticket." Ding, it was detected that the teaching object had a high reverence for the host, and was it bound as a personal disciple? Personal disciple? Perhaps sensing the question in Yi Ran Ran's mind, the system automatically explained. The host will automatically receive a 10% reward of the disciple's training progress every day. In addition, if the disciple makes a major breakthrough, the host will receive the corresponding reward. After listening to the introduction, Ran nodded silently in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a personal disciple. He suddenly felt that there was some kind of indescribable connection with Wang Dachuan. His breath is becoming more and more solid. Oh, okay. There are faint signs of breaking through the silver level. This is undoubtedly a bonus to Wang Dachuan's cultivation progress to himself. Ding! Detect that the host has completed the achievement task. Collect the personal disciple, 1-to-1, and this lottery ticket will start a special upgrade. Ding! This lottery ticket is a special advancement to a color lottery ticket, which can open a special color treasure chest. Is it open? Ran was happy in his heart. Unexpectedly, he inspired Wang Dachuan not only to gain A-level personal disciples. I also completed the hidden mission. He chose to turn it on in his mind without hesitation. Ding! A special colored treasure chest is being opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary physique, the innate Taoist body. As soon as the system voice fell, Ran felt an invisible rhythm slowly flowing in his body, silently penetrating his skin, resonate with his body. Gradually, his body emitted a faint halo, and then dissipated. The rhyme flashed by. At this moment, Ran only felt that his body was getting tougher and tougher. The body continues to expand with explosive power. The five senses have also become extremely sharp. You can even sense the faint footsteps outside the test room. Every movement he makes seems to be integrated into the rhythm of the Great Way. Ran was pleasantly surprised to realize that he had obtained the innate Taoist body. The innate Taoist system, known as the inviolable nature of all laws. It is one of the physiques that practitioners dream of. The true darling of the law, the pinnacle of understanding. With the innate Taoist body, there is no longer a bottleneck in cultivation. The efficiency is far beyond ordinary people. It is a heaven-defying physique that leads to transcendent sanctification. Ran's mind moved. A dark green flame was instantly ignited in his body. That was the technique inherited by the Yi family Ink Dragon spiritual skill. Practitioners ignite the fire of life and awaken the power of the Ink Dragon in the bloodline. The body can also be transformed into wind, fire, thunder, and lightning or various weapons to launch an offensive. The Yi family was named Attack Kaleidoscope. The green flame soared into the sky. Its height has increased more than 3 times compared to before. Sure enough, it is the rumored innate Taoist body. The talent for energy use is far beyond ordinary people. The same move, the innate Taoist body, was several times more powerful when it was used. This is the only description Ran can think of after understanding the innate Taoist body. When he tested the strength of the innate Taoist body, a hint of confusion flashed in Wang Dachuan's eyes. Teacher Yi is still the same Teacher Yi, but for some reason, at this moment, his movements and demeanor made people feel extremely natural and comfortable. Looking at him one more time, it seemed that his cultivation progress had been driven to speed up. Of course, Wang Dachuan didn't know that Ran was already an innate Taoist body. I only felt that his gestures revealed the rhythm of the Great Way. Naturally, it makes practitioners feel more cordial and comfortable. Although he didn't understand the mystery, he was deeply impressed by this feeling. After all, when the college entrance examination was specially recruited, he was attracted by the principal of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy with a similar temperament. Even the principal's temperament is not as natural and pure as Ran at this moment. Thinking of this, Wang Dachuan couldn't help but be in awe. It seems that the whole school has looked away. Teacher Yi is definitely a master. I thought to myself that Teacher Yi was really hiding on weekdays. Now it's finally ready to be a blockbuster. I see. When I thought that I had come up with the bad idea of letting Teacher Yi bribe Luwani in the face of such a master, Wang Dachuan's heart was suddenly full of shame. Teacher Yi, I'm really damned that you were asked to use this kind of subordinate means. At this time, Ran, who was still immersed in the charm of the innate Taoist demon, was pulled back to reality by Wang Dachuan's sincere apology. He waved his hand. Remember, if you are a teacher, improving your strength is the king. Students remember in their hearts. Wang Dachuan's eyes were firm. Don't worry, teacher, the students are desperately trying to get our class back to the first place. Ran smiled and looked at Wang Dachuan. The teacher understands it, but there are a lot of demons this year, so there is no need to fight desperately for the first place. Wang Dachuan shook his head seriously and responded, My Dachuan is not smart, but I have a lot of hearts. Among all the teachers, only Teacher Yi, you have never disliked me and given me a chance to be reborn. My mother often says that women are the ones who please themselves. No, anyway, in the future, I will follow the teacher and not let go. In short, I gave my life to the teacher. Ran listened to Wang Dachuan's words, I will give my life to the teacher, and thought to himself with black lines, I don't want your life. Although Wang Dachuan's expression of loyalty has some restrictions on his cultural level, his sincerity is unadulterated, and it is no wonder that the system says that he highly respects Ran. Ran looked at this face full of sincerity and pondered slightly. So, the next thing is easy. After all, the system not only gives the optimization plan of the exercises, but also the improvement plan of the ability. It's just this ability evolution plan. It's somewhat outrageous. If it weren't for some foreshadowing first, Yiran wouldn't have dared to guarantee that Wang Dachuan would really do it. Dachuan, the exercises have indeed been optimized, but do you feel that you are now only relying on the physical fitness of A-level awakeners, but the abilities have not been used much? As soon as Yiran's words fell, Wang Dachuan's mind sank slightly. Indeed, as Yiran said, although he can play such a tough result, his abilities have not improved. The alienation ability is supposed to give the awakened the various attributes and abilities of the alienated beast. It stands to reason that as a high-level beast, the devouring pig has two major characteristics, as well as its terrifying racial talent, devouring charge. However, these perverted talents, except for a little increase in strength, seem to have nothing to do with Wang Dachuan. And this slight power increase is not even as good as the improvement brought by some E-level power-type abilities. What's worse is that Wang Dachuan's cultivation progress has not been accelerated by A-level ability talents, but is slower than some low-level abilities. If this continues, even if you barely squeeze into the first echelon with optimized exercises and A-level physical fitness, your strength will eventually be much worse because of the lack of abilities. Wang Dachuan smiled naively. Teacher, I have tried many methods in school for this ability defect, but I have not succeeded. I have long looked away. He has suffered hardships, and his heart is naturally open. Yiran shook his head and said seriously, how can my students be worse than others? Hearing Yiran's words, Wang Dachuan's originally depressed heart was ignited again. He couldn't believe it, and his words were a little stuttering. Teacher Yi, do you really have a way? Yiran looked at him and asked, Dachuan, do you believe in being a teacher? Since Teacher Yi can even modify the exercises compiled by the extraordinary Grandmaster, isn't it possible to have supernatural abilities? Thinking of this, Wang Dachuan's expression lit up with excitement. He definitely didn't want to miss such a precious opportunity. He nodded eagerly. Teacher Yi, I believe it. I will do whatever you say immediately. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan's excited appearance and said patiently, Dachuan, I know that many people have studied your abilities before, put forward various ideas and suggestions. In the final analysis, they all think that your abilities are incomplete, and I suggest that you increase energy absorption, right? It seems to be so. Wang Dachuan recalled his past experience. Outrageously wrong. Yiran interrupted him. From the beginning, they were wrong. He categorically rejected the judgment of everyone before him. Yiran said confidently, Dachuan, your ability is definitely not a defective product. He patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder. Your ability can't be used because the bloodline of the devouring pig you awakened contains a higher level of blood. It is the suppression of this bloodline that makes it difficult to manifest the ability to devour the pig. In other words, your ability is not only not incomplete, but too good. Listening to Yiran's words, Wang Dachuan was completely stunned. Teacher, are you sure this is not a joke? It's like a person who is obviously lying in a hospital bed, and suddenly a doctor comes to tell you that you are not only not sick, but also in good health to participate in the Olympics. Anyone who hears this kind of thing, the first reaction is probably to doubt whether this doctor is reliable. Seeing that Wang Dachuan was still skeptical, Yiran stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Dachuan, believe in your teacher. You are the pearl covered by dust, a real extraordinary reserve. You are one of 1,000 S-class geniuses. S-class. Wang Dachuan listened to Yiran's rhetoric, and his heart beat a little faster. Although A-level awakeners cultivate quickly and are strong, but after all, it is still in the human category, and it can barely be regarded as the pinnacle of human genius. And S-level talents. Others will only scold and drop a sentence of demon when they hear it, and then try to avoid it as far away as possible, for fear that the strength of these demons will hit the self-esteem of practice. Because whether it is speed or strength, the existence of these demons is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Now the top 10 of the new generation of talents in the Dragon Kingdom. 9 of them are descendants of major families and superforces, and the rest are S-class awakeners. And this S-class awakener has been at the top of the rankings for several months. With his personal talent, he overwhelmed all superforces for 1,000-year inheritance. The degree of demonism of S-level talents can be imagined. Wang Dachuan's eyes were slightly red, and his breathing became heavy. Who can not be excited if they hear that the opportunity to become a god is in front of them? Then teacher, what should I do? Yiran waved his hand. It's very simple. The second awakening. This sentence was light, like a bolt from the blue, and instantly woke up Wang Dachuan, who was still immersed in fantasy. He stared at Yiran with an unbelievable gaze. Second awakening. Very simple? Even if Wang Dachuan's culture is limited, he can't connect these two words together, because the second awakening is too difficult. The most recent one was the second awakening led by the Supernatural Alliance. That is the current Xiao Wang of the Supernatural Alliance, one of the strongest and most extraordinary of our time. Absolutely great, Andrew. Legend has it that in order to help Andrew complete the second Second Awakening. The Ability Alliance attacked a demon god territory, killed the Jack of Hearts, the Jack of Spades and the Queen of Squares, 3 diamond-level flower cards, although he was later successfully replaced by a peak powerhouse. In a sense, the Ability Alliance is a crushing victory. Teacher, no, I'll continue to practice boxing, don't worry, as long as I work a few times harder than usual, I can get ahead. Dachuan, could it be that you don't believe in being a teacher? No, Teacher Yi, it's just that this Second Awakening is too difficult, there's really no need to. In the face of the Second Awakening, even the super force of the Superpower Alliance had to do its best, and the determination to risk death was exchanged for tragic success. Now with just the two of us silver-level shrimp, we want to awaken for the second time. Wang Dachuan felt that he was wishful thinking. However, Yiran didn't care about his concerns at all, and waved his hand. Dachuan, your understanding of the Second Awakening is too superficial. Shallow? The number of successful awakenings of the Second Awakening is counted. Which one is not tragic? Why did you change again when you got to Teacher Yi? Wang Dachuan was a little confused. Within a few hours of communicating with Teacher Yi, his 3 views in cognition were repeatedly subverted. The method of the Second Awakening varies from person to person, and it is true that many of them are extremely difficult, and you have to enter the game and go through catastrophes, but you, Dachuan, you don't need it. Yi Ran spoke eloquently. Don't I need it? Wang Dachuan whispered to himself. Yes, you don't need to. Yi Ran reiterated again. The voice seemed to have magic, reshaping Wang Dachuan's cognition little by little. Then teacher, what should I do next? Cognition was constantly washed, and Wang Dachuan gradually developed a blind trust in Yi Ran. Yi Ran pondered for a moment and said slowly, although your Second Awakening does not have to pay too much, from today onwards, you must strictly abide by my 3 requirements. As long as you violate it once, this opportunity for Second Awakening will be completely ruined. More importantly, you will never have any chance to do Second Awakening in the future, understand? Yi Ran's tone was extremely serious. Seeing that he was so serious, Wang Dachuan couldn't help but straighten his waist. Teacher, please rest assured, all my future actions will be strictly carried out in accordance with your instructions. If I have a little bit of excess, I can come to you with my head at any time. Yi Ran then stretched out a finger. First, I ask you to stop all energy stone absorption behaviors from today onwards. Can you do it? Hearing this, Wang Dachuan was slightly stunned, although he didn't understand why, but nodded solemnly. Understand, teacher, I will definitely be able to do it. Yi Ran looked at his answer and stretched out a second finger. Second, starting today, I require you to eat 30 pounds of meat a day. Can you do it? As soon as these words came out, Wang Dachuan's head was a little dizzy. The energy density of energy stones was much higher than that of meat. Isn't this sacrificing the root for the end? Although his heart was full of doubts and he didn't know what Teacher Yi was doing, Wang Dachuan nodded seriously. Teacher, no problem, I can do it. 30 pounds of meat may be a big problem for ordinary people, but for people with special abilities, this amount is quite easy. Seeing that Wang Dachuan's expression gradually relaxed, Yi Ran stretched out his 3rd finger. The last requirement is also the most critical. If you can do it, the Second Awakening will definitely not be a problem. Yi Ran's words ignited Wang Dachuan's fighting spirit. No problem, Teacher Yi, tell me, I'll definitely finish it. The first 2 requirements are so simple, how difficult can Teacher Yi's last request be? Yi Ran stared at Wang Dachuan seriously and said slowly, I ask you that these 30 pounds of meat must be raw meat with blood, and it must come from a monster. Can you do it? As soon as these words came out, the confidence on Wang Dachuan's face instantly disappeared. His eyes were full of shock and doubt. 30 pounds a day? Raw meat with blood? And it's still Warcrafts? Teacher, this is the amount of animals that are raised to death. This request is simply unbelievable. Even kindergarten children in this world know that eating raw meat of monsters will go crazy. Eating large amounts can even be life-threatening. Eat 30 pounds of bloody raw meat of magical beasts every day. This is no longer a matter of fear of madness, but you have to consider preparing a place to bury your bones. Normal people probably have already begun to secretly criticize Yi Ran in their hearts at this moment, but Wang Dachuan was only shocked for a moment, and then calmly said to Yi Ran, Teacher, I'll go get the meat now. The tone was indifferent, as if an ordinary lunch was being prepared. Seeing Wang Dachuan so calm, Yi Ran couldn't help but be curious. Dachuan, don't you have any doubts in your heart? This is the raw meat of a magical beast, and you may go crazy if you eat it. In the face of Yi Ran's question, Wang Dachuan nodded seriously. Teacher Yi, of course I know. When I was a child, someone in our village mistakenly ate the raw meat of a magical beast, and now the grass on the grave has grown to 2 meters high. Then you still agreed to it? Yi Ran asked curiously. Wang Dachuan's reaction was so calm that Yi Ran wondered if he had agreed with his mouth, and he did not intend to carry it out behind his back. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran, his clear eyes were full of honesty. He rubbed the back of his head embarrassedly. Isn't this what you ordered, Teacher Yi? Listening to Wang Dachuan's simple words, Yi Ran was slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but laugh. This time, I saved the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain. Looking at the honest Wang Dachuan in front front of him, Yi Ran's heart actually felt a hint of warmth. As a person from 2 generations, I am used to being an adult. It is rare to feel such a simple trust. Yi Ran patted Wang Dachuan's shoulder. Work hard, trust me, within a month, you will be reborn. Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's encouragement and nodded solemnly in response. Okay, Teacher Yi, I will definitely implement it seriously. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan, and his heart became more and more satisfied. Truth be told, what teacher is not proud to have a student who trusts him so much? With a student like Wang Dachuan, the personal results of this final exam are at least guaranteed. After watching Wang Dachuan leave, Yi Ran packed up his things and prepared to go back to the classroom. There is still a month before the end of the semester, and it is not enough for a student to shine, and the final assessment is not only an individual competition, but also a team competition. He himself had to work harder and try to dig out a few geniuses from the class. Not bad. However, it can also be seen from Wang Dachuan that there should be many unexplored talented teenagers in the class. After all, the Magic Capital High School of Martial Arts is one of the top 10 universities in the country, and the students recruited are all the pride of heaven. As for why they came to their own salted fish class, they must have their own untold stories. Thinking of this, Yi Ran couldn't help but touch his chin, his eyes flashing with anticipation. At this time, in the office of the teaching office, Lo Wani is correcting documents. Today she was in a bad mood, and her writing looked a little sloppy. When she thought of standing on the podium of the second class of the first grade just now, looking at those students who didn't work hard, she became angry. Obviously, the grades are already a mess, he muttered in a low voice. But they still don't care, playing the role of peacemakers all day long. That stinky Yi Ran, what have you become to be and can still laugh? Lo Wani muttered to herself, sullen, and her slightly bulging cheeks added a touch of playfulness to her cold face. Thinking of Yi Ran's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but frown. You really don't know, why did I come here? Lo Wani muttered softly, her eyes falling on a small doll on the desk. It was a cute little girl pottery puppet. It was a gift that Yi Ran had given her, and she always carried it with her. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Lo Wani quickly put away her emotions and regained the aura of a cold strong woman. Come in. Came in was her assistant Wang Xiaoman, followed by a fat man, Su Yukai, the head of the freshman material department. Director Lu, Teacher Su has an urgent matter to report to you. Teacher Su? It's rare to see you. You usually hide from our academic affairs office. Why did you take the initiative to come today? The academic affairs and finance of Modu Gawu College are divided into different departments, and they usually check and balance each other to ensure the smooth operation of the school. Lo Wani motioned for Wang Xiaoman to pour water and looked at Su Yukai with a little curiosity. Su Yukai had a big belly and said in a tone with a strong southern accent, Director Lu, don't look outside, we are in the same grade, so we should come and walk around often. Lo Wani blew on the floating tea in the teacup and said with a smile, I'm afraid that our big rooster Su will come to deduct the materials of the freshman year. Director Lu, I'm Curry, your words are hurtful. I, Su Yukai, are desperate for freshmen, and I am passionate about teachers and students. Your words have cooled my loyal heart. There is nothing to offer with courtesy, either cunning or stealing. Lo Wani squinted at Su Yukai. You even have to grind a rubber with our academic affairs office for a long time. How can I believe you? Tell me, what the hell is going on today? Su Yukai wiped his sweat and smiled awkwardly. Director Lu, I do have something to do this time, and I need your help. What are you talking about, Director Su? Look at the windows of our academic affairs office. They are indeed very worn, and I can't even hear you speak clearly. Before he finished speaking, Lo Wani interrupted him. Su Yukai looked at her and was silent. The windows of the academic affairs office are made of all alloy. Where will there be holes? Looking at Lo Wani's posture, Su Yotsai's heart sank. It's over. It seems that if you don't spend a lot of money today, this matter won't be done. He looked embarrassed and said with some distress, I approved the maintenance funds of the academic affairs office last time. Isn't it enough? Director Lu, I really need to help. Lo Wani still smiled and looked at Su Yukai, who was full of pain, but she was still unmoved. Seeing this, Su Yukai took a deep breath. Covering his heart tightly with those fat palms, he looked sad, gritted his teeth, and raised a finger. Director Lu, I also helped. You approved the 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood you applied for last time. This is really the final bottom line. Hearing the answer she wanted, Lo Wani spoke. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Su Yukai looked at her with a little resentment. Director Lu, it's not me who said you roar, you unmarried little girl. How can you be so calculating? Whoever marries you will have to enjoy 8 lifetimes. Are you still helping? Help! Help! Go north! Su Yukai quickly took out the tablet and hurriedly handed it to Lo Wani, as if he was afraid that she would regret it. Lo Wani took the tablet curiously and looked at the contents carefully. Su Yukai on the side was full of grievances and couldn't help but complain. Stay north. I really don't know which immortal I offended today, but there was a god-killing young man who broke the magic pattern alloy robot. Do you know how expensive that thing is? Our material department's performance for a year has been lost. Director Lo, you must sign for us. Our materials department is absolutely not cutting corners. Su Yukai kept complaining like a resentful woman, for fear that Lo Luwani would not sign him. And Luwani stared at the picture on the tablet with her eyes, completely ignoring his nagging. Shattered magic alloy robot? The value of 1012? Or is it an exclusive practice room for freshmen? Any experienced mentor knows what it means when all three conditions appear at the same time. Luwani's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Putting down the tablet, his eyes locked on Suyukai and slowly spit out 4 words. Tell me, where is this person? Luwani is full of momentum. Unconsciously, the platinum-level coercion has permeated the audience. Wang Xiaoman couldn't help but retreat to the door. And Suyukai, who stood at the center of the spiritual storm, the chubby round face also showed a hint of rapid breathing. In the end, I had to take out a mask with golden light from my pocket like a juggling. After Suyukai put on a mask, the golden light resisted Luwani's momentum. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Director Lu, don't be so excited. Say something slowly. As a teacher in the materials department, Suyukai only cares about finances and never cares about student training. But seeing Luwani so excited, he can only continue to comfort him. Looking at the golden light flashing on Suyotsai's mask, Luwani curled her lips and complained, gold-level consumables are used casually, and the materials department is really luxurious. Then she adjusted her emotions and put away her momentum. Tell me, where is the student? Suyukai listened, full of sadness. It's okay not to say it. It's really north. Let me tell you, today we have lost a lot. Not only the magic pattern alloy is broken, but the camera in the practice room is also broken. If I knew which student did it, I would definitely settle accounts with him. Suyukai was still scolding his mother next to him, but Luwani fell into deep thought. After a while, she waved her pen and signed the document handed over by Suyukai, and handed it back. Okay, prove that I signed for you. Suyukai didn't understand why Luwani signed so happily, but this is undoubtedly a good thing. He was still angry just now, and a smile instantly bloomed. Director Lu is really resolute, and you are definitely welcome to play when you have time. As he spoke, he hurriedly went to get the documents, for fear that Luwani would regret it. Sure enough, when he was about to touch the document, Luwani held it down. Looking at Suyukai seriously, he said, I haven't finished speaking. I can sign this matter as the freshman director, but you have to promise me one thing. Director Lu, it's easy to say, as long as you don't let us pay for it, even if it's 100 pieces, I can easily handle it. Suyotsai's eyes were fixed on the documents being held, and he was as restless as a monkey that could not be scratched. Luwani smiled and said, don't worry, I don't want the money from the materials department. I just need you to give me the source files of all the access records of the practice room today in my freshman year, and all backups must be deleted. After hearing this, Suyukai looked up at Luwani, looking a little embarrassed. Director Lu, I'm afraid this is a bit of a violation. When Luwani heard him say this, her palm was slightly forced, and the originally neat certification documents began to wrinkle. Oh, Director Lu, this will work. I promised you that it wouldn't work. Luwani let go, and Suyukai finally got back the supporting document and smoothed the paper on the table distressfully. Director Lu, I said it. I will say that this source file is as broken as the monitoring equipment, but you must keep it confidential. Suyukai handed the record to Luwani. Don't worry, Director Su. When did I, Luwani, cheat? You are welcome to come back at any time. Oh, okay, I'll never come again. After saying that, Suyukai hurriedly left the academic affairs office as if he was running for his life. Luwani watched him leave and secretly sighed in her heart. Although this little girl was young, her methods were clever and ruthless, and every time she came here, she seemed to have been stripped of her skin. She played with the source file in her hand, thoughtful. Master, what are we doing with this source document? There was no one around, and assistant Wang Xiaoman asked. The Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy stipulates that the mentors of platinum-level powerhouses can accept disciples. Wang Xiaoman is not only Luwani's best friend, but also her personal disciple, who usually wears the title of assistant to help with the work, and the relationship between the two is much closer than that of ordinary colleagues. Luwani glanced at Wang Xiaoman. You go and see the photo sent by Suyukai. After Wang Xiaoman saw the photo, he covered his mouth in surprise. 1012? Another genius in our freshman year? Congratulations, Master. Our freshman strength has been upgraded again. But you won't violate the law by doing this, will you? If you look closely at the picture, what else did you find? Wang Xiaoman carefully examined the photo and said, the magic pattern alloy has been broken? It seems that this genius has reached the level of the middle level of the Golden Order. Luwani shook her head. Wrong. It's Silver Step. Hearing her say this, Wang Xiaoman couldn't help but be stunned. How is this possible? The magic pattern alloy is known as absolutely indestructible below the gold level. How can it be broken by the silver rank? Luwani asked rhetorically. If you are an attacker and attack with the same means, if you want to break the magic pattern alloy with one blow, where do the test robots have to retreat at least? Although Wang Xiaoman is a genius, he calculated the results after a simple rehearsal in his mind, and then compared them with the photos. The shock in his eyes gradually emerged. At least it has to be more than half back from the test robot in the photo. In other words, the energy efficiency of this tester is. That's right, Luwani said lightly. This tester's energy use efficiency is at least 70% 50% or more, so that he can cause this kind of damage to the magic pattern alloy within such a short knockback distance. She took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with disbelief. So, the energy use efficiency of this tester is at least something that a diamond level master can do. As soon as the conclusion came out, Wang Xiaoman was so shocked that he was speechless. A silver level student, the energy use efficiency is so fine that it can be comparable to those unattainable grandmasters. This solid basic skill, this profound understanding of exercises, this fit with the exercises. It is no longer 1 in 10,000, but 1 in 10,000. Lu Wani continued. With such energy efficiency alone, it is absolutely invincible in the confrontation of the same level, and can even achieve a dozen or 100. After all, our school has set a precedent before. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she remembered something. That precedent is the awakening of today's new generation of S-class legends, overwhelming this generation of clan families to bow their heads and pay tribute, and the invincible Zheng Hudong of the same rank. Wang Xiaoman looked excited, and his breathing became rapid. Master, this news must not be leaked. We must find this freshman as soon as possible. Once the word spreads, not only will the old guys in the school who don't care about the world will be restless, but even the forces outside the school will be ready to move. Let me ask the world, who cannot be moved by the second Zheng Hudong? So, do you think that just one genius is worth my big fight? Lo Wani said while playing with the documents in her hand. Message blocking is impossible. According to the way those stupids in the materials department handled it, I am afraid that this photo will explode on the forum tomorrow. But fortunately, the surveillance video was lost, and the only access record was still with me, so we had the upper hand. Saying that, Lo Wani flipped through the entry and exit records. When she saw the list of the second class of the first grade, she was slightly stunned, then shook his head. What are you thinking? How could that kind of genius come from Rant's lifeless class? Xiaoman, don't worry about the second class of the first grade. From today onwards, focus on the first class of the first grade and the fifth class of the first grade. Be sure to find this demon as soon as possible. Okay, master. Sure enough, as Lo Wani expected, the teachers in the materials department didn't understand the weight of this photo at all. On weekdays, he also allowed the practice room to be observed at will. For a time, the news that the magic pattern alloy test robot in the freshman practice room was damaged set off a heated discussion in the school forum. Shocked, another demon appeared in the freshman year. Dude, I occasionally have feelings today. A small test. How many points do you score? Don't pretend, it's a showdown. I broke the magic pattern alloy with one punch. Grapevine, the Grandmaster has already left the customs and is going to the material department to ask someone. Severely condemned the material department for cutting corners and filling their own pockets. The titles are more exaggerated than the other, but the videos in the post are real. The popularity of the event rose rapidly, directly rushing to the hot list of school forums, and even the practice room became a popular check-in place. At first, the news was just circulating among students, but with fermentation, those grandmasters who are at the core have also begun to pay attention. In a grandmaster courtyard of the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy, the master of the fire sect, Huo Wen, who is a diamond ranker, is reprimanding his beloved disciple Huang Dongdong like a son. As a teacher, let you practice well, you actually cheated and looked at your mobile phone. Master, I don't. I'm paying attention to the dynamics of my competitors. Dare to be hard-mouthed? In your circle, who has nothing to do to post the news online. Really, master, I'll kill you. The hot-tempered Howen is of course merciless. Huang Dongdong's buttocks were full of flames. It hurt so much that he sat on the ground to put out the flames. The practice is sparse, and I'm embarrassed to chat and fart here. Huowen reprimanded. Today I will take you to practice the 36 skills of fire for the master. Huang Dongdong took out his mobile phone aggrievely. Master, no, look at this. Fuss. Your master, I have traveled south and north for so many years, and I have never seen anything strange. When will you learn to stabilize the point? Seeing that Huang Dongdong insisted on showing him, Huowen had to take the phone angrily. But when he saw the photo of the test robot in the forum, Howen fell silent. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his eyes were round. The eyes gradually changed from calm to shocked. Then it turned from shock to disbelief, and finally completely burned into a frenzy. The Grandmaster's stability was nowhere to be seen at the moment, and Huowen was so excited that he seemed to have regained his life. Laymen watched the excitement. Insiders look at the doorway. Lo Wani can see through the extraordinary aspects of this tester at a glance, not to mention the Diamond Peak Ho1. At this moment, Howen had only one thought in his mind. Accept it as a personal biography. This is my closed disciple, the capital I am proud of for the rest of my life, and the person who will carry the coffin for me in the future. It is no exaggeration to say that when Howen saw this photo, he had already thought of the name of his apprentice. Howen's voice trembled slightly. Tell me, where the hell is this? Teacher, this is the practice room of the freshman year. As soon as the words fell, Huowenhua made a wisp of fire and rushed out of the courtyard in an instant. Master, where are you going? Huang Dongdong looked confused, and just as he was about to react, Huowen had already flown away, and only one voice was left in the wind. Don't be impatient, go grab a little junior brother for you. When When Hwowen flew to the courtyard of the freshman complex, the scene in front of him surprised him. This place has been surrounded by a group of old men. All of them are at least the peak of platinum, and even many of them are veteran diamond-level powerhouses. They are all top figures who can establish a school. Chief Hwa, you're late, don't jump the queue. Dean Hu, are you here for some fun too? Why, can't I come to the place where the steel doormaster is? Yo, Ma Marcy, didn't you go to steal the magic skills of the Holy Court Pope? Why did you come here? You fart, that's to communicate amicably. Communication. Hee, Sect Master Jing, this is not your sect's territory, right? Hee, I graduated from the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy 20 years ago, and now I am revisiting the old place. It's not excessive, right? These old men say a word to me, and they are running against each other inside and out. Everyone knows each other's intentions, and they are full of gunpowder in the open and secret. They are all practitioners. In the process of secretly competing, the breath is released without reservation. The aura of these strong people is completely unrestrained. Students within a radius of 10 miles feel oppressed. Even passing dogs crawled out panting. And in the material department, Director Yao Yuqian angrily reprimanded Su Yukai, who was in charge of freshman materials. Are you sure that the monitoring equipment is broken today, and the access records are just swallowed up by the system? Who would believe you say this? Tell me, who would believe it? Take a good look. The lineup standing outside can only be assembled last time when the war with the Ninja Kingdom is in full swing. You think clearly before you speak. Something went wrong. It's hard to say whether we can get out of this building alive. At this moment, the material department was surrounded by Grandmaster power in all directions. They waited for them to open the door one by one to give an explanation. But his subordinate couldn't hand over any answers. Not only is there no answer, but there is not even a clue at all. Who believes it? If we tell those Grandmasters and powers directly, we have nothing to say. Yao Yuqian knew in his heart that he might not be able to get out of the materials department completely today. Su Yotsai's face was sweating profusely at this time, and he kept wiping sweat. My heart is miserable. This is too big, isn't it? A test student actually attracted half of the old guy from the magic capital. It comes up with a national all-star lineup. Who can withstand this? Su Yukai was speechless for a while. After all, he violated the rules first, and he was very guilty. Why don't we beg the principal? With the principal here, the Grandmasters outside will definitely be able to cope with the past. Principal? Do you really dare to beg? Is the extraordinary master giving you face or giving me face? Su Yukai, I said you are usually so shrewd. Why do you always stab Lu Zi now? Just when Yao Yuqian was about to reprimand Su Yukai, an old man with a white beard suddenly appeared out of thin air. When the two saw the old man's appearance, they were immediately shocked and stood up respectfully. Hello, principal. This person is the principal of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, a true transcendental. The venerable void, known as one of the three major Dinghai God Needles in the demon capital, Baisu. Baisu waved his hand in motion for the two to sit down. I know everything. I'll come forward. Baisu's voice was firm and decisive. The heads of the two material departments were relieved, and the tense nerves finally relaxed, especially Su Yukai. The whole person collapsed on the sofa, but his mouth did not stop, and he immediately switched to dog-licking mode. Principal, I am really following the right person. You are the light of my life, the example and direction for me to move forward. Baisu ignored these flattering words, but said indifferently, I want all the information about this student from the materials department. All backups must be destroyed and never let anyone know about it. Su Yukai and Yao Yuqian were suddenly stunned. Principal, are you here to quell the dispute, or are you here to take the lead? Is this student really so popular? Those diamond-level powerhouses outside are still excusable. But you are an extraordinary grandmaster, the Dinghai God Needle of the Magic Capital, and even you are competing for it? The principal. Is it appropriate? Yao Yuqian asked hesitantly. What's inappropriate? Baisu responded calmly, time waits for no one. If you delay for a while, those two will break through my space technique. If I hadn't used space magic to temporarily trap the other two transcendent people in the demon capital, I am afraid that the three Dinghai God Needles would have gathered together. After all, the temptation of the second Zheng Hedong is too great. Yao Yuqian and Su Yotsai's eyes almost fell out, swallowed a few mouthfuls involuntarily. Those who can break through the principal's space technique have clear brains, and there are only those two in the magic capital. A student actually attracted competition for the three pillars of the magic capital. Su Yukai completely admitted, Principal, I recruited. The monitoring equipment is indeed broken, but I have given the source file of the access record to Luwani, the director of freshman teaching. Luwani? That little girl from Lejia? Baisu heard that the first-hand information was all in Luwani's hands, and his brows furrowed slightly. If it is in Luwani's hands, with his identity, it is really embarrassing to grab it. He stroked his beard and pinched his fingers. When I calculated this, I found that it seemed to have never happened at all. It seems that someone has covered it up with a more clever technique than him. Interesting. The corners of Baisu's mouth rose slightly. There were few things in this world that could make him feel interesting. In that case, let's let's go with the flow. Seeing that Bai Su planned to wait and see what happened, he let go. Su Yukai hurriedly asked, Principal, what about those grandmasters outside? When do I need to explain to them what I have arranged? As soon as the words fell, Bai Su waved his hand lightly. In an instant, all the strong people in the courtyard of the material department were pulled by an inexplicable void force. No one was given a chance to resist at all, and they were all teleported back to their original place. When it was teleported, all that was left in everyone's minds was this sentence: from today onwards, you must not deliberately search, and the final assessment will have its own answers. Howen was also teleported back to his own courtyard by Bai Su's space technique at this time. He stood there blankly. With such a large-scale spatial transfer method, they naturally knew who made the move. Bai Su has spoken. What else can these people do? If you deliberately look for that student from today onwards, it is tantamount to blatantly disobeying Bai Su's orders. These platinum diamond powerhouses, although they are the grandmasters of the founding sect, but he was not qualified to compete with Bai Su, the top extraordinary. Thinking of this, Howen couldn't help but sigh. Under the extraordinary, they are all ants. This is not false at all. Master, where is the little junior brother? The uninteresting personal disciple Huang Dongdong ran over. Howen looked at this apprentice who didn't know the importance of the matter and wanted to teach him a lesson. But after thinking about it, then he smiled and said to Huang Dongdong, Dongdong, the master thinks that your foundation is still shallow, and I plan to let you go back to your freshman year to practice again. From tomorrow, pack your bags and report to your freshman year. I didn't go to find someone in person, I just asked my apprentice to go to my freshman year to relay the foundation, and by the way, I met some young talents. Is this a breach of contract? Thinking of this, Huwen couldn't help but proudly touch his not long beard. What is wisdom? This is wisdom. Ah, but master, which class should I go to? You, go wherever the class can teach you. After saying that, Howen yawned and walked towards the inner room. Huang Dongdong was left alone standing in the wind, looking a little flustered. The news that the magic capital bosses gathered at Gaowu Academy quickly blew across every corner of the campus like the wind. Have you heard? Yesterday, the big guys from half of the magic capital gathered in our school. Dude, I am a witness, and the coercion of the group of grandmasters has to walk on their stomachs within a radius of 10 miles. I was on the nearby playground at the time, and the coercion was really sour, but fortunately, I was determined and carried it abruptly. You fart, your wet pants are still hanging in the dormitory now. The grandmasters of half the magic capital gathered together. Good guy, the last time we made up this battle was during the war. I don't know why. Won't there be another war, right? Think about it with your dog brain. If you really want to go to war, who will gather in the school? You have to go to the front line. I heard that in the end, the principal came forward in person. That big space technique is too good. There are so many diamond-level powerhouses and half-step grandmasters present. None of them can last a second more, and they are all swept home with a slap. There are ants under the extraordinary. Do you think it's a joke? Yesterday, the grand occasion of the gathering of the strong of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy completely detonated public opinion. The students of the school, without exception, are all talking about this matter, especially the group of salted fish in the second class of the first grade. They didn't even go to class, and they discussed it 24 hours a day. And one of the initiators of this incident, Yi Ran, was sitting on the podium, looking at the chattering students in the audience with interest. Yi Ran, who has a famous teacher system, looked at these students at this time, and felt more and more cute. Where is this salted fish? It is simply a pearl that has not yet been wiped. It's just that these pearls are really biased now. Each mindset is not on practice at all. If you want to improve the overall strength of the class, Yi Ran really has to think of a way to reverse this bad class style. His eyes stared eagerly at the audience, staring at the chattering students who were a little uncomfortable. Do you think Teacher Yi has been stimulated recently? I also think so. Since Director Li's criticism, Teacher Yi's whole person has changed a lot. Yes, although he looks a little more energetic, his eyes are quite different from before. Not only has Teacher Yi changed, but even the squad leader has been mysterious recently, and I don't know where he has gone in the past 2 days. I saw him the day before yesterday, but in the past 2 days, Dachuan didn't know what kind of illness he had. His mouth was full of fishy smell, and he kept muttering, how many pounds are there? How many pounds are there? Such a reliable person as Dachuan was almost crazy within a few days of being taken away by Teacher Yi. That's called the whisper of the ancient gods. I would like to call Teacher Yi the new generation of Cthulhu. Crazy, crazy, destroy. There is no need for this class to exist anyway. Shoo, be quiet, bow your head quickly. Teacher Yi is here. The private discussion of the students came to an abrupt end the moment Yi Ran stepped off the podium. Everyone lowered their heads for fear of looking at Yi Ran. Yi Ran walked straight past and ignored them. When he reached the last row, he stopped, looking at the girl who was sitting upright and constantly reciting textbooks with great interest. Among these twisted students, she was able to sit so upright and concentrate on endorsement in a noisy environment. No matter how you look at it, it looks like you are in the wrong class. When Yi Ran saw her for the first time, a sentence naturally appeared in his mind. Out of the mud without staining. To be a good auxiliary therapist, the first thing thing is to have good intentions and abide by the rules. The girl closed her eyes and recited the text silently, completely unaware that Yi Ran had quietly stood beside her. When she realized that the classroom had become silent and there was no chirping sound, she opened her eyes gently. When she looked up, she saw Yi Ran smiling at her. She was startled by this sudden scene and immediately stood up. Despite this, she still respectfully bowed to Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, I didn't expect you to be here. Yi Ran flipped through her book and couldn't help but admire the basic principles of treating people with extraordinary abilities. Zhang Xiaoru, I didn't expect you to have learned the content of your sophomore year. Not bad. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Xiaoru's face immediately turned red. She looked cramped and uneasy, not knowing how to respond. Her thoughts were confused, and she blurted out, "Yes, I'm sorry Teacher Yi, I won't endorse it in the future." As soon as these words came out, the classroom suddenly burst into laughter. The ridicule of her classmates made Zhang Xiaoru even more at a loss. She nervously retreated to the corner of the classroom, rubbing the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands. Seeing this scene, Yi Ran was silent. In a class, people who study hard will be ridiculed and even have to apologize to the teacher and never endorse it again? This scene is really absurd. What's funny? Although Yi Ran's tone was flat, it had a power that could not be ignored. This simple sentence immediately made the laughter come to an abrupt end. I'm asking you, what's funny? In the face of Yi Ran's questioning, most of the students were silent. Teacher Lin, she studies so hard, but she can't even use the lowest level of healing techniques. We just think that learning is useless. Suddenly, a student said this. These words made Zhang Xiaoru even more cramped and uneasy, and her face turned even redder. A student who has awakened his talent in the department of healing, but cannot even perform the most basic healing techniques. Usually he works harder than anyone else, and abides by the rules better than anyone else. In the eyes of the teacher, she is the most obedient and well-behaved student. The theoretical score is even the first in the school, but the actual combat results are the worst in the school. According to the school system, this year is Zhang Xiaoru's last year. If she can no longer pass the lowest level of actual combat test, you will be notified to withdraw from school. This embarrassing situation and the words of classmates, like a cold arrow, it stabbed Zhang Xiaoru's heart. Sourness and grievances welled up in her heart, and her eyes began to moisten. Yi Ran looked at these students and was silent. This is the second class of the first grade. The theory of the uselessness of learning is prevalent, and eating, drinking and having fun are the norm. Here, hard work has become a laughingstock and an outlier. One by one, they are mired in the quagmire, not wanting to escape, but trying to pull everyone out of the quagmire back. If you want to complete the turnover and achieve a real class counterattack, what Yi Ran needs to solve most is this terrible class style. Since Zhang Xiaoru's example has become ironclad evidence of their so-called uselessness of learning, then what he has to do is to completely overturn this ironclad evidence. Yi Ran walked silently towards Zhang Xiaoru. It was like a solid wall, blocking those strange eyes for her. Students, I don't want to go into accountability who said that. I know you all have more or less similar thoughts. You laugh at people who work hard, for doing seemingly useless homework every day, and for proving the point that learning is useless. But is that really a reason why you don't work hard? Everyone here has been admitted to the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy by virtue of their own skills, and everyone has extraordinary talent. But now, they don't want to make progress, they do nothing, and they are willing to be trampled under their feet, like a puddle of mud. Yi Ran looked around the class, and his sharp gaze made all the students who looked at him bow their heads. You prevail in the uselessness of effort, and are always laughing at everyone who works hard. If you think about it, isn't this a satire on yourself? If you encounter a little setback, you choose to escape. Afraid that he is not a beautiful jade, so he does not dare to work hard, but half believes that he is a piece of beautiful jade, so he satisfies himself in his heart, only dares to hide, looking for that little comfort in the illusory world, but does not dare to look up at the bright moon. Yi Ran's words pierced people's hearts like a sharp sword. The students present were speechless, and some even blushed with shame. Yi Ran took Zhang Xiaoru to the center of the podium. Zhang Xiaoru's efforts have never been in vain, and one day, she will break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly and stand in the center of her stage. I know you may be disdainful in your hearts, but you all look at me one by one, and I will let you understand what is the use of hard work in Zhang Xiaoru. What is the use of studying? Subsequently, Yi Ran turned to Zhang Xiaoru. Zhang Xiaoru, come with me. Zhang Xiaoru looked at everything in front of her in a daze. At this moment, Yi Ran, under the light of the sun, was like an angel who came to the world. Okay, teacher, she responded in a low voice, clutching the textbook and following Yi Ran out of the classroom. Only the other students were left looking at each other. Yi Ran walked in front, Zhang Xiaoru followed closely behind. The two of them are one in front and one behind. After a long time, Yi Ran found that, if she speeds up her pace a little, Zhang Xiaoru will speed up. Slowed down himself, and Zhang Xiaoru also slowed down. She always doesn't walk side by side with him. Xiaoru, there's no need to be so restrained. Zhang Xiaoru shook her head seriously. The school stipulates that you must respect the teacher and walk half a position behind to show respect. Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. Whatever you want, but why are you still holding the book? Teacher, the school stipulates that I have to review the content of the textbook every day, and I have to look through it at any time. Looking at Jiang Xiaoru's school regulations, Yi Ran finally stopped, looked back at the serious and focused little girl in front of him, and smiled bitterly. At this time, the system's introduction to Jiang Xiaoru came to his mind. Female, 19 years old. Ability awakening, healing talent B level. Current exercises, Magic City High Martial Arts Academy Physical Cultivation 2.0, public version. Pros, possess a near-perfect pastoral knowledge system and master all basic pastoral skills. Disadvantages, unable to exert healing powers. It is highly compatible with the Knight Priest profession, and it is recommended to accept the Knight Priest profession inheritance. The specific inheritance information is as follows. To be honest, when Yi Ran first heard that Jiang Xiaoru was suitable for the inheritance of the Knight Priest, he was quite surprised. Career inheritance is a unique way of cultivating the sect. It is completely different from the randomness of ability awakening and the lineage inheritance of the family. The sect has its own cultivation techniques, especially the major sects with theological overtones. The gods they believe in will give power to pass on. The sect seeks and absorbs inheritors who are highly compatible with its system among all living beings. For example, the angelic inheritance and paladin inheritance of the Holy See, the ancient Buddha and Bodhisattva positions of the Great Buddha Hall. The more all inheritors adapt to the inheritance, the higher the completeness of the inheritance obtained, and the stronger the power exerted. And the inheritance of the Knight Priest comes from the superpower with 3 transcendentals, Freedom Tavern. The people here are both good and evil, behaving as they wish, and the gods they believe in are also deviant and have distinct personalities. Many power inheritances have never had a true inheritor, like Jiang Xiaoru's suitable Knight Priest profession. If it weren't for listening to the system introduction today, Yi Ran is afraid that he will never hear of this career inheritance road in his life. However, according to the description of the system, the Dark Knight Priest's inheritance strength is extremely strong. It belongs to one of the top professional inheritances. It is also one of the deepest heritages of the Freedom Tavern, but no one has successfully passed it on so far. In fact, Yi Ran once curiously asked the system why Jiang Xiaoru was so suitable for the Knight Priest. The system did not give a clear answer, just quoted a quote from the introduction to the awakening of the Knight Priest in response to him. Birth is just the starting point of death. It's really confusing. Yi Ran complained silently in his heart. He stared at Jiang Xiaoru, whispering something in his mouth. Seeing him like this, Jiang Xiaoru thought he had done something wrong, so he looked a little cramped and uneasy, and stammered and asked, "Teacher, are you? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly." Jiang Xiaoru's words interrupted Yi Ran's thoughts. Yi Ran looked at her nervous look, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. This child, everything is good, but his personality really needs to be changed. He stepped forward quickly, grabbed the textbook in Jiang Xiaoru's hand, and took it over. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoru hurriedly wanted to snatch it back, but Yi Ran avoided it lightly. "Xiaoru, where we are going today, we don't need to bring textbooks." Jiang Xiaoru was so anxious that she said, "But teacher, according to the school regulations, I really have to bring." Yi Ran ignored her anxiety at all, but asked rhetorically, "You are so familiar with the rules, then tell me, what is the first rule of the school?" Jiang Xiaoru recited it like a treasure. "The first rule is to respect teachers and respect the way." Before he finished memorizing the words, he was interrupted by Yi Ran. "Isn't that good? From today onwards, the most important thing for you is the master. Do you understand?" Ming, "I see. Okay, today the teacher ordered you not to read books, and everything was arranged by the teacher." After saying that, Yi Ran walked towards the school gate in style. Jiang Xiaoru looked at his back and shouted anxiously, But teacher, the school stipulates that freshmen cannot leave the school gate for no reason." Her voice became quieter and quieter. "Respecting teachers is the first rule." But the teacher broke the rules with himself. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru felt for the first time that the rule line in her heart was completely messed up. It was like a program went wrong, putting her in a dilemma. She instinctively wanted to retreat to her comfort zone, but then she remembered how Yi Ran had just spoken for herself in the classroom. She hesitated. After a while, she gritted her teeth, quickened her pace, and ran behind Yi Ran. Yi Ran saw this, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Xiaoru, for the master, I ordered you to walk side by side with me." But, aren't you going to honor the master yet?" Okay, teacher." Subsequently, Yi Ran took Jiang Xiaoru into his sports car and quickly left the school. At the moment when Yi Ran left with Jiang Xiaoru, the door of Lu Wani's office was knocked suddenly. At this time, Lu Wani was busy studying who the hidden genius was, and she didn't raise her head. "Xiaoman, what's the matter?" Wang Xiaoman looked at Lu Wani nervously. "Master, I have something to report to you." As if sensing Wang Xiaoman's nervousness, Lu Wani looked up and asked, "Did you find that genius?" Wang Xiaoman shook his head and said with a wry smile, "It's Teacher Yi. He left school with a student." "Male or female?" "Female." Cluck! A crisp sound sounded, and the pen in Lu Wani's hand was broken by her. "Master!" Master, are you okay? Luwani's face was calm. I'm fine, it's fine. After saying that, she picked up her coat and walked straight out the door. Master, where are you going? Burn the leaves. Before she finished speaking, she left the office, leaving Wang Xiaoman with a confused face. Burning leaves? Wang Xiaoman came back to his senses and hurriedly chased out. She knew her master best. No matter how busy you are, you can stay calm. Only in Yi Ran's affairs, his emotions are always out of control. She prayed silently in her heart, don't really burn the leaves. Along the way, Wang Xiaoman earnestly persuaded Luwani. Master, listen to me, things may not be as serious as you think. Maybe Teacher Yi is just accompanying that student. Home visit? Do you think what you said has gone through your mind? Master, if something really goes wrong, you must control your emotions. Don't worry, I won't really kill him. That's good. I only burn the roots of the leaves. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman's hanging heart finally let go completely. Forget it, if you are tired, let everything be destroyed. And Yi Ran in the distance still didn't realize that Luwani was following him, still chatting with Zhang Xiaoru by himself. Xiaoru, take it easy, just come out and relax. Zhang Xiaoru, who was sitting on the side, was a little shy, but still barely showed an unnatural smile. That green smile on her round face also reveals a bit of youthful charm. Isn't this cute? Usually smile more, remember, laughter can bring good luck. Yi Ran's praise made Zhang Xiaoru a little overwhelmed, so she could only change the topic. Teacher, where are we going? When you get there, you naturally know. Remember, the only thing you have to do today is to listen to me. Okay. As soon as the words fell, Yi Ran stepped on the accelerator, and the red sports car instantly rushed out of a dusty road. Yi Ran's sudden acceleration stunned Luwani and others who followed him. Where are they going? Wang Xiaoman said a little uncertainly, looking at this route, it seems to be TACC? Before the words fell, Wang Xiaoman regretted it. TACC, the most luxurious nightclub in the Magic City. A teacher takes a female student to a place like this, no matter how you look at it, it feels wrong. Wang Xiaoman suddenly didn't know how to explain. Luwani was silent. Only stepping on the accelerator, the roaring engine seemed to be announcing to Wang Xiaoman, this is a big deal. When most people were ready to rest, the lights at TACC had just come on. Countless handsome men and beautiful women have poured into this charming city that never sleeps. Zhang Xiaoru timidly followed Yi Ran, pulling the corner of his clothes tightly, refusing to take a step. She looked at the huge light sign of TACC, her eyes full of fear, as if facing a flood beast. Teacher, let's go back. Zhang Xiaoru said almost pleadingly. She never expected that Yi Ran would bring her here. Go back? Why? Because here. It doesn't seem like we're going to be here. We people? Who are we? Zhang Xiaoru was cramped and uneasy, unable to explain clearly, and could only say incoherently, it's just that people who shouldn't be here. Yi Ran looked at her nervous look, feeling a little helpless. Tell the teacher, is this place legal? Since it is a legal place, why can't we, as law-abiding citizens, go? After saying that, Yi Ran directly took Zhang Xiaoru's hand and strode into the nightclub. Ignored Zhang Xiaoru's struggle at all. This scene happened to be clearly seen by Luwani and Wang Xiaoman, who were hiding on the side. Master, are you okay? How can I be fine? It should be someone who should be worried. Maybe Teacher Yi was just thirsty and went in to drink water. Wang Xiaoman's whole person was about to collapse, and even she felt ridiculous for the reasons she said. Luwani ignored her. His face was cold, and he walked straight towards the nightclub. Wang Xiaoman could only follow anxiously. The giant neon ball kept spinning. The restless music is intertwined with the flickering lights. Sweat is free. The air is filled with the smell of aromatherapy and alcohol mixture. All of this complements each other and shows a different kind of magic. Xiaoru, you haven't been here, have you? Facing the DJ's deafening sound, Yi Ran asked. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoru didn't dare to respond to Yi Ran at all, and was so nervous that she couldn't speak. I could only sit alone in the corner of the sofa, with my head down, silently drinking a can of cold carbonated drink. Teacher Yi, what a blessing. Just as Yi Ran was asking Zhang Xiaoru a question, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Ran looked back. What came into view were two peerless faces. However, these two beautiful faces are a bit unfriendly. Isn't this Director Lu? Yi Ran smiled and waved to Luwani and Wang Xiaoman. Come and sit down. His natural generosity made Luwani and Wang Xiaoman slightly stunned. This scene is not right. It stands to reason that Yi Ran should be so embarrassed at this moment that he should even get under the table with a face of shame. In the face of Yi Ran's invitation, Luwani snorted coldly. Then he sat down in the center of the sofa generously, deliberately separated Yi Ran from Zhang Xiaoru. Wang Xiaoman didn't know what to do, so he could only sit down with Luwani. After the two sat down, the four of them were speechless. The atmosphere in the entire booth was almost frozen, in stark contrast to the icy atmosphere here. Because of the appearance of Luwani and others, the entire nightclub became more lively. Look, it's that booth, the one with 3 women and 1 man. My eyes are not bright, that's really the most beautiful in the world. Especially the cold royal sister sitting in the middle. I have never seen such a temperamental beauty. Isn't that sweet girl following Sister Yu beautiful? I think the the cute girl with a bit of lowly feel in the front is the most attractive? What is the origin of this man? Why haven't you seen it before? It is estimated that it is the top rich and young man who has just emerged from a wealthy family, which is really enviable. Damn, why is this wine drinking so sour today? It's not the sourness of the wine, it's the sadness of some people. Since Luwani and the others sat down, the surrounding discussions have not stopped. No way, Luwani and Wang Xiaoman are undoubtedly one of the best beauties. Coupled with long-term cultivation and exercise, the figure of the two is almost perfect. No matter who stands there, it will become the focus of the audience, let alone the two of them sitting together. For a while, even the huge flashing light bulb was not as dazzling as this booth. And on the other side of the nightclub, on a larger top booth, a man is lying comfortably on the sofa, one hand gently swimming on the body of the girl next to him. Several business-dressed men next to him kept toasting and complimenting. Teacher Han, you are really a talent. My son can be under your door. It is really a blessing in 3 lives. That's right, in the entire Magic Capital College Entrance Examination Academy, who doesn't know the name of the genius mentor Teacher Han? Teacher Han, thank you very much for your guidance to my son. If it weren't for you, how could he be in the top 10 in the grade in the midterm exam? The man known as Teacher Han. It is Han Kun, the star mentor of the freshmen of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, a platinum-level genius mentor with A-level supernatural talents. And Luwani are known as the genius twin stars in the freshman teacher team. The class he is in charge of is also one of the best key classes in the grade. Han Kun smiled and waved his hand. Everyone here are friends and brothers, don't be so polite. Hearing this, those who touted it were excited one by one. Teacher Han, don't say anything, drink it. After a middle-aged man finished speaking, he picked up a bottle of foreign wine and drank it all in one go. Lao Zhang, don't drink too fast, slow down, ouch, this will work. Han Kun said this, but the pride in his eyes could not be hidden. Obviously, he enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. Just when a few people were drinking to their heart's content, the sound of discussion on the side also reached their ears. After hearing those discussions, Han Kun couldn't help but look up and look in that direction. As a platinum-level superpower, he has excellent eyesight. In this dim environment, I saw Luwani and others at a glance. He was slightly stunned. As a platinum level, he has always felt that he and Luwani are a perfect match. I have invited her out more than once on weekdays, but every time he was sternly rejected by Luwani. However, what he didn't expect was that I actually met Luwani in a nightclub today. And what was most incomprehensible to him was that Luwani was actually sitting in the same booth as Yiran. Yiran, isn't he the salted fish class tutor who was about to be fired? Luwani actually rejected a genius like me, but came out to drink with this kind of waste. For a while, Han Kun's face became a little ugly. He picked up his wine glass and walked straight towards Luwani. After Yiran signaled Luwani and others to take their seats, then he turned around and walked towards a bartender. When the bartender saw him coming, he smiled professionally. Sir, what service do you need? Yiran looked at the bartender. I want to see the person in charge of you here. Okay sir, I'll help you contact the lobby manager. As he spoke, the bartender was about to take out the walkie-talkie. But before he finished speaking, he was held down by a hand on the walkie-talkie. Yiran shook his head. What I want to see is not this person in charge. The bartender's expression flashed, but he still asked, Sir, what do you mean by this? Yiran's eyes were firm, and he said word by word, I want to see the person in charge of your Freedom Tavern. As soon as the 4 words Freedom Tavern were spoken, the bartender's eyes immediately became serious, and his momentum suddenly increased by 1 level. Sure enough, it's a big force, and they actually use a gold-ranked drunkard as a bartender. Yiran secretly praised. To be honest, when I first learned from the system that the largest nightclub in the Magic City was a branch of the Freedom Tavern, Yiran was also a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt reasonable again. After all, the Freedom Tavern inherits those who pursue individuality, desire, and chaos to the extreme. This is highly consistent with the customer base of nightclubs. Listening to Yiran accurately tell his professional inheritance, the bartender also stopped pretending to be confused. Sir, what do you have to do with the person in charge of our free tavern? Yiran narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Tell you in charge, there is a person who is in line with the professional heritage of the free tavern, waiting for him here. The bartender nodded. This is also the reason why they secretly set up branches even if they were not legally recognized by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has a large population, and there must be many people who are in line with their professional inheritance. Can you tell me which professional inheritance sequence this inheritor is suitable for in the free tavern? Yiran replied indifferently, Knight Priest. As soon as these words came out, the bartender was slightly shocked. People who can say the words Knight Priest definitely know the Freedom Tavern well. But he was a little hesitant. The succession of the Priest of the Night has not been successful so far. Even the 3 helmsmen of the free tavern are helpless. The young man in front of him insisted that someone was suitable. Seeing that he is confident and serious, it doesn't look like he's joking. He couldn't be sure for a while, so he could only say cautiously, How do I know if what you say is true or false? Yi Ran said unhurriedly, tell your person in charge, birth is only the starting point of death. She will inform you to come to see me. The bartender was skeptical. Dare to ask your name? After Yi Ran answered, he smiled and returned to his booth. Director Lu, why don't you drink something? Yi Ran tried to break the somewhat cold atmosphere in the booth. Luwani glanced at Yi Ran and then looked at Jiang Xiaoru next to her. Her face was cold. Teacher Yi, shouldn't you explain first, why do you bring students to nightclubs? The showdown is here, the war is on, and the plot of Catching Horses is coming. Wang Xiaoman's heart was raised to her throat, and her eyes narrowed slightly, for fear that blood would splatter on her. Faced with Luwani's questioning, Yi Ran pondered for a moment but did not answer. There is indeed a problem. Luwani saw that Yi Ran couldn't answer, her eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of slaughter in her cold breath. It seems that if Yi Ran dares to say the wrong word, he will be punished immediately. Even Wang Xiaoman, who was standing on the side, couldn't help but grab Luwani's arm tightly, for fear that once the sister's mood fluctuated, something would happen. However, Yi Ran, who was in the center of the storm, didn't seem to feel any pressure, and still said calmly, I brought students here, of course, to improve my strength. Do you think I'm willing to come here? My ears were about to explode. As he spoke, he complained, and dug out his ears. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Luwani and Wang Xiaoman suddenly looked confused. The teacher brought students to the nightclub, and you actually said that this was to improve your strength? What are you kidding? Before Luwani had time to attack, a mockery suddenly came from behind her. Teacher Ye's teaching method is really unique. He actually teaches students to improve their strength in a nightclub. What kind of strength is this improvement? Luwani and the others followed the reputation, and their brows furrowed slightly when they saw the visitor. On weekdays, Han Kun was domineering in the school with his status as a star mentor, and Luwani had long been extremely disgusted with him, but she didn't expect to run into this annoying fly in a nightclub, which was really upsetting. And Han Kun felt very good about himself, and did not notice Luwani's disgust at all, but sat elegantly on the sofa with a wineglass, posed as a gentleman, and toasted Luwani. Director Li Yaxing, I didn't expect you to like to play in nightclubs too. Next time I'll take you to play. To be honest, this position, tisk. He shook his head and made a TSK sound from his mouth, obviously disliking the remote location of this booth, completely ignoring Yi Ran sitting in the main seat. Luwani, who was already upset, had to listen to Han Kun show off his superiority at this moment, and the irritability in his heart couldn't help but get worse, and his face was naturally gloomy, and he didn't pay attention to Han Kun at all. Seeing that he was snubbed, Han Kun was slightly embarrassed, and his eyes turned to Yi Ran and Jiang Xiaoru. Teacher Yi, this is the student you said you want to teach? He looks quite playful, and Teacher Yi has a really good vision. A malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, obviously treating Yi Ran as a female college student who came to the nightclub with unspoken rules like himself. Come over and let Teacher Han see what your qualifications are. Jiang Xiaoru listened to Han Kun's words and stood up a little dully. Oh, okay, good. Was about to walk towards Han Kun when suddenly a strong hand grabbed her. Looking down, it was Yi Ran. Where did the dog bark here? It made my ears hurt. Yi Ran frowned slightly, his eyes were full of disdain, looking at Han Kun like looking at a beast. Han Kun was stunned, completely unexpected that the salted fish mentor, who was usually unknown, would be so sharp. After reacting, his face turned slightly red, and his heart was full of anger. He was humiliated in public by a salted fish mentor who was about to be expelled, especially in front of Luwani, which made him want to tear Yi Ran alive. Han Kun narrowed his eyes and said in a threatening tone, Yi Ran, do you want to be kicked out? In this nightclub, Han Kun is an SSVIP. He firmly believes that he will throw Yi Ran out, and no one dares to stop him. Yi Ran listened to Han Kun's threat and couldn't help laughing out loud, then calmly opened a can of Coke and said calmly, you can try it. Okay. Han Kun clapped his palms and applauded repeatedly, laughing angrily at Yi Ran's attitude. He immediately waved slightly and called a lobby manager. The lobby manager obviously knew Han Kun, and asked flatteringly, Mr. Han, what are your orders? Call your person in charge, I have something to deal with. The manager was clever, and when he saw this, he immediately saw through Han Kun's intentions and said with a smile, Mr. Han doesn't need to be so troublesome, I will guarantee that you will be satisfied with it. Listening to these flattering words, Han Kun felt triumphant in his heart. Looking at Han Kun's acquiescing expression, the lobby manager suddenly understood and walked straight to Yi Ran. Sir, in view of your violation of order, please leave here now. This groundless accusation is clearly to kick you out. Listening to the lobby manager's words, Han Kun looked at Yi Ran with a bit of schadenfreude in his eyes, as if he had seen Yi Ran being kicked out of the nightclub in embarrassment. However, Yi Ran didn't seem to hear it at all, so he picked up the Coke again and took a sip gently. Seeing that Yi Ran completely ignored himself, the lobby manager's face was a little ugly. Sir, please get out of here, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. Hearing this, Yi Ran smiled playfully. Are you sure? The lobby manager was just temporarily recruited, and he might not even know the identity of this as a branch of the Free Tavern. Yi Ran's ridicule made the lobby manager a little angry. Don't be shameless, I'm the boss here. I'll let you go, you have to go. Before he finished speaking, suddenly a group of people in black uniforms strode to Yi Ran's booth. The leader was a bald man wearing sunglasses sunglasses, and standing next to him was the bartender who was chatting with Yi-ran just now. Seeing this scene, the lobby manager was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly turned around and said respectfully to the bald man, "Hello, Chairman." No one expected that a seemingly ordinary little thing would attract the chairman of TACC. This person is Zhang Zhe, the person in charge of TACC, and he is also the second in command of the Longwa branch of the Freedom Tavern. When Han Kun saw Zhang Zhe, he immediately greeted him and shook hands. "Mr. Zhang, I'm Han Kun from the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy." Zhang Zhe, who controls the largest nightclub in the Magic Capital, is a huge giant in the entertainment industry. Although Han Kun does not know the true identity behind Zhang Zhe, these titles alone are enough to make him follow the trend. The lobby manager next to him quickly answered, "Teacher Han is an SSVIP customer of our nightclub and a star tutor of the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy." Listening to the introduction, Zhang Zhe also shook hands politely and said politely, "I have admired the name for a long time." Hearing Zhang Zhe's name, the corners of Han Kun's mouth could hardly be suppressed. Then, he looked at Yi-ran defiantly, as if silently declaring who was the real winner. Seeing this situation, the lobby manager naturally did not forget to slander Yi-ran again. "Chairman, this guest is drunk and is planning to bully Teacher Han. I'm dealing with it." Zhang Zhe frowned when he heard this, and the bartender on the side leaned into his ear and whispered a few words. Seeing Zhang Zhe's expression slightly wrinkled, the corners of Han Kun's mouth raised a smug smile. He had already begun to fantasize about the scene where Yi-ran was humiliated and driven away by Zhang Zhe, which was much more enjoyable than being driven away by an ordinary lobby manager. After listening to the bartender's words, Zhang Zhe strode towards the booth. His figure was burly, and when he approached, he almost blocked the light, and the surroundings suddenly became a lot darker. Zhang Zhe looked at the young man in front of him and said in a polite tone, "Excuse me, are you Yi-ran?" Han Kun and the lobby manager were stunned. This script is not right. Shouldn't it be Zhang Zhe who was furious and ordered Yi-ran to be expelled? Why are you so polite? Yi-ran calmly put down the cola and looked at Zhang Zhe. "What I want to see is the person in charge, not you." This sentence shocked everyone present. Is Yi-ran crazy? Isn't the person in charge of TACC Zhang Zhe still who else? And Zhang Zhe is a pivotal figure in the entertainment industry, and a stomp can shake the entire circle. Although no one knows Zhang Zhe's true strength, the forces behind him are well known, and it is said that even the platinum-level powerhouses are working hard for him. Yi-ran said this, "Aren't you afraid that his body will be exposed on the street today?" The atmosphere instantly froze to freezing point. Even Luwani couldn't help but approach Yi-ran, ready to come forward to resolve it when Zhang Zhe went crazy. Just when everyone was waiting with bated breath for Zhang Zhe to break out, Zhang Zhe couldn't help but laugh, then opened a bottle of Coke and drank it clean. "It seems that brother Yi knows us well." Zhang Zhe was naturally happy in his heart. The more Yi-ran and the others understood, the more real the identity of the Night Priest's inheritor. This also means that the Liberty Tavern is more likely to start a top-tier legacy. As the second in command, he can naturally benefit a lot from it. Zhang Zhe drank it all and stood up with a smile. "Come with me, the eldest sister is waiting for you inside." After saying that, Zhang Zhe waved his hand and motioned for his subordinates to give up a passage to Yi-ran. Yi-ran was not polite, stood up directly, and followed Zhang Zhe out. When he walked up to the hall manager, at this moment, the manager was frightened and in a daze, standing there motionless, looking dazed. Yi-ran patted his cheek gently. "Who is not good at licking, but licking a beast?" "That's right, Teacher Han." Yi-ran's harmless eyes stared at Han Kun. This sentence was like a slap in the face, slapping Han Kun in the face. "I only felt that my cheeks were hot, but I didn't dare to resist at all. After all, the situation is overwhelming, and once a conflict breaks out, it seems that Zhang Zhe will help Yi-ran break his leg." Seeing this, Zhang Zhe frowned slightly, and then approached the bartender on the side and whispered a few words. Then he smiled and said, "Little brother, let's go, leave this matter to us, you don't have to worry about it." Star mentors like Han Kun may be characters to ordinary people, but in front of a real predator, he is not qualified to go to the table. After listening to Zhang Zhe's words, Yi-ran nodded and called Zhang Xiaoru to prepare to leave. However, he suddenly changed his mind and said to Lu Wani and others, "Director Lu, come with me, lest you say that I am not doing my job." Lu Wani and the two looked at each other. "I didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse. Didn't they come out together to catch the rapist? Why do you feel involved in a big deal now?" For a while, her eyes looked at Yi-ran a little more confused. "I always feel that this salted fish mentor is a bit elusive." "Let's go, Director Lu. Here's something you're particularly interested in." In the face of Yi-ran's invitation again, Lu Wani and the two of them couldn't refuse, so they had to leave. After everyone left, the bartender who was instructed by Zhang Zhe stared at the lobby manager and said coldly, "Don't come tomorrow for a dog thing without long eyes." Then he said to Han Kun, "From today onwards, you are no longer welcomed by TSCC, and we will refund the balance of the drink in the card." After saying that, the bartender left without looking back. The lobby manager sat on the ground in despair, and Han Kun was full of shame. "I didn't expect the boomerang to come so quickly." 5 minutes minutes ago, he also vowed to drive Yi Ran away. 5 minutes later, he was kicked out of the door. Not only did he lose his qualification, in front of Luwani, he lost his face. For a while, he felt like a clown. The whole nightclub seemed to be laughing at him. The strong sense of humiliation left him at a loss. I could only snort coldly and leave TACC sadly. On the way to the TACC inner hall, Yi Ran asked Zhang Xiaoru softly, when Han Kun called you over just now, you knew he had bad intentions, right? No. Zhang Xiaoru's voice was as soft as a mosquito, although she was well behaved, but she knew it very well. Then why are you still listening to him? Zhang Xiaoru said a little embarrassedly. Since I was a child, my family has said to be obedient, so that I can live a better life. Listening to her words, Yi Ran fell silent. What Zhang Xiaoru said is exactly what his parents warned him in his previous life since he was a child. At school, listen to the teacher. In society, we must listen to the words of leaders. We must learn to endure more hardships and observe more words and expressions. Only in this way can we live better and achieve something. In ordinary families, especially those with poor living conditions, those parents had no power, lacked foresight, and even suffered a lot in society. They don't know how to change the status quo, can only use such a helpless way to repeatedly warn their children. I just hope that the child can be beaten a few times less and suffer less. Their starting point is love. There is nothing wrong with that. But how many children have lost the enthusiasm and high morale of teenagers in the budding stage? Society has not smoothed out the edges and corners of teenagers, and as early as the moment they leave home, the edges and corners have disappeared. But without an angular teenager, can you still be called a teenager? Listening to Zhang Xiaoru's words, the crowd fell silent. For Zhang Xiaoru's deeds, Luwani naturally heard about it. A little girl who can't even use any healing skills, but she happens to be the first in the theoretical knowledge of the whole grade. She only knew Zhang Xiaoru's deeds before, but today she saw Zhang Xiaoru herself with her own eyes. Luwani has a deeper understanding of her. Especially the sentence obedience can be better deeply touched her heartstrings. Thinking that the two of them had come here to catch the traitors before, Luwani's face flushed and shame welled up in her heart. Just when Luwani was about to step forward to comfort Zhang Xiaoru, Yi Ran spoke first. Xiaoru, as a teacher, I have long told you that you are no worse than others at all. Teacher, I know. I don't need you to know. I want you to prove it with your actions. Yi Ran interrupted Zhang Xiaoru and stared into her eyes seriously. Listen, Xiaoru, after tonight, you will be reborn. The ladder of the gods will be built for you, but you have to promise to be a teacher. He stared at Zhang Xiaoru resolutely and solemnly, and said word by word, start living your true self today. Yi Ran hopes that Zhang Xiaoru can become a phoenix flying high, not a kite fluttering in the wind. Yi Ran's sudden seriousness caught Zhang Xiaoru off guard, and she could only nod her head in agreement. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Luwani was slightly stunned, her eyes flashing. At this moment, Yi Ran not only tried to improve the strength of the students, but also cared so much about their psychological growth. Is this still the salted fish mentor she knew before? Calm, confident, strong, responsible. In just one night, all of Yi Ran's performances showed the qualities that a great teacher should have. Especially what was said to Zhang Xiaoru at the end, how many teachers who only focus on grades and ignore character should be ashamed of themselves. In a trance, Luwani seemed to see the brother Yi who had been guarding her growth come back. That's right, Yi Ran protected her like this when she was a child. Just as Luwani was immersed in memories, Zhang Zhe spoke. He looked at the four people in front of him and said in a serious tone, the eldest sister may not have a good temper. Remember to be polite when you go in. Before the words fell, the nearly 5-meter-high gate was suddenly shook open. Dead fat man, ruining my reputation outside? Hearing this, Zhang Zhe was secretly alert. Immediately activate the body protection energy. In an instant, there was a smell of wine all over his body, and a faint layer of purple wine mist blocked the gate. This is a skill unique to drunkards. Chaos wine mist can interfere with all attacks, negate damage, and can even disrupt the power of the law. Seeing this scene, Luwani's eyes froze, and she muttered in a low voice, diamond level. Who would have thought that a diamond level powerhouse would be willing to be the person in charge of a nightclub? What kind of secret does this nightclub hide? How did Yi Ran get involved with these people? For a while, Luwani's eyes were full of doubts. At this moment, Yi Ran seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery, making it impossible for her to see through. Although Zhang Zhe turned on the skill in advance, was still blown away by the powerful energy behind the door, crashed into the wall, raising a cloud of dust. Sister, there's no need to do this to your brother. There are so many people outside. The dust dispersed, and Zhang Zhe reluctantly tore off his broken suit. Revealing his strong arms, he said to the house with a helpless face, do you still need me to ruin this reputation? Everyone can see how bad your temper is. Unexpectedly, instead of appreciating the house, he reprimanded Zhang Zhe. Dead fat man, call in that little guy named Yi Ran and the inheritor. No one else is allowed to enter. Zhang Zhe turned his head and shook his head with a wry smile. Please come in. The other two, please wait a moment. Then, Yi Ran took Zhang Xiaoru into the room. As soon as Zhang Xiaoru stepped in, she was stunned by the luxury in front of her. The chandelier is
is made of diamond jewelry. The reliefs on the walls are almost exaggerated. Those precious calligraphy and paintings that they can't even name by name show the noble atmosphere here. As soon as he entered the door, Yi Ran bowed. "Greetings, Junior, Lord of the Grey Mist." The wind in the house suddenly rose, and a cloud of grey mist instantly floated in front of Yi Ran. "Like an incorporated ghost, you actually guessed it was me?" Yi Ran looked at her with a wry smile. "In the entire Freedom Tavern, there are only 3 people who dare to beat Zhang Zhe like this, and the other 2 are not women. This is one of the 3 transcendent beings of the Freedom Tavern, known as the Lord of the Grey Mist of the Soul Shepherd." In fact, Zhang Zhe outside the door shouted sister before, and her identity had already been exposed. Listening to Yi Ran's analysis, the Lord of the Grey Mist waved his hand impatiently. "Dead fat man, ruining my good deeds again. But it seems that you are quite familiar with our Freedom Tavern." The Lord of Grey Mist flew to Yi Ran's side, his momentum unrestrained. The strong sense of oppression made Yi Ran can't help but operate the innate Taoist body. Only then did I feel a hint of clarity. "Hey, I can't even feel your breath. It's funny, it's so interesting that I want to see what your soul looks like." The Lord of Grey Mist flew up and down, curiously looking at the boy in front of him. Yi Ran, who opened the innate Taoist body, even felt the energy threads from all directions, was about to entangle his soul. Lunatic. Yi Ran cursed secretly in his heart. Such a perverse and out-of-the-box personality. Outside of the Liberty Tavern, it is almost difficult to find a second transcendent. "Lord of the Grey Mist, don't you want to see the future Night Priest?" Yi Ran's words interrupted her crazy move, also successfully attracted the attention of the Lord of the Grey Mist. Then, the Lord of the Grey Mist flew directly to Jiang Xiaoru. A cloud of grey fog shrouded. A pair of sharp eyes seemed to be able to see everything about Jiang Xiaoru. "This is what you call the inheritor? It looks quite ordinary." "Ordinary is not ordinary. You can only know it the moment you touch the inheritance." Yi Ran responded indifferently to the Lord of the Grey Mist's question. The Lord of the Grey Mist turned his head to look at Yi Ran and suddenly smiled. "Your calmness makes me wonder, are you really a little guy of the silver rank? Standing in front of me, are you not afraid at all? Freedom Tavern does whatever you want, but never hurts your friends, not to mention that you are still a friend who sends big gifts." The Lord of Grey Mist stared at Yi Ran, was silent for a moment, and said, "You believe that she can inherit the Night Priest? Do you know how much effort the 3 of us have put into for this Night Priest's inheritance and how many people we have found?" Yi Ran looked at the Lord of Grey Mist, without a trace of fear in his eyes, as if he was the real transcendent at this moment. "Please open the inheritance, and you will see the answer you want." A hint of strange color flashed in the eyes of the Lord of Grey Mist, and his spirit-ethered figure was erratic. "Even the diamond-level powerhouse will be afraid and restrained in the face of her. No matter how deep she hides, she has nothing to hide in front of her who is proficient in her soul. But today, in front of the silver-level boy, there is no tension or crampedness. She couldn't see through this boy. Do you know what happens to teasing the extraordinary? If the inheritance doesn't work, my life, take it." Yi Ran's eyes flashed with a firm light, free-spirited, confident, and even with a hint of madness. "Teacher, why don't we forget it?" As soon as he heard that Yi Ran was ready to gamble with his life, Jiang Xiaoru on the side was stunned. She hurriedly took Yi Ran's hand, wanting him to withdraw the bet. Yi Ran smiled and patted her head gently. "As the teacher said, the ladder to the gods will help you build it." At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru was completely stunned. She never thought that. Yi Ran's sentence, "The ladder to ascend to the gods will be built for you by the teacher," was actually built with his own life as a bet. Complex emotions instantly came to my heart. She couldn't understand why Yi Ran would pay so much for herself. When the Lord of Grey Mist heard this, he danced happily in the air as if he had encountered something interesting. Okay, little one, crazier than our people at the Liberty Tavern. Since you're willing to gamble, then I'll fulfill you." As soon as the words fell, the Lord of Grey Mist waved his grey robe lightly. A burst of grey energy quickly swept through the living room. A statue of a woman bowing her head in prayer suddenly appeared in the center of the living room in a way that was incomprehensible to ordinary people. The woman on the statue has a kind and gentle face, but the dark appearance of the whole body gives the sculpture an indescribable sense of strangeness. Behind the statue, the words that the system told Yi Ran before were engraved. "Birth is just the starting point of death." This sentence was already engraved here when we got this inheritance. The gods are nagging, we still haven't figured out how to inherit it. If you hadn't said this suddenly, we would have been too lazy to pay attention to you. Okay, stop grinding, let's get started. The Lord of the Grey Mist looked a little impatient. Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoru gently. "No, I don't go, I just want to be your student, I don't want those weird things." Jiang Xiaoru shook her head. This is the first time in her life that she has learned to refuse. It was also the first time he chose not to obey orders. She recalled that Teacher Yi always smiled and said good morning to herself before reading every morning. Recalling that whenever she studied late at night and was hungry, Teacher Yi invited her to eat the warmth of supper. Recalling that when facing the ridicule of his classmates today, Teacher Yi stepped forward and blocked all the sarcastic eyes. Recalling that when Han Kun teased herself, Teacher Yi held her
her wrist tightly, and at this moment, Teacher Yi bet her life on the inheritance statue. Since she was a child, she has never felt such a deep love in anyone except her parents. That kind of unconditional, full of expectation and only hoping for her good. That pure and sincere love. The suppressed emotions in my heart finally exploded completely at this moment.
Jiang Xiaoru's tears kept falling.
Yiran looked at her crying with pear blossoms and rain, full of helplessness. I could only touch her head and continue to comfort. Go, believe in the judgment of the teacher, you will definitely succeed. Yiran's gentle words gradually calmed Jiang Xiaoru's mood. She wiped away her tears and walked tremblingly towards the dark and eerie statue.
Gently stroke it with your palm. In an instant, black energy bloomed wantonly.
It turned into a strange ancient magic circle on the ground. The strength of this magic circle is strong. It actually made the whole room start to shake violently. TSK, the power of stimulation is too strong. I have to change places. The Lord of Grey Mist's eyes flashed with excitement, and his voice was also excited.
I didn't expect that this inconspicuous little girl would really inspire the inheritance of the Night Priest.
As the grey energy spreads, Sculpture, Jiang Xiaoru, and Yi Ran were instantly teleported to a void place. This is the Grey Mist realm, and it is also my private space. The Lord of Grey Mist responded lightly. Then he stared at Jiang Xiaoru excitedly and said, "Don't worry, it can't be broken here. Push it with all your might and let me see how well you can adapt to it." Listening to the words of the Lord of the Grey Mist,
Jiang Xiaoru no longer hesitated.
Close your eyes and start connecting deeply with the statue with your heart.
Moment.
The black magic circle quickly expanded more than tenfold. The Grey Mist field almost couldn't bear this rapid expansion, and there were actually a few cracks faintly. Tisk, these guys are really a bit arrogant. The Lord of Grey Mist's eyes were surging with waves, continuously emitting grey energy, frantically expanding the Grey Mist field. It wasn't until it completely covered the black magic circle that it barely stopped. Even the eyes of the Lord of Grey Mist showed a hint of exhaustion.
But in the midst of exhaustion, there is more shock and excitement.
Good, good, good. Not only can it be inherited, but it is also so suitable for inheritance. It is really an excellent seedling in 1,000 miles. In addition to the excitement, there was a hint of loneliness in the heart of the Lord of Grey Mist. Such a genius, why did the three of them work hard to find it for so long? It was easily found by this little silver guy.
She glanced at Jiran.
The statue of the Night Priest has never been exhibited to outsiders since they got it.
How did Jiran know the text behind it? What's more, how could Jiran be 100% sure that the students he brought could inherit the inheritance of the Night Priest?
This child is both weird and mysterious. For a while, the eyes of the Lord of Grey Mist narrowed slightly. I really want to pull out his soul and study it carefully. As if sensing the malicious gaze cast by the Lord of Grey Mist, Yiran hurriedly smiled and rounded up the scene.
Respected Lord of Grey Mist, Jiang Xiaoru's performance, what level can the integrity of the inheritance reach?
The integrity of the inheritance determines Jiang Xiaoru's future potential. In terms of the personality of the Night Priest,
if the completeness reaches 50%, Jiang Xiaoru will be a diamond-level powerhouse in the future. If it exceeds 60%, her future will be infinitely bright.
The Lord of Grey Mist heard Yiran say this, turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoru in the inheritance ceremony.
Only then did I really feel the breath of inheritance, and I was shocked to the point of unbelievability.
This inheritance breath has exceeded 60%. Any inheritance is to inherit that force.
Demonic.
The eyes of the Lord of the Grey Mist flashed with a feverish light. A top professional inheritor actually ushered in an inheritor with a fitness rate of more than 60%. The Lord of the Grey Mist almost dared not imagine how brilliant this girl would be in the future.
In my mind, a thought came to mind. If all goes well, soon they will welcome the fourth transcendent of Freedom Tavern. 1 door and 4 extraordinary. What is the strongest angel of the Holy Court of Light? What is the ancestor of blood of the Church of Eternal Night? What is the Thunder Lord of Ragnarok? In the future, they will all have to lick their shoes for the free tavern.
Thinking of this, the Lord of Grey Mist couldn't help but be extremely excited, and even the grey mist on his body couldn't help but shake violently. When I heard the word perfect inheritance, the corner of Yi Ran's mouth also raised a smile slightly. The system really didn't lie to itself. Jiang Xiaoru's adaptability to the Dark Night Priest is indeed extremely high.
This is the Night Priest, the top inheritance profession of the Free Tavern. Even in the Transcendent Inheritance profession, it is the top batch. This means that as long as Jiang Xiaoru continues to practice,
it will eventually move towards the brilliant future predetermined by Yi Ran.
As the inheritance ceremony comes to an end,
suddenly the grey fog became chaotic. An inexplicable power condensed in the sky above the grey mist field. The Lord of Grey Mist snorted coldly.
At this moment, he would never tolerate any change that disrupted the inheritance ceremony.
In an instant, countless grey energies poured into the void that was about to crack like a crack in the sky. However, in the face of the Lord of Grey Mist intercepting with all his might, that energy was not hindered at all, and it went straight through the grey mist field.
It fell on Jiang Xiaoru with a bang.
This powerful power to break the formation, even an extraordinary person like the Lord of the Grey Mist couldn't help help but surge with blood and a mouthful of blood. In an instant, the Lord of Grey Mist was shocked. What kind of power is this? How can he ignore his full defense and smash his own domain? Even those transcendent people who destroyed the country could do it easily. And when you touch this energy, the Lord of the Grey Mist actually felt a trembling. This trembling comes from the suppression of the person. The last time I felt this way was on the white-bearded old man in the magic capital. The Lord of Grey Mist's heart sank slightly, and secretly prayed that this would not affect the little girl's inheritance. The energy to be impacted gradually dissipated, and the inheritance ceremony came to an end completely. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoru's momentum began to soar wildly. Mid-brass, late brass, early silver, middle silver, late silver, early gold, mid-gold. The strength was rising, and finally stopped when it reached the golden middle. Only one inheritance. It directly crossed 7 ranks. The Lord of the Grey Mist who witnessed this scene, only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that this was just part of the inheritance ceremony. But from all this, it seems that the Night Priest's personality is indeed amazingly high. Even a random blow can make her soul tremble. Just when Jiang Xiaoru achieved a rank jump and her strength skyrocketed, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in Yi Ran's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, instructing a student, and issuing this guidance reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host, get a bronze lottery ticket. Ding! It was detected that the teaching object had a high reverence for the host, and was it bound as a personal disciple? It's here again, it's really comfortable. Yi Ran chose to accept it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for harvesting a personal disciple. Yi Ran suddenly felt that some kind of subtle connection had been established with Jiang Xiaoru. His breath began to swell. The ink dragon in his body gradually became concrete and wrapped around him. The Yi family's ink dragon. The Lord of Grey Mist murmured softly, his eyes flashing with complex light, staring at the ink dragon surrounding Yi Ran. Roar! Mo Long roared. Yi Ran felt that his meridians were constantly expanding. The power like a river rushes over every inch of skin. With the washing of power, the embodied ink dragon's body became more and more solid. Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru's practice binding. Hearing this, let Yi Ran finally accumulate enough foundation and prepare to break through the golden mark. Roar! Mo Long was restless, turning into a wave of energy and rushing towards Yi Ran's mind. Began to rush towards the invisible shackles. Reckless, the Lord of Grey Mist spat out lightly. As an extraordinary person, she could see through Yi Ran's physical talent at a glance. Presumably, Yi Ran was once the pride of the sky, and he tried to hit the golden step early but failed. After many failed impacts, the golden shackles on Yi Ran's body were almost obviously heavy. In this situation, it almost means that the hope of advancing in practice is dashed. Practitioners call it the moat, which is an insurmountable abyss. I want to impact such a heavy golden shackle with my own strength. It is tantamount to a centipede shaking a tree and a mantis arm to block the car, which will only make the shackles stronger. But at this moment, Yi Ran is desperate and proud. Control the ink dragon in the body, straight to the golden mark. When he was about to touch the golden shackles that were as solid as a rock, the innate Taoist body suddenly operated. In an instant, the strong golden shackles were completely dissolved. Yi Ran went straight to the yellow dragon without encountering any obstacles, successfully break through the gold mark. Hearing this, boom! The powerful aura exploded from Yi Ran's body. Golden level, breakthrough. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at the scene in front of him with a face full of astonishment. Yes, it worked? How is this possible? She narrowed her eyes and observed carefully. As an extraordinary person, she could naturally feel that Yi Ran's aura was significantly thicker. That power is no less than the level of the late golden period. All things have two sides. Although it is very likely to ruin the practice of multiple impacts, the long-term suppression and blows have also made the foundation of the practitioner unprecedentedly solid. At this moment, Yi Ran is like a bamboo shoot that has been rooted for 10 years, and it can quickly rise 3 feet high after breaking through the ground. Even if he is only the strength of the golden beginner now, his thick foundation and quality are not inferior to the masters of the golden stage in the slightest. After the breakthrough was successful, Yi Ran immediately restrained his breath, and the Lord of Grey Mist did not notice. At this time, the power of the ink dragon in Yi Ran's body actually faintly glowed with a touch of golden brilliance. In the face of the success of the impact, Yi Ran's face showed no excitement, as if this was just what he did every day. The Lord of Grey Mist naturally saw it in his eyes, and for a moment he wondered if this kid was deliberately creating difficulties for himself in order to consolidate the foundation. After many failures, it stands to reason that ordinary people should have been ecstatic like Fan Jin's Hangzhu, but the young man in front of him was still indifferent. Don't rejoice in things, don't be sad with yourself, as if this feat is not from him at all. Such a heart and deep city. In the future, I am afraid that another extraordinary person will emerge in the Yi family. Jiang Xiaoru excitedly ran to Yi Ran and shouted, "Teacher, I succeeded." The joy and gratitude in her heart made her can't help but hug Yi Ran tightly. "Teacher, look, this is what the statue gave me after the inheritance." After that, Jiang Xiaoru showed off like a proud student. A
pitch-black staff appeared out of thin air in his hand. The staff is carved with complex patterns, deep and weird, as if it can suck away the soul at a glance, mysterious and powerful. Jiang Xiaoru, do you feel any discomfort? She thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't feel uncomfortable, but I always feel that this staff is closely connected to my bloodline, and when I use it, it is as smooth as commanding my own arm. When the master and apprentice were studying this sudden staff, the voice of the Lord of Grey Mist sounded again. But this time, the extraordinary voice actually trembled with a hint of trembling. Little girl, can you show me that staff? Hearing the request, Jiang Xiaoru did not immediately and obediently hand over the staff as he had promised Han Kun before. Instead, he turned to look at Yiran. Teacher, is it okay? The expression was firm, as if there was no permission from Yiran. Even if it was extraordinary, he didn't want to command her. At this time, in Jiang Xiaoru's heart, Teacher Ye's weight far exceeded that of anyone else. Seeing this, Yiran's heart warmed slightly, touched her head, and said with a smile, go ahead, show the seniors. After all, the Lord of Grey Mist is one of the 3 transcendentals of the Freedom Tavern, and he knows far more about the secrets of the Freedom Tavern's inheritance than Yiran. Listening to Yiran's words, Jiang Xiaoru obediently revealed the staff in his hand again. After the Lord of Grey Mist saw it, the smoke around him shook slightly, and he muttered to himself, exclusive. It turned out to be exclusive. Yiran saw the gaffe of the Lord of Grey Mist, and couldn't help but ask, Senior, is there anything wrong with Xiaoru's inheritance? After all, the energy pillar that blasted through the domain before was seen by everyone, and Yiran was naturally worried about whether Jiang Xiaoru's inheritance had gone wrong. The Lord of Grey Mist slowly came back to his senses. After a moment of silence, he said to Yiran and the two, you are not from the sect, so naturally you don't understand the inheritance. The inheritance of the sect has lasted for thousands of years, and all the power comes from one token after another with mysterious power. Some organizations call it a statue, some call it a fruit position, and some call it a career sequence. Those of us who are compatible with the token will stimulate different degrees of potential according to the degree of compatibility when receiving the baptism of token energy. However, a very small number of them can obtain the exclusive of the token because they fit the token perfectly. A token can transform countless compatible people, but there is only one. The Lord of Grey Mist paused, and the shock in his eyes still lingered. Maybe it's hard for you to intuitively understand what exclusivity means now, but I can tell you responsibly that the Eternal Spear, Thor's Hammer, and Archangel's Sword that have appeared in history are all exclusive tokens. Hearing this, Yiran couldn't help but take a breath gently. These names mentioned by the Lord of the Grey Mist were loud and resounding, and they were all weapons of the most peak powerhouses in various eras. Each one has left a strong mark in the long river of history. Now you should understand the meaning of exclusivity. The Lord of Grey Mist said, his eyes turned to Jiang Xiaoru, his eyes flashing with sharp light. There is a saying in our sect that when a person obtains the exclusivity of a certain token, her inheritance matching degree for that token will reach at least 90% or more. The Lord of Grey Mist paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xiaoru. In other words, she is the true body of the god in this sequence. The system voice in Yiran's mind sounded again. Ding, detect that the host has successfully completed the achievement task. Instruct the students to achieve the perfect level inheritance, 1/1, and this lottery ticket will start a special upgrade. Ding, this lottery ticket is a special advancement to the color lottery ticket. You can draw a special color treasure chest. Is it open? Yiran chose to open without hesitation. Ding, a special colored treasure chest is being opened. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the sect token. Do you choose to bind? Sect token? A trace of doubt just flashed in Yiran's mind. The system quickly gave instructions. Sect token, consumable rule prop used to establish a sect. The person who uses the token will become the master of the sect, and the disciples can be included in the sect. Apprenticeship, when included in the sect master can randomly copy the talents, skills, weapons, etc. of the disciples in person. Encouragement, the sect master can temporarily improve the all-round attributes of all disciples. The current increase is 100%, and the time limit is 10 minutes, 3/3. Current sect passive bonus, 1, increases cultivation speed by 10%. 2, increases attack power by 10%. 3, increases sect disciple combo damage by 10%. This effect is too perverted. This means that he can randomly obtain any attribute of all his disciples. At the same time, it can also give all disciples 3 injections of stimulants every day, doubling their combat power. Not only that, all members of the sect also enjoy the bonuses of cultivation speed, attack power, and combo damage. And the higher the sect level, the higher these bonuses will also increase. Without hesitation, Yiran directly chose to create a sect. Ding, it is detected that the host is creating a sect. Please name the sect. Yiran thought for a moment, and 2 words came to his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host. The establishment of the Heavenly Court has been successful. Please include the disciples of the sect as soon as possible. He immediately pulled Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru into the sect. Congratulations to the host, successfully accepting disciples. Wang Dachuan, extracting copy. Congratulations
Congratulations to the host, successfully replicating the talent, giant strength. The host strength bonus is increased by 30%. Yi Ran felt that his muscles were swollen a little more, and his strength had increased significantly, but it stopped there. Seeing Wang Dachuan's copy result, Yi Ran couldn't help but curl his lips. Sure enough, it's you, Wang Dachuan. The replication talent bonus you drew is barely passing. Congratulations to the host, successfully accepting disciples. Jiang Xiaoru, extracting copy. Congratulations to the host, successfully replicating the weapon, the scepter of life and death, the only prop, the product of the interweaving of the two laws of life and death, the killing weapon of the merciful. Scepter of life and death. The user can freely switch between attack and healing effects, and the effect is increased by 300%. Included skill, Goddess of Life's Gift, heal any life, 1/1, Goddess of Death's Gaze, curse to kill any life, 1/1. The effect will be discounted according to the difference between the user's strength and the casting target. When Yi Ran saw the introduction of the Scepter of Life and Death, his eyes suddenly lit up. This time he definitely made a lot of money. Not to mention the triple bonus, with these two skills alone, it is simply perverted to the extreme. Resurrected on the spot, killed at a fixed point. It's like a rule-level method. There is no reason to speak of it. This time to guide Jiang Xiaoru on the road of inheritance, it is definitely worth the price. Just as Yi Ran was studying the system rewards, the Lord of Grey Mist on the side spoke. Yi Ran, we need to talk. This time, the Lord of the Grey Mist did not call him boy again, but communicated with Yi Ran in a consultative tone. If it were an ordinary person, it is estimated that he would have been flattered at this moment. But Yi Ran is still calm and light, and his attitude is neither humble nor arrogant. Senior, please speak. The Lord of the Grey Mist said, first of all, thank you for bringing such a perfect inheritor to our free tavern. From today onwards, you are our friend of the free tavern, and with this token, you can go to any of our branches to mobilize manpower at any time. As a cloud of grey mist rises, Yi Ran suddenly had an extra token in his hand, exuding the same mysterious aura as the Lord of the Grey Mist. I also admire the attitude of the Freedom Tavern, and when necessary, just call me. Yi Ran responded, expressing his recognition and gratitude to the Freedom Tavern. He always put himself on an equal footing with this huge organization. It doesn't look like a gift from a superpower to an individual, but more like two equal forces negotiating cooperation. The Lord of Grey Mist looked at Yi Ran and was silent for a long time. Yi Ran's seemingly arrogant words made her, an extraordinary person, unable to refute. An indescribably complex emotion intertwined in her heart. To be honest, I can't see through you. The Lord of Grey Mist finally confided, but it doesn't matter, our free tavern is different from those famous and decent families with sanctimonious appearances, and we will not easily inquire into the secrets of our friends. The Lord of Grey Mist paused and continued, secondly, I hope Jiang Xiaoru can stay by my side. She has just received the inheritance and needs my help and consolidation. Senior, you have to ask Jiang Xiaoru about your own wishes. Yi Ran turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoru. Would you like to? Jiang Xiaoru looked at Yi Ran, then at the Lord of Grey Mist, and finally said to Yi Ran seriously, Teacher Yi, I don't plan to go back to school, I want to stay. Hearing this, Yi Ran was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaoru, who had always been obedient and timid, to make such a decision. But he nodded, just follow your choice. Jiang Xiaoru seemed to be afraid of Yi Ran's misunderstanding, and quickly explained, Teacher Yi, only by staying here can I make the fastest progress, because, she hesitated for a moment, plucked up the courage to say, because I don't want to disappoint Teacher Yi, I want to fulfill the words on the podium one by one, I want to be the strongest one, I want to let the school know that Teacher Yi is the best teacher. Listening to Jiang Xiaoru's words, Yi Ran was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, what he said on the podium, Jiang Xiaoru actually remembered it all. Thinking that this once timid little girl must have mustered up great courage to speak such bold words now. Yi Ran touched her head, her heart full of relief. Our little girl seems to have really grown up. Jiang Xiaoru, who was still bowing her head, looked up at Yi Ran. The two looked at each other and smiled, and the teacher and student seemed to have reached a tacit understanding at this moment. Then, Jiang Xiaoru looked up at the Lord of Grey Mist and said solemnly, Senior, I'm willing to stay, but I still have to take the final exam of my freshman year. Until then, I hope to become the strongest freshman in the entire Magic City High School Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Xiaoru's tone was firm, without the cowardice of the past. Although the Lord of the Grey Mist does not know all the causes and consequences, but I still couldn't help but laugh. You underestimate your talent, right? Don't worry, if you really get the second place, our free tavern will be disbanded on the spot. I'm really looking forward to seeing the old man's expression at that time. Listening to the excitement in the tone of the Lord of the Grey Mist, it is not difficult to feel that the grudge between him and his principal is quite deep. After saying that, Yi Ran turned his head to the Lord of Grey Mist and said, Now that things have been discussed, let's talk about some digressions. If you have anything, just say it directly, and it's no problem if I want to help you kill someone. Obviously, the Lord of Grey Mist was in a very good mood at this moment. Yi Ran looked at him seriously and slowly spoke. Luwani is outside the door, she misses you very much, at least she has to see her, Antingjing. Unjing,
Aunt? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly froze.
Jiang Xiaoru looked at Yi Ran on the left and the Lord of Grey Mist on the right, stood aside with interest, lowered his head and concentrated on studying his staff. The Lord of the Grey Mist was still shrouded in grey mist, and his face was expressionless.
He sighed deeply. That's it.
As soon as the words fell, the grey mist field spread out like smoke. The three of them returned to the house. Then the smoke around the Lord of the Grey Mist dissipated. Jiang Xiaoru glanced at him, and the whole person was suddenly stunned. A woman stood quietly in place. She was wearing a close-fitting long dress.
The curves are exquisite, and people can't help but admire.
Under the white light of the room, the skin is fair and flawless. Her long slightly curly hair draped over her arms like a waterfall. Her facial features were exquisite and atmospheric, but the heavy makeup made her more and more stunning.
Flaming red lips, alluring beauty.
If Luwani is the snow lotus on the iceberg, then the one in front of you is the blooming rose.
The ultimate femininity, both charming and dangerous.
Who would have thought that such a stunning woman would be hidden under the cover of smoke? She said with a complicated expression, "You are still as sharp as ever, Xiaoran." Before she finished speaking, she took out a cigarette from her hand like a trick, lit it and put it to her mouth. "Tell me, when did you find out it was mine?"
Yi Ran looked at her and replied,
"From the moment you first lost your temper and beat Zhang Zhe." In fact, where did Yi Ran guess? It was all clearly written in the free tavern information sent by the system. Luwenjing, one of the three transcendent people of the Freedom Tavern, the previous generation of geniuses of Lejia, left Lejia due to special changes, inherited the power of the Grey Mist Soul statue of the Freedom Tavern, and broke through into the extraordinary.
Yi Ran found the answer, followed the vine,
and naturally noticed the trickiness from the beginning.
"Antinjing, we haven't really approached yet. You started attacking Zhang Zhe. The real purpose is to keep us 10 meters apart. Are you afraid that getting close will trigger the induction of Lejia's mental method?"
Yi Ran analyzed slowly.
"Then, with your irritable personality, it is logical to forcibly forbid Luwani and the others to come in.
Also, you can tell me that I am a member of the Yi family for the first time, and when I was promoted, I obviously said that I was reckless without careful observation, which means that you are too familiar with me." Yi Ran concluded, "A woman who knows me so well, and does not belong to a family, and strongly rejects contact with Luwani, Antinjing, I really can't think of a second person besides you." Listening to Yi Ran's analysis, Luwenjing rubbed his big wave irritably.
"Perverted. When you sprint to advance, you still have the mind to pay attention to foreign objects."
She took a puff of her cigarette and smiled awkwardly, pretending to be embarrassed. After all, as an extraordinary person, it is really embarrassing to be exposed so many flaws by a gold-level boy. However, Luwenjing is not a person who cares, and he was quickly relieved.
Calmly said,
"That's it, you have been ghostly since you were a child, and it's understandable that you found out. But forget about seeing Wani. After all, I am no longer from Lejia." Yi Ran looked at Luwenjing's attitude and had mixed feelings in his heart. From Yi Ran's call Luwenjing his aunt, we can see the closeness of the relationship between the Yi family and the Lu family. Therefore, Yi Ran also knew Luwenjing's affairs well.
Back then, Luwenjing was the same as Luwani now.
Talented, beautiful, and moving. She is the pride of heaven who combines many advantages, especially the ancestral technique inherited by the musicians. Qingxin score was able to influence the soul of the diamond-level grandmaster powerhouse at its peak, and was once known as a rare sect wizard in 10,000 years.
Her talent even far exceeds that of today's Luwani.
It's just that the way of heaven has a law of loss and gain. God has given Luwenjing countless advantages, but at the same time it has given her an insurmountable love catastrophe. She fell in love with a civilian young man, Wang Sanghyuk. As soon as this incident was exposed, it immediately caused an uproar. Even in such an open era, the love between the family and the common people will be hindered by many obstacles.
Not to mention the era of Luwenjing. As soon as the incident broke out, Luwenjing was grounded at home by the head of the Lu family, Luwani's grandfather.
Luwenjing agreed to the head of the family's request to be grounded on the condition that Wang Xianghe be preserved.
However, half a month later,
Luwenjing received the news of Wang Sanghyuk's death, and at that time she went to quarrel with her father like crazy.
After the quarrel, Lu Jia never saw Luwenjing again.
Antinjing, you also know the situation at that time, and the reason why Grandpa Lu did this was to protect you in disguise.
Yi Ran said.
After all, the thinking of that era was more extreme, and the family regarded family as more important than anything else.
Once there is an emotional entanglement between the family and the common people,
when he goes out, he may be ridiculed by other families at any time, and even plot against him. The head of the Lejia family chose to be grounded, but in fact it was to protect his daughter. You're right, the old man did protect his daughter.
Luwenjing exhaled a circle of smoke, her thoughts drifting away.
Nearly 20 years have passed, and it doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong, and I'm too lazy to pursue it anymore.
She continued, however, I am
disgusted by those hypocrites of the aristocracy who keep talking about fairness and justice, but are mercenary behind their backs.
Hoof. Luwenjing glanced at Yi Ran. Xiaoran, you should feel as much as I do.
Yi Ran smiled bitterly. After all, in his previous life, due to his lack of strength, he obviously had a baby kiss, but it was put on hold and treated coldly, even to the point of ignoring each other.
Isn't this hypocritical style the standard routine of the family? Lu Enjing looked at Yi Ran and continued with a bit of schadenfreude. However, this time the Lu family really looked away and actually let go of a real dragon. TSK, I was looking forward to the expression of the old man when you were born. In the short time with Yi Ran, as an extraordinary person, Lu Enjing firmly believes that Yi Ran is by no means an ordinary thing. He will surely become the dragon and phoenix in the world in the future. At that time, if the hypocrites of Lejia knew that they had missed the real dragon, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Yi Ran listened to Lu Enjing's appreciation and responded, Auntie has won the award, but Luwani still has to see each other. After all, since you left, Luwani seems to have changed as a person, and she has hardly smiled much. Although Yi Ran is a time traveler, he retains his previous memories, especially impressed by Luwani. After all, the two are childhood sweethearts, and they grew up together. If you can untie the knot easily, Yi Ran is also willing to help. Hearing Yi Ran say this, Lu Enjing suddenly realized, extinguished the cigarette, and her face was full of excitement. Oh, so this is your kid's purpose. I thought you were yellow a long time ago, so say it earlier. No, Aunt. Yi Ran's heart tightened, feeling that Aunt Enjing's love brain was occupying the high ground of IQ. Lu Enjing interrupted Yi Ran's words. Okay, don't say it. This matter is on your aunt and me. I hate others for breaking up the Mandarin ducks the most in my life. As long as you two still have feelings, even if I burn down the ancestral courtyard of the Lejia family, I will help you make a pair. Compared with watching the Lu family deflated, Lu Enjing is more looking forward to her little niece finding a good husband. Since Yi Ran still has feelings, there is no reason not to help Luwani tie him up. Not. Before Yi Ran finished speaking, he was pushed out by a force. Let Luwani in, everyone else is waiting outside. A voice came from inside the door. Luwani was a little confused, looked at Yi Ran, and wondered in her heart, how does the extraordinary person here know my name, and call me in? Yi Ran looked at her and smiled bitterly. It's not dangerous, go in, but don't listen to her nonsense. Yi Ran's words made Luwani, who was already confused, even more confused, but she still walked into the room. Bang! As Luwani entered the door closed again. Not only that, gray smoke began to permeate around the door, cutting off all consciousness and sounds, as if afraid that anyone would hear a trace of information. Yi Ran looked at the closed door and shook his head helplessly. This is the charm of the free tavern? I hope Jiang Xiaoru will not be affected like this in the future. Luwani stood at the door, looking around alertly. Come in, what's the danger? A carefree voice came from the room, breaking the silence. Only then did Luwani see the stunning big waves lying on the sofa. Seeing her appearance, Luwani was stunned and blurted out. Aunt? Lu Enjing looked at her with a smile. What? I can't recognize it? Or do you think I'm dead? Then, she got up and stepped forward, looking at Luwani like a baby. Not bad. It's already platinum level. This posture also has your aunt and my 8-point look. At this time, Luwani recovered from the shock. Auntie, really an aunt. She was overjoyed, her cold face softened a lot, and she hugged Lu Enjing directly. Auntie, I miss you so much. Luwani's parents died early, and only her grandfather, aunt, and Yi Ran were good to her on weekdays. It can be said that these people accounted for most of the happy times of her upbringing. Now that her grandfather is busy running the family and neglecting to care about her, her aunt has left the Lu family for some reason, and Yi Ran has gradually become estranged from her due to stagnation in practice. In the days without them, Luwani's life in Lejia was extremely bleak. In addition to practice, it is busy dealing with power struggles within the family. It is also these days that make her slowly get used to loneliness, learn to put away her smile, and face everyone with a cold face. No wonder when she saw Lu Enjing, she immediately forgot her reserve and threw herself into her aunt's arms. Lu Enjing touched her head with relief and said angrily, they are all platinum level powerhouses, and they are still snuggling in people's arms like little girls, not afraid of being laughed at? I'll just snuggle. Luwani hugged her aunt's arm tightly, with more strength, as if she was afraid that she would disappear in the next second. Okay, silly boy, no matter how hard you try, your aunt's waist will almost be broken by you. Lu Enjing pushed her in disgust. Luwani acted coquettishly, without giving in, and just arched a little inward, which made Lu Enjing sigh helplessly. I said, can you learn from that kid from the Yi family? Can you be a little mature and stabilize the focus? Lu Enjing said. Hearing what she said, Luwani was stunned and looked up at her. Yi family? Which one do you say? It's the kid standing at the door. Who else can I say? He? Luwani said he. Her voice dragged on for a long time, as if she hadn't dragged on for so long, and she couldn't say what surprise she was. Lu Enjing asked, what's the problem? Yi Ran hasn't seen this kid for a few years. He has indeed matured a lot. He is stable, atmospheric, has a pattern, and he also has a hand, but his strength is slightly worse. But as long as he is given time, this child will definitely become the mainstay of the Yi family. Listening to Lu Enjing's evaluation of Yi Ran, Luwani's heart naturally felt a burst of joy. But after thinking about it, he was suddenly stunned. In addition to being slightly inferior in strength, these praises, it seems that there is not a single word that matches the Yi Ran in his impression. Seeing Luwani's confusion
confused face, Luanjing frowned slightly. She didn't know Yi Ran's previous situation at school. I thought that Lo Wani was a little disgusted with her praising Yi Ran, thinking secretly in my heart, looking at this posture, the problem is not Yi Ran, but it seems that the little princess has other plans in her heart. But how could there be a problem with such an excellent child as Yi Ran? This is not good. Such an excellent seedling has to stay on his own territory. At this time, the matchmaker's soul in Luanjing's heart began to burn brightly. No matter what, today, we must also match this pair of mandarin ducks. Wani, what's going on with your reaction? Hearing Luanjing's question, Lo Wani came back to her senses, and then said to her, Auntie, do you have any misunderstanding? Yi Ran is not as good as you said. Do you think your aunt lied to you? Lo Wani listened to Luanjing's words and waved her hand. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. I am now the teaching director of the freshman year of the Magic Capital High School of Martial Arts, and Yi Ran is the tutor of the freshman year. How can I not understand his situation? Then tell your aunt, what is his situation? Listening to Luanjing's question, Lo Wani spoke. The penultimate mentor in his freshman year has now been demoted to the amateur level, and if he doesn't get results at the end of this semester, he may be expelled. Hearing this, Luanjing was stunned. She looked at Lo Wani in disbelief. This can also be expelled? Don't you have eyes in your school? Luanjing's words made Lo Wani even more confused. Luanjing saw that Lo Wani was silent, so he sarcastically said, It seems that your white-bearded old man is at this level. Such a mentor is about to be fired. TSK, the old dim-eyed guy. Hurry up and die, let me replace him. Maybe he stayed in the Freedom Tavern for a long time, or he got rid of the shackles of the family. Luanjing spoke particularly casually and arrogantly at this moment. Hearing her say this, Lo Wani couldn't help but cover her mouth. Auntie, be quiet, Principal Bai can hear it. I heard that Principal Bai is a top transcendent person, and he is no longer on the same level as ordinary people. The principal can even sense what others are talking about in the dark. Aren't your imaginations of transcendentals too exaggerated? No matter how powerful Bai Su is, it is a personal. Luanjing slapped Lo Wani's hand and said angrily, What are you afraid of? Auntie, to be honest, even if the old man Bai was present, I would dare to say that. Lo Wani looked at this lawless aunt, her face full of sorrow. Auntie, what kind of drug did Yi Ran give you, and you actually let you praise him so much? Hey, little girl, you still don't believe your aunt's words? Luanjing saw that Lo Wani was still skeptical, and greeted behind him, Xiaoru, come here. Then, Jiang Xiaoru walked out of the inner room. At this moment, she is no longer timid, but her face is full of smiles, and a pair of cute dimples are revealed on her round face, and with her two tiger teeth, her cuteness is fully displayed. Jiang Xiaoru's lowly temperament is vividly reflected. Hello Director Lo, let me introduce myself again. I am a student of Teacher Yi in the first and second classes of college, Jiang Xiaoru. Seeing Jiang Xiaoru come out, Lo Wani's eyes never left her again, and she even rubbed her eyes unconsciously. Calm, confident, calm, generous. Is this still the shy Jiang Xiaoru just now? How exactly does a person's temperament change so drastically in less than half an hour? It's like a different person, isn't it? Luanjing seemed to be able to see into Lo Wani's mind and directly said what she was thinking. This is just the surface, take a closer look. Under the guidance of Luanjing, Lo Wani began to gather her breath and carefully observed Jiang Xiaoru. I don't know if I don't look at it, but when I saw it, Lo Wani's breathing was out of rhythm, and she almost staggered. She blurted out, that's impossible? She went straight from brass to gold? At this time, Luanjing was triumphant. Don't ask me exactly how I did it. I can only tell you that all this depends on Yi Ran giving her a new life. Lo Wani looked at Luanjing in disbelief. The expression on his face seems to say, are you kidding? Director Lo, it's true. Teacher Yi brought me to the nightclub just to improve my strength and help me find my own path of cultivation. Jiang Xiaoru personally confirmed Luanjing's words. Listening to Jiang Xiaoru's speech, Lo Wani remembered the scene when she questioned Yi Ran for a while, and Yi Ran's answer to her. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but feel a hint of bitterness. I really misunderstood Yi Ran. Yi Ran did not deceive himself. Bringing students to nightclubs was indeed to improve his strength. Recalling what she said in front of Wang Xiaoman before, cutting the roots of leaves, Lo Wani couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. How is it? Half an hour to let the students upgrade from brass to gold. With this ability, you still say that your white old man is not old and dim? Luanjing smiled proudly. As long as Yi Ran establishes an image in Lo Wani's heart, won't his matchmaker matter be natural? That's what you say. However, this is too exaggerated. Lo Wani responded, still unable to believe how this was realized. Seeing that Lo Wani was still skeptical, Luanjing was a little impatient and told the ins and outs of the matter one by one. Lo Wani listened carefully, and her shocked emotions could not be calmed down for a long time. So, Yi Ran not only has all the information about the Freedom Tavern, but also sees at a glance that Jiang Xiaoru is the successor, who perfectly fits the inheritance of the Night Priest. Not only that, he recognized your hidden identity from the beginning, and Luanjing's words broke her original cognition. If everything is true, that means that Yi Ran relied on his own strength. A student who was almost eliminated from the school was abruptly pulled into the ranks of of geniuses.
And it's also the kind of top genius who can definitely advance to the extraordinary.
Such achievements, let alone the star tutor, are the principle of the Gaowu Academy. The Venerable Void, Baisu may not be able to achieve it in his life, and it just so happens that such a teacher,
according to the school's regulations, it is about to be eliminated. For a while, the corners of Lu Wani's mouth were bitter. No wonder my aunt said that the school was blind. Once this matter is exposed, I am afraid that the pressure of public opinion will be enough to overwhelm the entire university. How is it? Are you moved?
Your little doll kiss isn't as bad as you think. Seeing Lu Wani recovering from the shock, Lu Wenjing struck while the iron was hot and continued her great matchmaker career.
Hearing this, Lu Wani's face was shy. Auntie, what did you say?
What do you say?
You have also reached the age of starting a family. The man is unmarried and the woman is not married.
You still have a baby in front of you. Such a good seedling. Do you plan to give up like this?
I remember you didn't like Yi Ran before?
Lu Wani listened to Lu Wenjing's words, and her heart also rippled.
Yes, with such achievements, if I mention Yi Ran to my grandfather again, maybe there is really a drama. For a while, Lu Wenjing's face showed joy, but in an instant, Lu Wani's excitement was suppressed by reason again. Auntie, forget it, Grandpa probably won't agree.
Hearing this, Lu Wenjing's face darkened slightly. After all, she had suffered in this regard.
Why is that old thing? I'm going to find him.
The old stubbornness of Lejia not only ruined her marriage, but the account has not yet been settled. Now he wants to cause trouble for his little niece. Luan was so angry that his body was full of smoke, and a layer of grey mist quickly spread on his body, obviously preparing to settle accounts with him tonight. Lu Wani quickly took her hand. Auntie, things are not as simple as you think. Grandpa, he also has a heart. Lu Wenjing's face was cold. I hope this explanation can convince me, otherwise I will have to demolish the Lejia ancestral house. Seeing Lu Wenjing caring about herself so much, Lu Wani's heart warmed, and she hadn't felt the warmth of this family for a long time.
Auntie, do you remember why Yi Ran became decadent?
Lu Wani recalled. At that time, Yi Ran was talented, but for some reason he didn't tell his elders that he was going to hit the golden step. As a result, you also know that the first time he failed to hit gold, Yi Ran refused to admit defeat, tried many times, and failed all of them, directly ramming his door to gold into a moat that could not be opened no matter what.
Lu Wani couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for this, she may have married Yi Ran now. I know about this. Yi Ran was too confident at the time, so that such a result would occur. Lu Wenjing continued.
Kale Wani shook her head. No, aunt, things are far more complicated than you think. She continued to recall. After Yi Ran was decadent at home, my grandfather talked to me about it alone. At that time, my grandfather told me that after Yi Ran's first failure to hit gold, he carefully examined Yi Ran's injury.
In order
to cure the root of his illness, my grandfather used our Lejia's natal technique, the sacred technique of clearing the heart. You know, our Lejia's exercises are known for their souls, especially the sacred secret of purifying the heart, which can sweep away all impurities on the soul wherever it passes. I thought it was just a trivial matter, but when my grandfather used the pure heart sacred technique, he found that Yi Ran's injury was not caused by the failure of the impact.
Lu Wani's face darkened slightly, repeating what her grandfather said to her at that time.
Grandpa only said 8 words to me: the two arrogants join forces, and the python swallows the dragon.
Hearing this,
Lu Wenjing also calmed down, and his violent aura gradually subsided.
You mean that Yi Ran failed to attack many times, not because of his own negligence, but because someone deliberately framed him? Lu Wenjing
clarified his thoughts. The python swallows the dragon naturally refers to the ink dragon of the Yi family, and this python is a bird.
She fell silent. Which two exercises in the world are related to this python? The answer is too obvious.
Lu Wani smiled bitterly. Auntie, you also guessed it. It's those two families, but I don't know why. But after my grandfather found out, he told me not to have anything to do with the Yi family as much as possible. After all, these two Yi families can afford to provoke us, and we are happy to.
At this point, Lu Wani's expression was gloomy.
The biggest hidden danger of Lejia is that it is not successful. The head of the family was still supported by her grandfather. The second generation backbone, that is, her father, died early. The rest of the uncles not only had no cultivation, but were also busy fighting for power and profit.
The backbone of the family is divided and discordant.
Such a crumbling family is rashly involved in a life and death battle between the family, which is tantamount to self-destruction.
Lu Wenjing pondered for a moment and did not speak.
Unexpectedly, behind Yi Ran's failure to attack gold, there was an open and secret struggle between the 3 top families.
No.
Lu Wenjing suddenly spoke. Since the situation has developed to this point, according to the old man's idea, you should be grounded in the Lejia mansion at the moment. How can you come out with great fanfare and become a freshman tutor at the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy?
Lu Wenjing knew her father too well.
This is how the old man handled her affairs in the past.
Listening to Lu Wenjing's doubts, Lu Wani smiled bitterly.
The reason why I came out was not my grandfather's intention, but the idea of those uncles. At the family and clan meeting, they agreed that I was highly qualified and mature, and it was time to go out and practice. In the end, my grandfather couldn't stand the pressure and asked where I wanted to go, so I chose the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy.
Hearing this, Lu Wenjing's face suddenly darkened.
Luwani belongs to the direct descendants of the Lu family, and her father is also the heir appointed by the old man. Now, the Lijia family is actually excluded from the family meeting. The intentions of those collateral systems are obvious.
Thinking of this, Lu Wenjing's eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone was unkind. Is the old man's control over the family so weak now?
Luwani nodded. Grandpa is old, and every time he uses his strength he may lose his life. For the sake of the future of the family, he rarely intervened personally, and many family affairs were handed over to those uncles.
Damn guy.
Lu Wenjing cursed, and the gray mist around her body rose again, and her momentum continued to rise.
Big brother is gone. How dare these stinky fish and shrimp jump out? Lu Wenjing looked at Luwani coldly, with fierce eyes in his eyes. Next time you go back to Lijia, remember to inform me that I will go with you.
The old man can't control it. Someone will take over. Her words were full of murderous intent.
Although he usually doesn't bother to pay attention to Lijia's affairs.
But the eldest brother's precious daughter grew up with her own hands, and bullying Luwani is tantamount to bullying herself.
I don't know if it's okay. Now that she knows, how could she endure this kind of anger after staying in the Freedom Tavern for so long? By the way, why didn't you choose somewhere else in the end, but chose the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy? Lu Wenjing asked. Luwani didn't answer, just lowered her head slightly.
Seeing this, Lu Wenjing clapped his hands excitedly. Okay. Since Lang is affectionate, the concubine is interested, she said domineeringly. Next time I go back to Lijia, by the way, call that Kid Yiran too, and I will help you finalize this marriage. Don't worry, with me here, Lijia doesn't want to break up this pair of Mandarin ducks. But, Grandpa said that the fighting methods of those three families are not something that our Lijia can bear.
Luwani still had some concerns.
Lu Wenjing shook his head. Regardless of your feelings, just talking about Yiran's potential, not to mention the fighting methods of the three families, even under the pressure of the Three Kingdoms melee, it is worth fighting for.
Luwani was slightly stunned when she heard Lu Wenjing speak so highly of Yiran. But Yiran may be a silver rank in this life.
She likes Yiran, can ignore the difference in strength, and thinks that he is the best lord in the world. But she also has self-knowledge.
Yiran is a silver rank after all. How can the value be as exaggerated as my aunt said? Who told you that Yiran is still a silver? Lu Wenjing's words shocked Luwani again.
Whatever the reason, Yiran's hope of advancing to gold is slim, which is well known. Even if the Yi family tried their best, they could not help him succeed. Now her aunt said that Yiran was no longer silver, which made Luwani feel unbelievable. Looking at the little niece's stunned expression, Lu Wenjing said, "That's right, even I didn't expect Yiran to succeed at the beginning, but just now, he successfully broke through the golden mark under my nose and advanced to gold." Recalling Yiran's calmness when the impact was successful, Lu Wenjing continued, "That stinky boy not only rushed up, but also because he stayed in the silver rank for a long time. As soon as he was promoted, he had a strong aura and was not inferior to the people in the late golden stage." Hearing the news of Yiran's success, Luwani was overjoyed, and her eyes brightened a lot. That joy even exceeded the excitement of my own success. "But aunt, even if Yiran succeeds in impacting, you won't value him so much?" Luwani continued to ask, her eyes full of anticipation, as if she was not questioning Yiran at all. He didn't want to listen to Lu Wenjing praise Yiran more, but wanted to learn more about Yiran's advantages from Lu Wenjing. This feeling is like a wife likes to hear outsiders praise how good her husband is. Looking at Luwani's expectant expression, Lu Wenjing gently pinched her head angrily. "Be reserved, you haven't passed the door yet." Luwani touched her forehead a little shyly. "Auntie, just tell me." Listening to Luwani's plea, Lu Wenjing recalled the shocks that Yiran brought her. "Why do you value Yiran so much? Is it because he cultivated a Jiang Xiaoru who perfectly inherited the inheritance of the Night Priest? Or is it because he single-handedly broke the golden mark that many extraordinary people thought would never be able to break through? These may be the reasons, but they are not comprehensive." What really made her decide that Yiran was by no means a thing in the pool was the quality behind Yiran. Whether it is the responsibility for Jiang Xiaoru, or the calm after hitting the golden mark, or the attitude of not being humble or arrogant when communicating with himself. Every word and every move of Yiran gave Lu Wenjing the illusion of facing the extraordinary of her class. As an extraordinary person who is proficient in the realm of the soul, Lu Wenjing is incredibly confident in her intuition and never makes mistakes. Her eyes sparkled, and she said to Luwani, "I can't say the specific reason, but I believe in my aunt's vision. Sooner or later Yiran will grow into a person who can stand side by side with me, or even surpass me." Hearing Wenjing's assertion, Luwani's heart was slightly shocked. She didn't expect her aunt, an extraordinary person, to have such a high evaluation of Yiran. But after thinking about it, the person my aunt praised was Yiran after all. The corners of Luwani's mouth couldn't help but raise. Seeing Luwani's expression, Lu Wenjing shook her head helplessly. The female college is not in the middle of the stay, and she hasn't married yet. She is already facing others. "Auntie, what did you say?" Luwani countered coquettishly. Lu Wenjing glanced at her angrily. "Why, aren't you worried about your grandfather disagreeing now?" Luwani smiled. "Isn't this your aunt? The aunts and nieces in the house were chatting happily, but Yi Ran outside the house was a little overwhelmed. Since Yi Ran told Zhang Zhe that Zhang Xiaoru perfectly inherited the inheritance of the night priest, the smile on Zhang Zhe's face could no longer be taken back. He directly pulled Yi Ran and Wang Xiaoman into the private room and greeted the younger brothers to bring in all kinds of expensive drinks. He said on the spot that he would get drunk with Yi Ran before resting. Who knew that Zhang Zhe, a bald man with 5 big and 3 thick, turned out to be at the level of a cup of pouring. After drinking 2 cups, he hugged Yi Ran and cried bitterly. Little brother Yi Ran, my brother has been really miserable in the past few years. The Dragon Kingdom does not give us legal status, but he wants our tavern to do some dirty work. It is best to wipe out those scum of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom is full of bastards, and they can't recruit talents at all. I admit that the standard for recruiting people in our free tavern is to do whatever you want and not be restrained, but not all scum can accept it. What do you think of us, trash can? Not only does the Dragon Kingdom bully us, but the TMD headquarters also bullies, looking for brothers every day to ask for people, ask for people, ask for people. Where can brother go to find someone for him? Also set KPIs for each branch, and revoke the person in charge if you don't do a good job. TMD, I practice to do whatever I want, not to be a cattle and horses, but I ended up running to this branch to be a broken person in charge, doing cattle and horse work every day, and suffering from cattle and horses. If it weren't for your good brother sending such a big gift to my brother really wouldn't be able to make a difference. Zhang Zhe hugged Yi Ran and cried heart-wrenchingly, looking excited. Being held by the big man like this, Yi Ran almost fell apart. He looked at Wang Xiaoman on the side with a look of help, but Wang Xiaoman seemed to be completely invisible, bowing his head and showing off his mobile phone, focusing on blessings to share. Difficult for you to be. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was about to wipe his snot on his arm, Yi Ran reluctantly took out a tissue and comforted. Mr. Zhang, you're welcome, call me brother. Brother Zhang, there is no need to put so much pressure on yourself. Doesn't our Longwa branch library have the Lord of Grey Mist sitting in charge? You say, eldest sister. If you don't say it, I feel even more aggrieved when I say it. The eldest sister usually doesn't care about anything. She knows how to practice, and her temper is very stinky, and she will vent her anger on me when it doesn't go well. When it came to Luanjing, the Lord of Grey Mist, Zhang Ziyu seemed to open the chatterbox and complain all over his head. He didn't even notice that the door of the private room was quietly opened. After seeing the comber, Yi Ran immediately interrupted his complaint. The Lord of Grey Mist is wise and powerful, and he must be doing this to temper you. Don't you feel that your ability to resist has improved a lot? Zhang Zhe unconsciously winked at Yi Ran and said to himself, don't fool me, good brother, you don't know how stinky the eldest sister's temper is. Once, she actually beat me up because I entered the door with my left foot. What do you think this makes sense? Is there still a fucking king's law? Zhang Zhe didn't finish speaking. The murderous aura that suddenly seeped out from behind made him suddenly excited. The hair stood on end instantly. Zhang Zhe turned his head tremblingly and looked out the door. When he saw the appearance of the two outside the door, his heart was raised to his throat. However, he reacted very quickly, hurriedly picked up the wine glass on the table, and greeted Luanjing with a smile on his face. Sister, when did you come? You see, you didn't notify me in advance, so I didn't prepare anywhere. Luanjing stared at Zhang Zhe playfully and took the wine glass. When did you come in? Of course, you Mr. Zhang came in when you objectively evaluated me just now. Hearing this, the hanging string in Zhang Zhe's heart was completely broken, and the facial features on his face were almost wrinkled. Sister, I'm talking nonsense after drinking, don't take it seriously. Zhang Zhe hurriedly explained, but Luanjing waved his hand and said, how can it be nonsense? I think what you said makes sense, so I decided that from today onwards, your Mr. Zhang will be fully responsible for our branch library. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe's sad face almost overflowed his face. Sister, don't make trouble, this is really inseparable from you. The Longwa branch library did not even get legal status, and it was difficult to operate. Now that Luanjing doesn't care, without the transcendent to sit down, Zhang Zishan feels that the branch library will have to close sooner or later. I'm not joking with you, starting today I will take Zhang Xiaoru to practice. In the future, the matter of the Longwa branch library can be solved. If you can't solve it, don't come to me. Luanjing waved his hand. The eldest sister is really going to collapse. Zhang Zhe's face was full of sorrow, and he said almost pleading, then let it collapse. Luanjing responded casually, as if the matter was trivial. Zhang Zhe listened to her words and held back for a long time without speaking. The people at the Freedom Tavern have always been free and easy, but they don't even want their own base camp, which is too free. Luanjing looked at Zhang Zhe in a daze and continued impatiently, okay, I won't talk nonsense to you, that's it. But, if those two are to blame, let them blame it. It's a big deal to send you back to the crossing. Hearing her say this, Zhang Zhe was about to cry. Okay, I won't play with you. I've already told those two old men. Now cultivating Zhang Xiaoru is more important than anything else. As for the branch library, I want to do whatever I want. After saying that, Luanjing took Luani's hand, walked towards Yi Ran, and generously put her hand in Yi Ran's hand. Then he unceremoniously pulled Zhang Xiaoru Xiaoru behind him.
One person for another, just right.
Okay, I'll take Jiang Xiaoru to practice. Where should you go? Saying that, Luwenjing looked like you understood and pulled Jiang Xiaoru and Zhang Zhe out of the private room.
Only Yiran and Lo Wani were left in the room. There was also Wang Xiaoman who was eating melons frantically on the side.
Three of you, look at me, I look at you. After a moment of silence, Wang Xiaoman covered his stomach very sensibly.
Is there something wrong with this melon? How can it hurt so much? Ouch.
As she spoke, she covered her stomach and hurriedly left the room. At this moment, the three of them became two, and the atmosphere became subtle. Yiran looked at this magical, collective disappearance technique helplessly, thinking to himself, what is the situation?
Yiran. Lo Wani suddenly spoke.
Yiran, who was about to leave, was stopped by Lo Wani and turned his head to look. What's wrong, Director Lo? Lo Wani, who has always been cold, looked a little shy at this time. I'm sorry, I said that about you in your class before. When Yiran heard the apology, he waved his hand casually. It's okay, of course the teaching director has to pay attention to the quality of learning, and it doesn't matter what it does to harm the students. I'm not talking about those. I mean, I'm not that kind of attitude towards you.
Lo Wani continued.
Hey, I thought it was a big deal.
It's been so long, do you remember?
Yiran simply sat down and picked up the fruit plate on the table. This melon is not bad, Director Lu. Do you want to taste some?
This atmosphere is like inviting you to eat melons together. Lo Wani frowned. A little angry. Yiran didn't understand affection.
Seeing that she was calm, Yiran thought she was hesitating, so he smiled and said, Director Lo, if you really feel unhappy, just give me a high point in the tutor's comments during the final assessment. Yiran has not forgotten the task of the system and must strive for the first place in the whole grade.
Although the tutor's comments are not much, one more point is 1 point.
Listening to Yiran talk about work, Lo Wani suddenly became serious, and the whole person seemed much more capable.
Of course, if you don't say I'll do the same.
This night's experience completely changed Lo Wani's view of Yiran, and with his performance, he was definitely worthy of the title of an excellent mentor.
That's good. Yiran nodded in satisfaction.
When it came to work, Lo Wani stopped twisting and began to analyze carefully. Yiran, whether it is your teaching ability or your responsible attitude towards students, you are indeed a rare good teacher.
Regarding
the elimination of the final assessment, I will explain it to the principal and try to exempt you from participating in this assessment.
Don't do this.
Yiran hurriedly interrupted. I still expect to complete the system task. How can I get the first place without participating in the assessment? Lo Wani was a little confused when she heard this. Don't you cherish this position? She paused for a moment and continued. Yiran, don't be awkward. This is the only way to stay in school this time. If you don't want to be expelled from your class, you have to at least get the top 3. After all, you are too far behind, and it is almost impossible to get the top 3 with the strength of the students in the class. Lo Wani really wanted to help Yiran, but he waved his hand. I get it, but don't let our class not participate in the assessment. Lo Wani listened and was a little annoyed with anxiety. Why? Do you want to continue to rot to the end? Yiran looked at her and said in a firm tone, who is rotten? In this year-end assessment, our class will definitely be able to turn over. Lo Wani's expression was complicated. You also know that the final assessment is not only a personal battle. Even if Jiang Xiaoru won the first place, what is the level of other students in your class, and how do you cope with other projects? She thought that Yiran wanted to rely on Jiang Xiaoru to win by surprise, but individual battles are guaranteed. What about other events? After all, Jiang Xiaoru is a special case, and there can be no more students like her in the class. In the face of doubts, Yiran raised his head, his tone firm as iron. My students, they can do miracles. Lo Wani looked at Yiran, but she didn't listen to the persuasion and insisted on participating in the assessment. Puffed up his face with anger and simply sat aside and ignored him. The room suddenly fell into an awkward silence again.
And in the next room,
Luwenjing stared at the surveillance screen anxiously. I finally created a chance for you to be alone, but you showed me this thing? Shut up when you work, shut up when you are assessed. This is not the place for you to have meetings.
Is the brain made of elm?
Luwen scolded quietly, looking so watery. I haven't even learned the slightest demeanor. The more she spoke, the more angry she became, and she didn't care about restraining her extraordinary momentum. That powerful aura forced Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman to take a few steps back against the wall, especially Wang Xiaoman. The difference in strength was too big, and the whole person was trembling with fright. Zhang Zhe stood in front of her a little embarrassedly, and barely squeezed out a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth. The extraordinary beings in the world, who can jump in a hurry because others fall in love, are probably the only ones in Luwenjing's family.
To be honest, it's such a shame.
Zhang Zhe, come here, don't hide there and say nothing. Luwenjing suddenly roared. Zhang Zhe complained silently in his heart, am I willing to hide? But he still bit the bullet and squeezed out a smile.
Sister, what do you want me to do? Take out all the things in the nightclub for me.
Luwenjing looked at the screen, very angry. Sister, what are you talking about? Zhang Zhe's heart tightened. What else can it be? What kind of innocence do you pretend to be with those 5 big and 3 thick guys? Hearing Luwenjing say this, Zhang Zhe was about to crack. Sister, the this is not suitable. This is your niece. At this time, Zhang Zhe realized the relationship between Luwani and Luanjing.
But knowing the relationship shocked him even more. What's wrong? Lang is affectionate, the concubine is intentional, the window paper in the compartment. What's wrong with me helping to poke it? This is really speechless.
Wang Xiaoman also looked at Luanjing with horror, turned his head to look at Zhang Zhe again, silently asked with his eyes, is this really Luwani's aunt? Is it really kissed? Being stared at by Wang Xiaoman like this, Zhang Zhe originally lowered his head and completely lost his ability to parry.
It's so embarrassing. It's a shame.
It is shameful for an extraordinary person to worry about the feelings of a young man. Now I still want to use these strange means to do some software hardening project. In the final analysis, the Freedom Tavern is one of the top big forces. As a result, it is no different from a hooligan who steals chickens and dogs. The Dragon Kingdom originally had a prejudice against the Free Tavern. Now that the person in charge has taken the lead in being garbage, completely confirming the prejudice.
Sister, you really can't do this.
Zhang Zhe bit the bullet to dissuade Luanjing.
Say to you, Mr. Zhang, are you really breathing? Hurry up and take it.
Sister, it's really not good. Young people falling in love are not something you can do just by doing this. You will only mess it up like this.
It's so categorical, as if you understand? Sister, I really understand. You really can't do this. Okay, you are responsible for making up these two elm heads for me. I'll make it.
Zhang Zhe was stubborn and happy to be quiet, and felt in his heart that he was simply the last line of defense for the dignity of the Freedom Tavern. The word justice is written all over his face.
I will protect the dignity of the Freedom Tavern. We must not let Luanjing's claws reach out to innocent young people.
As soon as the words fell, Luanjing turned his head to look at Zhang Zhe, who was full of a sense of justice. Suddenly a bright smile bloomed on his face.
Then that's it.
After saying that, Luanjing's whole person was no longer irritable, his breath was converged, revealing a quiet look of the years.
It was the same as the fury just now.
The huge head is full of big question marks, and the big confused eyes are full of pure confusion.
What the hell is going on? What happened? Why did this job suddenly become mine? Didn't you shout just now that you wanted to Overlord to bow? Why didn't you suddenly stop making trouble? I really pay for the organization, sister. Are you playing the art of war with me? Sister, I
don't care, I just look at the results. Before the words fell, Luanjing turned into a cloud of grey mist and left the room with Jiang Xiaoru. Only Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman were left in the apprentices, and the two looked at each other and looked at each other.
You are Luwani's personal disciple, right? Wang Xiaoman nodded. From today onwards, you will be responsible for reporting their information to me in a timely manner. Can you do it?
Yes,
but can I? Don't tell her. Zhang Zhe did not hesitate to block Wang Xiaoman's hesitant words.
Wang Xiaoman looked at Zhang Zhe, who was 3 heads taller than himself, and did not dare to resist, so he could only respond with a stammer.
Okay, good.
After all, Zhang Zhe is a diamond-level grandmaster. Luanjing dared to scold him in person, but she didn't dare. Zhang Zhe grinned. Don't look like this, you are also for your master's lifelong event.
Wang Xiaoman nodded aggrievely.
The Liberty Tavern affair has come to an end for the time being. Yi Ran's campus life has returned to normal.
But from that day on, the only difference is that Jiang Xiaoru dropped out of school, and Luwani's attitude towards him is even colder than before.
Especially on the night the nightclub left. Yi Ran drank wine, but was unwilling to go back to school. Or Zhang Zhe personally sent someone to send Yi Ran back to school.
But isn't it just to participate in the assessment? As for being so angry?
Standing on the podium, Yi Ran thought about Luwani's performance. His face was full of helplessness.
He said sorry a second ago. The next second, he thought he was air. A woman's mind is really a needle in the sea. Teacher Yi, why have you been absent-minded lately? Yes, I'm in a daze every time I go to class. I really pay for the organization. Eldest sister, are you playing the art of war with me? Sister, I
don't care, I just look at the results. As soon as the words fell, Luanjing turned into a cloud of grey mist and left the room with Jiang Xiaoru. Only Zhang Zhe and Wang Xiaoman were left with the apprentices, and the two looked at each other, staring at each other with big eyes.
You are Luwani's personal disciple, right? Wang Xiaoman nodded. From today onwards, you are responsible for telling me the news of the two of them as soon as possible. Is that okay?
Yes,
but can I? Don't tell her. Zhang Zhe directly blocked Wang Xiaoman's words.
Wang Xiaoman looked at Zhang Zhe, who was several heads taller than himself, and did not dare to talk back, so he had to stumble and say,
okay, good.
After all, Zhang Zhe is a diamond-level grandmaster. Luanjing could scold Zhang Zhe like that. She didn't dare. Zhang Zhe grinned. Don't look like this, you are also thinking about your master's lifelong event.
Wang Xiaoman followed Zhang Zhe and nodded aggrievely.
The matter of the Liberty Tavern has come to an end for the time being. Yi Ran's campus life has returned to normal.
It's just that from that day on, the only difference is that Jiang Xiaoru has dropped out of school, and Luwani's attitude towards him is even colder than before.
Especially on the night the nightclub left. Yi Ran drank, but he didn't want to go back to school, so Zhang Zhe found someone to send him back to school.
But isn't it just to participate in the the assessment? As for being so angry?
Standing on the podium, Yiran thought about Lowani's performance. His face was full of helplessness. One second he said he was sorry, but the next second he treated you like air. A woman's mind is really elusive.
Teacher Yi, why have you been absent-minded lately? It's just that every time it's in a daze in class. Won't it be that Teacher Yi's 3-minute heat has passed and he is ready to rot again, right?
Who knows, but during this period of special training, my strength has indeed improved. Don't say it, I have been promoted from the middle level of silver to the lower level of silver, just because Teacher Yi helped me straighten out the path of energy operation. Really, since Teacher Yi helped me open my mind, my black tiger has been upgraded to a monkey stealing hand, and I have won many times in 1v1 training, especially girls, who admit defeat directly when they see me.
You don't have to say this.
Seriously, I suddenly don't want Teacher Yi to change back to the way he used to be.
Yes, the cultivation is addictive. What should we do if Teacher Yi suddenly goes back? Save the child, I want to study hard. Classmates in the class, you say a word to me. Since Yiran criticized the students on the podium using Jiang Xiaoru's incident,
it seems that the class style of the second class of the entire first grade has begun to change quietly. The door of the class was suddenly slammed open.
Teacher Yi, it's not good. Dachuan was beaten in the cafeteria. The student who came to report the news was called Lianren, who was thin.
His awakened ability is also lightweight.
Everyone calls him a monkey.
At this moment he was panting, with a little bruise on his face.
Holding the door frame and grinning, he was obviously injured. Yiran stepped forward to support Lianren and asked him to sit down.
Lianren covered his ribs in pain. The students on the side had already gathered around.
Monkey, what's going on with Dachuan? Isn't Dachuan always a good person? How can he fight?
Yes, Dachuan usually can't scold back, can't fight back. How can he fight?
I'm going. Dachuan is fighting with someone. How much does the other party have to do?
Monkey, don't sell it, talk about it.
The classmates were gossiping.
Lianren was a little anxious and opened his mouth for a long time without speaking. Enrun, don't worry, speak slowly.
Yiran lowered his voice, stopped the disturbance of his classmates, and comforted Lianren.
Lianren looked at Yiran with red eyes, and his emotions were invisibly stabilized by him. Teacher Yi, Dachuan was eating in the cafeteria, when suddenly a group of students rushed over, didn't say a word, and directly knocked over Dachuan's dinner plate. In this way, Dachuan didn't say anything, just picked up his own meal, planning to wash it and continue eating.
As a result, the gang was still reluctant, knocked over his dinner plate again, and scolded him, which was extremely ugly.
What did they all scold?
Yiran asked calmly. They say that Dachuan eats raw meat like an animal. Lianren's words made the students angry. What the hell? Someone is bullying people like this? What a group of beasts. Let's go get justice for Dachuan. Isn't it just a fight? Walk.
Wang Dachuan is the squad leader in the class, and he is very popular, so everyone naturally wants to help him.
Keep your voice down, don't talk about it privately, the teacher is still here. For a while, everyone looked at Yiran.
After all, in school, teachers do not openly support fights. Especially Yiran is usually lazy, and no one knows what attitude he will have.
Maybe he will want to make big things small things, and perfunctory things.
All the students were waiting for Yiran to give a clear answer.
Yiran glanced around and didn't say anything more. Lead the way.
Suddenly, the students of the first and second classes were extremely excited and walked to the breakfast hall. At this moment, although the students in the class had no words, their eyes were shining. At this moment, the second class no longer seems to be a plate of loose sand. At the same time, in the school cafeteria, Wang Dachuan gasped and looked at the four students in front of him. His brow bone was injured and his vision was a little blurry. Who would have thought that there was such a genius hidden in this waste class, and it almost overturned.
This beast is really powerful, and heads-to-head doesn't necessarily win him. Nonsense, can the beast who dares to eat raw meat be less powerful?
Fortunately, I didn't break through gold, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to bear it today. A piece of silver has carried our 4 golds for so long, it's really an animal. Beasts are beasts, and they are full of blood foam when they breathe. Stupid, let a beast teacher brainwash and eat raw meat every day. The 4 students in front of him unscrupulously mocked Wang Dachuan and called him a beast. Who the hell do you call a beast? Wang Dachuan was furious and raised his fist to smash into one of them. Seeing this, the student's eyes tightened. Resist with all your luck.
Although he was ridiculed, Wang Dachuan's heavy punch just now made them suffer a lot. After a dull loud noise, Wang Dachuan was shocked and flew out again.
At this time, standing in his place was a young man with long hair. The young man's eyes were like torches, staring at Wang Dachuan and saying, I said, I am also entrusted by others, so why do you insist so much?
Wang Dachuan covered his chest and wiped the blood on his forehead, stumbling up.
Although he couldn't hold on any longer, he still said, apologize to me. I said your mother's head. Another student next to him became furious,
ready to fly and kick Wang Dachuan.
Before he could do it, he was stopped by the young man in front of him.
In Hai, that's enough.
Listening to the young man's words, although a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the student who was called In Hai, it quickly stopped.
See, someone saves you face, get out.
In Hai spat at Wang Dachuan contemptuously. Wang Dachuan not only did not appreciate it but continued to say to the four people, "Apologize.
Are you looking for death?"
In Hai was furious when he heard this, turned to the long-haired young man and said, "Zhang Haoran, I'll give you face, won't you stop me?" After saying that, In Hai turned around and was ready to do it. The eyes instantly turned into vertical eyes, the body began to be covered with scales, and a letter shuttled back and forth in the mouth.
The temperament of the whole person suddenly became gloomy. D-level alienation ability, Spectral Soul Viper. Hey, I haven't heard anyone screaming for a long time, but I miss this feeling a little,
In Hai said as he slowly approached Wang Dachuan. Two faintly flashing fangs appeared at the corners of his mouth. Wang Dachuan saw this, waved his fist to meet it. This time the force was heavy, and the air seemed to be squeezed out of an explosion. However, a shadow suddenly flashed. In Hai dodged the attack with a strange posture like a snake. Ding, ding, ding sounded crisply. At the moment when Wang Dachuan punched, In Hai bit him 3 times in a row with lightning speed, so fast that Wang Dachuan couldn't react at all. TSK, this pig's skin is really hard. In Hai rubbed his chin with some annoyance. I didn't expect that my sharp fangs couldn't pierce Wang Dachuan's skin. He spat out the letter, stared at Wang Dachuan's neck. I don't believe it, your pig's skin can be so thick, In Hai said coldly. Immediately afterwards, the figure disappeared instantly. With a snort, a black shadow rushed towards Wang Dachuan. Although Wang Dachuan's eyes could barely catch the figure of In Hai, but the wounded body was exhausted. I could only watch In Hai pounce on my neck. At the moment when In Hai was about to bite his neck, a fiery fire appeared out of thin air in the air, blocked between In Hai and Wang Dachuan. Which bastard in the way? In Hai scolded secretly in his heart, but the speed of his charge did not decrease at all, and he was ready to forcibly break through the fire group. Who would have thought that the fireball would be like a living creature? Seeing that In Hai continued to attack, turned into a musket, stabbing straight into the face door of the In Si. The high temperature on the musket made the In Si not yet approach, and he felt a violent burning sting on his face. If you rush over, I am afraid you will die. This thought flashed through my mind. In Hai stared at Wang Dachuan coldly, and snorted coldly. A dodge retreated. The flames dissipated, and a young man with a young face stood in front of Wang Dachuan. He looked heroic, holding a musket and pointing it at the four people of In Hai. If Huo-Wen, the master of the fire sect, was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This is his most precious apprentice, Huang Dongdong. You four, don't bully people. Huang Dongdong's face was full of heroism, holding a musket and angrily reprimanding the 4 students in front of him. Subsequently, he poked Wang Dachuan behind him. Stand behind me, I will protect you. Huang Dongdong is still young. The size has not fully grown, and it is a lot smaller than them. Especially Wang Dachuan standing behind him. Huang Dongdong's size did not even reach his shoulders. As soon as these words were spoken, they looked quite contrasting. Classmates, stay away from this. Wang Dachuan gritted his teeth and insisted, despite his serious injuries, he still didn't want others to be implicated. Said to Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong glared at him with some annoyance. I said, why are you so grinding like a big man? Let me protect you, just stand behind obediently. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Dongdong behaved well-behaved and clever in front of Huiying, but he and Haowen have almost the same personality, jealous of evil, straightforward and hot. How can a person release 2 tempers? Wang Dachuan still wanted to persuade him, but suddenly felt that his mouth was tightly clamped by an inexplicable force, and he couldn't open it. Huang Dongdong looked at him proudly. Don't struggle, today you want me to save you. If you don't want to save me, you can be saved. Anyway, I saved you. Without the restraint of the master, Huang Dongdong has long thought about the heroic addiction of punishing evil and promoting good, and the 4 people of In Hai stood aside, looking at the sudden Huang Dongdong with a gloomy face. For a while, no one took the lead. Although they don't know where Huang Dongdong came from, they are not fools. So Young can actually force a master of the level of In Hai to be repelled with one shot. To say that there is no teacher behind it is simply wishful thinking. Even if there is really none, after this battle, there will definitely be. In Hai narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Wang Dachuan, and said with a little unwillingness, this is not the result that the teacher wants to see. The 4 of them are from the freshman class, that is, the class of star mentor Han Kun. Since the nightclub incident, Han Kun has regarded Yi Ran as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh, thinking about how to retaliate all the time. Not only that, he also encouraged the genius students in his class to deliberately find trouble for Yi Ran's class. He also promised that no matter how disabled he was, the worse you fight, the more generous the rewards you give in private. So Wang Dachuan was scolded as a beast or something, but it was just an excuse. Even if there was no such thing, they would find other reasons to target Yi Ran. In Hai stared at Wang Dachuan, who could still breathe. I knew in my heart that this guy was rough and thick-skinned, although he looked embarrassed, but there was no fatal injury. Disabled? Don't dream. It's not easy to explain to Han Kun when you go back this time. Zhang Haoran, if you hadn't stopped me just now, we would have left long ago, and you have to be responsible for this. In Hai directly threw the pot. After all, if Zhang Haoran hadn't stopped it, At this moment, Wang Dachuan is afraid that he has already been poisoned by his snake and cannot take care of himself.
Where would such a hairy boy of unknown origin come out, making him unable to end?
Zhang Haoran ignored Yin Hai and went straight to Huang Dongdong. Yin Hai looked at Zhang Haoran and didn't even pay attention to himself, his eyes were cold. He has never been used to Zhang Haoran pretending to be a saint all day long. It's a pity that Zhang Haoran ranked first with his strength, suppressing him, the second child of 10,000 years. Zhang Haoran walked up to Huang Dongdong and said seriously,
I need to pay a difference.
Huang Dongdong frowned slightly. I don't care if you make a mistake or not, anyway, don't want to touch that silly big man again. Zhang Haoran looked at Huang Dongdong stubbornly.
He could only move his palm slightly. Sorry, Zhang is offended.
Although the words are short, the momentum suddenly rises. The surrounding dining table and chairs were blown away by his breath. At this time, Zhang Haoran's eyes were clear.
It looks more heroic and upright than before. Haoran is righteous. Huang Dongdong's eyes narrowed slightly. You are from the Zhang family?
The Zhang family, as a family of inheritance in central continent. Based on the cultivation of Haoran righteousness, the children in the clan are all upright.
Good eyesight, offended.
Zhang Haoran said this, but he didn't stop. I saw him pointing at Huang Dongdong.
No fire is allowed here.
In an instant, the fire-tipped spear in Huang Dongdong's hand turned into nothingness and dissipated.
Lai Pai.
Huang Dongdong looked at the empty palm and muttered, this is the righteousness of Haoran, which can change the surrounding rules and achieve the effect of exporting prophecies. Of course, this is also related to strength, but this strange ability is extremely popular in the same level of battle and is difficult to deal with. Although he scolded, Huang Dongdong did not dare to pause. Hands crossed, internal force quickly gathered in the arms.
Bang!
Zhang Haoran punched Huang Dongdong's arm.
Julius took him 2 steps back. It hurts. Huang Dongdong shook his arm, showing a painful expression. Zhang Haoran also said approvingly, good internal strength.
Then, a hint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he continued to say to Huang Dongdong,
there is no defense here.
Immediately afterwards, Zhang Haoran punched directly.
If I really want to be a young master, I can't go into the sea?
Listening to Zhang Haoran's restriction rules over and over again, Huang Dongdong was a little annoyed. This posture is too aggrieved. His eyes lit up with gold and red fire. 3 sparks bloomed from the center of the eyebrows. In an instant, the restrictive rules brought by the righteous Qi were evaporated into smoke.
Samadhi true fire? Zhang Haoran was a little surprised.
However, the fist did not flinch at all, but became much more violent.
Ha!
Just when Zhang Haoran made a fierce blow and went straight to Huang Dongdong's door, Huang Dongdong's eyes instantly burst out with fire, and a fire lotus bloomed in front of him, rushed straight to Zhang Haoran's fist. A powerful force burst out. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran were both shocked and flew out. However, Zhang Haoran deftly twisted his waist in midair and landed steadily, stabilizing his figure, and Huang Dongdong crashed into Wang Dachuan's arms. The two flew backwards a few meters together. He fell to the ground in embarrassment, looking very ugly. Ouch, it really hurts. Huang Dongdong covered his face and broke free from Wang Dachuan's arms. Staring at Zhang Haoran with an unwilling face, he shouted, come again. What courage! Zhang Haoran shouted. Haoran Jinchi immediately condensed in his fist, ready to smash Huang Dongdong again.
Huang Dongdong did not show weakness.
The golden red musket condensed in his hand and stabbed straight at Zhang Haoran. The two were extremely fast, and before they even had time to blink, they collided violently. The powerful explosion raised a cloud of dust. When the dust gradually dissipates,
everyone was surprised to see there was a person standing between Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran.
This person held the musket in one hand and grabbed Zhang Haoran's fist in the other.
The expression was indifferent, as if it didn't take any effort at all.
Wang Dachuan on the side recognized the person and screamed, Yi,
teacher Yi? Zhang Haoran and others also recognized the comber.
At this moment, they looked shocked. Others may not understand, but Zhang Haoran knew very well how powerful his punch was. In order to compete with Huang Dongdong, this punch has been injected with Haoran righteousness.
Ordinary gold can't stop it at all. Not to mention Huang Dongdong's golden red musket.
The momentum is not inferior to her own attack, which is obviously her natal stunt.
2 moves to attack with all their might. Unexpectedly, it was easily resolved by Yi Ran. Isn't the teacher of the second class the legendary Silver Waist? Your teacher didn't teach you, is the canteen a place to eat?
Yi Ran stood in the center, snorted coldly, and strained his arms slightly. Huang Dongdong and Zhang Haoran were suddenly thrown out. The strong force made them move their wrists and muscles and bones.
Yi Ran went straight to Wang Dachuan. Seeing Yi Ran walking towards him, Wang Dachuan hurriedly wiped the blood on his brow bone. Master, I'm fine, it's just a minor injury.
Unlike his usual gentle appearance, Yi Ran rudely interrupted Wang Dachuan's words today. He gently tapped Wang Dachuan's forehead and carefully checked it with the help of the system. After confirming that it was okay, he spoke, it's promising, and they started fighting outside. Wang Dachuan heard the reproach in Yi Ran's words,
immediately knelt down, wanting to kowtow to admit his mistake.
But he was helped up by Yi Ran halfway.
Why kneel? Fool, didn't you see that your knee was still injured? Although Yi Ran's mouth is a knife mouth, but my heart is very soft. Although he blamed Wang Dachuan, he still looked at his bloody knee distressfully. Even a fool can feel this care. Although Wang Dachuan was scolded, his heart was warm. He habitually touched the back of his head and said with a smile, "Master, I know I was wrong." Yi Ran looked at him angrily. "What's wrong?" Wang Dachuan replied as a matter of course. "Wrong to fight in public." Bang! A thud sounded on Wang Dachuan's only intact head. He covered his head and looked at Yi Ran aggrievely. Yi Ran stared at the blood-stained face angrily. "Stupid thing, you can't teach it. One person resists 4 people. Why are you stupid? I usually don't let you cause trouble. When did I teach you that you can't deal with things when you encounter them? People scold and scold, but can't they find an opportunity to take revenge and go back another day? Even if you don't want to run, won't you go to a few thugs to help and then settle accounts with them? Do you know how much advantage it is to fight for? Do you know?" Yi Ran stared at Wang Dachuan with hatred, and his 4 fingers almost fell on Wang Dachuan's face. Although the words were harsh, every sentence was full of concern and worry. "It's just that this looks like a teacher is not training students, but more like the boss teaching his younger brother." The students at the scene were all stunned. Is this really what the teacher should say? "That, you seem to have misunderstood this silly big." Just as Yi Ran was reprimanding Wang Dachuan for being energetic, Wang Dongdong suddenly stood up. Yi Ran heard his voice, withdrew his anger, and turned his head to look at him gently. "Children, to be honest, I have to thank you for taking action. Without you, I don't know how much hardship I'll have to suffer as a stupid student." Huang Dongdong listened, held the dining table, put on a posture of a social person, and waved his hand indifferently. "Children of the rivers and lakes, when you see injustice on the road, draw your sword to help. It's not a big deal." Looking at Huang Dongdong, who was young but so stylish, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly, and he thought to himself, "This child is quite interesting." Huang Dongdong stared at Yi Ran again and said old-fashioned, "If you want me to say, you are really unqualified, completely unqualified." Hearing this, Wang Dachuan hurriedly stood up and retorted, "How can you talk nonsense? Hey, silly big man, I'm helping you talk and you're scolding me in turn? What a white-eyed wolf." "You!" Wang Dachuan still wanted to defend himself but was blocked by Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said, "There must be a story in this, right?" Huang Dongdong raised his little hand and cleared his throat. "Let me be fair, stupid big people don't run away, not because they are scolded at all." Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and continued, "Do you know why your apprentice was beaten?" Yi Ran was silent. Seeing that he did not answer, Huang Dongdong continued, "Since you don't know, I'll tell you." He pulled Wang Dachuan up and pointed to Zhang Haoren and the other 3 students. Those 4, obviously didn't do anything, just knocked over the silly big man's dinner plate, saying that it was because the meat he ate made them sick. Keep laughing at the silly big man as a beast and only eat raw meat. He kept enduring it, didn't get angry, and pretended to be smiling. Do you know why the stupid big man broke out in the end and chose to go head-to-head with those 4 people? Huang Dongdong stared at Yi Ran and said, "Because those 4 people scolded you, your teacher. You said that you can teach students to be beasts, not even beasts." Speaking of this, Huang Dongdong became more and more excited the more he said, "Did you hear that? The stupid big man fought for you, but what about you? Don't ask about it, just say he didn't fight well. Do you think you are qualified?" Huang Dongdong was originally hot-tempered, and the more he talked about it, the more excited he became. Wang Dachuan hurriedly grabbed him. "Okay, don't say it. Teacher Yi is actually caring about me." Wang Dachuan tried to stop Huang Dongdong, but was grabbed by Yi Ran's arm. "Dachuan, don't stop it, he's right." Yi Ran spoke calmly, turned his head to look at the 4 students, and his whole body suddenly condensed and enveloped them. Suddenly, Zhang Haoren and the other 3 seemed to be burdened with a burden of 10,000 pounds, and had to mobilize their internal strength to resist this pressure. Despite this, they still couldn't hold on. The 4 of them looked at Yi Ran in astonishment, shocked in their hearts. "This sense of oppression is as heavy as a majestic mountain, and you actually told me that this is the most useless salted fish tutor in the school? You also heard what I just said. Let me ask you, is it true?" Yi Ran asked coldly. The strong oppressive force made several people dare not speak. "Let me ask again, is it true or false?" Seeing that the 4 students were still silent, Yi Ran raised his voice. His momentum was like a mountain, and he directly calmed everyone. Zhang Haoren was the first to speak. Yi Ran was slightly stunned and glanced at him, then continued, "Okay, in that case, then I don't have to ask anymore." Listening to Yi Ran's words, In Hai, who was mixed in the 4 people, tightened his heart, and felt that the situation was not good. He immediately used his ability and prepared to take the opportunity to escape. As a result, In Hai's ability had just been alienated. Ink flames suddenly ignited around his body. The slightest touch made In Hai grin in pain. "Without my permission, the 4 of you don't want to go anywhere." Yi Ran's indifferent voice sounded again. It was like the 9 netherworld demon lord coming from the depths of hell, approaching the 4 students step by step. "Teacher Yi, don't forget, this is a school. We are students." The 4 students were flustered by Yi Ran's momentum. One of them couldn't help but shout to Yi Ran. They use school and student status as shields. Even some angry teachers will choose to stop. This trick has been tried and tested. Do you also know that this is a school? Yi Ran stared at the student coldly. Since you dare to bully your classmates in school, how can you mix when you go to society? Yi Ran directly opened his palm. A black after-image flashed. A scream rang out. The student covered his arms in pain, sweating profusely. All the students were stunned for a moment, because they have never seen such a fierce and decisive teacher. In a long period of peace, the awakening of human rights, the protection of the weak, especially students, has long become a social consensus. Under this pressure of public opinion, many teachers only follow the rules. Encountering school bullying, in the past, they would reprimand, but now they are more inclined to prevaricate, and they can hide if they can. Even if you really find a problem, it's just a simple reprimand. Sometimes, ideological trends and supervision are like double-edged swords. Under this trend of protection, it does protect many students, but it also condones many bastard students to do whatever they want. In fact, all along, everyone hates school bullying to the core. It's a pity that under the shroud of this trend of thought, who can control how much? Who dares to control how much? Yi Ran's blow, it really didn't make everyone expect it, but it does look like a happy. You, how dare you hit a student? What kind of teacher are you? Looking at the students who fell to the ground and wailed, the other three were shocked. One of them cursed angrily, and although his voice was loud, he looked weak. Hit students? You should still pray that I didn't want to kill you. Yi Ran ignored the threat at all. Instead, he walked forward on his own. Student, you are also worthy of being called a student? Listening to Yi Ran's words, watching him approach step by step, they were completely panicked at the moment. Teacher Yi, listen to me. It's really a misunderstanding. In fact, the wicked have to rely on the wicked to deal with them. Yi Ran's strong momentum instantly calmed down several students. One of them looked at the murderous Yi Ran. At this moment, I was completely panicked, just about to speak. Suddenly there was a voice behind him. Yo, isn't this Teacher Yi? What wind blew you here? Everyone followed the sound. I saw Han-kun smiling and walking this way. Oh no, that hypocrite is here again. I said earlier that those people looked so familiar. They turned out to be in the hypocrite class. Now it all makes sense. There are a lot of things in their class that usually bully students. The most infuriating thing is that several times students and parents came to ask for explanations, but they were fooled by this hypocrite as a celebrity mentor. Do you think their class can always be domineering in school? What do you rely on? Isn't it because there is this hypocrite behind it? It's over. This matter is probably over. In-hai and the others saw Han-kun coming, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Finally, my teacher came. Han-kun walked up to Yi Ran in high spirits and glanced at the surrounding crowd in surprise. Good guy, it's so lively. I didn't expect so many people to gather in the cafeteria. He immediately patted In-hai on the shoulder and smiled proudly at Yi Ran and said, I forgot to introduce it to Teacher Yi. These are my students, and they are all in the golden stage. Han-kun naturally turned his head and looked at the student who was covering his arms. Zhang Daming, why are you covering your arms? Someone is bullying you? Immediately, he walked up to the student who was beaten. Raise your arm to take a closer look at the injury. Don't worry, with the teacher here, even if I come, I can't let our students suffer. Han-kun's voice gradually lowered, because he couldn't find the slightest scar on the student's arm. Yi Ran seemed to have expected this scene for a long time. The student was beaten in pain, but the technique was extremely clever. It made him uncomfortable, but he never left any scars. Don't give Han-kun a chance to find fault at all. This made Han-kun, who was about to make a big fuss, completely stunned. Teacher Han, have you seen enough? Yi Ran stared at Han-kun's pretentious appearance expressionlessly. You came just in time. Tell me how to deal with this? Han-kun looked at Yi Ran curiously, and glanced at his students again, his expression confused as if he had just arrived. I just came. What's going on here? Yi Ran stared at Han-kun with deep eyes. There was no shadow of him during the fight, and the students were going to be punished, so he immediately appeared. You said you just arrived. Who believes it? Looking at Han-kun's garlic, Yi Ran said unceremoniously. These students all admit to bullying their classmates. How do you think we should deal with it? Han-kun looked at Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, what do you want to deal with? Yi Ran was unambiguous. I'll deal with it? Simple. How many times these 4 students hit Wang Dachuan, I will punch them as many times as I want. Can I hold on? It depends on their creation. Han-kun was stunned for a moment, and then his tone became unkind. Teacher Yi, isn't it a bit too much for you to do this? Excessive? Yi Ran interrupted him, his eyes staring sharply at Han-kun's hypocritical face. Don't you think it's too much when they insult my students? Don't you think it's too much when they beat my students? Now it's their turn, and you start shouting too much? Yi Ran is full of firepower. Made Han-kun stunned for a while. He didn't expect Yi Ran to be so fierce. The face suddenly became unsightly. He couldn't say anything about Yi Ran, and began to hold on to Yi Ran's emotions. Teacher Yi, are you provoking me when you are so excited? You threatened me? Yi Ran squinted and looked at Han-kun. Yi Ran was arranged by the family, so naturally there was no high-profile publicity. Plus, when he first debuted, his father specially told his family that he would not help him and not to cause trouble. This This also made Yi Ran keep a low profile, so many teachers don't know the details at all. Obviously, Han Kun is one of them. No, 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 how can this be considered a threat? Teacher Yi, you provoked it first. According to the rules of the demon martial arts, I am qualified to invite you to a duel. Han Xuanfeng changed his mind and began to pretend to be tolerant and forgive Yi Ran. That's it, Teacher Yi, the difference in strength is too big, and I don't plan to bully the weak with the strong. In this matter, a slap doesn't make a sound. My student is at fault. Is your student not responsible at all? Why don't you let them apologize to each other and forget about it? How about it? Han Kun stared at Yi Ran, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, suddenly felt that he had control of the right to speak. This is exactly his old routine. Relying on his strong strength, he frequently led the topic to duel. Let those teachers who are slightly weaker can only suffer dumb losses. After all, no teacher wants to be slapped in the face in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, especially the students of class 2. His eyes were about to erupt from sparks. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen Han Kun so shameless. To put it mildly, it turns one-sided fault into a responsibility for both parties. Then the big things become small. The small things become small. This skillful wrist is a habitual offender at first glance. No wonder Han Kun's class reviews have been bad. It seems that the students from Han Kun to their class have bullied many classmates. Han Kun's actions completely aroused the anger of the students in the second class. The sound of the system suddenly sounded in Yi Ran's mind. Detected that the cohesion of the class led by the host is improving, triggering the sudden mission. Unity is strength. Sudden mission. Unity is strength. The host should increase the class cohesion to more than 95% as soon as possible, and after completing the task, you will receive a system reward, Master's Soul. Teacher's Soul. Obtain the bonus of preaching and teaching, increase teaching ability by 20%, and increase students' comprehension ability by 10%. Oh my god, this kind of bloody plot can still trigger hidden missions? Sure enough, heaven will give a great task to the people, and they will first let him suffer a lot. Now, for some reason, Yi Ran looked at Han Kun and didn't feel so disgusted anymore. After all, who would be disgusted by an experienced baby who explodes equipment? Even if this thing is a goblin. Teacher Yi, what do you think? Just as Yi Ran was staring at the system, Han Kun's words sounded again. Yi Ran looked at Han Kun's hypocritical face, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. What do I think? I was going to beat you up. Now there are also system rewards. I want to beat you up even more. Then, Yi Ran smiled. Seeing Yi Ran laughing, Han Kun thought he had relented. Naturally laughed. Since Teacher Han wants to protect his students so much, then you can take these few punches for them. Han Kun, who was still smiling. The smile instantly froze on his face. What's going on? Why is the plot suddenly wrong? Yi Ran, a silver-level powerhouse, when did he become so brave? Is he crazy? Han Kun couldn't believe it and continued to ask. So, Teacher Yi, do you mean to fight me? Yi Ran glanced at him like a fool. Drink foreign wine every day, and you can't even understand the Dragon Kingdom? Bullying the students in our class and wanting to understate the past? Other teachers may be fine, but with me, no. Class cohesion increased by 5%. Current class cohesion increased by 75%. Effective. Yi Ran stared at the system. Okay, good deal. Han Kun looked at Yi Ran. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. I thought Yi Ran didn't dare to fight him, and since he is a platinum powerhouse, he can't surrender his identity to deal with a waste. So I can only play some small tricks to make Yi Ran suffer a dumb loss. But I never expected Yi Ran to be so daring. Actually chose to be tough? Now I can really beat Yi Ran. He was angry that he was humiliated by Yi Ran in public in a nightclub before. Han Kun has always been retributive, starting from instigating students to provoke Yi Ran. In fact, it was to take revenge for Yi Ran's embarrassment in the nightclub. Of course, he may have forgotten that the humiliating situation was actually self-inflicted, and he had to run over to humiliate himself. To be honest, Teacher Han, you look more disgusting than your students. Although Yi Ran's words are understatement, but the movements are surprisingly fast. The sharp jab cut through the air, making gusts of wind. Looking at Yi Ran's oncoming fist, Han Kun's mouth couldn't help but smile excitedly. You do this first, then I'm welcome. Although I don't understand why Yi Ran is so brave, but this became an excuse for him to fight back. Beating Yi Ran hard is much happier than letting him suffer a dumb loss. Han Kun's breath suddenly skyrocketed. Prepare to meet Yi Ran's attack, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. I thought that I would suppress him hard later. The thrill of revenge has already come to my heart. Just as he was immersed in a sweet dream, Yi Ran's fist has come with the trend. Oomph. Han Kun was already prepared, and the white light on his body flashed. However, Yi Ran's fist was about to touch his face, suddenly turned into a palm. The speed was extremely fast, and he slapped Han Kun's side face directly. Han Kun reacted quickly and changed his tactics, blocking Yi Ran's palm with his arm. Unexpectedly, the huge force coming from Yi Ran's palm actually bounced off his arm. The heavy and powerful slap fell down. A crisp and loud applause fell
accurately on Han Kun's cheeks. Han Kun was caught off guard and flew out by this force. The left side of his face instantly swelled. Blood even flowed from his nostrils. He stood still, his eyes fixed on his hands that had just been bounced away by Yi Ran. I can't believe what I am doing. What the hell is going on? How did Yi Ran do it? I, a platinum powerhouse, can't stop this waste mentor's palm? Not only was Han Kun stunned, the others present were also stunned. What's going on? I read that right. Teacher Yi actually slapped the hypocrite and hit it? Isn't it? How is this possible? The hypocrite has a bad character, but his strength is real platinum? Just now, Teacher Yi alone left the four golden powerhouses speechless, which was shocking enough. How dare this slap the platinum powerhouse head on? Am I still awake? Anyway, this palm is really relieving. Well played. I've long been upset with that hypocrite. I'm going. Just by this time, few of the teachers in the whole grade can do it easily. When did Teacher Yi become so powerful? Didn't it always be silver before? That's called great wisdom and foolishness. Taoguan and obscure, you don't understand. Teacher Yi is amazing. Whoever says that Teacher Yi is a salted fish in the future, who am I anxious with? The students of the second class were shocked, and they were all very surprised. Who doesn't want their teacher to be invincible? In fact, it's no wonder that everyone is so shocked. The gap between platinum and platinum is too big. Platinum powerhouse, as a half step into the realm of the Grandmaster's threshold. If people before platinum are still studying the path of their predecessors, then people after platinum have begun to understand the rules and try to follow their own path, enough to be qualified for the role of preaching and teaching. This is also the reason why the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy allows strong people above platinum to accept apprentices. All in all, the platinum powerhouse is almost crushed by the lower latitude for the opponent below platinum. Even the S-level demon Zhang Hedong, who once made the family bow their heads, when he challenged the platinum powerhouse by leapfrogging, he also lost. This gap cannot be filled by an S-level talent alone. Teacher Yi obviously did not go the wrong way, by no means a simple platinum powerhouse, but with gold-level strength. Under the guard of the platinum powerhouse, he slapped his face fiercely. Such a thing is unheard of and unbelievable. Class cohesion increased by 5%. Current class cohesion increased by 80%. How can it be? Han Kun covered his face, while trying to reduce the swelling, while staring at Yi Ran in disbelief. That sense of unreality left him speechless and unable to speak. Dachuan, the teacher usually taught you to be kind to others. You can listen to it. The teacher is very happy, but your performance today is not liked by the teacher. Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and habitually touched the back of his head. I don't know how to take Yi Ran's words. Remember, Dachuan, the premise of being kind to others is with people, not doing good. Yi Ran pointed to Han Kun and said, this is also the negligence of the teacher, who usually only teaches you how to treat people but does not teach you how to treat dogs. Listening to Yi Ran compare himself to a dog, Han Kun, who had recovered from the shock, gradually turned red in his eyes. He has never been bullied. How could anyone dare to bully him on his head, especially in front of so many people, being reprimanded like this by a mentor who seems to be a salted fish? Han Kun, who is already narrow-minded. At this moment, the anger level has peaked. Yi Ran, you are looking for death. As soon as the words fell, Han Kun's momentum suddenly skyrocketed. The powerful aura forced the surrounding students to retreat. A snow-white lion appeared behind him, his eyes wide open, and the almost concrete murderous aura drew traces on the ground. A-level ability, White Jade Lion. It is the top among A-class beasts, and its racial strength is not inferior to that of devouring pigs. Its racial talent is the ability to jade, which can transform objects it touches into jade. Once the talent is activated, in battle, it is likely that the opponent's arms and legs will be directly jaded. This strange ability, coupled with the strong physical fitness of the A-class beast, close combat with white jade lions is simply a nightmare for opponents. With Han Kun's urging, the white lion was directly alienated and attached to him. Han Kun's whole person swelled in a circle. The tense muscles contained explosive power, and the bloody red eyes were full of naked desire to attack. You will regret what you did today. The corners of Han Kun's mouth rose slightly, and his back was straight, like a hunter staring at his prey, approaching Yi Ran step by step. Han Kun was menacing, but Yi Ran, who was at the center of pressure, was still calm. He pointed at the furious Han Kun and did not forget to continue to teach Wang Dachuan. Remember the words of the teacher: when encountering a barking dog, you should only do one thing. Yi Ran's eyes were sharp, and he shot directly at Han Kun. Beat until it is obedient. Yi Ran's breath began to surge, and an ink gold dragon hovered around him. Roar! The ink gold dragon let out a sky-shaking dragon roar, roaring at the huge white jade lion. When the strong momentum competed with Han Kun, it didn't fall behind at all. The big battle is about to break out. I'm going. Is Teacher Yi crazy? He actually chose to be a frontal and tough hypocrite? Platinum versus gold. Teacher Yi is done now. It's a big deal. Find someone to help and save Teacher Yi. Hurry up and go to the Academic Affairs office to find Director Liu. Yes, go and inform Director Liu. Li Muran did not hesitate and rushed straight to the Academic Affairs office. Unknowingly, the heart hearts of the students of the second class gradually came together to support Yi Ran.
Are you? Who are you?
Han Kun stared at the phantom behind Yi Ran. The originally fierce gaze suddenly showed a hint of hesitation. He once thought that Yi Ran was just a waste mentor who lay flat on a salted fish, but now looking at Yi Ran's breath and exercises,
it seems that there is an extraordinary background hidden behind it.
These visions made Han Kun stop and his heart began to waver.
Who am I? I am a tutor at the Demon Martial Academy.
Listening to Yi Ran's answer, Han Kun frowned, seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Yi Ran's answer.
I didn't ask about this.
Yi Ran stared at Han Kun disdainfully.
Am I obliged to give you an answer?
Only bullying the weak and afraid of the hard.
He looked at Han Kun with provocative eyes. Don't you have the guts?
A spineless dog. Lies may not hurt people, but the truth is like a sharp knife. Yi Ran humiliated Han Kun in public, and what he said was all the truth. This stimulation over and over again made Han Kun's eyes gradually turn red. As soon as his brain was hot, Han Kun roared.
Yi Ran, this is what you asked for. No matter how hard your background is, you have to lie down for me today.
The white jade lion behind him also seemed to be more majestic. Those huge lion eyes stared at Yi Ran, as if wishing to tear him to pieces. In the face of the menacing Han Kun, Yi Ran was still calm and light.
He looked at Han Kun and said,
I was worried about what to do with those students. After all, among those four, there was a kid who didn't look like a bully. After thinking about it repeatedly, only a beast like you can force students to play these indiscriminate means.
He waved his hand at Wang Dachuan.
Step back and take a good look at how to train a dog for a teacher.
Han Kun laughed angrily.
To tell the truth, the first thing I'll do later is to tear your mouth apart.
At this moment, Han Kun was almost about to explode.
Yi Ran's words accurately hit his sore spot.
Let the swelling on your face disappear first, and then shout.
Yi Ran's words aroused Han Kun's anger to a higher level.
Miso. A wind swept by.
Han Kun turned into a white afterimage and rushed towards Yi Ran. The speed was so fast that it set off a sonic boom, like the explosion of two peaks colliding, stirring up a wave of air. Nearby students were blown away by the strong aftermath.
The aftermath dissipated.
At the center of the explosion, Yi Ran and Han Kun were deadlocked in place. Han Kun's ferocious punch was blocked by Yi Ran with one hand.
How is this possible?
Han Kun had a huge lion head on his head. His eyes were full of disbelief.
Being slapped before may be an underestimation of the enemy.
This time he tried his best to kill Yi Ran.
Can strike with all your might? Was blocked by this salted fish mentor? The iron rule that platinum-level powerhouses cannot leapfrog to challenge gold has failed here in Yi Ran?
The strong sense of unreality made Han Kun a little dazed.
In fact, Han Kun's trance is forgivable. If anyone were to stand here, they would not believe that a gold-level Yi Ran could block the all-out blow of a platinum-rank powerhouse.
When he came back to his senses, Han Kun was unwilling and continued to punch Yi Ran. Every punch is extremely powerful, containing all the strength of the platinum-level powerhouse. The fist wind howled, and wherever it passed, even the solid wood tables and chairs were abruptly split.
In the face of this stormy attack, Yi Ran was calm and calm, wielding the power of the Ink Dragon, defending every attack of Han Kun with extreme precision. Han Kun had nothing to do, and the offensive failed again and again. For a time, the two of them came and went, evenly matched. It doesn't look like a platinum powerhouse suppressing a gold-level situation at all. This scene shocked all the students. What did I see? Platinum is playing gold? Doesn't it mean that no genius can leapfrog in front of platinum? What is the situation?
Teacher Yi should not be called a genius, he should be called a demon.
I'm convinced Teacher Yi is too powerful. Who the hell says that Teacher Yi is a salted fish? Who am I in a hurry to?
Director Le called early this time. I didn't expect Teacher Yi to be inseparable from this hypocrite.
Why is it early?
Director Le has to take a good look to see if our Teacher Yi is too strong, or is this hypocrite a parallel product? All the students were shocked by Yi Ran's strength. Yi Ran already has the talent of a top family, with strong blood and extraordinary qualifications. If it weren't for those changes and obstacles, he would at least be able to compete with a genius from a family like Lawani now. And at this moment, Yi Ran has broken through his golden mark, like a carp jumping through the dragon gate and becoming a dragon. His solid foundation in the past 10 years has achieved a qualitative leap and energy burst at the moment of breakthrough. This power is extremely pure and of high quality, and it is so thick that it does not look like a gold-level powerhouse at all. With these conditions alone, Yi Ran's comprehensive strength is no less than that of the explosive power of S-level superpowers of the same rank.
Not to mention his innate Taoist physique, and the blessing brought by the system.
At this moment, Yi Ran has many miraculous factors in one, and he has the strength to compete with the platinum-rank powerhouses.
There is no so-called iron law that cannot be broken.
It's just that the fist is not hard enough, and the strength has not yet reached its peak.
Perhaps it was an emotional influence.
Han Kun's offense became more and more impatient, and there were more and more mistakes. The situation on the field started from Han Kun's all-out attack and Yi Ran's defense. Gradually, the two sides attacked and defended each other.
Even Han Kun sometimes had to turn to defense.
At this time, Han Kun Kun vaguely felt that every punch he had been seen by Yi Ran in advance. The attack that he launched with all his might. Yi Ran only needs to make a slight movement at a critical moment to easily resolve it. This feeling of being seen through made Han Kun extremely depressed. Han Kun was negligent for a while. Yi Ran seized the opportunity and punched Han Kun directly in the face. Han Kun was caught off guard and was repelled several meters. The nose had already healed, and at this moment blood was flowing out again, and it was embarrassing. Looking at the nosebleeds that kept dripping, the corners of Han Kun's mouth twitched slightly. Although I am extremely reluctant to admit it, if I continue not to use the power of the law, I will undoubtedly be defeated. At this time, Yi Ran frowned slightly. What's going on? He hadn't heard the system prompt. Class cohesion has improved for 3 seconds. It seems that the emotional value of these students has reached saturation. Even if we continue to fight like this, it is also difficult to complete 95% of the mission goals. No, it can't go on like this. How can the system's rewards slip away easily? The plot has to be more tortuous. Yi Ran thought to himself in his heart. Then he looked up and said 2 words to Han Kun lightly. These 2 classic mockery words that were once on the internet are timeless. In just 2 words, Han Kun was angered again in an instant. Why? Why is it a waste that is difficult to break through silver for 10,000 years? Now he can press himself, the much anticipated platinum genius, to the ground and rub it? The strong shame and anger caused Han Kun's blood pressure to soar. The blood that had stopped gushed out again. Yi Ran smiled contemptuously. At this level, the caretaker home doesn't need you at all. Although it is not clearly said, every sentence implies the ridicule of Han Kun as a dog. You are looking for death. How can the narrow-minded Han Kun endure such humiliation? In an instant, the white light in his eyes flashed. The white jade lion on his body began to emit a strange light. The light gradually disperses. The white sphinx was as smooth as porcelain, shining with dazzling brilliance in the sun. Be careful, this is the Taoism of a platinum-level powerhouse. Huang Dongdong on the side saw this scene and immediately reminded Yi Ran in a hurry. He was originally watching the game calmly, but now he became nervous. After all, Huang Dongdong was born in a sect and had far better knowledge than ordinary students. He saw the change in Han Kun clearly. It is completely the unique Taoist performance of platinum-level powerhouses. Han Kun himself is a supernatural awakener. The power of the law of Taoism is naturally inseparable from the white jade lion. It is no exaggeration to say that every punch and kick of the white jade transformation, as long as it hits Yi Ran's body, irreversible jadeization lesions will appear on the touched parts. At best, it can lead to severed arms and legs, and at worst, it can kill on the spot. Han Kun's move has far exceeded the ordinary competition. He was completely rushing to take Yi Ran's life. The Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy encourages competition, but it is strictly forbidden to fight to the death. However, Han Kun, who was carried away by anger, couldn't care about these rules at all. His fist, as hard as white jade, smashed straight into Yi Ran's forehead. The plot is starting to get twisted. Yi Ran looked at the white jade fist rushing towards him, but he was overjoyed. There is no intention to avoid it at all. Bang! Han Kun's speed was amazingly fast. Yi Ran didn't even seem to have a chance to react. The punch hit him the head, made a dull muffled sound. If it weren't for the Mo Long Shendong body protection, Yi Ran would probably have flown away at this moment. This is all you asked for, Han Kun said viciously. As soon as this punch came out, even if Yi Ran could block the attack power, he could not resist the jade transformation lesion. In the end, Yi Ran still couldn't escape death, as expected. Although Yi Ran blocked this heavy punch, but from his hair, the whole person glowed with a layer of white light. The light slowly spread downward. It goes over the hair, eyebrows, nose, lips, all the way to the chin. Yi Ran's entire head gradually turned into a white jade-like relief. At this moment, the scene fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the white relief, and no one could say a word. Huang Dongdong hurriedly ran over, looking left and right at Yi Ran's jade-like head. He glared at Han Kun angrily and said sternly, "Do you know what you did? You're killing someone, you know?" The word murder, like a bolt from the blue, it shocked the hearts of everyone present. The students looked at everything in front of them in horror. If it's a fight between the two sides, it's okay to say, but it turned into a murder. And it was the school teacher who killed another teacher. This is a big deal. At this moment, Han Kun put away his abilities and returned to his original appearance. When he returned to his senses, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but soon regained his composure. Snorted coldly, "Murder? Don't buckle your hat. What kind of murder is legitimate defense? You?" Huang Dongdong listened to Han Kun's words, his eyes almost rounded. She never expected that Han Kun could be so brazen to such an extent, obviously committing such evil deeds in full view. He can even turn around and fabricate lies to excuse himself. At this time, Han Kun calmly walked up to Yi Ran, said to many students, "This was obviously when teacher Yi and I were competing with each other. He kept stimulating me with words, and his attack was extremely fierce, and he made a dead move. I caused this accident by punching too hard when my life was threatened and my emotions were out of control. How can this be considered murder?"
murder. At this moment, Han Kun continues to downplay his responsibilities. Push everything to Yiran. Obviously black is said to be white. White is said to be black. Boom.
The expression pretended to be aggrieved, the reasons were far-fetched, and the tone was extremely firm. These actions of his are disgusting.
The faces of the students in the second class were full of anger, especially Wang Dachuan. He gritted his teeth and endured the wound, and walked up to Yiran. He is usually honest, but at this moment he is actually angry. The whole body trembled, and his eyes stared at Han Kun, shouted angrily, "Do you still have a little reason? Even if you kill Teacher Yi, you are a murderer. Kill to pay for your life." Wang Dachuan's words were like throwing a boulder, stirring up 1,000 waves. All the students in class 2 echoed and roared in unison, "Kill to pay for your life. Kill to pay for your life. Kill to pay for your life." The sounds came and went, and the anger was like a volcanic eruption, almost tearing the roof of the restaurant.
The second class of the first grade, which was originally like scattered sand, has condensed amazing power at this moment. Han Kun looked at the scene of the students in the second class working together, and his eyes dodged for a moment. Then he turned into anger and roared, "Shut up!" Accompanied by his roar was the domineering release of a strong platinum aura, coupled with the unique majesty of the teacher. Instantly calmed down the students present. "It's not your students' turn to point fingers here." Han Kun glanced at everyone disdainfully. "You wastes who are about to be eliminated don't think about how hard you can stay, but you have the leisure to care about other people's affairs? Mixing time here during class time? I count 3 seconds, and if the students don't leave after 3 seconds, I will report them to the school and deduct credits." The second class of the first grade is the class with the lowest grades. The students don't have high scores. If you are deducted points again, you are very likely to face the risk of being fired. Han Kun thought he had caught this and threatened the student in front of him with a disdainful face. 3, 2, 1. After counting 3 times, it stands to reason that the students should disperse. But only one person left. All the other students were still angry. "Go to your mother's school. Give me back my teacher's life. Return my teacher's life to. Murder pays for life. Murder pays for life." Anger erupted again. They stood in front of Yiran in unison. "Even if you are stuck in the quagmire, do your best to speak out." He vowed to seek justice for Yiran. Han Kun saw that the students had no intention of retreating and froze in place. Looking at this group of students who were protecting Yiran without giving an inch, a wave of anger surged in his heart for no reason. Maybe it's hatred that iron is not steel. Maybe it's jealousy. The already irritable mood was made even more irritated by these students. He glanced around and said viciously, "I'll count again. 3 seconds. Count to 3 and still don't leave. I will treat you as you contradict the teacher. According to the rules of magic martial arts, I have the right to punish you for colliding with the mentor." However, the students of the second class still stood unwaveringly in front of Yiran. Han Kun's eyes flashed fiercely. "Since you want to go to the infirmary to lie down, don't blame me for being rude." Before he finished speaking, he actually opened fire in public. The white jade lion was alienated, and the powerful platinum aura overwhelmed these students who couldn't even reach the silver to retreat one after another, and even their breathing became rapid. Naked threats, forcing the students present to compromise. Just as Han Kun was about to count again, a golden and red musket suddenly stabbed at his face. "Humph!" Han Kun snorted coldly, and didn't even raise his hand. A jade-faced barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The musket hit the barrier and instantly turned into nothingness. "I'm so angry. Is there any royal law here? It really makes me sick." Before the words fell, Huang Dongdong, a big ghost, suddenly appeared in front of the students. He was jealous of evil. How could he stand these bastards in front of him, who were reversing black and white? Han Kun frowned slightly. "Once again, I set my sights on this child. I really didn't expect that such a hairy boy would appear in the university cafeteria, and his strength far exceeds that of ordinary freshmen. Such a person has a deep background at first glance, and it is likely that there is a strong division support behind him." For a while, Han Kun frowned slightly. "This classmate, I don't think I've seen you." "Nonsense, I've been cultivating in the fire sect before. What qualifications do you have to see me?" Hearing this, Han Kun's heart tightened, and then he asked, "But the disciple of Huo Wen, the master of the fire action sect?" After hearing this, Huang Dongdong's tone was not good, but it was mixed with a hint of doubt. "Do you know my master?" Han Kun raised his eyebrows. "Huo Wen, the master of the fire sect, is a grandmaster of the Peak of Diamonds. I heard that he has a very hot temper and is very protective of calves." After learning about Huang Dongdong's teacher, Han Kun felt that things were a bit tricky, but he still put on an extremely professional look and said to Huang Dongdong, "This little friend, now we need to deal with school affairs. Please don't interfere." Huang Dongdong ignored Han Kun at all, and once again transformed into a musket in his hand, pointing directly at Han Kun. He took a sip contemptuously. "Bah, what are you pretending to be here, a murderer?" Listening to Huang Dongdong insulting himself mercilessly, Han Kun's face suddenly became gloomy. "Little friend, please make it clear, don't slander casually." "Okay, murderer, murderer, murderer." Huang Dongdong stared at Han Kun disdainfully. "How many times do you want to listen to it?" Master, I'll tell you. Then he pointed at Han Kun and said in a solemn tone, you have the ability to kill me today. If you can't kill me, I will definitely make what you did today public, and let everyone see how this Demon Capital High Martial Arts Academy should deal with scum like you. Hearing this, Han Kun's eyes narrowed slightly. If they are all students in the school, it is easier to control. Even if some students want to make trouble, they can find a way to suppress it. It is not difficult to give a few more guaranteed places and send them to the major forces, and he can fully afford it. But Huang Dongdong is not a student of the school, he is a disciple of the master of the fire sect. His own mentor status could not suppress him at all, and the kid in front of him looks like he has a strong sense of justice. The temptation of interest also seems to be difficult to work. For a while, Han Kun felt that the situation was getting tricky. Just as Han Kun was racking his brains to find a way, Huang Dongdong was still scolding, saying that you are a rat, you are really promoting you are a beast. A person who kills without blinking is not worthy of being a human beast at all. Perhaps it is a common problem of fire cultivators. Huang Dongdong became more and more excited the more he scolded, looking at Han Kun's appearance of being beaten. I couldn't help but start to gather strength. Whoosh! The musket stabbed Han Kun in the face this time. Han Kun was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I can't solve it. This kid helped himself find a reason. Boom! Since you want to kill me so much, it's not too much for me to defend myself, right? This is what you asked for. Han Kun shouted coldly, and the whole person turned into a white phantom and rushed towards Huang Dongdong suddenly. Roar! Han Kun swung a punch, with a faint lion-like roar in the wind. The attack target was pointed directly at Huang Dongdong's forehead. Obviously this time he wanted to kill with one blow and kill him. Han Kun's offensive was rapid, far exceeding Huang Dongdong's expectations. Before he could react, Han Kun's fist wind had already hit his face. But at the moment when the fist was about to touch Huang Dongdong's face, a strong big hand tightly grabbed Han Kun's fist, blocked this fatal blow for Huang Dongdong. When Han Kun saw the faces of the people blocking his offensive, he exclaimed, Yi Ran? It was Yi Ran. He smiled and looked at Huang Dongdong. Save your life? No thanks. Then he turned his head, his eyes became cold. The palm of the hand is secretly forced. Han Kun felt like a huge roller crushing his fist. Even the bones made a clicking sound. The severe pain forced him to hurriedly withdraw his fist. Couldn't help but wave his hand behind his back. At this moment, Han Kun didn't care about checking his hands. He stared at the living Yi Ran in astonishment. How is this possible? How did you do it? Since being promoted to the platinum rank, Han Kun's white jade lion whitening ability has never missed. Whether it is a platinum level genius or a half grandmaster in the late platinum stage, as long as it is glued by his jade transformation ability, without exception, it will hurt the skin and flesh. Han Kun even killed a platinum level beast stronger than himself because of this. But today, the jade transformation ability he has always been proud of has failed in Yi Ran. This made it difficult for him to accept. At this time, Yi Ran bent down to pick up the jade fragments on the ground, said lightly, you can't understand what I said. The innate Taoist body is known as the darling of the law. All laws are not violated, and all laws are difficult to harm. Although the jade transformation ability seems strange, in the final analysis, it is just a law of attribute change. How could such an ability hurt Yi Ran, who had an innate Taoist body? He casually threw away the jade fragments, with a little regret in his eyes, and looked at Han Kun. White Jade Lion. Although the ability is good, it's a pity that it grows on the beast. The students of the second class saw that Yi Ran was safe and sound, and rushed forward. One by one, they eagerly gathered around and asked him about his condition with concern. Teacher Yi, are you okay? Yes, Teacher Yi, how is your health? Teacher Yi, do you want to go to the infirmary to see? Teacher Yi. Wang Dachuan didn't care about the injuries on his body, and quickly squeezed in. He looked at Yi Ran honestly. After confirming that Yi Ran was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Grinned. Teacher Yi, you are so powerful. I can actually let you survive. I almost died with you. Yi Ran is fine, he is happier than anyone else. It's just that this silly mouth is really not good at talking. Yi Ran glanced at Dachuan helplessly. Dachuan, there's no need for that. Wang Dachuan knew that what he said might not be listened to, but I don't know how to remedy it. I had to touch my head stupidly. It's okay anyway, it's okay. Suddenly, he remembered something again, turned to Yi Ran and said, Teacher Yi, let's go, don't be like them. Hearing Wang Dachuan's words, the students also realized that now is not the time to stay. They all said eagerly to Yi Ran, that's right, Teacher Yi, let's go. Teacher Yi, let's go to Director Le to administer justice. That's right, Teacher Yi, we are going to stab the school. Let's see how the school deals with it. Yes, Teacher Yi, a good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Wang Dachuan's suggestion has been responded to by everyone. After all, Han Kun is a platinum level powerhouse, and everyone knows his strength. No one dares to guarantee whether Teacher Yang is safe if the conflict continues. After all, in their eyes, Teacher Yi is already a person who has walked through the gates of hell. Yi Ran pressed his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. He saw the concern in his
his eyes and said to his classmates with a smile, "Don't worry, there's no danger." The blow just now, strictly speaking, it was Yi Ran who deliberately let Han Kun hit it, because the moment he decided to take the second class of students to support Wang Dachuan, the system sent a task prompt. At present, the class cohesion has reached 90% and the task unity is strength is about to be completed. Please continue to work hard. Looking at the system's prompts, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth raised slightly. It seems that his hard fight against Han Kun is really worth it. In fact, at that moment, he deliberately resisted Han Kun's killer blow. Yi Ran was born with an innate Taoist body and was not afraid of the corrosion of any rule-type skills, and according to the confrontation between the two sides, he is confident that he will be able to withstand the power of this blow. The results are clear. Han Kun's blow not only failed to hurt him, instead, it ignited the anger of the students in the second class. It also made Yi Ran's class monolithic. The class cohesion quickly climbed to 90%, and at this moment, what Yi Ran needs to do most is to completely detonate the audience and push the cohesion of the class to its peak. And the powder keg that detonated the audience. Yi Ran locked his eyes on Han Kun. He said to Wang Dachuan, "The dog training class is not over yet. How can it end now?" Saying that, Yi Ran waved his hand, turned around and stood in front of the students. I moved my neck, stretched out a hand and hooked Han Kun. "Keep calling." That gesture was like a provocation made by a tamer to a beast that had not yet been tamed. "Ha, to be honest, I really admire your courage." Han Kun saw Yi Ran so provocative and smiled in anger. "Seeing that you are not dead and I still want to keep you a dog's life, it seems that I am overwhelmed. Killing once is killing, and killing twice is also killing." With Yi Ran's performance, Han Kun felt that even if he was divided into 5 horses, he would not be able to relieve his anger. The snow-white lion's head appeared again. The familiar white light once again condensed around Han Kun. "Teacher Yi, be careful," Wang Dachuan exclaimed. Before the words fell, Han Kun has quickly approached. Yi Ran and Han Kun's fists collided violently. The strong shockwave shook nearby students away. The reaction is quite fast. "But, how do you plan to crack this jade transformation? I solved the jade transformation once through the dog luck and I really thought I could compete with me? How many whole cards do you have left?" Han Kun glared at Yi Ran. He fully urged the ability to transform jade. Although Yi Ran was shocked by the fact that he could lift the jade transformation, he didn't believe that this was something Yi Ran could do on his own. It must have been resisted with some treasure. However, the treasure is limited after all, and when it is used up, it is Yi Ran's death period. Sure enough, with fist contact, Yi Ran's fist glowed with white light. Han Kun had a hideous face, staring at Yi Ran's expression. He tried his best to capture the fear from Yi Ran's face to satisfy his perverted pleasure, but there was no trace of panic on Yi Ran's face. Instead, he showed a hint of sarcasm. "You don't really think that your jade transformation ability is impeccable, right?" The white light on Yi Ran's fist gradually faded. The fist revealed its original skin color. In an instant, the jade transformation directly dissipated without a trace. How is this possible? Han Kun's pupils shrank suddenly, and the changes in front of him caught him off guard. "Next time you learn to speak, learn a few more sentences, don't just shout those few sentences, repeat them back and forth, and your ears are about to call use." Yi Ran's mouth is unforgiving. Then he turned his right hand, turned his palm into a knife, and slashed at Han Kun's elbow joint. Han Kun's right arm was broken in two by a powerful force. He covered his arms in pain and hurriedly stepped back. However, Yi Ran approached quickly like a ghost, rolled up the power of the ink dragon and stabbed Han Kun on his right shoulder. Long-term dependence on supernatural abilities, weak physical function, unqualified. Before the words fell, the power of the ink dragon tightly wrapped around Han Kun's shoulders. Click! With a sound, Han Kun's right shoulder joint was abruptly removed. The practice is shallow, the energy quality is low, and it is unqualified. Yi Ran raised his fingers and stabbed Han Kun's middle point. Put! The power of the ink dragon penetrated through the flesh like spikes. Han Kun only felt weak and weak. Misconduct of ideology, misleading students astray, and seriously unqualified. Yi Ran turned into a palm with his left fist and slapped Han Kun on the left side of his head. Han Kun's left brain was hit hard by this palm knot, and the strong impact made his whole body fly out. Han Kun, who was hanging in mid-air, could no longer hear Yi Ran's reprimand clearly. Yi Ran's every move and style was extremely accurate, directly hitting Han Kun's hidden wounds and fate. In front of Yi Ran, Han Kun was like a puppet full of loopholes, at the mercy of others. In addition to the severe pain, his eyes began to be filled with horror. The right elbow, right shoulder, the zhong point, and the left brain. These weaknesses and hidden wounds, he never revealed to others. How could Yi Ran know so clearly? Strong doubts and cruel reality continue to impact Han Kun. Is there really a genius in the world? With just a few fights, can you instantly see all the weaknesses of the other party? What kind of demonic talent is this? The corners of Han Kun's mouth showed a hint of bitterness, wishing he had never provoked the monster Yi Ran. If you are not qualified anywhere, you are also worthy of being a teacher? Yi Ran did not stop. At the moment when Han
Han Kun was hanging in the air. The power of the ink dragon at Yi Ran's elbow suddenly condensed, carrying 10,000 pounds of power. Hit Han Kun directly in the chest.
Slammed down.
Han Kun, who was supposed to fly backwards, was changed by this huge force.
Bang! With a loud bang, Han Kun was smashed into the ground.
The floor cracked instantly, setting off a cloud of dust and smoke.
The dust settles. I saw Yi Ran standing alone and proudly,
and Han Kun lay weakly in the cracked pit,
like a dying dog.
Yi Ran looked down at this half-dead Han Kun.
The audience fell into a dead silence. Pinch me, am I dreaming? Is this really a showdown between platinum and gold? Did I travel through time? What is going on? Can such a bizarre thing really happen under the sky? Teacher Yi defeated platinum with his golden body? Don't say defeat, it's simply abused. Haven't you seen it? Demon.
All the students stared at the scene in front of them in shock, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Yi Ran's smooth operation is like a father teaching his son.
Simple and crude. Don't treat Han Kun as a human being at all. But, anyway, Han Kun is also a platinum powerhouse. And it's also the kind that is quite strong in platinum. Was actually abused by Yi Ran's gold.
For a while, all the students in class 2 looked at Yi Ran's back and felt a hint of strangeness. Is this still the salted fish tutor? What about the lying flat tutor? Only Wang Dachuan clenched his fists excitedly. When he first pointed out, he decided that Yi Ran was a hidden master. Every time I discuss with others feel that Wang Dachuan has a nerve problem.
But what about now?
With this record against the sky,
who dares to question his vision?
At this moment, Wang Dachuan has a kind of everyone is drunk and I am sober.
He shouted excitedly. What are you looking at?
Haven't you seen the success of the leapfrog challenge?
Everyone looked at Wang Dachuan, a brain-dead powder, helplessly. Leapfrog challenges have been seen, but I have never seen such an easy abuse, especially gold against platinum, which is simply unheard of.
Congratulations to the host. The class cohesion has successfully reached 95%, and the rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host. Get the Master's Soul, LV1. The host's current teaching ability is increased by 20%, and the student's comprehension ability is increased by 10%.
2 figures passed by, one in front and one behind. Master, slow down, I can't keep up. Wang Xiaoman smiled bitterly and stared at Luwani, who was sprinting forward.
Since the students in Yi Ran's class told Luwani that Yi Ran had a fight with Han Kun in the restaurant, Luwani directly gave up participating in the school board meeting and rushed to the restaurant with all her might.
At this moment, Luwani's face was full of anxiety and anger. Slow down to collect Yi Ran's body?
There was fierceness in her eyes. The corners of Wang Xiaoman's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Master, you must be calm when you arrive at the scene.
Calm down? How can you calm me down? Luwani didn't listen to the advice at all.
Seeing that she could no longer listen, Wang Xiaoman asked tentatively, if Teacher Yi is really seriously injured, will you?
I will kill Han Kun on the spot.
Luwani's eyes narrowed slightly, murderous.
Wang Xiaoman got goosebumps all over his body and persuaded in a low voice, but master, this is at school after all. Do I care? Luwani replied coldly.
Hearing this, Wang Xiaoman was helpless and bitter and wanted to say something but was frightened by the murderous gaze and shut up, so he could only obediently follow Luwani and run towards the hall. As long as it is related to Yi Ran, Luwani seems to have lost her mind. Forget it, it's tired, destroy everything. The two of them were extremely fast, and in just a few words, they had arrived at the door of the cafeteria.
Bang!
With a loud bang, the violent force blasted open the door of the cafeteria. Everyone turned their heads to look. Luwani looked murderous and went straight to the center of the cafeteria.
Director Lu is here. Run, can you run away? Someone said coldly.
The students bowed their heads and prepared to escape as if they had encountered a natural enemy.
Everyone present, no one is allowed to leave.
Luwani snorted coldly, and an invisible ripple spread from her body. In an instant, the invisible realm envelopes the center of the restaurant. Several students who wanted to escape suddenly felt their legs stiff and could not move at all. This is Lejia's clear heart, which can interfere with people's sixth senses from the depths of their souls, and Luwani is controlling their control of their legs.
Where is Han Kun? Call him out to see me.
Her voice was cold, and her tone was so strong that it was too strong to disobey. However, all teachers and students look at me and I look at you, and none of them dare to respond.
Seeing that no one was moving, Luwani shouted angrily, Han Kun, do you dare to hit someone, but you don't dare to face me? Get out of here.
As soon as these words came out, the faces of the students at the scene became even more bizarre.
Someone in the crowd said cautiously, Director Lu, Teacher Han may not be convenient now. Inconvenient? What's inconvenient?
Luwani shouted sharply, since you don't dare to see me, then I'll go see him.
Tell me where the person is. The aura was fully open, and she looked like she was going to kill Han Kun.
The students listened to her words, their expressions even more strange, but no one dared to tell where Han Kun was. Looking at this scene, Luwani's eyes narrowed slightly.
Don't you dare to say it? Are you so afraid of Han Kun's retaliation afterwards? Are you afraid of death and greedy for life? My students have this little courage?
Who doesn't point out to me where Han Han-kun is today, and the final assessment is unqualified. As soon as the words fell, she leaked domineeringly. Hearing this, the students stepped back and took the initiative to get out of the way. That road led straight to the deep pit smashed by Yi-ran. Lowani frowned, but still walked towards the pit. Director Lu, Teacher Han, here. When Lowani saw the scene in the pit, she couldn't speak for a long time. The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence again. So, this, lying in the pit, could it be Han-kun? Lowani asked in disbelief. At this moment, she no longer had the momentum of asking for forgiveness before. She first looked at Yi-ran standing by the pit and then turned to look at Han-kun lying in the pit. My head went blank. Why is it Han-kun who is lying in the pit? But Yi-ran stood by the pit intact? Did I misremember who is Platinum? Lowani's mind was full of questions. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? She said sluggishly. The previous appearance of the full aura has long since dissipated. At this time, Wang Dachuan stood up and explained to Lowani. Director Lo, here's the thing. Teacher Han instigated the students to beat me, and Teacher Yi came over to administer justice. As a result, Teacher Han suddenly appeared to support his students, and the two sides clashed. In the end, Teacher Yi beat Teacher Han like this. After saying that, Wang Dachuan also specially added, Director Lo, it was Teacher Han and the others who provoked trouble first, and our Teacher Yi was not wrong at all. However, at this moment, Lowani didn't listen to Wang Dachuan's words at all. There was only one thought left in her mind. Gold actually defeated Platinum? If someone usually told her about this kind of thing, she would definitely smile disdainfully. After all, the iron law of not leapfrogging to challenge Platinum has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. But now, this scene happened in front of her eyes. Han-kun could never have beaten himself like this and lay in a deep pit, right? The strong sense of unreality made Lowani dizzy. She glanced at Yi-ran deeply, since knowing that Yi-ran has broken through the golden mark, she could already foresee that Yi-ran would be a blockbuster with her talent. But she never expected that Yi-ran's first battle would be so earth-shattering. For a while, Lowani remembered what her aunt Luanjing had said to her. Yi-ran's potential, not to mention the strife of the three families, is worth fighting for under the pressure of the three kingdoms melee. Lowani took a deep breath. Her aunt's eyes were really sharp. She thought this was a bit exaggerated before, and felt that Luanjing said this to match them. But now, not only did she not feel that her aunt was exaggerating, but she felt that she had underestimated Yi-ran a little. Breaking the iron law of platinum with gold is unprecedented. Once this news spreads, Lowani doesn't have to think too much. Yi-ran will definitely become a fragrant delicacy that the major superforces are vying for. Those who accept apprentices, marry, and recognize relatives will come to visit in an endless stream. Marriage? Thinking of this, Lowani's heart couldn't help but tighten. Lowani calmed down. She silently walked to the edge of the pit and looked at Han-kun, and then looked at Yi-ran. Teacher Yi, do you know that private fights and brawlers are not allowed in school? Yi-ran nodded. As a mentor, not only did he not lead by example, but he also took the lead in violating discipline, and the crime was increased. Hearing that Lowani seemed to be preparing to punish Yi-ran, the students of the second class were anxious. Wang Dachuan said anxiously, "No, Director Lu, all this with Teacher Yi is to protect me." The students of Class 2 also followed. "Yes, Director Lo, it was Teacher Han and their students who chose it first." Director Lu, this is not the first time that Teacher Han's class has done this kind of thing. If you don't believe me, you can go to other classes to ask. Director Lu, Teacher Yi has absolutely no problem. The students are eagerly interceding for Yi-ran. Lowani pressed her wrist and motioned for the students to be quiet. Then he said calmly, "Students, be quiet. I have my own decision." Lowani's aura was fully opened, and for a while, it did quiet the students. Lowani turned her head and said to Yi-ran, "Teacher Yi, are you convinced?" Yi-ran looked at Lowani and nodded. Since he chose to do it, he decided to bear the consequences. "Teacher Yi, do you know the rules in our school code?" Yi-ran looked up at Lowani and smiled. "I know, serious people will be expelled." For a while, the atmosphere in the canteen became tense again. Everyone is waiting for Lowani's final verdict on this matter. Lowani pursed her lips and said the final decision. In this fight, in view of the fact that the cause was caused by Han-kun, the tutor Han-kun took the main responsibility, deducted half of the class's assessment scores, and handed over the rest of the punishment to the school discipline team and the tutor Yi-ran. Lowani paused for a moment. Tutor Yi-ran is a secondary responsibility, deducting 5 points from the class assessment. Thinking about the first offense, only verbal warning. If there is a next time, severe punishment will not be forgiven. This punishment was thunder and rain for Yi-ran, and it was not painful at all. For a while, the students of Han-kun looked at Lowani in astonishment. They shouted urgently, "Director Lu, this is not fair." Lowani looked at Dean Hai and the others, and the cold momentum directly made several people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. "I forgot that there are still you students. Do you really think that no one reported what you did on weekdays? I have always thought that you are students and need to be more tolerant, and I have warned Han-kun many times to discipline him more, but I didn't expect you to be angry with each other. The four of you will be punished for major demerit. demerits, and all of you will be investigated by the school discipline team, and if you have any questions, you can apply for withdrawal yourself.
As soon as Lu Wani's decision came out, the audience cheered. Director Lu is wise. Director Lu is in the world. Long live Director Lu. Everyone was happy that Yi Ran didn't have to be punished. Only the corners of Yi Ran's mouth twitched slightly. I wipe and deduct the class assessment points. The system task is to get the first place in the grade. Director Lu, let's not deduct credits. If not, you can send me to the school discipline team. In order to complete the system task, Yi Ran was really anxious. Lu Wani was a little confused. She really had never seen such a request. But after thinking about it, she also felt reasonable. After all, Yi Ran's class credits are really not much, once another 5 points are really deducted. Maybe it is really possible to be the last to be re-elected in this assessment and expelled from school. It turns out that Yi Ran is afraid of being expelled from school. Lu Wani thought in her heart, looking at Yi Ran's eyes with a hint of happiness. Let me not listen to my advice before, and have to die to save face to participate in the assessment. This will be anxious. But these naturally cannot be shown. Lu Wani still pretended to think deeply for a moment, said to Yi Ran, it's inconvenient to say here, come to the office with me. Subsequently, Yi Ran and Lu Wani left the scene. After seeing Yi Ran and Lu Wani leaving, the students also prepared to leave the cafeteria one after another. Wang Dachuan picked up his smashed school bag, and when he was about to leave, but he was patted on the shoulder. Hey, stupid big man, where are you going? Wang Dachuan turned around, looked left and right, and did not find the person who photographed him. Silly big man, where are you looking? Look down. Wang Dachuan looked down and found that the person speaking was Huang Dongdong. After seeing that it was Huang Dongdong, Wang Dachuan touched his head with a smile. It's you? I haven't had time to thank you yet. If you hadn't taken action, I might have been sent to the hospital at that time. Huang Dongdong waved his hand. It's just a matter of raising your hand. By the way, the silly big man asked you, where are you going? Wang Dachuan pointed to himself. Me? Naturally, I want to go back to our class. After Huang Dongdong heard this, his eyes looked out slightly, as if he didn't want to be seen. Then can I go to your class to observe? You? Wang Dachuan was stunned for a moment. What are you doing in our class? Just say whether you can go. Ouch. Why are you so inky? Huang Dongdong said impatiently. Don't let me go. I don't hesitate to go. Wang Dachuan smiled. Let go, let go. Let me tell you, our teacher Yi is good. Okay, I'm not blind, I can see. Huang Dongdong held his head with his hands back and muttered, this brain-dead powderhead. Wang Dachuan, who was interrupted by Huang Dongdong, was not annoyed and still had a simple face. Then you can come with me. I'll help you clean up a table and chairs. You go first, I know how to go, and I'll pass it later. Huang Dongdong waved his hand. After Wang Dachuan left, Huang Dongdong stared at the pit for a long time and couldn't say a word. His mind also flew up, recalling Yi Ran's last clean moves. The whole person couldn't help but feel a cold cicada. It's really hard to beat. Huang Dongdong muttered to himself, only gold can crush platinum. What kind of monster is this? Master is right. There are people outside the world. There is a sky outside the sky. Compared with that Yi Ran, I am indeed far behind. Then snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared on his hand out of thin air. Huang Dongdong said to the flames, Master, the disciple has found the class you mentioned that can teach me. The teacher in this class is very strong. There is absolutely no problem in pointing me out. This should be the strongest class in the entire freshman year. I guess the little junior brother must be in this class. So the disciple won't go home for the time being. Wait for a while. The disciple will turn the little junior brother into the sect together. Don't read it. Love your Dongdong. Huang Dongdong's fingers rubbed slightly. The flame disappeared, and a wisp of green smoke floated towards the sky. Watch the green smoke slowly drift away. Ho Wan, who was closing his eyes to recuperate, suddenly moved his mind. Then, he grabbed it out of thin air, the same technique as Huang Dongdong. A wisp of green smoke instantly turned into a flame. What Huang Dongdong said before came out of the flames. Ho Wan stroked the beard on his chin, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This stinky boy is still so clever. When Huang Dongdong went out, he didn't tell Huang Dongdong. I want to take the opportunity to let Huang Dongdong find the hidden super genius. The disciples are indeed big. Not only can you save your own worries, but you can also help your master abduct his apprentice. I'm still smart. That group of old guys are still talking about the soft grinding and hard bubble principle. I've already taken the lead. Thinking of this, Howen couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beard on his chin was raised. Director Lu, really, you should send me to the school discipline team. I am willing to be punished, and I have no complaints. In Lu Wani's office, Yi Ran paced back and forth and assured Lu Wani. Lu Wani waved her hand and looked at Yi Ran with a smile. No, Teacher Yi is already very clear. My punishment of you is absolutely objective and fair. According to your question, I absolutely cannot send you to the school discipline team. But I hit the teacher, and I seriously injured him. As if afraid that Lu Wani would not believe it, Yi Ran pinched his fingers and kept breaking. You see, I broke Han Kun's elbow, dislocated Han Kun's right shoulder, and hit Han Kun's left brain into a concussion, and broke at least 5 to 6 6 ribs of Han Kun with the last blow. Director Lu was shocking. My behavior was simply unforgivable. Yi Ran said to Lu Wani righteously. Really, Director Lu, I can't write anything. As a freshman tutor, I am ashamed to do such a thing. In order to maintain the fairness and justice of our freshman year, Director Lu, I sincerely beg you to send me to the school discipline team. Hearing the various crimes that Ji Ran said, Lu Wani still looked at Ji Ran with a smile on her face, unmoved. No, Teacher Yi, although you beat someone, but it is also out of love for the disciples. These subjective factors, as the director of teaching, I naturally have to consider it, so I don't think there is any problem with my handling. Teacher Yi, just deduct some class assessment points. You really don't need to enter the school discipline team. Looking at Lu Wani, who didn't get oil and salt, Yi Ran was anxious to spin around. Wang Xiaoman, who was standing on the side of the office, watched the two singing and harmonizing, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. An unprecedented spectacle. For the first time in her life, she saw a teacher desperately taking the initiative to accept punishment, and it was also the first time she saw a teaching director who did not let the teacher admit punishment. Director Lu, aren't you afraid that after your verdict, it will be difficult for you to carry out your future work? What should the students think of you, and what should the teachers think of you? Yi Ran said eagerly. I'm not afraid. Lu Wani was still unmoved by a smile on her face. I don't know why she looked at Yi Ran anxiously, but there was still a slight hint of joy in her heart. Let you not listen to my advice in the first place. Seeing that he couldn't say anything at all, Lu Wani was moved. Yi Ran was completely convinced. He sat on the sofa and broke the jar. Then I don't care, you can fine you to death. Anyway, you can't deduct the assessment score of our class. Seeing Yi Ran stop, Lu Wani raised her head and motioned for Wang Xiaoman to bring the tea that had been brewed a long time ago, and said slowly, I understand your feelings, and I know what you think. The final assessment is imminent, and your class is still counting down to want to turn over, and every point is extremely important. Yi Ran took a sip of tea and glanced at Lu Wani angrily. Knowing that you are still doing this, don't you just make it clear that you can't get along with our class too? Don't worry about listening yet, I'll analyze it for you slowly. Lu Wani still said slowly, actually, after we argued in that nightclub, I carefully calculated the scores of your class. According to the current scores of your class, during the final assessment, your class's individual battle assessment can get the first place in the grade, and the team battle assessment can get the top 8 in the grade, so you can definitely successfully advance to the middle of our freshman year. Today I saw Wang Dachuan in your class, and I feel that the progress and strength is quite amazing. Plus Zhang Xiaoru's words, both individual battles and team battles are very promising to meet the standard. Even if your class has deducted a few points now, but according to such results, your final assessment indicators will definitely pass the test at that time. Don't worry, you won't be expelled. Hearing Lu Wani's words, Yi Ran put down his teacup and shook his head. It's really not good. Director Lu can't get enough. Lu Wani looked at Yi Ran in confusion. How can it not be enough? I calculated these points one by one. It is absolutely impossible. Yi Ran looked at Lu Wani and said seriously, if you just strive for the middle of the table, this point will definitely be enough, but our class wants to take the first place in the grade. Originally, the previous points fell so much, and now if you want to deduct a few more points, this first place is really hanging. After hearing this, Lu Wani directly spat out the tea she had just drunk into her mouth. What did you say? Take the first place? What's the problem? Director Lu? Faced with Yi Ran's question, Lu Wani's eyes widened. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Not only sure, I'm also extremely confident. Our class definitely has the strength to take this first place, so Director Lu really can't deduct this point in other aspects. Looking at such a decisive Yi Ran, Lu Wani rubbed her temples. I really don't know if I am hallucinating or Yi Ran is crazy. Lu Wani hesitated to speak, and finally couldn't help but say, Yi Ran, do you know that there are still quite a lot of demons in our freshman year? Lu Wani counted carefully. You should have seen the 4 students in Han Kun's class. In addition, there are 3 A-level ability awakeners in our freshman year, 5 children of the family, not to mention those 2 exchange students from the sect organization. Almost every student has reached the golden late stage. Yi Ran listened to what Lu Wani said and said nonchalantly, I know, then what does this have to do with me? These are all competitors in your class. According to the current results of your class, if you want to win the first place in the final assessment, none of these people in your class can lose. Then just knock them all down. Yi Ran's natural words made Lu Wani unable to say a word for a long time. She didn't know where Yi Ran came from such strong self-confidence. Is Zhang Xiaoru alone? Lu Wani's expression was complicated, and finally she couldn't help but speak. Let me tell you another piece of information. Recently there was a student in our freshman year who was as talented as Zhang Hedong's demon. Even if Zhang Xiaoru could pass 5 levels and kill 6 generals and defeat the students I mentioned above, then what about this? Is she really 100% sure? Zhang Hedong? Although Yi Ran had salted fish before, he had heard of the name of Zhang Hedong of the family. For a while, Yi Ran's face also became serious. He is really not sure that Zhang Xiaoru can be Zhang Hedong head-on. After all, Zhang Xiaoru only has a few months left from the final exam from cultivation, and even if the
demon is improved, the improvement is limited.
Which class is Zhang and Dong 2? Yi Ran asked seriously. Lo Wani glanced at Yi Ran. If I really knew which class he was in, I wouldn't be unable to call his name. Then, Lo Wani took out the previous photo from the drawer.
You are also a teacher, so you can understand it naturally.
What do the traces in the photo mean? Such a demonic genius is simply unimaginable.
After Yi Ran took the photo, he remained silent for a long time. After all, he was too familiar with the crack marks on the test robot.
Director Lu, presumably this is what you call Zheng Hedong 2, played out.
Yi Ran was a little speechless while holding the photo. 1012 values, broken robots, familiar practice rooms.
Is this Wang Dachuan? Lo Wani nodded seriously.
As a mentor, I believe you can also see that with a value of 1012, you can produce such an effect, and this energy efficiency must be at least 70%. Seeing that Yi Ran didn't speak, Lo Wani continued.
Shocked, to be honest, the first time I saw it was the same as you are now,
and I couldn't say a word for a long time. I didn't expect such a demon to appear in our freshman year.
Yes, a demon, indeed a demon. Yi Ran absent-mindedly echoed. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
I don't know which class this demon belongs to, it's still not obvious. To be honest, Wang Xiaoman and I have been investigating for almost half a month, and there is no news at all so far.
Lo Wani took a sip of water and continued.
It's as if it disappeared out of thin air. Since that amazing move in the practice room, I can't see any other actions of this demonic genius. Logically it shouldn't be. After all, it's still difficult for geniuses to hide their light.
Lo Wani said in confusion. Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani. The expression on his face was a little complicated. Are you sure you have been seriously checking for half a month? What are you lying to? Wang Xiaoman and I check the access records and monitoring data during practice every day, especially the top-ranked classes.
And we even did the daily check of the status of the students. But this genius really seemed to have disappeared, and we couldn't find it at all.
That's right.
Yi Ran responded to Lo Wani a little perfunctorily. You deserve to not find it. The direction was wrong from the beginning.
Since that training room,
Wang Dachuan never went to the practice room again, and insisted on his 30-pound raw meat plan every day in extreme pain. If you don't go to the cafeteria to look for it, go to the practice room to look for it. Of course you can't find it.
Looking at Yi Ran absent-mindedly, there was no shock. Lo Wani was slightly unconvinced, and then threw out a fierce news. Do you still remember the time when the Grandmasters came to the materials department a month ago? Yi Ran nodded.
Of course I remember. It caused a lot of sensation that day, and I heard that our principal had taken action.
Lo Wani smiled mysteriously. Then do you know what these Grandmasters are gathering in our material department for? It's for that Zhang Hedong 2? Lu Enjing nodded. Yes, it's just for that genius.
After all, a super genius who has no teacher at all, which diamond-level Grandmaster doesn't want to take it as a
personal heir?
If the principal hadn't stopped it at that time, I estimated that the group of old men at the door of the material department would have started fighting.
Listening to Lo Wani's words, Yi Ran's mood was a little complicated. A group of diamond-level Grandmasters fought for Wang Dachuan, fighting to the point of bloodshed.
But Wang Dachuan is a waste that no one wants in the previous Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. This kind of thing sounds really magical. Looking at Yi Ran's expression a little complicated, Lu Enjing thought that Yi Ran was calmed down by this matter, so she said with some pride,
how is it? I just said don't be too ambitious. Do you still want to win the first place? Just follow my plan and get a midstream result, which can be regarded as a blockbuster. Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani and said with an affirmative face. Originally, I didn't have any score in my heart, but listening to what you said.
Speaking of this, Yi Ran paused, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing an extremely confident smile. I'm more sure that our class will take the first place in this final assessment. Yi Ran's words made Lo Wani completely stunned.
She frowned. Why is the script not right every time I talk to Yi Ran?
Yi Ran ignored it, and Lo Wani continued to speak. So, Director Lu must not let our class be deducted points for this assessment, if you want to punish me. Looking at Yi Ran, who was still as persistent as ever, Lo Wani was a little angry for no reason. He whispered, fool. Finally, Lo Wani sat down, and said to Yi Ran angrily, Okay, I know, but this time the punishment has been made public, and I can't take it back. Lo Wani crossed her hands, thought slightly, and continued to Yi Ran. Well, during this final assessment, I will deliberately set up a Best Progress Award. As long as your real class can get the first place, how about making up for the credits you were deducted this time? Listening to Lo Wani's words, Yi Ran nodded with satisfaction.
Yi Ran, who was in a happy mood, couldn't help but hug Lo Wani.
It's a deal, don't regret it, Director Lu, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Ran left Lo Wani's office like a gust of wind,
as if he was afraid that Lo Wani would regret calling herself back.
After Wang Xiaoman saw Yi Ran leaving, then he quietly walked in from the outer room of the office suite and said to Lo Wani,
Master, have you all agreed? However, at this time, Lo Wani couldn't hear Wang Xiaoman's inquiry at all.
Her face turned slightly red, and the corners of her mouth muttered, He hugged me, he hugged me, he hugged me. Wang Xiaoman, who saw the scene, instantly guessed the approximate. Wang
Wang Xiaoman silently took a few steps back, inadvertently took out a small book, silently recorded this matter in his small notebook. On May 24th, Yiran took the initiative to hug Luwani in Luwani's office. Luwani did not resist, and after leaving, she became a nymphomaniac, and the two went extremely smoothly. After writing, in less than a moment, a few words suddenly appeared in that small notebook. Did you kiss me? Did you ask me? Did you kiss me? Sister, this is not a voice, you said it would not interfere. Whatever. I'm too lazy to care about you. When the time comes, you can't make a pair for me. You see how I clean you up. After a while, these few sentences in the small notebook suddenly disappeared, and finally another sentence emerged. You don't need to read the first few sentences, you did a good job, and you will report again. Also, I have already helped you get the signed photo of the singer Wan Lifei, and I will ask someone to send it to you another day. After seeing this sentence, Wang Xiaoman closed the book with satisfaction. I'm sorry, master, for your better life, I temporarily choose to rebel, disciple. Also, the disciple definitely doesn't betray you because he wants some diva's autographed photo. Wang Xiaoman raised his head proudly while thinking. Love little spy, Wang Xiaoman, participate. Xiaoman, what are you doing? Luwani, who came back to her senses, has returned to normal, and she is still as cold as frost. And the previous nymphomaniac, if you sentence two people. Ah, nothing, I've been into journaling lately. After saying that, Wang Xiaoman symbolically shook off his notebook and put it away with a smile. Luwani looked at Wang Xiaoman and frowned slightly. Who writes a diary for a serious person? But after all, it was a personal hobby, and she didn't delve into it. She looked at the window, looked at Yiran's leaving, and muttered to herself. Xiaoman, do you think that hidden genius is in Yiran's class? Luwani is talented after all, although there is a little irrationality in front of Yiran. But from the tone of Yiran's speech, she had already guessed some clues. Listening to Luwani's question, Wang Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, and then said, What? Impossible, Teacher Yi. Judging from the source of the students in their class, it should be impossible for such a genius to appear. Looking at Yiran's gradually disappearing back, Luwani also sat down and turned her pen thoughtfully. But in the past few months, we have ruled out all possibilities, haven't we? When all possibilities are ruled out, the only possibility is the fact. Listening to Luwani's words, Wang Xiaoman thought for a long time and couldn't find a reason to refute. But this conclusion still made her unbelievable. She opened her mouth and still said, It should be, it's impossible. Luwani's eyes brightened slightly, and she looked up at Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, from today onwards, you don't need to monitor the other classes, focus on Yiran's class, and tell me as soon as there is a new situation in their class. After Wang Xiaoman heard Luwani's order, he nodded. Okay, master, I'll do it now. In the classroom of the second class of the first grade, Yiran and Huang Dongdong, who was sitting in the last row, the two of them stared wide-eyed. After a moment of silence, Huang Dongdong still couldn't hold his breath and couldn't help but speak. What's wrong, Teacher Yi? If you don't welcome the young master can leave. Now, the children of the rivers and lakes, happy with grudges. I don't get sick from birds. Okay, you can leave. Yiran said calmly. After Huang Dongdong heard Yiran's words, he was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. Obviously, he didn't expect Yiran to answer so simply. For a time, Huang Dongdong's bull temper came up again. I really misjudged you. I still shed my blood for your class. Kindness will be avenged, young master. I'm leaving. Saying that, Huang Dongdong put his hand into the drawer and prepared to pack his things and leave. Although there are only a few comic books, they are still Wang Dachuan just given to himself. Time passed minute by minute. Huang Dongdong looked at the few comic books in the drawer, and what he was cleaning up was getting slower and slower. Yiran just watched Huang Dongdong pack his things quietly without saying a word. I'm really gone. I'm really gone. Looking at Yiran's attitude, Huang Dongdong couldn't hold on to his face, and he looked at Yiran angrily. I said, why are you so stingy? What's wrong with me listening to your classes? After saying that, Huang Dongdong broke the jar and sat on the bench. You want the young master to go? Hey, young master, I won't leave. Your school does not stipulate that teachers are qualified to audit students. I am so angry with you. Yiran looked at the mischievous Huang Dongdong, smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Dachuan on the side hurriedly walked to Yiran's side, leaned his ear together and said, Teacher Yi, Huang Dongdong saved me before, and he also spoke out for our class, and he is really good. Yiran waved his hand, needless to say, I know. Then he squinted at Huang Dongdong and said with a smile, Of course you are welcome to come here to listen to the lecture, but I have a request. Hearing that Yiran agreed to his request to teach here, Huang Dongdong's face eased slightly. However, he still pretended to say to Yiran, If you have any requirements, just say it. Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously, Of course you can come here for class, but I don't want you to come here as an auditor. Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran in confusion. In addition to being an auditor, what other capacity can I come to this class? Yiran sat opposite Huang Dongdong, his fingers tapping on the table rhythmically. Naturally, it is as an exchange student of the sect. As soon as these words came out, Wang Dachuan on the side was stunned for a moment, and he looked at Huang Dongdong incredulously. Dongdong, So you are from the sect organization? I always thought you were a fire-type ability awakener.
Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran, his eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice,
Did you admit your mistake? I don't have any sect.
Before Huang Dongdong came out, Huo had warned him not to use the name of the sect everywhere. But I never expected that as soon as I arrived here, I was seen through by Yi Ran at a glance. Yi Ran saw that Huang Dongdong did not admit it, but he was not in a hurry. The world says that fire combat skills are unparalleled, and it is a pity that it is. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong's hand, fire exercises, using anger as a guide. Anger hurts the liver, and she rushes to the 3 burners. All fire practitioners will more or less twitch the ring finger of their right hand. As soon as Yi Ran's voice fell, the eyes of the people present looked directly at Huang Dongdong's right ring finger. Just saw Huang Dongdong's ring finger twitching unconsciously. Huang Dongdong quickly withdrew his palm and looked at Yi Ran like a monster. Who the hell are you? Although they are famous for their fire doors, but this fame is all due to the love of the sect master Huo Wen, and it was played by one person. In fact, the fire line is a single transmission, and there are only 2 people in the party, he and his master. Otherwise, the fire sect would be located in the Magic Capital Academy. Therefore, outsiders have no way of knowing the operating characteristics and secrets of the fire combat technique. But this Yi Ran in front of him. He doesn't look very old, but he can accurately tell the secrets of fire combat skills. It's really unbelievable. Yi Ran listened to Huang Dongdong's questioning and smiled indifferently. It doesn't matter which demon I am. The important thing is that I can help you. What can you help me with? After hearing this, Huang Dongdong scoffed. Although their fire practice is a single lineage, after all, it is also a top-notch technique that has been passed down for thousands of years. At such a young age, Yi Ran wanted to guide himself in the exercises. Huang Dongdong felt that Yi Ran was a little overestimating his own strength. Looking at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face, Yi Ran naturally knew what he was thinking. Really? Who is it? Every night I have to be burned by the flames, and I can't sleep for a long time? As soon as Yi Ran's words came out, Huang Dongdong was completely stunned, and his ring finger, which had been controlled, twitched unconsciously. This is not a problem. This is the tempering that our fire sect must go through. Huang Dongdong stiffened his neck and said stubbornly. However, Wang Dachuan on the side of this tone could feel Huang Dongdong's guilty conscience. Looking at Huang Dongdong, who refused to admit it, Yi Ran did not choose to expose it, but just turned around and left a sentence. Whether it's experience or defects, you know it in your heart, Dongdong. I believe that when your master gave you this name, it also had a certain meaning. Finally, Yi Ran turned his head and walked towards the door. If you want to solve it, follow me to apply for the status of a sect exchange student, otherwise you are not allowed to observe. After Yi Ran finished speaking, he began to count silently in his heart. Then a small figure appeared beside him. It was a stubborn Huang Dongdong. At this time, Huang Dongdong's mouth was raised high, and his neck was stiff, and he didn't look at Yi Ran, and there was still grievance in his eyes. He was gifted and articulate. Since he was a child, his master has never coerced him. As a result, today he was forced to comply by a little teacher who was not much older than him. Looking at Huang Dongdong, who was still stubborn in his grievances, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly, and he opened his mouth to comfort. Don't droop your face, be happy, study here, I will help you temper the Samadhi true fire golden body. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with some horror, and was speechless for a long time. Samadhi true fire golden body is the most ideal cultivation qualification among fire practitioners, and it is also the goal pursued by the fire sect members of the past dynasties. If you want to complete the Samadhi true fire golden body, as the name suggests, you need to use the whole body to smelt the whole body until it reaches the assimilation of the whole body in the true fire, forming a state of fire attribute affinity and perfection. Once the golden body of Samadhi true fire is formed, then this person will become a real flame controller, and practicing fire exercises will get twice the result with half the effort, and there is a great possibility of impacting the extraordinary. Even ordinary transcendentals can't stop it, and the power is at least above the level of city destruction. In history, the only world-destroying transcendent person in their Huosheng sect for thousands of years is the Samadhi true fire golden body Deshang. Of course, the prospect of this physique is so good, which means that this physique is extremely difficult to cultivate. At least in the past 1,000 years of the inheritance of the fire action sect, there are only a handful of people who have cultivated it. Especially in the past 100 years, no one in the fire action sect has achieved this achievement. When he was in the sect, Huowen thought about Huang Dongdong's tempering of the Samadhi true fire golden body every day. Every day in Huang Dongdong's ear. Dongdong, you are the most qualified apprentice in our fire sect in the past 100 years. In winter, we will recast the glory of fire, and we will not refuse. Dongdong, I am old for the master, and I want to see you before I die, and it is clear to achieve the true fire golden body of Samadhi. Huang Dongdong's ears were almost calloused when he heard this kind of words. It's a pity that the difficulty of casting the golden body of Samadhi true fire is too high. Huang Dongdong just tried his best and failed to fulfill Huowen's old man's long-cherished wish. Teacher Yi, do you know what you are talking about?
about? Even my master can't think of a way to do it.
Huang Dongdong stared at Yi Ran seriously.
Yi Ran smiled. Others can't do it. Maybe I can't do it.
Huang Dongdong squinted his eyes. You are so confident that you are better than my master? Hearing this, Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Huang Dongdong. You can also choose not to believe me. You only have one chance. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran's eyes. Recalling the various shocks that Yi Ran had brought to him before, he finally sighed.
You won. But how do you know everything? You can't be my master's illegitimate son?
Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression. A crisp voice sounded on Huang Dongdong's head. The speed was so fast that Huang Dongdong didn't react. It feels good. I won't take it as an example. Yi Ran squinted at Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong covered his head in pain and looked up at Yi Ran aggrievedly.
Then I became a sect exchange student. Can you really help me temper my alchemy? Huang Dongdong pouted. People in the rivers and lakes, talk count.
Yi Ran listened to Huang Dongdong's old-fashioned words, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. A gentleman's words, a horse is hard to chase.
Hearing Yi Ran's assurance, Huang Dongdong's whole person was a little excited.
Then Teacher Yi, you prepare for the class well, the procedures for exchange students, I won't trouble you to go, I can go by myself. After saying that, Huang Dongdong turned into a ball of flames and rushed towards the academic affairs office. A long after-image was left. Looking at Huang Dongdong's excited back, Yi Ran muttered to himself,
help temper the golden body. I'm not a kidnapper, right?
It stands to reason that Huang Dongdong took action against their class. Just want the identity of an auditor and he should agree to it. It's not that Yi Ran necessarily wants to embarrass Huang Dongdong. He can only blame Huang Dongdong for being a bit too fragrant. At a young age, he is still the inheritor of the 1,000-year-old sect.
What is it? Is this an inappropriate gold medal hitter for the final assessment? I want to get the first place in the final assessment.
Yi Ran also calculated carefully, according to the current situation of their class. If you want to get the first place in the class score in the final assessment, Yi Ran needs to get the first place in the individual and team battles in the final assessment, and also get the points for the top two in the individual battle. Now according to Yi Ran's vision, with Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru, they are already 99% sure to hit the first place. However, 99% is not 100% after all. Yi Ran seems to be still not safe enough. There is no fault tolerance for himself at all. So Yi Ran needs 3 people to hit the top 2 in the grade. When Yi Ran was in the class, he saw Huang Dongdong for the first time.
Yi Ran decided, this is the last piece of territory of my final assessment of the Galaxy battleship. This is where the latter dramas come from. Speaking of which, the final assessment is not long.
Yi Ran said to himself. Yi Ran raised his hand and glanced at his watch. Indeed, the days are getting closer and closer.
I don't know how Wang Dachuan is practicing now. In the school cafeteria, Wang Dachuan looked at the flesh and blood in front of him with a painful face.
This is the 42nd day of raw meat he has eaten.
I really can't eat. But it's strange to say, ordinary people who eat bloody monster meat for a few days will basically have seizures.
Affected by the power of the Warcraft, severe cases may have been delirious and admitted to the hospital. But it is oneself. After eating raw meat for more than 40 days, not only did nothing happen at all, the strength is much greater than before. Now if I let myself go to the practice room to test the robot, Wang Dachuan felt that he could at least break the robot's head with one punch.
Not only that, his spirit is extremely normal. There are no auditory hallucinations or confusion at all. Although there are so many benefits, Wang Dachuan is still a little sad. This raw meat is so unpalatable.
It is coarse and astringent, and has a disgusting fishy smell.
The current Wang Dachuan.
Miss Donuts, Miss Sweet and Sour Pork, Miss Large Plate Chicken, Miss Lamb Skewers.
He misses the crystallization of all human food culture. Wang Dachuan thought as tears flowed out of the corners of his mouth unconsciously. What are you thinking? So devoted. Just when Wang Dachuan entered fantasy time, a voice came from behind him. Yi, Teacher Yi.
Wang Dachuan hurriedly stood up.
Don't be so restrained, Dachuan, sit down. Yi Ran sat opposite Wang Dachuan.
He looked at the flesh and blood piled up in front of Dachuan.
Looked at Wang Dachuan again, a little distressed.
It's really hard for you,
Dachuan.
Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's words and didn't know what to reply, but habitually touched the back of his head. Yi Ran could naturally see clearly that Wang Dachuan was not lazy at all. This progress is definitely according to the 30 pounds of raw meat of bloody monsters he eats every day. You must know that this is 30 pounds of raw meat with blood every day. It's been more than 40 days.
Even if it is a real beast, it is estimated that it will eat and vomit. But Wang Dachuan strictly implemented it day after day.
This kind of torture, it is estimated that only Wang Dachuan's honest personality can persist. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, is it a little disgusting and uncomfortable to eat?
Wang Dachuan heard Yi Ran's inquiry, but he didn't hide it. Nodded, Teacher, this raw meat is indeed a bit unpalatable.
Saying that, Wang Dachuan glanced at the raw meat, and the disgust in his eyes was about to overflow. Yi Ran saw it in his eyes. Even if Wang Dachuan is honest now, it is estimated that he is on the verge of of collapse. In this case, it is better to speed up the process with a little strong medicine.
Dachuan, you come with me. When Wang Dachuan heard Yi Ran's words, he hurriedly followed. Teacher, where are we going?
Think of a way to end the pain as soon as possible.
Material department, warehouse.
The pot-bellied Su Yukai greeted his subordinates to unload the goods.
Be careful, be careful. How many times have I said it? Glazed porcelain gold should be handled gently. Ah, hit the street. How can you hold the Wanchun picture in your bare hands? This is a painting of an extraordinary painting. If you break it, you will compensate. I'm Curry.
If you break the scabbard of this sword, I will report the casualty insurance for you tomorrow. You don't have to worry about this doll. I'll put it in my office later. Su Yukai shouted while doing it, although I was so tired that I was sweating profusely. But he did it very energetically. As a miser, he really likes the feeling of moving things to his warehouse. To be honest, Su Yukai sometimes feels that he was a hamster in his previous life.
Director Su,
what to do with these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood? The porter walked up to Su Yukai and asked Su Yukai. Su Yukai looked at the big box behind the porter.
A painful expression appeared on his face. This is the material he promised Lowani to give to the freshman year in the academic affairs office before. 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood. It is estimated that it can only be transported away after parking in its own warehouse for 1 day.
Thinking of this, Su Yukai-san was bleeding. What can I do? Just put it here. Wow, I'll give it directly to Director Lu tomorrow, and I have to ask me, the street boy.
But it's so precious, don't you need to keep it cold in the vault? It's a precious fart. The things that will be sent away tomorrow will go into a furry vault.
Su Yukai turned his head angrily, deliberately stopped looking at the big box, and the farewell in his eyes was like a lover who had broken up cruelly. By the way, don't turn on the indoor surveillance for me, so as not to damage these paintings.
However, Director Su,
according to the regulations,
you street beater, am I the director or are you the director?
Oh, okay, Director Su.
After all the moving work is completed,
Su Yukai looked at the filled warehouse with satisfaction,
closed the door and left the warehouse.
After Su Yukai left, 2 black figures appeared outside the warehouse door. The 2 were dressed in black suits, and even wore hoods on their faces.
Quietly approached the warehouse gate.
Teacher Yi,
this is not good.
The big man glanced at Yi Ran, who was walking in front of him in embarrassment. Wang Dachuan covered his head in pain.
Shut up.
How many times have I said it? When you work, you have to be called your position.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan angrily,
rubbed his fingers
hard. Sure enough, there is no Huang Dongdong knocking on the aura.
But, Teacher Yi,
brother thief, this is illegal.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan, who was stunned behind him angrily.
Just say, do you want to continue to eat raw meat?
Wang Dachuan shook his head vigorously, with some fear in his eyes.
PDST, eating raw meat is committed.
Then you can choose, do a vote tonight, or continue to eat for a few months. Yi Ran pointed to the warehouse, and then pointed to Wang Dachuan.
Wang Dachuan was silent for a moment. Brother thief, I'm here to lead the way?
Yi Ran nodded in satisfaction, and it was still on the road. Wang Dachuan walked in front, pointing at Yi Ran and twisting around. Brother thief, there is a detection line here, you need to jump. Brother thief, come here, this is a blind spot for surveillance. Brother thief, walk on your stomach, there will be a searchlight here every minute.
Brother stealing saint.
Yi Ran followed, his eyes revealing shock. This professional quality, this superb avoidance skills, every step can effectively avoid the monitoring equipment of the material department.
In front of Wang Dachuan, how do you feel that you are the chick? Dachuan, you kid deserve to tell me that it is illegal?
Brother thief, have you forgotten the agreement? You have to be called a duty when you work?
Oh. Yi Ran was caught off guard. Wang Dachuan, aren't you a little too professional?
Looking at Yi Ran's shocked eyes, he smiled embarrassedly. In order to save money to buy spirit stones, I like to find part-time jobs, and the materials department often recruited coolies, and I have been here for almost a year in the past 2 years. Hearing Wang Dachuan's words, Yi Ran put away the shock, and felt a little sour in his heart. At that time, Wang Dachuan's situation was already like, as a teacher, Yi Ran was clear. In this way, Wang Dachuan did not choose to give up.
This persistence is truly remarkable.
With Wang Dachuan's command, without touching the slightest alarm,
the 2 of them walked into the warehouse in a familiar way.
Brother thief, the warehouse has arrived. What are we looking for?
Wang Dachuan asked.
Yi Ran looked at this dazzling warehouse and curled his lips.
The materials department is really a big dog.
Subsequently, he approached the boxes and began to rummage through them. Find the raw meat of the monsters they stored. There must be the top monsters here. If you are lucky, you can end the pain by eating it once. Wang Dachuan is indeed eating the raw meat of Warcraft every day according to the standard. But after all, it is a student. The quality of the raw meat of the monsters that can be bought is not very high. It's not a soft bone rabbit, it's a wind wolf. Although it can meet the standard, it is really only barely up to the standard. If you can find any A-level magical beast raw meat in the supplies, then it is much better than eating 100 meals of soft bone rabbits.
Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up.
Also began to rummage through the boxes and cabinets.
bandits. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan in a hurry and couldn't help but remind. Don't be impatient. Although this is the outer warehouse of the warehouse, there is a high probability that there will be raw meat of Warcraft above B level, and if you are lucky, you will have a chance to find even a class. Look slowly, don't break the calligraphy and paintings in the materials department. Remember, we are a combination of thieves, not bandits. Got it, brother thief. Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn red at this time, and his arms were smoking. What does it mean to be motivated when there is pressure? Seeing that he can solve his pain for dozens of days in one night, Wang Dachuan is now more diligent than a cow plowing the field. Wang Dachuan stared blankly at the huge wooden box in a daze. Yi, teacher Yi, how many times have I said it? You have to be called a job when you work. Thief, brother thief, come and take a look at this. Yi Ran listened to Wang Dachuan's shout, walked towards Wang Dachuan. Why don't you hurry up and look for raw meat? Staring at a big box to see what you're doing. Why, such a big box can hold raw meat for you. When Yi Ran walked to Wang Dachuan's side, when looking at the huge wooden box, the eyes were completely dull. Materials department, do you have money to this extent? Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan stood in front of the huge wooden box in a daze. The wooden box is inside. It was the 3000 ink dragon flesh and blood that Su Yukai promised to Luwani before. These flesh and blood are bright red. The occasional ink-colored light contains unimaginable power. The muscles entangled in the knots all show the strength of the flesh and blood master. And regardless of the practitioner, even ordinary people are standing here. You can also know that these flesh and blood are extraordinary. Wang Dachuan looked at the flesh and blood in the box and swallowed his saliva. Teacher Yi, do you know what kind of meat this is? Yi Ran looked at the flesh and blood and was also a little distracted. Completely forgot to call the position. As a child of the Yi family, how could he not know what kind of flesh and blood this was? He stepped forward carefully and stroked the flesh and blood, felt it silently for a moment, and said, "This is the flesh and blood of the ink dragon, the real S-level magical beast, one of the overlords among the magical beasts. S-class." Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan's breathing was a little difficult. I originally thought that I would have made a lot of money if I got the A-level Warcraft flesh and blood. Who would have thought that today was a super luck? Actually found S-level magical beast flesh and blood in an ordinary warehouse. While shocked, Wang Dachuan's eyes were full of puzzlement, and he said to himself, "No, this is an S-class magical beast. Even if the value of flesh and blood is not high, it will not be placed in an ordinary warehouse for no reason." Yi Ran also shook his head. "Who knows, but it doesn't matter, it's just cheap for us. Come here." "Oh, okay, teacher." Listening to Yi Ran's call, Wang Dachuan ran over with a fart. Yi Ran pointed to the huge wooden box. "Ate it." "Oh, ah." Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran, and then looked at about 20 wooden boxes of his own size. Pointed to himself with his middle finger. "Me?" Wang Dachuan's eyes revealed clear stupidity. The facial features on his face were almost twisted together, and the meaning of the strong man's difficulty was about to overflow. "Let yourself eat the flesh and blood of the ink dragon that is nearly 20 times larger than yourself. Isn't this just letting the little horse-drawn cart, letting the ants ride the elephant, and letting the rushing sun go to destroy the Tang monk and his apprentice?" However, Yi Ran didn't seem to see Wang Dachuan's embarrassment. Still nodded seriously. "Nonsense, no, it's not that I want to awaken for the second time. Hurry up, it's too late to wait for the patrol people to come. We both have to go to the school discipline team." "But, I really can't eat this." Wang Dachuan cried anxiously. Eating 30 pounds of raw meat a day is enough to make him sick. Now let him eat such a big box. He can eat it, but his stomach doesn't agree. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and patted Wang Dachuan on the shoulder. "Dachuan, after eating raw meat for so long, haven't you noticed any changes in yourself?" Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's words, still looking confused. Looking at Wang Dachuan with a confused face, Yi Ran said encouragingly, "Think about it hard, and then feel it carefully." Wang Dachuan recalled, "Since I ate for so many days, my stomach has grown, I have grown taller, and I have a lot of strength. What else?" Looking at Yi Ran's expectant eyes, Wang Dachuan hesitated for a moment. "And, also, I've been snoring lately when I sleep, and my farts are much louder than before." Needless to say, Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan a little speechlessly. "Do you feel that there is any other change in your ability? Ability? You haven't tried to transform for so long, have you? When you fought with the students in Han Kun's class, you didn't feel anything?" Wang Dachuan thought carefully. "It seems that there are some feelings. I feel that although I am still at the silver level, I feel that if I fight one-on-one with those few, except for the one surnamed Zhang, no one else is my opponent, and what? Feel it well and say it." Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and touched his head in confusion. "I don't know if I'm delusional. After that Inhai alienation ability, I had an illusion that I wanted to bite off his neck and eat his." After saying that, Wang Dachuan quickly shook his head. "It must be an illusion, then it must be stunned and thoughtful. How can I eat people?" However, the action of swallowing saliva in the Adam's apple still betrayed him. Yi Ran glanced at Wang Dachuan and said seriously, "Don't shy away from this feeling. There's nothing wrong with your feelings, you just want to eat it." Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan was stunned, and then he shook his
head in horror. But I'm really not a perverted killer. Yiran patted Wang Dachuan's shoulder and motioned for him to calm down. Calm down, no one says you're a perverted killer.
But master, didn't you just say that I felt this way? Master, is there something wrong with me? Wang Dachuan was a little anxious and wanted to cry. Yiran continued, do you remember what I said when I taught you before?
I told you at the time that the devouring pig you awakened contained some higher level bloodline, and it was suppressed by that bloodline that made it difficult to use the ability to devour the pig. Saying that, Yiran pointed to Wang Dachuan's mouth. And now, after so many days of flesh and blood nourishment, the supernatural bloodline in your body is evolving towards that higher level beast, and it is this evolution that gives you the urge to bite off your neck.
But, master, no matter how much I evolve, I can't have this impulse. Yiran waved his hand and continued,
listen, you are guided by the evolution of your ability, not because you want you to eat the person in Inhai, but because you want you to eat the alienated beast in Inhai.
Think about it carefully. In addition to the Yin-Si making you have this impulse, did that Zhang family kid or someone else give you this impulse?
Hearing this, Wang Dachuan also slowly calmed down, and he recalled carefully. Except for Inhai, it seems that other students really don't give me this feeling. By the way, there is another person.
Wang Dachuan laughed innocently. And that bastard Han Kun.
Speaking of this, Wang Dachuan basically turned around even if his brain was not smart.
I also have feelings for Han Kun. It must also be because Han Kun belongs to the alienation type of beast ability.
Looking at Wang Dachuan's enlightenment, Yiran pointed to the huge wooden box.
So, Dachuan, try to turn on the ability with all your might, and the fierce beast in your body will naturally feel the charm of this S-class flesh and blood. The second awakening is close at hand. Welcome well, your own glory. After hearing this, Wang Dachuan silently began to concentrate on luck.
In an instant, the red fierce pig's head resurfaced.
Only this time, the red energy is even more glamorous. Vaguely looks as bright as blood. Like a blood mist, it began to disperse.
Wang Dachuan's huge pig head let out a low roar.
Teacher Yi, I'm a little hungry,
Wang Dachuan said with difficulty, staring at the ink dragon's flesh and blood without moving. Before Wang Dachuan finished speaking, the trace of clarity in his eyes disappeared. At this moment, Wang Dachuan's pupils were in a red state, his eyes were full of blood, his mouth was slightly open, and in the low breathing sound, he could feel a kind of primitive wildness.
With Wang Dachuan's low roar, the appearance of the red devouring pig began to change dramatically in an instant.
The fierce beast in Wang Dachuan's body was finally completely stimulated by the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. At this time, Wang Dachuan's body became a few more circles. The purple scales that originally covered Wang Dachuan's body had begun to turn red. Each piece is as hard as iron, as brilliant as jade, reflecting the light of blood. Wang Dachuan's forehead was wide, and his eyes were like burning charcoal, staring at the flesh and blood of the ink dragon.
The heat from the nostrils is enough to form a small whirlwind, like the air outlet of a furnace. The most eye-catching thing is Wang Dachuan's mouth.
When it opened, it did not look like human teeth, but a row of sharp teeth, each of which was like a sharp sword, flashing with cold light.
Flash, flash,
Dachuan muttered to himself, driven by instinct, walked towards the wooden box.
Every step made the entire warehouse tremble.
Yiran looked at the monster that Wang Dachuan transformed into in front of him, and his eyes revealed the essence.
Have you finally awakened? This is an unexpectedly high of completion.
Yiran could already see all the changes in Wang Dachuan. Male, 20 years old.
Ability Awakener, Tao Tai, Mutilated S-Class.
Current exercises, Demon City High Martial Arts Academy Physical Cultivation 2.0, revised version.
Advantages, S-level physical attributes, S-level combat talent, SS-level anti-hitting ability.
Natal supernatural powers, bloodthirsty and violent, devouring heaven and earth and regenerating the body. The secondary evolution is incomplete, causing the subject to be delirious and difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. Eat a lot of raw meat of magical beasts, and completely improve the secondary evolution of gluttony.
Wang Dachuan's awakening devouring pig bloodline contains the blood of the ancient top 10 fierce beasts, gluttony. The top 10 fierce beasts, gluttony.
In ancient times, it dominated one side and ate on all things.
He is also the absolute hegemon among the S-class beasts.
According to legend, gluttony eats on a large scale every 100 years, uses natural magical powers to devour heaven and earth, which can devour all living beings within 100 miles. Therefore, places with gluttony are also called forbidden areas of life.
Its strength is strong. Even many S-class creatures are on the gluttony's eating list.
Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan's attributes and was amazed.
In Wang Dachuan's current state,
if you go against those golden students again, it is estimated that none of them can beat Wang Dachuan alone. With a low roar, Wang Dachuan had already come to the side of the wooden box. The whole person lay directly on the corner of the open wooden box and began to gnaw. The flesh and blood of the ink dragon, which was like steel and iron bones, was actually torn off by Wang Dachuan's teeth. This bite force, this sharpness, it's not something a silver-level person can achieve at all. At this time, Wang Dachuan, although he was struggling to bite, but I never thought about completely tearing
prying open the wooden box and then gnawing on it. Just hold on to the only corner and pick it little by little. Looks clumsy and anxious. Sure enough, the mind is not completely clear. Yiran shook his head slightly. Yiran gently touched the wooden box. All the nails on the front of the wooden box fell off directly. Boom! With a sound, this ink dragon flesh and blood was completely presented in front of Wang Dachuan's eyes. Roar! Wang Dachuan glanced at Yiran with his bright red eyes. It seems to be an expression of gratitude. He jumped into the wooden box. Looking at the pile of flesh and blood, his eyes became even more blood red. The corners of his mouth dripped like a beast. A strange voice sounded. Wang Dachuan's mouth opened. A space like a black hole suddenly appeared in front of the mouth. As Wang Dachuan's mind moved, the black hole began to emit amazing suction. All the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. It was directly separated from the bone by this terrifying suction and sucked into Wang Dachuan's mouth. This is the flesh and blood of S-level magical beasts, and the flesh and blood have long been polished to a terrifying point. As a result, Wang Dachuan, who had not yet reached the gold, used his natal magical power to directly suck him to the bone of the debris. Taoya's gift divine power, devouring heaven and earth. Have you used all your talents and supernatural powers? Yiran looked at this scene and said to himself, even S-level flesh and blood can be torn off. What a talent that defies the heavens. Yiran looked at Wang Dachuan's eating degree and slightly estimated it. It's really fast to eat. It seems that the battle can be solved within 3 hours. Yiran simply moved a chair and sat directly in the middle of the warehouse. While watching Wang Dachuan's evolution progress, he put down the whistle. Time passed minute by minute. The entire mo-long flesh and blood has been eaten by Wang Dachuan for more than half. At this time, the aura in Wang Dachuan's body began to soar. Late silver, early gold, mid-gold, late gold. Wang Dachuan crossed 4 stages in a row. In just one night, Wang Dachuan achieved a goal that others might not be able to complete in 3 years. This is not far from the effect of Jiang Xiaoru's perfect level inheritance. S-level talent, extremely demonic. At the same time, with Wang Dachuan's crazy escalation, the power in Yiran's body, which was bound to Wang Dachuan as his master, also began to rise wildly. The power of the ink dragon in Yiran's body seemed to have been greatly improved. Let out a loud dragon roar. Mid-golden period, late golden period, golden perfection. The improvement of strength did not stop growing until Yiran reached the golden perfection. At this time, Yiran, feel the distance between yourself and platinum, thinner than a layer of window paper. In just a few dozen days, Yiran has gone from a silver boy who has been on the street for 10,000 years, and is about to break through platinum and embark on his own comprehension path. The speed of progress, compared with Jiang Xiaoru and Wang Dachuan, there is nothing better than it. As Wang Dachuan swallowed the last piece of ink dragon's flesh and blood into his mouth, after Wang Dachuan burped comfortably, the eyes have returned to clarity. He turned his head, as if he was drunk, and greeted Yiran with a smile. Teacher Yi, hiccup, I finished eating, hiccup, a little sleepy. Boom! Before Wang Dachuan finished speaking, the whole person fell down directly. Ha, ha, ha. At the moment of falling to the ground, Wang Dachuan's breathing has begun to play. Yiran stepped forward angrily and kicked Wang Dachuan. As a result, Wang Dachuan slept like a dead dog, and he didn't move even if he kicked it. When you are full, you fall asleep. No wonder gluttony can be in the same vein as devouring fierce pigs. Subsequently, Yiran used the system to check Wang Dachuan's attributes. Male, 20 years old. Ability Awakener, Taodai, S-Class. Current exercises, Demon City High Martial Arts Academy Physical Cultivation 2.0, Revised Version. Advantages, S-Level Physical Attributes, S-Level Combat Talent, SS-Level Anti-Hitting Ability. Natal Supernatural Powers, Bloodthirsty and Violent, Devouring Heaven and Earth, and Regenerating the Body. Disadvantages, Coma, Evolving too fast, the body urgently needs to recover and adjust. Guidance Plan, none. It worked. Yiran's eyes lit up. It seems that Wang Dachuan has perfected from his state of mental confusion. This means, Wang Dachuan is already a perfect S-Class superpower without any flaws. That is, the demon that Luwani said before was comparable to Zhang Hedong's talent. The corners of Yiran's mouth rose slightly. When Wang Dachuan next opens up his open-air talent in an S-level posture, I don't know how many people have to regret their intestines. At this time, Yiran was also full of pride. It can be said that he pulled Wang Dachuan back on track from the edge that no one wanted. It was also he who created a miracle of an S-Class demon with his own hands. Thinking of this, Yiran's sense of accomplishment burst into a burst of commitment. Yiran is full of pride. Wang Dachuan is sleeping. Looking at the sleeping Wang Dachuan, Yiran shook his head helplessly. This is not a place to sleep. Silly Dachuan, eat and sleep, or have to wipe your ass for the teacher. Yiran complained twice, carried Wang Dachuan on his back, immediately left the warehouse. The sky is just bright. Su Yukai, who was still sleeping with the newly arrived doll, was eagerly knocked on the door. The door was knocked more and more urgently. Su Yukai finally couldn't pretend to be able to hold it. He threw away the two-dimensional blindfold and walked out of bed cursingly. Street boy, which bastard disturbed
disturbs my dreams in the morning. After saying that, Su Yukai walked to the door angrily. After Su Yukai opened the door, staring at his subordinates in the material department, he said word by word, "Give you 2 sentences, it's best to give me a reason to satisfy me, otherwise I will really deduct your salary." At this time, the men of the material department were out of breath. Director Su, there is a problem with the warehouse, and the flesh and blood of the ink dragon placed in the warehouse hall is gone. After hearing this, Su Yukai disappeared directly in place. Wearing slippers, he ran towards the warehouse. The subordinates who reacted behind him also hurriedly chased after him. "Director Su, you should change your clothes and go over again." "Street boy, where is there time to change clothes? Do you know how expensive the flesh and blood of the ink dragon is?" Su Yukai said while scolding. He was wearing pajamas and big slippers. Completely ignoring the eyes of everyone passing by, he sprinted towards the warehouse with all his might. When Su Yukai entered the warehouse, he stared at the big wooden box and took a deep breath. Nearly more than 10 wooden boxes. Put a huge ink dragon bone. The bones are clean, and there is no trace of flesh and blood at all. Monitoring. Go to the monitoring room. Stay north. Such a big lump of meat. How could he take it away without realizing it? Su Yukai shouted, scolded and walked into the monitoring room. In the monitoring room, Su Yukai looked at the screen in a daze. "Are you sure that these 2 are the only ones?" Yes, Director Su, we have watched the video no less than 10 times, and we have never seen anyone else." Su Yukai pointed to the empty wooden box outside the monitoring room, and his eyes were about to protrude. "Then tell me, where is the meat? Where did they put the meat? Could it be that they could still eat all that meat here? After all, these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood are nearly as many as 10 people. The weight is also as high as 16 or 17 tons. Now you tell me. There are 2 thieves, one big and one small, who went in and came out. Not only is the meat gone, but it comes out empty-handed? If it is not the last time, it is the warehouse that you check, the door you lock." Su Yukai had some suspicions that his subordinates were full of pockets and secretly greedy for the meat. "Tell me, how did they do it? Tell me." Su Yukai marked his characteristic southern accent and roared frantically at his subordinates. All the subordinates were silent. Su Yukai suddenly said again, "What about indoor cameras? Why is there no indoor surveillance?" The subordinate looked at Su Yukai tremblingly and responded, "Director Su, is your previous request not to turn on the indoor camera to prevent those precious calligraphy and paintings from being damaged?" Su Yotsai's eyes widened, and he said tremblingly, "So, don't we have any other clues in our hands?" Yes, Director Su." Hearing the reply of his subordinates, Su Yukai was choked for a moment. Heaven's sins can be done, but one's own sins cannot be lived. Now Su Yotsai's intestines are about to regret it. The strong blow made it difficult for him to breathe, and his face was flushed. "Director Su, are you okay?" Seeing this, his subordinates were about to step forward to help Su Yukai up. Su Yukai shook off his subordinate's hand, and finally squeezed it out of his throat and said with a little breath, "News. Alarm. Be sure to catch this pair of bastards for me." Okay, I'll do it. Wait, come back. Don't call the police." Su Yukai thought that there were still violations in this matter. Wouldn't calling the police mean throwing himself into a trap? "If you check privately, you will definitely find out for me this big and one small 2 people. Don't make a sound." "Oh, okay." The subordinate agreed, and ran out in a hurry. Looking at the back of his subordinates leaving, Su Yukai was completely decadent. He collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the empty wooden box, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over. How should I explain this to Nail Poppy?" Su Yukai suddenly regretted why he didn't agree to his subordinates last night. Send these 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood into the insurance-grade warehouse. Su Yukai at this moment. When he thought of Luwani, he couldn't help but shiver. He suffered a big loss at Luwani last time. I can't imagine how Luwani should kill herself this time. In Luwani's office, Su Yukai told his hard work and sadness with a handful of snot and tears. Luwani was a little tired and handed over the 1,146th tissue for Su Yukai. In just a few hours, she had almost heard all the misfortunes in Su Yotsai's life. "I'm Curry, Lin Bei's life is bitter. When I was in kindergarten, my female classmates didn't hold hands with me to cross the road." Seeing that Su Yukai had begun to tell about her kindergarten experience, Luwani finally couldn't bear it. "So Director Su, what exactly do you want to say when you come here?" She stared at Su Yukai, tapped the pen in her hand, and made a clattering sound. Listening to Luwani finally ask herself to the point, Su Yukai put away his tearful expression, said to Luwani, "Director Lo, another unfortunate thing happened recently because our warehouse was stolen." "That's right." Luwani listened to Su Yotsai's words and nodded slightly. "Director Lu, can't you pity me like this?" Su Yukai was a little anxious and played his cards directly. He spoke dryly about his misfortune for several hours. Originally wanted to take the opportunity to let Luwani pity herself and then pave the way for the loss of Mo Long's flesh and blood. As a result, the woman in front of her was like a heart of stone, unmoved at all. I deeply regret this accident in the material department. By the way, what did the thief steal?" "My 3,000 ink dragon flesh
flesh and blood are all fine. Listening to Lawani's words, Su Yukai felt that people were about to suffocate. Which pot is not mentioned, right? This also lays the groundwork for a hammer, and there is also a hammer that needs to be laid down? What is the difference between playing the emotional card with Lawani and playing the piano with the cow? Looking at his emotional offensive, nothing worked. Su Yukai completely chose to break the jar. Director Lu, tell you the truth. All the materials in the warehouse were not lost, only your 3,000 ink dragon flesh and blood. Saying that, Su Yukai threw a stack of pictures of the crime at Lawani. The whole person straightened his chest, raised his head, and had an attitude of generosity and preparation for death. Director Lu, if you want to kill or chop, listen to your convenience. Our material department wants money without a life. No, you can sell my promised wealth to the White Horse Mansion to atone for your sins. Lawani looked at these photos silently, slightly stunned. This big and small figure. Why does it look so familiar? Lawani is smart as ice and snow, and after looking through a few photos, she found clues. Director Su, what about the indoor surveillance photos? Why is there only an outdoor? Su Yukai, who was still immersed in the feeling of generosity to die, after hearing Lawani's words, he looked a little embarrassed. Of course, he will not tell the illegal operation of the material department. I could only say ha. It's strange to say, it was estimated that it was too hot last night, and the indoor surveillance of our material department's warehouse was broken. Listening to Su Yotsai's explanation, Lawani took a deep look at Su Yukai. The monitoring equipment in your materials department is really easy to break. Who said no? Su Yukai touched his head, his voice was a little weak. Subsequently, Lawani put down the photo, looking at Su Yukai. As far as I know, according to the regulations of your materials department, treasures of this level should be placed in the material insurance grade warehouse. The monitoring there is designed by the principal himself, blessed by the extraordinary formation, and that one is also broken? Listening to Lawani's question, Su, you rich people are about to pee out. At this time, his sorrowful eyebrows were almost drooping to the corners of his mouth. I really don't know how to round up when I open my mouth. Looking at Su Yotsai's performance, Lawani's heart was the same as a mirror. This bastard must have felt that this flesh and blood would have to be given to the teaching office sooner or later, so he didn't put it in at all. Thinking of this, Lawani squinted her eyes, and her 4 slender fingers rhythmically tapped the tabletop. I'm sorry, Director Su, since you violated the law first, it's no wonder I'm ruthless. Saying that, Lawani stood up immediately. Director Su, this is a big deal. The loss of this treasure is not only a loss for the two of us, it is a loss for the entire school. I think the matter should be reported to the principal. Hearing Lawani say that she was going to the principal, Su Yotsai's whole person was about to pee. Dear ancestors, the last time I made the principal dissatisfied, and I have to face the principal again in a few days? Do you really think I've been the director of the materials department for too long? However, Su Yukai, who knew that he was operating in violation of the law, did not dare to refuse openly, and could only squeeze out an extremely embarrassing smile. Director Su, this little thing, you don't have to trouble the principal and his old man. Lawani shook her head. How can this work, Director Su? Everyone is a demon warrior. What trouble is there to talk about? And this is business, how can it be called trouble? Lawani got up directly and was about to get her coat. Listening to Lawani's words, Su Yukai had a little difficulty breathing. Finally, he raised the white flag again in front of Lawani. Director Lu, I am convinced, but I can't do it if I take it. Tell me, what are the conditions? Lawani heard Su Yotsai's words, and also stopped. She looked at Su Yukai with a smile, for fingers were stretched out. Su Yukai looked at Lawani's movements and couldn't help but shout. Impossible, even if I put my private money together, I won't be able to get so much Emolong's flesh and blood. Director Lu, you should take me to see the principal. Lawani shook her head. Director Su is too worried. How can I force others to do it? Saying that, Lawani shook her fingers. I want 4 space rings, the kind made by the principal. Director Su, you really can't take it out, right? Listening to Lawani's words, Su Yukai hesitated. Although the space ring is a super treasure to the outside world, only the transcendent who embarked on the path of time and space had the ability to craft. Anyone can also cause all forces to compete. But the space ring does still have some inventory for their magic capital High Martial Arts Academy. There is no way, after all, his own principal is standing at the top of the space department. Every year, there are 5 or 6 defective products made by the principal alone. Of course, although these things are defective products for by Su, but for the rest of them, it is already a rare treasure. Su Yukai looked at Lawani and said with some distress, Director Lu, our materials department does have it, but Director Lu, why do you want so many space rings? Hearing Su Yotsai's inquiry, Lawani stood up directly and walked towards the hangar. Let's go see the principal. Ouch. Su Yukai hurriedly said, Director Lu, you don't have to, I'll go find it now, and it will definitely be delivered to Director Lu tomorrow. Lawani looked at Su Yukai with a smile. It's easy to say, Director Su, I'm not in a hurry. Looking at Lawani like a fox, Su Yukai wiped the sweat beads on his head. If you're not
in a hurry, I'm still in a hurry.
Every time I came to the teaching office, I had to cut my flesh once.
Su Yukai saw that the matter was settled, and immediately got up to leave. Director Lo, if there is nothing wrong, then I will go back first.
Director Su, what are you in a hurry for? Sit down and drink a little more. This is the freshly picked giant rock tea.
Su Yukai looked at the fragrant tea, and the corners of his mouth were full of bitter smiles.
Not in the mood at all.
Don't drink, I'll leave first. Saying that, Su Yukai opened the door directly and left.
The whole person left Lowani's office as if he were running away. Director Su, welcome to come again next time.
Su Yukai, who had already run halfway, couldn't help but hesitate when he heard Lowani's words,
waved his hand without looking back, and disappeared into the corridor. It was as if there was some flood beast chasing behind him.
With Su Yotsai's departure,
Wang Xiaoman playfully stretched out his head. Master, Director Su has left? Lowani nodded. Wang Xiaoman looked at Lowani. Master, why do you want so many space rings? Lowani glanced at Wang Xiaoman. Adults, little brats don't inquire. Although she said this, Lowani did not shy away from discussing with Wang Xiaoman. Xiaoman, how about setting the rewards for the top 2 in the final assessment of this grade into space rings? Wang Xiaoman rolled his eyes slightly. Master, you think that Teacher Yi and his class can win the top 2 individual battles? Lowani looked at Wang Xiaoman and said unreasonably. Don't worry about it, I believe Yi ran. Well, no matter what, Teacher Yi is the most powerful. Wang Xiaoman looked at Lowani with a smile. Since Yi Ran's sudden rise, Lowani seems to be a lot more cheerful than before. The feelings for Yi Ran don't seem to be so hidden.
Especially since Yi Ran hugged Lowani last time. Now when Lowani and Wang Xiaoman are together, they can make jokes about this generously. The overall relationship is getting better, and I will be in the small book later.
Then Master, what about the remaining 2? It won't be for you, a good disciple?
Wang Xiaoman rubbed his hands with a fly and smiled on his face.
Lowani rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? The remaining 2 are reserved for Yi Ran and me. Master,
be reserved.
What are you reserved? We have a small doll kiss, don't you know? Hearing Lowani say this frankly, Wang Xiaoman was stunned. It's so straightforward, right? You don't avoid people, right? When did it progress so fast? Okay, if you have a lover, you forget it, right? I don't give you a space ring for your apprentice, right? I remember you in my small book.
Wang Xiaoman is crazy about how to refer to his master in the small book that Zhang Zhe gave himself.
Don't talk about this, let's talk about something serious. Lowani interrupted Wang Xiaoman's lust, and she looked at Wang Xiaoman with some doubts. Xiaoman, what kind of expression are you doing? What have you been doing lately? Laughing every now and then.
Only then did Wang Xiaoman withdraw his somewhat excessive smile and lowered his head. Master, I'm fine.
What do you order?
Lowani looked at Wang Xiaoman and shook her head helplessly.
Let you pay close attention to Yi Ran's class before. How is the situation?
Wang Xiaoman recalled for a moment. There hasn't been anything recently. It seems that their class has just handled a sect exchange student, that is, the genius of the Wuxing sect, Huang Dongdong.
You've seen the one standing next to Yi Ran when you were in the restaurant before. Lowani recalled for a moment.
That.
What else?
Wang Xiaoman touched his head.
Is there anything else? Also, after Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan ate in the cafeteria at noon yesterday, they disappeared, and I don't know why they went. After hearing this, Lowani's heart was slightly stunned. No way. Xiaoman, do you have a photo of Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan?
Yes, haven't you been paying attention to their class lately? They have been spending a lot of time under the same camera.
Send me a copy. Hearing Lowani's order, Wang Xiaoman directly looked for it and sent it to Lowani. Okay, you go down. Oh, okay, master.
After Wang Xiaoman left,
Lowani took out the masked thief photo Su Yukai had just given herself from the drawer.
Subsequently, Lowani took the 2 photos and began to compare them carefully.
This height gap, this width gap, this walking form. In an instant, Lowani's pupils began to dilate and shrink. It's really Yi Ran and the others.
Lowani tapped the table, and a helpless smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Unexpectedly, it was Yi Ran who robbed his things.
But what does he want these things for? Lowani couldn't figure it out. It's just a mirror. It's just a mirror.
The initiator of the warehouse of the materials department, after making a big fuss, was lying on the bed at this moment and sleeping soundly. The loud purr is comparable to a lumberjack's chainsaw. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan on the bed speechlessly. My ears are already stuffed with cotton, and my eardrums still hurt from the shock. No wonder in the rumors, there are no creatures within a radius of 10 miles of the ferocious beasts. Which creature can stand it? Fortunately, the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy attaches great importance to protecting the privacy of employees. The soundproofing materials of the dormitory are all top-notch.
Otherwise, the whole building will not want to be inhabited. Wow! Syllable.
Yi Ran heard a knock on the door in the midst of this huge snoring. Yi Ran opened the door and looked around.
Teacher, don't look at it, it's down there. Hearing the sound, Yi Ran lowered his head. The person who came was the precious pimple of the master of the fire sect, Huang Dongdong. The moment Huang Dongdong opened the door, he was calmed down by the huge snoring. He covered his ears, his expression a little painful. "Teacher, we have a blasting test room in our practice room, so there's no need to do it in the dormitory." Hearing Huang Dongdong say this, Yi Ran also had a bad consciousness. Then he pulled Huang Dongdong in and closed the door. Once again, the corridor was calm. "It's all done?" Yi Ran asked Huang Dongdong in a snoring voice. Huang Dongdong nodded. "It's just that his eyes are staring at the bedroom door." "Teacher Yi, this sound is too loud. What is in the bedroom?" Yi Ran patted Huang Dongdong's head. "Don't worry about anything else, I'll make you a cup of tea." Saying that, Yi Ran walked to the kitchen. But by coincidence, just after Yi Ran left, because the bedroom door was not closed tightly, it was carried by the wind. Shia! Yi Ran's bedroom door opened. Huang Dongdong couldn't help but be curious, and looked directly at it. At this moment, he saw a sleeping figure on the big bed. The huge snoring was so great that my bones were numb. Huang Dongdong was completely stunned. I wiped it, and the explosive sound turned out to be a human snoring? Then Huang Dongdong looked at it carefully, and when he saw that this sleeping person was Wang Dachuan, his eyes were about to bulge. This early morning, why did Wang Dachuan fall asleep in Teacher Ye's bedroom? Could it be that Wang Dachuan spent the night at Teacher Ye's house last night? He also slept on Teacher Ye's big bed? But looking left and right, this staff dormitory is one bedroom and one living room, with only one bedroom. Huang Dongdong peeled off the cocoon, and his brain hole became bigger and bigger. His eyes became a little shocked. Could it be that Wang Dachuan and Yi Ran slept together last night? Wait, Wang Dachuan, Teacher Yi, we slept together last night? Boom, boom. Huang Dongdong's brain seemed to have been blown up. He seems to have discovered a great secret. No wonder, I heard the students in the second class say that Teacher Yi was very good to Wang Dachuan, and often took Wang Dachuan with one-on-one private tutoring. With the guidance of a demonic genius like Yi Ran, Wang Dachuan's progress is naturally rapid. So when fighting in the restaurant, Wang Dachuan, who only had silver, could actually carry 4 gold by himself. It works, everything makes sense. No wonder Teacher Yi, a well-known salted fish tutor who doesn't care about anything, is now just because Wang Dachuan had a fight at school. He was so furious that he abused and abolished the platinum-level powerhouse. Feelings are a flurry. Well, where does the teacher-student love come from? This is a deep comradeship. Dirty adult PY deals. People are like this. Once they believe in their own settings, all known plots will be frantically applied to this setting. Huang Dongdong couldn't help but shudder. Didn't you think that at such a young age, you had already come into contact with the dark side of such an adult? Wait a minute. Huang Dongdong suddenly thought of something. If all this is true, then Teacher Yi will. To himself, Huang Dongdong suddenly recalled. Obviously, auditors can also listen to lectures here, but Yi Ran insists on forcing himself to be an exchange student of their class. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong's head had unconsciously shed cold sweat. Masaka, could it be that when Teacher Yi saw it for the first time, you have already taken a fancy to yourself? The spine behind Huang Dongdong is sore. A gust of cool air rushed from the tailbone to the heavenly spirit cover. Huang Dongdong's face has become ugly. Although the young master is handsome, he looks better than Panin. But young master, I'm straight. The young master will never be able to play Nyo-Nyo battle in his life. What are you thinking? Yi Ran also made tea at this time. When I came out, I saw Huang Dongdong staring at the bedroom. His face was a little ugly. Hearing Yi Ran's call, Huang Dongdong turned his head, looked at Yi Ran with a wary face, and did not speak. Yi Ran ignored the crazy little brat. Hand the cup directly to Huang Dongdong. Be careful. Seeing that Huang Dongdong did not hold the bottom of the cup steady, Yi Ran, who let go of his hand, was ready to help again. As a result, Yi Ran had just touched Huang Dongdong's hand. Whoosh! Once, Huang Dongdong directly pulled his hand back with lightning speed, as if he was afraid that Yi Ran would touch him. His eyes were full of guard when he looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong inexplicably. What are you crazy about? Huang Dongdong shook his head and pointed to the bedroom. Teacher Yi, it is Wang Dachuan, who is asleep inside. Yi Ran heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry, naturally nodded. Yes, who else can snort so loudly? Listening to Yi Ran's answer, Huang Dongdong's eyes widened. Is it just so blunt? Don't you cover it up? But it's morning, so Wang Dachuan fell asleep here last night? Huang Dongdong still holds the last trace of fantasy. Yi Ran Gang wanted to answer no, but after thinking about what happened last night, it was not appropriate for Huang Dongdong to know. So I hit haha. Yes, Wang Dachuan came to play with me last night, and he was too tired to play, so he fell asleep here. Playing is too tiring? What is too tiring to play? What can two big men play in a room until they are too tired to walk back to the dormitory? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and was stunned. The young mind was greatly impacted. It's over, it's over. What kind of foul language? Your ears are dirty. I'm sorry, master, but the disciple is still too shallow in his Taoist practice and has not seen the filth and evil of the world clearly. Actually fell into this binary den. Huang Dongdong silently recited in his heart. Yi Ran didn't want to delve into this
this matter, so he changed the topic. Since you have already completed your sect exchange student status, then from today onwards, I will be your teacher. Come and let me check on you.
Examine? What to check? Check the body? Do you usually like to play medical cosplay? The progress of the link is so fast?
Huang Dongdong's eyes were full of shock.
Is this the beginning? Dirty PY deal. Dirty adult. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up.
Yiran sat on the sofa and waited for Huang Dongdong to perform.
Huang Dongdong himself has a violent temper. How can this be tolerated? In an instant, Huang Dongdong's aura was fully opened. Flames came out all over his body to protect him.
He glared at Yiran with angry eyes.
At this moment, a golden red musket appeared in his hand.
I don't know why, the musket that transformed this time was unprecedentedly straight, and the flames on the body are on the body. In Huang Dongdong, it is specially arranged.
The position of the buttocks is particularly thick. What kind of messy thing? Yiran frowned.
Although I don't know what the little guy in front of him is thinking about in his head, it doesn't prevent Yiran from using the system to start scanning Huang Dongdong. In an instant, Yiran had Huang Dongdong's personal information in his mind. Male, 12 years old.
Inheritance sect, fire sect. Current exercise, fire combat skills.
Pros, extremely solid basic skills, with top fire affinity. Defects in exercises, anger attacks the heart, and the heart veins are burned and damaged. 1. Modify the operation path and optimize the specific plan. 2. Cultivate the true fire golden body of Samadhi and optimize the specific plan.
Yiran was amazed. Although I have seen Huang Dongdong's personal attributes once before,
but every time I see Huang Dongdong's 12-year-old age, I still feel shocked. The top flame affinity, perfectly adapted to the fire action sect technique. The fire action sect really picked up the treasure.
Okay, after reading it, put it away.
Yiran waved his hand and motioned for Huang Dongdong to take back the exercises. Huang Dongdong looked at Yiran suspiciously, not knowing what kind of moth Yiran was playing.
What's the situation? Isn't it going to start?
At this moment, Huang Dongdong had a feeling of drawing his sword and looking around. His heart was at a loss.
Solid basic skills, fire attributes, full points of affinity. What a good seedling. To be honest, I envy your master a little.
Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong with an appreciative face. Huang Dongdong looked wary. Don't look at me with this kind of look. Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Yiran was stunned for a moment.
Don't you think I'm small? You can deceive me. Don't you just want to unspoken rules me? I said it bluntly.
No way, young master. I'm a straight man. After saying that, Huang Dongdong glanced at Wang Dachuan in the bedroom intentionally or unintentionally. After hearing this, Yiran also understood the reason why Huang Dongdong did all this. For a while, Yiran laughed and laughed. The little guy in front of him is much more interesting than he imagined.
Don't laugh. What's so funny?
Looking at Yiran's childlike appearance, Huang Dongdong became even more angry, and he roared at Yiran angrily.
Okay, I don't laugh, poof.
Yiran said he didn't smile, but the smile on his face was almost unhidden. Yiran's expression, the angry Huang Dongdong stood in place and stomped his feet. Just when Huang Dongdong stomped his feet angrily, the bedroom door was opened for a while. Wang Dachuan rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, looked at the lively living room, and smiled stupidly.
Huang Dongdong, why did you come to teacher Ye's apartment too? After Huang Dongdong saw Wang Dachuan, said sadly,
look at what you have done with Wang Dachuan. It's almost noon and you're still so tired.
I, Huang Dongdong,
really saw the wrong person. Dirty PY trading. Didn't you just see Wang Dachuan's cultivation frustrated and took advantage of the situation?
Wrong?
Huang Dongdong, who wanted to continue to complain just now, looked at Wang Dachuan with a shocked face at this time. He looked Wang Dachuan up and down, and couldn't help but rub his eyes again, as if he didn't dare to recognize the reality.
Big spring, you broke through? Wang Dachuan heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry and nodded honestly.
Yes, I woke up and broke through gold, hee.
Hearing Wang Dachuan's affirmative reply, Huang Dongdong's eyes straightened. In my impression, didn't Wang Dachuan barely make it to the late silver stage when he was in the restaurant? It's still far from breaking through gold.
It was only 2 days after separation, and I went through the formalities by myself.
Wang Dachuan has already broken through from silver to gold? Even if you cultivate magic skills, you won't be so fast?
Yiran looked at Huang Dongdong with a shocked face with a smile on the side. He didn't even forget to add another fire. Dachuan will release it with all his might. Let our sect exchange students take a good look at your current strength.
Oh, good master.
After saying that, Wang Dachuan's eyes tightened slightly, and the aura on his body swelled wildly.
Early gold, mid gold, and late. Someone reminded. When he reached the late golden stage, Wang Dachuan's expansion slowed down.
After Wang Dachuan's aura stabilized, Huang Dongdong's eyes were almost bulging.
Huang, late golden?
Huang Dongdong exclaimed.
For a while, he looked at Wang Dachuan and then at Yiran. He swallowed his saliva. Who am I? What am I doing? What kind of outrageous ghost stories are this? Hey, it's all me who pointed out Teacher Yi. I told you, Teacher Yi is really powerful. Wang Dachuan touched his head symbolically, withdrew his momentum, and smiled silly.
Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan with complicated eyes. In his mind, he has begun to make up for his crazy brains.
How much did Wang Dachuan pay for Yi Ran in order to get such a huge improvement? For a while, he looked at Wang Dachuan with some distress. Dachuan, can you hold every day?
Wang Dachuan listened to Huang Dongdong's outrageous speech, and his big eyes revealed clear confusion.
What is this? How can we martial arts practitioners lift our anus every day? How can we not hold it? Do you have trouble in this regard? Huang Dongdong waved his hand. Of course I didn't.
When he saw Wang Dachuan's appearance, he was a little anxious.
Dachuan, don't pretend to be stupid and don't understand. Let me tell you, I know everything. You, boom.
Before Huang Dongdong finished speaking, there was a crisp button directly above his head. Huang Dongdong covered his head in pain, stared at Yi Ran angrily with big eyes. It feels good, the brain is really smart, but it's a pity that it's all crooked. Yi Ran rubbed his fingers. You. Huang Dongdong covered his head and stared at Yi Ran for what else he wanted to say.
Yi Ran ignored him, turned to Wang Dachuan and asked, how does it feel? Wang Dachuan grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat teeth.
Master, I feel that I have endless strength now, and I am stronger than ever. He patted his chest.
There was a bang sound, as if it was smashing on the alloy.
Yi Ran turned around and nodded with satisfaction.
Then, TSK said,
those flesh and blood, even if others can eat it, it is estimated that it will be burst by the energy in the flesh and blood. Not only do you eat it, but you can completely absorb and digest it in one night. This physical fitness is worthy of being an S-level superpower.
Wang Dachuan listened to Yi Ran's praise. I don't know how to go back, so I kept laughing silly. S-class?
Huang Dongdong found a blind spot. He looked at Wang Dachuan with a strong disbelief in his eyes.
Dachuan, you are an S-level superpower?
Hey, it's all Teacher Yi's good point. Without Teacher Yi, I'm still a useless piece of wood.
Wang Dachuan smiled embarrassedly and looked at Yi Ran with a grateful face.
Huang Dongdong shook his head in disbelief.
If Wang Dachuan's strength is improving rapidly, he can still accept it.
But the S-level superpowers are really a little beyond Huang Dongdong's cognition.
No wonder Huang Dongdong made a fuss. He also knew Wang Dachuan's background before. It is a problematic A-level ability awakener. But now it is said that Wang Dachuan is an S-level superpower? Bang! Or was promoted to S-level under Yi Ran's order? This is too magical.
Originally, S-class was rare and comparable to a national treasure, not to mention the ability to successfully advance to S-class through the second awakening.
This is already tens of millions of miles, no, one of hundreds of millions. Wang Dachuan's experience is already unbelievable. As a result, Wang Dachuan also said that it was all done by relying on Yi Ran's styling? What kind of international joke is this? In order to help Andrew's second awakening,
the great cause that was completed only after the death of 3 diamond-level flower cards.
Now it can be easily done with Yi Ran's click?
And if Yi Ran had the ability to do such a miracle,
don't go to the world to be famous, nestled in a small class as a tutor?
Huang Dongdong's eyes were suspicious. He felt that Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan were jointly deceiving him.
Dachuan, I still don't think it can be S-class. How can an S-class with a second awakening be so easy?
Huang Dongdong is a straight-tempered temper. He says whatever he thinks.
Listening to Huang Dongdong's question, Wang Dachuan smiled. I don't know what I am now, but Teacher Yi said yes, then I am.
Looking at Wang Dachuan's indifferent attitude,
Huang Dongdong said angrily, silly big man, do you know what an S-class superpower represents? This is your attitude? Wang Dachuan said indifferently, I know, but so what?
Huang Dongdong rolled his eyes.
Silly big man, do you really think he is a god who can raise you to the level of an S-level superpower?
Your strength improvement must have been forcibly mentioned by him using some evil way to mention it. Maybe it's not good for your health. After all, Huang Dongdong is a famous family, and his knowledge is much wider than that of ordinary people, and he still knows about those evil spirits that can improve his personal strength in a short period of time.
Wang Dachuan shook his head and said seriously, Dongdong, you can't say that about Teacher Yi. Huang Dongdong pouted, I'll just say, Dachuan, think about it, that's an S-class superpower, if it's really. Wang Dachuan interrupted Huang Dongdong's words.
Dongdong, don't say it. It doesn't matter if it's S-level, it's enough for me to follow Teacher Yi.
Huang Dongdong took a deep breath and looked at Wang Dachuan hopelessly. He shook Wang Dachuan's shoulder. Silly big man, wake up, your brain is about to be washed. Huang Dongdong, it seems that you don't believe that Wang Dachuan is an S-class superpower?
Just when Huang Dongdong was shaking Wang Dachuan frantically, Yi Ran's voice came from behind.
Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran and said unconvincedly, that's for sure, how rare is an S-level superpower? Dachuan doesn't know, can you still not know? Yi Ran didn't care about Huang Dongdong's questioning. He got up and looked at Wang Dachuan.
Just right, anyway, I also want to see how strong S-class superpowers can be. Come with me.
Yi Ran packed a coat and walked towards the door. Okay, master.
Wang Dachuan didn't ask where he was going at all, and followed Yi Ran directly. Huang Dongdong saw that both of them were leaving, and asked, where are you going? Yi Ran glanced at Huang Dongdong.
Of course go to the practice room, where else can you go? Are you going? Go, of course go. I also want to expose you personally. If you save it, you will brainwash Dachuan again.
Saying that, Huang Dongdong was also ready to leave.
Yi Ran looked at
at the bigger child with a smile in his eyes. This little brat has a strong sense of justice, and his temper is really hot, and he belongs to the kind of personality who has a straight mouth but no bad intentions, and says whatever he wants. To be honest, he was quite temperamental to Yi Ran. In short, the more Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong, the more interesting he felt. For a while, Yi Ran was playful, and he deliberately said to Huang Dongdong, "Then what if Dachuan is really an S-class superpower?" Huang Dongdong stiffened his neck. "If Dachuan is really an S-class superpower, I'll jump down from this floor." Jump? Without using any exercises, Yi Ran added fuel to the fire. Huang Dongdong's violent temper couldn't stand such stimulation, and he immediately choked on Yi Ran's words. "If you don't need it, you don't need it. If you use it, I'm your grandson. I'm not that old, and I don't want to have a grandson as disobedient as you. Wow, you're washing me off." In front of Yi Ran, Huang Dongdong was on the verge of collapse all the time. When Wang Dachuan heard that Huang Dongdong was going to jump off the building, he hurriedly tried to cover Huang Dongdong's mouth. "Dongdong, I can't do it. This is reluctant to." Huang Dongdong broke free from Wang Dachuan's hand. He stared at Yi Ran and said unconvincedly, "I'm going to bet today, if Huang Dachuan is S-class, then I will jump. If not, you jump down." Listening to Huang Dongdong's wild words, the smile on Yi Ran's face became even stronger. A word from a gentleman? Not to mention 4 horses, 8 horses are hard to chase, Huang Dongdong said categorically. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. "Looking forward to your performance." Just when the three of them were arguing with each other, the height of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy is directly above the sky. In the depths of the clouds that no one can detect, a figure suddenly appeared. This person is thin and has white hair. Especially the white beard is almost dragging to the waist. If Su Yukai was on the spot, he would definitely bow his head. This person is the principal of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 pillars of the Magic Capital, recognized as the King of Space, Venerable Void Baisu. Baisu looked down and looked indifferently at the campus the size of a biscuit. He squinted his eyes and said to himself, 16 extraordinary. What a big battle. Don't even say hello. Do you really think I'm an old man? With a cold snort from Baisu, the surrounding space began to distort, and even the clouds took on strange shapes. In an instant, about a dozen figures appeared in the distorted space. When he first appeared, he was a little stunned, but they all used their own abilities to levitate above this kilometer altitude. Just when everyone was staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Boom! I want to know what this is all about. Baisu's cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone, without an invitation, you broke in without permission and deceived my Demon Martial Academy? Baisu's momentum expanded infinitely. Everyone present silently mobilized their strength to resist Baisu. Those who can compete with the extraordinary must be extraordinary. Okay. Baisu sneered, said 3 times in a row. He looked around. Who would have thought that my Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy would be able to welcome more than 10 extraordinary people present at the same time on the same day, and I think it would be the first time since our school was established. Among the more than 3 billion people of the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only less than 30 extraordinary people. Bang! According to this ratio, most of them may never encounter the extraordinary once in their lifetime. As a result, those extraordinary people who see the dragon on weekdays actually gathered at the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy at the same time. If outsiders knew about these things, the popularity would have exploded. All the extraordinary people present, listening to Baisu's words, they were silent one by one. Seeing this, Baisu squinted his eyes. Since you dare to come here, why don't you dare to look at people with your true faces? Baisu looked around and shouted domineeringly. If you want to visit the academy, take off your disguise. We will sweep the couch and welcome you. If you want to do something else here, where do you come and go back now? As soon as Baisu's words fell, a transcendent person suddenly said to Baisu, Baisu, don't you want to stop all of us with your own strength? Baisu narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, his momentum began to skyrocket and a distorted space began to appear around him. The white robe rustled violently in the wind, and Baisu said murderously, I haven't done it for many years. It seems that you have almost forgotten me. Baisu's surging momentum pressed towards you extraordinary. Many of the slightly weaker Chaofan have begun to resist with luck. Baisu alone against more than 10 extraordinary people, and he did not fall behind at all. The war is about to break out. At this moment, a transcendent person took off his disguise. In an instant, the originally thin figure began to swell. As if it was growing, a giant man of 5 big and 3 thick was suspended in the clouds. The burly figure is like a mountain. The solid muscles shimmered with a metallic sheen in the reflection of the sun. At this time, he looked at Baisu and saluted a military salute seriously. Junior Li Wancheng, I have seen Senior Baisu. After Baisu saw the person clearly, he said lightly, I didn't expect that even the people from the military department came to join in the fun. It seems that the day was really fragrant, and the military department is going to take advantage of it again? An S-class ability known as Imperial Shield, Great Wall of Steel, Absolute Defense. The youngest extraordinary person cultivated cultivated by the military department, the absolute backbone of the Dragon Kingdom military department. It is the rising future general of the Dragon Kingdom military department. Hearing Bai Su's words, Li Wancheng replied with a smile, "Seniors are joking, everyone belongs to the national system, how can they do such a thing?" "Really? How is Zhang Hedong doing in your military headquarters?" Bai Su proposed Zhang Hedong's name. After Li Wancheng heard this, he smiled a little awkwardly. Zhang Hedong, as a super genius of the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy. At the beginning, he was attacked by his boss, Yi Shaohua. The pit was abducted to the military headquarters. Bai Su said this now, obviously reminding him, "Your military department has a criminal record, don't put a white lotus here." Li Wancheng smiled and hid his embarrassment, and then said seriously, "Senior, now is not the time to talk about this, although our military department loves talent and is eager, but it also distinguishes the priorities. General Yi asked me to bring you a message." Li Wancheng paused for a moment and said solemnly, "Everything is in the interests of the country, and the belonging of geniuses can be any of the Dragon Kingdoms, but not abroad." After Bai Su heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. "Is the message accurate?" Li Wancheng nodded. "Yesterday, the military department monitored 3 extraordinary people who entered secretly, and there were a few others that the military department did not monitor." Then, Li Wancheng squinted his eyes and looked around. "But whether it is monitored or not, I believe it is here at the moment." Li Wancheng's meaning is obvious. Their military department sent Chao Fan here with the intention of recruiting that super genius. But the more important task is, this super genius must not be recruited by foreign forces. Every miller draws water to his own mill. How can we Longwa people grab talents behind closed doors? But if it is snatched away by foreign forces, it will never agree. The immediate priority is to drive away the transcendent foreign. Bai Su was silent for a moment, and then nodded. Li Wancheng saw Bai Su nodding and silently came behind Bai Su. The form on the field changed from Bai Su alone against all the extraordinary to Bai Su and Li Wancheng to confront. For a while, some extraordinary eyes that were still thinking about them flashed with fear. It's not because of how strong Li Wancheng is, just because Li Wancheng represents the Dragon Kingdom military department, as heavy as Mount Tai. With the blessing of the military department, the confrontation between the two sides has come to a strange balance. At this time, Bai Su did not pay too much attention to others. He squinted his eyes and kept staring at a man with a mediocre appearance. In fact, from the beginning, Bai Su didn't care about other transcendents. If it weren't for the transcendent person in front of him who made him a bit of a rat thrower, he had already done it. It is because other transcendentals are rolled up by his space movement, and only this one not only easily destroyed his own space movement, he also accurately found the location of his teleportation and flew up by himself. This kind of strength can only be achieved by an extraordinary person who is at the same level or even stronger than himself. In other words, the ordinary-looking extraordinary person in front of him. Its strength can definitely be compared with the 3 pillars of their magic capital, and it is a genuine slaughter-level extraordinary. The slaughter of the country-level extraordinary, as the name suggests. It is the existence that can truly slaughter the country by one person. It can be called a humanoid nuclear bomb. No major country will allow foreigners to enter the country at will. At the moment, it is not clear whether this goods are domestic or foreign slaughter-level extraordinary. I don't know if this person is an enemy or a friend. Naturally, you can't act rashly. Bai Su carefully observed this transcendent person who slaughtered the country. I want to guess the origin of this national-level transcendent person from those clues, but unfortunately, Bai Su was disappointed. Under my careful attention, the transcendent did not make any changes. It is like a stone, undisturbed by all external factors. Not even half of the breath was exposed. If it weren't for the suspension in the air at an altitude of 1,000 meters at this time, standing in the crowd with such an atmosphere and such a look, it's just a proper passerby. Bai Su, who couldn't see through this person's identity, had a slightly stern eye, and said loudly to this mysterious transcendental, "With your strength, don't you dare to show your true face?" This extraordinary looked at Bai Su and didn't say too much. This ordinary-looking extraordinary person took off his disguise. After the disguise disappears, there was an extremely handsome young man. This person has flowing hair, eyes like stars, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes, and is handsome. The whole face is so beautiful that even women envy it. After such a beautiful young man unveiled his disguise, all the extraordinary people were a few meters away from this young man, looked at this young man one by one as if facing a great enemy. There is undisguised fear in his eyes. They looked at the eyes of the teenager, as if he was looking at the demon god that existed in ancient times. When Bai Su saw the person who came clearly, angry that Whitebeard flew up, but it was originally like a great enemy. At this time, the whole person became a lot more relaxed. After all, this is the only extraordinary person present who is similar to his own strength. TM is his own people. He squinted at the young man in front of him. Forget about the people from the military department. Do we have to dig corners? Isn't it that my demon martial arts academy has established its own door
and does not belong to the Department of Education? The young man looked at Bai Su, his face still cold. I don't dig, but that day was mine. The language is concise and extremely domineering. Did not give Bai Su face at all. As a result, Bai Su was not angry, but looked at the young man angrily. Don't you bother to cover it up. No wonder they say you are unpopular, Bai Su complained. The young man listened to Bai Su's words, and only said 3 words lightly. I don't care. Then, the young man turned around, and he didn't know when he was holding a sword in his hand. He turned his back to Bai Su and Li Wancheng. Look at all the transcendentals around you. Those who are extraordinary in the Dragon Kingdom, remove their disguise. Those who are not extraordinary in the Dragon Kingdom, retreat. A few simple words, from the mouth of this young man, like a sharp sword, it pierced into every transcendent ear that was still disguised. At first, everyone was still hesitating. Seeing that these extraordinary people have not taken off their disguise for a long time, the young man snorted coldly. In an instant, the sword in the young man's hand disappeared. But the moment it disappeared, all the transcendent behaved as if facing a great enemy, and one by one they used their energy to resist. Ding! Bite! Bite! There is no offensive action to be seen. A sharp sword sound directly hit every extraordinary chest. Many transcendent people were repelled from a distance of several meters. What's more, he didn't even guard against the blade of the young man, leaving clear sword marks on his arms. With the power of one person, he killed more than 10 extraordinary people with one sword, and even injured several of them. The strength is terrifying. One last time, take off the disguise. Lan Moyan only 8 words. The murderous aura was like substance, turning into a sharp sword that pierced the extraordinary eyebrows. All the transcendentals were silent. Although Bai Su is a transcendent person who slaughters the country, but the character of Gu Quan's overall situation made them not believe that Bai Su dared to kill, but the lord in front of him. But it can really be said and done. Say kill, that's a real killer. After a while, many transcendent people reluctantly took off their disguises. As expected of the Dragon Kingdom's heavy weapon, I am convinced. It's really powerful. Cultivate to the point where even the voice is like a divine weapon. Lan Moyan, your understanding of the sword has improved a lot compared to before. Blue Bureau, how did you do it, at a young age, to the level of slaughtering the country? It's really the world of young people. The major transcendents of the Dragon Kingdom who took off their disguise complimented the young man, but even with such compliments, no one dared to approach the 3-meter range of this young man. It was as terrifying as if this young man was within 3 meters of the forbidden area of life. The young man's name is Lan Moyan, the slaughter-level transcendent who was called attacking heavy weapons, sealing the throat with a sword, and the sword god of the Dragon Kingdom, the most amazing peerless genius of the sword god sect in 10,000 years. Life experience can be called a reprint of Wan Tang. Lan Moyan has been accompanied by a sword since childhood, and the sword is 1 3-year-old gold, 9-year-old white gold, 12-year-old diamond. At the age of 18, he attracted the saber of the founder of the sword god sect, and the divine soldier Wu Feng sent out bursts of sword sounds. Finally, it was recognized by the divine soldiers. Entering the sword mirror in one fell swoop, adulthood is extraordinary. In the case of the sword god religion that has nothing to teach, go out of the mountain to practice. He came to serve in the Department of Education of Longhua, and the reason why Lan Moyan was called to attack the heavy weapon. It was the 3 major sword sects of the Foot Basin country that the extraordinary people came together to provoke the Dragon Kingdom sword path. After defeating many sword sects, Lan Moyan has a sword for each person. The 3 major sword sects of the Foot Basin country were extraordinary. In the end, Lan Moyan was unharmed and tortured to kill the 3 sword sects. Since then, Lan Moyan has also been publicly recognized as a transcendent person at the level of slaughter. The extraordinary compliments were endless. The original stalemate was made clear by Lan Moyan with a single sword. Lan Moyan ignored the compliments of the transcendent people present, just pointed the sword at the other transcendentals who had not taken off their disguise. 3 seconds, go. When he was pointed at by Lan Moyan's sword, these transcendent people feel like thorns in their backs, and there is a kind of trembling from the soul. Wait a minute, a foreign transcendent was about to say something in a broken dragon dialect. Then I heard Lan Moyan's cold voice. It hasn't counted to 1 yet. Buzz. With a sound, the other transcendent people who did not take off their disguises showed their magical powers and disappeared directly in place. Bai Su saw it in his eyes, and he also admired it in his heart. Boom! Directly let the complex situation of more than a dozen transcendent people become clear and bright. Lan Moyan's behavior is like his sword. Neat. Although Lan Moyan speaks straight and does not pay attention to human feelings. But who has the strength to deserve this peerless young man to talk about human feelings? Since foreign forces have driven them away, then the domestic ones will be easy to handle. Bai Su looked around at the remaining extraordinary sects, families, and even other schools. Basically, everything that should come and what shouldn't come has come. His face was a little dark, because most of the people who chose not to take off their disguise and fight against him before were from the sect family. Although the current dragon country is strong, but it's still has its own drawbacks, that is, the sect family is in power. There are also many people from sect families in the official institutions. Some sect families are fine,
but some sects and families, by taking advantage of his position, began to absorb geniuses and suppress dissidents, completely ignoring the development of the country, only knowing how to strengthen his own sect family. In particular, they also used their power to force universities to send talents to them and become retainers of their sect families. It is difficult for many ordinary people who are obviously talented to get ahead, and many of those who came today are from these sect families. Of course, these problems are not formed in a day, and it is not a one-day effort to eradicate them. Boom! If you want to eradicate these forces, it is impossible for him to do it as a principle. Although Baisu was dissatisfied, he didn't say it. He cleared his throat and said without speaking, "Why did you come here? I believe you must have received news that there is a genius in our school who crushes platinum with a golden." Baisu's words made everyone present quiet. Baisu paused and continued, "Here, I declare to you that this matter is true." All the transcendent people present looked at each other. There was a faint excitement in his eyes and a hint of confusion. Excitedly, since Baisu can say it, it proves that this genius really exists. They don't know what Baisu means by saying this openly and honestly. Everyone present is extraordinary. Naturally, I know that a platinum who has come into contact with the law and entered the Tao. How big is the gap between a golden person who has not stepped out of his own path? But there are people who can break this iron law with their talent and strength. If such a monster belongs to his own family, I wish any other forces didn't know the slightest bit of information. But why did Baisu tell them about this so openly and honestly? They all know the preciousness of this genius. Will Baisu not know? Baisu's move really confused everyone. But confusion is confusion. Since Baisu was so honest, the extraordinary people present also chose to continue climbing the pole, seeing the moves. Principal Bai, is that really the case? Congratulations to Principal Bai. It is worthy of being the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. There was Zhang Hedong who overwhelmed a generation before, and such a great talent has appeared again in the past few years. The Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, the place of outstanding people. Principal Bai, why don't you take us to see the demeanor of this genius? The Transcendentals are all human spirits, and they began to praise Baisu in a tongue-in-cheek manner. The topic also twisted to the point of asking Baisu to take them to meet Yiran. Baisu looked at all this. Suddenly the peak turned around, and he looked around at everyone present. If the purpose of your trip is to recruit this genius, I advise you to give up your thoughts. The transcendent ones are unwilling. Why? Principal Bai? Principal Bai, everyone has their own strengths. How do you know which aspect this genius is most suitable for? Yes, Principal Bai, you can't delay his development, right? Principal Bai, isn't it appropriate? When did the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy become so complacent? The world's great talent, Principal Bai, as a pillar, you are really willing to watch him find the best direction of development? When did the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy become a place to bind geniuses? Everyone was talking about their reasons and refuting Baisu. Baisu waved his hand calmly and said to all the transcendentals, "Everyone, stop for a moment. I am not an unreasonable person, but this genius is not a student, but a mentor." Mentor? All the transcendent heads were stunned for a moment. Baisu nodded. "I know you naturally have the means to find this genius privately, but I'm sorry, he is the tutor of our Demon City High Martial Arts Academy, and he has a contract, and none of you can take him away before the contract expires. Everyone, please go back." Baisu's tone was filled with an attitude of not being able to refuse, and his momentum soared. After all, tutors are different from students. Students can be poached by other forces, and the school is powerless. But the tutors are different. All the tutors are contracted. The contract is the legal rule given by the Dragon Kingdom. No force can compete for someone who already has a contract. For an official organization like a university, all those who have signed a contract, it is equivalent to a disciple who has already apprenticed to the sect. I wonder which force will see that the disciples of other sects have good talents, and they can take advantage of it. Wait for the ancestor of the sect to follow you desperately. Of course, there is no such thing as an expiration of the contract. In ordinary words, what is it for them to be extraordinary? But Baisu said the provision of the contract in front of everyone. It is clear that it is to find a rule of reason to block all the extraordinary mouths. In this matter, it is reasonable for the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy not to release people. Some rules, when not used, are not as good as a feather. But once it is placed on the table, it is 1,000 gold. That's the truth. Baisu did this, just to tell these transcendents clearly. Give you a step down, and accept it when you see it. Everyone is harmonious, don't make a fuss in the end. Baisu, as the pillar of the Magic Capital and one of the staunch guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, taking into account the overall situation, has become his first choice for behavior. For a while, the transcendent people were silent. Suddenly there was a discordant voice in the crowd. But Principal Bai, the big deal is that we can be seconded. It just so happens that our department needs such a talent. Let him come to our department tomorrow to report. Rawa's Baisu has already said this, and and there are still extraordinary speeches on the side.
This tone even sounded like an order. This person is the transcendent person of a certain sect, one of the transcendent who was keen on engaging in small groups.
After the operation of the forces behind it, he served as a leader in the functional departments of the Dragon Kingdom.
A high position and long-term guidance gave him a sense of self-confidence.
After all, their departments have also seconded tutors from major universities, and this kind of thing is familiar. This guy looked at the silent crowd and was a little complacent.
I feel like I'm the first to think of a solution.
As everyone knows, others look at him like a dead man.
Bai Su looked at this transcendent indifferently. Are you talking to me? Is there any problem, Principal Bai? Secondment without violation.
Before this extraordinary man finished speaking,
in an instant, countless distorted spaces appeared around this extraordinary person. Click.
A crisp sound sounded. This extraordinary forearm rotated 180 degrees, steel bars and iron bones tempered with extraordinary power. It was actually broken by this terrifying space-distorting power.
Before everyone could react, there were a few more clicks. This transcendent man didn't even have a chance to resist.
The knee was also broken directly.
The whole person couldn't support his body, so he knelt directly in front of Bai Su. The intense pain made the transcendent person in front of him pale.
A cold sweat broke out.
Bai Su silently stepped forward and looked down.
I haven't been out for such a long time. It seems that everyone has really forgotten about me.
After all the transcendent people present saw the scene,
the fear in his eyes is fully revealed. Bai Su did not have any offensive actions. Just relying on his understanding of the law, he directly crushed an extraordinary person. At this moment, everyone finally recalled this old man who had always been kind, but a truly slaughter-level transcendent.
I originally thought of a contract as a reason.
Give the major forces in the country a decent face. As a result, there are really stunned young people who want to challenge the extraordinary authority of the slaughter level. Bai Su ignored the collapsed transcendent and said to the other transcendentals behind him,
listen, I'm informing, not discussing. Everyone, is there anything I don't understand about what I said?
Bai Su looked around, his tone tough. Wherever his gaze passed, no one dared to look at him.
All the transcendent were silent. Everyone knows, if you say one more word, you will be the next person to collapse to the ground.
The atmosphere of excitement was extinguished by Bai Su's words.
Lao Bai, if that kid's contract expires, he will no longer be your demon martial artist? Suddenly, in the crowd, an elderly transcendent person asked. This person is the top family in Kyoto.
One of the three ancestors of the Shu family, the ancestor of the Green Phoenix, the Phoenix Taoist, Zhu Qingguan. Obviously, no matter what the friendship is, Zhu Changqing is at least an old acquaintance with Bai Su.
Bai Su glanced at the old woman. When the contract expires, each depends on their own ability. It's a deal, then the old man won't bother too much.
The old woman arched her hands, her figure turned into nothingness, and disappeared.
One left, and the others were hopeless. They all got up and chose to leave. This farce has come to an end. Watching these transcendent departures,
Bai Su was still thinking about the words of the last Phoenix Taoist Zhu Qingguan.
He muttered to himself, have you found out the identity of this kid?
Then, Bai Su shook his head helplessly.
Zhu Jia, I didn't expect to be involved in the dragon and sparrow dispute. Senior Bai, what are you thinking?
Just as Bai Su was thinking, a thick voice came from behind him. Bai Su turned his head to look. Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan still stayed where they were and had no intention of leaving. Bai Su looked at these two people who didn't leave.
First glared at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng seemed to be unresponsive, pretending not to see.
Principal Bai, speaking of which, the food at our Magic Capital High Martial Arts School is really good, and I have been lingering since I ate it last time.
How about this? I'm doing odd jobs for you here. How do you care about my food?
Li Wancheng looked at Bai Su with a smile. The eyes are full of sincerity, and I can't see half of the fake.
Since you won't let me find a genius, then I won't look for it. I'm a transcendent person who comes to you to do odd jobs. You won't refuse.
Bai Su looked at this Li Wancheng, a little helpless.
You are a transcendent person who comes to school doing odd jobs. What about anti-aircraft guns fighting mosquitoes? The drunken man's intention is not in the wine, who can't see what is in his mind.
It is not the first time he has contacted Li Wancheng. It can be said that his skin has also been trained to the extreme. He can pull down the face that other extraordinary can't pull down, and the burden that other extraordinary can't let go. He said to throw it away. Coupled with the order of the military department, it is estimated that this dog skin plaster cannot be shaken off. Go for employment tomorrow, and you will be the most amateur tutor in our academy in the future. Bai Su can't drive it away. He can only disgust this goods. Okay, Principal Bai, to be honest, it is my biggest dream in life to come to work at the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. Li Wancheng was not only not angry, but also smiled and thanked him. Bai Su shook his head when he saw it. This kind of goods, if you slap him, you will only be afraid that he will shout coolly. But it doesn't matter, after all, with Li Wancheng's strength and the quality of the military department. All this is still under his control. And another person on the side who didn't leave. Bai Su looked at Lan Moyan's handsome face.
The brain is a little little painful. What about you? Director Lan, you won't come to our school as an amateur tutor, will you?
Bai Su looked at Lan Moyen a little speechlessly.
After all, Lan Moyen is subordinate to the Department of Education.
Strictly speaking, he is his immediate boss in official positions.
And in terms of strength,
Lan Moyen and himself are both slaughtering country-level transcendentalists, and even Lan Moyen's path belongs to the sword cultivation path of the first attack, maybe slightly better than himself in attacking.
Lan Moyen, who can't talk and can't be beaten, doesn't necessarily be able to beat Lan Moyen. This is what gives Bai Su the most headache. Listening to Bai Su's question, Lan Moyen turned his head. Under the sunlight, this handsome face exudes a charming luster. Listening to Lan Moyen's concise reply, Bai Su breathed a sigh of relief. What class is he in? I'm going to be a student.
Bai Su hadn't been happy for too long. Lan Moyen's words directly shook him, almost lost control and fell from the sky. Even Li Wanqing on the side was choked by Lan Moyen's speech and kept coughing. The two of them widened their eyes and looked at the calm Lan Moyen on the side.
Are you kidding? You are a transcendent person who chooses to be an auditor.
At this moment, Li Wanqing felt that his choice was still a little too conservative.
Are you serious? Bai Su couldn't help but ask. Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su faintly and pointed to his face. What, is it a violation?
Bai Su and the two looked at Lan Moyen's peerless look and fell silent. Although Lan Moyen is the boss of the extraordinary bosses, but according to his age, it is indeed only the age of college. If Lan Moyen applied for admission, he didn't even need to forge his age.
There is really no violation.
For a while, Bai Su opened his mouth and was speechless,
because he couldn't find any reason to refute Lan Moyen. Lan Moyen, what exactly do you want to do?
Bai Su couldn't help but ask directly. Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su for a moment and replied,
I want to go to school.
Listening to Lan Moyen's concise and straightforward answer, Bai Shujing was directly silenced. For a while, the scene reached a stalemate. Lan Moyen saw that Bai Su stopped talking, so he waved his hand.
I'm going to see my student ID tomorrow.
Lan Moyen was concise, and after speaking, he turned into a lightsaber and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Looking at Lan Moyen's disappearing light spot,
the corners of Bai Su's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He looked at Li Wanyan on the side again. Two transcendent beings.
One wants to be the most amateur tutor, and the other wants to go directly to the salted fish class as a student.
Crazy, it's all TM crazy. How can there be two of you strange in the extraordinary?
Bai Su, who usually has excellent cultivation, couldn't help but burst out with swear words at this moment.
Principal Bai, I'm still here,
Li Wanqing said awkwardly. Bai Su glared at Li Wanqing angrily. In the end, it directly turned into a distortion and disappeared. Li Wanqing stared blankly at the empty sky, shouted, Principal, where do you get hired? The extraordinary turmoil has temporarily come to an end. And at this moment in the practice room, Yi Ran, Wang Dachuan and Huang Dongdong have already made an appointment for a practice room. It's just that this time they didn't choose an ordinary silver-level practice room like before. Instead, Huang Dongdong used his own fire sect authority. In general, the practice room that belonged to the fire sect was specially opened. It is full of fire attribute gems. As soon as I came in, it gave people a feeling of steaming. The test robot uses extremely high-quality fire-resistant, high-strength materials. There are also various training-related fire attribute treasures brought back by their predecessors in the fire behavior sect. As soon as Wang Dachuan came in, just like Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden, look left, right, one will touch this, the other will touch that. After Huang Dongdong saw the scene, he smiled proudly. Silly big man, I've never seen such a high-end practice room. You can make it today. If you break it, it's my nut. Ah! Wang Dachuan looked at Huang Dongdong patting his chest. He touched his head a little embarrassedly. No, I cracked the school's test robot before. Seeing that Wang Dachuan didn't believe in himself, Huang Dongdong pointed to the test robot anxiously. See, this is the polar ice material specially exchanged by my master from the west, which is full of anti-spark and strength. Not only that, my master also set up a diamond-level defensive formation on it. If you can break this as a robot today, I can call you dad. Hearing Huang Dongdong so serious, Wang Dachuan waved his hand. You don't have to do it. You don't have to. After all, I accidentally broke a test robot before. After hearing about that incident, the teacher of the materials department also strictly investigated for a period of time. Wang Dachuan was already guilty, and he still needed to eat 30 pounds of raw meat every day. It was also from that time that Wang Dachuan never went to the practice room again. Seeing that Wang Dachuan was still refusing,
Huang Dongdong hurriedly grabbed Wang Dachuan's arm and was about to walk towards the test robot. No, you fight. You have to fight if you don't fight today. Huang Dongdong's anxious look.
It's like those children who show off their toys but are questioned.
Master. Wang Dachuan couldn't resist Huang Dongdong and looked at Yi Ran with a puzzled face.
Yi Ran raised his head and said to Wang Dachuan,
Since Dongdong's hospitality is hard to resist, then you should give it a try.
It just so happens that the strength of the S level is not something that ordinary practice rooms can bear. As soon as Yi Ran's words were finished,
Wang Dachuan hadn't nodded yet. Huang Dongdong grimaced at Yi Ran.
Still dreaming of your spring and autumn, teacher Yi. Looking at the eccentric Huang Dongdong, Yi Ran was not annoyed, but said with a smile, don't break your guard and cry your nose later.
Who do you say? Whoever you think is who. You can't say that. Yi Ran's yellow winter jumped straight up. Wait and see. Huang Dongdong said angrily. I'm so angry. Waiting for you to jump on this floor today.
After saying that, Huang Dongdong took Wang Dachuan's hand.
Silly big man, come with me. Two people came to the test robot one after another. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan.
Dachuan, you are optimistic. According to my strength, there is still some gap between me and S-level superpowers. If you can't even reach the strength of my punch, don't mention any S-class superpowers. After saying that, Huang Dongdong's whole person began to rise with flames. A child who was originally white and clean. Now it has become as red as charcoal. Huang Dongdong's mind moved. The flame energy on his body quickly converged towards his right fist.
The intense heat actually distorted the air. Hey!
As Huang Dongdong shouted hard, Huang Dongdong's right fist swung out instantly. The flame energy above the right fist transformed into a golden red fire dragon.
With a loud dragon roar, bombarded towards the test robot. In an instant, the golden red flame hit the test robot.
The formation on the test robot glowed with a faint blue light, resisting the high temperature of this flame.
But Rao is like this.
The test robot was also slowly burned red. After a while, Huang Dongdong withdrew his fist and looked at the screen above the robot. The huge screen began to spin numbers frantically.
Destruction value, 19,250.
After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong nodded with satisfaction. After the gold, the particularity of various supernatural skills has begun to appear.
Damage cannot be calculated simply by strength. So after many iterations and innovations, the test robots above gold are all made of regenerative magical beast materials plus formation characteristics. Injury, without exceeding the limit. The formation will be brought into play and directly returned to its original state. Even if the test robot in front of you is specially made by Hoven.
But its basic principle is not bad, but the preciousness of the material and the strength of the formation are different.
And the test standard for gold level powerhouses.
From a simple strength test to a comprehensive consideration of the damage value. This is used to quantify the paper strength of the strong after gold.
Destruction value, 19,250. Huang Dongdong pointed to the huge screen and looked at Wang Dachuan with a proud face. Did you see it, Dachuan?
19250. The all-out blow of the golden perfection realm. Its destruction value is between 15,000 to 20,000.
Huang Dongdong's blow.
It is infinitely close to 20,000. It can be said that in the realm of golden perfection, it is also the top existence.
Silly big man, do you see it? This is called strength.
After saying that, Huang Dongdong did not forget to turn his head to look at Yi Ran, and shook his head with a little pride.
Teacher Yi, this result is okay? That proud expression seemed to be telling Yi Ran.
This building, you have jumped. In the face of Huang Dongdong's provocation, Yi Ran nodded with a smile on his face. Wonderful, the strength of luck is just right. One more point is wasted, 1 point less is not good. It seems that you usually suffer a lot. This fire action combat skill has been practiced by you. What you performed is the biggest blow of the 36 strategies of fire, and the dragon fights in the wild, and its damage and destructive power are among the top skills even among all fire attribute offensive methods. Listening to Yi Ran's comments, although Huang Dongdong wanted to pretend to be modest and deep, but after all, he is too young and has too little experience. The raised corners of his mouth can't be suppressed. There is no way. How lonely invincible is. Brother, it's so good. This charm that has nowhere to be placed can't be stopped. Can't be stopped. Huang Dongdong is proud at the same time. I also have to admire Yi Ran's vicious eyes. It seems that Yi Ran really has two brushes in teaching and educating people and being knowledgeable. Yi Ran can actually do without close observation. You can directly see the strength of your punches and the smoothness of your movements. You can also see through which move and style of fire combat skills you are using at a glance.
This kind of vision and knowledge is definitely not something that ordinary tutors can do.
Yi Ran's voice suddenly came again. But even if you can perfectly play the dragon battle in the wild, with your current strength, the damage value should not reach as high as 19250. After Huang Dongdong heard this, the body trembled slightly. He looked at Yi Ran with incredible eyes. Yi Ran groped his chin, his eyes as if he could see through Huang Dongdong. The idea of genius actually condensed the exercise catharsis on the 3 burners of the ring finger when performing the fire action combat
technique, so that the power was condensed at one point to form a qualitative change, and the destructive power was greatly increased.
The life gate of your Huosheng sect in the past dynasties is on the Sanjiao point connected to the heart. I didn't expect you to dare to do the opposite, using the life gate as a springboard to achieve a leapfrog change in output means.
As soon as the words fell, where your master doesn't dare to touch it easily, you dare to try like this. Wonderful, genius and risky.
I have to say that the fire sect really picked up the treasure when it picked you up.
Yi Ran analyzed the cocoon.
Every word of these words is like like an arrow, piercing deep into the most secret corner of Huang Dongdong's heart.
At this time, where is there any pride and complacency on Huang Dongdong's face? He can't even close his mouth now.
The whole person was completely sluggish.
How did he know?
Since his successful development of this unique skill, he has never told anyone about it.
Even his master Ho Wen didn't know.
And Yi Ran, just by virtue of the moment when he used his techniques, just clicked it out? At this moment, Huang Dongdong felt as if he was standing in front of Yi Ran naked.
There are no secrets at all.
What kind of ghost story is this? How vicious are these eyes? Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran's eyes, already with a hint of fear.
After Wang Dachuan saw Huang Dongdong's expression,
finally, I was not the only one who was shocked in front of teacher Yi to the point of ruining my cognition. Yi Ran was still calm and composed, as if he had done a trivial thing. He smiled and looked at Huang Dongdong.
What's going on? Where did the little Neza who was not afraid of the earth go this day?
Listening to Yi Ran's teasing, Huang Dongdong thought for a long time and didn't know what to say. He sighed and looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression.
Are you a human or a ghost?
After Yi Ran heard Huang Dongdong's words, he smiled. It doesn't matter if I'm a human or a ghost, the important thing is that I know that some people are going to jump off the building today. Subsequently, Yi Ran continued. Your cognition is correct, although the combat skills are skillful and the ideas are also very genius, but in terms of destructive power, it is indeed a cut short of the S-level ability.
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong. Don't you really want to see if Wang Dachuan is an S-level superpower?
Yi Ran turned his head to Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, after all, the opportunity to come to this kind of practice room is rare. Give it your all, and feel your own strength.
Oh, good master. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan nodded.
Then he smiled and said to Huang Dongdong,
then I'll start.
Wang Dachuan walked up to the test robot that had returned to its original state.
Seeing Wang Dachuan standing still,
Huang Dongdong also held his breath and looked at Wang Dachuan intently, although he was shocked by Yi Ran's words.
But he still didn't think from the bottom of his heart that Wang Dachuan could successfully awaken the second time under Yi Ran's guidance, leap to become an S-class superpower in one fell swoop.
After all, because this second awakening is too difficult,
other forces want to achieve a second awakening,
which does not have to pay a heavy price.
Now with just Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan, they can quietly complete a second awakening?
So many years of cognition have told Huang Dongdong that this is absolutely impossible. Huang Dongdong glanced at Yi Ran slightly.
Forget it, let's get rid of the absolute.
Huang Dongdong's heart was beating a drum.
Hearing this, even if I don't believe it, I seem to be a little uncertain in my heart.
Although Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan who walked up to the test robot, but he also paid attention to the change in Huang Dongdong's micro-expression in his peripheral vision. Looking at this somewhat entangled young genius, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly imperceptibly.
This is what he wants.
Huang Dongdong and Wang Dachuan, Zhang Xiaoru, and they are different. Huang Dongdong, who became famous as a teenager and was extremely intelligent, a genius boy who has been accepted as a disciple by the Huaxing sect since he was a child. Whether in life or practice, nature is taken care of in every way, coupled with the ability that far exceeds ordinary people. Naturally, he developed an unruly and arrogant character. And arrogance is Huang Dongdong's biggest drawback, because if you want to truly temper the true fire golden body of Samadhi, Huang Dongdong's mentality must be truly peaceful so that he can resist the burning heart. Otherwise, with Huang Dongdong's current unruly temper, he will temper his golden body. It will only ignite fire and sadness, and will eventually be burned to the ground by the true fire of Samadhi.
Another important reason is that
Huang Dongdong is now like the monkey head that has just been practiced in the Sheiyue Sanqing cave.
He didn't pay attention to the Jade Emperor when he came.
The Jade Emperor issued several edicts, and finally gave it to the great sage of heaven.
Monkey head is not reluctant to do this, so don't you want to?
It can also be seen from Huang Dongdong's previous behavior. Even if Yi Ran can help Huang Dongdong cultivate into the Samadhi true fire golden body, with Huang Dongdong's righteousness, will regard Yi Ran as a good friend, but to say that he can achieve the same admiration as respecting his teacher?
Difficult.
Of course, this does not mean how bad the character of Sun Monkey or Huang Dongdong is. Life is too smooth, so smooth that you can't tell what is duty and what is love.
Such a temperament.
If you don't correct it now, you will grow up like Sun Monkey, causing huge trouble. Since Yi Ran asked Huang Dongdong to handle the sect exchange student, became Huang Dongdong's teacher. As a teacher for a day, you must be responsible for your students for a day. So Yi Ran felt that he still had the obligation to help Huang Dongdong. Let him quit his unruliness and take back his heart.
Otherwise, I don't care about anything.
Even if it helped him successfully forge the golden body of Samadhi true fire, let the strong strength not have a strong personality to control. This is what really harmed Huang Dongdong. Therefore, from the moment Yi Ran was about to take Huang Dongdong to see whether Wang Dachuan was an S-class superpower, Yi Ran has been inadvertently breaking Huang Dongdong's cognition.
Let the seeds of confusion penetrate into Huang Dongdong's heart.
Let Huang Dongdong taste the taste of defeat. Let Huang Dongdong know what it means to have someone outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Wang Dachuan stood in front of the test robot and was exercising his strength. Yi Ran said, Dachuan, don't hold back, throw off your arms, and fight with all your might. It seemed that Yi Ran saw through his careful thoughts that he had the intention to spare, and Wang Dachuan touched his head a little embarrassedly. Hey, master, don't worry, I will definitely not leave any effort. After saying that, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn blood red. Miso. With a sound, Wang Dachuan's whole body was directly covered with red scales like jade. Wild power burst out of his eyes like charcoal. The nostrils rolled up a fiery whirlwind between breaths. The surrounding blood mist followed Wang Dachuan's breathing, constantly gushing and contracting. It brought a more terrifying aura to this evil god. The ferocious beast is gluttonous, and it comes to the world again. Since Wang Dachuan completed his alienation, all the living creatures in the entire practice room were trembling. Some small monsters stored in the practice room by Hoenn. Many of them were already so frightened that they rolled their eyes and paralyzed over. Even Huang Dongdong felt a trembling from the depths of his soul. It seems to be a fear that comes from the genes. As one of the beasts that annihilated the most living beings in ancient times, Tao Tai, it is indeed a deep imprint of fear on the genes of countless living beings. What kind of monster is this? Huang Dongdong resisted the trembling from the depths of his soul while using his skills. The incredulity in his eyes was about to overflow. As a young genius, his contemporaries who have dealt with him since he was a child are also geniuses. He hasn't seen any alienation ability, but Wang Dachuan in front of him really opened his eyes again. He couldn't even name the beast in front of him. However, any alienated beast he faced before did not have a strong sense of oppression from Wang Dachuan in front of him. Could it be that Wang Dachuan is really the legendary S-class superpower now? At this moment, for a while, Huang Dongdong turned his head to look at Yi Ran, and the corners of his mouth showed a hint of bitterness. Wang Dachuan's second awakening was really successfully pointed out by the young teacher who was not yet in his prime. When Huang Dongdong's thoughts flew, Wang Dachuan is ready to go. His right fist condensed blood-red energy and blasted directly towards the test robot. The surging power even made the space where it passed a little distorted. Boom! With a loud bombardment, the half of the test robot's body had completely disappeared without a trace. The wound is flat and smooth, without the slightest adhesion, and there is no drag or water. S-class power is terrifying. Huang Dongdong blurted out. This punch down, he was completely shaken. The slightly open mouth never closed again. He had never seen a gold-level person who could make this test robot look like this. The test robot is slowly recovering. The display screen began to jump frantically with values. At this moment, the three of them were paying close attention to the numbers beating on the screen. No one said a word. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. After the numbers completely stopped, the little bit of cognition that still remained in Huang Dongdong's heart was completely shattered. 21,200. This value has exceeded the limit that the golden Dzogchen can reach, and Wang Dachuan has not yet reached the realm of golden perfection. It's just the strength of the late golden period, and regardless of whether Wang Dachuan is the S-level superpower, this destruction value alone has completely shattered his cognition. Huang Dongdong swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looked at Wang Dachuan, and then looked at Yi Ran. The heart is mixed. For a while, recalling his arrogant and domineering appearance in front of Yi Ran before, there are some hot things on the face. What is a frog at the bottom of a well? At this moment, Huang Dongdong, who was standing between Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan, finally understood the true meaning of this idiom in a concrete way. Wang Dachuan saw the values, also nodded with satisfaction. Then he turned around and smiled at Yi Ran. Master, is this strength still alive? Huang Dongdong had a complicated expression when he heard this. This is called making a living, right? You have played the destruction value that can be achieved in the later stage of gold beyond the limit of the golden great perfection. You tell me it's okay, right? As a result, Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and did not praise anything, but shook his head with some dissatisfaction. Dachuan, I asked you to use all your strength, didn't you understand? After hearing this, Huang Dongdong seemed to be choked. A pair of big eyes stared at Yi Ran. His eyes were full of shock. Yi Ran's words, in Huang Dongdong's ears, it sounds as scary as a ghost story. Huang Dongdong rubbed his eyes. Determined the value again. That's more than 20,000 yuan. What does it mean to not use all your strength? Huang Dongdong felt dizzy. For a while, I couldn't tell whether the world was crazy or I was crazy. A gold late stage hit more than 20,000 damage values. I was told by my mentor that I didn't use all my strength. What about me? I used all my strength to breastfeed before I hit 19,000. Huang Dongdong's heart fell into deep self-doubt. For a while, he was a little unsure whether he was a genius. No, Teacher Yi must still be lying to himself. This is definitely not true. Wang Dachuan's ability to hit such a destruction value is already the limit, and it is absolutely impossible not to use all his strength. People are like this. Once they don't want to believe something, he thought of all the reasons for denying it. Even if this reason is outrageous, he is
is willing to believe it.
Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Wang Dachuan. His eyes were full of expectation.
The expression that was about to come out seemed to be telling Wang Dachuan, "Tell Teacher Yi quickly, you have done your best, this is your limit." Wang Dachuan touched his head after hearing Yi Ran reprimand. "Master, do you really want that? After all, this is still the practice room of the fire sect, isn't this good?"
As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong's heart was broken.
"Dachuan, you have become bad too. Someone gave you a ladder, and you really climbed up?" Huang Dongdong's breathing was a little rapid.
The whole person behaves like a gambler who was in a hurry to lose.
No, he must still be lying to me. It must be like this, it must be like this.
As a genius, there is naturally pride in genius. He can accept Wang Dachuan's strength slightly surpassing his own in the late golden period.
At least I still have the opportunity to chase and compete. He couldn't accept it.
Wang Dachuan actually played such a result without using all his strength.
It's like lifting weights.
People who think they are geniuses find their own limit weight, their own white moonlight, being used as a toy to play back and forth.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. They are still lying to me. I just ended up with you.
Be sure to expose your lies. Huang Dongdong, who did not give up, gritted his teeth and said, "Fight, Dachuan, you fight. I will never cause you any trouble if it is broken." Seeing Huang Dongdong's appearance, Wang Dachuan asked with concern,
"Huang Dongdong, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?"
Huang Dongdong's eyes were red, trying to calm his heart.
"What can I do? Wang Dachuan, you hit quickly, even if you break it, you won't let you lose a dime."
Yi Ran saw this scene in his eyes. It seems that his stimulation therapy has worked. What needs to be done now is to add another dose of strong medicine to completely destroy the pride in Huang Dongdong's heart. Yi Ran said to Wang Dachuan,
"Did you hear that?" Huang Dongdong said so. "Dachuan, what are you still worried about?
Use all your natal magical powers and let Dongdong see what the strength of the S-class looks like." Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan touched his head, and there was still a little expectation in his eyes.
"After all, I also want to see what level I am doing my best." "Then master, I did it." After saying that, Wang Dachuan transformed into a gluttonous appearance. The coercion of the beast's gluttony once again made the little monsters tremble.
Wang Dachuan did not punch directly this time. Instead, he roared like a beast. In an instant, the blood mist around Wang Dachuan's body began to shrink sharply into his body. The whole person's body swelled rapidly.
In less than a moment, Wang Dachuan was already 3 heads taller than before. Natural powers, bloodthirsty and violent.
Gluttonous abilities can burn their own blood to increase their own strength, and after bloodlust and rage, their strength increases by 300%, their recovery ability increases by 300%, and their defense ability increases by 300%.
Plop, thump, thump.
Wang Dachuan's heartbeat fell clearly in the ears of the two people.
Rhythmic and powerful.
Like the engine of a top supercar, it starts to run at full speed.
Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan at this time with fear in his eyes.
At this time, Wang Dachuan's sense of oppression was obviously more than twice as strong.
How is this possible?
Just when Huang Dongdong muttered to himself and couldn't believe it,
Wang Dachuan directly used his second natal supernatural power.
In an instant, Wang Dachuan opened his mouth, and the front of his mouth directly transformed into a bottomless black hole. This is the natural power that Wang Dachuan used when he devoured the flesh and blood of the ink dragon. With Wang Dachuan's soft shout, the bottomless black hole rushed directly towards the test robot.
There was no sound, no obstruction. The entire test robot was directly completely annihilated by the black hole into nothingness.
After casting, Wang Dachuan directly retracted his own size, looking up at the red test screen. This time, the red test screen did not start scrolling the numbers as usual. Instead, it is constantly flickering. In the end, the red test screen still did not report the value.
Just a passage floated out.
Error, testbot not detected, error, testbot not detected. At this moment, the crows were silent. Huang Dongdong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned his head to look at the location of the test robot. Empty, as if nothing had been let go at all.
Wang Dachuan's blow
actually completely annihilated the test robot with the formation into nothingness.
There is no way to recover in a short time.
As a result, the machine has no way to measure Wang Dachuan's damage value.
After seeing this scene, Wang Dachuan touched his head a little embarrassedly.
Then he hurriedly said to Huang Dongdong, "It's really not my fault, but you asked me to fight with all my." Wang Dachuan was still worried about Huang Dongdong looking for compensation for himself. And at this time, Huang Dongdong, or is he still in the mood to care about Wang Dachuan's careful thoughts? His stiff waist. After Wang Dachuan completed this blow, it was completely broken. Snap. For a while, Huang Dongdong's heart was a little sad. What bullshit is the most genius descendant of the fire sect for thousands of years? What shit teenage golden realm super genius? Compared with Wang Dachuan in front of him, it is simply a frog at the bottom of the well to see the sun and the moon.
Huang Dongdong's pride was completely shattered. Unknowingly,
Huang Dongdong only felt that his cheeks were a little wet.
"Alas, Dongdong, why are you crying?" "No, Dongdong, don't cry." "Nonsense, what am I crying crying. I didn't cry, Huang Dongdong flatly denied. But when he spoke, he couldn't help but sob twice.
Perhaps feeling ashamed, Huang Dongdong hurriedly turned his head alone,
walked to the corner, holding back the sobs of the movement.
But the back is still shrugged with shoulders.
After seeing this scene,
Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and scratched his head helplessly. One blow made Huang Dongdong cry.
How can this be done?
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong's back and smiled helplessly. Has always wanted to help Huang Dongdong quit his arrogance. I forgot that Huang Dongdong was actually a teenager. The mind is naturally far less mature than that of college students in their 20s. Then, Yi Ran waved his hand and motioned for Wang Dachuan to leave.
Wang Dachuan nodded understandingly, tiptoed quietly out of the practice room.
Huang Dongdong in the corner was still secretly wiping his tears. At this time, he was in an extremely complicated mood.
He asked himself, are you angry with Yi Ran and Wang Dachuan? Was it hit by Wang Dachuan's strength far beyond his own? Is it because of your own crying that you feel ashamed?
Huang Dongdong felt that there was, but he didn't think so.
He didn't know why he was crying.
In short, today is uncomfortable. It seems that the logical things in the past are not going smoothly today.
Boredom, shame, abuse, grievances. All kinds of emotions are mixed together.
Huang Dongdong, who had smooth sailing, felt this way for the first time in his life. The more Huang Dongdong thought about it, the more irritable he became, and tears flowed down unconsciously. Just when Huang Dongdong was crying, suddenly, a tissue appeared in front of his eyes. Children of the rivers and lakes, blood and sweat, where is the reason for tears?
Huang Dongdong looked up in search of a voice. At this time, Yi Ran was standing beside him.
Yi Ran stretched out the tissue in his hand again.
Wipe it, Huang Daxia. Huang Dongdong ignored Yi Ran's ridicule, took away the tissue and blew his nose hard,
angrily threw the snot paper into the trash can, and said without raising his head,
why aren't you leaving? I just like to see others lose face. Shame, who is disgraced? Yi Ran asked softly. Huang Dongdong responded angrily. You have to admit it, I'm ashamed. You're satisfied, right?
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a confused face.
You're embarrassed. Where are you disgraced? Is it really a shame to lose to an S-class superpower?
After hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dongdong was suddenly a little stunned. He has been immersed in his own cognition and cannot extricate himself. Suddenly reminded by Yi Ran, it seems to be such a truth.
An S-level superpower is only in single digits in the freshman year of the entire Dragon Kingdom.
The height of the strength of each S-level superpower is unmatched. All of them are invincible beings of the same level. Losing to an S-class superpower doesn't seem to be very difficult to accept. Not to mention myself, even his master, Huo Wen, the master of the fire sect, will directly choose to leave when he encounters an S-level supernatural of the same level.
So why should I feel ashamed because of this kind of thing? Huang Dongdong was a little sluggish for a while.
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said indifferently, Dongdong, the reason why you are sad is because you are sad that your proud talent has been lost to a student like Wang Dachuan, who was originally a waste of wood, and because you are sad that you have lost to a salted fish tutor like me in terms of knowledge. You think it is impossible to lose to us with your profound knowledge, deep background, and outstanding talent. The reason why you are sad is because we pulled you off the altar. The reason why you are sad is because all your pride was trampled under your feet today. Yi Ran's expression was indifferent, but the sharp wording was close to Huang Dongdong's true heart. One sentence after another pierced Huang Dongdong's heart like an arrow.
I didn't. Huang Dongdong was a little flustered after hearing Yen Ran's words, and he quickly denied it. Huang Dongdong, don't you even dare to look directly into your heart?
Yi Ran's eyes flashed with brilliance, as if he could directly see through Huang Dongdong. As if he was a thief with a guilty conscience, Huang Dongdong didn't dare to look directly into Yi Ran's eyes. Under Yi Ran's strong momentum, Huang Dongdong looked left and right and struggled for a moment. In the end, he lowered his head and stopped talking. It seemed to acquiesce to what Yi Ran said. At this moment, Huang Dongdong's body did not have that unruly posture. The whole person stood in front of Yi Ran like a primary school student who had made a mistake. Looking at the silent Huang Dongdong, Yi Ran simply sat down. Huang Dongdong, I know you are the pride of the sky. You have been trained by the sect as a personal inheritance since you were a child, and you have been smooth sailing all the way, so naturally you can't understand what setbacks are. Entering Jilan's room for a long time without smelling its fragrance, your master protects you so well that you feel that everything is taken for granted. It's natural to have the kindness of others to you. It is natural to have resources that far exceed others. It is natural to think that you will always be better and better than others. Yi Ran paused. He looked at Huang Dongdong with serious eyes. Dongdong, you are like a sword now, sharp and unrestrained. But you have to understand that one day, you will meet someone more genius than you, a sword sharper than you, and at that time, what will you do? Go head to head with him? Crying after being crushed like today? Depressed to the extreme and unable to get out of the haze? In winter, those who are too rigid are easy to break, and those who are soft are not defeated, and only by being humble can they reach the top. Huang Dongdong listened to Yi Ran's words as if he understood right and wrong. I felt that although I didn't understand it too much, I seemed to to have caught something. But after thinking about it, he pouted. What's the use of being humble? In the end, I still can't make up for the talent gap. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong, who was a little frustrated, and touched his little head. Huang Dongdong, you have your talent, he has his talent. What we need to do is not to compare the level of talent. What we need to do is how to maximize the use of our talent to bring ourselves to the top. Some people were born closer to Rome. Some people were born far away from Rome, but eventually there will be a way to Rome. Besides, Yi Ran nodded Huang Dongdong's ring finger. Who told you that a fire practitioner who has tempered the golden body of Samadhi true fire will be worse than an S-level superpower? As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong raised his head suddenly, with a hint of hope in his eyes. Teacher Yi, you, what do you mean? Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong deeply. The most important reason for whether you can cast the golden body of Samadhi true fire is not me, but you. Today's matter, if you really realize it, then your Samadhi true fire golden body is hopeful. If you can't realize it, Yi Ran shook his head, got up and prepared to leave. If you can't realize it, you will have no hope for the rest of your life. After saying that, Yi Ran left the practice room directly. Huang Dongdong was left alone squatting in the corner. Huang Dongdong is an extremely smart child, and Yi Ran believes that he will definitely be able to get out of this predicament in his heart. Looking at Yi Ran's leaving, Huang Dongdong thought. After a moment, he stood up gently. Children of the rivers and lakes, blood and sweat, where is the reason for tears? Huang Dongdong repeated what Yi Ran said to himself, took out a tissue and carefully wiped away the tears on his face. Then, he silently rubbed his hands, and the cyan flame used for transmission appeared before. Master, you have been telling me that there are people outside the world to guard against arrogance and impatience, but I can't listen to it, because I have never seen a genius far beyond myself. But today I not only saw it, I also saw too. Master, you are right, the disciple's knowledge is as shallow as a frog at the bottom of the well. He has never been out of the well and does not know the vastness of the sun and moon, and often sits in the well and watches the sky, arrogant and complacent. Master, from today onwards, I will study seriously, and I may not be able to take care of it in the near future, so I will contact you again. Don't read it, love your Dongdong. Huang Dongdong's fingers rubbed slightly, the flames disappeared, and a wisp of green smoke floated towards the sky. After Huang Dongdong did all this, also left the practice room one after another. It's just that this time the pace is no longer as usual. On the contrary, every step of the way was smooth, extremely down to earth. Howen was staring at the dissipating green smoke in a daze. Is this still the Huang Dongdong I know? At this time, Howen's face was full of confusion. He took a deep breath and shook his head. What did this kid go through? As Huang Dongdong's master, he knows Huang Dongdong too well. With a character like Huang Dongdong, to be able to say such words from his own mouth, then these two people are definitely not a little stronger than Huang Dongdong. It was completely crushed that Huang Dongdong could say such a thing so convincingly. When did the quality of teachers and students of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy reach this high? Such an amazing genius, such a huge transformation. Howen was a little worried about whether his precious apprentice had encountered something wrong. But Howen thought about it, and this was also a good thing. Who would have thought that Huang Dongdong, who usually reigns supreme in the sect and wants to kick even passing dogs, in just a few days, the tone of his speech became humble. This is something that I have taught for nearly a few years, but I have not taught Huang Dongdong. This freshman year at the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy is really crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Howen muttered to himself. At such a level, I think I went to Li Shuezong's class. Stinky boy, good vision. An old man like Howen naturally doesn't understand the young mentor. In the entire freshman year, he only knew one Li Shuezong, who was almost the same age as him, although his personal cultivation talent was not strong, but his teaching level was extremely high. There are no less than 5 diamond powerhouses brought out of Li Shuezong's hands. Therefore, Li Shuezong is also called the teacher of the Grandmaster. It is also very well known in the industry. Seeing that the apprentice could have such a change, Howen, who was a master, was naturally very happy. Howen, who wanted to understand, simply lay down on the rocking chair and fan leisurely again. If you have the opportunity, you really have to come to the door to thank you in person. Yi Ran, who was still pacing towards his class, suddenly felt a wave of energy behind him. Then Yi Ran's whole body began to twist. There is a trap? No, it's magic. Yi Ran's eyes tightened slightly. Then he was about to perform exercises to resist this distortion from space. As a result, he never thought that his technique had just been performed, and the shadow of the ink dragon on his body had not yet been seen. The distorted space directly interrupted his own exercises. There was no room for Yi Ran to resist at all. Directly abducted Yi Ran's whole person. The corridor was quiet, as if Yi Ran had never been here. Poof! With the sound of a thick impact, Yi Ran reappeared from the space distortion and fell a but peer firmly. Yi Ran, who had just regained control of his body, there was no time to take care of his buttocks, turned over directly, vigilantly surrounded the surroundings. The power of the ink dragon on his body rose in response, surrounding Yi Ran to protect himself. Yi Ran narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around. At this time, he was
was in an antique room. The whole room is dominated by white. The four walls are filled with bookshelves. The bookshelves are crowded with all kinds of old books. The edges of the pages are yellowed, revealing the traces of time. And in the center of the room, a huge solid wood table occupies the main space. The tabletop is covered with all kinds of bizarre materials. Where is this? Why did you bring me to this place? At this time, Yi Ran's head was hung with a question mark. The previous space movement, even his own innate Taoist body could not resist an offset. Obviously, the person who manipulates this space to move. Its strength is definitely far beyond itself, and it is not a one-dimensional opponent at all. If this person wants to kill himself, he may have died at that moment. Looking at the current situation, this person obviously does not want his own life. So what is he for? The reaction is quite fast. Suddenly an old voice came from behind Yi Ran. Okay, don't guess, I brought you here. Just when Yi Ran was confused. I don't know when. On the tall seat behind the solid wood table, there was already a person sitting. After Yi Ran turned around and looked, the whole person was stunned. Principal? This person is Bai Su. Bai Su supported his chin with half an elbow at this time. The other hand kept tapping the table back and forth with 4 fingers. There was a clicking sound. From beginning to end, Bai Su's eyes never left Yi Ran. His eyes were clear and deep. Occasionally, the essence exuded seemed to want to see through Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, and when his eyes met, I only feel that what I see is not a pair of eyes, but the vast stars. After watching it for a long time, you may even feel dizzy. Seriously, since I have been in charge of the High Martial Arts Academy in the Demon Capital for so many years, you are the first young man I feel like I can't see through. After a while, Bai Su slowly spoke. Hearing Bai Su's speech, Yi Ran smiled bitterly. This sentence seems to have been said to himself by a transcendent person before. It's just that at that time, people were more direct and wanted to directly open a scoop for research. Why, Principal, you can't open a scoop too. However, in the face of one of the 3 pillars of this magic capital, the slaughter-level transcendental, his supreme leader, Yi Ran naturally couldn't say this kind of joke, and he immediately responded. Thanks to the love of the principal, it is a blessing for the boy to have such an evaluation. Bai Su heard Yi Ran's polite words, and then waved his hand. Love can't be talked about. Since your father arranged you to go to our school, we haven't seen each other again. Bai Su sat up straight slightly and leaned forward. Seriously, I was really deceived by your father at that time, and I really treated you as a relative. And who would have thought that you would be the first person in history to break the iron law of platinum? I can't imagine it. I've been coaching all my life, but I didn't expect that there would still be times when I looked away. Hearing what Bai Su said, Yi Ran responded respectfully. Principal, you are not only the principal of our Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, but also one of the 3 pillars of the Magic City. The entire 13 counties of the 2 districts of the Magic Capital are all borne by you alone, and these things like the younger generation are really not worth your attention, Principal. Thousands of piercings are not worn, although I don't know why the principal brought me here. But since the principal does not notify himself through formal channels, instead, he used space techniques to pass himself here so roughly, that proves that the principal's temper should not be particularly good at the moment. Yi Ran's survival experience told himself, in the face of a slaughter-level transcendent person in a bad mood, it is always right to flatter a little. Okay, a shark mouth. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Don't you want to know why I called you here? Yi Ran responded, bang, with a loud bang. As the principal, your behavior and actions must be from the perspective of the interests of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. As the tutor of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, all I have to do is obey. Yi Ran's attitude was upright, and he couldn't find anything wrong with it at all. Bai Su, who couldn't hold Yi Ran, could only reluctantly blow on his snow-white beard. Bai Su snapped his fingers. A document appeared out of thin air in Yi Ran's hand. This is for your incident. Take a closer look at the results of Han Kun's disposal. Yi Ran took over the plan and looked at it seriously. After a while, Yi Ran's brows furrowed. The document clearly states, since that incident, Han Kun was directly taken away by the school discipline team for investigation. I don't know if I don't check this. I was shocked when I checked. Han Kun and some criminals were in one breath. In recent years, all kinds of violations of school discipline and regulations have been committed at all. Embezzling student grants, modifying student grades, unspoken rules for female college students, and maliciously abolishing students' talents. It can be said that all things related to violations of laws and disciplines. There are only things you can't think of, and there is nothing they dare not do. And this series of things, under the coercion and temptation of this group of criminals and the cover and protection of Han Kun's star mentor aura, it has not been revealed for several years. If it weren't for this incident, Han Kun would have been brought into the school discipline team for an all-round investigation. Perhaps these injustices will be covered up in the dust. This kind of crime was recorded in the report of the school discipline team. The handling plan of the school discipline team is also extremely strict. It is already planned to carry out humanitarian euthanasia for Han Kun. At this point, everything is relatively normal and reasonable.
principal. But on the next page of this closing case, added a document issued by the Department of Criminal Justice. It clearly reads a sentence. In view of the fact that tutor Han Kun won the third-class merit of 3 teaching competitions in the world competition, the closure of this case offsets the merits and demerits of tutor Han Kun and is pardoned. The official seal and signature are all complete. The main person in charge of the school signed below. The penal division is the last link in the judicial resolution of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Have the right to sentencing all criminals. Therefore, the closure of the penal division is usually the final result of the criminal being dealt with. Generally speaking, the penal division will not interfere too much with the punishment of each department. But this time the penal division took action. Not only did he make a move, but he also made such an outrageous result. Because he has obtained third-class merit 3 times, these faults have been offset. Although there was a precedent of offsetting merits and demerits in the Dragon Kingdom before, but Han Kun's merits and demerits are really a bit too far-fetched. It can only be said that this kind of verdict, it may be compliant, but it is not popular. Yiran looked at this plan, his eyes narrowed slightly, especially when I see the photos of female college students who have been violated and the current living situation of those students who have been abolished. Yiran's heart began to give birth to a trace of inexplicable anger. Why does the penal division want to protect this kind of beast? For a while, Yiran's hand holding the document tightened unconsciously, and the paper became a little wrinkled. You think it's unreasonable? Feel a little angry? Bai Su's voice came again. Yiran looked at Bai Su, put the documents on the table with both hands, and was silent. It seems to be a silent struggle. Bai Su took the document, smoothed out the place where Yiran was pinched, and lowered his head and muttered to himself. The recent judgment of the penal division is more outrageous than the other, and I don't know how this kind of judgment was made. Bai Su wore reading glasses and looked at the resolution of the penal division in disgust. Then, it was thrown aside like garbage. Bai Su stood up, he stared at Yiran, and said to Yiran, I'm going to sign this. What do you think? Hearing Bai Su's words, Yiran was still calm, as if he was thinking about something. He stared at Bai Su's eyes. He opened his mouth and said to Bai Su, what do I need to do? Hearing what Yiran said, Bai Su, who had been taking the initiative in the words, was suddenly stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? Yiran looked at Bai Su, his tone was calm and composed, and he had a taste of conviction. With your character and strength, principal, according to common sense, it is impossible for you to sign an unreasonable document, and they are not qualified to force you to sign it. Besides, you don't need to ask my opinion at all whether you sign these documents or not, and you don't even have to call me here. But you not only have to sign, but before signing, bring me to you and ask for my opinion. Yiran looked up, looked at Bai Su, and said seriously, there must be demons when things go wrong, and this series of abnormal operations means that you choose to sign this document, and there must be other considerations. And the reason why you asked me for my opinion before signing is obviously a part of your consideration, and it is an unavoidable link. Since you have an idea, principal, as I said before, as the tutor of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, all I have to do is obey. Bai Su listened to Yiran's words. He didn't expect Yiran to be able to peel off the cocoon in such a short period of time. So many stakes were analyzed. Aren't you afraid that I am trying to trick you? Yiran looked at Bai Su and did not shy away at all. For others, it is possible, but for a slaughter-level transcendent, there is no need to. If you really want me to die, then the first thing that was used on me was not space movement, but space cutting. Hearing Yiran's words, Bai Su was stunned for a long time. Then he laughed. He applauded happily. The younger generation is terrifying. The younger generation is terrifying. Bai Su applauded and looked at Yiran with a smile. It seems that your father really lied to me in the first place, and such an outstanding person was actually not as good as a ball of paper in the garbage heap by your father. The more Bai Su looked at Yiran, the rarer it became. Originally thought that Yiran was just because of the sudden awakening of talent, and the cultivation genius who created the miracle of gold heads up and platinum in one fell swoop. But who would have thought that? Yiran is not only extremely talented in practice. In terms of insight, personality, and even human feelings, he is the best demon. Facing himself, a transcendent person who slaughtered the country. Not only is it not nervous, you can also analyze such a thing so whipped. Bai Su suddenly felt that he had made a decision to fight against 16 extraordinary people for Yiran before. Absolutely correct. If he was really robbed, then his beard would probably be black. Bai Su looked at Yiran, sat back across the table. There was no more scrutiny in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Yiran seriously. At this moment, Yiran really began to gain the extraordinary respect of this slaughtering country. Bai Su picked up the document and looked at Yiran appreciatively. You guessed 8 or 9 out of 10, but one thing is not right. Bang! With a loud bang. I didn't choose you because I wanted to choose you, but this matter is about your life. Bai Su picked up the documents of the penal division. Once again, it was handed over to Yiran. Take a closer look at this document. Who signed the penal division? Yiran took the document and flipped through the last look at the document. Then, Yiran's eyes froze slightly. Zhu Dacheng, a familiar name.
name. Bai Su continued to add.
Deputy Director of the Criminal Department and member of the leading group of the Criminal Department, he has another identity.
Bai Su squinted his eyes and said, the only son of the Luan bird Taoist Zhu Qingguan.
Yi Ran's heart was slightly cold, and he muttered to himself,
Kyoto, Zhu family.
Yi Ran muttered to himself, his eyes narrowed slightly. It seems to recall some bad things. Speaking of which, because of you, I have offended a lot of people recently. Bai Su stroked his beard. The day before yesterday, 16 extraordinary people came to our school. Guess what they were for? After Yi Ran heard this, he also guessed a general idea in his heart.
The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Looking at Yi Ran's expression, Bai Su blew his beard angrily. 16 extraordinary, 16 top forces, they are all here for your kid. Your kid is really big enough. Speaking of which, you kid is really a sweet tooth. If it weren't for the old man still having some strength, he might really be robbed by other forces. Yi Ran arched his hands. Thank you, Principal, for your love, Bai Su said half-jokingly. Why, don't you complain that I restricted your way out? Yi Ran continued. Being able to teach here is my greatest wish at the moment. Yi Ran's words were not flattering. They came from the heart. Before he didn't get the first place in the final assessment, he really didn't want to go anywhere. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran with a sincere face, stunned. As a Tugwa level extraordinary, he can naturally feel that Yi Ran is telling the truth. Bai Su was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Ran to answer like this. Naturally, he didn't know that Yi Ran had a systematic task on his body. In Bai Su's eyes, the kid in front of him would rather give up these olive branches than stay in school to be a teacher. This persistence, this quality, in the current impetuous society, it is particularly precious. For a while, Bai Su was a little in a trance. At this time, Yi Ran actually gave him a feeling that he was not alone. Perhaps because he admired Yi Ran very much, Bai Su didn't hide it anymore at this time, and directly revealed it all. To tell you the truth, this time, 16 extraordinary people gathered, and indeed most of them wanted to rob you of this genius, but there was one that should want you to die. Yi Ran heard Bai Su's words. He looked at the documents of the penal division on the table again. Suddenly said, Kyoto, Zhu family. The reaction is not slow. Bai Su nodded. You also know the grievances between your Yi family and the Zhu family, so these old men won't go into details. Since you know that this genius is you, it is impossible for the Zhu family to do nothing and let you grow up. Bai Su paused for a moment, leaning on the back of the chair, recalling something. At that time, when the old man refused all forces to approach you, the Luan bird Taoist Zhu Qingguan specifically asked the old man how to deal with it after your contract expired. The old man told her that the contract expired, and everyone had their own abilities. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. At that time, I vaguely felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't think of anything wrong, and I didn't find a clue until I saw this document. Bai Su pointed to the document. During the contract period, if the Zhu family does it, in addition to the pressure of the Yi family, they will also have to bear the pressure of the demon martial arts, and they feel that it is not worth it. But if there is no contract, in terms of rules, the Zhu family will do it again, and the Demon Martial Academy will have no reason to stand up for you. So, they already plan to strip me of my identity as a mentor of the Demon Martial Academy from the beginning. Yi Ran took over the stubble, and suddenly realized. It stands to reason that my contract can continue to be signed, but there is a elimination mechanism for freshman reform and assessment. Bai Su nodded. That's right, they plan to make a fuss about the final assessment. It seems that the Zhu family has been paying attention to you from the beginning, and they actually know that the class you led had poor grades and was about to be eliminated in the final assessment. Therefore, in order to deal with you, the Zhu family redeemed an unforgivable bastard and wanted to use his hand to force the school to eliminate you. At that time, even if the Zhu family kills you, the old man has no reason to stand up for you. As for your Yi family, the Zhu family probably doesn't care about carrying another Yi family's life, Bai Su said, and couldn't help but be amazed. As expected of the Zhu family, the grass snake gray line, the arrangement is speechless. It is indeed a headache. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. If the Zhu family wants to kill you, they are naturally fully prepared, and at that time, your Yi family should also be held back by the Zhu family, and there is no time to take care of you. Bai Su has spoken very thoroughly. Since the Zhu family has made so many moves, it must have taken the Yi family into account. When the Zhu family really besieged and killed Yi Ran, they would inevitably find a way to contain the Yi family. No matter how demonic your Yi Ran talent is, after all, he still hasn't grown up. In the face of a top family's deliberate, all-out culling, my life is truly terrifying. Yi Ran listened to Bai Su's words, nodded, and did not react. It felt like I knew that the old man next door won the old man last night while playing chess, and there was no reaction. Looking at Yi Ran's calm expression, Bai Su became interested. Aren't you afraid? In my impression, as long as it is the culling arranged by the Zhu family, it seems that it has not failed. Yi Ran said calmly, I'm afraid. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and couldn't help but blow his beard. Are you afraid that you look like this? Yi Ran continued, I'm afraid or not, the Zhu family will do something to me, so being afraid is a meaningless thing. Besides, Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and said confidently, before the Zhu family wants to do it, the principal will definitely stand
stand up for me.
Bai Su listened to Yi Ran's words and laughed. You are so confident that the old man will stand up for you? Do you know that since the Zhu family began to arrange for you, many families have stopped inquiring about your news?
The hostility between a talented genius and a behemoth is that all forces will seek benefits and avoid harm. Yi Ran shook his head. I'm not confident that the principal will stand out because of my talent. I am confident that the principal will stand up for a mentor of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy.
When Bai Su heard this, he squinted his eyes. Do you think they can't eliminate you?
Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and said seriously, in this assessment, my class must be the first, which is a fact that no one can change. When Bai Su heard Yi Ran's words, he smiled. Good boy, ambitious. Then, Bai Su tapped on the table, looked at Yi Ran and said, it's a good thing to be ambitious, but don't underestimate the strength of any top family, especially a family like the Zhu family. In order to achieve his goal, he will do whatever it takes. You can trust that your student's strength is not wrong, but how do you know that your students will be able to walk into the examination room safely? After all, Bai Su is a slaughter-level extraordinary, and he has experienced much more things than Yi Ran.
This sentence directly woke up Yi Ran. He was confident that his students would be invincible in the exam room. However, what if the Zhu family directly chooses to abolish his students before the exam?
Yi Ran's brows furrowed slightly.
Bai Su looked at the frowning Yi Ran and asked flatly, why? I'm starting to worry about being eliminated.
Yi Ran shook his head.
No. Then why are you frowning?
I'm worried about my students. After hearing this, Bai Su was slightly stunned. It is difficult to hide the appreciation in his eyes. It's all here, and the first thing to consider is the students. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it.
It seems that I didn't see the wrong person.
Yi Ran bowed to Bai Su. The principal can tell you in advance. The boy is grateful.
Yi Ran could see clearly, and in this matter,
the Zhu family chose to do this, obviously because they didn't want to offend Bai Su more. So used the means to terminate Yi Ran's contract and let Bai Su stand by the steps. The Zhu family has already handed it to Bai Su.
After the contract was terminated, Bai Su just didn't help and didn't have any moral problems.
It can be said that it has given enough face to Bai Su. I believe that Bai Su naturally understands the behavior of the Zhu family. Logically speaking, Bai Su and Yi Ran are not relatives. The best thing to do now is to remain neutral and not help each other. This is the best choice for him and the school. But Bai Su was able to notify Yi Ran in advance.
It is indeed considered benevolence and righteousness. Seeing that Yi Ran seemed to have made a decision, Bai Su asked, what are your plans?
Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and said frankly, I'm going to go out and find some helpers.
Do you think the helper you found can fight against the Zhu family?
Yi Ran listened to Bai Su's question, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
You can't just sit still, isn't it?
Indeed, as Bai Su said.
Who can I find myself? My own family, the Yi family?
Being opposed by the two major families, the Yi family itself is a little stretched. Where to draw manpower?
Free tavern?
There is no legal identity in the Dragon Kingdom, and once there is a conflict, it may be better not to come. Yi Ran's mind was slightly heavy. With his current connections and strength,
in the face of such a top family, it's really a little too small.
Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and tapped on the table.
Bai Su said to Yi Ran, how about the Demon Martial Academy as your backing?
After hearing Bai Su's words, Yi Ran's pupils shrank slightly. He looked at Bai Su incredulously. Yi Ran really didn't expect Bai Su to choose like this. As a top family, the Zhu family, the energy possessed in the Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. Under the dedicated management of the Zhu family over the years, the children of the clan have long been all over the major departments of the Dragon Kingdom. Its power is so great.
It has vaguely secured the throne of the first three families of the Dragon Kingdom.
Otherwise, the Yi family would not have acted so low-key over the years. Even the youngest son of the head of the family was cut off from his cultivation, and he did not take any drastic retaliation.
But now, Bai Su not only informed Yi Ran in advance, and say this kind of thing.
Bai Su, as a slaughter-level extraordinary, although he is not afraid.
But what about the Demon Martial Academy?
The academy will inevitably be hit and retaliated against by the Zhu family. For the helmsman of a force, it is too irrational. Especially with Bai Su's stable temperament, everything advocates big oranges. It's incredible to be able to say such things.
Principal,
you. Yi Ran was stunned for a long time, a little speechless. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and did not speak. He naturally knew that Bai Su did this with the intention of soliciting himself, but for himself who has not yet achieved extraordinary unknowns.
Choosing to fight against a top family for it is really a bit too much.
Looking at the principal's deep eyes, Yi Ran couldn't guess Bai Su's thoughts for a while.
Why? Do you think I'm not in line with my interests? Do you think I have other plans?
Bai Su's words broke Yi Ran's mind. Yi Ran didn't speak, it was a tacit. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran, shook his head, and lowered his head to write something. Nowadays, opening your mouth is a benefit, and shutting up is a reason. Then I ask you.
Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. As a principal, do you need a reason to protect an excellent teacher?
Yi Ran raised his head and was stunned for a long time, unable to answer.
Do you need it? It seems like you really don't need it.
After After Bai Su finished writing, he took the paper in his hand and admired it contentedly through the sunlight. This is a transfer order. Starting today, I will assign a platinum-level powerhouse to protect your class as an assistant teacher, and with him, the students in your class will at least have no worries about their lives. After Bai Su finished speaking, he patted lightly with one hand. This transfer order disappeared out of thin air. Yi Ran was silent for a moment, and spat out two words seriously. The words were short and the sound was long. Bai Su waved his hand, said to Yi Ran, "Don't thank me, I'm not doing this all for you. The reason why I called you here really requires you to do something." Yi Ran heard Bai Su say this, and then remembered that Bai Su planned to sign before. Suddenly asked, "Principal, do you intend to want the Zhu family to continue to advance this matter?" Bai Su nodded. "I have this plan." "Why?" Yi Ran was a little confused. Bai Su glanced at Yi Ran and then pondered. "If you want it to perish, let it expand first. You are not in my place, naturally you can't see something. Han Kun, some small groups, have done this more than once. These people have hurt the foundation of this country. It's time to prune the branches and leaves." Bai Su said it, with the murderous aura of rolling heads and falling power. Hearing Bai Su's words, Yi Ran's heart was cold. Although Bai Su was openly the president of the academy, but his resume is well known to everyone. During the chaotic war, he threw his pen into the army, the defenders who survived the 13 defense battles of the Dragon Kingdom, one of the 3 pillars of the Magic City, a staunch patriot. It is also the most unpretentious and the most considerate of the overall situation among all the slaughtering of the Dragon Kingdom. And what can make this most harmonious slaughter-level transcendent person on weekdays have such murderous intent? Must have touched the reverse scales of Bai Su. Interests. The principal wants to use this matter to start a war with certain interest groups. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, and his heart surged. "So, principal, do you want me to fire this first shot?" Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and nodded. "Try to oppress Han Kun and force out these bed bugs." "Principal, our class is a well-known salted fish class, and if we don't have your funding, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do it." Bai Su listened to Yi Ran's question, stared at Yi Ran. "You kid, I really thought I was blind. Huang Dongdong's procedures were still signed by me. Also, you took Huang Dachuan to secretly eat 3,000 pieces of ink dragon flesh and blood and haven't settled accounts with you yet." Hearing this, Yi Ran smiled scornfully. The principal knows all about the emotional background. "Principal, after all, our class is standing on the cusp of the wind. Taking such a big risk to fire the first shot, no credit, or at least a little hard work." Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and said helplessly, "Stinky boy, tell me, what do you want?" Yi Ran thought for a moment and said, "I need an S-class beast essence blood, an extraordinary quality fire crystal core, and some extraordinary attribute." "Stop." Looking at Yi Ran's small mouth, he didn't intend to stop. Bai Su stopped directly, and looked at Yi Ran angrily. "So many things, are they not extraordinary quality or S-grade? Put me here to buy it?" Bai Su habitually blew his beard and stretched out a finger. "There is only one chance, or don't want one." Yi Ran listened to Bai Su's words and said with some regret, "Well, then the extraordinary quality fire crystal core is good, but I hope to get it before the game. Here you go. Shut your mouth." After saying that, Bai Su snapped his fingers, and a gem appeared directly in Yi Ran's hand. "Okay, principal." After saying that, Yi Ran directly put the gem in his pocket, as if he was afraid that Bai Su would regret it. Looking at Yi Ran's readily agreed, as well as the quick action of putting it in his pocket, Bai Su was stunned. Speaking of time, Bai Su suspected that this kid had said so much, but in fact, he just wanted this one. Thinking of this, Bai Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then, Yi Ran said to Bai Su, "Principal, I have one more request." "Young man, don't be insatiable." Bai Su frowned. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and shook his head. "Principal, what I want to say is not this." Bai Su raised his head and looked at Yi Ran with some confusion. "What are the requirements, you say?" Yi Ran said seriously. "During the assessment process, if I have the opportunity to face Han Kun alone, at that time, I hope the principal can stop all the people who interfere." Bai Su looked at Yi Ran. "What do you want to do?" Yi Ran grinned, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Since the penal procedure can't solve this kind of beast, I don't mind doing it myself." Hearing this, Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and did not speak for a long time. After a while, Bai Su nodded slightly. "You want me to assist you in killing people on the spot?" Bai Su squinted his eyes. Yi Ran's request made it difficult for him to agree. Maintaining the authority of public power and maintaining procedural justice is the key to maintaining the basic stability of a country. Even if Han Kun really deserves to die. But in Bai Su's eyes, the country must also be judged. This is also what Bai Su has always insisted on. Even if there is a problem with the penal division now, it cannot be disrupted by lynching. Bai Su stared at Yi Ran, his eyes were deep. After a long time, Bai Su spoke. "Boy, I hope you remember that the Dragon Kingdom belongs to justice and the people after all. Even if there are villains in the penal division at the moment, I hope you can trust the country. We old guys are still there." Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and said softly, "I believed it, but now? Who let Han Kun out?" Yi Ran stood there, like a strong pine. In the face of the transcendent of the slaughtering of the country, there was no concession. Looking
looking at Yi Ran's stubborn attitude. Bai Su opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but for a long time he didn't say any reason. After all, the public power of the penal division is used in this way. Such a fact is in front of us. What reason did he have to refute Yi Ran? For a while, a trace of nameless anger in Bai Su's heart rose. This group of bastards, corpses and vegetarian meals, formed parties for personal gain. Every unfair judgment they make, every decision that is not popular with the people, are exhausting the trust of Dragon Country geniuses like Yi Ran in the Dragon Country. This is simply digging your own grave. Yi Ran's performance intensified Bai Su's determination to clean up these silverfish in his heart. Looking at Yi Ran, Bai Su sighed helplessly. Child, there are some chronic diseases and old diseases in any huge country. Don't lose confidence in the light because of the darkness. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and slowly spoke. What about those girls? What about the students who were abolished? Can they still see the light? Can their pain, their lives, be explained lightly with just one sentence of chronic illness and old illness? Yi Ran's questioning, calm and powerful, his eyes were clear and determined. Just looking at this transcendent person of the slaughter level. At this moment, Yi Ran's gaze, in Bai Su's eyes, it was like a scorching sun. No, it's even more heart-wrenching. Bai Su sighed long. I'm sorry, I can't support lynching, but I will stop the Shu family's forces from interfering with the examination room. As for others stopping, I will not intercept them. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, nodded, and said softly, that's enough, thank you. For me, for them. Then, Yi Ran was about to walk out of the principal's office without looking back. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran's back as he left. The heart is mixed. In the face of the threat of the family, Yi Ran didn't say anything. Faced with his own plan, Yi Ran didn't say anything. It seems to be from beginning to end. In addition to playing tricks on Yi Ran to ask for a gem, it seems that only this one request was mentioned. As a result, such a request was not made for himself. Speak out for injustice, take action for injustice. At this time, Yi Ran was purer than himself back then. Bai Su took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and he seemed to have made a big decision. Bai Su opened his mouth and stopped Yi Ran, who was about to leave. Yi Ran turned his head. Principal, what else is there? Bai Su looked at Yi Ran, his fingers moved slightly. Then an extremely exquisite pagoda was suspended in front of Yi Ran. After this incident is over, come to me with this small tower. Yi Ran carefully examined the small tower for a while. This Lingtong pagoda has a total of 18 floors. The carving is extremely delicate and beautiful. Whoosh! Although it is only about the height of the index finger, but the doors and windows on each floor can even be closed and opened. It was as if it was not a carved tower at all, but a real tower shrunk to such a size. The whole tower is like a living creature, periodically escaping a mysterious and old atmosphere. At first glance, it is not an ordinary thing, although it is not clear what Bai Su means. However, Yi Ran still put away the pagoda and said to Bai Su. After saying that, Yi Ran turned around and left the principal's office. After Yi Ran left, Bai Su sat on the chair and pondered for a long time. Bai Su said angrily to the void, since you're here, how long do you plan to hide? Seemed to hear Bai Su's response. In an instant, the position of the void that Bai Su was staring at, as if split by a sword, a neat crack appeared. Lan Moyen naturally appeared from it. Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su. The barren tower was given to him? Bai Su glanced at Lan Moyen. The barren tower is with me. Who do I give it to? It seems that you don't need to decide. Lan Moyen shook his head. Of course not. After a while, Lan Moyen, who had always been taciturn, couldn't help but speak. The rules said at the beginning, the members of the wilderness must be extraordinary. You are violating the law. Bai Su glanced at Lan Moyen. Have you forgotten that as a temporary waste landlord, you are qualified to select people who have the potential to become transcendent, to become reservists? Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su and pointed to the place where Yi Ran left. In the late golden stage, you can see such a long-term perspective? In the later stage of the diamond, you said that you would definitely enter the transcendent, so Lan Moyen had nothing to say. But Yi Ran is only a golden late, and you can see the extraordinary in Bai Su? Bai Su pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said to Lan Moyen with a smile, you know, strength has never been the first criterion for selecting people here. This kid Yi Ran, I just fell in love with. I chose everything. The big deal is that you report me now. You guys have replaced me. The old man, the acting wasteland. Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su, and then looked at the place where Yi Ran left. He asked, aren't you afraid that the 8th layer lord will trouble you? Bai Su listened to Lan Moyen's words and squinted his eyes. When the desolation was established, the oath was that everyone used the soul contract. I did not violate the contract, so what harm does it matter if he looks for me? Bai Su turned his head and looked at Lan Moyen. What other questions do you have? Lan Moyen listened to Bai Su's question, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. As stunning as a snow lotus blooming. It's gone. Then, Lan Moyen stretched out his hand, student ID card and documents. Bai Su looked at Lan Moyen angrily. Why, the barren tower suddenly doesn't matter again. Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su, important. Then why are you suddenly not entangled? Lan Moyen looked at Bai Su and looked at Bai Su inexplicably. It's my person right away. Why should I struggle? Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Bai Su angrily passed the student card to Lan Moyan's hand. Get out, get out, get out, get out of here, don't let me see you. After Lan Moyan got the certificate, he ignored the old man who kept complaining, directly waved one hand and split the space, disappeared from Bai Su's office. When Lan Moyan left, Bai Su fell into deep thought again. For me, and for them, stinky boy, what about me? Bai Su muttered to himself, repeating Yi Ran's words. What Yi Ran said, although it was not directly directed at himself. But how could Bai Su, who had been mixed for almost 100 years, not hear Yi Ran's voiceover? What for them, what light explanation? It's nothing more than not recognizing your own practices. What Bai Su wants to protect is the stability and harmony of the entire country. What Yi Ran wants to redeem is anyone in the world who can see and touch. Although neither is wrong, but there will eventually be cognitive conflicts. This kid hasn't grown up yet. Bai Su thought about Yi Ran's words, while leaning on the seat and starting to recall. Bai Su also remembered his original self. When was he like Yi Ran today? A bloody posture of the general trend of peace and anger. At that moment, it was just like this. For the sake of the overall situation, for balance, for harmony, for the entire Dragon Kingdom, it seems that I haven't considered individual feelings for a long time. Bai Su shook his head self-deprecatingly. It's really old, and the blood is cold. Bai Su laughed at himself. While looking at the door of the office, he muttered to himself, Cha classmate is young, in his prime. Bai Su touched a book on his desk. He had a lot of thoughts. There is hope and relief in his eyes. This book is a miscellaneous book. The old ones are a little yellow, and each page is soft and seems to be about to break again. And the name of this book, When the Stars of Mankind Shine. Yi Ran left the principal's office. His steps were a little heavy. Part of it is indignation at what Han Kun and Wang Changhai have done before. Part of it is because the punishment is outrageous. Part of it is because of the attitude of the principal Bai Su. The overall situation is important. The overall situation is important. Be careful everywhere, maintain everywhere. In the end, what did you get in exchange? In exchange for these silverfish that endanger students? In exchange for the punishment of traitors? Yi Ran, who has been a person for 2 generations, naturally understands what Bai Su thinks. However, he did not agree. Why should the situation of the world be supported by the grievances of good people? Those girls who have been violated, those students who have been abolished, their flowery age, their fledgling life. Who comes and goes to pay for them? Yi Ran kicked away the paper ball on the side of the road irritably, walked towards his class. Han Kun, Zhu Jia. Yi Ran walked into the classroom while thinking. As a result, none of the students in the classroom paid attention to his arrival. At this time, the classroom was full of people. What are all the students looking at around a table? Hard, Wang Dachuan. Hurry up, didn't you eat today? Wang Dachuan, you are the last glory of the boys in our class. If you lose, our entire class will be really shameless. Daharu is strong. Daharu. The students are chirping. All of them cheered for Wang Dachuan excitedly, cheering for them. I didn't notice at all. Yi Ran had quietly squeezed in from the crowd at this moment. After squeezing in, Yi Ran naturally saw what was going on at this table. At this moment, Wang Dachuan was sitting on one side of the table, and another burly giant was sitting opposite him. Rao as Wang Dachuan's physique is tall and strong enough, but I never expected that the other party's burly man was 3 heads taller than Wang Dachuan. The strong and swollen muscles are definitely capable of completely covering Wang Dachuan. Wang Dachuan and the burly man were resting their elbows against the table, engaging in the most primitive confrontation of 1v1 men. Arm wrestling. At this time, Wang Dachuan's face was already red, his teeth were clenched tightly, and his whole body was trembling, as if he had put all his strength on his right hand. However, on the other hand, looking at the burly man on the opposite side, the old god is still looking at Wang Dachuan on the ground. I turned a deaf ear to the cheering on the students around me. I couldn't see that this burly man had used a little bit of strength. This big man was not only very relaxed, but also said to Wang Dachuan with a smile, "Young man, the strength is good. It is really rare to have such strength at your age. Are you interested in coming to the military headquarters to develop?" Wang Dachuan looked at the big man panting. Especially when he saw this big man, he could talk and laugh with himself without any effort, and his eyes were red. Wang Dachuan grinned and smiled at the big man. "Don't say it's too full, uncle." Saying that, Wang Dachuan's eyes began to turn blood red, and his whole person's momentum began to change slightly. Vaguely, you can even feel the blood mist seeping into Wang Dachuan's pores. The burly man saw the changes in Wang Dachuan's body and momentum. His eyes lit up slightly, as if he had seen a great treasure. As a result, when Wang Dachuan had not yet completely alienated into gluttony, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Wang Dachuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the owner of this hand. When he saw that it was Yi Ran, the whole person was frightened by a cleverness. Finally, he instantly put away his hand, stood up respectfully, and stammered, "Teacher Yi." "Hello, Teacher Yi." The students who were still around this arm wrestling competition, after seeing Yi Ran, one by one they sat down in their positions as if they were running away. All of them lowered their heads
heads and didn't dare to look at Yi Ran at all. Around this table, only Wang Dachuan, Yi Ran and the burly man in front of him were left. The burly man frowned slightly after seeing this scene.
It seems that there is some regret that I did not see Wang Dachuan's performance after alienation.
But he also regretted it with a hint of surprise. As soon as the teacher came, all the students quickly sat down in their seats. The discipline is so strict. It doesn't look like the rumored salted fish class at all.
This gentleman, may I ask which class, teacher, you are in?
Just when the burly man was still confused, Yi Ran's voice had already come over. Hearing Yi Ran's question, the burly man stood up in style. He touched his pocket, took out a certificate, and said to Yi Ran, "You are the head teacher of this class, Teacher Yi. I am the new assistant teacher of our class.
My name is Li Wancheng. Please give me a lot of advice."
Yi Ran took the certificate, looked at the photo on the certificate, then looked at Li Wan himself, and compared it carefully.
Muttered to himself, "Is the teaching assistant the principal talking about you?"
Li Wancheng said with a free and easy smile. "You said teaching assistant. The previous assistant teacher seemed to have something at home and couldn't come. I just got on top." Then Li Wancheng quietly stretched his head to Yi Ran's ear and said, "It's this teaching assistant status. I still rely on the relationship to become a teacher." Yi Ran listened to Li Wancheng's outrageous speech, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. To equip their class with a platinum-level teaching assistant to prevent the Zhu family's insidious methods.
But who could have imagined?
The volunteer teaching assistant in front of him.
TM is an extraordinary person? Yi ran with a system. When everyone casts their abilities, they can naturally see their panel attributes.
And the moment Li Wancheng wrestled hard, Yi Ran had already clearly seen Li Wancheng's data. Especially when he saw the level column, he directly choked Yi Ran.
Is the assistant teacher who casually tops the class an extraordinary powerhouse? Is the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy already rich to this extent?
There is such a force.
The Zhu family is still a fart.
No, all the forces in the whole world are farts. Principal, you said that the class is thorough, but this is too thoughtful, isn't it? Yi Ran was a little suspicious for a while. I just needed a fire-type crystal core of extraordinary quality. Is it going to be a loss? I don't know if the principal is crazy or if he is crazy. He took a deep breath, calmed down a bit. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng's expression a little complicated at this time. Of course he knew that the Demon Martial Academy would definitely not be able to assign an extraordinary person as a teaching assistant. So there must be other reasons why this transcendent person came here. But a transcendent person sits in his class as a teaching assistant. How do you let yourself go to class? Every word and every line of thought is carried out under the watchful eye of this transcendent person. Yi Ran felt like sitting on pins and needles. The goods are not the right version. The level is too high. I have to find the principal to return it. However, the return must also have a reason for returning. I want to return a teaching assistant. Naturally, it is necessary to find the place where this transcendent person is unqualified as a teaching assistant. Yi Ran followed Li Wancheng's words and asked, "So when you come to our class as a teaching assistant, the first thing you do is to make a fuss in the classroom?" After Li Wancheng heard this, he reluctantly spread his fingers, and finally he looked around at the students, said with an indifferent face, "Teacher Yi, it's really not me who drove it. Why don't you ask the students in our class?" "Teacher Yi, it has nothing to do with this assistant teacher. We have to compare with him. Let this assistant teacher take a look at the power of our class." "Teacher Yi, don't worry about it. He's just a brawler. We will definitely be able to win him." "Teacher Yi, if you didn't come just now, Wang Dachuan would definitely have won. It's Teacher Yi who asked them to continue to compare, and we will definitely win." Yi Ran listened to the speeches of these students, and then looked at the extraordinary person. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Although I don't know why this group of monkey cubs is so proactive, but the freshman wanted to use the strength of the whole class to defeat the extraordinary. Do you really dare to think? Is it the hedgehog that gives you courage? Just as Yi Ran was thinking, Li Wancheng's voice came again. "Teacher Yi, look, this is not my initiative. Why don't you let the classmate named Wang Dachuan continue to finish with me?" Li Wancheng looked at Wang Dachuan. "Wang Dachuan, didn't you say that you will definitely be able to win me?" Wang Dachuan felt Li Wanchuan's provocation, and his whole person became competitive. Stood up directly and rolled up his sleeves, exposed the arm with exploding muscles. "It's not cool at all just now. Let you see my true strength." Saying that, Wang Dachuan walked towards Li Wancheng, ready to compete with Li Wancheng again. All the students slapped the table excitedly and made a whining sound. It sets the mood for this 1v1 men's battle. "Dachuan, sit down for me." "Oh, good teacher." Yi Ran scolded. Wang Dachuan, who was still eager to try, quickly responded to Yi Ran's words. Then he retreated extremely obediently and sat down in his seat obediently. It looks like a primary school student who has just gone to school to teach sitting posture. Other students, no more coaxing. One by one, they lowered their heads and began to study hard. The audience was silent again. Li Wancheng looked at this scene and sighed a little sadly on his expression. My heart secretly marveled. It seems that the rumors outside are not accurate at all. What salted fish class? What
lying flat, teacher. Can do what is prohibited. Is there anyone who lies flat like this? For a while, Li Wancheng's impression of Yi Ran deepened a lot. Assistant Professor Li, I can call you that. Yi Ran asked politely. Li Wancheng nodded. Teacher Yi, I am very familiar with the job of teaching assistant, and I will do it if you ask me to do something. Listening to Li Wancheng's words, Yi Ranrao was mentally prepared, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but twitch. A transcendent person said to a person of the golden rank, if you have something to say, no matter how you listen to it, it makes Yi Ran feel strange. If there is nothing else, please sit in the last row of the classroom every day, so that it is convenient to watch all the learning of our students and better manage them. What Yi Ran said was exactly like what he said to a real assistant teacher. He just wanted to see how long this transcendent person could hold. If the extraordinary person pretended to be impatient, he had a reason to go to the principal to return it. As a result, Yi Ran's abacus did not start at all. After hearing Yi Ran's arrangement, Li Wancheng stood up straight very respectfully and said to Yi Ran, no problem, teacher Yi. After saying that, Li Wancheng walked directly to the last row, sat by the wall. The back is straight. Pay close attention to all the situation in the class. That expression, that posture. He is more meticulous than a real assistant teacher. Yi Ran, who was still expecting Li Wancheng to be unbearable, at this moment, there was no way to say anything. A transcendent person can do this, and he really can't find any other reason to say it's inappropriate. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng, his expression a little complicated. What about your majesty as an extraordinary one? Being commanded like this by a golden mentor, don't you really feel a little uncomfortable? At this moment when Yi Ran complained in his heart, seeing that Yi Ran was paying attention to his Li Wancheng, he also took out his small notebook with a proud face and shook it at Yi Ran. With Yi Ran's eyes, naturally, you can clearly see what is written in the small notebook. The first row and the second column, distracted and napping, deduct 1 point. Column 4 and 5, steal snacks, deduct 1 point. Row 8 and column 7, peek at the comics, deduct 1 point. At this moment, Yi Ran was completely messy. He just verbally arranged for Li Wancheng to sit in the last row on the grounds of paying attention to the students. Who would have thought that Li Wancheng would really sit in the last row? Not only did he sit in the last row, I also took the initiative to pay attention to the students' learning. There was even a disciplinary behavior score? Do you want to be so professional? Tired, destroy. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng, who was active, serious, diligent, and wholeheartedly as a teaching assistant, sighed helplessly. When he meets such a bottomless transcendent person, what else does he have to say? What reason do you have to go to the principal to return it? Principal, you are really nice. Yi Ran no longer thought about how to return Li Wancheng. Instead, he stood on the podium generously. Students, now turn to page 36 of the Taishu textbook. Today we are learning the 36 styles of Taishu Koan-shan leaning. Wow! Syllable, syllable. Just when Yi Ran was about to go to class, suddenly the door of the classroom rang. Yi Ran said to the door, squeak. With a sound, there was a teenager standing at the door. May I ask if this is the first and second classes? The cold voice attracted everyone present to look at the door. At this moment, all the students boiled. Fuck this. Male and female? This face is too beautiful, isn't it? This skin is too smooth, and these facial features are too straight. The golden ratio. What is the golden ratio? I used to think it was the ideal ratio in textbooks, but today I really saw it alive. Beauty is incomprehensible. I might faint if I look at it again. Don't talk, nosebleeds are coming out. It's over, buddy is moved. Calm down, buddy, what if it's a man? Ah, man? It's not impossible. Whether it's 36D or 2D, there's always one that can be. You are invincible. The students were talking and discussing. Even Yi Ran did not maintain order in the classroom. It's really because the boy in front of him is so beautiful. Bang! The 4 words Fengshen Juanxiu. The figurative is expressed on the teenager's face. Everyone's eyes were all focused on the boy's face, and they couldn't pull it out at all. Just when everyone was discussing the boy in front of them, no one noticed Li Wancheng, who was sitting in the last row. He had moved his seat to the far corner of the classroom quietly. Bury your head deeply, as if he was afraid of being seen. The boy at the door was still cold, doesn't care about other people's eyes at all. Calmly walked in front of Yi Ran, submitted his student ID card. This is my student ID card and transfer certificate. Yi Ran looked at the teenager. This teenager has no luck, so naturally he can't see his attribute panel. In addition to the boy's excessive good looking, he didn't see anything wrong with the boy. Just took the student ID card and transfer document and checked the authenticity. No problem. This classmate, you are also a member of our class. Please come up and introduce yourself. After hearing Yi Ran's request, the young man nodded. Then he stood on the podium generously and said to all the students present, hello everyone, my name is Lan Moyen. From today onwards, everyone will be classmates. Please give me a lot of advice. As soon as the words fell, the students applauded and welcomed. Yi Ran said to Lan Moyen in applause, okay, Moyen, then you can sit in that position first. Yi Ran pointed to the empty table at the back of
of the classroom. That table was still moved by Huang Dachuan to Huang Dongdong, just vacated a position. Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong sat at the same table. Bang! Before Lan Moyan could finish speaking, suddenly there was a loud noise outside the classroom window. It was like the sound of heavy objects slamming into the ground from high altitudes. Everyone's eyes looked at the window. There were even good people who stretched their necks and looked out the window to see what was going on. As soon as the words fell, "Oh no, someone jumped off the building," a sharp exclamation came from outside the window. At this moment, all the students got up and left their seats. One by one, they rushed towards the window, squeezing their heads and looking under the window. At this time, there was no one seen on the lawn under the teaching building. Only a large pool of blood remained. "I'm rubbing, such a big pool of blood. It seems that someone really jumped off the building? Who can't think so much? He jumped off the building? I just said that the high-pressure learning policy in the freshman year is useless. Don't you think something is wrong?" "No, what age is it? And there are still people who choose to jump off the building. Can that kill people?" "That's right, there is only a puddle of blood left. Where are the people? What about the person who jumped off the building? I guess I didn't jump to death. People ran away." "Poor child, you have forgotten that you are practicing and you can't jump to death if you jump off the building now." The students were talking and discussing. Yiran heard the discussion of the students and his heart suddenly chuckled. Click. No way. This stinky boy is really? Bang. Before the students could sit back from the window, suddenly the classroom door was slammed open. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned from the window to the door again. At this time, a young man stood at the door, panting. The teenager was covered in blood. The whole person was dizzy and seemed to be a little unstable. When everyone carefully observed the appearance of the blood-colored boy, Wang Dachuan exclaimed, Huang Dongdong?" It seemed that Wang Dachuan's exclamation made the groggy boy come back to his senses. He looked at Wang Dachuan and grinned. The last handful wiped the blood off his face. Looked at Yi Ran on the podium. With a very spirited tone, he said arrogantly, "Teacher Yi, a gentleman's words. It is difficult to chase a horse. I, Huang Dongdong, fulfill the gambling contract." Looking at Huang Dongdong's head full of blood, Yi Ran helplessly put a hand on his face, raised his head and didn't know what to say. "This stinky boy, I didn't expect to really jump off the building." Not only did he jump off the building, and really according to what is said in the bet, without using any exercises to protect it, he smashed his body abruptly. "Huang Dongdong, come here." Listening to Yi Ran's call, Huang Dongdong limped to Yi Ran. Yi Ran took out a tissue and wiped Huang Dongdong's wound, which was still oozing blood. "Stinky boy, he usually looks quite clever. Why is he so stupid this time?" Huang Dongdong let Yi Ran take a tissue to wipe the blood stains on himself. Seems to be able to feel Yi Ran's concern for himself. He smiled and said seriously, "I want to say goodbye to my past." Hearing what Huang Dongdong said, Yi Ran stopped wiping his bloody hands. He looked at Huang Dongdong seriously. At this time, Huang Dongdong still had a smile on his face. It's just that at this moment, he looked at the expression on Huang Dongdong's face. "It feels like I saw Wang Dachuan. A little silly, but also a little serious. Although it still looks extremely clever, but the previous unruliness and arrogance seem to have disappeared a lot." Seeing this, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly. He felt a little relieved in his heart. It seems that this stinky boy really listened to his words. Although the approach is a bit stupid, what does it matter? Huang Dongdong said goodbye to his past. Huang Dongdong seems to have been reborn. I'm a little dizzy. When Yi Ran was thinking, the wound on Huang Dongdong's head was still oozing blood. It may be due to excessive anemia. Huang Dongdong is now a little unsteady, and his speech is a little stumbled. Seeing that Huang Dongdong was about to fall, Yi Ran grabbed him and smiled helplessly. They are all careless students, and in the end they don't have to wipe their buttocks by themselves. Then, Yi Ran held it with one hand. Suddenly a burst of light flashed, and a scepter appeared in Yi Ran's hand. This is the exclusive weapon that the system copied Zhang Xiaoru before. When Yi Ran manifested this exclusive weapon, the students may not feel anything. Lan Moyan and Li Wancheng who were present narrowed their eyes slightly. "How did you do it?" "I didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of energy at all," Li Wancheng muttered to himself. Before the two of them figured it out, Yi Ran moved slightly. In an instant, the head of the scepter of life and death, the huge gem, began to condense green energy. Green energy is timeless and powerful. Even at a glance, it feels more energetic. Skill, goddess of life. With Yi Ran's thoughts, the condensed green energy is wrapped towards Huang Dongdong. The moment he came into contact with Huang Dongdong, the energy seeped directly into Huang Dongdong's wound. Huang Dongdong's wound began to be visible to the naked eye. "Stop bleeding, scab over until normal." After Huang Dongdong's breath stabilized, Yi Ran observed the scepter of life and death for a moment. Included skill, goddess of life bounty, 0/1, cooldown countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. It seems that the cooldown of both skills of the scepter of life and death is 1 hour. Yi Ran looked at the scepter with satisfaction. A curse skill, a healing skill. It can be put once every hour, and the effect is good. Then, Yi Ran's mind moved, and the scepter was directly
taken back. Others didn't react.
At this time, Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan's eyes flashed with brilliance.
It is an artifact with a skill.
Although the Yi family's Molong Xiangong is remarkable in killing, but he had never heard of the Yi family's Molong Xiangong having a healing effect, so this healing energy definitely comes from the scepter itself, and the grade of healing energy that can be clearly felt is definitely not low.
Li Wancheng touched his chin. This kind of high grade, in my impression, what I have seen.
It seems that the Archangel of the Holy Court has such a handle in his hand. The holy relics of the Holy Court. Archangel's sword, that's the Archangel of the Holy Court. The face of the top Western powers. It is also extremely capable of fighting in the world.
The characters who really stand at the top of the pyramid. Li Wancheng shook his head.
Who would have thought of the second artifact they had ever seen?
It actually came from an unknown little guy in the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. What is Yi Ran's method of transforming this scepter? Why can't you see a little energy fluctuation? Li Wancheng couldn't figure it out. He looked at Yi Ran.
At this moment, the mystery in Yi Ran's eyes deepened a little more.
Lan Moyan is a lot calmer than Li Wancheng.
Although he was also surprised by the artifact that Yi Ran had, he was more happy than surprised.
Breaking the iron law of platinum.
3 sentences asked by Su to send him a desolate tower. Now a mysterious artifact has popped up.
Isn't this the son of luck in the novels I often read, Long Out Yin? Thinking of this,
the corners of his mouth rose slightly, as expected of the person he fancy. With the release of Yi Ran's skills, Huang Dongdong also slowly woke up from his coma. He touched the location of his wound with a surprised face.
Smooth, delicate, not even a single scar.
He tried to stand up again and jumped up, without the slightest discomfort in his body. If it weren't for the traces of blood on his face, he even suspected that his experiences just now were a dream.
Okay, don't try, hurry back to your seat.
Oh, okay, teacher.
Yi Ran's voice came. Huang Dongdong obediently walked towards his seat.
When he walked up to his seat, stopped directly, and stared at Lan Moyan's face with his eyeballs and couldn't pull it out at all. Let me introduce to you, this is Lan Moyan, a new auditor in our class, and she will be a part of our class from today onwards.
Yi Ran's voice came again, and Huang Dongdong turned his head to look at Yi Ran. So I'm not the last student to come to our class? Yi Ran nodded.
After hearing this, Huang Dongdong smiled.
In other words, isn't this my little junior brother?
After saying that, Huang Dongdong sat down very naturally. Hello, my name is Huang Dongdong. According to seniority, you have to call me senior brother. After hearing this, the others didn't seem to react.
Only Li Wancheng choked violently. The ignorant are fearless. Let a slaughter-level transcendent call you little senior brother. It's crazy.
Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong's face, and then looked down at Huang Dongdong's hand,
showed an extremely beautiful smile.
He stretched out his hand, which was longer and smoother than a woman, and said with a smile,
"Hello, little senior brother." Poof. The others didn't say anything. Li Wancheng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of water.
Everyone's eyes looked at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng hurriedly raised his hand.
It's okay, I'm fine. I just accidentally choked on drinking water. You guys continue. Keep. This kettle is a bit. Today, it's a bit disobedient.
Then Li Wancheng hurriedly lowered his head to repair his own kettle, and did not look at Lan Moyan at all. After Li Wancheng finished speaking, everyone stopped paying attention to him. Huang Dongdong turned his head to Lan Moyan and patted Lan Moyan on the shoulder happily.
Seems to be very happy, and he has taken in a little brother.
Then the righteousness of the children of the rivers and lakes ignited.
He patted his chest again.
Little junior brother, don't worry, if you have any grievances in the future, I will tell you senior brother will cover you.
Lan Moyan looked at the child with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. What a picture of the unity and friendship of brothers and sisters. Li Wancheng's expression was strange.
What the is this messy direction? Yi Ran coughed lightly, motioned for Huang Dongdong to sit down.
Okay, let's continue the class now.
Students, now turn to page 36 of the Taishu textbook. Today we are learning the 36 styles of Taishu Koan Shan Leaning.
Koan Mountain is a school created by an ancient power, Kunman.
According to legend, this ancient great power came from a place called Occasional Practice. He was talented. In just 2.5 years, he directly enlightened. One-hand Koan fist was superb, invincible in the same class, and finally born in a place called Shi. After this great power was born, he directly swept the 8 wilderness and stood directly at the peak of that era.
Not only that, he did not hesitate
to stingy with his natal divine skills, opened the door, and taught tens of millions of people in the world to learn Koan Quan, which was all the rage. Among them, Kunshin is the most iconic move, and it has also become a representative move of Kunquan. It's a pity that the good times didn't last long. This great power fell for some reason, leaving only this genre to be passed down. Later, in order to remember this great power, the world shaped mud tires on the coal mountain where the great power fell, restoring the heroic posture of the great power back then. Because this powerful single surname is G, the coal produced on this coal mountain is also called G mud tire coal.
Yi Ran told the origin of Koan Mountain.
With the bonus of the master's soul, the students present listened to it fascinated. fascinatedly. Even Li Wancheng listened to it for a short moment. Li Wancheng, who came back to his senses, looked at Yi Ran deeply. Unexpectedly, as an extraordinary person, he also listened. He sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, Yi Ran not only knew so much history, can also be guided by historical origins, attract students' attention. In this way, students can deepen their understanding of skills and tricks. This teaching ingenuity, this accumulation of history, this kid's teaching level. Li Wancheng has a different understanding of Yi Ran. If Yi Ran followed him to the military headquarters, and regardless of Yi Ran's personal strength, this teaching ability alone, it can definitely improve the personal strength of ordinary soldiers by a lot. The military headquarters is a core-style operation. The promotion of an ordinary warrior may not show much, but if all ordinary warriors are elevated, such an effect is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It will definitely cause quantitative changes and qualitative changes. Li Wancheng's eyes narrowed slightly. We must take this kid back to the military headquarters. Just when Li Wancheng was thinking silently, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. As an extraordinary self, his sensitivity to qi is naturally at its peak. Instantly locked the source of murderous energy. He looked up. At this moment, what caught his vision was Lan Moyan's peerless face. Lan Moyan's eyes narrowed slightly, with a chill on his face, staring at Li Wancheng's expression like a cat protecting food, as if threatening Li Wancheng not to have any wrong thoughts about Yi Ran. Li Wancheng quickly lowered his head and did not look at Lan Moyan. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. As a teaching assistant, I can't beat you, but I can't take a small notebook to record you? Saying that, Li Wancheng quickly wrote it down in his small notebook. Row 10, column 9, Lan Moyan, distracted in class, deduct 1 point. Li Wancheng just finished writing this sentence, was planning to appreciate it and satisfy his little desire for revenge. As a result, I just lifted it up. A sword mark suddenly appeared on the small notebook, very accurately crossed out Lan Moyan's line. This can be too? Li Wancheng looked at the very neat sword marks on his small notebook in astonishment, looked up at Lan Moyan again. At this time, Lan Moyan was also staring at himself, holding an ordinary carbon pen in his hand, gesturing lightly into the air. The threat in his eyes made Li Wancheng feel a little cold behind his back. Although he was called the Shield of the Empire, the Great Wall of Steel, and the Absolute Defense, but facing Lan Moyan's sword still made him feel a little frightened. Although I don't know how Lan Moyan used to discover his small actions, Li Wancheng still lowered his head, respectfully wrote a sentence in the small notebook. I'm sorry. Being able to bend and stretch is what a man does. It is not a shame to apologize to a slaughter-level extraordinary. As a transcendent person with a very flexible moral bottom line, this is not difficult for him at all. Okay, that's it for today's course. I hope the students will review the historical origins and power skills of Kunshin after class, and we will see you in the next class. Just when the two transcendent people were secretly confronting each other, Yi Ran's class gradually came to an end. What's going on? With the blessing of the master's soul, let none of the students present feel tired. On the contrary, the expressions of each classmate were still a little unfinished. Some students have even taken the initiative to walk to the podium. Teacher Yi, I don't understand a little bit in this place, can you help me explain it again? Teacher Yi, let me show you a performance of Kunshin Lean and see if my power skill is right. Teacher Yi, don't leave yet. I want to ask you, if you add the fast feet after Kunshin, right? In actual combat the effect will double? Teacher Yi, why does Kunshin have a bonus for wearing suspenders? Teacher Yi. The students surrounded Yi Ran and asked questions. All the questions asked are related to this course. This kind of studious diligence and enthusiasm, if it were in class 2 of the first grade half a year ago, it would be unthinkable. Yi Ran tirelessly explained their problems to each student. He was a remote and straightforward person on every issue. Let the students instantly realize after hearing it. It's really powerful. If you come to the military headquarters, those ordinary soldiers are really blessed. Li Wancheng sat in the last row and looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran's explanation is also very efficient and accurate from an extraordinary perspective. With such a teacher, the ability of the entire collective will be greatly improved. Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran greedily, and at the same time looked at Lan Moyan resentfully. Shang Yaojin, who came out halfway, seemed to feel Li Wancheng's gaze. Lan Moyan didn't have to go back at all. Took out his carbon pen again. The moment he opened the cap, Li Wancheng lowered his head again. Time passed minute by minute. Yi Ran solved all the students' problems and confusions one by one. The students all returned to their seats with satisfied faces. They looked at Yi Ran's gaze with an inexplicable adoration. Indeed, during this time, they were guided and helped by Yi Ran. Each of them has made a qualitative leap in strength. Yi Ran's prestige in the second class of the first grade has reached a terrifying level. It is precisely because of this prestige that's why there is the picture of the order and prohibition that Li Wancheng saw before. Huang Dongdong, you don't have to go to the next class, you come with me. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong after making sure that all the students had no problems. Oh, okay Teacher Yi. Huang Huang Dongdong uncharacteristically did not ask any questions this time. Instead, he stood up very quickly and followed Yi Ran out of the classroom.
It's just that Huang Dongdong left, and his new junior brother.
Originally, Li Wancheng saw Lan Moyan following,
also ready to follow.
As a result, as soon as I got up, I felt a slight coolness under my crotch.
Ding!
After a crisp metal impact, Li Wancheng looked clearly at the chair he had just sat on. Is inserting a carbon pen that has been bounced off by himself?
What a vicious Lan Moyan.
It is to cut off the children and grandchildren. Li Wancheng pulled the carbon pen out of the chair and sat down helplessly.
If you don't let me go, I won't go.
Why do you have such a big temper? Yi Ran and the three of them walked side by side on the corridor.
After a while, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but look at Lan Moyan.
Little junior brother, the toilet is not in this direction. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong inexplicably.
I know, I don't go to the toilet.
Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan and asked in confusion, if you don't go to the toilet, then what are you going to do?
Follow me.
Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong couldn't laugh or cry a little.
No, why are you following us?
Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong and then looked at Yi Ran.
I'm afraid of school bullying.
Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong was a little confused.
School bullying? What is the reason for this?
Lan Moyan said to Yi Ran, when I first arrived, I was not familiar with anything, so I can follow the teacher. Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyan. Although Lan Moyan has not made a move in front of him,
his properties panel is not visible,
but as an innate Taoist body,
I can feel very keenly that Lan Moyan's whole person is particularly suitable for Dao Yun. It is certain that Lan Moyan is definitely a genius. For such a genius who actively follows him, how could Yi Ran have a reason to refuse?
Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyan. He smiled and said, of course.
After a while,
Yi Ran and the three of them had already come to the school's forge building. This is a building specially built by the school for some teachers and students with forging talents and abilities, used for the forging and practice of this type of teachers and students. The whole building is like a huge furnace. Even if you get a little closer, you can feel the hot airflow coming to your face. Occasionally, the whole building will flash with a slight red light. From the top of the building spewed slightly sparkling soot.
Teacher Yi, what are we doing here? Huang Dongdong looked at the huge furnace building and asked curiously. Naturally, I came here to refine something.
Yi Ran replied naturally, staring at the furnace building with his eyes tightly. Looking at the soot sprayed out of the furnace, thoughtful, he muttered to himself, this temperature should be enough. The three of them walked into the interior of the building. At this time, there was a fat man lying at the reception desk of the building. This person is the freshman head of the materials department, Su Yotsai's former follower. Due to the disappearance of the 3,000 flesh and blood of the ink dragon, he was demoted here by Su Yukai to work as a receptionist. Since there are not many people coming over the forge building on weekdays, so now Xiang Yaoqian is lying at the front desk and falling asleep. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Ran gently knocked on the table at the front desk. Frightened Xiang Yao, who was sleeping soundly. Directly a clever person fell from the chair. Poof! After a loud noise, a layer of dust was lifted. When the dust dissipates, Xiang Yaoqian stood up awkwardly from the ground, patted the dust on his pants, opened his small eyes that were squeezed by the flesh hard and looked at the three people in front of him. The three of you are planning to rent a blacksmithing room, right? Yi Ran nodded. After seeing Yi Ran's determination, Xiang Yaoqian said to Yi Ran skillfully, at present, the forging room of our school is divided into 4 grades, namely ordinary forging room, boutique forging room, master forging room and grandmaster forging room. Among them, the price of renting an ordinary forge for 1 day is 4 credits. The price of renting a boutique forge for a day is 10 credits. The price of renting a master forge for a day is 20 credits. And as for the grandmaster forging, Xiang Yaoqian looked at the three people in front of him and shook his head. We won't consider the grandmaster level forging room. After all, it still needs to be verified. Listening to Xiang Yaoqian's introduction, Yi Ran pointed upwards. What I saw outside before drove smoke from the entire building. Which forging room could do it? Xiang Yaoqian thought for a while and said, you say that can only be done by the grandmaster level forging room. After all, the furnace in the grandmaster level forging room was personally forged by our principal invited by the fire type transcendent, and the temperature and quality are unimaginable. Hearing Xiang Yaoqian say this, Yi Ran nodded and said to Xiang Yaoqian, we need to rent a grandmaster forge. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Xiang Yaoqian tried to widen his small eyes the size of mung beans. Didn't I make it clear just now? Is it possible to get in with money? We need qualifications? Xiang Yaoqian righteously rejected Yi Ran's request. However, Yi Ran was not in a hurry, but quietly waved to Xiang Yaoqian, quietly put a dragon coin in Xiang Yaoqian's hand. Brother, it's hard to see you working here every day. Hold it, treat yourself. Xiang Yaoqian took the money and touched it, but still shook his head. Dude, this is my job after all. Before Xiang Yaoqian finished speaking, Yi Ran quietly stuffed it into Xiang Yaoqian. Originally, he wanted money righteously, but his face softened a little at this time. The whole chubby big face became kind. After all, they are all from the same school. school, so I'll quietly let go of the authority and let us use it for 10 minutes. Before Xiang Yao finished speaking, Yi Ran quietly stuffed the first 2 sheets to Xiang Yao. The corners of Xiang Yaoqian's mouth have begun to rise slightly this time. Dude, don't say it. I'll let go of this authority. You can use it as you like, but if someone comes to rent it again, you have to come out early. Before Xiang Yao finished speaking, Yi Ran quietly stuffed the first 3 sheets to Xiang Yao. Xiang Yaoqian got the money and held Yi Ran's hand tightly, patted his chest vigorously. Dude, you let it go today. If anyone dares to disturb you, my name in front of Xiang Yaoqian is written backwards. Yi Ran looked at Xiang Yaoqian and said with a smile, then it's hard, brother. Dude, what are you talking about, hard or not? Xiang Yaoqian said and took Yi Ran straight to the forge room of the transcendental realm and rushed over. It was as if it was his fault for delaying Yi Ran for a second. This series of operations directly made Huang Dongdong, who had never experienced the world, look stupid. Lan Moyan behind him looked at Yi Ran, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. It seemed that he felt Huang Dongdong's confusion, and Yi Ran said lightly, Huang Daxia, remember, the rivers and lakes are not fighting and killing, they are sophisticated. Seeing that Yi Ran is still ridiculing his dream of becoming a hero, Huang Dongdong's mouth curled and quietly made a face behind the leaves. Yi Ran and the 3 of them had already come to the Grandmaster level forging room. The Grandmaster level forging style is simpler than those other forging rooms. There are no other tempering tools around. There is only a huge furnace in the center. The furnace is also covered with various mysterious and powerful runes. As the flickering energy of the rune worked, the flames in the entire furnace continued to surge. The heat brought by every surge, all of them make people feel the pain in their burning faces. Yi Ran stepped forward to observe the huge furnace. The heat in the furnace has almost doubled. As soon as Yi Ran approached the furnace, the burning sensation that came to his face was like the jet of a fire dragon, piercing Yi Ran's face, so that Yi Ran also had to turn on his own ink dragon Xiangong to protect his body. This temperature should be enough. Yi Ran looked at the fire dragon surging in the furnace with satisfaction and muttered to himself. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran curiously. Teacher, what are you planning to practice in such a big battle? After Yi Ran heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry, turned his head and stared at Huang Dongdong, and those eyes made Huang Dongdong a little hairy. What else can you refine? Of course it's refining you. Looking at Yi Ran's natural eyes, Huang Dongdong looked left and right. He pointed at himself with his finger, and his eyes widened incredulously. What are you kidding? This is a Grandmaster level furnace. That will kill people. Yi Ran didn't know where he took out a steel bar and gently threw it into the furnace. Snort! With a gasification sound, the steel bar was instantly swallowed up by the flames in the furnace. Yi Ran nodded in satisfaction. The temperature is okay. Hurry up and take off your clothes. Temperature, not bad? When Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's words, he smiled a little embarrassedly. Teacher, you're not kidding, are you? Yi Ran looked back at Huang Dongdong. Do you think I'm joking? Looking at Yi Ran's serious expression, Huang Dongdong's originally hanging heart was completely dead. Yi Ran looked at his watch and urged, take it off quickly. If you don't hurry up, it will delay time. You can't let Lan Moyan help you. Lan Moyan stood aside, his eyes flashing with confusion at this time. With his vision, he couldn't think of what Yi Ran wanted to do for a while. After all, Bai Su likes to drum up some space magic weapons on weekdays, can also be regarded as a master blacksmith, so Bai Su definitely didn't put in less effort for the creation of this furnace. Other places in the magic martial arts may cut corners, but the forge room is absolutely impossible. This level of furnace, if those materials with relatively high fire resistance are thrown in, they will probably melt within a few minutes. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong on the side. Yi Ran doesn't really want to throw him in, right? Lan Moyan secretly shook his head. With Huang Dongdong's strength in front of him, there is only one result to go in. And throwing people into the furnace. No matter how you look at it, it feels like destroying corpses. At this moment, Lan Moyan was a little suspicious. This kid wouldn't have a grudge against Yi Ran, right? Yi Ran turned his head, found that neither of them moved, so he came over helplessly. Yi Ran came to Huang Dongdong, half squatted down, looking at Huang Dongdong at a level. Dongdong, did the master promise you to help you forge the golden body of Samadhi true fire? Huang Dongdong nodded. Yi Ran continued, today, as a teacher, you are about to fulfill your promise, so you have to cooperate. Listening to Yi Ran's words, cooperate? With the furnace? The corners of Huang Dongdong's mouth twitched. Brother, jumping off the building is really my limit. Huang Dongdong looked at the fire dragon gushing out of the huge furnace and swallowed his saliva. I want to cast the Samadhi true fire golden body, but I don't want to cast the Samadhi true fire golden body. Huang Dongdong's eyes already had a hint of panic. Stuttered to Yi Ran and said, old teacher, isn't it a bit too aggressive for us to do this? Yi Ran waved his hand. Don't rush in. What? This temperature is just right. Hearing Yi Ran's words, the corners of Huang Dongdong's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The temperature is just right. Is the temperature just right for cooking? When his master Huowen helped him try to forge the Samadhi true fire fire golden body, is only very cautious in using its own fire energy.
Non-stop, slight increase attempts.
There is a slight reaction of scorching or body collapse. Howen will cut off the firepower in time. Rao has a diamond-level fire grandmaster carefully controlling it on the side. He almost got seriously injured in those few attempts. Yuran directly took one step at the time, brought himself to the grandmaster-level furnace, and let himself jump.
Teacher, I am a human being.
It is not a refining material. Besides, this temperature is unbearable even for many refining materials. Looking at Huang Dongdong's sad and angry expression and some panicked expressions,
Yi Ran naturally knew what he was thinking.
Yi Ran patted Huang Dongdong on the shoulder and said to Huang Dongdong,
Dongdong, do you remember how the predecessors of your Huoxing sect who forged the Samadhi true fire golden body were successful?
Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's question. Like a few treasures, he began to break his fingers. There are a total of 5 predecessors who have successfully cast. 3 of them were cast naturally, and the remaining 2, one broke through when fighting fire-type beasts, and the last one broke through when fighting against fire-type superpowers.
Yi Ran nodded.
Of the 5 seniors, 3 of them are naturally created by their personal talents. Let's not forget for the time being, and think carefully about the other 2. What do they have in common?
Huang Dongdong followed Yi Ran's topic in thought. Fight? Push the limit?
Yi Ran shook his head. You're right, but you're not entirely right. The other 2 did break through themselves in the battle and forged a golden body, but if you think about it carefully, who is their opponent?
Huang Dongdong thought,
a fire-type beast, a fire-type superpower. Huang Dongdong suddenly realized they are all fighting and breaking through with fire-type powerhouses.
The focus is on fire. Yi Ran nodded. Good understanding.
He patted Huang Dongdong's head and continued. The key to forging a golden body is not to fight, but to break through the limit of life and the flames and high temperatures. Dongdong, in terms of the limit of your talent, it is difficult to compare with those 3 naturally forged seniors, so you have to take only another path like the other 2 seniors, under the scorching flames, refine your own impurities, and forge a golden body between life and death.
Hearing Yi Ran's words,
Huang Dongdong's panicked mind also eased. What Yi Ran said opened his mind. He also understood now why Yi Ran was so persistent in jumping into the furnace by himself. Although there is some truth to this, Huang Dongdong felt the heat coming to his face. I couldn't help but ask, but teacher, is the temperature of this furnace a little too excessive? I may not have had time to feel the difference between life and death before I jumped down, and people are probably gone.
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and shook his head.
Dongdong, you are a little too underestimating your fire sect's firefighting skills. Yi Ran stood up and looked at the bright red molten flames that kept surging in the furnace. Tell me, what is the last style of your firefighting skills called?
Hearing Yi Ran's question, Huang Dongdong blurted out, the will of fire.
That's right. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously, this will of fire, in the earliest fire combat skills, it also has another name. It's called endless life. Huang Dongdong muttered what Yi Ran said. His big eyes were full of confusion, and he looked up at Yi Ran. Teacher, are you sure? My master doesn't seem to know that the last trick is called endless.
Ha, I don't know.
Yi Ran smiled a little awkwardly. It seems that the information given by the system is too detailed, and it has exceeded the inside story of the Huoxing sect's own family. Yi Ran couldn't help but shake his head. This is the disadvantage of a single transmission. What people accept and recognize is biased and focused after all.
One generation is missing something. The next generation is missing something.
Once I meet a few more descendants who are grumpy and only love to fight and not to study. That was a disaster for the inheritance of the fire sect.
This generation of Huoxing sect estimates that many secrets have been lost in the long river of history. What else did your master teach you about the fire sect? Yi Ran asked.
Huang Dongdong touched his head and thought for a while, and said to Yi Ran, in addition to being very familiar with the firefighting technique, master seems to be vague about other fire history and other things. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong also frowned. Master always tells me that children don't need to know these things, and tell me when I grow up. Hearing this, Yi Ran probably understood the current situation of the fire sect. It is said that the disciples of the fire sect are all hot-tempered and vulgar like a warrior. Now it seems to be worthy of its name. In this way, it seems that the Huoxing sect can be completely inherited, and the exercises have not completely disappeared, which can be regarded as a blessing from God. Thinking of this, Yi Ranxin also let go. Since you haven't passed down much, don't blame me for making it up. Cough, cough. Yi Ran coughed lightly twice and said to Huang Dongdong, the reason why your master told you this may really be his reason. I can only tell you why I know about this because I have seen the relevant history of your fire sect in an ancient book called Hokage. The predecessor of your fire sect was also at its peak, and there were thousands of believers at the beginning, and they even formed an extremely powerful tribe in ancient times.
The name is Konoha.
Your sect master of the fire movement sect is also called the Hokage.
In this country,
each generation of Hokage takes the protection of Konoha as its own responsibility, relying on fire to fight in all directions, and dedicates its life to the people of the tribe. The ultimate mastery of each generation of their Hokage is also called the will of fire. fire. In this way, the unique skills of each generation of Hokage accumulated little by little, and slowly the last move of the fire line record came to the will of fire. And in the entire Konoha tribe, everyone's exposition of the will of fire also has a famous saying that is widely circulated. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and said seriously, "Where the leaves fly, the fire is also endless." After hearing Yi Ran's words, Huang Dongdong was stunned. He didn't expect that his wishing sect had such a history in ancient times. Where the leaves fly, the fire is also endless. Huang Dongdong was stunned for a moment, muttering to himself. Yi Ran's voice came again. "Where the leaves fly, the flames will burn, and the blazing fire will illuminate the entire tribe, and when the fire is extinguished, the leaves will sprout again." As soon as these words came out, Huang Dongdong's brain exploded. The leaves will be burned by flames. The ashes after burning will become the nutrients for the next leaf germination again. The vitality is exhausted in the flames, and it will be reborn in the flames. Is it true that endless life is really the secret of the will of fire? At this moment, Huang Dongdong seemed to feel a bright light in front of him, and I seem to have caught this bright light. Dongdong, wildfires can't burn out, and the spring breeze blows again. Yi Ran patted Huang Dongdong's shoulder and said seriously, "Although I don't know why, your fire action sect did not pass down the secrets of those two seniors, but I can tell you clearly that the most critical place to break through the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body is the last move of your fire action combat skills." Huang Dongdong withdrew his emanating thoughts, and he looked at Yi Ran with bright eyes. "Teacher, tell me what to do, I'll listen to you." Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong's serious and enthusiastic look, that eager posture. It is estimated that if Huang Dongdong is asked to jump down now, he will do it. Sure enough, for a teenager at this age, there is no resistance to bloody comics. Yi Ran didn't talk nonsense, and said to Huang Dongdong, "Now use your will of fire and let me take a look." After hearing this, Huang Dongdong's eyes instantly froze, and his whole body burst into flames. After a clear sound, the flames around Huang Dongdong were already burning. Energy wraps Huang Dongdong inside. At this time, Huang Dongdong even turned his eyebrows into flames. Her hair stood on end. It began to shake like a flame. This is the last style of fire combat skills, the will of fire. It belongs to the form change skill. He can pull his own affinity for flames to the extreme that his own talent can achieve. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong's will of fire and nodded with satisfaction. With such a high flame affinity, the talent is really good. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran with a wry smile on his lips. "But teacher, in this form, master, and I have also tried, but in the end it was in vain." Yi Ran nodded. "Of course, it was in vain. The attempts you said must be superficial attempts, and there has never been a real test of life and death. What I said is not wrong, right?" Listening to what Yi Ran said, Huang Dongdong nodded. "Indeed, every attempt I made was to try it out little by little under the special protection of Hoven. I don't even think about the risk of my life." Yi Ran shook his head and said to Huang Dongdong, "Many attempts not only bring many failures, but also make you completely have a certain sense of fear of the flames. Coupled with your previous unruly personality, I am sad about the level of tempering my heart. How can a person who cannot bear the fire of his heart and at the same time have a sense of fear of the flame forge a golden body of Samadhi True Fire?" After hearing these words, Huang Dongdong lowered his head unconsciously. There is no problem with teacher Ye's analysis. In situations like his, if you can still forge the golden body of Samadhi True Fire, it is called unreasonable. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong recalled Yi Ran's previous experiences and himself. He was intelligent in his heart and slowly understood Yi Ran's previous behavior. "So teacher, your previous deliberate suppression in preaching was just to let me eradicate my arrogant temperament?" Yi Ran nodded and pointed to the fiery furnace. "Dongdong, now that your demons have been removed, as long as you dare to face life and death at the moment, enter the game with your body, and go to the gate of hell to really go through. The true fire and golden body of Samadhi will definitely reappear in the world today." Huang Dongdong's bloody words. After all, the fire sect has not seen a practitioner of the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body for nearly 100 years. To be honest, the sect is no longer as glorious as it used to be. Huang Dongdong is about to save the building from collapse. It is our duty to recast the glory of the fire. Huang Dongdong's soul of the second grade burns fiercely. "Teacher, then I'll go," Huang Dongdong said and strode towards the mouth of the furnace. There is determination in his eyes. If one does not die, one becomes benevolence. Huang Dongdong turned his head and looked at Yi Ran with a passionate face. "Where the leaves fly, the fire is also endless, and the will of the fire will be passed on by me. Wait, you haven't taken off your clothes yet." Yi Ran was just about to remind Huang Dongdong that he hadn't had time to take off his clothes. Huang Dongdong directly jumped into the high-temperature furnace without hesitation, and the whole person was instantly swallowed by the fire dragon. After Huang Dongdong jumped in, Yi Ran and Lan Moyen quickly came to the furnace mouth, looking downwards. After all, Lan Moyen is a transcendent person at the level of slaughtering the country. His eyes flickered slightly with the sharpness of a sharp blade. It seems to be able to split through the layers of flames. At a glance, he saw Huang Dongdong's figure in the hot furnace fire. At this time, Huang Dongdong was not completely completely vaporized by the furnace as he imagined. The fiery red light around him tightly protected Huang Dongdong's body. All the lava that was going to invade Huang Dongdong was under the fiery red flames. It was transformed into a pure fire element and poured into Huang Dongdong's body. Huang Dongdong is like this, in the fusion of the two flames. Seeing this, Lan Moyan was also slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, the fire sex full of fire could really allow Huang Dongdong to survive in this ultra-high temperature furnace. Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran on the side. The secret of the fire sect that Yi Ran told Huang Dongdong before. He had never heard of it and he couldn't tell the truth from the false. But Huang Dongdong's current state, it completely corroborates what Yi Ran said before. Lan Moyan's expression was a little complicated. These secrets that were not even passed down from the Huoxing sect. Why did this kid Yi Ran know clearly? Teacher Yi, where did you see the ancient book of Hokage you mentioned? I also want to browse. Lan Moyan asked. Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Lan Moyan. Ah, you said that ancient book. I still occasionally flip through that book in the principal's collection, and it is indeed not very easy to borrow. Yi Ran thought for a while and made up a reason. It couldn't be better to put this matter on the principal. After all, you are a student who was embarrassed to borrow books from the principal. Is it white void? Lan Moyan heard Yi Ran's words, nodded slightly. With Bai Su's age and experience, it is indeed reasonable to say this. This old guy, I didn't expect to hide so many treasures. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you must find Bai Su to borrow it and take a look. Time passed minute by minute. Huang Dongdong's will to fire and the hot molten flame reached a wonderful balance. Huang Dongdong's body has gradually lost its original flesh color. The whole body is golden red. It was as if the Buddha was gilded with a golden body. But just when all this was going well, Huang Dongdong in the furnace, the brows began to furrow and an extremely painful expression appeared on his face. With the change of Huang Dongdong's expression, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong also began to shake back and forth unsteadily. The wonderful balance was broken in an instant. The fiery energy was like a raging dragon. The back and forth surge. Even the whole furnace began to shake. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran. What's going on? Lan Moyan at this time, one hand has begun to condense energy slightly. Once Yi Ran said that the situation was wrong, he was going to come to the rescue. Yi Ran, who was paying full attention to Huang Dongdong, did not see Lan Moyan's movements. He looked at Huang Dongdong intently and said, I have started to temper my heart fire. Now Huang Dongdong is in the most critical step of tempering the golden body of the Samadhi true fire. Once he steps on it, then he will have an unlimited future. If he can't step on it, he will be shattered and burned to ashes. Lan Moyan looked down and frowned slightly. But it seems that Huang Dongdong can't hold on. At this time, Huang Dongdong's whole body began to tremble in pain. The golden red energy around the body was as thin as a piece of thin paper. Like in a furnace, any surge that follows, there is a chance to pierce this layer of Huang Dongdong's film. At this time, Huang Dongdong, the whole person is like the lonely boat floating in the turbulent sea. Any wind and wave may knock him over into the sea, and there will be no disaster. Why do you think in the history of the fire sect for thousands of years, only 5 people have successfully tempered the Samadhi true fire golden body? Yi Ran still looked at Huang Dongdong in the furnace intently and responded to Lan Moyan's question. By the way, the world can only see the brilliant posture of the 5 successful people, but they can't see the thousands of failed people behind them, and any road to the top is not so easy to walk. Wealth and nobility are sought in danger, and they are also lost in danger. 1/10 of the time is asked, 9 out of 10 lost time. Huang Dongdong's experience is just a repetition of the history of their fire sect and the geniuses of the past generations for thousands of years. Looking at Yi Ran's calm posture, Lan Moyan also gently relaxed his fingers. All this seems to be within Yi Ran's expectations. Yi Ran looked at the furnace, the painful Huang Dongdong. At this time, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong had begun to appear in some places. His already bad golden body began to scorch and turn black under the erosion of the hot flames. Yi Ran looked at the painful Huang Dongdong. His eyes became more and more calm. He looked up at his watch, then looked at the sky, and muttered to himself, if you persist, it's almost time. Is in this silence, minute by minute, Huang Dongdong's 2 arms have completely become charred. At this time, Huang Dongdong didn't even struggle anymore. The signs of life are almost unobservable. Yi Ran looked at his watch, and when he counted to 1, Yi Ran suddenly took out a fire-type crystal core from his pocket. Lan Moyan could see at a glance that this was an extraordinary fire-type crystal core. As a result, Yi Ran didn't even look at it. Directly through this fire-based crystal core into the furnace, the crystal nucleus is stimulated by the high temperature of these furnaces, directly detonated the huge fire-type energy in his own crystal core. The molten flames in the furnace were like a shot in the arm. The red one has begun to turn a little purple. In an instant, the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong that was still struggling to support was directly shattered by the violent fire element. At this moment, Huang Dongdong faced the blazing heat with his body. Crazy! Lan Moyan, who was still waiting for Yi Ran's actions, shook his head after seeing this scene. He couldn't wait any longer. Lan Moyan's fingers were slightly bent, and the sword intent began to condense, planning to go directly down to save people. But Yi Ran's voice sounded in his ears at this moment.
The wildfire burns inexhaustible, and the spring breeze blows again. Huang Dongdong, give me a to live.
When Yi Ran shouted angrily, the sun climbed directly above the sky. The dazzling sunlight blasted into the furnace along the sky. The fiery flames, the scorching sun, and the violent fire elements complement each other. The flame intensity in the furnace reached its peak at this moment. The extreme heat destroys all vitality, and on the dry body of Huang Dongdong. But there was an endless agitation. The ultimate flame destroyed all vitality of Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong's body was scorched black, and he couldn't see a single intact skin all over his body. But the strange thing is, such a high temperature did not completely vaporize Huang Dongdong. Not only that, Huang Dongdong, who was already unconscious and alive, was lying flat like this, and was dragged out by the flames. The whole person was suspended on the furnace mouth. This is... Lan Moyan had already dissipated the energy in his hands. He looked at Huang Dongdong, who was lifted up by the flames, and was a little stunned. Even though he is extraordinary at the level of slaughtering the country, but he really hadn't seen this situation. In the silent space, the sound of the heartbeat clearly came into the ears of Lan Moyan and Yi Ran. At this moment, Lan Moyan's pupils shrank slightly, looking at the body that had turned into charred in disbelief.
Heartbeat. No, it's vitality. On Huang Dongdong's charred body, waves of invisible ripples. The vitality that comes to your face. Click. With a cracking sound.
On Huang Dongdong's charred body, cracks began to appear.
Bar. The charred shell began to fall off. On the inside of the charred black shell, Huang Dongdong's skin was exposed. White, smooth, delicate. Elasticity visible to the naked eye. Like a newborn.
After a while, the charred shell on Huang Dongdong's body completely fell.
Huang Dongdong is intact. Appeared in front of the two of them again. Huang Dongdong, come to life? Miracle. This scene made Lan Moyan can't help but sigh.
After all, he had already determined that Huang Dongdong was swallowed up by this violent fire element before. But he didn't expect Yi Ran to stage a miracle in front of him. Huang Dongdong slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists incredulously.
Looked at Yi Ran again. Teacher, I'm alive?
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong, who had been reborn, and he nodded. Not only are you alive, you are also alive and well. Put on your clothes first. Huang Dongdong then realized that he didn't have a single piece of clothing on him.
Embarrassed, he instantly raised flames, concealed his body, then at lightning speed.
Next to the forging room, he touched a piece of the clothes used for forging and put it on his body. There was no way, his previous clothes had already been burned in the furnace, and there was not even a slag left. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. How does it feel? Huang Dongdong felt his body slightly, and said with a grin, very good.
I've never felt better than I am now. Yi Ran nodded and said to Huang Dongdong, try it now and use your will of fire again.
Okay, teacher. After Huang Dongdong responded, he began to hold his breath and concentrate.
Miso. With a sound,
the golden red energy around Huang Dongdong appeared again. It's just that this time not only did there a golden red flame appear around,
Huang Dongdong's body also began to glow golden red. Teacher, this is...
At this time, Huang Dongdong looked at the changes in his body and felt the surging energy.
The expression was a little excited.
He guessed that he might have succeeded in casting himself, but he didn't dare to fully believe in himself. At this time, Yi Ran did not answer Huang Dongdong directly. He just turned around and pointed to the huge furnace.
Jump down again this time and try it. Huang Dongdong nodded vigorously with excitement. Instantly turned into a meteor and rushed into the furnace.
This time after Huang Dongdong entered, he did not feel the slightest heat in burning. He swam in the flames. Even Huang Dongdong could feel those flames pestering him like a puppy.
Chasing Huang Dongdong,
rubbing Huang Dongdong affectionately.
Huang Dongdong's mind moved.
The huge flame was like a surging wave, directly holding itself up, and standing on the crest of the waves made of flames.
Like the emperor of this red ocean. Seeing Huang Dongdong's performance, Lan Moyan's calm eyes finally flashed with shock. Ignoring any high-temperature erosion, the flame energy is like an arm.
Such a flame affinity is the best, and he had only seen this situation in one person.
That is another one of the three pillars of the Magic City. Tuguo level extraordinary.
Flame Eater, Flame King, Vulcan, Blessing Gold. Lan Moyan looked deeply at Huang Dongdong on the flame waves.
Is this the so-called Samadhi true fire golden body?
Let a mere golden boy, in terms of the affinity of flames,
directly promoted to a fire transcendent comparable to the slaughter of the country?
Lan Moyan's eyes stared at Yi Ran.
Huang Dongdong's current achievements can be said to be completely held up by Yi Ran. I thought that Yi Ran's teaching ability in the classroom was already top-notch.
But compared with these miracles, it is simply a centipede to see the sky.
This trip was not in vain. Yi Ran's demonic degree is far beyond his imagination.
For a while, Lan Moyan thought of Li Wancheng sitting at the back of the classroom. No, these can't be known to Li Wancheng. Lan Moyan thought for a moment.
I have to think of a way to send Li Wancheng launching to the hospital first. Huang Dongdong's mind moved. Those who supported their flames were very obedient and returned to the furnace again. At this time, the furnace seemed extremely calm. There is no previous irritability. It feels like an obedient pet. Huang Dongdong came to Yi Ran's side like flying. His expression was filled with unprecedented excitement, excited and unable to speak coherently. Teacher, did I really succeed? Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile and nodded. Congratulations, the glory of the fire sect is going to be cast again from you. After getting Yi Ran's affirmative answer, Huang Dongdong's eyes began to turn red slightly. Teacher, maybe it's because he has completed the great cause of the fire sect for 100 years. Maybe because he was grateful for Yi Ran's help to himself. In short, all kinds of complex emotions came to my heart. The young Huang Dongdong lacked the calmness of an adult after all. The eye sockets were already moist. Just when Huang Dongdong was extremely excited, Yi Ran's voice came again. Don't be in a hurry to get excited. Do your best to feel your strength now. After hearing this, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes, and the whole person began to silently operate the fire practice technique. In an instant, the golden red flames once again swept through Huang Dongdong's body. Samadhi true fire golden body, open. As Huang Dongdong's eyes suddenly opened, the golden red energy filled the pupils. On the skin, it also began to glow with golden red light. Dongdong, silently feel the operation of the surrounding energy, and silently experience the surrounding fire elements. As Yi Ran's voice came again, Huang Dongdong closed his eyes and began to seriously feel the circulation of the fire element around him. It was still pitch black. Huang Dongdong felt one flame after another rising around him. These flames are all strange and come in different shapes. Seem to feel Huang Dongdong's importance to them. These flames actually flew towards Huang Dongdong very well, constantly integrated into the golden red energy of Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong only felt warm and comfortable around him, and from Lan Moyan's perspective, he could keenly feel that all the fire elements around him began to condense towards Huang Dongdong. In the whole space, some strange rhythmic changes have occurred. This is a change in the rules of the deepest realm. As a transcendent person who slaughtered the country, he could naturally clearly feel what Huang Dongdong was doing at this moment. The kid in front of him was actually forming his own domain rules. In other words, Huang Dongdong is walking his own path. Lan Moyan was a little surprised. The previous Huang Dongdong only barely reached the realm of golden perfection. There is still a long time to go before I get out of my own way. In Lan Moyan's view, Huang Dongdong did not have 3 or 4 years of accumulation, and it was absolutely impossible to embark on the road of enlightenment. But never imagined. Just today, it's been less than half a day. Huang Dongdong, under Yi Ran's guidance, not only cast a golden body, even other geniuses have to walk the road of 3 to 4 years, and directly stepped over. And the strength of this law condensed by Huang Dongdong, the grade doesn't seem to be very low. Lan Moyan's eyes sparkled, as if he wanted to see Huang Dongdong through at a glance. The leap from gold to platinum. The most critical place is enlightenment, and enlightenment is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. Everyone generally divides the level of enlightenment into the 1st to the 9th grade. Among them, the 1st rank is honored, and the 9th rank is the 2nd. The 6th to 9th ranks are the trail, the 4th to 5th grades are the middle path, and the 3rd to the 1st rank is the main road. The level of enlightenment also determines whether the person's future path is easy and whether the combat effectiveness is strong. For example, some people have realized the 8th and 9th grades. Then the limit of his life is the level of diamonds. For example, Han Kun, relying on his own ability White Jade Lion, with talent and supernatural powers as the introduction, the way of Jade transformation evolved. For the 8th and 9th grades, among the paths that platinum powerhouses have walked, it belongs to the path that is relatively easy to understand. Although it is weird and difficult, after all, the degree of inducing this law of heaven and earth is not enough. The potential for future growth is limited, and those who have realized the path of the 3rd rank, most of them are based on the most basic laws of nature. To resonate with the whole world to a certain extent, pull the changes of heaven and earth, trigger the vision of heaven and earth. The difficulty can be imagined, but the potential is also limitless. Whether it is the progress of practice or personal strength, it is far from comparable to the platinum powerhouses who have realized the 3rd grade trail. Lan Moyan carefully observed the flame elements condensed around Huang Dongdong. At this time, Huang Dongdong, it is based on the law of the fire element to condense its own avenue. Although there is only the prototype of the Tao at present, it has not yet been fully formed, and it has not triggered the vision of heaven and earth, so he didn't make a decision. Just look at the quality and strength of this rudiment. It's definitely not as simple as the next 3 products. At least it should be at the level of the 3rd grade. If you are lucky, you may also hit the 3rd grade. Just when Lan Moyan was still thinking about the changes in Huang Dongdong's body, the golden red flames around Huang Dongdong began to dissipate. Huang Dongdong touched his head a little embarrassed, and looked up at Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, I'm sorry, I seem to feel like I caught something, but I didn't fully grab it, so it slipped away. Yi Ran nodded and said calmly, What's so sorry,
say, normal. If you can walk out of the road of the third rank so easily, the talents in the world will not live that day. After hearing this, Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran again. Obviously Huang Dongdong did not cause a vision of heaven and earth. Why can Yi Ran be so sure that Huang Dongdong realizes that it is the road of the third grade?
I can't even see these for the time being. Upper third? Huang Dongdong repeated Yi Ran's words in shock.
He is not an uninformed mountain villager. As the only descendant of the sect, he naturally knew about these things about the Platinum Enlightenment in advance. At that time, Hoenn also took him to visit everyone, and the Great Power helped him predict what level of Tao he could realize at his level. Most of the strong people looked at Huang Dongdong's qualifications. The judgment made is that there is a high probability that it is the level of the 5th to the 4th grade. The future potential may be stronger than Hoenn, but not much stronger.
But now Yi Ran told him, the Tao he realized was at least the road of the 3rd grade.
This made Huang Dongdong a little stunned and excited for a while.
This is the 3rd grade. I couldn't have thought about it before.
He had just forged the Samadhi True Fire Golden Body, and now he told himself that he was about to walk out of the path of the 3rd grade. The impact of happiness one after another made him feel a little unreal.
But teacher, I obviously didn't induce the vision of heaven and earth, Huang Dongdong said uncertainly.
Yi Ran waved his hand and looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile. Be confident, I said that there must be one. People with Samadhi True Fire Golden Bodies can come out of the 4th or 5th rank path. This is the real small probability event.
Then Yi Ran continued.
I just observed. Basically you have formed the prototype of the Tao, but it will take some time before you really get out of your own Tao. From today onwards, you need to concentrate on retreat and practice, and seriously feel every element related to fire in the space. If you keep going like this, within half a month, you will definitely achieve platinum and go out of your own way. Listening to Yi Ran's teaching to Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was a little confused.
Why is this kid so confident? He had never seen any of the teachings, and he dared to tell with certainty how many days would he have to succeed in enlightenment. Taoist such thing. Some people may not be able to get out of their way throughout their lives.
Even if it is at the door, some people will get stuck here, 2 to 3 years or even 10 years.
There are countless young talents who are stuck here. Here's why. The reason why platinum is a watershed on the road of cultivation. If it was before, some people told themselves that they could accurately predict how many days others would have to realize the Tao. Lan Moyan will definitely scoff. But after experiencing Yi Ran's miraculous operation on Huang Dongdong, Lan Moyan was a little shaken. Even when Yi Ran said this, his heart would involuntarily believe Yi Ran's words. Lan Moyan is like this, not to mention Huang Dongdong.
At this time, Huang Dongdong had already taken what Yi Ran said as a guideline. Teacher Yi said it was half a month, then it must be half a month. More than a day is absent from work, and it is definitely not Mr. Yi's problem. When I thought that I was about to realize the road of the 3rd grade,
Huang Dongdong's whole person became excited.
He was extremely fortunate. In the canteen, he saw the injustice on his own way, and drew his sword to help. If it weren't for that time, how could his fate intersect with Yi Ran?
If I hadn't met Teacher Yi,
how can he accomplish the great cause that the fire sect has not completed in 100 years?
If I hadn't met Teacher Yi,
how can I walk out of a 3rd grade road in just a few days? It can be said that his future has been completely rewritten by Teacher Yi. It is precisely because of Teacher Yi's support that I have gone from being an ordinary genius in a corner, evolved into a demon qualified to ascend the stage of the world. Teacher Yi did not break his word. I really have the potential to compete with S-level superpowers now. Thinking of this, the tears in Huang Dongdong's eyes began to roll again. Yi Ran helplessly helped Huang Dongdong wipe the tears on his face. Didn't I say it? The children of the rivers and lakes bleed and sweated and did not shed tears.
Yi Ran is not comforted. It's okay.
Huang Dongdong couldn't control his inner emotions at all. The teardrops that were originally holding on fell directly.
Teacher Yi, from today onwards, you will be my second master. Disciple is above. Please accept the apprentice's bow.
Saying that, Huang Dongdong took a step back, knelt down and kowed out heavily to Yi Ran 3 times. At this time, the ice of the system was cooled and there was a pleasant sound began to ring in Yi Ran's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task, pointing out a student, and issuing this guidance reward.
Ding! It was detected that the teaching object had a high reverence for the host, and was it bound as a personal disciple?
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong kneeling on the ground,
looked at the system again. Personally pass on the teachings of his disciples? This is not good.
After all, his original intention was just to let Huang Dongdong be an exchange student of the sect.
Ensure the final assessment of your class. Insurance hasn't had time to come in. People are now going to run away from the fire sect. This whole thing, it's embarrassing.
If I really see the sect master of the fire sect in the future, how embarrassing it will be.
It's too unparticular.
Yi Ran tearfully pointed out that he was silently on the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for harvesting a personal disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning this system reward. Soul of the 5-clawed golden dragon emperor *1 has not yet waited for Yi Ran to check the the system's rewards. The cultivation bonus bound to Huang Dongdong has arrived. Yi Ran only felt an inexplicable force pouring into his body. The whole popularity machine is agitated. The breath began to rise. The power of the ink dragon flickered and began to hover around his body. Lan Moyan is sensitive to qi and his keenness. At a glance, I noticed the changes in Yi Ran's body. What's going on with this kid? I just recognized an apprentice. Why did my strength start to soar? Yi Ran's eyes closed slightly at this time. Carefully feel the changes in your body. At this time, the power of the ink dragon. Under his introspection, he has become a real ink dragon. This ink dragon is grand, and his eyes are majestic. The breath exhaled between breaths rolled up a cloud of mist. In Vipassana consciousness, Yi Ran gently stretched out his hand. Mo Long also slowly lowered his head at this time, touched Yi Ran's palm with the huge dragon head. The moment the palm touches the dragon's head, Yi Ran and the ink dragon began to have a feeling of water and milk blending. Yi Ran turned over and jumped, standing on the dragon's head. With the loud dragon roar, Mo Long understood and carried Yi Ran directly to the sky. In the clouds and mist, Yi Ran and his own black dragon power are completely integrated. Yi Ran's chi is also in this wonderful spiritual journey. Crazy surge. When the breath skyrocketed to its peak, Mo Long suddenly stopped. As if it was pulled by something, Yi Ran and Vipassana felt a setback. The huge ink dragon showed its full picture, and at the bottom of this ink dragon, there were actually two hook claws that were tightly buckled on the lower body of the ink dragon. The hooked claws are gloomy and cold, pulling the flesh and blood of this ink dragon tightly. Those two hook claws, an extremely cold snakehead, like a huge snakehead, biting the body of the ink dragon, and the other, extremely sharp, like a huge phoenix claw, tightly clinging to the other side of the ink dragon. If the ink dragon wants to take off for a moment, the hook claw will be tighter. Mo Long roared in pain, desperately trying to break free, but being pulled out of flesh and blood. Yi Ran looked at all this. This is the curse of their Yi family. One comes from the curse of the Yi family from the other two major families. Any Yi family member is carrying a curse on the road of practice. Cutting off people's cultivation is like killing one's parents. Based on this alone, the contradiction between the Yi family and the other two major families can be said to be a struggle between you and me. For a moment he recalled his memory. The head of the Yi family, that is, his father in this world. A sentence he said when he placed himself in the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy. Sometimes spending your life plainly is also a rare happiness. This sentence seemed to be comforting Yi Ran, who had already solidified silver. But at this moment, he had a new understanding of this sentence. My cheap father may really want to keep himself out of the turmoil of the three-way struggle. Spend your life in peace. That's why he sent himself to this magic capital High Martial Arts Academy as an ordinary teacher. He often warned himself not to provoke trouble in the name of the Yi family. All this may really be done to protect, not disgust. However, he still chose to take the path against his will. Yi Ran looked indifferently at the two extremely vicious hooks and chains on his ink dragon. If it is an ordinary Yi family member, may drag these two curses hard. Although progress is difficult, progress can still be made after all. At this moment, Yi Ran was unwilling. Yi Ran's eyes flashed fiercely. The chi all over his body began to surge. Innate Taoist body, open. As Yi Ran's mind moved, the ink dragon in Vivanadra looked up to the sky and roared, and the entire ink dragon began to emit colored light. The scales on his body were shiny. The hook chain formed by those two curses, under the washing of the innate Taoist body, there are signs of breaking free. It seems to sense that the chains are about to be broken free. In an instant, the lines on the chain glowed. A python and a bird directly transformed out. All have cold eyes, staring at the ink dragon who wanted to take off. Sure, with a sharp phoenix sound, the transformed Suzaku and the snake attacked directly towards the ink dragon. Wanted to pull this soaring ink dragon into the abyss again. Snorted coldly, the ink dragon also flew with Yi Ran's heart. In a limited space, it is extremely easy to dodge the attacks of both sides. The hook claw is between the three parties, looser and looser, as if it could fall at any time. As if he felt that the hook claw was about to be released, the chains transformed by the two curses seemed to have spirituality. Disappeared directly. All the energy on the cursed chain was directly integrated into the bird and python. Sure, the figure of the Suzaku and the snake in the illusion skyrocketed several times. One is full of flames, the other is gloomy as the sea. The light bursting from the eyes. It seems that he will completely devour Yi Ran's ink dragon before he will give up. Whoosh! With a sound, the huge Suzaku is eternal, and the endless flames are like meteors, dragging a long tail flame, stabbed towards the head of the ink dragon. And Yi Ran just controlled the ink dragon to dodge, but suddenly felt that his body was stagnant. I don't know when I found out. The vicious snake had tightly wrapped around Mo Long's lower body. One control, one headshot. Absolute kill game. Then these two curses will completely devour all of Yi Ran's cultivation. Yi Ran will also be completely reduced to a useless person. In more serious cases, the world of consciousness will collapse directly and become dementia. Yi Ran looked
looked at the Suzaku that was rushing towards him. No wonder ordinary Yi family members choose to carry the burden forward instead of completely collapsing the curse. This is indeed a big risk, but if only to this extent. It's not enough to see. Yi Ran looked at the rushing Suzaku. The rhythm of the innate Taoist body escaped to the extreme. The surface of the snake under the ink dragon was filled with a snort-dissolving sound. The snake roared in pain, but still wrapped the ink dragon tightly. Beast, Yi Ran said in a low voice. His fingers tapped and planned to continue to intensify. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance appeared in front of Yi Ran. In the light and shadow, a majestic golden dragon hovered, the soul of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Yi Ran was a little stunned. The system's rewards flew out on their own. Before Yi Ran could react, the golden dragon's soul directly immersed himself in the ink dragon's body. In the eyes of the ink dragon, began to glow with golden light. Behind Mo Long, a golden phantom several times the volume of the ink dragon flickered and flickered. A pair of dragon eyes slowly opened. As the dragon's eyes unfolded, the phantom gradually solidified. A golden dragon appeared in Yi Ran's inner view. The golden dragon, its huge body spanned the sky. Its length stretches for miles, as if it can cover the entire sky. The scales are shining with gold, and each piece exudes a dazzling light. The most important point, compared with the ink dragon, this golden dragon. One more claw. The true emperor of the dragon race. Five-clawed golden dragon emperor. The huge head of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor was slightly raised. Roared a loud dragon roar. The breadth of its sound, far surpassing the previous ink dragon. Majestic, accompanied by thunder and lightning, shaking the heavens and the earth. It has the momentum to make all things surrender. The cursed and illusioned Suzaku seemed to feel threatened. The surrounding flames followed with a phoenix sound. The momentum of the attack swelled a little more. The flames in the sky converge on the phoenix's beak. Stabbed the trapped black dragon head. Seems to have sensed the attack of the Suzaku. The five-clawed golden dragon emperor behind Mo Long lowered his head and looked at the flames that shot rapidly. There was a hint of disdain in his huge eyes. In the face of Suzaku's attack, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor didn't even make any superfluous movements on his body. Just raised his dragon claw at the moment when Suzaku attacked. The movements of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor seemed to be slow, but there was an illusion that there was no way to avoid it. Instantly golden giant claws directly collided with the roaring flames. Ding! Bite! 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 The flame transformed by Suzaku with its own phoenix beak, crazily impacting the golden giant claw. The collision of the two actually made a sonorous sound like the impact of gold and stone. But no matter how much Suzaku charges and attacks, could not penetrate this golden giant claw at all. The flames in the sky. In front of the golden giant claws, he couldn't take any further steps. With the force of the dragon claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Sure, a mournful phoenix chirped out. The Suzaku, who was invincible before, was actually caught by the five-clawed golden dragon emperor like a chicken cub at this moment. Without a source of energy, the flames in the sky instantly dissipated into nothingness. With a low roar from the five-clawed golden dragon emperor, the golden rays on the dragon's claws flickered. The Suzaku nestled in his hand hadn't had time to make any more moves, was directly pinched into little by little energy fragments by the huge force, dissipated between heaven and earth. Curse the vermilion bird, fall. With the fall of Suzaku, the hook chain that hooked Mo Long's body also completely disappeared. The five-clawed golden dragon emperor once again looked at his dragon head at the snake wrapped around the ink dragon. Snort, sneer, sneer. The snake wrapped around the ink dragon, with a vicious faint blue light, staring at the huge golden dragon head. In his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of fear. Before the snake could move, the dragon claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. At lightning speed, he directly grabbed the 7 inches of the snake. The huge force directly tore the Tang snake off Mo Long's body. Phew! Laugh at! Laugh at! Tang snake spat out the letter. His body kept surging, as if he wanted to break free from the dragon claws of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. As the body of the snake continues to surge, the huge body actually stirred up the color of the heavens and the earth. It was also accompanied by a low roar from the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. The dragon's claws glowed with golden light. The strong force directly pinched the 7 inches of the snake. In an instant, the snake's head drooped, and its whole body was paralyzed straight, erected in the sky. Slowly, the snake is like the previous Suzaku, turned into little by little energy fragments, dissipated in heaven and earth. Curse the serpent, fall. With the fall of the snake, the hook claw chain that hooked the other side of the ink dragon also disappeared completely. The 1,000-year-old curse of the two major families on the Yi family's bloodline. In Yi Ran's body, it was shattered by the claws of the soul of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor. Seemed to feel that the restraints on his body had completely disappeared. Mo Long let out an excited dragon roar. The dragon's head looks up. It seems that it is about to charge towards the sky again. When the ink dragon is about to soar into the sky, the huge body of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor directly blocked the path of the ink dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon emperor looked down at Yi Ran's ink dragon.
the huge dragon eyes flickered. Yiran had the illusion of seeing emotion from the dragon eyes of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor.
It seemed like confusion, seemed puzzled. Finally, there was a trace of relief.
Such a look made Yiran feel as if he was looking at a junior he hadn't seen for a long time.
Roar!
With the low roar of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor, the body of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor began to slowly dissipate, turned into golden spots of light all over the sky. These golden points of light seemed to be conscious, suspended around the ink dragon. Slowly the golden light dots blended into every scale of the ink dragon. With the baptism of these golden spots of light,
Yiran's ink dragon let out a comfortable dragon roar.
After the integration of this golden light point, the body itself was as black as ink and slowly began to glow with golden light. The most amazing thing is, it turns out that the four-clawed ink dragon, at this moment, it actually began, and the fifth dragon claw slowly grew. Yiran closed his eyes silently, feeling the changes in his own energy. He could clearly feel that without the shackles of those two curses,
his own road to platinum has been unimpeded.
He could feel his own ink dragon Xiangong,
even his own bloodline.
After withstanding the baptism of the soul of this five-clawed golden dragon emperor, there has been a qualitative change. The original dark blue energy had turned into gold at this moment, and the grade of energy is compared with before.
It is several notches higher. The power in the meridians. If it was a small river before, now it is as turbulent as the sea.
The surging power made Yiran can't help it, wanting to look up to the sky and howl. Seemed to sense Yiran's excitement. The ink dragon also began to look up to the sky and let out a dragon roar and rushed straight towards the sky.
This time the speed is much faster than before, as if to break through this Vipassana world in the next second, soaring between heaven and earth. All these changes are in Yiran's inside world. It seems to have gone through a lot, but in fact, it is only a momentary thing for the outside world. At this moment, looking at Yiran's soaring aura, Huang Dongdong's eyes were full of shock and confusion. Was about to get up to check the situation, but was blocked by Lan Moyan on the side. Junior brother, what are you doing? Huang Dongdong just wanted to dodge Lan Moyan's arm,
but he was frightened by a sharp sword intent. Even the soul trembled with a hint of trembling.
Don't step forward. Lan Moyan's words are concise, but with an unrefusable momentum.
His eyes stared at Yiran, his eyes flashing.
Under the gaze of Lan Moyan and Huang Dongdong, Yiran's whole body was agitated. Suspended in the air extremely slowly, the Molong Xiangong once again transformed.
Around Yiran's body kept flying. After Lan Moyan saw the scene, his eyes narrowed slightly.
Ink Dragon Xiangong? It's a little different, strange. As a slaughter level extraordinary? He could feel that the energy of this ink dragon was growing at an astonishing rate. There are also different changes in momentum.
The previous ink dragon gave people a kind of hidden dragon in the abyss. Now this ink dragon opened and closed in momentum, looking at the 8 wildernesses.
Even made Lan Moyan feel like a black dragon at all. Over time,
the hovering ink dragon began to glow with golden light.
With a dragon roar,
the entire ink dragon seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles,
transformed from scratch.
The dragon head, which was originally as black as jade, appeared with golden dragon whiskers. As the gold continues to spread, from the dragon's head to the dragon's body, to the dragon's claws, and finally to the dragon's tail, Yiran's surroundings were full of golden light. Under the background of golden light,
Yiran seems to be the emperor of that ancient era.
The momentum is majestic, and it is impossible to look at it directly. Feeling the breath emanating from the golden energy around Yiran, Lan Moyan had a hint of suspicion in his eyes.
Ancient and vicissitudes, eternal.
The indestructible sword intent that was actually pulled by himself was a little swaying,
and at this moment,
Huang Dongdong, who also felt the escape of Yiran, the whole person had difficulty breathing. There was a tremor from the soul, which made him want to kneel down and surrender. The aura around Yiran was still soaring,
until the critical point.
The golden dragon raised its head and roared, directly integrated into Yiran's body.
The golden light transformed into the emperor's crown and robe, added to Yiran's body.
The imperial robe woven with golden light. It contains the great power of heaven and earth, shining with bright light, and gathering the essence of the stars. The space around Yiran began to change. A dragon roared one after another, and the thunder rolled above the 9 heavens. Countless dragon phantoms flickered and flickered.
Vision of heaven and earth?
Huang Dongdong, who was struggling to resist, saw the scene, directly shocked his jaw. As the visions of heaven and earth around Yiran changed,
the aura from the eternity was a little stronger.
This is like the last straw that crushed the camel, completely crushing Huang Dongdong, who was struggling to support.
The whole person fell into a coma.
Lan Moyan glanced slightly at Huang Dongdong, who fell to the ground. After confirming that there is no danger to life, he also put all his mind on Yiran. The vision of heaven and earth appears. It is the Taoist. Of the upper rank, Lan Moyan muttered to himself,
"Is it so easy to get to the 3rd grade?" Lan Moyan looked at Yiran.
"I just don't know which grade Yiran can reach the 3rd grade, but at such an important stage, you can't let others disturb you." Lan Moyan waved his hand gently. With a
a buzz, the space around the entire forge room. It seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade, completely disconnected from the outside world. Yi Ran, who was in the vision, was unaware of Lan Moyan's operation. Yi Ran with a golden dragon robe, majestic and domineering, looking down on all living beings. As the golden imperial robe became more and more solid, the dragons that originally flew in the void all showed their true bodies one by one. Silver Law Dragon, Nine Netherworld Poison Dragon, Flame Fire Dragon, Earth Dragon, Abyssal Ink Dragon. Lan Moyan counted the figures of these dragons. The more I looked, the more surprised I became. The dragon around Yi Ran was all colorful. All of them are true dragons above the S level, and there is no low-level hybrid dragon race. These true dragons roared in a low voice. All the dragon capitals paid attention to Yi Ran standing at the core of the space. Yi Ran's eyes opened. In his eyes, there was a golden light. The dragon robe and dragon crown on Yi Ran's body were completely condensed into substance. A huge phantom appeared behind Yi Ran. This is the ink dragon that took off in Yi Ran's Vipassana before. Rather than being a black dragon phantom, now that I see it, it might as well be called the golden dragon. The huge body crosses the sky. Roar! A loud dragon roar sounded behind Yi Ran. A breath from the eternity presses down on heaven and earth. Magnificent, atmospheric. The breath of heaven crosses the past and present, making the avenue tremble. All the dragons in the void lowered their arrogant dragon heads, crawling down, worship towards Yi Ran. Yi Ran stood at the center of the vision, like an emperor, except the kneeling of all true dragons. Lan Moyan looked at such a vision of heaven and earth. I couldn't speak for a long time. The dragon emperor descended, and the dragons bowed their heads. Such visions of heaven and earth does not belong to any of the visions of heaven and earth known before, but when he stood on the top of the sword sect with himself and stepped out of his own path, the vision of heaven and earth that slashed through the eternal night with 10,000 swords sounded in unison. In comparison, it is not far behind. Other words, Yi Ran walked the path of the second rank. It is the Tao of the second grade that only the strongest people in the world can come out of. Lan Moyan stared at Yi Ran with his eyes, stunned. The Tao of the upper three grades can trigger the vision of heaven and earth, but there is also a gap between the three ranks. The gap between the three grades is huge, even far exceeding the sum of the other 6 ranks. The Tao that can reach the second grade, at least it means that Yi Ran's transcendent road has been unimpeded. It also means that Yi Ran has the potential to impact the extraordinary potential of slaughtering the country. As for the first grade, it is almost extinct. Even many strong people began to think that a product only exists in the most ideal state. No one can come out of the reality. Looking at a new second grade road born under his nose, this made Lan Moyan, who has always been pure and unambitious, a little excited. Over time, the vision of heaven and earth slowly dissipated. Yi Ran stepped into the air and slowly fell to the ground. He silently felt the breath on his body. Majestic, majestic. It has the power of magnificent mountains and rivers, and can penetrate the sun and moon. This is completely different concepts from my previous golden stage. There is an illusion of a different dimension. Yi Ran could still clearly feel the roar of his bloodline, without the shackles of the curse of a python and a bird. Yi Ran's ink dragon mysterious gong has never been as smooth as it is today. Strictly speaking, it can no longer be called Mo Long Shin Gong. This golden dragon emperor's power, whether it is in terms of momentum or quality, it completely crushes the power of the previous ink dragon. If we talk about the previous confrontation with Han Kun, it also needs the assistance of the system, the blessing of the innate Taoist body, to catch Han Kun off guard to win. So now if Yi Ran meets Han Kun again, Yi Ran felt that it was not much different from crushing an ant to death. The way of the second grade, the path of the strongest. Sure enough, it lives up to its name. Is this enough? Are you really satisfied with this second grade way? Yi Ran closed his eyes silently. It seems to be struggling. Yi Ran opened again, his eyes flashing with a firm and determined brilliance. Yi Ran's breath agitated. Roar! With a dragon roar, the golden dragon emperor phantom emerged. As Yi Ran's heart moved, the dragon emperor phantom seemed to be a little reluctant to circle around Yi Ran. Went out directly, turned into a golden rain, dissipated between heaven and earth. The whole space set off a chant of thousands of dragons. It seems to be painful, like a sorrowful cry, and Yi Ran's aura also began to plummet. The realm also fell slowly from above platinum. The dragon emperor came to the world, and the dragons bowed their heads. It was crushed by Yi Ran himself. After seeing this scene, Lan Moyan was a little stunned. Under what circumstances the advancement failed? Lan Moyan squinted his eyes. No, it's not a failure of progression. It was I who took the initiative to break up this vision of heaven and earth and give up platinum. What does Yi Ran want to do? Even Lan Moyan, who was as firm as a divine soldier, saw that his blood pressure soared a little. Violently destroying natural things, it is simply violently destroying natural things. At this time, Yi Ran, silently feeling his own situation. Since I have already stepped into the platinum field, therefore, its own aura is much stronger than the golden perfection. Even the ordinary platinum beginner powerhouse is not much different. different.
The curse on his own bloodline has completely dissipated.
The nourishment of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor is still there.
The power running in the body is still the power of the golden dragon emperor. It is far stronger than the quality of his previous ink dragon power.
Overall, the strength has been greatly improved. Yiran recalled the vision of heaven and earth worshipping 10,000 dragons before.
It's just that the vision of heaven and earth of the second rank is just that.
For myself, not enough.
Yiran has a ravine in his chest, and his gaze is deep and far-reaching. Since I don't plan to make salted fish anymore,
then you have to take the road of the strongest person, is to be the only one above the hundreds of millions of people.
The dragon emperor who came to the world is not called the emperor. Sweeping the 8 wildernesses, using the soul of the enemy to announce the emperor of the world,
is the real emperor. Just when Yiran was determined to do so, suddenly I felt a sharp murderous aura coming from behind me. Why?
Lan Moyan's cold voice came from behind Yiran.
Yiran turned around and glanced at Lan Moyan. The whole person was completely stunned. Lan Moyan's blind box has been opened by the system. Slaughter the country level extraordinary. Inheritance sect, sword god sect. Current exercise, 9 heavens star sword technique.
Advantages: perfect sword heart, natural sword embryo, top kendo comprehension, top destructive power, top speed, top strength, absolute intuition.
Cons: insufficient rating, not available. Advice: don't provoke.
Yiran rubbed his eyes.
Slaughter, 2 Gua level extraordinary.
Then Yiran repeatedly turned the system on, and off again.
After countless times,
finally had to face this fact.
Yiran looked at Lan Moyan.
His mind still didn't turn.
This sudden critical hit.
Yiran's worldview began to waver. Yiran looked at Lan Moyan with a complicated expression.
Before you ask me why, I really want to ask you why. The dignified slaughter of the country is extraordinary. Don't want to make a name for yourself, come to your salted fish class as a student? And he also became Huang Dongdong's little junior brother? I always thought that Li Wancheng's behavior was already extraordinary. Dignity underwear. Who would have thought that? Big brother, you don't even want underwear. Big brother, what are you trying to do? This crazy criticism of the world. It's all upside, it's good.
Of course, as an adult who is fully responsible for the safety of his own behavior, I still follow the system's advice of don't provoke, although there are countless grass and mud horses galloping in my heart.
Yiran's face was calm. No reason, this recipe is not suitable for me.
In one sentence, it directly choked Lan Moyan.
The Tao of the second grade is not suitable for you? Do you know that hundreds of millions of golden boys can't get out of this second product even if they beg their grandfather to sue their grandma? Do you know that in a certain province, as long as you go out of the way of the second grade, you can rank first in ancestor worship? The genealogy starts from you? You are not satisfied with the Tao of the second grade? Do you still want to get out of that road to heaven?
Lan Moyan shook his head and looked at Yiran with some incomprehension, but he did not question the speech again, although Yiran took the initiative to give up this time. But this time, since he was able to get out of the way of the second grade, this proves Yiran's potential. At the next time of advancing to platinum, the probability that Yiran can get out of the way of the second rank is much greater than that of others, although there are some angry and violent behaviors. But this did not affect Lan Moyan's desire to recruit Yiran. Lan Moyan, who had recovered his mood, also realized that his behavior just now was a little off. Just as he was thinking about how to fool the past, Yiran spoke.
Lan, I think, so keen, have you already discovered it? Lan Moyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Before really gaining Yiran's trust,
now is not a good time for a showdown.
It seems that this trick can only be used. Lan Moyan's eyes tightened. Suddenly interrupted Yiran's speech. A little dizzy.
Lan Moyan held his forehead with one hand.
The whole person began to stagger, unsteady. With a bang,
Lan Moyan fell directly beside Huang Dongdong. The suddenness of the behavior and the clumsy acting skills made Yiran can't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This is Lan Moyan's philosophy of life that he realized from the sword path. When you encounter something that you can't explain,
the best way is not to explain.
It's more direct than falling to the ground.
Cut the Gordian knot.
Always only do the most effective movements.
Simple and crude, reasonable and efficient. As for the dignity of the image, sorry, in Lan Moyan's dictionary there are only targets and swords.
Facing Lan Moyan, who had fallen to the ground and was unconscious, Yiran's thousands of words converged on his lips, but he couldn't say it. In the face of such a slaughter-level extraordinary, I can't beat it. I don't dare to scold it. I want to say a few words to persuade him to leave. As a result, the other party refuses to communicate with you and lies on the ground pretending to be dead. Yiran felt so tired at this time. Originally run the class well and easily take the students to the fairy days. Now not only does he have to accompany an extraordinary teaching assistant to act, also to accompany a slaughter-level boss cosplay teacher and student.
Are you transcendent? Really nothing to do? Just grab yourself alone and bring disaster?
Yiran's mood was a little sad and angry. However, the great Marxist philosophy, the fundamental law of materialist dialectics, once said,
contradictions are opposites and unity. Everything has a good side and a bad side. There are these two living fathers in their own class. His students no longer have to be afraid of the small actions of the Shu family. Yi Ran comforted himself. Ouch! May have been shocked by the moment Lan Moyan fell to the ground. Huang Dongdong, who was still in a coma, rubbed his painful head and sat up. The expression of the whole person is as if he has experienced a hangover. Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan, who fell to the ground and fainted beside him, smiled a little proudly, pretending to be an adult, and shook his head emphatically. It's still too young. Without your senior brother, I have to follow you. It's unlucky. Hiss. Strange, why is it so cold all of a sudden? Can I still catch a cold? Huang Dongdong shuddered suddenly after speaking, and his heart throbbed for no reason. Seeing this scene, Yi Ran couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. The style of the fire gatekeeper is indeed worthy of its name. In order to prevent any shocking remarks from popping up in Huang Dongdong's mouth, Yi Ran asked directly, Dongdong, are you awake? Huang Dongdong looked up and saw Yi Ran, and said excitedly, Master, have you broken through platinum? I just saw the vision of heaven and earth. Yi Ran shook his head and didn't explain too much. Not yet, it should be about the same as you now. Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's answer. The mouth muttered, no, I clearly saw the vision. Is it an illusion? However, Huang Dongdong's doubts also flashed by. Since my master said this, it must be like this. Huang Dongdong is eccentric. Learning Yi Ran's posture, he said in Yi Ran's tone, normal, if the road of the third grade can be walked out so easily, the world's talents will not live that day. Yi Ran smiled and looked at Huang Dongdong, who was learning to speak by himself. It seems that Huang Dongdong also wants to liven up the atmosphere and comfort his heart. Okay, don't skin, things are done, pack up and leave. Okay, master. Seeing that Yi Ran was not depressed, Huang Dongdong also responded extremely obediently. Then, Lan Moyan, who was pretending to be dizzy with one hand, followed Yi Ran out of the forging room. Dongdong, if you go back, you may have to get used to it. Ah, why master? Didn't you notice that your hair, eyebrows, were all burned out? Omega Omega. After a while, the three of them had already come to the corridor of the teaching building. Dongdong, you carry him to the classroom, I won't go. Yi Ran said to Huang Dongdong at the entrance of the corridor. Huang Dongdong nodded emotionally. Be happy, the old one doesn't go, the new one doesn't come, and your eyebrows and hair will grow out in 2 days. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong with a smile, also touched Huang Dongdong's smooth head melon. It feels good. Huang Dongdong looked at Yi Ran helplessly. Master, where are you going? I'm going to ask for mental damages. Yi Ran waved his hand and left the two of them. Looking at the direction of departure, it seems to be going straight to the principal's office. And just after Yi Ran left, Lan Moyan slowly opened his eyes. Are you awake? Huang Dongdong looked at Lan Moyan. Lan Moyan looked at Yi Ran's departing back and nodded. It's really time to wake up. Teacher Yi woke up as soon as he left. Huang Dongdong shook his head, as if he was a little uncomfortable with the feeling of no hair. Senior brother told you in advance not to follow. Look at you, suffer, don't listen to the old man, and you will suffer in front of you. Huang Dongdong was old-fashioned and arrogantly warned his so-called little junior brother. Lan Moyan instead smiled and touched Huang Dongdong's head. It feels really good. Since watching Huang Dongdong's process of casting the golden body of Samadhi True Fire, Lan Moyan also listed Huang Dongdong as the focus of attention. At this time, he was in a good mood. After all, who would have thought that this trip would directly bring double happiness to the door? Huang Dongdong dodged Lan Moyan angrily. Is there anyone who treats senior brother like this, neither big nor small? Huang Dongdong symbolically wiped his smooth head and said to Lan Moyan, Junior brother, if we can't do it today, let's not go to class. Just skip class. Can you have a lot of things in the afternoon? Huang Dongdong hesitated and persuaded Lan Moyan. In fact, it is because he has not done a good job of psychological construction and shows people in the form of a bald ladle. Huang Dongdong is between shame and escape, ready to choose to escape. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong, shook his head. No. What's wrong? There are many students who skip class. Can you be called a college student if you don't skip class? Huang Dongdong said anxiously. Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong. Does Teacher Yi want you to skip class? Lan Moyan's words, like his character, are always concise and to the point. One sentence directly stabbed Huang Dongdong's life. Huang Dongdong, who originally wanted to escape, was like a defeated rooster. Dejectedly, he followed Lan Moyan towards the classroom. Ah, Dongdong, your look is so chic. The development of things was exactly the same as Huang Dongdong expected. Huang Dongdong's bald gourd appearance. After entering the class, it became a hotspot for the entire class. Due to the loss of hair and eyebrows, coupled with his relatively young age, Huang Dongdong's whole person looks like a hairless big-headed doll, which looks extremely festive. However, everyone in Huang Dongdong are not very familiar with each other, and they can only snicker. But Wang Dachuan is different. The first time Huang Dongdong came in, the raised corners of Wang Dachuan's mouth never came down. I've been laughing for half an hour. Wang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan, who was laughing out loud, and his eyes widened. Then his mind turned, and he said to Wang Dachuan, What do you know? No, silly big man. This is what Teacher Yi taught me when he opened a small stove for me. After hearing this, Wang Dachuan's smile restrained a lot. Yi Ran's guidance. The weight in Wang Dachuan's heart is too heavy. You said this is what Teacher Yi taught you? Huang Dongdong shook his head and said, Teacher Yi said that hair is an extension of the body, which extremely consumes the energy of the heart, and only after completely removing the hair and sealing its own pores can you truly feel the power in your heart. From then on, the cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Huang Dongdong said that the head is the way. Wang Dachuan was stunned. But at this time, Wang Dachuan was smart, and he looked at Huang Dongdong with some doubts. Dongdong, are you lying to me? Huang Dongdong was a big little ghost, pouting and looking at Wang Dachuan with a proud face. Why am I lying to you? If you don't believe it, let's compete and you'll know. Saying that, Huang Dongdong stretched out his arm and looked at Wang Dachuan with a provocative face. Come, I'm afraid you won't succeed. Wang Dachuan stretched out his hand suspiciously and held Huang Dongdong's little hand. The moment he touched Wang Dachuan's palm, Huang Dongdong's palm instantly forced. Wang Dachuan's palm was directly pinched and twisted. Of course, Wang Dachuan is not a vegetarian and directly condenses the huge power on the palm of his hand. The deformed palm returned to normal again. In an instant, the forces of the two sides reached a balance. Dongdong, is it a lot stronger? But this is not enough. Wang Dachuan praised Huang Dongdong's strength progress, but it is still within his psychological tolerance. Listening to Wang Dachuan's speech, the corners of Huang Dongdong's mouth rose slightly. Yes, then you should be careful. In an instant, Huang Dongdong's little hand glowed golden red from the inside out. The strength seems to be much stronger. The power of the surge is surging. Pinched Wang Dachuan's palm again and deformed it. Snort, snort. Huang Dongdong is not only strong, but the unique high temperature on his palm makes Wang Dachuan's palm make a burning sound. The power of the explosion and the extreme high temperature caught Wang Dachuan off guard. I could only take back my palm in pain. Wang Dachuan looked at his palm in shock. At this time, his palms were already a little black on both sides, and the recovery was extremely slow. I have obviously used the power of gluttony to localize and strengthen my palm, although some were unprepared. However, with Taoyu's top defensibility and top strength, it is more than enough to deal with the previous Huang Dongdong. For a while, Wang Dachuan's eyes when he looked at Huang Dongdong changed. It stands to reason that Huang Dongdong definitely does not have such strength. Could it be that this shaving behavior really comes from Teacher Yi's small stove guidance? At this moment, Wang Dachuan's heart was completely shaken at this moment. The smile on his face also disappeared. Silly big brother, you believe it this time. Huang Dongdong raised his hand and deliberately shook in front of Wang Dachuan, looking at Wang Dachuan complacently. Let you laugh at me, stupid big man. Wang Dachuan looked at Huang Dongdong deeply. After a while, he didn't say a word, turned around and left the classroom directly, walking with the wind, even a little hurried. Dachuan, what are you going to do? Huang Dongdong asked. Barbershop. Wang Dachuan didn't look back and responded with a buzzing voice. He was extremely fast. Disappeared directly at the door of the classroom. After seeing this scene, Huang Dongdong sighed lightly. And no matter what the IQ of the stupid big man is, in terms of execution alone, there is absolutely nothing to say. Speaking of which, it's strange to look forward to the appearance of the silly big man after coming back with a hairless head. Thinking of this, Huang Dongdong smiled. But just when Huang Dongdong was gloating, suddenly, someone in the class stood up. Why do you feel like you can't hold back your urine lately? You really have to quit, the student said to himself and slowly walked to the door. In the next second after leaving the classroom, the student ran directly and left in exactly the same direction as Wang Dachuan. After the classmate left, another classmate got up. As he walked, he touched his hair and said to himself, my hair is also long. It's time for Hood Road to get me a trendy hairstyle. Similarly, in the next second after leaving the classroom, he rushed directly in the direction of Wang Dachuan. Immediately after 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, the entire class, all of them hurriedly rushed out of the classroom and scrambled to chase Wang Dachuan. Even the door frame was slightly deformed. In an instant, the classroom was still a little noisy. Suddenly there were only two people left, Huang Dongdong and Lan Moyan. What are they doing? Huang Dongdong was a little sluggish. Lan Moyan was still concise. What do you think? Not to that extent. Huang Dongdong muttered to himself. The expression on his face was more ugly than crying. I just want to deceive Wang Dachuan. Lan Moyan looked at his nominal little senior brother with a smile on his face. You're going to be unlucky. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Huang Dongdong shivered. In a word, let the whole class take care of the bald scoop. After Teacher Yi comes back, how should he explain to Teacher Yi? And at this moment, Yi ran. Where can I take care of the fact that I am about to take charge of the Shaolin Temple? He was walking quickly on his way to the principal's office, while repeatedly polishing the script. Principal, this really affects me. Yi Ran shook his head. It's not good, it's too simple, it's not miserable enough. The old man doesn't resonate. Principal, this incident has greatly impacted my soul, and my exercises have gone a little crazy. Yi Ran shook his head again. No, it's miserable and emotional. motionless, the old man doesn't necessarily like it. Principal, think about it. I am willing to shed blood for the school, but who has ever been stabbed in the back by their own person and collapsed in the middle? In the principal's office, Su looked at the glowing magic ball in front of him. The expression was a little complicated, because in this magic ball, it was the picture of Yi Ran practicing his words while walking towards the office. Su blew his beard a little angrily. It's only been a few days. Stinky boy, it's time to fight the autumn wind again? Roar! However, Su also knew that he was at a loss. After all, two extraordinary people can mix into a class to pretend to be teachers and students. In the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy, how could there be no Su nodding without him? So there is a debt and an owner, and there is really nothing wrong with Yi Ran looking for him. Thinking of this, Su rubbed his temples helplessly. What kind of bad things are this? He took the time to go to the Department of Education and the military department to pay for mental damages. But now, it's better to hide in advance. It just so happened that his previous idea of the space magic weapon had not yet been refined. Then go to the blacksmith room. Su has extremely strong action. Directly snapped his fingers gently. Disappeared in place. Yi Ran, who came to the door of the principal's office, adjusted his breathing. He thought for a moment, deliberately messed up his hair, and his whole expression looked like he had been hit, languishing. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. Wow! Syllable, syllable, wow! Syllable, syllable. After Yi Ran knocked on the door 3 or 4 times in a row, a ripple began to appear above the door of the principal's office. A huge turtle head sticked out of the void. The turtle's head is all black, glowing under the sunlight. This turtle is extremely human. Looking at Yi Ran in front of him with an impatient face, he actually spat out human words. Knock, 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 knock what? He went out, go to other places. Yi Ran looked at the turtle's head sticking out of the void. I was a little surprised in my heart, because the system has already listed the information of this old bastard. Male, 10,002 years old. Void turtle, S tier. Natural powers, the power of space. Advantages, top space law affinity, top escape ability, ignoring any prohibitions, top treasure hunting ability. Disadvantages, not good at fighting, not like to practice, like to sleep, addicted to the history of ancient monasticism, like to listen to flattery, and the pain of being attached to the turtle shell by the void barnacle is unbearable. Optimization suggestions. S-level talent, more than 10,000 years. Only diamond level? Feelings are not practiced at all. They all rely on grinding time to gain experience. And what are the shortcomings of this addicted to ancient monastic legends? Although there are many shortcomings, but the advantages and attributes of this Wang Ba. Looking at the advantages and attributes of the void mysterious turtle, Yi Ran's eyes were already shining. What a perfect treasure hunting tool. Buzz. With this precious monster, what kind of mental loss fee does this ask the principal for? Could it be that the principal knew in advance that he was coming, so this is the compensation the principal gave himself? It is better to teach people to fish than to teach them to fish. Principal, you are such a good person. The corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly. This void turtle called Duo Bao. Looking at Yi Ran's smile, slightly hairy, he was about to turn his head and leave on the spot. As a result, before he finished canceling this void ripple, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Fellow Taoist, please stay. In the dark and simple ancestral hall, a middle-aged man sat on the Grand Master's chair and closed his eyes to recuperate. This person is the current head of the Yi family. That is, Yi Ran's father, Yi Tiancheng. Suddenly, an ink-colored pattern appeared on the ground of the ancestral hall. From the lines, a figure emerged. When the figure is solid, it is an old man. Yi Tiancheng looked up at the old man and asked, "Fourth uncle, where are the old 3? The old man had a wry smile on his lips. Patriarch, the third child deceived us, and he had already run away before you put him under house arrest." Subsequently, a letter was handed to Yi Tiancheng. This is the letter he left before he left home. Yi Tiancheng was silent and silently opened the letter. The above handwriting is dragon flying in phoenix dance. Big brother, you are too cowardly. You say every day that you want to keep your eyes open. Don't do more. Now people are ready to take our Yowers. Life, you are still tweeting crookedly. Do you really expect outsiders? If you don't save Yower, I'll save you. I can't write it. Turn to the back. Yi Tiancheng looked at the letter. His face was frosty, and he flipped the letter. Let you turn over you. How to be the head of the family without a little opinion. I won't be the head of the family and wait for me to come back. Yi Tiancheng's veins burst out, and the letter paper was pinched to pieces. The head of the family, don't be impatient. The third child is the stinky temper. The old man on the side hurriedly comforted. He didn't have to think about it to know that the third child didn't hold back his fart in the letter at all. I'm fine. Yi Tiancheng's face was as usual, but looking at the floor that had been crushed under his feet, it didn't seem as easy as he said. The head of the family, the third child also belongs to the first echelon in the diamond level. With him, I think there is a guarantee. The old man continued to comfort the head of the family. Yi Tiancheng shook his head. Things are a little more complicated than imagined. Yi Tiancheng said as he twisted the broken letter paper with his fingers. Seems to be thinking about something.
Then, Yi Tiancheng seemed to have made up his mind and said, "Inform Xiaogua he will need to cover it when the time comes."
After hearing this, the old man felt a slight chill in his heart. "Master, are you going to enable this line?"
Yi Tiancheng nodded, with a deep look in his eyes. "The plan can't keep up with the changes.
That rebel is much more capable than I imagined."
Hearing the head of the family say this, the old man's expression was also a little solemn.
"Master, I'll do it now."
After saying that, the old man's figure turned black again and disappeared into the magic circle.
The hall fell silent again.
Yi Tiancheng sat upright on the Grand Master's chair, his eyes flashing with spirit.
Python swallows dragons. Not right away. Magic City High Martial Arts Academy.
At the door of the principal's office, the void turtle that was stared at by Yi ran with a little hair.
After being said by Yi Ran, "Taoist, please stay,"
the ghost stopped suddenly. Under the head of the bastard actually stretched out two thick turtle feet. He arched his hands decently.
"Dare to ask the Taoist, why did you stop the poor Taoist?"
Hearing the void turtle speak so ancient, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly. "The system does not deceive me. This bastard is really addicted to ancient monastic legends.
This hobby is indeed unique."
Yi Ran also followed the appearance of the void mysterious turtle and arched his hands. "It's really abrupt. It's just that my Taoist friends are full of glow, heroic, and they are turtles with great luck, and I just want to admire the style of Taoist friends, so I blurted out."
Hearing Yi Ran's words,
the void turtle heard that his heart was full of joy. Looking at Yi Ran's expression, he became a lot kinder and humbly arched his turtle claws.
"Taoist, it's a mistake.
The poor Taoist is just one of the hundreds of millions of innate beings, not talking about great luck." Yi Ran waved his hand. "Taoist friends don't belittle themselves. Poor Taoist is not talented, good at looking at the face of luck. I look at the face of the Taoist friend, the heavenly court is full, the face is like a crown of jade, the nose is like a hanging gall, the face is radiant, the aura is magnificent, and it is definitely something in the pool. Come to think of it, the heels of the Taoist are not ordinary." Saying that, Yi Ran pretended to pinch his fingers. He looked at his fingers in slight surprise, and then looked at the void mysterious turtle in surprise.
"Taoist, isn't it called duobao?"
The mung bean-sized eyes of the void mysterious turtle widened slightly.
Then he nodded seriously and blurted out, "Taoist, how do you know?"
"How do I know? I see what the system knows. Of course, these are Yi Ran's words. Of course, you can't say it openly." After Yi Ran heard the words of the void mysterious turtle, he suddenly put away his fingers as if he had realized, no wonder, no wonder.
This sentence directly aroused the curiosity of the void mysterious turtle. "Taoist, what is this?"
Yi Ran looked at the void mysterious turtle and just wanted to say something, but the words came to his lips and took them back. He shook his head helplessly. The secret of heaven must not be revealed. Yi Ran pulled 2 or 3 times and directly fished the void mysterious turtle into a mouth. At this time, the void mysterious turtle was anxious and miserable. "Taoist, what's wrong with it?" Yi Ran looked at the void mysterious turtle with some embarrassment. "Taoist, you are burdened with great luck. If I forcibly reveal the heavenly secret, I am afraid of being punished by heaven and hurting my chi and blood." After hearing this, the void mysterious turtle blurted out, "It's easy to say, fellow Taoist, it's easy to say." As he spoke, the void ripples in front of the void mysterious turtle rose again. A blood-colored lotus flower directly emerged. The vitality on this lotus flower was so rich that Yi Ran felt his blood gushing out when he took a sip. "This is a 3,000-year-old quality essence blood lotus, which will definitely supplement your chi and blood as a fellow Taoist." The void mysterious turtle opened his mouth to introduce, waiting anxiously on his face for Yi Ran to tell him about the heavenly secret on his body. Yi Ran took the essence blood lotus. Feeling the surging vitality on the essence blood lotus, the dog is a big household, and the 3,000-year-old essence and blood lotus flower will be given away. This thing is more than enough to make an extraordinary person replenish chi and blood. This essence blood lotus alone is sold on the black market, no less than the energy crystal core that the previous principal Bai Su gave him. Yi Ran hurriedly put away the essence and blood lotus, and said with a little embarrassment, "Since the Taoist wants to hear it so much, then I will sacrifice my life to accompany the gentleman." Yi Ran said, "I don't know if you can know that in the ancient era of immortal cultivation, the great disciple under the seat of the Tongtian sect, the Duobao Taoist."
"Tongtian sect master? Taoist Duobao?"
When the void mysterious turtle heard this word, his breathing was a little rapid.
"MD, it sounds like a dick,
and the name is the same as himself." Yi Ran looked at the appearance of the void mysterious turtle. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. "There is indeed an ancient era of immortal cultivation in this world, but the history is too long. The real history of the capital has long been sunk in the long river of history. Most of the current descriptions of the era of immortal cultivation come from everyone's speculation and conception based on the ruins. No one can tell the truth or falsehood." This side also has a lot of monster novels that describe the ancient era of immortal cultivation. It's just that in this world where everything is inferior and only has high cultivation, where are these monster novels as prosperous as Yi Ran's novels in his previous life? Yi Ran brought a new version of the ship that was more exciting to the void mysterious turtle.
"Vulgar foreign turtles, except the influence of the flood stream. Yi Ran said. It is also said that in the chaotic and ignorant ancient era, a generation of great gods Pangu opened up the world, and since then the heavens and the earth have been divided, and the world has just become. Yi Ran then told the void mysterious turtle about the general structure of the flood wilderness. I have to say that the reason why the flood flow can become a genre, it does have its unique and attractive features, and the worldview, progress, and even logical self-consistency in the flood story. It has long been circled by millions of flood authors. This void turtle has been eating such a fine chaff since he was a child. The desolate world in Yi Ran's mouth directly turned this void mysterious turtle into a fool. In the Xixiao Palace, the Taoist ancestor Hongjun preached, evolving the saints of heaven and earth, among which the master of the Tongtian sect realized the one that escaped between heaven and earth and became the saint of the heavenly way, and founded the interception sect with the purpose of the intercepted glimmer of life. Intercepting the teachings has no class, widely recruiting disciples, and in the strongest period, it is known as the Wanxian dynasty. Among these disciples of the interception sect, there are naturally famous people, and one of the most famous of them is the eldest disciple of the Tongtian sect master. Yi Ran said this, paused, he glanced at the void mysterious turtle and said lightly, "My name is Taoist Duobao." After Yi Ran finished talking about the specific world structure and the origin of the Duobao Taoist, the void mysterious turtle was breathing rapidly, and the vibration of the void ripples rose and fell a lot. That treasure hunter is good at treasure hunting and has an extremely keen perception of treasures. Fellow Taoist, I guess you are the same, right? Listening to Yi Ran's words, the void mysterious turtle nodded increasingly. That treasure Taoist is not only keen on treasures, but also extremely good at breaking prohibitions. I see that Taoist friends, I'm afraid they are not far behind. Yi Ran looked at the turtle's head exposed outside the void and exclaimed, the black turtle in the void hears like a heart ape and a horse. Should it be? Before the void turtle finished thinking, Yi Ran continued in an extremely emotional tone. I believe you have also noticed what it is. Duobao, what a wonderful coincidence. Natural treasure perception is a good hand at breaking the ban, TSK, except for the word reincarnation, I really can't think of any other reason. Directly penetrated the atrium of the void mysterious turtle. My treasure is the reincarnation of the ancient power? The void mysterious turtle just smirked like this, and did not relax after a long time. Yi Ran looked at the expression of the void mysterious turtle, nodded silently. The heat is almost over. It's time to gather the juices from the fire. Yi Ran looked at his watch with some regret. It's very fast to sit and talk with Taoist friends. I forgot the time for a while. Since the principal is not there, then I won't bother anymore. It's a pity that I can't work with people who are lucky, and I can't witness the heroic appearance of the Duobao Taoist return to the world, which is really a pity in life. That's it, time. It's fate. Yi Ran turned around in style. Yi Ran silently thought in his heart, fellow Taoist, please stay. The voice of the void mysterious turtle came from behind Yi Ran. The corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly, but when he turned his head, he still asked the void mysterious turtle in confusion, fellow Taoist, what else is there? The void mysterious turtle hesitated for a long time, but still spoke. Taoist, what you said, is all this true? Yi Ran looked at the void mysterious turtle with a smile. Do you think someone can make up such a story in such a short period of time? The void mysterious turtle listened to Yi Ran's words, turned his mung bean-sized eyes and thought about it. Who can make up such a magnificent and self-consistent story in such a short period of time? Moreover, how could he see his strengths and abilities at a glance? Thinking of this, the void mysterious turtle's breathing became rapid. So, I am really the reincarnation of Taoist Duobao? Yi Ran said lightly. Yes or no, Taoist, you have your own decision in your heart, understand your heart, everything has a way, all this is the guidance of destiny. What Yi Ran said was mysterious and mysterious. But this void mysterious turtle just eats the set. He thought silently, the name is Duobao. Both have the ability to explore treasures, are all good at breaking space restrictions, and there are many treasures hidden in them. A similar place is called coincidence. So many coincidences come together, then it is not a coincidence. That's called destiny. For a while, the void mysterious turtle's eyes looked at Yi Ran changed. Since everything is destiny, so today this kid came to Baisu. I didn't meet Baisu, but I met myself. Isn't it a kind of destiny? Is this fate guiding you to understand your past life? Could it be that this kid in front of him is the guide of his life? The void mysterious turtle excitedly stretched its neck a lot. Now reject the mandate of heaven. Isn't it clear that it is right with your own fate? A turtle with the right fate can't end well. No, you must follow the kid in front of you and not live up to the gift of fate. Suddenly he remembered what Baisu had told himself before. You can't leave here until you find your true path. Go to your one. The void mysterious turtle breathed rapidly and silently made up his mind. Baisu, today I Duobao found my way. The void tortoise's eyes were firm, and he hurriedly asked Yi Ran, Taoist, when I meet you, it is the fate of heaven. If you corrupt the fate of heaven casually, this is against the sky, great disrespect. You are right. Yi Ran looked at the void mysterious turtle with a smile and nodded. The void mysterious
mysterious turtle walked directly out of the void ripple and said to Yiran,
"From today onwards, fellow Taoists, how about we walk together?"
Yiran looked at the void turtle. Talking to a smart turtle is a hassle-free thing, and you don't even need to persuade yourself. The reason is made up by yourself. Perfect juice. The void mysterious turtle said directly and decisively, "You wait for me, I will leave a message for that old dang and clean it up.
By the way, I don't know the name of the Taoist friend."
Yiran looked at the void mysterious turtle with a smile. "My surname is Yi, and I am a single word."
The void mysterious turtle nodded. "Taoist, wait a moment, I'll go back when I go."
After saying that, the void mysterious turtle returned to the principal's office,
picked up the principal's magic ball. Seems to be recording.
"Lao Deng, every time the poor Taoist tells you the legends of ancient times, you don't like to listen to them, and you always say that the poor Taoist has a generation gap with you."
Today I found a confidant.
"Lao Deng, you said before that if the poor Taoist finds the target of turtle life, he can go, and now the poor Taoist has found it. From today onwards, the poor Taoist Duobao Taoist will practice with Yiran Xiaoyu to reforge the glory of the interception sect. By the way, Lao Deng, at least 80% of your collection is found by me. We agreed, if we separate, half of it will belong to me, then I will take it.
Goodbye, Lao Deng."
After saying that, the void mysterious turtle turned off the serve with satisfaction and placed it on Bai Su's table. The void mysterious turtle walked directly to Bai Su's bookshelf,
ignoring the void prohibition set by Bai Su, swaggered into the bookshelf.
There were layers of void ripples on the bookshelf. The void mysterious turtle just like this directly immersed its entire body into another space. In this space, all of them are Bai Su's collections. All kinds of top materials, treasures, and magic weapons are lined up in mountains, a feast for the eyes. The void mysterious turtle looked around. The turtle shell on the back began to appear with the power of space. One by one, the turtle shell pieces opened like a lid. The treasures and materials flew into the hollow on the turtle shell one by one. The collection here is half less. The void mysterious turtle then put away its magical powers, left the void space with satisfaction.
On the door of the office, ripples again.
The void mysterious turtle walked out leisurely. Seeing this, Yiran arched his hands.
"Taoist Duobao, has this been done?" This sentence of Duobao Taoist accurately captured the flattery of the void mysterious turtle.
He nodded proudly and arched his hands.
"It's okay, let's go, fellow Taoist." At this moment,
the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! The host is detected to complete the achievement task. There is no class. 1/1. Get a chance to upgrade. Please select the upgrade item.
Items are limited to attributes and props.
Yiran was slightly stunned.
Unexpected joy. And at this moment, Bai Su had no idea about the changes that happened in his office. The current white void was looking at the furnace in front of him that was as calm as water. Lost in thought,
Bai Su looked at the furnace in front of him.
There is no longer the hot rolling appearance here.
The whole room didn't even feel any hot feeling. The molten flames in the furnace seemed to have been drained of energy,
burning quietly.
Not to mention the surge, it is difficult to even bulge a drop of bubbles. Bai Su raised his hand silently, and a space black hole appeared above the furnace in an instant.
A refined mithril block fell directly from the black hole, immersed in the furnace. After the mithril iron block fell into the furnace,
did not start redness, as usual, then melted. This time, the mithril block was thrown into the furnace as if it were thrown into the mud. Without triggering any reaction, it sank slowly.
I can't even change the color. The intensity of this flame, not even as powerful as the ordinary forging room next door.
Such a huge change, so much so that Bai Su looked at the sign at the door again in confusion.
It's a Grandmaster level forging room, that's right.
Bai Su looked at the magic circle on the furnace. At this time, this magic circle was almost exhausted. On the formation, the light flickered slightly. It's like an old man in his twilight years, and he will give you a break if he has a little trouble. Who did this? Originally, being chased by Yiran for mental loss fees and running here to hide was enough to make Bai Su depressed. Now here, I actually saw the extraordinary forging room that I regarded as a treasure.
Being misfortuned like this,
Bai Su now has a bicycle that he is reluctant to use, and he feels like someone is standing up and pedaling. Bai Su, who doesn't come from one place, habitually blowing his beard, gently snapped his fingers.
Poof! Xiang Yaoqian, who was still sleeping at the front desk, was directly teleported to the extraordinary forging room. Fella but squat. Xiang Yaoqian touched his buttocks, his expression painful.
Then, he tried to open his eyes that were squeezed by the flesh and looked around.
Okay, don't look at it.
Bai Su's indifferent voice came.
Xiang Yaoqian then discovered Bai Su standing next to the furnace. Xiang Yaoqian jumped up directly,
hurriedly patted his clothes, respectfully bowed a 90-degree bow, and the whole person looked like a huge whistle.
School, principal is good.
I am a staff member of the materials department, Xiang.
Xiang Yaoqian stammered and was extremely nervous. Even if Bai Su's temper is notoriously good, but that is also a real slaughter-level transcendental. For ordinary people like them, it is a legendary existence.
How can you not be nervous when you stand with the legend? Bai Su waved his hand.
hand. Don't introduce it. Tell me, who has used this forge recently? Hearing this, Xiang Yaoqian chuckled in his heart. The sad facial features were all crowded together. It won't be so unlucky. Ha!
Seeing that Xiang Yao didn't speak in front of him, Bai Su snorted questioningly. Xiang Yaoqian was so frightened that he knelt on the ground.
Principal, I'm at fault.
I privately lent the extraordinary forge room to one of our school's tutors and his students.
Mentor? Student? Hearing this, Bai Su's eyes narrowed slightly. Seems to be thinking about the name of a person. The tutor of his own school, he knows it well.
The blacksmiths who can use the furnace to this extent are all grandmasters, and they all have a sense of proportion.
Except for certain daredevils. Could it be that Hoven?
It shouldn't be, although the old boy is reckless, but he dares to act and dare to do it, and if something goes wrong, he will definitely apologize and compensate himself as soon as possible. Bai Su thought for a long time, but didn't think of a suitable name, slowly spoke.
Do you know what the name of the tutor you rented?
Xiang Yaoqian looked at Bai Su with a sad face, and finally gave in. That tutor is called Yi Ran, and the other two students, I have not registered my name anymore.
Yi Ran. Bai Su heard the name. Gu Jingwu's face finally hung on shock. The ghost is gone, right?
Why is there a shadow of this stinky boy everywhere?
Isn't this kid golden? Can he turn a furnace disaster of this level into this appearance?
Bai Su was puzzled. He looked at Xiang Yaoqian.
Do you know what they have refined?
Xiang Yaoqian frowned and thought for a while. No, when I came out, I really didn't see anything. Not only did I not refine anything, but one of his students also took away a piece of our work clothes. Bai Su looked at Xiang Yaoqian's expression, and after making sure that this person was not lying, waved his hand helplessly. Xiang Yaoqian was like an amnesty, and he was about to stand up in a hurry and prepare to leave here as if he were running away. Go back and truthfully explain your affairs to the materials department, and collect the punishment yourself. Bai Su's cold voice pierced Xiang Yaoqian's heart. Xiang Yaoqian's expression was more ugly than crying, but he still said respectfully, okay, principal. Also, tell your director that your material department's assessment this year is unqualified, and the performance is cleared.
Okay, principal. Xiang Yaoqian really cried now.
When I thought that I was about to go to the materials department to tell Su Yukai the good news, he felt the biting cold by the furnace as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. After Xiang Yaoqian left, Bai Su looked at his beloved furnace helplessly.
If you want to fix it, I also owe Zhu Duanjin a favor to that stubborn old man.
Yi Ran, this stinky boy, had better give himself a reasonable explanation. Bai Su couldn't help but rub his temples.
Today's forgers cannot be forged, but it's been so long. I think that stinky boy should have left.
Bai Su's heart moved, disappeared directly in place.
In the principal's office, bang, with a sound.
It seems that some glass object has fallen to the ground. The powerful power of space has expanded rapidly since the principal's office, enveloping the entire campus. The momentum of the slaughter level made all the creatures in the school tremble. Yi Ran, who was not far away, naturally also felt the power of this majestic space. He was still choosing system rewards, but he couldn't help but hesitate. He glanced at the void mysterious turtle on the side with some uncertainty.
Daoist Duobao, you didn't do anything to provoke the principal, did you? Duobao rolled his eyes.
Don't worry, there's no problem, everything is agreed. He just can't accept me leaving for a while, and he'll be fine after a while. Yi Ran nodded slightly relievedly. The older people are, the more feelings they have, and principal Bai estimates that he needs to slow down his. Sure enough, after a while, the coercion of the power of space dissipated. Yi Ran then opened the system's rewards again.
What should be upgraded to maximize benefits?
Yi Ran thought slightly, and then thought of something. Yi Ran counted the rewards that the system is now giving him.
The innate Taoist body does not belong to attributes and props, and cannot be upgraded.
The five-clawed golden dragon soul has been integrated with its own bloodline. It has been consumed, and it is gone even if it wants to upgrade. As for an upgrade of attributes, the cost performance does not seem to be very high.
Things that can be upgraded at the moment.
It seems that there is only one exclusive staff that copies Jiang Xiaoru.
And your own gang tokens?
Yi Ran hesitated for a moment between these two things. In the end, he chose to upgrade the Heavenly Court. Ding! The choice of the host has been detected, and the Heavenly Court is being upgraded. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Heavenly Court upgrade successfully. Yi Ran randomly clicked on the function of the Heavenly Court. Apprenticeship. When included in the sect master can randomly select and copy the talents, skills, weapons, etc. of the disciples twice. Encouragement. The sect master can temporarily improve the all-round attributes of all disciples, with a current attribute increase of 200% and a time limit of 10 minutes, 3/3. Passive bonus of the current sect. 1. Increases practice speed by 30%. 2. Increases attack power by 30%. 3. Increases sect disciple combo damage by 30%. The sect technique inheritance room has been established. It is being produced according to the host's memory, and the current output inheritance, martial canopy, countdown, 15 days. The next output of the idle inheritance requires 3 successful completion of 3 pointing points. Current completion level, 0/3. The sect chat group has been established, and all members of the Heavenly Court can enter the chat group through the sect master to communicate, which ignores any restrictions and ignores any distance.
The chat group has turned on the red envelope distribution function, and the content of the red envelope is not limited to currency, props, etc.
The chat group has turned on the teleportation function, and the sect master can summon any chat group member to come to him. March 3rd, cooldown, midnight.
The rest of the content will be opened after another upgrade.
Seeing this series of introductions, Yi Ran was also a little surprised in his heart. I thought that this gang order only had the effect of strengthening the group. I didn't expect that after the upgrade there would be so many functions. This upgrade, in addition to the original strengthening attributes for sect members, the copying function of the apprenticeship ceremony has also changed from once to twice.
But that's not the point. The focus is on this upgrade. Two major functions have been added.
The two major functions of the sect exercise inheritance room and the sect chat group. Looking at the sect's technique inheritance room, there are still 15 days left to produce the inheritance statue of Marshal Tianpeng.
Yi Ran was amazed. If there is the first, there will naturally be a second.
According to this reasoning, what 4 emperors and 5 elders, what 28 constellations, what Toda Heavenly King, what 3 altars of the Sea Meeting God. As long as it is long enough, it can be produced at that time. Good guy, this relationship is to establish a real heavenly court by yourself? However, this function is not available for the time being. It also needs to accumulate slowly. And as for this sect chat group, it is really a magical function.
A multifunctional chat room that integrates communication, transmission, and material delivery. And it is also a chat room that ignores all restrictions. If you can use it well,
Yi Ran and his own disciples will, no matter where they are or what kind of organization they are in, the bond between them will not dissipate. Sect chat groups are the perfect tool for maintaining relationships and helping each other.
Yi Ran thought for a moment.
He chose to open the sect chat group and pulled all his disciples in. Congratulations to the host, successfully created a chat group. Please give yourself a nickname.
Yi Ran thought for a while. Finally, he silently gave a nickname of Gardener.
Wang Dachuan and others in various places also seemed to react. They came to the chat group with nicknames.
Congratulations, Flame Prodigal Son joins the group chat. Congratulations, my name is Wang Dachuan joining the group chat. The originally quiet chat group became cheerful. My name is Wang Dachuan. Is there anyone here?
What is this place?
Flame Prodigal Son, I'll wipe it. Are you Wang Dachuan? My name is Wang Dachuan. Who are you? How do you know my name is Wang Dachuan?
What is this place?
Flame Prodigal Son.
Big brother, I'm not blind.
My name is Wang Dachuan. So, who are you?
Flame Prodigal Son. Whoever is like you, casually tell others their names in unfamiliar places. A sucker. Yi Ran looked at the two goods talking a little speechlessly. Suddenly, the system came with another reminder.
Congratulations, Night Priest joins the group chat. Flame Prodigal Son, a newcomer is coming? Night Priest. Flame Prodigal Son, Night Priest? Night Priest. Flame Prodigal Son, do you know where this is? Night Priest. Flame Prodigal Son, I'm so angry. Why did you come to a stuffy gourd? Night Priest. Flame Prodigal Son, what's your name? Night Priest.
My name is Wang Dachuan. His name is Night Priest. Your name is Flame Prodigal. I call me Wang Dachuan. Hee.
Flame Prodigal Son. Daharo, you don't think you're humorous.
Yi Ran looked at the conversation between the three with a smile. It seems that the conversation is not bad. Then, silently clicked on the red envelope function and silently put 1,000 dragon coins.
The red envelopes you issued will be robbed within 1 second. Flame Prodigal Son, I'll wipe it. The red envelopes grabbed here can really arrive? My name is Wang Dachuan.
Hey, I have money for today's haircut.
Night Priest. Flame Prodigal Son, Gardener, who are you? Why can you send red envelopes? Why can this red envelope arrive? Yi Ran thought for a moment.
I feel like it's going to be a little hard to explain for a while. Let's put it down first, and then explain it slowly when it's appropriate. Yi Ran said to himself, little friend, what did you say? And the void mysterious turtle walking on the road looked up at Yi Ran. Yi Ran shook his head. It's nothing, but Daoist Duobao, isn't it a bit too ostentatious for you to walk on the road like this? Duobao heard Yi Ran's words and looked down. Indeed, his own general grid, a turtle almost occupies the entire corridor. Duobao shook his head. What's so difficult about this? Look at me. The glyphs on the back of the treasure turtle began to glow white. The whole turtle body began to float in the air. Then it began to shrink to the extreme. Finally, it turned into about the size of a thumb and lay on Yi Ran's shoulder. Yi Ran looked at the little dot on his shoulder, a little surprised. What do you see? Without this ability, how can I break through those space restrictions? Duobao said, proudly raising the turtle. The head. Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. Anyway, there was no class in the afternoon, so I simply took Duobao to his staff dormitory.
Little friend, Taoist Duobao, you say. Can you tell me a little more about the brilliant achievements of the great Taoist Duobao? In the principal's office, Lowani stood aside respectfully. Holding the plan, he said to Bai Su, Principal, this is the plan for the final assessment of this freshman year. Please take a look.
Lowani
looked at Bai Su. Today's principal does not have the calmness and leisure of the past. Her hair was a bit disheveled. There were still some bloodshot eyes in the eyes. The exhaustion cannot be concealed. The principal must have worked hard and exhausted for the construction of the school. Thinking of this, Lawani's body unconsciously stood up straight a lot. There was reverence in his eyes. Bai Su glanced at the plan, looked at Lawani with bloodshot eyes. The voice is a little hoarse. Your freshman year's final assessment is still the same as before, and you plan to conduct team battles after collective testing, and then individual battles? Lawani nodded. After all, this is the old tradition of the Demon Martial Arts Academy. It is easy for everyone to operate and has a high safety factor. Bai Su shook his head. In another mode, the class team battle was cancelled and changed to outdoor hunting Demon Cave actual combat. Lawani was slightly stunned. Principal, this is not good. They are all freshmen who have just started school, and the actual combat of hunting the Demon Cave has always been an assessment that only started in the sophomore year. Bai Su nodded. What you said makes sense. Then in this freshman assessment, each class has 2 leading teachers, and the 4 strongest students in the class carry out the magic cave hunt, and the teacher is responsible for protecting the safety of the students, and participating in the killing does not count. Lawani hesitated a little, but finally opened her mouth to fight. Recently, I heard that the Demon Cave is extremely unstable once the magic tide breaks out, so Rashly, I am afraid that our freshman tutors and materials are not well prepared, and there will be an assessment accident. Bai Su waved his hand. You don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, I will be there in person. And not only me, there are a lot of people who may come, not to mention the demon tide. Even if the demon god comes to the world, it can be suppressed back. Hearing Bai Su's words, Lawani was slightly stunned. A freshman assessment battle. Can it be this big? But when Principal Bai said this, Lawani didn't know how to refute it. Okay, just do as I say, change the assessment plan, and then notify the freshman year in advance so that they can be prepared. Lawani nodded. Okay, Principal. After saying that, he planned to turn around and leave. Wait a minute. Just as Lawani was leaving, Bai Su stopped her. Principal, is there anything else? Bai Su's eyes were bloodshot, and he said to Lawani, put Yi Ran and his class in the most dangerous position. Principal, this is not appropriate. After all, Yi Ran and his class have the worst foundation, and I am afraid of danger. Lawani explained anxiously. When Bai Su heard this, his expression was a little complicated. Dangerous? The last thing to worry about is Yi Ran and his class. However, these reasons were not easy to explain to Lawani, and Bai Su waved his hand. That's it. After all, the more dangerous places you get, the higher the score, which is good for their class. Lawani just wanted to open her mouth to say something, but I felt that my figure began to retreat uncontrollably. Standing directly outside the principal's office, looking at this closed door, a wry smile appeared on the corner of Lawani's mouth. Don't give yourself a chance to refute at all. Yi Ran, it's only been a few days. Why did you even mess with the principal? In the principal's office, Bai Su was still sitting on the chair and sulking. When he thought that half of his collection was taken away by the old wine ba, he was so angry that he couldn't get angry. And Yi Ran's stinky boy. Bai Su thought of this, and couldn't help but blow his beard. It's cheap to go to the demon cave, so you should put it in the demon god's territory. Of course, these are angry words. After all, he and Duobao had agreed in advance. As a slaughter-level transcendental, I can't talk to that bastard. The reason for this arrangement is that, first, I believe that Yi Ran and the others will definitely be able to cope with it, and no matter how bad it is, there will be a student who lowers the extraordinary bottom line to cover the bottom. Second, Bai Su squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, the bait has already been put down. It's time to bite the hook. The assessment rules after being changed by the White Void Demon are also made public. Completely detonated the entire freshman year. What? Is the school crazy? Outdoor assessment? Look closely. What kind of outdoor assessment? This is the hunting demon cave. Demon cave. Isn't it only at the end of the sophomore year that there is a certain probability of hunting the demon cave? Why did this start in the freshman year? I heard that the assessment of the demon cave is A, with casualty indicators. No, one year I hunted the demon cave, but I encountered a demonic tide and directly killed more than half of the people. Aren't you afraid that these students will fold in? That's right, I have no experience. Even if I have the protection of a teacher, it may not be foolproof. Is the school crazy? A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Many parents of selected students even used their connections to put pressure on the school. As a result, they were all scolded back by the school. Either you drop out of school or you have to take the Devil's Cave assessment. The turmoil of the assessment also spread to the first and second classes, because the first and second classes not only have to participate in the Demon Cave assessment, the place where you are assigned is still one of the most dangerous. School, is this crazy? Why? This place is something we can go to? I don't know who teacher Yi plans to choose. Yes, except for Dachuan and Huang Dongdong, our strength seems to be not much different. Who does he go? Anyway, I feel that there is no problem with the school doing this. After all, you have to face the Devil's Cave when you leave the school. That's right, and although the place where we are divided is dangerous, the easier it is to hunt
hunt high-level monsters, the greater our chances of getting a high score.
That is, Teacher Ye's teachings during this period were all taught in vain? Dude's Koen fist is already ripe, just waiting to go to the demon cave to kill Xiao Haizi.
Don't forget, we have all done the method of removing Mao just now, and before the assessment, our strength will be improved at least a little more.
That's it.
After my buddy became bald, he became a lot stronger. Destroy your own prestige again, don't blame the buddy monkey for stealing peach hearts.
The students chirped.
This time the challenge was so daunting. It stands to reason that the students who should have lost to the extreme were eager to try one by one at this time. The original negative quagmire seemed to be slowly transformed by Yi Ran.
It presents a prosperous scene.
Li Wanqing sitting in the back of the classroom. Looking at these students with high emotions, they were also amazed.
After this period of contact,
he really didn't think this was a salted fish class. On the contrary, the fighting spirit of these students is not inferior to that of the hairy boys in their military headquarters.
Rendering of emotions. Let him arouse some of his enthusiasm when he first entered the barracks. There is one thing that Li Wanqing is puzzled about. I just left for a day. What is going on with these big bald heads? Has the trend of young people been popular to the point where they can't understand it recently?
Whoa! As the classroom door opened, Yi Ran entered the second class of the first grade.
It's just that as soon as I came in, I couldn't open my eyes. Who turns on the lights so brightly in broad daylight?
Yi Ran squinted his eyes for a while. After slowly opening his eyes, he quickly closed them again.
What do I see? Am I dreaming? After a while, Yi Ran finally did a good job of psychological construction.
Slowly opened his eyes, looking at these shiny bald heads.
Some angina.
It's too spicy for the eyes. Men are all bald. Why are girls also shaved their heads?
You guys, this is...
Yi Ran wanted to say something, but the words came to his lips and he couldn't say it. But all the students in the second class of the first grade looked at him triumphantly.
Especially Wang Dachuan. Put on a look of I understand, smiling.
Looking at Wang Dachuan's expression, Yi Ran chuckled.
A bad premonition came to my heart.
He said helplessly.
Wang Dachuan, tell me, what's going on? Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran and stood up with a proud face.
Teacher Yi, don't hide it. We all know the trick you said to Huang Dongdong to open a small stove.
Hearing this, Yi Ran instantly understood the reason.
When he looked at Huang Dongdong immediately lowered his head and got into the desk.
I am an ostrich in the desert. You can't see me, you can't see. Huang Dongdong, stand up for me.
Yi Ran's sharp voice frightened Huang Dongdong and shivered. Then, with an embarrassed face, he stood up awkwardly.
Give me an explanation.
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong.
Teacher Yi, this, I really didn't mean to. I lied to Dachuan alone. I really didn't expect everyone to believe it.
Huang Dongdong said aggrievedly. Hearing Huang Dongdong's words,
Wang Dachuan, who was still proud, froze. My heart chuckled.
He turned his head and looked at Huang Dongdong.
Dongdong, no way. Didn't you say that if you completely remove your hair, you can feel the inner strength and your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds?
Facing Wang Dachuan's clear and stupid big eyes,
Huang Dongdong chose to avoid it.
At this time, Wang Dachuan was honest, and at this time he also understood the approximate.
He touched his bald head with a sad and indignant face.
Huang Dongdong, you give me back my hair. Was about to walk towards Huang Dongdong.
Wang Dachuan, sit down for me.
Wang Dachuan stopped with a big bald head, but the mood still didn't ease. With 7 points of grievance and 3 points of grief and anger, he roared loudly,
sit down.
After saying that, he sat down on his buttocks. At this time, the proud faces of the whole class collapsed. Some have silently taken out hats from the drawer and put them on.
Yi Ran looked at the student angrily. How should I say hello? Being played around by a 12-year-old child. Can you have a sense of independence? It's okay not to say this sentence.
Said that the faces of all the students present turned red.
Huang Dongdong, Teacher Yi, you say.
Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong and was a little helpless.
From today onwards, you will be responsible for all classroom hygiene until the end of the final assessment. Okay, Teacher Yi.
Huang Dongdong also knew that he was at fault and whispered to Yi Ran's punishment. Yi Ran looked at the bald heads of the whole class. In just one day, he changed his career from a school tutor to a temple host. Yi Ran helplessly raised his head and let out a long breath.
Ease your emotions. Okay, back to business. You have seen today's school's assessment notice.
The usual team battle was cancelled and changed to a demon cave hunt, and each class selected 4 students plus the teacher to go to the demon cave together. The demon cave where the hunt is carried out this time is called the Eternal Night Demon Cave, which is one of the 72 demon gods and one of the original territories of the Eternal Night Demon God. The Eternal Night Demon Cave was once at its peak, and there were countless gold-level demon generals in it, no less than 100 platinum-level demon kings, no less than 10
diamond-level demon lords, coupled with the protection of the Eternal Night King, a nation-level transcendent person. It was also called one of the forbidden areas at the beginning.
It's just that after that, in the battle between the Eternal Night Demon God and the Supernatural Alliance, he was desperately beheaded and fell by the Supernatural Alliance, and the entire demon cave lost its protection, and the major forces entered the field in turn, and the demon lords and demon kings in the Eternal Night Demon Cave died and fled, and the strength of the Eternal Night Demon Cave has been greatly reduced. After this period of history, the Eternal Night Demon Cave has completely become a testing ground for major forces.
Most of the current Eternal Night Demon Cave are only low-level monsters, so everyone doesn't need to have too much psychological burden. Yi Ran told the origin and evolution of the Eternal Night Demon Cave to the students.
Then, as soon as the conversation changed, the tone became serious. But this time, I believe you have also seen the place where we are assigned, Eternal Night Mountain, one of the permanent residences of the Eternal Night Demon God in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. In other words, it is also the place where the demonic energy of the Eternal Night Demon Cave is the most abundant, and the monsters living here have a very high probability of evolving and upgrading. So, no one can guarantee that there will be high-level monsters here. I hope all students can understand that after going to the Devil's Cave, you can't demand yourself from the standards of a student. You are a warrior on the battlefield, you have to face threats from all sides, and you have to face the test of life and death.
Remember, don't underestimate any monster, even a silver-level monster may kill you.
On the battlefield, there is no fluke, any negligence will cause death. Don't be aggressive, don't be arrogant, if there is danger, you must activate the return stone as soon as possible.
Yi Ran looked at the students and paused.
Let me click on the list of students who participated in this Demon Cave hunting assessment. Wang Dachuan, Huang Dongdong, Jiang Xiaoru, Lan Moyan. As for the leading teacher, I will lead the team with Mr. Li Wancheng.
As soon as Yi Ran's list came out, the students were in an uproar. What the hell? Dachuan and Huang Dongdong can still understand in the list. How did Jiang Xiaoru and Lan Moyan get into the list?
Yes, Jiang Xiaoru couldn't even release the lowest level of healing techniques at the beginning, and she has been out of school for a long time.
I don't even practice, I guess it's still the same. Isn't it a burden for me to slander my classmates? Let her in? Do you know what the details of this Lan Moyan are? I haven't seen him make a move at all. Looking at his appearance, it doesn't look like he can fight.
You can't let a monster commit suicide by relying on your good-looking.
Teacher Yi, you won't be going to mess up again. It's impossible. If it continues to rot, Teacher Yi will be fired. The students were chattering, unable to understand Yi Ran's selection.
Yi Ran naturally wouldn't explain anything. After all, the 4 people selected are definitely the strongest foursome that their class can make,
regardless of Lan Moyan. Just talking about the first 3 people, if nothing else, there should be no problem in going to the Eternal Night Demon Cave without the Platinum Demon King, plus Lan Moyan.
Unless the Eternal Night Demon God is reborn, there should be nothing in the Eternal Night Demon Cave that can stop this one.
Of course, the reason why Yi Ran chose Lan Moyan, the main reason is to prevent the Zhu family's small movements. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and the others.
This Demon Cave assessment is based on hunting monsters as a grade point. Black iron is 1 point, brass is 10 points, silver with 100 points, gold with 1000 points, and so on. I hope our class will have a beautiful turnaround.
We have only one goal. Yi Ran raised a finger. First, and in an office opposite Yi Ran's classroom,
a fat man silently took off his headphones. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said to himself,
"First, hey, I'll help." And standing behind this fat man,
Han Kun was half bowing with a respectful face, and glanced in the direction of Yi Ran's classroom out of the corner of his eye, flashing with a vicious light. At this time, the fat man put down the telescope. He squinted at Han Kun and said with a smile,
"How is it, Teacher Han? Have you found out?" Han Kun nodded.
"Mr. Zhu, I found out. In the list of students reported by Yi Ran this time, there is only one Huang Dongdong worth paying attention to. This is a disciple of Huoxing Manhwa. The remaining 3 people, 2 were originally students of Yi Ran's class, their strength should be in the silver level, and 1 is a transfer student who has just arrived, and there is no information for the time being." Han Kun hesitated for a moment and continued,
"Mr. Zhu, no, I will check the background of this transfer student." After hearing this, the fat man waved his hand. "Don't check. What can a little-known transfer student have to check? If it is really a baby, which school will let people go?"
When Han Kun heard the fat man's words, he nodded cooperatively. "What Mr. Zhu said is that it will not be checked." The fat man seemed to be very satisfied with Han Kun's performance. He leaned on the back of the chair and said confidently, "So it seems that Yi Ran's trump card is that Huang Dongdong. At present, that's how it is." Hearing this, the fat man smiled disdainfully. "Isn't it just a sect disciple who was about to fall down? As a treasure, the Yi family is really living more and more. I thought it was a difficult task to complete, but this is it. My cousin insists on staring at me here and wasting time." Then, the fat man raised his head again and looked at Han Kun with a smile.
"Teacher Han, how have you been lately?"
Han Kun listened to the fat man's question and nodded hurriedly. "Thanks to the blessing of the Zhu family, I turned the danger into a safety and saved my life."
This kindness is unforgettable for Han. "Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Thank you to the Zhu family." This person is called Mr. Zhu.
It is the people of the Zhu family in Kyoto.
Zhu family collateral, Zhu Wenbin, can be regarded as Zhu Dashan's cousin.
Although it is a waste that only reaches gold in practice, but still under the operation of the Zhu family.
family, was placed in an important position. On weekdays, Zhu Wenbin likes to watch some poor nobles who are stronger than himself perform obedience to himself to satisfy their inferiority complex and self-satisfaction. Zhu Wenbin stretched his waist. I felt a bit uncomfortable in my throat, so he glanced at Han Kun on the side. Han Kun picked up the ashtray on the side very sensibly and brought it to the fat man with both hands. Zhu Wenbin spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm towards the ashtray, pinched his collar comfortably, shook his head. Then, he smiled and patted Han Kun on the shoulder. Don't worry, Teacher Han, the Zhu family will not treat you badly. Even if you break with the demon martial arts in the end, my Zhu family can let you go to other places, and the future is just as bright. When Han Kun heard Zhu Wenbin's words, he bowed respectfully as if he had received the emperor's grace. Thank you to the Zhu family. From now on, I, Han Kun, will look forward to the Zhu family. Han Kun's obedience performance made Zhu Wenbin very satisfied. It is the effect that the Zhu family wants. Since I saved you, you will be a member of the Zhu family in the future. Any interests must be centered on the Zhu family. Of course, the takeoff of the Zhu family will not forget to give you soup. The Zhu family used this method to control many young talents who were not very good-minded. Zhu Wenbin listened to Han Kun's words and nodded. It's naturally good that you have this heart. After all, you have to come forward to deal with things. Han Kun looked at Zhu Wenbin and continued. Don't worry, Mr. Zhu, if you don't say it, I will fight Yi Ran to the end. Han Kun said, with the meaning of gritted teeth. Han Kun hated Yi Ran to the bone. The wealth and image he had managed for many years were destroyed by Yi Ran at once. I even almost lost my life. Yi Ran was relatively low-key before, so Han Kun has never known Yi Ran's background. Han Kun, who is now in the game, also knew the grievances between the Zhu family and the Yi family at this time, naturally knowing what the Zhu family is saving themselves for, although he is a pawn. But in this way, it can not only avenge revenge, but also be used as a letter of surrender, taking refuge in the mountain of the Zhu family. Killing two birds with one stone. Why is Han Kun not happy to do it? Han Kun looked at Zhu Wenbin. Mr. Zhu, Han does have the intention to kill thieves, but his ability is limited. After all, Yi Ran's strength is obvious to all. Han's failure is small, but the sin of ruining the Zhu family's plan is big. Zhu Wenbin looked at Han Kun and waved his hand. Don't worry, this time, your task is just to mess up his assessment, and someone will kill Yi Ran later. However, our Zhu family pays attention to what we do is foolproof. Then, Zhu Wenbin threw it towards the table. A row of steel needles rolled out. Through the glass surface on the needle tube, you can see the green weird liquid inside. Seeing this, Han Kun picked up one and examined it carefully. This is... Zhu Wenbin glanced at Han Kun with some contempt, and said casually, have you heard of the Ozdavai? After hearing the words water of life, Han Kun's hands trembled for a moment, and he almost didn't hold it steady. Looked at Zhu Wenbin with a shocked face. Zhu Wenbin nodded. That's right, what you have in your hand is it? Hearing Zhu Wenbin's affirmation, Han Kun once again held a steel needle and looked at it. The fame of the Ozdavai is really too great. This is not a cure. All those who have been injected with the water of life, the strength will increase in a stage in a short period of time. Extremely violent. Even at Han Kun's level, after injecting the water of life now, it can also directly pass from the initial level of platinum to the late stage of platinum in an instant, and may even soar to the level of a half-step diamond. The most amazing thing is, after using it, the body will be a little overdrawn, and it will be fine after a period of rest. In addition, there are no side effects. Absolute top stimulant. And another reason why the water of life is famous. It is the making of this Ozdavai. This is the unique life-draining skill of the monster succubus on the living, processed by squeezing human life. Therefore, the production of Ozdavai. It was completely made by some organization that betrayed the human race and the Charm Queen, one of the 72 demon gods. Sacrifice with the living. 90% is for succubus to enjoy, and 10% becomes water of life. So, although this thing has a great effect, but it has violated the bottom line of humanity. As long as it appears, it will be destroyed. Not only to destroy, the human organization has publicly declared, any organization has the right to kill people or organizations that use, sell, and make the water of life. The Ozdavai, it can be said that whether you own, sell, or make, you will all be public enemies of mankind. Han Kun took this water of life heavy. I feel a little uncontrollable. Zhu Wenbin actually threw out this kind of hot potato. He felt that he was evil enough, but he never expected that the Zhu family was even more terrifying than he imagined. Once this kind of thing is known, there will definitely be no place to die. Now Zhu Wenbin has given himself nearly 5 bottles of water of life at once. Such a volume, such a degree of indifference. Han Kun even suspected that the Zhu family was involved in the development of Ozdavai. Since Zhu Wenbin can give him this kind of thing so generously, it seems that there are only 2 ways to go now, either obey or die. Thinking of this, Han Kun broke out in a cold sweat and felt a chill down his spine. Why, Teacher Han's expression, is he trying to report me? Zhu Wenbin's ugly voice came again. Han Kun glanced at Zhu Wenbin, who was a little joking, and gritted his teeth. Directly put the water of life life into his inner pocket. Xu Wenbin admired Han Kun's performance. Teacher Han can rest assured that the water of life of this generation, as long as it is not seized and injected, it will not be found out even if it is extraordinary. For your students, I have only one request.
Xu Wenbin glanced at it, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly.
Deliberately clashed with Yi Ran's students, and then killed him.
After Han Kun heard this, he nodded. His students have 4 golden ones, as long as they inject the water of life.
All of them can be regarded as pseudo-platinum levels without enlightenment. This level of power,
in Han Kun's eyes, it was more than enough to deal with Yi Ran and their class.
Han Kun looked at Xu Wenbin and nodded seriously. Don't worry, Mr. Zhu, I'll arrange it.
After saying that, Han Kun left the room directly.
Xu Wenbin watched Han Kun leave.
He touched his ring with a little thought, squinting his eyes sinisterly.
One insurance is not enough.
Yi Ran had just finished boosting morale impassionedly. I'm going to talk about it today, and I wish our class a triumphant return this year.
Yi Ran on the podium looked at the students in the audience with satisfaction. After my own teaching in cultivation during this time, the freshman and second classes are no longer as muddy as usual.
Both strength and mentality have undergone earth-shaking changes. The spring breeze of blood and vitality finally blew on the face of every student in this class. This youthful picture.
If it weren't for these bald heads, the relationship would be better. Thinking of this,
Yi Ran glanced at Huang Dongdong speechlessly.
Seemed to feel Yi Ran's gaze. Huang Dongdong quickly lowered his head and chose to avoid it.
This is getting closer and closer to the time of the final assessment. There is no time left for these students to grow their hair. The students in their own class may have to go to the assessment with a bald head.
That's all. The monk class is the monk class. As long as you can get results.
Yi Ran reluctantly accepted the reality, and he waved his hand.
Let's get out of class, students.
After saying that, he was about to leave the classroom. At the moment Yi Ran left, everyone's eyes fell on Huang Dongdong. If his eyes could kill, Huang Dongdong should have been Lingqi by now.
You're going to be unlucky.
Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong playfully.
Huang Dongdong was extremely calm at this moment.
Don't panic, watch the senior brother perform. Facing the cannibalistic gaze, Huang Dongdong was calm and composed. He coughed lightly, casually touched a book from his desk.
He got up and looked at the classroom door. Teacher Yi, I don't understand this boxing technique.
Yi Ran, who had already left the classroom, looked back at Huang Dongdong.
Then you come with me.
Okay, teacher. In an instant, Huang Dongdong left the classroom at a very fast speed. The speed was so fast that he even used the power of the Samadhi True Fire, so much so that they left golden red after images. Everyone still reacted, and Huang Dongdong could not be found at all.
Hurry up.
Lan Moyan looked at Huang Dongdong, who was fleeing for his life, and muttered to himself.
Li Wancheng, who was sitting at the back of the classroom.
Seeing the scene of Huang Dongdong leaving, he was also slightly surprised. As an extraordinary person, he naturally saw that Huang Dongdong's energy fluctuations were abnormal. It has definitely exceeded the limit that ordinary gold can reach.
Could it be that this Huang Dongdong is also a good seedling?
Seeing that Li Wancheng, who was eager to hunt, stood up and planned to go out to touch Huang Dongdong's foundation, he just walked to Lan Moyan's side but was blocked by Lan Moyan. At this time, Lan Moyan looked at herself with a smile on her face.
Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan's smile, couldn't help but shudder.
There is no other reason. The cold evil energy on Lan Moyan's body has already shrouded himself.
The horror of evil. It actually made his lava skin passively activated.
What kind of nerves is this killing god committing? Li Wancheng complained about Lan Moyan speechlessly, but he still had a smile on his face.
Classmate Lan, is there anything you need help from the teaching assistant?
Listening to Li Wancheng's question, Lan Moyan smiled a little brighter.
He nodded seriously.
It's going to be assessed soon, and the swordsmanship is still a little rusty, so please ask Teacher Li to correct it. Hearing Lan Moyan's words, Li Wancheng had 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping in his heart.
I correct you?
Dude, if you want to kill me, just say it. There is no need to do these twists and turns. Of course, Li Wancheng naturally did not dare to say these words in his heart. For a while, the two froze in place.
Why is Teacher Li unwilling?
Lan Moyan was still smiling. It's just that this peerless face is even more terrifying than the demon god in Li Wancheng's eyes. Li Wancheng smiled a little embarrassedly. Cough, cough. Of course the teacher is willing, but I've been feeling unwell lately. Next time, I will definitely correct it next time. Saying that, Li Wancheng turned sideways, planning to avoid Lan Moyan and chase Huang Dongdong. As a result, he just stood shoulder to shoulder with Lan Moyan. I felt a sharp object against my waist. Li Wancheng slowly looked down. At this time, Lan Moyan's divine weapon, the treasure of the sword god sect, one of the sharpest divine soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom. It was against his waist. Li Wancheng slowly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, raised his head and looked at Lan Moyan deeply. In a voice that others could not perceive, he said to Lan Moyan, Director Lan, there's no need to be so ruthless. Lan Moyan looked at Li Wancheng still with a smile on his face. The same voice that others could not detect came out of his mouth. Today, you can compare, and you can't compare.
Hearing Lan Moyan's threat,
Li Wancheng suddenly laughed and patted Lan
Lan Moyan on the shoulder. Classmate Lan, I suddenly feel better. Let's choose a day as well as hit the day. Let's go to the practice room together now. Let me give you a good thank you, Teacher Lee. Lan Moyan still had a smile on his face, expressing his gratitude. You're welcome, it's all what the teacher should do. In this way, the two people left the classroom side by side. The distance is as close as brothers, intimate. Anyone who comes to see it has to say that the teacher-student love is deep. Yi Ran in the corridor, was looking at Huang Dongdong in front of him speechlessly. Dongdong, you take a comic book and let me teach you what. The key is this romance comic. Huang Dongdong also lowered his head at this moment. Teacher Yi, it's my fault that the whole class is bald. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong, who was apologizing, and rubbed his head helplessly. Okay, don't skin next time. Yi Ran said, angry. In the final analysis, they are still stupid themselves, and they are embarrassed to hold grudges when they can be played around by a child. Seeing that Yi Ran didn't seem to be angry, Huang Dongdong let go of his mind. If there's nothing wrong, hurry back to class. Yi Ran waved his hand and motioned for Huang Dongdong to leave. Don't, teacher, I really have something to do. That's it. It's Huang Dongdong thought left and right, hesitating for a long time, but he pestered Yi Ran. Then he seemed to think of something, hurriedly said to Yi Ran, by the way, Teacher Yi, there is another thing. There is a strange thing in my mind recently. I can actually chat with Wang Dachuan in my head. Not only that, red envelopes can be sent in the chat group, and the most important thing is that the red envelopes can also arrive. Subsequently, Huang Dongdong told Yi Ran all the things in the chat group in his mind. When he said that, there was still confusion and shock in his eyes. After all, this kind of thing, it's weird. Ra was the foundation of the fire sect for so many years, and he has never heard of this kind of thing. So Teacher Yi, do you know what's going on? Could it be that I have been cursed by some strange church? Listening to Huang Dongdong say that his chat group was so unbearable, Yi Ran said speechlessly, your curse will still give you money? That's right. Huang Dongdong touched his head embarrassedly, and finally thought of other directions. Teacher Yi, do you think it will be a new type of telecom fraud? I heard that those telecom fraud methods are to give a little favor first, and then they will deceive you into bankruptcy. Teacher Yi, to tell you the truth, then my master Huowen was once deceived into buying tea, and he spent millions, and he didn't even see the tea hair. Master doesn't let me tell outsiders. Teacher Yi, you must not dare to spread the word. Huang Dongdong said loudly and colorfully. Squeak! Yi Ran interrupted Huang Dongdong speechlessly. Stop. Let Huang Dongdong say this again. My chat group will have to go to the public security department to file a trip when the time comes. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong angrily. You tell me, people with such means will engage in telecom fraud? Yi Ran didn't think about how to explain this matter to these students, and planned to fool the past for the time being. That chat group shouldn't be a bad thing. Stay good. No, teacher. Huang Dongdong still wanted to ask. There was a momentum of having nothing to say. Yi Ran waved his hand tiredly, but he didn't bother to explain so much, waved his hand, and interrupted Huang Dongdong's question. Okay, stay here with me and refuse to leave for a long time. Talking so much nonsense, I don't know if you came out to hide from Wang Dachuan? Yi Ran pointed to the corner of the wall. Wang Dachuan, who was just squatting in the corner, has already left. Don't worry now. It seemed that Yi Ran had exposed his mind. Huang Dongdong touched his head embarrassedly, and then flattered. As expected of Teacher Yi, this has made you discover. Yi Ran looked at Huang Dongdong angrily. If you do something wrong, you will do it wrong. Dachuan and the others are such a big person, can they still eat you? Prepare well for the final assessment. If you really want to compensate, remember to sell more in the examination room. Huang Dongdong heard Yi Ran's words and nodded seriously. Teacher, don't worry, as the leader of the second class, it is my duty to put a knife in the ribs of my brother. Dongdong, can you read a little less of the novels of the rivers and lakes? Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan, who was doing warm-up exercises in front of him. In my heart, I have already begun to name Lan Moyan's genealogy one by one. Lan Moyan stood up, looked at Li Wancheng with a smile. Do you need to warm up? Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan's peerless face that was harmless to humans and animals, and could not find any flaws, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What's going on? Don't joke, Director Lan. Where am I your opponent? Director Lan, this is nothing outsider. Let's not engage in these circles. Li Wancheng frowned. As he spoke, he waved his hand. What kind of international joke is this? Lan Moyan soared. Bai Su has to retreat when he comes. What kind of green onion is it? What are you talking about, Teacher Li? I don't understand. Lan Moyan looked at Li Wancheng and asked naturally. Li Wancheng looked at Lan Moyan. At this time, it is more uncomfortable than eating. No one can wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. But this person who pretends to be asleep is going to beat himself up now. But I can't beat it yet. For a time, in the face of a stalemate. Li Wancheng shook his head a little speechlessly, put his hands on his hips, and exhaled a depressed breath. Lan Moyan looked at Li Wancheng's movements and asked, this is your warm-up workout, isn't it? Then I'm starting. Li Wancheng, what is warm-up exercise? Don't talk about the basic law? Lan Moyan's eyes lit up slightly. There is no change in movement, but in Li Wancheng's eyes, he could no longer see see Lan Moyan's figure. In front of him was no longer the beautiful young man in his 20s. It is a sharp blade that is unparalleled. The sharpness on the blade. Just one glance made my face feel a sense of separation. The ultimate of sword intent. The chilling sword energy converged into a little edge, focusing on Li Wancheng's face. Li Wancheng felt a trembling from his soul. Surging determination, stinging every cell of Li Wancheng. I'm going to start. Lan Moyan is still concise and concise. People disappeared. No. Li Wancheng's anxious hometown dialect was spoken. Although I don't know what kind of madness Lan Moyan is doing, but as an extraordinary person in the military, after all, they are also people who have gone through life and death, so naturally they can't sit still. Lava skin hardened. Li Wancheng's body began to swell. The whole person instantly swelled from 2 meters to a height of 5 meters. The clothes on his body shattered directly. Li Wancheng's skin began to gradually turn into lava. Piece after piece of lava skin. The sword light and sword shadow above show the owner's brilliant record. Between the ravines of lava, the dark red energy, like magma, constantly flashing with a terrifying atmosphere. In one breath, it carries the weight of 10,000 pounds. With a crisp sound, Lan Moyan's figure appeared directly behind Li Wancheng. Lan Moyan at this time, looking at Li Wancheng, nodded with a smile and said with a slight appreciation, as expected of a genius that the military has high hopes for, this defense is quite good. Li Wancheng slowly turned his head, looked at Lan Moyan resentfully. In this case, you don't pretend to be a student teacher? Fortunately, I reacted quickly, so I wasn't hurt. Li Wancheng complained speechlessly. As a result, at the moment when Li Wancheng turned around, the 5-meter body fell to the ground uncontrollably at all. You are very strong and deserve a sword from me. Lan Moyan's voice came faintly in front of Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng tried to control his body. As a result, he found that there was no way to use his legs. At this time, he looked shocked. Although the blow just now was invincible, he still blocked it with all his might. Why, my legs? Li Wancheng's face flashed with horror. It's not scary to be injured. It's scary to be injured. It's called horror. You can't understand how the other party made a move. Obviously, he is also an extraordinary person. But Lan Moyan's sword, has it reached the point where you can't even understand it? For a while, Li Wancheng felt that the gap between Li Wancheng and Lan Moyan was like a moat. But he had been in contact with the military department's Tugwa-level transcendent people before. There is indeed a big gap, but no transcendent person has ever made himself feel so powerless. Li Wancheng broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyes flashed with fear. Don't make any effort. The consciousness of your legs has been cut off by me, and it should take half a month to recover. The corners of Lan Moyan's mouth rose slightly. There is still a harmless smile on his face. It's a pity, I just missed the freshman assessment. Li Wancheng's heart, me, percent at percent. #%. Lan Moyan, help me call the infirmary. No problem. After saying that, Lan Moyan turned around and left in style. Wait a minute. Lan Moyan stopped and turned around. Is there anything else to explain? Leave me a set of clothes. Over time. Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy. The day of the freshman assessment is getting closer and closer. The focus of all teachers and students is on this assessment, especially in the official announcement of the prizes of this freshman assessment. Is one of the 3 pillars of the Magic Capital, the Venerable of the Void, the Slaughter of the Country Level Extraordinary, the principle of the Demon Capital High Martial Arts Academy by Sue. After the space ring created by yourself, the whole school began to boil. After all, a space prop that is sold to the outside world is a large number of millions of dragon coins, or produced by the master. As soon as this news came out, the topic once rushed to the front page of the news. This undoubtedly once again added a heat to this freshman assessment. For a time, the school's discussion about the favorite to win the championship began to intensify. Have you heard? Teacher Li Shuezong, several students in their class have suddenly broken through the golden step. What is a sudden breakthrough? It's just that it has been hidden and not released, and now it is said that it is not said. It's only a freshman, and there are nearly 10 golden students. The name of this grandmaster is really well deserved. Didn't you watch it before? At that time, in order to compete for the Devil's Cave assessment, the 10 students also had an internal competition. I watched that video. It's so scary. It's so demonic. There are actually 4 of them who have reached the late golden stage. 4 golden lates. Some sophomore classes can't make such a lineup. It is worthy of being the first on the favorite list for this freshman year. Except for Li Shuezong and his class, only teacher Han's class should be qualified to compete for this championship, right? After all, they are also 4 gold-level students. Heh, that beast Han Kun? Sure, be careful of being heard. Although the teacher is a beast, I have to say that his class is really strong. The students discussed with each other. The entire freshman favorite has completely focused on Li Shuezong's class and Han Kun's class, 2 classes. These 2 classes are also called the twin stars of freshmen. Although Yuran's first grade second class also has his own students and other classmates discussing the potential to win the championship, but every time I say it, it will be treated as a joke by other students. Not only did it not create any momentum for the second class of the first grade.
Instead, the first grade and second class were collectively deceived by a 12-year-old child into having a bald head. Spread throughout the campus, the wise saying that good things don't go out and bad things spread thousands of miles has been verified once again.
After this round of discussion, the entire second class of the first grade was holding back their anger. Yi Ran dragged the suitcase, looked at Xiao Wangba lying on his shoulders speechlessly. Daoist Duobao, it's really not that I don't want to take you there, it's just that this is too against the rules. Although Yi Ran said bitterly, Duobao just lay on Yi Ran's shoulders and did not move his position. Diamond level strength is here.
Yi Ran just took off his arm, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to get rid of Duobao.
Duobao just lay on his stomach, still full of disdain, and said,
you just need to take the poor Taoist to the link point. The poor Taoist has a way to get in. They can find the poor Taoist a hair, and the poor Taoist has their surname.
Yi Ran looked at Duobao speechlessly. Where did you come from? Seemed to feel Yi Ran's gaze. Duobao proudly raised his little turtle.
The head, set old-fashioned. Yi Ran Xiaoyu, the poor Taoist tells you that there is a great opportunity in the Eternal Night Demon Cave, and you will regret it for the rest of your life if you don't take this poor Taoist.
Great chance? Hearing Duobao say this, Yi Ran suddenly became energetic. After all, Duobao is followed by Su to the south and north for so long. The vision and insight are definitely notoriously high.
It can be said that it is a great opportunity. That's really a great thing. That's natural. Why do you think that the previous alliance of superpowers obviously picked a weaker demon god to complete the second awakening mission, but ended up choosing the Eternal Night Demon God with medium to upper strength?
Yi Ran came to his senses.
Indeed, when the alliance of superpowers announced that it would encircle and suppress the Eternal Night Demon God,
shocked the whole world.
After all, the absolute power at the beginning, Andrew's second awakening mission,
just needed Demon God's life magic crystal.
This is not a name for the king of the Eternal Night. They can completely pick a weaker demon god to encircle and suppress it.
As a result, a powerful Eternal Night Demon God was surrounded and suppressed. This is unreasonable.
At that time, this topic also set off a lot of discussion, but as time passed, everyone slowly stopped worrying about this matter.
Duobao Daoist, I would like to hear the details.
Yi Ran's tone was modest.
Duobao nodded his little head very usefully.
He said self-satisfiedly, let me tell you, the Eternal Night Demon Cave is different from other demon caves. This place is not polluted by the Eternal Night Demon God himself, but is a natural dimensional space. At the beginning, the alliance of superpowers chose to encircle and suppress the Eternal Night Demon God, partly for Andrew's second awakening, and partly because it was to find the thing called the seed in the Eternal Night Demon Cave.
Seed?
Yi Ran found the flower point. Seeds, in fact, I don't really understand, but once when Bai Su was chatting with me, he said such a thing, and, before Duobao finished speaking, Duobao's voice stopped abruptly. Then he seemed to realize that he had said too much. He waved his turtle claws and muttered, the secret of heaven must not be revealed, and the secret of heaven shall not be revealed. Oh, it's too much leakage, it's hurting your body, you have to rest. Subsequently, Duobao directly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. In order to pretend to be a little like it, Duobao snored intentionally or unintentionally, looking at this void turtle pretending to sleep, and he also prevaricated himself with his previous reasons.
Yi Ran had a feeling of being choked. Look at this posture. I guess I can't ask anything more.
Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. I could only continue to pack my luggage and leave the dormitory with Duobao. When I woke up, I suddenly went to 8, and the brothers were powerful, plus I sent them love you, ratings, small gifts, etc. I will continue to update.
On an extremely empty lawn, stands a huge doorframe. The doorframe cannot see its material clearly,
but under the sunlight flashes the shining light. Shine with the extraordinary origin of this doorframe. And on the doorframe, it is covered with dense mysterious lines. These lines are complex and extremely regular. If you look closely, you will even be deeply trapped in it, and you will not be able to extricate yourself for a short time. At this time, the middle of the doorframe is completely transparent, just standing quietly on this wide lawn.
There are even birds in the middle that wear freely. Wang Dachuan and others looked up at this huge doorframe.
There was surprise in his eyes.
Is this the legendary dimensional gate?
Wang Dachuan muttered to himself.
Huang Dongdong on the side looked at Wang Dachuan with a proud face. Silly big man, you haven't seen it, right?
This is the dimensional gate. As long as the corresponding spatial position coordinates are placed, this time the elemental gate will push the energy and produce the connection point between the two worlds. The reason why our dimensional gate is big is because this is the national dimensional gate built by the Dragon Kingdom with all the strength of the country, and the major forces of the Dragon Kingdom can use it as long as they provide public coordinates and energy funds. In fact, some top forces also have dimensional doors that they have created themselves, but they are not as big as this. Don't underestimate it. This time the Yuan Gate. After all, many cultivation resources and materials that do not belong to our world have to go to other worlds to collect through the dimensional gate. It can be said that any dimensional gate plus world coordinates represents a world world's resource veins, and the standard configuration of any top force is to have at least one-dimensional gate.
Huang Dongdong said that the head is the way.
After all, he is also a sect organization, and he personally passed on his disciples, so he still has this insight. Wang Dachuan listened to Huang Dongdong's words and looked at Huang Dongdong with a reverent face. He held his bald head, his big head and eyes blinked, and looked at Huang Dongdong with a sincere face.
Dongdong, you understand so much, your fire sect must also have a dimensional door?
This sentence directly choked Huang Dongdong, who had a proud face, and he looked at Wang Dachuan with black lines on his face.
Dachuan, there are some questions that you don't need to ask.
And Yi Ran, who was standing on the side, looked at the fake note that Lan Moyan gave himself, looked down and looked at it several times. Looked at Lan Moyan with a plain face.
In the end, I couldn't help but ask, are you sure that Teacher Li accidentally broke his leg when he went downstairs, so he couldn't take this exam temporarily?
Lan Moyan nodded indifferently. Then he pointed to the fake strip in Yi Ran's hand.
This is Teacher Li's fake note, and it is Teacher Li's handprint on it. Which good person fake note is a handprint? Is your fake note from a good way?
Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyan, and finally silently put away the fake note. There is indeed a problem with the design of the stairs on the second floor, and when I go back, I have to give the materials office a reaction. Yi Ran looked at Jiang Xiaoru, who had just arrived at school yesterday.
Now Jiang Xiaoru,
although it is also a lowly face with a simple long skirt,
but now compared to before, the whole person no longer looked down.
Originally, he was still a little hunched over, but at this time he was much straighter than before. Although the appearance has not changed much, but the image and temperament of a whole person give people an extremely confident feeling. It's just that the only thing that is wrong is that it is because Jiang Xiaoru is compared with before. So much so that when Jiang Xiaoru came back on the first day, Yi Ran even thought that the Freedom Tavern taught her to practice silent meditation. I didn't know until I communicated with Luanjing. Jiang Xiaoru is now because of the curse of the Night Priest. That aspect of the talent is too good. The practice is too fast. As a result, the power of the current healing and curse systems is extremely unbalanced.
Now Jiang Xiaoru,
as long as you open your mouth, it is easy to curse people uncontrollably. If the level is a little higher than Jiang Xiaoru, it is better. If it's a little lower, curses are very easy to take effect. Because of Jiang Xiaoru's reasons, many low-level drunkards in the Liberty Tavern were forced to quit drinking. The reason is that Jiang Xiaoru reminded them to be careful not to drink alcohol and hurt their liver. Everyone has started cirrhosis to a greater or lesser extent.
In short, the Freedom Tavern Longwa branch now doesn't drink any wine.
A cup of wolfberry thermos cup in hand nourishes the liver and protects the stomach.
This has also set off a craze for drinking goji berries in TACC. Currently, within TACC, now the biggest seller has become wolfberry tea. The magical butterfly effect will always make things go crazy.
Just when Yi Ran recalled Luanjing's complaint,
Wang Dachuan walked to Jiang Xiaoru's side.
Seeing that Jiang Xiaoru didn't speak much, Wang Dachuan touched his bald head and had nothing to say. Long time no see, Xiaoru. Jiang Xiaoru looked at Wang Dachuan and nodded friendly. Then he looked at Wang Dachuan's bald head with some hair curiously. Seemed to have noticed Jiang Xiaoru's gaze. Wang Dachuan touched his head a little embarrassedly. Xiaoru, you don't understand. The most fashionable thing in our school at the moment is bald heads, and many students in our class have shaved their heads.
Let me tell you, I'm also a fashionista. How about it? Brother's hairstyle, handsome.
Jiang Xiaoru still looked well behaved,
looked at Wang Dachuan as if he understood.
Then, she smiled and said, Shuai, I also think that the squad leader is quite suitable for bald heads. Your bald head is really bright. Hearing this, Yi Ran chuckled. His eyes directly locked on Wang Dachuan's head.
In an instant, Yi Ran could clearly see
Wang Dachuan's newly grown hair sprouts all fell off. It's just that the hair sprouts are still too small.
You can't tell if you don't look closely. At least Wang Dachuan didn't feel it.
At this time, Wang Dachuan was still because he heard Jiang Xiaoru's praise for himself.
Smirked happily. That's natural. Ha,
why did you suddenly feel cold in your head? As time slowly passed, more and more people came to the open space of this playground.
After a while,
the entire first grade team came to the grass.
All participating teams,
basically, they are recuperating, or they are communicating in a low voice within their own class. The whole lawn is relatively quiet.
The plaza outside the lawn is different.
It was full of cheering students. There is also a huge spacetime screen. You can clearly see the participating team members in the waiting area. The students chattered and discussed the participating team members with each other.
Voices. Look, here it comes. It's all here.
I wiped. Teacher Li Shuazong's class is really good. Zhang Dehua, the A-level flame superpower who ranked first in the grade, led the team, and there are only 3. The third A-level ice superpower, Shui Linger, the 5th A-level string strength superpower, Suzhuang, the 6th grade Qingshan sword sect, Wang Ping. This lineup, Zhouyu, Wang Jiajun, Dianwei, Li Bai is invincible. What a mess. Let you usually do less farm work, just don't listen to. Li Shuezong is worthy of being the uncrowned king among teachers. This teaching level is really invincible. Yes, there are still a lot of our freshman A-level superpowers, and these are the ones that can stand out so much. Look over there. Yin Hai and the others are also out. Zhang Haoren, Yin Hai, Luo Guai, and Li Si are also 4 gold levels. Zhang Haoren is second in the grade. Bad luck. Don't mention this class. It's disgusting to hear. There is nothing to say, only what teacher teaches what student. If this team wins the championship, it will really tarnish the principal's space ring. After the students in Han Kun's class heard these words, one by one, they dare not be angry and dare not speak. After Han Kun got out of that file, their class has also become a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouts and beats. Then he was affected. However, the students in their class did follow Han Kun to bully the weak and be afraid of being hard for a while. I can only say that the boomerang hit me. It is not unjust. The students were chattering and discussing. Each of them fought for the championship team in their minds and analyzed the situation. And sitting in the second seat in the back, it was the Platinum and Diamond Grandmasters who had besieged the materials department before, as well as some respected old teachers. These Grandmasters looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Some people still couldn't help but say, what does it mean that the demon martial arts arranged this? They even got a second seat? What do you mean? According to our level, can't we even go up to the rostrum? A freshman assessment, isn't it? The material department of the demon martial arts is really almost meaningful, and I can't even arrange a seat. The rostrum has so many positions. Could it be that there are so many extraordinary people who can't come? These masters of platinum and diamonds complained. After all, as usual, in the freshman assessment of a school, they can be considered to be brilliant. They had already been arranged to sit on the rostrum. As a result, this time, the side of the rostrum could not be arranged, and a second seat was set up specifically for them. It really makes these old guys a little embarrassed. Some of the straight-tempered grandmasters couldn't help but complain. But that's not the point. After all, the goal they are running for is not to compete for a seat. One by one, they came for the legendary genius, coupled with the influence and strength of the principal of the magic martial school. So these diamond and platinum grandmasters who should have brushed their sleeves and went away pinched their noses and admitted such an arrangement. And in the middle of this banquet, after Howen just complained about the arrangements of the materials department with his straight-tempered friends in the alliance, so he looked around. After seeing Li Shuezong's figure, directly swaggered over. He laughed, oldly, long time no see. Although Li Shuezong brought a freshman, but because of his advanced age and the strength of only gold, so I didn't go to be the leading teacher this time. Coupled with his own prestige in the teaching world, was arranged to sit with these grandmasters at this table. After hearing someone calling him, Li Shuezong raised his head and found that it was Huowen, the sect master of the fire industry. He also bowed his hands politely. Master Hua, long time no see. Huowen looked at Li Shuezong and said with a smile, Li Lao has always cared for students. This is a fact that is obvious to all. Everyone says no. The grandmasters on the side heard Huowen say this. One by one, they also smiled and responded. Yes, Mr. Li's responsible attitude towards students is a model for me. Elder Li can bring out 5 diamond-level grandmasters, but it doesn't rely on luck. Elder Li, after this freshman assessment, I have to ask you to go to our sect to teach those silly boys. In the face of the flattery of the diamond masters, Li Shuezong also responded in a friendly manner. Then he looked at Howen with some confusion. I and Howen are just nodding friends, not very familiar. I don't know what it means that Howen suddenly raised his hand like this. Master Hua, I praised. Li Shuezong responded to Howen's praise. Howen grabbed Li Shuezong's arm with both hands and helped Li Shuezong sit down. This performance, the two people who are close to each other are the same as brothers. Oldly, it's not out of sight. In the final analysis, the fate of the two of us is not shallow. Li Shuezong looked at Huowen and said this, a little confused. Master Hua, you have made me a little confused. Looking at Li Shuezong's performance, the corners of Howen's mouth became a lot more proud. Huang Dongdong, is it good to hide? It has not been discovered until now. It is worthy of being my chosen disciple. This thoughtful person has the demeanor of my time. Huowen put gold on his face while looking at Li Shuezong mysteriously. Oldly, to be honest, there are my disciples among your students. Ah, this sentence directly shocked Li Shuezong. Huowen looked at Li Shuezong's shocked appearance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and continued, my disciple, very naughty, secretly came to the school to practice behind my back. Who knows, I happened to come to Li Lao's class. I heard that this time I was also selected into the freshman assessment team. As Howen said, he took out the gifts he had prepared from his arms, with movements that others cannot detect, stuffed into Li Shuezong's arms. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Mr. Li, you taught me well, and my temperament has changed a lot. This little bit of my heart, I can't be respected. Li Shuezong listened to Huowen's words, and then looked at the platinum platinum-level fire crystal in his arms, lost in thought. At this time, Li Shuazong's brain was a mess of paste. What the heck? Among his students were Haowen's disciples? No, the resumes of the students who represented their class this time. One by one, it is clear that they are all recruited by the college entrance examination. But looking at Haowen's confident demeanor, and when he came up, he gave himself such a big gift. His original determination was a little uncertain. Could it be that Haowen began to lay out his students to enter his door from the college entrance examination? But what is he trying to do? Just to look at my shocked appearance now? It is said that the fire sect is maverick and perverse. But this is too perverse, isn't it? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Li Shuazong was puzzled. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Dare to ask, Master Hua, who is your disciple?" Looking at Li Shuazong, who has cultivated 5 diamond grandmasters, Haowen is extremely cool. The apprentice he taught played the best tutor with the current teaching ability. Doesn't this mean that you have played this grandmaster's teacher in disguise? Haowen was complacent, and he also sold a pass. Don't worry, elderly, when the assessment begins, you will know. When Haowen sold Guanzi, suddenly there was a crisp bell in the air. This bell is not loud, but it can be clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. The ringtone seems to have the magic of quieting people's hearts. In an instant, all the students' discussions stopped. When all the students fell silent, a light female voice came from the space. "Students, this freshman assessment is about to begin. Now let us welcome our principal, Venerable Void, Mr. Baisu, with warm applause." I'll wipe it. The principal is here? Is our freshman assessment so grand? The students applauded excitedly. This legend came to their freshman year in person, giving them a sense of honor. With a burst of space distortion, a white-clothed white man sat down with a kind smile on his face. Baisu's seat. Those diamond and platinum grandmasters who were still angry. The mood eased. After all, if the rostrum is sitting in vain, they really don't have the qualifications to stand side by side with Baisu. Good guy, a freshman assessment, invited all the Venerable Void. The pomp is really. The white pillars are here, so I have nothing to say. Principal Bai still looks so fairy-like. This style is no less than it was back then. That's what I said. But how do you feel that Principal Bai's eyes are a little bloodshot? That's for the country, for the school. White pillar stone, worthy of our model. For a time, many diamonds and platinum unconsciously raised their respects for Baisu. However, there are always people who can find the flowers. No, on the rostrum, is Principal Bai sitting alone? Yes, there are too many positions on this rostrum. Could it be? Just chuckled in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, the host's voice came again. Now let us welcome the director of the Dragon Kingdom Penal Division, Shinkei Daoist, Mr. Zhu Tianhua, with warm applause. A group of blue divine birds flew over, and when they came to the rostrum, they became the appearance of a Taoist. This man had a hooked nose and bright eyes, smiled friendly at Baisu, and then sat down. "I'm rubbing? Director Zhu is here? The big boss of the real power department of the Dragon Kingdom, or one of the core figures of the Zhu family, a top family." Before everyone could react, the host's voice sounded again. "Now let us welcome the Left General of the Dragon Kingdom Army, the iron-blooded Marshal, Mr. Yishaogua, with warm applause." As soon as the words fell, the seats on the rostrum were bloody, and when the energy dissipated, a middle-aged man facing the Majesty nodded to Baisu and sat down directly. The man was dressed in uniform, well-tailored, and perfectly fitted to his robust body, and the star emblem on his epaulette shone brightly, highlighting his military exploits and glory. The military department is also here? Before everyone had time to discuss, the host's voice sounded again. "Now let's welcome with warm applause, Flame King, I wish Mr. Jean." Then, on the seat next to Baisu, a flame began to rise. A strong man appeared on the chair. "Now let us welcome with warm applause, 9 Netherworld Poison Venerable, Mr. Ian Shanhai." "Now let us welcome with warm applause, Vidro Walker, Mr. Shi Huaqing." With the introduction of the host, whether it was the students or those diamond and platinum grandmasters present, completely stunned, in just a few moments, so the rostrum of the boss, full of transcendent people. The students were so excited, the extraordinary who can't even be seen on weekdays. Now I have seen enough at once, and regardless of whether this assessment is exciting or not, this scene alone is already worth writing into the resume in the future. After all, who could share the stage with more than a dozen extraordinary bigwigs when they were students? Watch the game? Those grandmasters were also completely silent. Those grandmasters who couldn't help but complain before, at this moment, didn't dare to speak out. Now I just beg them to go up and sit on the rostrum, but they won't go. One by one, they discussed it privately. "No, is this the assessment site of the freshman year of the Magic Capital? Where did this come from me?" Tomorrow the front page headlines will come out. More than 10 extraordinary people will gather for the assessment of the first year of the Demon Martial Arts College. I'm afraid something big will happen. Today is probably the safest day in the history of the Magic Capital. Damn, at the National Friendship Consultation meeting I participated in last year, nothing extraordinary was there today. Not to mention the meeting when the war broke out with the Footbasin country, no one was. Today,
Hey, the foot basin country is also worthy of calling our extraordinary? Today is an eye-opener. Wait, these transcendentals won't be the same purpose as us? Someone woke up the dreamer with a word. Directly silenced all the diamond and platinum grandmasters in the second seat. Yes, the transcendent is not full enough to come here to join in the fun. If you are really competing for genius like yourself, then they still fight for a chicken feather? Bai Su looked at the guests in a friendly manner and nodded. Since everyone has arrived, then let's. Before Bai Su finished speaking, a cloud of smoke swirled up. Then, a figure shrouded in smoke appeared in front of everyone. It was the Freedom Tavern, Luwani's aunt, the Lord of Grey Mist, Luan Jing. After looking at the people who came, all the transcendentals frowned slightly. Liberty Tavern? Obviously, the arrival of the Lord of Grey Mist was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lord of Grey Mist was shrouded in smoke, and no one could see his true face clearly. She didn't say a word, just took out an invitation. Then, the Lord of Grey Mist naturally sat on the rostrum. Bai Su took the invitation and looked at the Lord of Grey Mist again. After all, I didn't expect that the freshman year had the ability to invite an extraordinary person to participate. Don't worry, don't mess around today. The head of the Lord of Grey Mist was still covered with thick fog. The voices jar-like, and I can't hear men and women clearly. After Bai Su heard the promise of the Lord of Grey Mist, he didn't say too much. Other extraordinary people saw the attitude of the organizer Bai Su, and naturally they wouldn't say anything more. Bai Su stood up and said to everyone, "Now that everyone has arrived, I announce that this year's freshman Demon Cave assessment has officially begun." As soon as Bai Su's voice fell, he lifted his left hand. In an instant, a small space black hole appeared in front of Bai Su's left hand. From the black hole of space, a gem slowly floated out. On this gemstone, the colorful brilliance complements each other. Take a closer look. It gives a sense of spatial confusion. This is the spatial coordinates of the Eternal Night Demon Cave. With the operation of the energy of Baishu, the spatial coordinates of the Eternal Night Demon Cave. With a colorful light, it went straight towards the dimensional gate. After a crisp sound, the space coordinates perfectly fit on the doorpost of the dimensional gate. In the moment of fitting, the colorful light on the spatial coordinates burst out even more dazzlingly, and on the doorframe of the Yuan gate this time, those dense lines, with spatial coordinates as the core, it begins to absorb the energy in the spatial coordinates without limit, like blood vessels perfused with blood, constantly spreading. The dimensional gate that was originally motionless. In an instant, it glowed with colorful light. The magnificent and majestic momentum swept the audience. A sound like an electric wave sounded. In the empty doorframe of the dimensional gate, the space began to distort. The dimensional door to the cave of the eternal night is officially opened. Whether you have seen it or not, the teachers and students you have never met. At this moment, I was still shocked by the miraculous scene. The dimensional door of the Eternal Night Demon Cave has been fully opened. Please take the return stone and coordinates to enter the venue as soon as possible. The light female voice sounded again. Directly awakened all the participating teachers and students who were still shocked. All the teachers and students entered one after another and were immersed in the door of that dimension. Under the sun's light, the backs of teachers and students are stretched long and narrow. Bai Su, who was sitting on the rostrum, sighed slightly after seeing this scene. The backs of these teachers and students reminded him of the past, the human martyrs who opened the dimensional door before. It is also like this that one after another has entered the door of the dimension to conquer the unknown dimensional world. Former servants and successive bloody battles until death. For the prosperity of human civilization, it is to continue that, the fire of civilization. Bai Su sighed in his heart and muttered to himself, and the director of the Department of Punishment sitting on the other side of Bai Su, Xingke Daoist, Zhu Tianhua looked at Bai Su and smiled slightly. White pillars, recalling the past? Bai Su smiled when he heard Zhu Tianhua's question. It's just a feeling for a while. Tianhua, do you remember that we were also a member of the dimensional world and fighting for human civilization? Zhu Tianhua smiled at Bai Su's question, raised his head slightly and said with a hint of reminiscence, how can you not remember that you and me, even everyone here, who didn't abruptly play the prosperity of the current human race from this Yuan Jimin? When the old man was fighting in the dimensional world, he also almost died many times, and those life and death fights can be said to be fresh in his memory. Listening to Zhu Tianhua's memories, Bai Su glanced at Zhu Tianhua deeply. His eyes looked at the teachers and students who had entered the dimensional gate again, said lightly, it's good if you haven't forgotten. In the Eternal Night Demon Cave, 3 dark attribute monsters holding a pile of fruit, lined up and walked tremblingly towards a cave. In the depths of this cave, a big man with a beard, lying on the weed bed, crossing Erlang's legs, bored eating the fruit that the 3 monsters held above their heads. Bah, it's really bad. After the big man finished speaking, he directly kicked the monster out. Don't be lazy, pick some delicious food for me. The remaining 2 monsters ran out directly, for fear that they would also be kicked. Damn it, if it weren't for the fear of the demon martial arts blocking the link point, the ghost would be willing to live in it for so long in advance. The bearded man
man looked at the empty cave with a sad face. There was no brilliance in his eyes. "Yaoer, how long have you been here? There is no net. The food is still unpalatable. Uncle-san, I am really uncomfortable." Just when the bearded uncle complained, above the eternal night demon cave, a bright light appeared. With the flash of light, buzz, with a sound, in the sky above the eternal night demon cave, an invisible ripple spread. There was a tremor in heaven and earth. In the cloudless sky, a long and narrow crack appeared. From this narrow and long rift in time and space, countless points of light flew in all directions, located in various locations of the eternal night demon cave. The bearded man who felt this fluctuation hurriedly turned over, ran out of the cave, and looked at the scene where the light points were scattered. There was brilliance in his eyes. "Ah, damn it, finally let your grandpa and I wait." But in an instant, the excited bearded man was stunned. He suddenly thought of another question. His grandma's, so many points of light, so many points of light. Which one is Yaoer? The big man with a beard scolded angrily, kicked the stones at his feet to vent his anger. Then he ran helplessly towards the nearest point of light. "Since you can't tell the difference, you can only find them one by one. These scattered spots of light. It is the participating teachers and students of the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy who have entered the dimensional gate one by one. After these light points fall to the ground, all teachers and students gradually appeared. Everyone mentioned the spirit of 120,000 points. One by one, he put on a fighting stance in an instant. Some defended, some observed, some set up staffs. In short, they all performed their duties according to the previously rehearsed combat sequence, waiting for danger to come. And on the other side of the dimensional gate, I don't know when a huge screen made of void energy appeared out of thin air. With a few flashes of the screen, pictures slowly appeared. The huge screen is divided into 18 small screens. Each screen is a picture of the participating teams. Yes, there is a picture. They went in. I saw it. I saw our class. The boys in our class are really handsome. This perspective in our class is a bit strange. Who wants to look up at the perspective of these big men? Hey, Jade Foot. Everything will only harm you. Goddess, my goddess. Quickly bind them with your whip and whip them. Quickly, quickly. The best thing you can see is the competition screen. The teachers and students present were chattering and discussing. Most of the freshmen in the freshman year went to see the battle scene of the void dimension for the first time, so everyone is excited. Tilting his neck frantically looking for pictures of his class. Wait, there is already a team that has encountered a monster? Which one? The 13th screen. Look. All the students present turned their eyes to the screen. At this time, in that screen, the four students leaned against each other's backs and looked around nervously. In the grass around them, there was a sparse shaking, a pair of eyes flashing with dark blue light, constantly flickering in the grass. It's like watching prey. The sound of rustling is getting louder and louder. Slowly walked out of the grass a 2-meter-tall giant wolf. This giant wolf was pitch black, and his eyes flashed with a faint blue light. Between the breaths of the giant wolf, you can feel a trace of the flickering of dark attributes. It's the netherworld giant wolf, the dark attribute monster that is a specialty in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. The students outside the screen had sharp eyes and had already said the name of the giant wolf. Is this the netherworld giant wolf? I heard that this giant wolf has a dark attribute talent, and there are two types of talent: supernatural powers, stealth and silence. A natural assassin. Although it is a D-level beast in the Night Demon Cave, the combat power must be raised to at least 30%. I don't know if these buddies can do it. Don't worry, a netherworld giant wolf is fine. Who told you that the netherworld giant wolf lives alone? The students' discussion did not fall. On the screen, in the grass behind the giant wolf, another sound was made. As the sound passed, slowly came out of 1, 2, 3. In less than a moment, about 10 or so netherworld giant wolves had already stood up. These giant wolves have great combat experience. They stared at the four students. Slowly circling, more than 10 giant wolves stood up in dispersion, surrounded the four students in the middle. All escape routes for the four students were cut off. After these giant wolf lineups were formed, the gloomy blue light in his eyes was so prosperous. The bloody gaze fell on the four people in front of them without reservation. The nose even unconsciously sniffed something forward, as if admiring the aroma of meat on the prey he was about to get. The four students were led by a warrior wielding a double sword. At this time, he looked at the movements of these giant wolves, and instantly understood the intentions of these giant wolves, so he shouted loudly, "Be careful! These beasts plan to cut off all our escape routes and then completely annihilate us here." Listen to him. The delicate and cute girl behind her looked nervously at these giant wolves and asked, "That squad leader, what should we do?" Although this squad leader is also the first time in actual combat, but the overall performance is still relatively calm. He looked at the giant wolves in front of him, analyzed and judged, instantly discovered the weak points of these giant wolves. Then he pointed his big sword in that direction and said to his teammates behind him, "Closely behind me, we are charging in this direction. I believe I will be able to break through the encirclement." Saying that, the squad leader held a sword in both hands, and the giant sword emitted white holy light. The whole person rushed directly towards the weakest netherworld giant wolf. B-level ability, Divine Charge. The white holy light shrouded the squad leader's body, and the surging momentum was with the determination to kill. The target was aimed directly at the wolf head of the nether giant wolf. With a low roar from the nether giant wolf, many giant wolves' eyes flashed with dark blue light. The white light on the squad leader's body was a little weaker, which was one of the natural powers of the nether giant wolf. Silence. It is one of the cursed skills, ability to cancel or even interrupt any abilities that are being performed. Seeing that the white holy light on the squad leader's body was about to disappear, suddenly the delicate girl's hands opened slightly. The cursed power on this squad leader was directly dispelled. B-level ability, Cleansing Water. The white light rose again. The white giant sword that shone with holy light hit the weak netherworld giant wolf's head firmly. The giant wolf was caught off guard and was directly hit on the head by the giant sword. Congratulations, Class 7 of the first year. Kill a silver level monster and get 100 points. The light female voice sounded again. The students outside the venue cheered. Ha, cool. This is much more exciting than the usual tests and acting battles. These nether giant wolves look terrifying, but they actually don't look so difficult to kill. The wisdom of beasts and humans is still so far apart. These students of Class 7 of the first grade killed the weakest nether giant wolf. The weakest point has been broken. If you continue to charge, I was 100% able to escape the encirclement. As a result, the squad leader who had just rushed out stopped. Squad leader, why don't you run away? Listening to his partner's question, the squad leader grinned. Why run away? I think our strength should be more than enough to deal with these netherworld giant wolves. Saying that, the squad leader raised his giant sword again, with holy light on his body. Continuing according to the formation of the previous drill, we cooperated with each other to kill all these demon wolves. This time we want to take the first place in the grade. It seemed that they were encouraged by the class leader, and these students nodded excitedly one by one. Okay, class leader. In the end, the 4 people killed a horse gun and once again entered the encirclement of the giant wolf. The 4 of them cooperated with ease. For a while, he fought back and forth with these giant wolves, and he didn't fall behind. It's just that these giant wolves took turns to step forward to test and harass them, and none of them fought hard. Although there was a back and forth for a while, there were no casualties. Not only that, these giant wolves were fighting. In his eyes, there was a little smile on his face. There is a sense of success in the scheme. After all, the extraordinary people looked at the scene where the 4 students killed each other. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads, even by suicide slightly. Still too young. Come on, hold on. Sooner or later, those points will be in our pockets. The squad leader continues to encourage his teammates. The giant wolf fought back and forth with them, and did not hurt him in the slightest. This has made the squad leader's self-confidence burst to the point of exploding. Just when all the team members were confidently looking forward to the points, a black giant wolf appeared without warning behind the squad leader. This giant wolf is pitch black and about 4 meters high. The whole body was about twice as large as those netherworld giant wolves before. How can there be no leader in a group of people? This is the wolf king of these netherworld giant wolves. Jin Hong has mastered the second talent of the nether giant wolf, the hidden wolf king. In the case that everyone has not yet reacted, the wolf king had already opened his bloody mouth and bit directly on the neck of the squad leader. The holy light could not resist this amazing bite force at all, was directly bitten by the wolf king's mouth and smashed. Looking at the giant wolf's teeth that had touched its neck, the 2 teachers who suddenly hit appeared directly. He used his ability to defeat these giant wolves. The squad leader, who realized it in hindsight, had collapsed to the ground in fright. Looking at the backs of those giant wolves leaving, he saw his teacher's eyes that hated iron but steel. At this time, he slowly lowered his head. Rush into the teacher snorted coldly and disappeared in place. The 7th class of the first grade was wiped out, and a total of 100 points were scored. The cold female voice sounded again. At this moment, the students on the lawn were silent one by one. There was more or less a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. This squad leader is right to be greedy for credit, but the students didn't think of these low-level monsters at all. There will even be a strategic idea of showing weakness to the enemy and killing secretly. This completely shocked these students who had not yet walked out of school. Let me ask you about that moment just now. If it were me, would I survive? Most of the answers seem to be no. And the situation faced by the squad leader, it is the danger they face after graduation. At this moment, everyone's hearts were heavy. On this road, they had a concept of life and death for the first time. It was also the first time that I had some understanding of the cruelty inside the dimensional gate. The 6th class of the first grade was wiped out, and a total of 100 points were scored. The 8th class of the first grade was wiped out, and a total of 10 points were scored. The 10th class of the first grade was wiped out, and a total of 300 points were scored. Time passed minute by minute. The cold female voice kept coming. The assessment information report. None of them seemed to be good news. Every piece of information hit every student's heart very heavily. In this short time of less than half an hour, nearly 8 classes have been wiped striked out and withdrawn from this demon cave hunting assessment. They were eliminated in a variety of ways.
There is hunting, there is stunning, there is suicide, there is bondage.
Even the students saw some class assessment teams on the screen because the teacher did not rescue in time.
As a result, some students were seriously injured.
Several other students have died on the spot. The scene of blood and serious injuries and death stimulated the nerves of all the students present. Even some timid students have already sobbed softly. After all, these pictures in front of me are the journey I am about to embark on after graduation. The flowers inside the ivory tower finally felt the storm from the outside world at this moment. Whether it is the rostrum or all the grandmasters on the second seat, the extraordinary.
After seeing this scene,
one by one, their faces were expressionless, and no one was moved.
Because this is the meaning of the demon cave assessment.
These hairy boys only faced this great horror between life and death. Will truly temper that brave heart, will truly be qualified to become the seed of the continuation of human civilization. Only then can they be supported by those humans who have no supernatural abilities and spiritual talents, and can only work hard.
Early exposure to these facts is a good thing for them as students.
Congratulations, Class 1 of the first year, killed 4 gold-level monsters and got 4,000 points. Congratulations, Class 1 of the first year, killed 12 silver-level monsters and got 1,200 points. Congratulations, Class 1 of the first year, killed 36 brass-level monsters and earned 360 points.
Suddenly a cold female voice sounded again.
This series of information broadcasts directly stunned the silent students present.
Everyone's eyes looked at the picture of the first grade class on the screen again.
This grade is the first class. It is Li Shuazong's class, which has the title of Grandmaster. At this time, the assessment team of the first grade class,
standing on a grassy field,
still braving the raging fire. In the flames, you can faintly see a few chickens that are about to be burned to ashes. These chickens are huge, about 1 person tall.
I'll wipe it. This is the nest of the shadow black chicken? Shadow black chicken? B-grade monster?
I heard that it is extremely strong. When the teacher explained, he said that when he encountered this community, he ran quickly. I didn't expect the first grade class to end up in this place. I didn't expect that they would directly destroy this shadow black chicken.
Awesome.
At this time, Zhang Dehua, the leader of the first class of the first year, looked at the shadow black chicken that had been burned to ashes.
Squad leader, it's all done.
Behind him, Su Zhuang, an A-level strength superpower, was carrying a sack of black chicken inner gold.
This time it's a big harvest, a nest is served.
Shui Linger on the side also said with a smile.
Zhang Dehua looked at the two of them, and then said with some confusion, what about Wang Ping?
Su Zhuang on the side pointed in the direction of the chicken coop helplessly.
Wang Ping said he was going to cut the grass and remove the roots. Isn't it all killed? What is he cutting grass to get rid of? Zhang Dehua asked in confusion again.
Su Zhuang looked at Zhang Dehua with some embarrassment and said, Wang Ping is going to shake all those black eggs before leaving. After hearing this, Zhang Dehua couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After a long time, he held back a sentence. The Qingshan sword sect is known for its ruthlessness. It should be. At this time, Li Shuazong straightened his waist and raised his head a lot.
After all, when all the staff were defeated, the students he taught stood up, also fought a beautiful injury-free battle. This record is really proud.
For a time, the grandmasters who were familiar with Li Shuazong all responded one after another.
Old Li, your demeanor is no less than it was back then. No, Li Lao, it looks like you are going to create a few grandmaster talents again.
As soon as Li Lao made a move, he knew if there was one. This teaching level is simply incomparable to other classes. Old Li, my Qingshan sword sect owes you a great favor.
The grandmaster's shouts, Li Shuazong's face lit up, but he still responded humbly one by one.
But at this time, Huo Wen, who was sitting next to Li Shuazong, was stunned.
What's the situation? This is Li Shuazong's class. Where is Huang Dongdong?
For a while, Huo Wen had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that he saw Huo Wen's sluggishness, and Li Shuazong asked tentatively,
So, Master Hua, your personal disciple won't be Andy Zhang?
Hearing Li Shuazong's inquiry,
the corners of Huo Wen's mouth twitched. TMD, it seems like I'm really wrong. What should I do? The gifts have been sent. Isn't this little King 8 calf in Li Shuazong's class?
At this time, Huo Wen was naturally embarrassed to ask for the gift back, so he could only smile awkwardly.
Then he asked in a low voice, Old Li, it seems to be a mistake. My bad apprentice's name is Huang Dongdong. I don't know if you have heard of it?
After hearing the 3 words Huang Dongdong,
Li Shuazong's eyes glared at the boss. Are you sure your apprentice is called Huang Dongdong?
Huo Wen nodded, of course, and listening to my apprentice's reply, he should have entered a good class. Listening to Hao Wen's words,
Li Shuazong took a deep breath,
then pointed to the top of the screen.
Master Hua, take a look. Is that student of the second class of the first grade your beloved disciple? After all, the list of assessments and the class teacher have seen it.
Li Shuazong naturally remembered that there was a student named Huang Dongdong in the second class of the first grade. At this time, Huo Wen followed Li Shuazong's finger and looked at it. Naturally saw a short figure.
Why is it a bald head? No, this is his his beloved. He said loudly, "Yes, that is my disciple." Huo Wen grinned.
There is a sense of déjà vu for introducing your son to the Spring Festival Gala to relatives during the Chinese New Year. Since the first grade class is so strong, I think the level of the second class of the first grade should be the same. His beloved disciple still gives himself a long face. Oldly, the second class should be good.
Huo Wen was still complacent, and Li Shuozong looked at Huo Wen. His expression was complicated, and he couldn't open his mouth. Oldly? Looking at Li Shuozong without speaking, Huo Wen also stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Li Shuozong's eyes. Li Shuozong looked at Huo Wen a little speechlessly. Seeing that Huo Wen had to ask, Li Shuozong had no choice, so he had to open his mouth and say, "To be honest, Master Hua, the second class of the first year is the last class in our freshman year." Li Shuozong's words, like a bolt from the blue, directly made Huo Wen scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. He pointed to the screen and asked incredulously, "What did you say?" Li Shuozong looked at Huo Wen, a little unbearable. "Maybe your beloved disciple just wants to rest for a while. Child will always be a little naughty," Li Shuozong said, while reluctantly touching the platinum-level fire-type crystal core in his pocket, was hesitating whether to send the platinum-level fire crystal core that Howen gave him. In the second seat, someone suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Who's laughing? Howen is like a lit firecracker. Turning his head, his eyes scanned like radar. However, everyone he looked at had a smile in his eyes. "I couldn't find that snickering grandmaster at all." He sat down again dejectedly. "I thought Huang Dongdong was holding back a big one, but who would have thought that it was a big one?" Thinking that he had just asked Li Shuozong to answer so loudly, Huo Wen's old face turned red. At this time, he was like sitting on a pin felt, and his nose was a little red. Now he looks a bit like a famous Gotham comedian. And inside the screen, Yi Ran's team fell on the Yangye Mountain. Unlike other teams, Wang Dachuan and a few others walked too leisurely, because here, don't say that the monster hasn't seen it. I didn't even see a few ants on the ground. The entire Eternal Night Mountain seems to be just a few of them. Quiet scary. The four of them walked on the road of the Eternal Night Mountains. Other classes are going through a life and death struggle, and their class is like an outing in the wild. Huang Dongdong couldn't help it. He took a deep breath. Shishin Dan Tian shouted, "Has anyone?" Huang Dongdong was the sound of the sound, which shook the surrounding grass and trees, responding to one's own, only its own echo. At this time, Huang Dongdong couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. "I just tempered the golden body of Samadhi True Fire, and I really plan to use it well. But here, not even a ghost shadow can be seen." A kind of heroic uselessness gathered in his heart. Huang Dongdong's mouth bulged up with anger. "Dongdong, don't shout, no one will shout your throat. Do you know why?" Wang Dachuan looked at the angry Huang Dongdong and said with a smile. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan in confusion. "Why do you say that?" Wang Dachuan said, "Because the demon cave only produces monsters and not humans, hee." As soon as Wang Dachuan finished speaking, the other three couldn't help but shudder. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan speechlessly. "Dachuan, this cold joke is not funny." "Oh, really? I thought about it for a long time." Wang Dachuan touched his bald head honestly. The four outing teams continued to patrol the mountains. Yi Ran, observing in the dark, looking at the situation of his own team, also frowned slightly. Eternal Night Mountain is one of the permanent residences of the Eternal Night Demon God in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. It is the place with the most spiritual energy in this world. Not only that, after a long period of transformation and upgrading of the Eternal Night Demon God, the Eternal Night Mountain Ridge can be said to be the place with the most demonic energy and spiritual energy. Even if some ordinary creatures have stayed in this place for a long time, will also evolve and upgrade unconsciously. Those who turn into monsters. Why can't you touch a single monster in your team? Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyen. Did he make a move? Lan Moyen felt Yi Ran's gaze extremely keenly. He waved his hand symbolically, indicating that it was not. "Good guy, are you too lazy to hide now?" Looking at Lan Moyen's movements, Yi Ran complained speechlessly about this transcendent person who slaughtered the country. Then, Yi Ran frowned. Since it wasn't Lan Moyen's move, why didn't there be any monsters here? If something goes wrong, there will be a monster. He remembered the last words Duo Bao said when he left him. Strange, Taoist, how can this Eternal Night Demon Cave give the poor Taoist a different feeling than before? Looking at the picture of the second class of the first grade, others don't think it's anything. It's just that everyone on the rostrum couldn't sit still. At this moment, all the transcendents outside the field look at each other. "I look at you." The shock in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Especially Zhu Tianhua beside Bai Su. His eyes were not only shocked, but his eyebrows also furrowed slightly. He adjusted his emotions, turned his head and asked Bai Su uncertainly. "That's?" Bai Su nodded helplessly. "That's right, it's Lan Moyen himself." Looking at Bai Su's confirmation, all the transcendentals gasped. Because Lan Moyen is relatively young, he doesn't like to attend big occasions. Many ordinary people under the supernatural level do not know this giant man. But as extraordinary people, how could I not have seen the demeanor of the Dragon Kingdom sword god who
who attacked heavy weapons, sealed the throat with a sword. By Zhu, this.
Is there some violation? Xu Tianhua frowned. If Lan Moyan was present, many things would be difficult to deal with.
Bai Su turned his head and looked at Zhu Tianhua helplessly. Don't look at me like this. Lan Moyan's age and academic qualifications are completely in line with the recruitment restrictions of Longwood Demon Martial University. I have no reason to stop him from going to school.
Bai Su thought slightly and couldn't help but add a complaint. Really, who would have thought that he would still have the results of the entrance examination and a high school diploma? Now that you have a high school diploma and a college entrance examination score, with Lan Moyan's talent standard, do you think the talent standard of the special recruitment can stop this Dragon Kingdom sword god? Bai Su's words made Zhu Tianhua can't help but choke.
After thinking about it for a long time, I didn't think of a reason for refutation. The extraordinary expressions behind him were also a little weird, although Lan Moyan all met the rules.
But a slaughter-level transcendent went to be a freshman student. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't feel right.
Hearing Bai Su say this, Zhu Tianhua also pondered for a moment. After all, it is a top boss, and there is still this little bit of chi cultivation kung fu. Since there is a change, there is only a trick to dismantle later.
And in another location of the Eternal Night Demon Cave, a slight space crack opens. A group of tall creatures walked out of it. These tall creatures, the figure is bewitching, the clothes are revealing. Like a human form but not a person. If you are seen, you will definitely exclaim, when will a succubus be born in the Eternal Night Demon Cave? Twisting his body extremely exaggeratedly, the succubus at the head spits out human words. Go to the Eternal Night Mountains as soon as possible. There are still many things to arrange. Okay, Doll Demon King. Call sister. Okay, Doll Demon King's sister. Who would have thought that these succubus leaders would still be a diamond-level demon king? I can't stand it anymore. Let's go outside the mountains.
Huang Dongdong, who had been walking for a long time, finally couldn't bear the loneliness. He glanced at Wang Dachuan.
Wang Dachuan said with some embarrassment, is this stable? Huang Dongdong retorted, what is stable? Is it called stable if you don't kill anyone? When the assessment is over, other classes are thousands of points. Do we have 0 eggs?
Hearing Huang Dongdong's words, Wang Dachuan's heart was a little shaken. Huang Dongdong struck the iron while it was hot and made up for it again.
Dachuan, I believe you don't want Teacher Yi to be eliminated by the last place. Don't worry, we are hunting near the mountains and we can't run around.
Listening to Huang Dongdong's words, Wang Dachuan felt that this was the truth.
He then turned his head and looked at Jiang Xiaoru and Lan Moyan. I think what Huang Dongdong said makes sense. What do you think?
Jiang Xiaoru was still taciturn. I listened to the squad leader.
Lan Moyan also nodded and agreed. Wang Dachuan looked at everyone and agreed.
So he said, okay, then let's leave the Eternal Night Mountain and earn points for the teacher.
The 4 of them left the Eternal Night Mountain ridge extremely quickly.
Yi Ran, who was in a secret place, looked at this scene, shook his head helplessly, and then followed him. The 4 of them had just come out of the mountains. A huge roar directly attracted the attention of the 4 people. Before the 4 of them turned their heads, a huge orangutan had jumped in front of the 4 people.
Powerful impact.
The ground trembled 3 times when it was directly shaken.
This orangutan is extremely fierce. All white hair.
There seemed to be a flash of thunder and lightning in his eyes. When a pair of giant hands knocked on their chests, they actually made a sound like thunder.
The eardrums of the tremor are numb. This is the Thunder Ape? A-level magical beasts? Not only an A-level beast, this is also one of the kings of A-class beasts, and it is the absolute overlord in the A-level thunder and lightning field. Take a good look. The hair on the head of that giant ape has begun to turn into thunder and lightning. This giant ape has reached the edge of enlightenment. Wari? In other words, this is a half-step platinum thundering giant ape? It's over. What kind of luck is this second class? As soon as I came out of the Eternal Night Mountains, I actually encountered this kind of existence. I heard that there is only one leading teacher in the second class this time. Is it Teacher Yi? I heard that you fought that platinum beast before, so you should have no big problem dealing with this giant ape. It's hard to say. I heard that defeating Han Kun was a trick at that time, because Han Kun's ability cannot work on Teacher Yi, and it may not be possible to face this monster. Teacher Yi's current strength should not be as good as the thunderous giant ape in front of him, if you can't take advantage of it. And even if Teacher Yi can beat it, it's only barely. How can he ensure the safety of the students? Pinch back the city stone. It's better to get 0 points than to die. The students looked at the contestants of Class 2 with pity one by one. Even Howen looked at the screen with some worry. Although he was a little angry at Huang Dongdong's choice, he was still very worried about Huang Dongdong's safety after all. The thundering giant ape roared frantically at the 4 tiny creatures in front of him. It seems that there is some anger at trespassing on one's territory. The murderous intent in his eyes was unabashed, and the 4 tiny creatures in front of him, it was not like the usual creatures, directly trembled and lowered his head, in the face of his own roar. On the contrary, they all looked at themselves with interest. Even the shortest little thing was a little eager to start moving his fists and feet. Roar! The thunderous giant ape roared again in disbelief. The smallest dwarf dwarf winter melon dug out his ears disdainfully. Xiang actually gestured his middle finger towards himself. Huang Dongdong, what are you doing? Put your hand down for me. After Huowen saw the scene outside the field, his heart was about to rise to his throat. Huang Dongdong's strength has just reached the late golden stage in his cognition. The difference between the thunder giant ape who has begun to realize the Tao is not a little bit, coupled with the strong talent of the thunder ape as an A-level magical beast. Huowen was afraid that his apprentice would be scrapped as soon as he saw him, and at this time, Huang Dongdong naturally couldn't hear his master's call. After giving his middle finger, turned his head to the crowd and said, "Everyone, step back and watch me perform." Listening to Huang Dongdong say this, all the teachers and students outside the field were stunned. What's the situation? Is this little man planning to go head-to-head? It's too overestimated, isn't it? Good guy, this is a half-step platinum monster, and it is also one of the top beings in the A class. Is he crazy? This little guy won't be really about the same as this thundering giant ape, right? Are you thinking about fart? With this kind of strength, can you teach in the second class of the first grade? This kid is crazy. What's crazy? When the time comes, the thunderous giant ape will break the hero's dream with 3 hammers. I'm afraid it's not just the hero's dream that will be shattered. Don't worry, the team leader is not him, so no one will definitely go crazy with him. Hoenn looked at this scene, and his heart was completely suspended. He also muttered to himself, comforting himself. Yes, that's right. It's okay for one person to mess around, others definitely won't. However, in the picture, after Wang Dachuan and the 3 of them heard Huang Dongdong's request to step back, nodded thoughtfully, then he said to the other 2, "Everyone, stand separately, step back 100 meters, and surround this ape." So, the 3 of them retreated a few hundred meters in different directions, forming a pincer position. Surround Huang Dongdong and the thundering giant ape in the middle. The huge venue was vacated and left for Huang Dongdong to perform. At this moment, Huo Wenlai's hanging heart was completely dead. No, is there such a team leader? Beloved, what disease are you suffering? Didn't you say that you quit arrogance and impatience? That's how you quit? If it weren't for the opening of the door of space, it would not have been possible to cross it again in a short time. Hoenn wanted to dive in. For a while, Hoenn closed his eyes and couldn't bear to look at the picture anymore. After Li Shuezong on the side saw this scene, in the end, he gritted his teeth, took out a fire crystal core from his trouser pocket, stuffed into Hoen's hand. "Master Hua, if you want to open up a little, maybe your beloved disciple can escape." Huang Dongdong watched Wang Dachuan and others retreat with satisfaction. He walked up to the giant ape alone, looking 30, taller than himself, a 100-headed thundering giant ape. I started warming up seriously. At this time, the thunderous giant ape, looking at the small dwarf winter melon in front of him. Why isn't this little thing afraid of itself? Thinking of this, the thundering giant ape felt that the majesty was insulted. He was about to roar. I heard a roar louder than myself. It's noisy. Try to yell at me again? Although Huang Dongdong is small, but this roar used the power of the Dantian, directly calmed down the thundering giant ape. The thundering giant ape just waited for Huang Dongdong to finish warming up. Huang Dongdong looked up at the behemoth. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. What a sparring partner. Then I'm welcome. Huang Dongdong's eyes were awe-inspiring. The temperature in the air rises sharply. Countless fire elements began to expand and gather wildly. Suddenly, a loud shout exploded out of thin air. Fire alkane. With the sound exploding, the fire element that was free from the space completely went berserk. The clear sky, which was originally cloudless, has been rendered red. The violent fire element frantically gathered towards Huang Dongdong. A moment of effort. Huang Dongdong's entire body was wrapped in the fire element. At this moment, Huang Dongdong seemed to be like a burnt red golden ball. The temperature of the entire space suddenly rises. This surging heat, the thundering giant ape standing in front of Huang Dongdong felt the most. At this time, the thundering giant ape felt that his hair was faintly burned. The thunderous giant ape looked at the small golden red ball in front of him. The intuition of the beast made it keenly feel the golden red ball, constantly exuding that sense of threat that could harm life. I don't know if it's out of inner fear or out of provoked anger. The thunder giant ape roared at the golden red ball. With the roar of the thunderous ape, all the hair on its body stood up straight like steel needles. Countless currents, or like brontosaurus, began to wrap around the huge body of the thunder ape, especially the tuft of white hair on the head of the thundering giant ape. Between the exhalations and inhalations of the thunder giant ape, the terrifying thunder and lightning elements were constantly flashing. It has vaguely turned into the shape of thunder and lightning. Surging lightning factor, with the thundering giant ape as the center, it is constantly expanding outward, crazy rubbing against the explosive fire element. For a while, the two sides were evenly matched. The middle point of Huang Dongdong and the thunder giant ape is the dividing line. It is divided into two colors, one red and one blue. The violet elements tore and rubbed. Lightning and thunder, flames raging. It's like a purgatory scene. Off the screen, the students looked at this scene in shock. We haven't fought yet. Is it already so strong just to be in the air? Amazing. According to this posture, even if you can't beat the thunder
thundering giant ape. At least there is really no problem in retreating with your whole body.
Worry, I thought this kid was pretending, but I didn't expect him to be really powerful. Who is that little man? How can he have such strong strength? I've never heard of this little man's name at all. When did our freshman year hide such a demon?
Many diamond grandmasters looked at the scene on the screen. Their expressions were a little surprised.
Huang Dongdong's strength can actually compete with this thunderous giant ape? At such a young age, it is already half a step platinum? What kind of demon exists?
The eyes they looked at Hoan were no longer so ridiculous. On the contrary, it has begun to have a hint of jealousy.
Damn it, where did this big boss get such a good seedling? And at this moment,
Hoan, the shock in their hearts was no less than that of any of them.
What the heck? Did I cross over? Isn't Huang Dongdong just in the late golden period? Why haven't I seen you for a few days? It can already compete with half-step platinum monsters?
Li Shuozong standing next to Hoan,
looking at the screen as well.
He looked at the platinum-level fire crystal core that had been placed in Hoan's hand again.
MD, it's still early. He looked at Hoan with some resentment.
Now he is a little suspicious that Hoan is trying to get this crystal core back.
Deliberately showed nervousness before.
For a while, Li Shuozong arched his hands, looked at Hoan and said strangely, Master Hua's expression is really in place. He deceived the old man.
Such a demonic seedling. What is there to worry about in Master Hua?
Hoan looked at Li Shuozong and touched his head a little embarrassedly.
I don't know. I really don't know that the strength of that stinky boy has reached this point.
Listening to Hoan's words,
Li Shuozong was angry. Why? What else does Master Hua have to hide now?
Hoan was a straight-tempered, and when he saw Li Shuozong say this, he began to say anxiously, Really, when that kid was kicked out by me, it was just the late golden stage. All the grandmasters present shook their heads.
Late golden period?
Ghost faith,
Li Shuozong said angrily. Could it be that Master Hua wants to tell us that your beloved disciple suddenly soared to his current strength after studying in that salted fish class?
A word wakes up the dreamer. Li Shuozong's angry words directly made Hoan stunned. For a while, he recalled the messages Huang Dongdong had given to him before.
No way.
The thundering giant ape saw that there was no way to suppress the dwarf winter melon in front of him, angrily beating his chest. With the roar of the thunderous ape, the blue-white thunder and lightning poured directly into the body of the thundering giant ape, the already tall and fierce thunderous giant ape. At this time, it was 3 more laps, especially those thick and powerful arms, with the blessing of the power of thunder, timeless terrifying energy. Wherever you pass, there can be thunderous explosions. Gifted with supernatural powers, the wrath of thunder, the thundering giant ape stared at the golden red fireball in front of him. The huge figure disappeared directly. The thundering giant ape volleyed directly above Huang Dongdong. It is possessed downward, with the fury of thunder. Like a thunder dragon descending into the world, it smashed down towards Huang Dongdong. Surging power. Break all the trees around you. Be careful. Wen's heart outside the field is concerned about Huang Dongdong in the middle of the screen.
Couldn't help but exclaim directly.
The thundering giant ape's fist directly hit the top of Huang Dongdong's head.
Powerful power. The whole ground trembled. Countless mud swells.
Thunder and lightning spread wantonly. The whole land turned into scorched earth.
The traces of cracks are centered on Huang Dongdong.
It formed a terrifying spider web with a radius of nearly 500 meters. Whether it is a student or a grandmaster, they all looked at the dust with intent, anxiously waiting for the result of the violent attack. And in the center of that scorched earth, the golden red energy began to expand without limit. The surging fire element rose and flames rose on the cracked ground,
like a totem of a demon god coming into the world. Good boy. Suddenly, on the rostrum, Flame King, Zhu Duanjin stood up directly. The slaughter-level extraordinary shouted excitedly. It made everyone's eardrums hurt, especially the unabashed extreme of fire.
Let some of the students present suddenly feel a burning sting tingle in their bodies.
Old Zhu, don't be impatient.
Bai Su on the side counted helplessly. The power of invisible space isolated the momentum that Zhu Duanjin escaped. Zhu Duanjin heard Bai Su's words.
Eyes widened. Don't be impatient?
Old man Bai, I haven't settled the score with you about the last time you trapped me.
Now my heirs to the mantle have appeared. How can you make me calm down? As soon as Zhu Duanjin's words fell,
the dust and mist on the screen also dispersed. The thundering giant ape was still pointing down with one fist. It's just that the sharpness in his eyes is not there. Some are only surprised and confused. Under the fist of the thundering giant ape, a small arm supported upwards. He actually put the thundering giant ape like a small hill on top of his head. The little monkey is so powerful. It's your turn to be my young master. The golden red light spots under the thunder ape began to expand sharply. The raging flames gushed out from the center of the point of light. The huge fire dragon soared out from the bottom up, completely submerged the thundering giant ape. The blazing heat distorts space and devours all living things.
In the fire dragon pillar, the thunderous ape let out a heart-wrenching roar. In an instant, dark blue thunder and lightning began to glow around the raging fire dragon. The crackling sound exploded everywhere.
A hole was burst out of the raging flames. A figure snatched out of the flames, smashed heavily towards the ground.
Powerful impact.
There were more than 10 meters of scorch marks on the ground. The figure of the thundering giant ape appeared. It frantically slapped the flames that had not yet dissipated on its body, the white hair that was originally nourished by thunder. At this time, almost 80% of the area has become scorched. It hurt so much that this thunderous giant ape grinned. At this time, its eyes no longer had the previous rage.
Who would have thought of a little thing that is inconspicuous at all?
It can cause so much harm to him.
By the way, what about that little thing?
The thunder giant ape hurriedly looked at Huang Dongdong's previous position.
At this time,
the sky-high dragon pillar of fire had disappeared. No, even Huang Dongdong has completely disappeared.
After the thunder giant ape saw this scene,
severe constriction of the pupils. The uneasiness in my heart was like a giant hand pinching its heart.
Stupid monkey, what are you looking at?
The sound of Huang Dongdong came from the right ear of the thunder giant ape. It turned its head,
looked at Huang Dongdong.
At this time, Huang Dongdong is no longer the white and tender appearance before. His whole body was full of golden red light. The whole person was as if he had eaten the sun, and the whole body erupted with violent flame power.
The scorching heat,
just looking at it made the thunder ape feel a tingling in his face.
Pick it up, stupid monkey. Huang Dongdong grinned. Bang!
A loud noise sounded on the right side of the thunderous ape's face. The huge body of the thundering giant ape is like a collapsing ball, was smashed backwards by this huge impact. The thundering giant ape hadn't had time to land. The golden red figure flashed in front of the thundering giant ape again.
Bang! Another powerful blow. The thunder giant ape directly changed direction and flew out again. Bang!
In this way, this half-step platinum A-level beast, in his own territory, like a ball, it was beaten around by Huang Dongdong. That powerful impact, the sound of bones shattering, the blood foam that kept flying out. If it weren't for the natural rough skin and thick flesh of this beast, maybe he has been reincarnated now, and he has fallen to the ground.
Everyone was completely stunned by this scene. This is a cartoon. My god, this is really a half-step platinum A-level beast? Why does it look weaker than the soft bone rabbit? What do you think? Why don't you change it? Who is this kid? So murderous. My god, kick a magical beast of this level as a ball. Brother is so fierce, I feel that this university is in vain. The students were shocked, and they didn't forget it.
The diamond level mentor sitting in the second seat had his chin dropped like a hillbilly. Everyone looked at Hoenn incredulously, with a little jealousy in their eyes.
No, why is this big boss?
At this time, Hoenn changed from worry to surprise, from surprise to shock, from shock to pride.
In just 1 minute, the drastic change in expression made him have 3 or 4 more folds on his face.
At this moment, his head was raised higher than anyone else,
glancing at the world as if looking around. Who laughed at me before? Stand up for me. Call me?
My apprentice ravaged the thunderous ape who ravaged half a step platinum at this age.
But that's not the point.
What made Hoenn most eager was Huang Dongdong's golden red body at this moment.
If I'm not mistaken, this is the physique that their fire sect has always dreamed of. Samadhi true fire golden body. Hoenn's excitement was trembling a little.
It has only been less than half a year since his disciples came out.
Actually brought such a big surprise to himself. What kind of bike do you need for this? Huang Dongdong is the old man's most beloved disciple.
In the future, no one is allowed to touch the old man's coffin except Huang Dongdong's hand.
And on the rostrum,
Zhu Duanjin was also refreshed at this time. The dense beard was already glowing with red fire at this time. At this time, Zhu Duanjin didn't know where he took out a cigar. It was lit when it was wrapped around his beard,
sat directly on the rostrum and swallowed the clouds.
Those who are familiar with this extraordinary person know this.
This god of fire is now overjoyed.
Baisu frowned when he saw this scene. Old Zhu, pay attention to the impact. After Zhu Duanjin heard this, he laughed out loud. He even took out another cigar and handed it to Baisu. I'm happy today.
Come on.
Looking at Zhu Duanjin who was scattering cigarettes for himself, Baisu's face darkened a lot.
He waved his hand. Take it back.
Baisu snapped his fingers speechlessly.
Use the method of space to isolate the smoke that swallows the clouds and mist. Cut. Do you want to love it? I'm still reluctant to give it on weekdays.
Zhu Duanjin took back his precious cigar indifferently, looking at Huang Dongdong who was fat and beating the thunderous giant ape in the picture with great interest.
Seeing this scene, Baisu asked curiously,
"This kid, it's just worth your happiness?"
For a while, all the extraordinary attention gathered here, as a transcendent at the level of slaughter.
Zhu Duanjin's happiness is really a bit abnormal. Although they were also surprised by Huang Dongdong's talent and strength in killing half-step platinum, but as long as they are half-step platinum stage geniuses,
there are many more who can do this. The previous cultivation can only mean that this kid has good qualifications in the early stage, and he is indeed a good seedling worth cultivating. But this does not mean that this kid will definitely be able to go well. And as a national level transcendental, Zhu Duanjin has never seen anything.
Just because the progress is so fast, it is not worth his care so much. Zhu Duanjin still swallows clouds and spits mist. Look looking at the screen with great spirits. You are not cultivating the fire element, so you naturally can't understand it through the screen, Zhu Duanjin said, with an incredible brilliance in his eyes. I can see the will of fire in this kid. This is the fucking thing I only realized when I broke through the extraordinary. I'm so angry. This kid has realized my accumulation for almost half of my life when he reaches gold. All the extraordinary people present were a little shocked. Looking at Huang Dongdong, something was wrong, and some extraordinary people had begun to secretly rub their minds to understand the situation. Every transcendent felt a burning sensation on the skin behind him. At this time, Zhu Duanjin had already turned his head. His eyes burned like the stars, and he grinned. Everyone, I can say these things, because I am determined to win, not to introduce you to how strong this kid is for you to rob people. Subsequently, Zhu Duanjin arched his hands. I don't think about that kid who broke the golden iron law, but this fire doll, I'm going to decide. Hearing Zhu Duanjin's words, the crowd smiled awkwardly. They all put away their interested eyes very sensibly. Fire practitioners have always had a relatively hot temper. The ghost knows that if he dares to take love here, will he still have a chance to get out alive? Lao Zhu, this is a disciple of the fire sect. Bai Su looked at Zhu Duanjin and said helplessly. Zhu Duanjin was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Huo Wen's disciple. They are all fire practitioners, and the fire practice sect was once a super sect, so naturally they all know it. Zhu Duanjin thought for a moment and said lightly, it doesn't matter, it's normal for an excellent disciple to have one or two masters? Bai Su couldn't help but take a breath. What is this contrary to Tiangong's speech? What kind of expression do you have? Zhu Duanjin glanced at Bai Su dissatisfiedly. Last time you deliberately stopped me, I had a good temper, so I didn't care about you. You have a good temper. Who doesn't know what virtues fire practitioners have? All the transcendent people present complained speechlessly, but basically it's just complaining in my heart. After all, few of Zhu Duanjin's fists present could withstand it. I heard that the fire sect seems to be affiliated with your school now. Can you help me say something nice this time? Zhu Duanjin said his purpose. Bai Su heard black lines all over his head. Is this something that can be solved by saying good words? Looking at Bai Su without speaking, Zhu Duanjin simply extinguished his cigar. Forget it, I can't talk, I'll go to Howen myself. Lao Zhu, sit down. Bai Su really couldn't stand it. Is there any rule to participate in the meeting? Everything will be decided after the assessment. Seeing that Zhu Duanjin ignored himself at all, Bai Su added angrily. You sit down, you can't see Huang Dongdong now. What are you doing? Threatening other people's masters? What will you think of you after letting that kid come out? After hearing this, Zhu Duanjin thought about it and it did make sense. He simply sat down again. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I have to make a decision on this disciple. Stop making trouble. Continue to look at. Bai Su rubbed his slightly sore temples. Bai Su's heart was actually a little shocked. It's just that the person he was shocked was not Huang Dongdong, but Yi Ran. After all, Huang Dongdong's admission procedures were approved by him, and he knew exactly what strength he had. How long has it been since it soared to such a point? Can raise a person's strength so much, and even develop the potential that even the slaughter of the country is extraordinary? Stinky boy, how many secrets do you have? Bai Su's eyes narrowed slightly and muttered to himself. After the farce of Zhu Duanjin, everyone's attention shifted to the screen again. At this time, the thundering giant ape who was kicked around by Huang Dongdong. I have deeply realized the gap in strength between myself and the short winter melon in front of me. The shattered bones and the pain in his body made it understand. If this continues, you will surely die. The thunderous giant ape let out a roar, and the whole body began to condense and expand. The surging thunder and lightning elements poured into the body of the thunder giant ape without limit. After Wang Dachuan saw this scene, he exclaimed instantly, no, it's going to blow itself up. Huang Dongdong, be careful. Huang Dongdong naturally also knows the destructive power of self-detonation. Instantly turned into a golden light. Retreat to 100 meters away. As energy gathers, the body of the thundering giant ape is like a filled ball, more and more bulging, bigger and bigger, until the moment when the expansion reaches a critical point. The thunder giant ape didn't know where to find out a spike evolved from thunder and lightning, stabbed hard towards her buttocks. Countless thunder and lightning factors are like finding an outlet, gushing out towards the wound of the thundering giant ape, and the thundering giant ape took advantage of this reaction. Like lightning, it flew backwards in one direction. Its speed is so high, such a huge body actually set off a sonic boom, completely stunned everyone. Look at this operation proficiency. This is not the first time this has been done. At this moment, the thunder giant ape concretely performed an outrageous operation of pulling the buttocks with a knife and opening his eyes for everyone. The diversity of biological evolution is vividly displayed at this moment. Is this your escape route, ape? Who would have thought of a fierce beast? I was able to think of such a strange way to survive. What a fucking ape in 10,000. Be careful, it's going to run. Huang Dongdong later realized that. Directly erupted with golden red flame power, chased towards the thunder ape. It's a pity that the speed of the outbreak was hastily resolved. It's not as good as the thunderous giant ape that has been been planned for a long time. The thundering giant ape turned his head excitedly. He even made a face at the short winter melon behind him. The angry Huang Dongdong was furious and burned 3 feet.
Don't let that stupid monkey run away, everyone!
Huang Dongdong shouted anxiously.
The thunderous ape ran away frantically. The object it wanted to break through was Lan Moyan. After seeing this scene,
Yi Ran, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but shake his head.
Bad luck.
Seeing that his escape route was blocked,
the thundering giant ape roared frantically, directly used the power of thunder and lightning, fanned towards Lan Moyan.
The violent thunder and lightning factor drew a few crackling silver lines in midair. Like a silver dragon, it bit towards Lan Moyan.
In the face of the roaring thunderous fury, Lan Moyan didn't have any reaction.
I didn't even bother to raise my hand. Under the shroud of this violent thunder and lightning element,
he is still calm and incompatible with this environment.
Junior brother, be careful. Huang Dongdong couldn't help but shout when he saw this. This sentence, junior brother, let the extraordinary people who were still drinking water outside the field
collectively sprayed out. It attracted many teachers and students to wait and see. Many transcendent people couldn't help but dig out their ears. What weird name did I hear?
On the screen, seeing that the huge slap was about to hit Lan Moyan's body,
the thundering giant ape was extremely excited. As long as the human being in front of you is blown away.
After that, the sea is wide for monkeys to swim, and the sky is for apes to jump. This excitement of escaping from death made the thunder giant ape adrenaline soar. Just when this giant palm was about to hit Lan Moyan's eyes froze slightly. An invisible fluctuation instantly ran through the thundering giant ape.
In the consciousness of the thundering giant ape, time seems to stand still.
Originally its body far exceeded the other party. It felt like it was constantly shrinking.
And the other party is enlarging without limits.
Until he was so small that he couldn't even see the soles of the other person's shoes.
This feeling, like a centipede looking at the sky.
It felt that it had encountered a terrifying murderer that it had never met in its life.
Intense fear.
It actually caused blood to burst out of the corners of the thunderous ape's eyes.
My whole body was trembling and convulsing.
With a cold snort that others couldn't detect, the entire body of the thunder giant ape trembled suddenly. The skin that has been beaten by Huang Dongdong as a leather drum for so long has not shown much scar. At this moment, all kinds of small wounds began to appear strangely.
Boom! With a sound,
the thunderous giant ape fell straight to the ground, lifting a cloud of dust. When the dust dissipates, the originally powerful thunderous giant ape, at this moment, foaming at the mouth,
there is no consciousness at all.
Huang Dongdong and others also came to the position where the thundering giant ape fell to the ground one after another.
Why isn't this monkey moving? No, dead?
With Jiang Xiaoru's last inquiry, the thunder giant ape suddenly felt that the overflowing blood flowed directly into the lung duct, kicked his legs a few times, struggled a few times,
completely out of breath. What a cruel curse.
This scene made Ji Ran, who was hiding in the dark, a little frightened.
Huang Dongdong was silent for a moment, walked to the head of the thunder giant ape, poked in with one hand. Then he took out a blue-white magic crystal. Dongdong, it's amazing, you killed such a strong beast.
Wang Dachuan said with a smile. In the eyes of others, it is true that only Huang Dongdong has made a move in the whole process.
And at this time,
Huang Dongdong's eyes were a little confused.
Is this what I killed?
Why do you feel no sense of accomplishment at all? Congratulations, Class 2 of the first year. Kill a gold-level monster and get 1,000 points.
This kill target is a half-step platinum-level monster, and a special bonus of 5,000 points will be awarded.
A total of 6,000 points will be scored in the second class of the first year. The cold female voice sounded again.
The audience was boiling. This half-step platinum thunder giant ape really let the second class of the first grade take it down? This kid is so hard.
You can already imagine how bright the future of this kid is.
Wait, so many extraordinary, it won't really be for the little brother, right? Blind student, you found the dot.
It's not just the onlookers who are crazy. At this time, on the second seat,
Haowen has become the absolute core focus.
Master Hua, congratulations. With this disciple, there is hope for the glory of recasting the fire sect.
Master Hua is really enviable.
Master Hua, the little daughter is 28 years old and she is quite a good match with the noble disciple.
I don't know what Huamen's idea is. 28, you are embarrassed to introduce?
Master Hua, my wife has just given birth to a daughter. Why don't we set a doll kiss?
Tug-in-cheek remarks, turning Haowen into a dizzy state. I was almost fainted by happiness.
It is said that the mother is expensive by the son, and today Haowen tasted the sweetness of the master and apprentice. Although the fire sect is a sect with a long history, but this nearly 100 years of downhill road is about to run out of family foundations. Even many frontline level sect meetings don't invite the fire action sect very much. The last time the fire sect was so sought after by other sects, it has to be traced back to his master's master's master.
At this time,
Haowen, I am extremely grateful for my decision. It's been less than a few months. Huang Dongdong has been reborn to such a point.
Samadhi is a true fire golden body.
Haowen's eyes were full of excitement.
excitement. This legendary physique. I really made this stinky boy do it. Today I have to kowtow to my ancestors no matter what. However, then again, how did this kid get refined?
Huowen knew too well the difficulty of cultivating this samadhi true fire golden body. Not only did he try to suffer old sin, Huang Dongdong was tortured to death every time, but he ended up without any problems.
As a result, I tried so many times without success. Now that it has been less than half a year since it came out, it has been practiced directly? Masaka. Huowen's brain flashed. Huowen suddenly turned around and looked at Li Shuezong on the side.
Li Shuezong was frightened by this sudden action.
Huowen looked at Li Shuezong with bright eyes. Old Li, what is the name of the head teacher of the second class of the first grade?
Li Shuezong was stunned for a moment, and blurted out, the head teacher of the second class, my name is Yiran.
Old Li, isn't it easy to think about this teacher Yiran? Huowen looked at Li Shuezong expectantly.
He was full of confidence. There is only one truth. There must be nothing wrong with that. I tried so many times without success. After coming out, he directly became a samadhi true fire golden body.
Definitely this teacher is definitely the key person. Who said that our fire cultivators are all vulgar warriors? For a while, Huowen felt that his smart IQ had once again occupied the high ground. Hearing Huowen say this, Li Shuezong probably knew what he meant.
Then, he smiled helplessly. Master Hua doesn't really think that your beloved disciple was trained by the teacher of the second class, right?
Didn't I tell you that the overall strength of the second class ranked first from the bottom of the whole grade?
Huowen stared at the big eyes of the bronze bell and defended.
It is also possible that this teacher is a maverick and only likes to point out talents, right?
Li Shuezong looked at Huowen, who was not giving up, and continued. But as far as I know, this teacher named Jiran has always been silver before, and he was able to break through gold some time ago, and he has always been jokingly called the salted fish tutor by the students.
Hearing Li Shuezong say this, Huowen's brain circuit almost didn't burn. No, I guess so carefully that I was wrong?
Li Shuezong suddenly thought of something and continued.
Don't say Yiran.
I suddenly remembered. I heard from my students that there was a fight in the school recently, and there was this teacher Yi. I heard that he defeated the platinum mentor in the golden stage. Li Shuezong is an old man after all. Many things are not so keen on mixing. He was also a little shocked at first about this matter, but as time passed, I didn't pay much attention in the end.
Huowen's questions reminded him of this incident again. For a while, Li Shuezong's eyes narrowed. What Master Hua means is that our salted fish tutor has been hiding his clumsiness and not teaching because those students are not qualified enough for him to teach? Huowen nodded.
As expected of a diamond teacher, this idea is clear.
Just say everything you want to say.
Li Shuezong thought for a moment, then shook his head again.
It's still impossible. It's not logical.
Teacher Ye's student resources were not bad before. He gradually changed to this class because of fishing. If Yiran really just wanted to teach talented talents, he would have shined long ago.
Li Shuezong couldn't figure it out. Huowen couldn't figure it out even more.
But he knew very well that there was no guidance from experts. Huang Dongdong suddenly realized that the possibility of the samadhi true fire golden body was very small. And according to the letters of his beloved disciples to himself,
this teacher Yiran doesn't seem to be as unbearable as Li Shuezong said.
Perhaps, this teacher has only recently been enlightened? Huowen was a little unconvinced, and said uncertainly.
Hearing this, Li Shuezong couldn't help but laugh.
Master Hua, do you regard teaching as practice? Some people can improve their enlightenment strength by leaps and bounds, but their teaching ability can only climb the peak by accumulating step by step. Master Hua, you are also a person who has taught disciples, so you should be deeply touched. Maybe Li Shuezong has no say in terms of strength,
but in terms of teaching, Li Shuezong dared to break with Baisu.
Hey,
what Li Lao said was.
Huowen smiled embarrassedly, and he felt that his idea was a bit outrageous. He looked at the screen and saw it, both happy and confused. I was itching in my heart, and I wanted to catch Huang Dongdong out now and ask why.
And Li Shuezong, who was also looking at the screen at this moment, the heart doesn't seem to be so firm.
In this world, there will really be a teaching genius who is enlightened. Li Shuezong muttered softly. The core location of the eternal night mountains.
The succubus is constantly carrying things. Hurry up. The remnants of life have been released. We must create the life barrier before the afterimage returns.
And just when this monster was working like crazy, the void mysterious turtle hid in the void layer and quietly observed everything.
Well done. As expected of my heir who hasn't passed the door yet.
Zhu Duanjin clapped his hands happily.
Looking at Zhu Duanjin, Baisu had a headache. Lao Bai, don't rub your head for a day. Your freshman qualifications are really good. By the way, which class did the mentor who broke the golden rule lead? Baisu listened to Zhu Duanjin's question, pointed to the screen angrily. It's the class where you,
the heir who has never passed the door, stays. Hearing Baisu's words, the extraordinary people present were stunned for a moment.
Baisu pondered for a moment and continued to break the news.
Not only that, when Huang Dongdong first entered Yiran's class a few months ago, his strength was only in the late golden stage, and he didn't seem to have the qualifications that Lao Zhu liked. There are no fools here, and they all understand what Baisu's words mean. Many extraordinary ordinary eyes looking at the screen are a little wrong.
Can break the iron law. Personal strength is enough to go against the sky. Now there is such a demonic coaching ability.
If you can absorb this kind of person into your own force, the strength is superb, and he can teach his disciples.
A proper master of ZTE, the foundation of the future. Zhu Tianhua on the side suddenly asked coldly, "By Zhu, isn't this second class ranked first from the bottom in your school?" Listening to Zhu Tianhua's question,
Bai Su squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Director Zhu seems to be very familiar with our demon martial arts."
"That's right."
Bai Su's voice changed, "But the world is so big, who would have thought that this kid Yiran suddenly rose up, not only soaring in strength but also having this kind of insight to dig out such a big dark horse." After Zhu Tianhua got Bai Su's confirmation, he didn't say too much, just put on a pretense. Familiarity is not to be discussed, but to be invited by Bai Zhu as a guest, you naturally have to do your homework.
Then, the two stopped speaking.
It's just that Zhu Tianhua's eyes looking at the screen were a lot darker.
Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he also developed this demonic student. This he family boy has another way to die.
And at this time, Bai Su had a panoramic view of Zhu Tianhua's imperceptible expression.
Silently calculating something in my heart. To make the fish hook, the bigger the bait, the better. And Yi Shaogua, who was sitting on the other side, is still as stable as Mount Tai.
It's just that the corners of his mouth that kept rising, indicating that the left general of the Dragon Kingdom was in a very good mood at the moment.
In the world of the Devil's Cave, Yiran watched his students take down this thundering giant ape.
His eyes were as plain as usual.
This is the strength that his disciples should have.
And the strength of this thundering giant ape should be the strength that should be in the range of the Eternal Night Mountains. But why didn't there be the slightest movement inside the Eternal Night Mountain before, and not even a shadow of a magical beast could be seen? Yiran looked up slightly at the road back to the Eternal Night Mountains.
I felt a hint of unusual weirdness. "Dachuan, let's continue to go out to find monsters?" Huang Dongdong's voice interrupted Yiran's thinking.
At this time, Wang Dachuan heard Huang Dongdong's inquiry and habitually touched the back of his head.
Just about to say something, boom! Just when the four of them had not yet left, there was a huge roar not far away. The flames soaring into the sky can be seen clearly from Wang Dachuan's position. "What's the situation?"
Huang Dongdong followed the direction of the voice, jumped up and looked.
"It seems to be a fight?" Wang Dachuan said uncertainly, at the same time as Wang Dachuan spoke.
After the flames that soared into the sky,
in an instant, the sky covered the clouds in that area, turned into countless ice spikes and blasted to the ground.
In addition, from time to time, there was also the sharp sound of a long sword piercing the air.
It seems that there is no doubt that it is a fight. "Dachuan, let's go."
Seeing that there was a lively thing to join, Huang Dongdong became excited directly.
"Look at that energy fluctuation, it doesn't seem to be very weak."
Wang Dachuan is still a little conservative, and he doesn't really want to rush in.
"Let's go." "Dachuan, not weak means that you have higher points. Don't you think about yourself, do you also think about Teacher Yi?" Huang Dongdong repeated his old tricks,
but Wang Dachuan ate this set. When Yiran was mentioned, Wang Dachuan turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaoru and the others.
"Then let's go?"
Those two stuffy gourds naturally had no objection, and nodded in agreement. Then, Huang Dongdong excitedly turned into a ball of flames and rushed in that direction. Wang Dachuan and others followed closely behind, chasing Huang Dongdong and running over.
In the center of the fight,
Zhang Dehua raised his hands, opened the flame shield, struggling to block the terrifying energy impact for his teammates.
Behind Zhang Dehua,
Su Zhuang, who was originally a meat shield, had fainted to the ground at this time.
A huge scar appeared on the abdomen.
Was originally dressed elegantly, clean and tidy. At this time, I didn't care about wiping the dirt and blood on my face. Crazy to use his ability to help Su Zhuang stop the bleeding. The king of the Qingshan sword sect, on the periphery of the battle, he kept moving his figure, waiting for an opportunity to draw his sword.
"Linger, how is it?"
Andy Zhang roared with difficulty. Shui Linger shook her head while crying. "No, there is a curse on this wound, and it can't be stopped at all." Squad leader, blood, it's all blood. Zhang Dehua listened to this bad news,
looked at the black figure in front of him with some anger.
The black shadow standing in front of Zhang Dehua resembles a human figure, but the whole body is wrapped in black. I couldn't see any facial features at all. It doesn't match all the monsters in the Eternal Night Demon Cave in the textbook.
When I first met, I just thought it was a gold-level monster that I had never seen before. This black shadow's attack was extremely fierce. The instantaneous attack cut Su Zhuang's abdomen.
The wound was so big that almost all the internal organs leaked out.
The dark shadow is not afraid of the flames. His own flame ability, there is no way to hurt this black shadow at all.
And Wang Ping's sword, each time he stabbed at the deadly position of the black shadow, before he could react, he was instantly covered by the black shadow again. It seems to be a cloud of smoke that has not been dissipated for a long time.
A drop in the bucket, it can't hurt this black shadow at all.
But this black shadow like smoke, surging power, every blow on the flame shield that he deployed with all his might could set off a violent vibration.
It seems that it will be broken by a black shadow at any time. What to do? Do you give up?
Zhang Dehua was constantly thinking about his choices.
Finally, he gritted his teeth, turned back to his teammates and said, "Everyone, life is more important than ranking. No, we will." What is that?
When Zhang Dehua was arranging his teammates to crush the return stone, suddenly a bald head popped out of the grass. The appearance of bald heads directly attracted the attention of everyone present. Huang Dongdong looked at this anxious battlefield with an excited face. There is a sense of excitement of getting rich. Looking at this bald child, Zhang Dehua also has some impressions. It seems to be the new kid in the class next door. He frowned slightly. The fight here is so fierce. Can't you see what is going on? I have to rush over to give the head? Zhang Dehua couldn't help but remind. Get out of here. Huang Dongdong turned a deaf ear to Zhang Dehua's words.
Instead, it went very naturally to the center of the battlefield, looking at the dark shadow curiously.
At this time, the black shadow also seemed to be attracted by Huang Dongdong's attention.
Stopped attacking Andy Chung.
Zhang Dehua had time to remove the flame shield. He was paralyzed and sat on the ground.
Get out of here, it's not a joke.
The exhausted and paralyzed Zhang Dehua no longer even had the strength to stand up.
Can only keep opening his mouth to drive Huang Dongdong. Don't make noise, is it annoying?
Huang Dongdong waved his hand,
signaled Zhang Dehua to shut up,
then continued to look at the dark shadow curiously. This really made Zhang Dehua very angry. Zhang Dehua hated his pig teammates the most in his life.
Reminded but not withdrawn.
The dog bites Lu Dongbin, ignoring the good hearts.
If something happens when something happens, I will never go up to save him.
Huang Dongdong raised his head and looked at this dark shadow. The eyes were full of fighting excitement, because he could clearly feel it. The strength of this black shadow is definitely not much worse than the thunderous giant ape before. Looking at Huang Dongdong,
the black shadow's face actually opened its mouth out of thin air. Life, so thick. Life, can still talk?
Huang Dongdong looked at this scene in a novel way.
Except for some human-like monsters, such as succubus that can talk. Other monsters generally can't speak. Okay, hungry, so hungry. The black shadow ignored Huang Dongdong. Continued.
The speed of this black shadow's body is like a ghost.
Rushed directly towards Huang Dongdong. After seeing this scene,
Zhang Dehua was a little surprised, because now the speed of this black shadow is so fast that I can't even see it clearly.
Far more than when dealing with himself before. Be careful.
Zhang Dehua's voice has not yet fallen.
Bang!
The sound of a metal and stone colliding came. Huang Dongdong and this black shadow directly turned into a golden red light and a black afterimage.
Colliding with each other. Violent impact. Actually set off a shock wave. Bang! 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 Two afterimages, one red and one black, constantly bumping into each other.
In just a few seconds, it has been confronted more than 100 times. Completely looked at Zhang Dehua and others. Even Wang Ping on the side walked out of hiding. His eyes were full of shock. Everyone praised his sword for being fast, accurate, and ruthless. Today he saw what it means to be truly fast, accurate, and ruthless.
No, this kid is so fierce. Zhang Dehua's four minds were full of shock and question marks. With an explosion,
Huang Dongdong and the black shadow both flew out. Huang Dongdong drew two long traces.
There is still an unquenchable flame burning on the trace,
and that black shadow was still suspended in midair, like a ghost.
Huang Dongdong looked at the black shadow with a surprised face. What kind of monster are you? I haven't seen you at all. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry.
The black shadow didn't respond to Huang Dongdong at all, but kept repeating the previous words. The original dark face. The eye sockets seemed to have a pair of black pupils,
with an eerie light.
Huang Dongdong tilted his head and laughed. It's useless to just know how to eat. You have to be able to eat.
The black shadow seemed to be enraged by Huang Dongdong.
Turned into a ghost and rushed directly towards Huang Dongdong.
Well done.
It just so happened that the young master didn't play well.
Huang Dongdong shouted. Samadhi true fire golden body, open. Huang Dongdong's body instantly turned golden red.
Zhang Dehua suddenly felt a burst of discomfort. Then he found that he couldn't mobilize the slightest fire element at all.
Bang!
A more fierce impact than before came again. The aftermath of a huge shock. Zhang Dehua and others were overturned.
The moment of impact, Huang Dongdong's voice came.
As soon as the words fell, Huang Dongdong's side suddenly burst out with a violent flame. Directly devoured the black shadow. The black shadow seemed to be unable to bear the burning of Huang Dongdong. Flew out directly, smashed to the ground. Rolled a few times in embarrassment. On the black shadow, there was a trace of burnt scorch. Zhang Dehai was completely stunned. It turned out that I wasn't afraid of fire, but I didn't have enough firepower. But my ability is also the top fire ability of A level.
You don't even beat me. Huang Dongdong's voice came again.
Zhang Dehua and the three of them blushed when they heard this. The black shadow that almost wiped out the four of them was a disrespectful evaluation in the mouth of the child's brother. It's really a bit embarrassing. The black shadow roared angrily. Then it was suspended in the air. The whole body began to tremble.
You, damn it, the black shadow said intermittently. The body began to changed dramatically. Just as a person's limbs began to swell continuously, instantly changed into giant bear-like limbs, the body also began to swell. The black shadow of the original human body directly turned into a giant bear. Look up to the sky and howl. Bursting bear roar. Let the birds and beasts within a radius of 5 kilometers fly away in fear. The giant bear transformed into a black shadow, threw off its arms and charged forward. With huge claws, stepping on the ground. The huge impact blasted out one deep pit after another. It seems to feel the change in the momentum of this black shadow. Huang Dongdong also became serious. The Samadhi true fire golden body on his body was also a little richer. The giant bear was like a cannonball and instantly came to Huang Dongdong. The huge bear's paw covers the afterglow of the sun, but at the moment when the bear's paw fell, the bear's paw strangely turned into the claws of an eagle, flashed with cold light and stabbed straight at Huang Dongdong's head. This black shadow transformed claws actually ignored the high temperature of the true fire of Samadhi, directly pierced the energy barrier around Huang Dongdong. Huang Dongdong reacted extremely quickly, urged with all your might to fly to the side, was able to dodge this crazy blow, but Rao is like this. He also left a visible bone scar on his shoulder. After seeing this scene, the extraordinary people on the rostrum outside the field frowned slightly. The release of this skill, how can it feel a little familiar? Suddenly, an extraordinary seemed to think of something. He looked at the dark shadow on the screen, exclaimed, "Druid, isn't this the League of the Extraordinary, Absolute Power, Andrew's ability?" A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. All the transcendentals then remembered where they had seen it. Isn't this the current Xiao Wang of the Supernatural Alliance, one of the strongest transcendentals of our time? Absolute strength, Andrew's ability. Is it a druid god? Andrew is not a traditional modern person, but from a traditional tribe that has not been connected with the world. It is rumored that this tribe has been living in the deep mountains and forests, with all things in nature as their belief. They call themselves druids. In their worldview, each animal has its own god, and they can spiritually link with all the creatures and gods of nature through their souls. Roar! With the assimilation of the world, this mysterious tribe gradually came out of the deep mountains and old forests. Gradually, he also lost the power to communicate with animal gods. Andrew, who became the last inheritor of this mysterious tribe, claiming to be the last druid. After Andrew, the only one in the world who can borrow the power of animal gods, he also became the strongest druid of all time, and the ability of the Nadruids. It is the animal god who can borrow his own communication, assimilate your body and strengthen certain qualities. If it is placed in the Dragon Kingdom, it is somewhat similar to the immortals who invite the 5 immortals to come out. It's just that the gods who can be invited here are a little more complicated. The borrowed power trait is also relatively simple. For example, the trick of the black shadow on the screen. Obviously, it borrowed the power of the bear god and the sharpness of the eagle god. With the blessing of these two forces, it tore Huang Dongdong's Samadhi true fire golden body at once, and even almost killed Huang Dongdong. At this time, Bai Su looked at the black shadow in the screen. His eyes narrowed. "Lao Bai, what do you think?" Shu Duanjin's face on the side was not good looking. After all, this is a personal disciple who has not yet passed the door. The injury was on Huang Dongdong's body, and it hurt in his heart as a reserve master. Bai Su looked at the screen and was silent for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at Yi Shaogua on the side. "General Yi, what do you think?" The reason why Bai Su asked this was because the legendary general had fought against Andrew. Yi Shaogua still looked like he was not angry and self-righteous. He was silent for a moment. "That eagle claw, I won't admit it. This is the ability of the druid." Yi Shaogua's conclusion on the coffin brushed away the trace of uncertainty in the hearts of the extraordinary. The eyes that looked at the black shadow one by one became confused. "This black shadow, what is it?" Finally, someone transcendent spoke out the problem in everyone's heart. "Ghost knows. I have never seen such a strange monster." "That's not the point. The point is, why does this thing actually have Andrew's ability?" Could it be that there is some conspiracy in the alliance of psychics? Shouldn't it? The freshman assessment of a university is also worthy of the layout of the alliance of extraordinary talents? Who knows, since the alliance of extraordinary people changed the king, the entire organization has become even crazier. Are you crazy? The new king destroyed the northern divine kingdom as soon as possible, and these inheritances of Thor had already fallen into the hands of the alliance of superpowers. I will never be able to think of the operation of making an appointment with someone, deceiving people to the side, and then leading people to dig up the cornerstone world tree of the power of the northern kingdom of God. Just say, it's not done. In short, the alliance of extraordinary abilities is going crazy everywhere now. Will this freshman assessment be their layout? I didn't think so, but when I heard you say this, I wasn't sure. The transcendent ones exchanged ideas. Bai Su opened his mouth and asked Yi Shaogui, "General Yi, what do you think?" Yi Shaogui was still expressionless and couldn't see his emotions. "I don't know, but there is a high probability that it is not." "Is there any basis?" "According to the information now held by the military department, the alliance of extraordinary beings has been busy digesting the
Northern Divine Kingdom and has no energy to come to the Dragon Kingdom to do this. Yi Xiaoguo pondered for a moment and continued. I suspect that this black shadow should be related to the previous attack by the Alliance of Extraordinary Abilities on the Eternal Night Demon God. Bai Su listened to Yi Xiaoguo's analysis and continued. Is there any basis? Yi Xiaoguo shook his head. No, it's just intuition. Bai Su listened to Yi Xiaoguo's suggestion. At this time, Zhu Tianhua said, after the dimensional gate opens for a short time, even you and I can't enter again. White Pillar, simply this black shadow is not strong. Let's wait and see what happens. How about we investigate in depth next time we enter? After all, the strength of your school's freshman year is amazing. Even if something really happens, it is not a problem to escape. Bai Su listened to Zhu Tianhua's suggestion. He glanced at Zhu Tianhua deeply and then turned his head to look at the screen. That's all there is to it. Huang Dongdong looked at the bone deep wound on his shoulder. Grinned. It really hurts. The golden red flame attached to the wound attempts to restore scars. As a result, on top of the scar, there was a continuous black mist escaping. In turn, it devoured the golden red flame power. Curse? Not very like. Huang Dongdong frowned. Samadhi true fire can burn out some evil spirits. Curses and the like are not a problem. But these mists, not only were not burned, but could feed on this Samadhi true fire. Constantly strengthen yourself. It was harder than expected. Huang Dongdong frowned. Only the meridians can be used to temporarily seal the wound and prevent further expansion. Before Huang Dongdong continued to operate, the black shadow that couldn't hit a blow roared angrily again. The giant bear rushed over again like a cannonball. Damn! Still here, Huang Dongdong scolded. The momentum turned into a meteor, fled to the side, and burrowed into the woods. The dark shadow followed it. Bang! 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 Countless giant trees were knocked down. In the forest, Huang Dongdong's speed is far more flexible than that of the black shadow giant bear. The black shadow can't catch up with Huang Dongdong. It's just that Huang Dongdong can clearly feel it. When you are driving your own momentum, the black mist on the wound devoured even more violently. MD, what the hell? Huang Dongdong frowned. Roar! The black shadow eyes couldn't catch up with Huang Dongdong. The body changed again, directly turned into the appearance of a cheetah. The flexibility of the body is far greater than before. Turned into a black afterimage, frantically chasing this Huang Dongdong. The distance between the two parties is constantly getting closer to the naked eye. In a moment, the black shadow claws had already chased Huang Dongdong's heels. The sharp fangs went straight to Huang Dongdong's neck. When it was about to bite, a huge fist directly hit the black shadow's head. Powerful power. After letting the black shadow break more than 10 giant trees in a row, this stopped. Huang Dongdong looked at the huge figure in front of him with scarlet blood mist, panting and laughing and scolding. It's really slow. The scarlet beast turned its head and laughed silly. The urn said angrily, Dongdong, I told you to be more stable earlier, and you will suffer. Huang Dongdong gasped and sat on the ground as if he was paralyzed from exhaustion. Don't say sarcastic, you may not be able to beat. Huang Dongdong hadn't finished speaking yet. The place where the giant tree was broken broke out again with a violent momentum. The black shadow that has been frustrated repeatedly. The breath swelled a lot again, turned into a giant tiger, rushed towards everyone fiercely. Wang Dachuan looked at the giant beast rushing in front of him. You go take care of Huang Dongdong first, and I'll deal with this monster. The scarlet giant beast rushed towards the black shadow with great strides. Be careful. Don't get hurt by that monster. That wound is cursed. Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Dachuan's back and reminded. And Jiang Xiaoru on the side had already squatted down at this time. The palm of his hand has been gently caressed on Huang Dongdong's wound. Looking at Jiang Xiaoru's actions, Huang Dongdong shook his head. Don't make any effort. That curse is very strange. I don't even. With Samadhi true fire. Huang Dongdong didn't finish speaking yet. Surprised, his eyes almost widened. Jiang Xiaoru's palm suddenly became extremely dark. The curse that clings to the wound like black smoke. Extremely obedient was withdrawn from the room. Jiang Xiaoru's palm instantly turned white, emitting white holy light. Huang Dongdong's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Huang Dongdong recovered directly as before. This, Huang Dongdong shook his arm in surprise. There is no feeling of sticking, as if it has never been hurt in the slightest. This therapeutic effect, a little too unexpected. And at this time, Jiang Xiaoru, on the fingers, the black curse turned into a cloud of black smoke and floated in the air. Jiang Xiaoru looked at the smoke, and then looked at Huang Dongdong. She has always been taciturn, and said, Can I eat it? Huang Dongdong was stunned, nodded subconsciously. Jiang Xiaoru looked at Huang Dongdong's words, smiled and nodded. Then he opened his mouth and ate the curse directly. That look of enjoyment directly stunned Huang Dongdong. And Lan Moyan on the side also looked at this Jiang Xiaoru. His eyes were a little complicated. Or is it a dual ability that curses and heals each other? Not only that, looking at this effect, the grade of these two abilities is not low. Is it another top genius? Lan Moyan's incomparably strong sword heart couldn't help but shake. Since coming to Yi Ran's class, in less than 10 days, demon
demons of this level emerge one after another. Let Lan Moyan once have an illusion that this genius is very ordinary. The number of these demons, it is even more outrageous than the reserve forces of some major sects. Is Yi Ran's class so rich? Wang Dachuan and Black Shadow were already standing face to face. At this time, the Black Shadow, looking at Wang Dachuan's eyes, he was a little more prosperous than Huang Dongdong before. Okay, so thick, the chi and blood, the Black Shadow said intermittently. Wang Dachuan looked at the Black Shadow curiously. Huh? Can you still talk? Sombra has no nonsense. Raised his hand directly, turned into eagle claws and stabbed at Wang Dachuan. And the blood mist on Wang Dachuan's body was a little more intense. The fist attached to the scales blasted directly at the eagle's claws. Everyone outside the field couldn't help but close their eyes tightly. Just now, even Huang Dongdong's flame protection body did not block the sharpness of the eagle's claws. You can imagine the fate of the fist being pierced. Ding! A piercing sharp whistle sounded. To everyone's surprise, this scarlet fist was not only not penetrated by the eagle's claws. On the contrary, the impact of he even directly blasted the Black Shadow's arm and the body on the other side and disappeared completely. The Dark Shadow kept surging, recovering its body again. The Black Shadow went completely crazy and turned into a giant ape. The fist blasted towards Wang Dachuan, and Wang Dachuan was not to be outdone. Fist for fist, elbow for elbow, fight for life. The collision of the purest body. The violent impact made the ground tremble. For a while, a black hurricane and blood-colored blood mist, tearing the whole audience. The teachers and students off the screen, including the Transcendent, were completely stunned. Howen looked at the screen and said without looking back, "Old Li, this is also a student in their class." Li Shuezong looked at the screen and nodded silently. The shock in his eyes is not half a star compared to others. Not only did he know that this was a student in Yi Ran's class, but he also knew that this student was a disabled person before. The 4 geniuses in my class were almost wiped out by that Black Shadow group, and now Wang Dachuan can fight with that group of Black Shadows with ease. For a while, Li Shuezong's expression was a little complicated. Outrageous. Is there really a teaching genius in this world who has enlightened? The battle on the screen continues. A violent competition has been plowed into flat ground within a radius of 500 meters. Zhang Dehua and the 4 who were still lying in place, forced to be a spectator of this battle. The loud impact sound, the shock made Zhang Dehua's eardrums hurt. The 4 people were stunned to watch the bombardment of 2 giant beasts, one red and one black. Squad leader, that red giant beast won't be Wang Dachuan from class 2. Shui Linger stared at her big eyes and said to Dehua Zhang in disbelief, although Zhang Dehua really didn't want to admit it in his heart. But in the end, I nodded. It's outrageous. Forget about the kid in front of you. Why is Wang Dachuan so domineering? Is there any king's law? Isn't he incomplete? How did he TM? Wang Ping was also stunned. People who don't spit out half a swear word on weekdays. Now he is scolding and complaining. Zhang Dehua had a complicated expression and finally spoke slowly. I don't know if you have heard that their second class has been popular for shaving their heads recently? Zhang Dihai looked at the burst Wang Dachuan and said with a complicated expression, I heard that this is what Teacher Yi asked to do in order to improve the strength of their class. Although I can't believe it, the facts are now in front of us. Zhang Dehua's words, like the whispers of the ancient gods, it scratched everyone's minds. Wang Ping on the side stopped talking. Even Shui Linger looked at her hair. Shilly shully. Not only them, after hearing this, some students off screen, I have already started to quietly make an appointment with Mr. Tony. Nonsense. Bai Su looked at Zhang Dehua who was speaking on the screen, couldn't help but blow his beard and glared and scolded. That's it. Fart. Xu Duanjin on the side also touched his extremely precious beard and said with Bai Su scolding, but then again, brother Bai, who is this student fighting now? Xu Duanjin pretended not to care and said, but his eyes were almost staring at the screen and did not move away at all. Even the title has changed from Lao Bai to Bai brother. Bai Su looked at Xu Duanjin with some mockery. What? Didn't you say before that you just wanted that fire doll? Are you trying to regret it? Hearing Bai Su debunk his thoughts so bluntly, Xu Duanjin's already red face, it suddenly became redder. He stiffened his neck and retorted, what I said is that I don't think about that teacher. When did I say that I didn't think about other students? Looking at Xu Duanjin's performance, Bai Su smiled silently, looked at the screen and said, the student in front of him is Wang Dachuan, the squad leader of Yi Ran's class, who was previously judged by the school to be a student with incomplete abilities. But who would have thought that after coming to Yi Ran's class, he would be reborn and leap over the Dragon Gate? Bai Su said as he did not forget to fan the flames at Zhu Tianhua on the side. Director Zhu, you are well informed. Take a look. What kind of beast is this student's ability? Zhu Tianhua's face was as usual, and he couldn't see joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, just staring at the screen without moving at all. The shock in his eyes was not much less than that of others, although he didn't want to answer Bai Su's words, but he still spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the beast alienated by the ability on this boy's body is the Life Eater, one of the top 10 fierce beasts in
ancient times, tout I. Zhu Tianhua's words blew up the entire rostrum.
The top 10 fierce beasts in ancient times.
Have you reached this level? In terms of strength, the combat power of the top 10 ancient beasts should exceed that of social S-class creatures.
In ancient legends, gluttony used to feed on dragons and phoenixes. What do you say? So the boy in front of him is at least an S-class superpower? All the transcendentals present were silent.
The eyes looking at the screen began to be wrong. After all, Zhang Hedong's super performance before is still vividly remembered.
These Tianjia saints of this generation of sect forces were all pressed down by that Zhang Hedong and couldn't raise their heads.
There was an S-class student who had no power to which they belonged was in front of them.
How can you not be moved? There is also the mentor who can be called the demon development machine, and the super fire baby who has been booked.
At this time, the transcendent people looked at the screen with their eyes shining.
Where is this still the scene of a fight? This is completely a pile of gold and silver. Looking at the expressions of these transcendent people on the side,
the gloom in Zhu Tianhua's eyes was a little more thick.
In his heart,
this kid from the Yi family has another way to die. Then Zhu Tianhua stood up silently.
Director Zhu, what are you going to do?
Bai Su looked at Zhu Tianhua, who was getting up and about to leave, and asked casually.
Zhu Tianhua responded indifferently.
There are some things that I still need to deal with, and I'll come over later. Saying that, Zhu Tianhua turned into a group of blue divine birds and disappeared on the rostrum.
Looking at Zhu Tianhua's departing back, Bai Su thought.
At this time, Yi Xiaoguo also silently twisted the ring on his right hand. In an instant, an imperceptible red silk thread came out from the ring,
closely followed the direction Zhu Tianhua left,
and in the suburbs not far away,
the cyan bird kept landing, slowly transforming into Zhu Tianhua's figure.
Xu Wenbin, who had been waiting here for a long time, hurriedly ran to Zhu Tianhua, respectfully bowed.
Fourth master. Zhu Tianhua waved his hand and said indifferently, how is it going?
Seeing that Zhu Tianhua's mood did not seem to be very good, Zhu Wenbin hurriedly said bluntly, everything was according to the previous arrangement. Han Kun and his students charged for us, and for the sake of safety, I gave Han Kun and the others 5 extra bottles of water of life.
Zhu Tianhua looked at Zhu Wenbin silently.
With a crisp slap, Zhu Wenbin flew out directly. Waste that is not enough to succeed in more than fail.
Listening to Zhu Tianhua's angry reprimand,
Zhu Wenbin endured the pain on his cheek, got up and knelt on the ground directly.
Let you deal with this matter. You didn't even figure out the strength of the participating members of that kid's class?
After hearing this, Zhu Wenbin was stunned.
In order to investigate those students, he also went to the demon martial arts? A down-and-out sect disciple, 2 wastes in the class and a transfer student that no one wants. How could this be wrong?
At this time, he naturally did not dare to defend, so he could only kneel on the ground and kowtow continuously. I'm sorry, fourth master, I did something wrong. I didn't do my job well. Zhu Tianhua looked at it indifferently, and Zhu Wenbin, who knocked his head on the head and bleeding, continued. What do you say over there? Zhu Wenbin was a little chilly down his spine when Zhu Tianhua looked at him, and hurriedly said, this time the communication was extremely smooth, and they promised us not even to cause trouble, but to directly kill the target mission in the Eternal Night Demon Caverns.
Are you sure? Absolutely true. Hearing Zhu Wenbin say this, Zhu Tianhua was slightly surprised.
After all, in the process of cooperating with the Zhu family and the succubus before, the succubus was generally difficult to deal with.
Every time you have to let the succubus do things for you, doing some dirty work requires the Zhu family to pay a high price.
So this time the succubus is so talkative, and even exceeded the standard to agree to the request. This made Zhu Tianhua suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. He asked,
so what are the conditions this time? Xu Wenbin continued, the succubus's request is to turn off our observation screen, and other than that, there are no other requirements. That's all? Zhu Tianhua couldn't believe it. It's really these. Zhu Wenbin knelt on the ground and trembled.
Where did he dare to lie?
Zhu Tianhua looked around and said to Zhu Wenbin, so you are arranging these here to blow up the observation screen?
Zhu Wenbin nodded. This is the core node of the observation screen formation. This area has been arranged. As long as an order is given, the link point of the screen can be directly destroyed. Zhu Tianhua was silent for a moment. The succubus agreed so easily, but only made such a request. There must be some things that I don't know are in it. If it were normal, Zhu Tianhua might have cautiously refused. However, looking at this form now, once Yuran came out, it was really difficult for the Zhu family to kill that kid. No, you can't let this kid from the Yi family grow up.
After thinking for a moment, Zhu Tianhua waved his hand. Just do what the succubus says, that kid must die.
After saying that, Zhu Tianhua directly turned into a blue bird and left. Xu Wenbin then directly urged the organs around him. Then he fled directly.
After a noisy electric current,
the formation in this area directly rose with black smoke.
Then, the giant screen next to the dimensional gate. After a few flashes, it completely turned into a black screen.
As soon as Bai Su was on the black screen, he poked out his consciousness.
After discovering the problem, the space was directly moved.
But where else is there at this time?
Only the black and burn formation parts on the ground. Bai Su looked at this scene
scene, squinted his eyes.
Are you going to do it? After Bai Su returned.
At this time, Zhu Tianhua was already sitting on the rostrum.
The whole playground was noisy.
Bai Su glanced at Zhu Tianhua on the seat.
The white robe on his body is windless and automatic. A wave of energy swept directly across the audience.
Calm down, all the teachers and students present.
Then, Bai Su's voice came from everyone's ears.
I am Baishu. Due to technical problems, the screen is temporarily turned off and emergency repairs are being carried out, so don't be impatient.
Under Bai Su's appeasement, the teachers and students present slowly quieted down.
They all sat on the ground waiting for the screen to light up again.
Bai Zhu, what's going on? I just went out to do something and came back, and it turned out to be like this? Zhu Tianhua pretended to be confused, and took the initiative to ask Bai Su.
Bai Su glanced at Zhu Tianhua and said lightly, it's nothing, some beasts have destroyed the formation, causing the basic formation of the screen to be damaged, and it is repairing itself, and it should be visible in a while. Bai Su sighed and shook his head. The sky is not beautiful. Who would have thought that there would be a few wildfire pigs there?
Zhu Tianhua's face was a little complicated. Is this scolding me? No, Bai Su shouldn't know about this? Zhu Tianhua couldn't show anything, so he could only follow Bai Su and sigh.
Yes, who would have thought?
Bai Su glanced at Zhu Tianhua again.
Turning around, he said to these extraordinary, everyone, since there is nothing to do now, why don't you discuss the proposal to get rid of the wildfire pig together? After all, this is not the first time these beasts have done such a thing. Listening to Bai Su's words, Zhu Tianhua's face was even more strange.
Did you do it intentionally or carelessly?
You're just scolding, right? He stared at Bai Su's face, trying to find clues in Bai Su's expression.
As a result, Bai Su's sincere and serious look.
It seems that he is really thinking about riding the wildfire pig.
That's right, it was long ago time stalled to get rid of the wildfire pig, and I didn't know which big clever introduced this creature from the dimensional gate.
The wonderful thing is cut off for me. I really want to kill a few pigs to vent my anger. There is one thing to say, pigs do not remove a batch with a strong fishy smell. A pig that doesn't stall, can it be a good pig? Don't say it. The meat quality of the castrated wildfire pig is really good. Agree, that wildfire pork tenderloin can't be more tender. The more we discussed, the more excited we became. The topic ranged from stallions to wildfire pigs, and even gradually talked about how fish-flavored shredded pork is made.
Zhu Tianhua listened to these remarks. The silence was deafening, and although Zhu Tianhua was a little angry in his heart, but at this moment, he didn't dare to say anything, can only force a smile, silently watching everyone discuss the issue of pig slaughter. And on the other side of the dimensional gate, the whole sky shook for a while. Everyone could feel that the feeling of being watched behind them completely disappeared. The core location of the Eternal Night Mountains, the diamond-level succubus looked up at the changes in the sky, then waved his leather whip and said excitedly, the surveillance of the human race has disappeared. Hurry up, now activate the formation with all your might. Those succubus demons stood at the keynodes of the formation, not knowing where they had found bottles of Ozdavai, fell directly on the formation node.
Then, the diamond-level succubus screamed up to the sky.
All the black shadows in the entire demon cave, it seems to have been ordered and instructed,
hurriedly swept away the life of the creatures around him, rushed towards the Eternal Night Mountains. The black shadow that was fighting fiercely with Wang Dachuan was no exception. After hearing the clear whistle, he withdrew from the competition with Wang Dachuan without any reluctance and rushed towards the Eternal Night Mountains. And just when this black shadow was about to escape from here,
Yi Ran's figure suddenly appeared.
After a loud noise, the black shadow that was about to flee was smashed into the dirt again.
Teacher Yi,
you are. Wang Dachuan and others looked at Yi Ran's performance and were slightly stunned. After all, according to the rules, the mentor is secretly protected and is not qualified to participate in any hunting activities.
Once you participate, that means that this class has ended this assessment.
At this time, Yi Ran looked indifferently at the black shadow struggling on the ground, ready to stand up.
In an instant, the figure disappeared again.
In the next second, Yi Ran's fist fell on the black shadow's head. After the huge attack, the black shadow, which had already emerged, was smashed into the ground again. Yi Ran saw that he had temporarily controlled this black shadow, and his face was not very good, because before that, Yi Ran had already seen the basic information of the black shadow through the system. A gender, 0 years old. Ability, Druid God. Advantages, the transmogrification product of the World Origin Fragment, which can use the World Origin to restore itself, the top offensive ability, and the ability to suck flesh and blood into life force. Disadvantages, a replica created for the resurrection of the Eternal Night Demon God, with no autonomous consciousness. After Yi Ran looked at the introduction of this afterimage for the first time, I felt that something was wrong. The legendary demon god who is already 2 meters tall in the grave. Why can the sudden appearance of the black shadow be connected to this demon god? Although I don't know why, but as long as it involves things at the level of the demon god, it's not a good thing, let alone a trivial thing. Yi Ran silently reviewed what had happened before. First of all, there was not a single monster in the Eternal eternal night mountain, which had the strongest aura. Then the afterimage of the resurrected eternal night demon god appeared. Then I felt that the monitoring formation on the school side suddenly failed. It was this afterimage that retreated like crazy. And the direction of this retreat. Yiran looked at the direction of the Black Shadow's retreat. That direction was exactly where they had just walked out, the former residence of the night demon god. Eternal Night Mountain. If one thing is a coincidence, so all of this is coherent. Yiran smelled a conspiracy. What if these are really secretly laid out? Then the situation of their teachers and students does not seem to be very good. Yiran thought for a moment. Then he turned to Wang Dachuan and said, Dachuan, use the gluttonous magical power to try to eat it. Although I don't know what Yiran means, but Wang Dachuan blindly obeyed Yiran's orders. He directly used his natural powers. A huge black hole appeared in front of the mouth. The black shadow struggled a few times, was still sucked into Wang Dachuan's stomach. Wang Dachuan burped comfortably, and the whole person's qi and blood seemed to have risen to another level. As conjectured, Taotia's ability can consume the original fragments of this world. Yiran observed silently in his heart. What's the problem? Lan Moyan looked at Yiran. With an absolute sword heart, he could keenly feel that there was a hint of uneasiness in Yiran's emotions. This is something Lan Moyan has never felt from Yiran before. Yiran turned his head to look at Lan Moyan and smiled bitterly. The problem seems to be not small. Looking at Yiran's serious expression, Lan Moyan asked, Do you want me to help? Hearing Lan Moyan's question, Huang Dongdong was stunned for a moment. What's going on? The little junior brother who had been taciturn before. Why is this tone suddenly a bit pretentious? Huang Dongdong was about to remind his good junior brother. Play cards, right? Yiran simply didn't pretend to be anymore, and nodded extremely seriously. He arched his hands at Lan Moyan. This is a big matter, and I really need the help of my seniors. Directly let Huang Dongdong, who was about to step forward, nail it in place. Wang Dachuan and the three of them stared with big eyes, looked at Yiran, and then looked at Lan Moyan. Predecessor. What an unfamiliar title. Senior, has the outside world completely lost contact with us now? Yiran's voice came again. Lan Moyan turned his head and looked at the sky. The monitoring formation outside the dimensional gate has been destroyed, and in a short period of time, we have lost contact with the outside. Lan Moyan then took out the return stone. The return function of the city stone back to the city this time is actually a subsidiary function of the monitoring formation, and now the monitoring formation has been destroyed, and we can't even return to the city. Yiran looked at Lan Moyan. Principal, can they still enter the Eternal Night Demon Caverns? Lan Moyan looked at the surveillance and shook his head. Once the dimensional door is opened, it is difficult to pass through life again in a short period of time, and if you forcibly break in, not only will the intruder have a chance of being exiled to the dimensional space, but the coordinates of this world may also be scrapped. Of course, Bai Su and the others can enter the Eternal Night Demon Cave by arranging other contact points. It's just that now the two-dimensional worlds have lost contact. Listening to Lan Moyan's words, Yiran's heart sank a little more. The principal didn't know what was going on. How is it possible to spare no effort to arrange other link points now? This means that there is no help outside. Everything has to depend on themselves. You haven't made it clear yet. What happened? Lan Moyan's words sounded in Yiran's ears. Yiran sorted out his thoughts, said to Lan Moyan, Senior Lan, don't you feel familiar with the Black Shadow before? Listening to Yiran's words, Lan Moyan frowned slightly. It was true that he felt a little familiar before, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. Yiran saw Lan Moyan's expression and reminded, Does the skill used by Sombra look like a druid? Lan Moyan's brain exploded. He is gifted and intelligent. With this information as the starting point, in the mind, it stretches endlessly. With a keen intuition like a sword heart, he instantly discovered the key. He looked at Yiran, and his eyes became sharper. This black shadow was related to the original attack on the Eternal Night Demon God by the Alliance of Superpowers? Yiran looked at Lan Moyan and nodded. I think so, and after my observation, the target of the Black Shadow's attack has always been a creature that bursts out strong qi and blood, and it is very likely that the purpose of these black shadows is to absorb life force. Hearing this, Huang Dongdong on the side suddenly realized. No wonder I couldn't see a single living creature in the Eternal Night Mountain before, and my feelings were eaten by these monsters? Lan Moyan saw it even more far-reaching, and the direction in which the monster ran frantically just now was the Eternal Night Mountain. However, the specialty of these monsters is to suck life. Lan Moyan raised his head and looked at Yiran. Someone wants to resurrect the Eternal Night Demon God? Like thunder in Pingu, it exploded in everyone's heart. Even Wang Dachuan, who has always been honest. I felt a chill in my spine and couldn't help but shiver. This is the demon god of the Eternal Night. There were several Eternal Night massacres in the human race back then. Countless human races lost their lives inexplicably during night activities. When I was a child, the original words of my mother to scare me to sleep at night are, if you don't sleep well, the Eternal Night Demon God will take you away. The Eternal Night Night Demon God is also one of the childhood shadows of their generation.
Yi Ran looked at Lan Moyen. Sure enough, talking to smart people is really effortless.
Lan Moyen didn't have any system, he just mentioned a key information point. Lan Moyen directly guessed the whole picture of the matter. As expected of Wang Tang in another world, it is too rebellious.
Yi Ran said at this time, Senior Lan, can you tell me what the strength of the Eternal Night Demon God was back then?
Lan Moyen looked at Yi Ran, seriously said a sentence. I haven't fought, but in the heyday of the Eternal Night Demon God, I am not as good as it. Listening to Lan Moyen's words, Yi Ran pondered. After all, when encircling and suppressing the Eternal Night Demon God, when all the subordinates of the Eternal Night Demon God were held back by the forces of other races,
one person singled out the entire alliance of superpowers,
although he died in the end. But it also caused great damage to the vitality of the alliance of extraordinary people.
Such a shocking power. Lan Moyen can fight, it is not normal.
However, since the Eternal Night Demon God is ready to be resurrected, he will definitely not reach his peak state in a short period of time, and we still have a chance.
Lan Moyen's voice came again.
Then, he squinted his eyes and looked at the Eternal Night Mountain. With Baisu's means, it won't be long to restore that monitoring formation. You can wait here for the returned city stone to recover.
What about you, Senior?
Yi Ran blurted out and asked. Lan Moyen looked ahead and replied softly, kill the Eternal Night Demon God.
Senior, wouldn't it be safer to stay here with us and wait for the returned stone to recover?
Now is the time when the Eternal Night Demon God is at its weakest. If you miss it, you will have no chance.
But, Yi Ran wanted to say something. Lan Moyen interrupted him. I know what you want to say, but no.
Lan Moyen looked at the Eternal Night Mountains. After the resurrection of the Eternal Night Demon God, it will definitely set off the Eternal Night Massacre again, and countless human races will die for this. The human race has been fighting for so many years, and it is not possible to stand firm by sticking to the rules. Take care of yourself and your students. When you encounter danger, hide if you can, and protect one more. Saying that, Lan Moyen dodged directly and disappeared in place. Looking at the place where Lan Moyen disappeared, Yi Ran was silent. At this moment, he seemed to have a new understanding of this out-of-tune slaughter-level transcendental. You really underestimate people, Yi Ran muttered to himself. Then, Yi Ran turned to his students. At this time, before Yi Ran spoke, Wang Dachuan grabbed the stubble. He looked serious, and said angrily, Teacher Yi, I know what you want to say, I'm stupid, but I will go wherever you go, and I am willing to accompany you to death.
Huang Dongdong also nodded seriously.
Teacher, how can you come out and not get stabbed? Don't look down on me so much. And Zhang Xiaoru on the side also stood firmly beside Yi Ran.
Just wanted to say something. As a result, he was directly interrupted by Yi Ran. Xiaoru, the teacher understands what you mean, don't talk yet.
Yi Ran looked at his students, took a deep breath, with a little helplessness and a little relief in his eyes.
Then let's go together.
Wait a minute. Just when Yi Ran and others were about to march towards the Eternal Night Mountains, the voice behind him. At this time, the teacher of the first class in Zhang Dehua and others also came to Yi Ran's side.
We also heard some. Just now.
Zhang Dehua hesitated for a moment, still said seriously, we want to go too.
Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dehua and the disabled teammates behind him. Isn't it better to wait for the return stone to recover? I know. Zhang Dehua nodded. But we still want to go. Why? Zhang Dehua listened to Yi Ran's question. Our teacher Li taught us a sentence when we entered school.
Fighting for the human race, there is no need to say why. Hearing Zhang Dehua's words, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said to Zhang Xiaoru, Xiaoru, help them treat them and go together.
The sun shines on everyone's back. In the Eternal Night Mountains,
under the unrestrained watering of the succubus with the water of life,
huge formations, like a living creature, it begins to breathe.
Between that breath and breath,
it exudes an unimaginable life force. It's coming soon. It's going to be soon.
Which is called the doll sister Diamond Street succubus.
Looking at the core of the formation,
the eyes revealed madness and excitement.
What could be more honorable for her than resurrecting a demon god with her own hands?
Slowly a ball of light rose. As the light point continues to expand,
gradually became a light egg.
The breath of life fills the surroundings of this light egg.
In the light and shadow, a tall figure was faintly curled up in it.
Looking at this huge light egg, the succubus called the doll. The excited face was a little red. She took enchanting steps, walked up to the light egg, gently stroked the smooth surface of the bare egg with his slender jade hand,
muttered to himself, it's going to be successful.
And in the mezzanine of the void,
Duobao looked at the huge light egg and was completely stunned.
It has a keen intuition about treasures. It felt its little heart beating non-stop. I felt this way last time. Or when helping Baisu dig into the origin of the void. The treasure of the void origin. As soon as he got it, he helped Baisu break through the extraordinary.
Not only that, but it also greatly helped Baisu's cultivation in the later stage.
It can be said to be a rare treasure in the world. And at this time, the light egg in front of him, give Duobao a feeling. It is much stronger than the source of the void. Peerless treasure. Duobao couldn't help but spit. His eyes were full of dedication. dedication to treasures.
In this space, in addition to Duobao,
There was a succubus whose eyes were also wrong at this time. Originally, I just wanted to mix high-level monsters to give Yaoer a surprise.
how do you feel that you are involved in something unfortunate all of a sudden?
He looked at the extraordinary aura in the light egg and fell into deep thought.
But with so many high-level monsters, they should come.
The succubus thought silently, looking at his pair of big thunders.
Come on, it's a bit heavy.
As the light on the formation continued to flicker,
Countless life forces followed the lines of the formation.
rushing towards the light egg,
The doll's expression began to become trance-like.
then his eyes became clear again. It's just that at this time, the succubus's temperament has changed dramatically. Compared with before, there is more domineering of the superiors.
If it weren't for the space coordinates that couldn't accommodate the deity, the ghost would be willing to come to.
At this time, the doll that was taken away complained.
By the way, I also studied my figure.
Tisk, it's 3 or 4 sizes off.
It's really a bit uncomfortable.
She complained, and then noticed the light ball.
It's been so long, isn't it finished yet? This is not good.
Then, she raised her head.
He looked up to the sky again and whistled softly.
The speed of the life afterimage that had not returned before had accelerated a lot.
The afterimages of life in all directions fell at the core of that formation.
The life force reserve of the formation seems to have reached its peak. The entire formation began to roar continuously.
Towards the light egg, the power is constantly integrated.
The golden egg also emitted an unprecedented light. The succubus looked at all this with satisfaction.
Please take a sip of excitement. Resurrection, my love. Eat.
With the call of the succubus, a crisp sound came. The light egg actually shattered.
As this fragmentation began, the entire light egg continued to crack.
The skin of the light egg shattered into a transparent crispy shell and dissipated into energy in the sky.
And from the light egg,
a black hand stretched out. The figure that was originally curled up in the light egg completely walked out of the light egg.
A black humanoid behemoth nearly 3 meters tall appeared at the core of the formation. The succubus looked at the behemoth.
Eternal night, welcome back.
The giant beast looked around. Centered on his body, the darkness began to spread like a tide.
The cave that was originally still shining,
it instantly became pitch black.
In the darkness, the corners of the behemoth's mouth rose slightly.
Is this comfortable?
He turned his head and looked affectionately at the succubus standing in front of him. Even if you change, you are still so beautiful and moving, Yongmei. The superior who has consciousness descended on the doll.
Is the leader of the succubus clan?
At this time, she was smiling like a flower. Looking at the eternal night demon god's eyes, it seems that they can drip water.
Everything is going according to your plan. Come and try your new body.
The eternal night demon god smiled and nodded.
He clenched his fist slightly, silently feeling something. After a moment, he frowned. Why do I feel like I'm missing a piece of my body? Hearing this,
Yongmei demon god was slightly stunned. Impossible, there is no mistake in this process. Yang Ye heard her answer. He closed his eyes and felt for a moment. Then he opened his eyes and said, my feeling is right. There is a missing piece of the origin of the world, causing my body to be incomplete.
Yang Ye said.
The caves were shaking a little.
Seems very angry. Who is it? Who took away that piece of the origin of the world? Yang Ye roared. The demon god of Yongmei calmly calmed Yang Ye.
Eternal night, don't get excited. The origin of the world is also in this world anyway. Just get it back when the time comes.
The eternal night demon god looked at her. What if the origin of the human race world is brought back?
After hearing this, the demon god of Yongmei, he smiled. Don't worry, I have cooperated with some human races and have cut off the damn connection with the dimensional gate, and no one in this eternal night demon cave can escape. Even if the world origin fragment is in their hands, it is still in our pockets.
Eternal night, haven't you always enjoyed the feeling of eating humans raw? This is a reception banquet specially prepared by the slave family for you.
Hearing the demon god of Yongmei speak like this,
Yang Ye calmed down.
He happily hugged the Yongmei demon god.
It's still as thoughtful as you think, Yongmei.
After my plan is completely completed this time, I will open up the limitations of your space as soon as possible. When the time comes, it will be the time for us to counterattack the human race and enjoy the human race. In the arms of the eternal night demon god,
Yongmei demon god was slightly coquettish. Slave family, I've been waiting for that day. Saying that, Yongmei demon god's face was greedy, and he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful.
Just when the two demon gods were having a long talk and imagining the future, a voice skimmed by.
It is a cold light.
The two demon gods could naturally feel the unrivaled sharpness attached to this cold light.
Directly separated, when the cold light dissipates, the entire mountain is divided in two,
collapsing towards both sides.
The earth is divided, shaking the earth.
Whether it is a formation, a succubus, or the eternal night demon god,
all exposed to the sun.
The eternal night demon god was a little irritated to block the light of the sun.
Roared. Who is it?
Lan Moyen carried a sword with one hand. The gaze of the eyes is like a sharp blade, stabbed straight at the eternal night demon god.
Human race, Lan Moyen.
The eternal night demon god squinted his eyes at the humans in front of him. Although the body is extremely small compared to its its body, but it was the small figure that gave him an unimaginable sense of sharpness. Both eyes have a stab pain.
This is the first feeling of the eternal night demon god after feeling Lan Moyan's breath,
because Lan Moyan's growth rate is too fast.
So the eternal night demon god and Lan Moyan have never fought head-on, and at this time,
the demon god of Yongmei,
looking at Lan Moyan in front of him, there are some deer in my heart. Lan Moyan, a man and a woman who eats all. It has already aroused the mind of this demon god of beauty.
Lan Moyan looked at the two monsters in front of him, the sharp sword intense sword into the sky.
He said nothing. One hand pointed forward.
The divine sword Wufeng appeared in Lan Moyan's hand, flashing with a cold light. In an instant, the majestic sword intense surged from Lan Moyan's body. Like a giant sword, it locked the eternal night demon god.
This breath,
the eternal night demon god frowned slightly. Are you from the sword god sect?
I am from the human race.
Lan Moyan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the eternal night demon god.
Lan Moyan disappeared.
Lan Moyan came directly to the eternal night demon god. Wufeng stabbed the head of the eternal night demon god.
Soon,
the eternal night demon god exclaimed in his heart.
The face can already feel the pain of being pierced. But after all, the night demon god is also a battle-hardened demon god.
His mind moved.
The great dark sky.
The whole body was directly wrapped in boundless darkness.
Wufeng was covered by this darkness, directly lost its former edge.
And the forehead of the eternal night demon god was also covered with a dark energy. Lan Moyan's battles are also extremely rich. His wrist moved slightly. Obviously he was going to stab the head of the eternal night demon god to protect him.
I don't know why.
Actually pierced the left eye of the eternal night demon god.
Poof! Wufeng, after being weakened by the great dark sky,
still pierced the eyes of the demon god with sharpness. The eternal night demon god wailed in pain.
A more powerful dark power erupted on his body. After Lan Moyan hit the target,
there was no love for war, and he evacuated directly. He looked at the sword in his hand. At this time, there is no front. The sword has dark matter attached to it. Constantly erodes the sharpness of the edgeless divine soldiers. The essence on the sword body is not there.
It seems to be a wailing of pain.
Lan Moyan saw this, and his heart moved slightly.
I want to eliminate it.
As a result, his sharp sword intent, when it comes into contact with dark matter, but it was completely dissolved.
Don't bother, it's tainted with my eternal night power, just want to get rid of it so easily?
The clown's trump card was all abolished by me, let alone your sword. The voice of the eternal night demon god came again. At this time, he had already stopped the wound on his left eye, looked at Lan Moyan mockingly with another eye. Lan Moyan looked at the eternal night demon god and put away his Wufeng.
Not to be outdone, he replied. Even if you are blind in one eye, you can be so proud, and you are the only one in the world. The right arm of the abyssal demon god was hit by my sword and has not recovered to this day, let alone your left eye?
Listening to Lan Moyan's words, the night demon god laughed angrily.
Okay, sharp.
As he said, his breath continued to expand. The power of the great dark heaven continued to surge, directly wrapped Lan Moyan and himself.
Let me see if your strength is as hard as your mouth.
Lan Moyan's eyes also burst with fighting intent.
A demon god whose strength has not yet recovered to its peak. How dare he shout like this? Lan Moyan's own aura also soared into the sky. Countless divine weapons and sharp blades appeared, gathered together into a divine weapon will, with supreme sharpness,
tearing apart the shroud of the great dark sky. The momentum of one person and one demon god competed with each other, tearing each other.
For a while, the sky shook. It was like the end of the world. One person and one demon god looked at each other like this.
The struggle of the chi machine instantly climbed to the extreme.
At about the same time, the two parties directly took action.
Lan Moyan condensed the sword with his fist, eternal and supreme sharpness, slashing at the eternal night demon god.
Even the space is shattered,
and the eternal night demon god was not to be outdone. The whole body was extremely dark, and he could hardly be seen.
That black fog seems to be able to swallow everything in the world. Rushed towards Lan Moyan's slash.
Strange fluctuations tore the space. The stability of this dimensional space is not high.
Can't bear the confrontation between the two parties. As a result, the space was shattered. You can even faintly see the colorful dimensional scene.
Both sides are battle-hardened powerhouses. The move is ruthless and deadly.
Move after move, without pause at all.
Many violent impacts have triggered a series of collapses in space.
The elements are in disarray. The avenue is mourning at this moment.
You are very strong, little guy of the human race. The eternal night demon god opened his mouth and praised.
Why did you kill me if I wasn't strong? Lan Moyan's words are concise and concise.
The eternal night demon god looked at Lan Moyan with appreciation in his eyes.
Follow me. How much can the human race give you? I will give you a double. Lan Moyan is still extremely calm.
The human race once promised me the head of the eternal night demon god.
Lan Moyan's words choked the eternal night demon god. Lan Moyan took the opportunity to kick the lame man's good leg,
directly attacked the left eye of the eternal night demon god with all his might. The left eye that had already stopped the wound was already closed, was torn apart by the sharp sword said she again.
The wound even enlarged a lot. For a while, the blood of the demon god splattered. Battlefield form. The balance is broken in an instant.
The Eternal Night Demon God directly messed up.
The body instantly left Lan Moyen's hundreds of sword marks.
The Supreme Sword Intent frantically eroded the body of the Eternal Night Demon God.
The aura of the Eternal Night Demon God plummeted. This period of sharp attack caught the Eternal Night Demon God off guard.
Hurriedly burst into force,
planning to retreat and distance oneself. He looked at Lan Moyen angrily.
Since the battle with the human race, he has never seen such a strong man who does not talk about martial arts.
Lan Moyen looked at the Eternal Night Demon God who exploded.
In line with the fighting style of taking advantage of his illness and asking for his name,
how could he be allowed to escape? Instantly bullied up.
There is a chance to kill the Eternal Night Demon God here, to prevent future troubles.
Lan Moyen's eyes flashed with brilliance.
This person is a demon god, one escapes and one chases.
After entanglement for a long time,
the Eternal Night Demon God suddenly turned around. At this time, his aura had been worn out by Lan Moyen's sword intent until the light was exhausted. He covered his left eye on his hand, covered in blood,
looked at Lan Moyen pantingly.
A triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
In order to get you into the trap, I almost ruined my life. Hearing this, Lan Moyen instantly became alert. Before I could react,
a soft voice came from his ears. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, little brother.
Lan Moyen has experienced hundreds of battles.
Instantly realized that this was the ghost caused by those succubus before. I had clearly observed it before the war.
There is no succubus that is more than extraordinary. What's the use of dealing with these against yourself? Just when Lan Moyen was confused,
suddenly he felt a sensation of softness in his body,
an inexplicable force,
like maggots on tarsal bones,
constantly hindering the connection between one's body and consciousness. Succubus's natal powers. Ecstasy.
Lan Moyen felt a little drowsy, and could only barely hold on with the will of the sword heart to prevent his consciousness from collapsing. It is difficult to make other unnecessary movements. Looking at Lan Moyen, who was already under control, the corners of the Eternal Night Demon God's mouth, panting heavily and covered in blood, rose slightly.
It's not easy. After fighting for half my life, I finally caught you.
At this time, although his momentum was weak,
but he looked at Lan Moyen with a little pride. There is an old saying in your human race, real hunters often appear in the form of prey. How is it? How did I just behave? Lan Moyen looked at the Eternal Night Demon God. Looking at Lan Moyen's silence,
the Eternal Night Demon God was even more proud.
What? Are you a little shocked? Why did you fall into the low-level ecstasy of your transcendent self? The Eternal Night Demon God waved to the side.
A diamond-level succubus walked to the side of the Eternal Night Demon God, extremely well-behaved,
looked at Lan Moyen with a charming face. Brother Lan, I chased people for thousands of miles last time, and now I have forgotten about them? Lan Moyen's pupils shrank suddenly. He was silent for a moment, then smiled.
Oh, hidden in the body of a diamond succubus, it's easy to calculate. I didn't expect that in the Eternal Night Demon Cave, which was almost plowed, there were two demon gods. The demon god of beauty heard Lan Moyen's praise.
Very well behaved. A half-squatting salute of an ancient human aristocratic lady. Thank you for the compliment. Then, the Yongmei demon god pointed down.
Some of the succubus stood on the ground,
formed a strange joint attack formation,
and these succubus, who were originally graceful, many of them have dried up, as if they have been sucked away by something. With his last breath, he was still struggling to support the operation of the formation. In order to catch you, Brother Lan, I used up nearly 100 bottles of water of life. Let me calculate, it is worth the lives of 400,000 children.
15 elite succubus, plus the life power of 400,000 children. Trap your little brother Lan for a minute or two. Is it still possible?
Although the Yongmei demon god said it was a pity, but there was no trace of regret in her eyes. The children of the 400,000 race were just a drop in the bucket for the human race she killed.
Yongmei looked at Lan Moyen with interest and exclaimed, it's really amazing that you can still speak consciously.
Sure enough, there is a kind of firmness unique to young people.
Oh, I almost forgot to tell Brother Lan, the 400,000 human children are still given to others by your human race, hee.
Lan Moyen looked at the Yongmei demon god. He clearly knew that this Yongmei demon god was actually deliberately provoking himself
to let one's breath be disordered. Let the mesmerizing effect go a little deeper. Hey, it seems that Yongmei and Yongmei are still old acquaintances. Ha, isn't this much easier?
The Eternal Night demon god laughed. Then he said to Lan Moyen,
how about it, Brother Lan? I will do what I say in Yangye.
Do it with me. When the time comes, you will be the master of the human race.
The reason why Yangye didn't do it directly,
still had the idea of absorbing Lan Moyen.
Lan Moyen looked at the Eternal Night demon god and smiled disdainfully. Didn't I say it? What the Terrans promised me was the head of the Eternal Night demon god. What can you give me?
The Eternal Night demon god looked at Lan Moyen, who did not enter oil and salt. There was a moment of silence.
Immediately said, sometimes I really can't figure out why.
There have always been so many stubborn donkeys in your human race throughout the ages.
I don't know what you stubborn donkeys think. Isn't it bad to make the human race the the 73rd god race? Lan Moyan looked at the eternal night demon god and smiled disdainfully. The race of gods? Go be the dog without a backbone? He looked at Lan Moyan and squinted his eyes. I think you are a person, so I asked you a few more words. Don't think that I am reluctant to kill you. Lan Moyan looked at the eternal night demon god and was ready to take action. Suddenly came a sentence. Yang Ye, wait, I changed my mind and suddenly wanted to surrender. Looking at Lan Moyan, Yang Ye was suddenly stunned and then laughed. It's all at this level. You play fake surrender with me, dragging time? Haha, I really like your faceless temperament. It's a pity. The eternal night demon god's breath suddenly skyrocketed. The great dark sky began to expand again. The time of control is almost over. Can't you play off? The eternal night demon god laughed. Looking at the approach of the eternal night demon god, Lan Moyan's mind sank. At this critical moment, suddenly trapped in Lan Moyan's combined attack formation below, several succubus suddenly foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. The formation that could have lasted for a few minutes. The ecstasy erosion that controls Lan Moyan is directly invalidated. Lan Moyan regained control of her body again. Who is? Sudden changes. Let the Yongmei demon god frown and shout angrily. Rushing towards the ground, Yiran, who was hiding in the dark, gave Jiang Xiaoru a thumbs up. There is really no other way to avoid the attack of transcendent consciousness except curses. Lan Moyan regained his mobility. In an instant, the momentum skyrocketed, and the unrivaled sword intent once again tore apart the great dark sky of the eternal night demon god. What I originally wanted to surrender is now invalid. Lan Moyan looked at the eternal night demon god mockingly. Extremely unvirtuous, he continued to attack the left eye of the eternal night demon god. Damn! It was originally a body that had just been reborn and had not recovered, plus the injuries sustained during the lure of the enemy, with the blessing of double debuffs. Can only be tired of dealing with Lan Moyan's crazy sword intent? Lan Moyan is worthy of being a heavy weapon for the Dragon Kingdom. Fierce attack on the indestructible body of the eternal night demon god. Countless scars were left again, and some wounds could even see the bones. A moment of effort. None of the eternal night demon god is intact. These scars, replaced by other creatures, may be dead now. However, the aura of the eternal night demon god is declining more and more. Defeat seems to be a foregone conclusion. Yongmei demon god uses the body of a doll. Also fell to the cursed succubus. She looked around, angrily reprimanded. Who is it? Come out for me. No one responded to her. Don't come out, okay? Yongmei demon spirit was frustrated. Directly began to use ecstasy magical powers on the ground indiscriminately. To search through the carpet search, find out these human races. Zhang Dehua and others hiding not far away. At this time, the nervous fists were clenched. At this anxious moment, Yi Ran's voice came. You three, do you believe in the teacher? Wang Dachuan and others looked at Yi Ran. Nodded seriously. Yi Ran looked at the succubus in the distance intently. Let's go. Go out with the teacher. Hearing this, the leading teacher of the first class took Yi Ran's arm and looked stunned. Wait, Teacher Yi, what are you doing? Yi Ran pointed to the succubus and said as a matter of course. What else can you do? Kill this succubus. Hearing this, Zhang Dehua and the four of them were all collectively petrified. What are you kidding? On the way out, Yi Ran softly arranged the tactics. Teacher, can it really be done? Huang Dongdong lowered his voice and asked in confusion. At this time, he was still a little nervous, because the strength of the aura on this succubus made him feel that there was not much difference from Hoen's strength. That is, the succubus in front of him is likely to be a diamond-level existence. Hearing Huang Dongdong's inquiry, Yi Ran responded to Huang Dongdong with a smile. Don't worry, bowing. Just when the Yongmei demon god was crazy about the earth, Yi Ran and the four of them walked out of the woods. The demon god of Yongmei stopped searching, looking at the four people in front of him with those big eyes. It's you, who the hell are doing it? The demon god of Yongmei said. The evil energy on his face has not been reduced by half. Careful layout. Such a great situation was actually made to fall short by 4 ants. Made this demon god feel out of anger. Yi Ran looked up at the Yongmei demon god and was not afraid, and even deliberately said provocatively, how does it feel to have your plans ruined? Hearing Yi Ran's provocation, Yongmei demon god took a deep breath, and the big thunder became a lot bigger. But after all, he is a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles. How could it be affected by such a provocation? She looked at Yi Ran as if she had thought of something, and suddenly laughed. Yo, isn't this the little cub that the Zhu family named and wanted? Hearing the demon god of Yongmei say this, Yi Ran frowned slightly. What are you talking about? The Yongmei demon god looked at Yi Ran with a smile and looked up and down. A young man with a lot of shun, no wonder he is so valued by the Shu family, and he even did not hesitate to destroy the monitoring formation for you. The words of this succubus are already obvious. Yi Ran's eyes had become cold. He could think of the Zhu family's power within the Dragon Kingdom, but he never expected that the bottom line of the Zhu family was lower than he imagined. In order to kill yourself, actually joined forces with the demon god to destroy the monitoring formation. If it weren't for the destruction of the monitoring formation, Principal Bai Su and the others should should have reacted. Zhu Jia's behavior. It also led to the extremely smooth resurrection process of the eternal night demon god in disguise. It can be said that the Zhu family is the biggest contributor to the resurrection of the eternal night demon god. Hee, your face doesn't seem to be very good looking. Yongmei demon god is extremely good at attacking the heart. It was Yi Ran who provoked and disrupted her rhythm. In an instant, he was sung by the demon god as the main guest. The demon god of Yongmei stepped on those long legs and walked towards Yi Ran enchantingly. A long whip transformed from pink power slowly appeared in his hand. Just right, by the way, I solved you, so that I could find some benefits from the Zhu family. Let me want something? Give me another 400,000 children. By the way, you young children of the human race, your skin is really tender, it tastes good. I'm a little greedy just to talk about it. Hee. The demon god of praise smiles like a flower. But the words that came out were extremely cruel and incomparably penetrating. She lifted her arm. The long whip fell in the air. Yi Ran and the four of them immediately dodged. After a loud bang, the place where Yi Ran and the others stayed before was directly thrown out of a 5-meter deep ravine. The speed is quite fast. How should you hide next? The unique charming voice of the Yongmei demon god came again. The long whip transformed into an afterimage and rushed directly towards Yi Ran. Yi Ran is not afraid in the face of danger. This time there was no choice to run away. Instead, they directly bullied themselves, directly to the proximal end of the long whip. At this time, his hands emitted golden light, like dragon claws, grabbed the pink whip abruptly. Seeing this scene, a certain succubus gentleman who was about to get up chose to lie on the ground again and crash to death. While he was lying on the ground, his eyes were looking at Yi Ran intently. It's much better than before. Wait a minute, this stinky boy who comes out now will definitely not remember his third uncle's goodness. At this time, the expression of the Yongmei demon god was stunned. How is this possible? But Yi Ran was out of breath. He stared at the succubus in front of him. Sure enough, it is the same as the system's introduction to the flaws of the long whip. The weakest point of strength is at the proximal end of the long whip. But this diamond level power is really great. Even if he stared at the weakest place and grabbed it, he almost tore the body protection energy by this long whip. Xiaoru, right now. Yi Ran controlled the long whip and shouted eagerly at Jiang Xiaoru. Jiang Xiaoru closed her eyes with understanding. I will curse the person in front of me 10 times magnified the touch. In an instant, a black phantom appeared behind Jiang Xiaoru. With a buzz, an inexplicable force attached to the body of the Yongmei demon god. If it is a curse with a strong effect, under such a disparity in strength, it cannot be effective at all, and will even bite back the caster. But this is just a curse that enhances the touch. It can still barely take effect on diamond level succubus. Once the curse takes effect, Jiang Xiaoru was still bitten back and sat down in an instant, exhausted. I don't even have the strength to speak. After the demon god of Yongmei saw this scene, she couldn't understand these operations. I don't know what kind of medicine is sold in these reptile gourds. Big spring, Huang Dong Dong, on. Yi Ran's voice sounded again. The scarlet behemoth and golden red flames burst out instantly. Wang Dachuan didn't say a word, directly displayed his natal talent. The black hole-like ripples fell directly in front of the succubus. Looking at this black hole that seems to be able to swallow everything, Yongmei demon god frowned slightly. I plan to leave and dodge. As a result, just as he wanted to leave, he was suddenly dragged by a force. She looked back. Yi Ran didn't know why his body was bigger at this time. He used all his strength to tighten the long whip. The disparity in strength is indeed too great. Diamond level random pull. Even if he tried his best, his palms were scratched. But fortunately, he still controlled this diamond level succubus for a moment. In an instant, the devouring black hole roared over, directly attached to the succubus's body. The demon god of Yongmei was a little irritable at this time, hindered by these reptiles one after another. Let her lose the mind to play. She refreshes her luck. Was about to destroy Wang Dachuan's devouring heaven and earth. The moment my body touched this black hole, the tearing and hypothermia of the black hole made her body suddenly feel a little weak. I can't use my strength. What's going on? Yongmei demon god's eyes flashed with shock, but he didn't have time to react. Huang Dongdong suddenly sent out countless golden red flame bombs. The crazy blow hit the body of the Yongmei demon god. Although it cannot cause any great damage to the Yongmei demon god, the heat of the flame was extremely obvious on the body of the Yongmei demon god, who was 10 times more magnified by the touch. On the body, countless flame bullets disappeared as soon as they were hit. After the scorching touch just disappeared, the coldness of the black hole greeted me. Suddenly burning, suddenly cold feeling, it was magnified tenfold under the curse. The feeling of sore and numb in the body of the demon god soared to a new level again. After an exclamation, she was so soft that she couldn't control her body and collapsed directly to the ground. Can't stand up. The system really doesn't deceive me. Looking at this scene, Yi Ran recalled the system's introduction to the shortcomings of the succubus in front of him. Disadvantages: 1. Forcibly possessed by the demon god of Yongmei, the degree of body integration is not high, and the degree of strength is less than 2/3. 2. This body has been in combat for a long
time, resulting in serious overdraft of the body, and is extremely sensitive to the touch of alternating hot and cold, which can lead to fainting in severe cases.
This diamond-level succubus was completely controlled by Yi Ran and others.
As long as it continues to wear and tear down,
sooner or later, this diamond-level succubus will not be able to hold on and will be defeated.
After Zhang Dehua and others saw the scene in the woods,
it's completely sluggish. This is also okay? Although I don't know what this principle is, but the 4 gold levels did control a diamond-level monster without any damage.
This completely subverted their cognition. The beautiful demon god whose body is sore and numb and unable to move worked hard.
A sharp whistle sounded.
The other succubus began to rush towards Yi Ran and the others.
To disrupt the rhythm of the 4 of them, rescue their leader. At this moment,
a dark shadow rushed out, directly knocked over a gold-level succubus that was about to rush up.
I'm sorry, this road is not passable.
The black shadow stopped. This person was a group of Su Zhuang who had just been cured. In addition to Su Zhuang, suddenly 2 voices also came out.
Frozen world. The fire burns the sky. Countless ice picks smashed down.
The other ground directly set off the sky-high flames. Under the attack of this ice and fire heaven, those succubus paused their pace and had no way to continue moving forward. Zhang Dehua and others also walked out of the woods. They smiled at Yi Ran and the others. Then, directly backed Yi Ran and others.
Come on, everyone, don't be looked down upon by the second class.
No succubus can be allowed to rush in front of the second class today no matter what. The 4 students in the first class of the freshman year and the leading teacher formed a protective circle around the 4 of Yi Ran, participated in the fight. Zhang Dehua and Xue Linger, the 2 superpowers, output head-on. The flames are raging, the ice and snow are flying. Su Zhuang stood in front, impacting all the succubus who wanted to charge forward.
In the shadows, Wang Ping flashed by, fight against all the unguarded succubus. After all, Class 1 is the first class in the entire Demon Martial Arts Academy.
The 4 of them worked closely together, actually blocked the charge of nearly 10 succubus of the same level.
Over time,
there are more and more succubus charging forward. The pressure of the 4 people is getting bigger and bigger, and the consumption is getting more and more. Su Zhuang, who was standing at the front, had left a lot of bloodstains on his body. Zhang Dehua struggled to use his abilities.
Sweat has blurred vision.
The former servants of the succubus's immortal fire.
The defensive circle is also getting smaller and smaller.
The succubus is also getting closer and closer to Yi Ran and the others.
Damn, hold on.
Zhang Dehua roared angrily. Suddenly a succubus broke through the defense. The sharp nails were about to pierce his head.
Be careful, Wang Ping shouted urgently.
It's a pity that he is also entangled in succubus, and he has more than enough heart and not enough strength.
Ding!
The succubus's sharp nails pierced down. It didn't make a piercing sound.
Instead, there was a sharp sound of metal collision.
Everyone turned around and looked. A man dressed in thick armor of energy stood in front of Andy Chung honestly.
Zhang Dehua blocked this fatal blow. Wang, Teacher Wang.
Zhang Dehua was stunned for a moment. This person was the leading teacher of other classes.
Teacher Wang looked at Zhang Dehua with a smile. A slightly light reprimand. Eat alone, find so many points in a muffled voice and don't share them. Why don't you choke your class to death? This Teacher Wang didn't even ask why. He said directly to the students behind him. Class 3, join me in battle all. Don't embarrass me. The teachers and students of Class 3 also joined the battlefield.
Zhang Dehua looked at the 3rd class of classmates who were fighting bloody beside him in a daze. Finally, he suddenly smiled.
Continue to spare no effort to participate in the defense of the 2nd class. Fierce battles in the Eternal Night Mountains.
It has attracted many teachers and students. After seeing this scene, the teachers and students of each class,
without even asking,
directly participated in the war with the succubus. There are more and more teachers and students of magic martial arts.
The camp is also growing.
For a time, the succubus was defeated steadily. The encirclement that was originally approaching expanded again. This battle was not stopped until he met a few platinum elite succubus. Although limited to the weak actual combat ability of the succubus race, but the platinum level is the platinum level after all. It really made the teachers and students of the Demon Martial Arts Academy feel difficult. This also leads to the fact that it is still difficult for the freshman teachers and students of the Monster Academy to gain an advantage. The scene fell into a stalemate for a while. A few dark shadows flashed. It was Han Kun and his students.
The arrival of Han Kun directly attracted everyone's attention. Old Han, come on. Ha, helpers are coming.
Damn it, platinum level succubus is really difficult, and I'm finally looking forward to a savior. Who said no? Those nails knocked out the bones on my arms. After all,
Han Kun is a platinum level mentor.
The strength is among the teachers and students of the freshman year, and it is considered a top-notch existence.
With his joining,
the Terran camp will receive great assistance. Pushing back the succubus is not a dream.
And at this time, Han Kun and others
is not like other teachers and students, directly joined the battlefield. Instead, he silently observed his surroundings.
Seems to be looking for something. Old Han,
don't
stand there silly. What are you doing? A few impatient teachers urged anxiously. At this time, Han Kun, after seeing Yi Ran and others tightly wrapped in the middle by the teachers and students of the Demon Martial Arts Academy, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Only then did he walk towards the battlefield. Seeing Han Kun rushing over with the students, the teachers and students of Demon Wu were a lot uplifted. The teacher Wang who protected Zhang Dehua before. You can even turn your body sideways. Turn the back to Han Kun. Go in quickly, I'll help you stand up, and hurry up and kill your white lion for a good. These dog day succubus, wait, the good days are over. Teacher Wan was still laughing. Poof. With a sound, Teacher Wang, who was still laughing a second ago, slowly lowered his head, looking at the bloody fist on his stomach. The eyes are full of incredulity. It was poof. With a sound, the fist that pierced from behind. Extract it directly. Teacher Wang turned his head tremblingly and looked behind him. At this time, Han Kun didn't know where he got a white handkerchief, wiped the bloodstains on his hands with a disgusted face. Teacher Wang wanted to raise his arm and point at Han Kun, but he didn't even have the strength to lift his arms. He was in a hurry, spat out a mouthful of blood. With a boom, fell into a pool of blood. Blood flowed out of my stomach, splashed on his face, it infiltrated his dead eyes. All the teachers and students looked at Teacher Wang who fell in a pool of blood in a daze. The audience was silent. Even the succubus that was originally attacking was completely stunned in place by Han Kun's move. Han Kun, you dog thing. The teachers and students of Class 3 were the first to react. Their eyes were red, staring at Han Kun intently. That expression wished he could peel off this Han Kun life and death now. The teachers and students of Class 3 had already turned their heads towards Han Kun and killed them. It's a pity that Han Kun is platinum level strength after all. The teachers and students of the third class were already exhausted. It doesn't hurt Han Kunzeo at all. The angry attack was resolved by Han Kun lightly. Han Kun, do you know what you are doing? A respected teacher questioned Han Kun. Many teachers and students looked at Han Kun. This unexpected move is really incomprehensible to everyone, even if it is difficult to accept. After all, although Han Kun had misbehaved as a teacher, but at least they are all human races. They never imagined. There are people who can be in the war between the human race and the alien race. Pointing the bayonet at his own people, Han Kun looked around and suddenly laughed. He raised his bloody arm and shook it like a show. What are you doing? I'm afraid you're not old and confused? It's all come to this point, and you still can't see it? Listening to Han Kun's arrogant words, all the teachers and students looked at Han Kun angrily. The whole group looked at these teachers and students who were fighting bloody battles, and shook their heads with disdain. A bunch of stupid pig-like things, still want to live? Han Kun raised his arm and pointed to the sky. The monitoring formation has disappeared, and this side has completely lost contact with the human world. So many strange things, suddenly appearing in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. You don't really think it's a coincidence, do you? Trying hard to set up such a big game, as you and me in the game, don't you think we really have a chance to go out alive with our own abilities, right? Sober up, everyone. If you want to get out alive, you must honestly accept the arrangement of fate. As Han Kun spoke, he raised his bloody fist and silently walked to the side of the succubus. As a later person, Han Kun didn't know what stage Lan Moyen and the Eternal Night Demon God had reached in the battle. With what he saw and his guesses, without hesitation, he chose to stand on the side of the demon god. Finally, he looked at the teacher who had questioned him before a little provocatively. Am I clear enough now, Teacher Huang? Do you still have a little bit of integrity as a human being? Integrity? Everyone, survive first and then tell me about integrity. Teacher Huang who was refuted. The anger attacked his heart, and he covered his heart with some pain. Han Kun's approach subverted his three views, whether as a soldier or a teacher now. He had never seen a human so brazen. He actually chose to defect and be a traitor when fighting against foreign races? At this time, Han Kun faced the cannibalistic eyes of everyone. Without panicking at all, he said complacently, everyone is a compatriot. Don't blame me for not telling you this path. Whether you choose or not is up to you. If you want to live, go cut down the person next to you and surrender to the demon god. Everyone looked at Han Kun, his eyes wide open. In times of war, the most hateful thing is often not the enemy, but the traitor. Beast, aren't you afraid of being discovered, so you will be exposed? Whistleblower? Han Kun was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the student who asked the question like an idiot. In the end, those who can come out alive must be people like me with the blood of their compatriots on their hands. Do you think anyone will accuse me? Hearing what Han Kun said, the anger of all teachers and students was completely detonated. Beast, bastard, how could the demon martial arts have a mongrel like you? Okay, principal. In the face of these doubts and abuse, Han Kun dug out his ears with disdain and looked around. So is anyone choosing to go my way now? Hurry up, Lord Demon God doesn't have much time, Han Kun said, while looking at the four students he brought out. In Hai and the other two students didn't say a word at all. Directly seriously injured the students around him who were caught off guard. Like Han Kun, raising a bloody fist, quickly swept to Han Kun's side. Zhang Haoran was the
the only one who was silent and lowered his head. Useless things, unfamiliar dogs.
Han Kun scolded. A roar erupted in the crowd. Fuck you, I won't be a dog for this group of succubus even if I die.
Only natural dogs will kneel at the feet of these succubus.
It's just a dog without a backbone. Brothers, keep killing.
Kill that traitor first. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the silent emotion exploded instantly at this moment.
Everyone used their abilities again,
rushed towards the succubus. Han Kun looked at the human race teachers and students who rushed towards him. Their faces were not very good looking. I thought that there would be many people who were as exquisite and egoistic as him. As a result, I never expected that. From start to finish, only he and his students chose this path. Compared with these teachers and students, at this moment, he really looks like the dog without a backbone that those teachers and students scolded.
Okay, since you are looking for death, then fulfill your.
Han Kun was furious, and instantly activated his white jade lion's ability to kill his former compatriots.
He even suspected killing, not ruthless enough, not fast enough, not cool enough.
Directly broke the jar and took out the water of life given to him by Zhu Wenbin before and poured it down.
In an instant, Han Kun's aura began to expand infinitely.
The white jade lion looked at all things like the Lion King. Be careful, this beast seems to have drunk the water of life. I actually hid this kind of contraband, and it turned out that he was a dogman who had been raped long ago.
Why didn't Yi-Ran punch him to death in the restaurant at that time?
After seeing this scene, the teachers and students of the human race cursed angrily.
Call it. After a while, you won't be able to call it when you die. Han Kun laughed angrily.
The surging momentum was aimed at the teachers and students of the human race. The white jade lion behind Han Kun began to be reimbursed.
He raised his white jade arm high,
pointed the butcher's knife at his compatriots.
The student closest to Han Kun was shocked by Han Kun's momentum and couldn't move.
Stayed in place with a fearful face, waiting helplessly for Han Kun's fist to fall on his head.
He was so frightened that he closed his eyes. After a solid collision sound, the student opened his eyes slightly.
At this time, in front of him, there was a succubus standing there. She stretched out her slender jade hand, held Han Kun's fist with one hand, and helped herself block this fatal blow. Han Kun looked at the succubus in front of him, and the whole person was stunned. A rough male voice came out of the succubus's mouth. The tone was urgent.
I'm so angry. When did the human race get out of a dog like you?
Han Kun looked at the succubus in front of him in a daze.
Is this a succubus okay? What are you doing as a succubus? And why does the succubus speak in such a rough male voice? Why allow the human race to commit adultery and not allow the succubus to commit treachery?
Just when Han Kun was still stunned, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fist. At this time, the succubus's claws were deeply embedded in the flesh of the fist. Han Kun made a quick decision on the spot, endured the severe pain and withdrew directly.
Sting!
The flesh on his fist was directly brought down 3 or 4. It left a scar that was deep in the bone. The succubus looked at the flesh and blood in his nails, and shook his hand in disgust. His eyes were full of disgust for Han Kun. Originally, the strength of the human race and the succubus was not much different, and they fought back and forth.
I can continue to lurk and wait for the critical moment to make a move. To maximize the results, you can also make a small wave.
A traitor with such strength appeared out of thin air.
If you don't make a move,
the lives of these human teachers and students are not in danger. The plan was disrupted, and I saw such a boneless human spy again. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Damn, I killed you, dog rapist. Just as the succubus roared, a voice suddenly came. Third uncle, come and help. Yi-Ran's words made the succubus froze in place, and he turned his head to look at Yi-Ran incredulously.
What the hell? How long did you find out about my? You stinky boy is lying. You didn't even turn your head. It's really just.
Yi-Ran continued helplessly.
My third uncle, his name is Yi Badong, born a maverick master.
Not interested in the skills of the Mo Long Shengong attack kaleidoscope. Every day he pondered using the ink dragon mysterious skill to disguise himself.
Vowed to forge a new path.
Since then, the Mahests have also appeared the only Mo Long Shengong Diamond Grandmaster who is good at disguise. The characters he disguised sometimes can't even be seen by extraordinary powerhouses. Therefore, Yi Badong often calls himself a generation of grandmasters in the Yi family. Every day clamoring for the current Yi family to be stagnant, sticking to the rules.
Shouted to let his second brother abdicate and let him be the head of the Yi family. In Yi-Ran's memory,
my maverick third uncle has been very good to me since I was a child. When he was a child, the third uncle often said in his ear, my relationship with your dad is poor, but it doesn't affect the relationship between our uncle and nephew. Let's talk about each other. Yi Badong even often taught himself the art of disguise. He often went to his father to ask for help, saying that he wanted to accept him as a close disciple, especially after his failure to break through gold. At the trough of failure, my third uncle often takes him out to play. Encourage yourself not to be discouraged, because Yi Badong is also disrespectful to the elderly. He is too lazy to pay attention to the order of the elders and juniors. My third uncle doesn't look like an elder to himself, is more like a close good buddy. When Yi-Ran first discovered Yi Badong, the heart is joyful. But when he found that Yi Badong was holding two big thunders, his heart collapsed again. Which good guy is diamond level and he still does this? It's really just, after all, who can see your old man's disguise and grooming skills in the world? Yi Ran has been with his third uncle for a long time, naturally knows how to control his third uncle. As he spoke, he flattered his third uncle. After Yi Badong heard Yi Ran's flattery, he felt a lot more comfortable. In an instant, he forgot to question Yi Ran again. That's natural, don't talk about you, it's just that your father hasn't been deceived by me yet. Even touched his smooth face with great use. As a result, I forgot that I was still a succubus. Accidentally scratched by his long nails. I wipe it, it hurts so much. Then, the third uncle waved his hand and said to Yi Ran, you wait for me to solve this rape and go over to help you. Third uncle, solve this succubus first, it's a little unbearable. Yi Ran looked at the Yongmei demon god intently. His expression was a little difficult. Yi Badong looked at Yi Ran suspiciously. Didn't the four people control it well just now? But this Yongmei demon god is indeed more dangerous than that Han Kun. So Yi Badong made a decision on the spot, or turned around and patted Yi Ran on the shoulder. Get out of the way, look at your third uncles. Take a good look at your third uncle's set of exercises, it's not just as simple as disguise. Yi Badong said and pushed Yi Ran away. His eyes became sharp. With a roar of the ink dragon, a black dragon similar to Yi Ran's previous appearance appeared around Yi Buotong's body. It's just that the shape of this ink dragon is constantly changing between flights, like clouds, like mist, like thunder, like lightning. The ever-changing, the true body of the ink dragon could not be seen at all. The wind is coming. With Yi Buotong's soft hush. In an instant, Yi Badong disappeared. In the next second, a black wind appeared around the body of the demon god of Yongmei. The fierce wind, where it passes, the flesh and skin are separated. The demon god of Yongmei shouted in pain. She turned her head and looked at her right hand. At this moment, there was no trace of flesh and blood on the original Chanshan jade hand, and it turned into a pale skeleton. Call me. With Yi Buotong's soft voice, the black wind disappeared directly. Before the Yongmei demon god found Yi Buotong's figure, there was a rumble in the sky. A pitch-black lightning bolt fell directly on the head of the Yongmei demon god, like a roaring brontosaurus devouring it directly. In the thunder and lightning, the demon god of Yongmei screamed. She frantically stimulated the life potential of the doll's body to resist the black thunder. But Rao is like this. The body is still dissolving. Looking at this strange and unpredictable means of change, Yi Ran was amazed. If the traditional technique of Yi Jia Mo Long Shen Gong is to use energy as an offensive kaleidoscope, at this moment, Yi Badong regarded himself as part of the offensive kaleidoscope. Yi Ran recalled that he was in the Yi family at that time. The small talk that the elders said. The Mesozoic era of the Yi family has never been a star, but a twin star, but it's a pity that one is rotten. The elders are actually right. After all, his father has already surpassed the extraordinary, and his strength is unfathomable. And his third uncle is still in the realm of diamonds. Looking at it this way, his third uncle is indeed a little messy. Yi Ran may agree with what his elders said before. He felt that the third uncle's approach might not be a mess, but it was exactly what he said. Want to open up a new set of Mo Long Shin Gong? Yi Ran silently observed Yi Badong. Yi Ran couldn't see the restrictions brought by the cursed shackles of pythons and sparrows from Yi Badong. The exercises studied by his third uncle actually found a different way, and he didn't know what means he used to eliminate the curse from the Yi family's bloodline. Maybe this is why Yi Badong would rather try to do this at the risk of ruining himself. Yi Ran thought silently. This is completely creating a new way for the Yi family to solve the curse. And his third uncle has reached an extraordinary critical point. This third uncle relied on his own new road. It seems that it is really going to be. For a while, Yi Ran took a deep breath. The third uncle's perseverance and talent. It is definitely a rare existence in the world. Seeing that his third uncle was already finishing, Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Han Kun. His eyes were as cold as looking at a dead person. Do you know why I want my third uncle to deal with the succubus? Yi Ran said softly. Because I want to kill you with my own hands. Han Kun looked at Yi Ran in front of him. Although I have the blessing of the water of life, the force is extremely expanded. But I don't know why, he was still a little frightened in his heart. He looked at Yi Ran, who was slowly walking towards him. Unconsciously, he took 2 steps back. Han Kun reacted, seemed to be a little ashamed of his behavior of being frightened away by Yi Ran. He blushed, slowly sank down, staring at Yi Ran with his eyes, like a lion ready to hunt. Are you afraid? Yi Ran looked at Han Kun. The tone was indifferent, and the expression was disdainful. The water of life can only strengthen your body, but it cannot strengthen the soul of a coward. It's wrong, it's the backbone of a dog with a broken spine that can't be stiffened. Yi Ran continued to walk towards Han Kun step by step. He rubbed his hands together. As the golden light flashed, the palm that had been torn by the Yongmei demon god whip was visibly restored to the naked eye. If I'm not mistaken, these waters of life were given to you by the Shu family. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Han Kun was stunned for a moment. Then an impatient expression appeared on his face. What is the
Zhu family, not the Zhu family. I don't understand.
Yi Ran observed Han Kun's expression and shook his head. I can't imagine you, who have no sense of belonging to the human race, are so loyal to the Zhu family. The Zhu family's dog training method is really amazing. Then, Yi Ran pointed to the succubus on the side and looked at Han Kun indifferently. Whether you admit it or not, the confession is not bad for you. If nothing else, the Zhu family will not survive this winter. When he heard Yi Ran suddenly mention the word Zhu family, in fact, Han Kun chuckled in his heart. His face began to look a little ugly. He didn't know what was ahead, so he wasn't sure if Yi Ran was lying to him when he said these words or if he really knew something.
What a mess. Yi Ran looked down at Han Kun condescendingly and said, if you're not mistaken, everything you are doing now should be your own actions.
Yi Ran's words made Han Kun's face a lot ugly. Yi Ran continued, the reason why you dare to be so bold is because of this series of changes, especially the disappearance of the monitoring formation, which makes you feel that killing all the freshman teachers and students is the real purpose of your master. So in order to cater to your master, you pointed the butcher's knife at your compatriots on your own initiative.
After trying to cooperate with the monsters to kill us, and then pretend to be covered in blood and return to the human world? At that time, under the operation of the Zhu family, do you think you will be honored and become a great hero of the human race? Do you want to rely on this credit to wag your tail and beg for mercy, and ask your master for more benefits?
Listening to Yi Ran's words, Han Kun was silent, with a hint of faint panic in his expression. His underwear was completely peeled off by Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at Han Kun's expression, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. The tone was slightly pitiful, and he shook his head slightly. It's a pity that you don't know what the original look of things is at all. You didn't even know that the Zhu family was being tricked by the succubus, so you took the initiative to change the order given to you by the Zhu family.
In other words, you can't even be a dog.
Han Kun looked at Yi Ran. His heart was bottomless, and he could only shout angrily, what the hell are you talking about? Yi Ran began to move his fists and feet while Han Kun, it doesn't matter, you don't need to understand, there's nothing wrong with being a confused dead dog.
Han Kun looked at Yi Ran. The inner uneasiness is rapidly amplified.
He felt as if he had done something wrong.
But I don't know what I did wrong.
This feeling of panic made him remember again when he joined the school discipline team.
For a while, my heart was pounding. My mind was confused. Even the momentum is a lot weaker. An inexplicable nausea suddenly surged up.
Yi Ran's 3 or 2 sentences directly made Han Kun stressed.
Han Kun endured the stress reaction and shuddered at Yi Ran. You talk nonsense.
Ha ha ha, I know you're lying to me, you just want to disturb my mind. Han Kun gasped and pointed at Yi Ran and cursed. The appearance of his voice and expression was so introspective that even the ants passing by could feel his guilt. Yi Ran saw on the system that Han Kun had a great psychological loophole, so Yi Ran has been able to guide and amplify the loopholes in Han Kun's heart before. Finally, at this moment, it came into force. At this time, in Yi Ran's eyes, in terms of Han Kun's state,
shows multiple debuffs that are distracted, sluggish, and have a sharp decrease in defense.
Yi Ran still looked at Han Kun calmly. What if you lie to you? What if you don't? You only need to understand one thing, you're done, and the Zhu family behind you is also over. Yi Ran's body erupted with a dragon roar that soared into the sky. A golden dragon loomed behind Yi Ran. Seeing Yi Ran's changes, Han Kun was stunned for a moment. Wasn't it black energy before? Moreover, it has only been a long time since Yi Ran's aura has solidified a lot. When Han Kun was stunned, Yi Ran's fist had already rushed to Han Kun with the supreme dragon power. The golden dragon fist set off the power of explosion. The golden light drowned Han Kun's head in an instant. Yue burst out with radial golden light behind Han Kun. Han Kun flew out backwards in response. The huge force made Han Kun plow a 10-meter long mark on the ground. At this time, the bridge of Han Kun's nose was broken, his face was deformed and distorted, and blood flowed down Han Kun's face.
It was extremely embarrassing. How is this possible?
Han Kun felt the pain on his face, a little stunned. I drank the water of life. Obviously my strength has climbed to the peak of platinum.
Why was he still hurt by Yi Ran?
The destructive power of this fist is so fierce that it has surpassed that of ordinary platinum powerhouses. But Yi Ran has no Taoist rhyme at all. Yi Ran didn't give Han Kun a chance to think at all. In an instant, he had come to Han Kun's presence. Bang! A powerful blow hit Han Kun's chin directly. Han Kun's whole person was instantly pulled out of the soil by this powerful force. Yi Ran suddenly turned his right hand around, turned his palm into a knife, and cut Han Kun's joint elbow directly.
Here we go again?
This familiar scene made Han Kun's pupils shrink suddenly.
Click! With a sound,
his right arm was broken again.
While Han Kun didn't fly out of the backwards,
Yi Ran came to Han Kun like a ghost,
stabbed Han Kun in the right shoulder,
conniving at the class bullying students, forcing poor children to commit suicide by jumping off the building. Beast! As soon as Yi Ran finished speaking, he turned into a dragon claw with one hand and pinched Han Kun's right shoulder.
Click! With a sound, the joint of the right shoulder was removed again.
Tricking female college students, using the unspoken rules of power, garbage. Yi Ran
Ran turned his claws into fingers and stabbed Han Kun's central acupoint. Poof! 2 fingers as a sword, directly piercing Han Kun's smell. Han Kun suddenly weakened and collapsed. Willing to be a traitor, raise the butcher's knife to your own compatriots, the garbage among beasts. Yi Ran's left fist turned into a palm and directly slapped Han Kun's left brain. Han Kun's left brain was slapped in the face, and the huge impact made the whole person fly sideways. Bang! When Han Kun was about to fly backwards, suddenly a golden dragon claw grabbed Han Kun's neck, lifted Han Kun in the air with one hand. You are also worthy of being a human? Yi Ran's voice seemed to come from the 9 nethers. The fierce killing intent completely enveloped Han Kun. At this time, Han Kun's spirit was completely shattered by Yi Ran. There was panic in his eyes. He kept kicking his legs, struggling. He arched his hands and wagged his tail at Yi Ran and begged for mercy. Yi Ran, let me go. I was wrong. I really knew I was wrong. Yi Ran looked at Han Kun. It's like looking at a dog without a backbone. He said to Han Kun in a flat tone, you don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. The golden light condensed in Yi Ran's hand. A crisp sound of bone shattering sounded. Han Kun lowered his head in astonishment. No breathing. At this moment, the audience was silent. This stinky boy, what did you eat during this time? So fierce? Yi Badong muttered in shock while wasting time on this Yongmei demon god. None of them thought that Yi Ran's handling of Han Kun would be so simple and casual. Obviously, you can feel that there is a difference of 3 or 4 orders of magnitude in strength, but he was easily killed by Yi Ran's leapfrog single. It is even more shocking than the previous rumors. Demonic. Yi Ran now has only one synonym in everyone's hearts. After watching Han Kun being pinched to death by Yi Ran like this, seeing this, In Hai and the other 2 Han Kun students hurriedly ran away. As a result, there was no time to escape. The human race teachers and students around him have surrounded it. And these little bastards, what are you waiting for? Kill them. Under the siege of the teachers and students of the human race, soon, the 2 of them and In Hai were also in great regret. Pay for your choice. At this time, Zhang Haoran looked at the 4 people who fell in a pool of blood, trembling all over. Are you afraid? Yi Ran didn't know when he had come to Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran looked up at Yi Ran, suddenly gritted his teeth. You don't need to do it. I'll do it myself. Saying that, Zhang Haoran smashed it towards his head with all his might. But just when the palm hit the head, Yi Ran kicked Zhang Haoran out with a kick. You didn't rebel against the human race. You don't have to die here. Let's talk about everything when we go back. If you really want to die, you will die on the way to kill monsters. Subsequently, Yi Ran no longer cared about Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran was left alone to look at Yi Ran's back, a little in a daze. Yi Buotong's thunderous power has climbed to its peak. The smooth skin of the demon god of Yongmei was completely festering. That smooth and charming face turned blood. The focus of potholes. Eternal night. With the painful wail of the demon god Yongmei, this diamond-level succubus completely turned to ashes in the thunder. For a while, everyone looked at the sky, the only key that dominates the victory of this battlefield. In the distant sky, the eternal night demon god covered his chest panting. At this time, on his chest, a hollow has been left through the body. Not to mention the scars all over his body. Such a tragic situation, others may have died. Lan Moyan's state on the opposite side has also declined. I don't know when the bands on my head have been stretched. The tied hair fell down. The blood from the scar on his head has soaked his hair red. On the face, a scar from the forehead to the cheek continued to overflow blood. It brought a little magnificence to this peerless god. Lan Moyan at this time, he was still standing with his hands on his back. His body was like a sword, never bent by half. The corners of the eternal night demon god's mouth overflowed with blood. He looked at Lan Moyan, who was standing with his hands on his back, and touched a handful of bloodstains. Lan Moyan, you are indeed very strong. Lan Moyan at this time, the suspended position is slightly higher than that of the eternal night demon god. He looked down at the eternal night demon god and said, "Is this your last word?" He. Looking at the sharp-toothed Lan Moyan, the eternal night demon overflowed with another mouthful of blood. He shook his head. Indeed, if I continue to fight like this, I may not survive today. The eternal night demon god said. A thick black mist began to rise above the body. After Lan Moyan saw this scene, the eyes were slightly cold, because from this moment onwards, he found that he couldn't lock on to the eternal night demon god in front of him, as if this eternal night demon god doesn't exist at all. But he was clearly in front of him. Wrong. This strange feeling made Lan Moyan squint his eyes. He has an absolute sword heart. Looking at the black fog that was spreading in front of him, there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart. The eternal night demon god is shrouded in this black mist. The wounds on his body, including the fatal wound that pierced through his chest, all are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's like the black shadow I encountered before. Just when Lan Moyan was carefully observing and thinking, the voice of the eternal night demon god came again. I wanted to do it again when I was in the best condition, but unfortunately, it seems that I can only start early. The eternal night demon myth has just fallen. The madness spreads, instantly obscuring the sky. The whole world is completely completely plunged into darkness, whether it was Lan Moyen or other people present. In an instant, he felt that his strength suddenly couldn't be used. Even Yi Baron, who transformed into thunder, had difficulty maintaining the power of thunder. Instantly regained his true body. What's going on? I'm blind? It's dark, my brother. Where's my armor? Why can't I summon it all of a sudden? Don't talk about your armor. My flame is gone.
Everyone is the same. It's like being hit by group silencing. It's uncomfortable to die.
Everyone is talking.
Suddenly, the voice of the eternal night demon god came.
I've been waiting for a long time.
Lan Moyen, who had already fallen to the ground at this time, looked up and followed the sound. His eyes were full of shock.
On a dark sky,
the face of the eternal night demon god was like being embedded in the sky,
looking down on all things. What is that giant face in the sky? Can't you see it? Isn't that the face of the eternal night demon god? What a weird scene. We can't use energy. It won't have anything to do with him.
Lan Moyen looked at the situation in the sky.
Take the world.
The giant face of the eternal night demon god in the sky looked at Lan Moyen.
Take away?
It's so ugly. I was reborn as a seed of this world. Strictly speaking, I should have been the master of this world, or you can also call me the will of the world. Listening to the words of the eternal night demon god, Lan Moyen was stunned for a moment, and then muttered to himself,
No wonder
so many forces have repeatedly cleaned up this eternal night demon cave, but they have not found that world seed.
He looked at the giant face with a complicated expression. The seeds of this world have always been in your hands from the beginning.
The giant face of the eternal night demon god looked at Lan Moyen. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. That's right, but unfortunately there is no reward. I have been running this eternal night demon cave for thousands of years, and there must be something to gain. Lan Moyen listened to the answer of the eternal night demon god, and sighed slightly. The eternal night demon cave built by the Alliance of Extraordinary Abilities has not been obtained.
The most precious thing. The eternal night demon god responded.
Speaking of which, I really have to thank you for the Alliance of Superpowers. If it weren't for their nonsense, if it develops normally, this eternal night demon cave is still a long way from maturity.
Lan Moyen raised his head, his pupils shrank.
So, you deliberately went head-to-head with the Alliance of Extraordinary Abilities until you died in battle?
The expression of the eternal night demon god is slightly playful. You don't really think that I can't escape if I can't beat it, right?
The eternal night demon god looked at Lan Moyen, and suddenly became a good teacher.
Is it difficult to understand?
It is. With the traces of the great Tao left by the Alliance of Extraordinary Talents and so many dead strong people as nourishment that this world can mature quickly. At the same time, it was also their war with me that caused the will of the previous world to fall into complete chaos. Not only that, after being destroyed by them, I have the opportunity to be reborn again with the seed of the world.
Why don't I do this kind of thing that is a lot of work?
Lan Moyen suddenly realized. He looked at the giant face of the eternal night demon god.
So, being killed by the Alliance of Abilities is also part of your plan?
In the sky, the giant face of the eternal night demon god shook his head. He smiled slyly.
Is it possible, even the news that the eternal night demon cave has world seeds was passed on by me?
Lan Moyen looked at the eternal night demon god in the sky,
sighed long. Put it to death and then live. The hero, the big means. Not only Lan Moyen, but also other teachers and students were completely silent. After hearing the explanation of the eternal night demon god,
there was a little chill behind them for no reason. Not afraid of the horror of the demon god, but afraid of the demon god being cultured, fighting, and playing so many twists and turns. This eternal night demon god was much more terrifying than they imagined. Yuran looked up at the eternal night demon god, who was integrated with the world, and was also stunned.
Grand, crazy, dangerous. What a ruthless eternal night demon god.
For this purpose, he even dared to risk his life. The eternal night demon god spoke again.
This demon god is also very kind, so that you can become an understanding ghost before you die. Now, the charity link ends here. Countless black shadows suddenly appeared around the eternal night demon god. Lan Moyen, welcome to my world.
As soon as the words of the eternal night demon god fell,
the avenue seems to have returned to normal. Everyone felt that the strength was back again, and in the sky, the countless black shadows also directly transformed into different appearances.
Lan Moyen looked at the changes in those black shadows.
The pupil shrank slightly. Raging Fire, Ready. Eternal Light, Jackson. Master Magic, Madison. Flood Queen, Jeffrey.
These black shadows are all well-known beings in the previous Alliance of Superpowers.
Counting the absolute power of the previous one, the Druid Andre.
Basically, the abilities of the top powerhouses of the Alliance of Extraordinary Abilities are almost gathered.
This is what the Eternal Night Demon God said before.
Are the traces of the great Tao left by those with special abilities transformed? Lan Moyen's eyes narrowed slightly.
Although Sombra has the same ability, there is still a difference in strength. I'll wipe it. Those black shadows are coming out again? These ghostly things, the ghost does not disperse. If you want to kill someone, these things chased me for 3 miles before. A ghost thing that can't be beaten.
The appearance of the black shadow
made all the teachers and students present react to stress. distress. Each black shadow used its ability and rushed towards the teachers and students of the human race. Looking at these dark shadows, everyone had a look of despair in their eyes. Suddenly, someone roared in the crowd. "Beast thing, CTMD, I fought with you. Brothers, kill one to protect the capital, kill two to earn. I'm not alive. Rush. I have to pull the back of the two pads when I die." The freshman teachers and students roared angrily. One by one, their eyes were red. Compared with the previous momentum, it is much stronger. Lightning and thunder, flames and ice. Trapped beasts are still fighting. Looking at this scene, the eternal night demon god was silent for a moment, and then spoke. "Sometimes I really don't understand you humans. You obviously know that it is a mortal ending, but you can still burst out with stronger power." Lan Moyen looked at the eternal night demon god. He regained his strength, also slowly lifted into the air. "It's better to care about you when you're free." Looking at Lan Moyen, who took off into the sky, the eternal night demon god's eyes were first confused, and then mocking. "Why, at this point, are you still thinking about killing me?" Lan Moyen ignored the ridicule of the eternal night demon god. "It's just that the breath on his body is constantly rising. The sharp and unparalleled sword intent, as if to pierce this endless darkness." Watching Lan Moyen's aura continue to soar, the mockery in the eyes of the eternal night demon god became even more severe. "The centipede shakes the tree. Come, let me see. What ability do you have to slaughter this world?" At this time, the eternal night demon god is equivalent to the world. If you want to kill the eternal night demon god, it is equivalent to destroying the world. With Lan Moyen's current strength, it is still far from reaching this level. Lan Moyen at this time, compared with before, the expression is relaxed. He looked at the eternal night demon god lightly. Having said so much, he behaved so terrifyingly, but he didn't dare to do it himself. "If you are not mistaken, you should have a lot of flaws in your body by fusing with the will of the world in such a hasty manner, right?" Listening to Lan Moyen's words, the eternal night demon god frowned slightly, silent. What did this kid find? If you are allowed to develop like this, the human race may face a huge disaster. At this time, Lan Moyen slowly took out Wu Feng. "I wanted to leave this sword to its." He gently helped Wu Feng wipe the sword body. "This sword, since I have achieved extraordinary achievements, has followed me to the south and north. It once cut off the arm of the lava demon god and forced it to sign an alliance with the human race under the city. It once made the leaders of the three major sword sects bow their heads, cut off their swords, and dare not step out of the country for the rest of their lives." Lan Moyen muttered to himself. The fascination in his eyes was as if Wu Feng in front of him was not a vessel at all, but the love of his life. Whether it was the lightning and thunder, or the great dark sky, or the collapse of space, it has nothing to do with him. In Lan Moyen's eyes, there was no room for anything but his sword. Pure, ultimate purity. Around Lan Moyen, no laws or elements can be seen anymore. I can't even feel the fluctuations in energy. It was as if he and his sword were one of nature, transcending heaven and earth. The eternal night demon god looked at Lan Moyen in front of him. He was shocked to find that even his will to control heaven and earth had no way to affect Lan Moyen in the slightest. It's as if Lan Moyen doesn't exist in this world at all. The eternal night demon god's heart suddenly panicked for no reason. What's he doing? What does he want to do? The fear of the unknown made the new will of the world a little panicked. The eternal night demon god roared angrily. "Pretend to be a ghost." Lan Moyen glanced at the violent eternal night demon god. "Slowly raise your arm flat." He looked at Wu Feng in his hand. His eyes were as gentle as water. "Old man, accompany me on this last journey." Lan Moyen's body instantly erupted with an amazing edge. Wu Shuang's sword intent directly tore open the sky. In the dark sky, there was a glimmer of dawn. The monstrous murderous aura made this world avenue retreat. Lan Moyen held a sword in one hand and pointed directly at the eternal night demon god. On the edge of the edge, the divine edge reappears. "The one who killed you, Lan Moyen." Lan Moyen's body, it began to slowly decompose, turned into a starlight spot, constantly falling on the edge of the edge. In an instant, Lan Moyen completely disappeared into this world. Not even a trace of breath remained. The divine sword has no edge, suspended in the sky. There was a striking sound on the sword body, like a sorrowful cry, like weeping blood, like a swan song. Countless divine sword phantoms in an instant manifested after Wu Feng. Each divine sword phantom carries the rhythm of the sword path. All the phantoms of the divine sword rushed towards Wu Feng at the same time, completely integrated into Wu Feng. With the integration of these countless kendo laws, the divine sword has no edge. The complicated formation carvings disappeared. The sharp and unparalleled sword light also disappeared. Wash away the prosperity and return to the basics. Now in front of everyone's eyes, the divine sword has no edge, not like a divine weapon. It is more like the most ordinary sword among the thousands of traditional weapons. But it is this sword. But it brought fear and trembling from the depths of the soul to the eternal night demon god. Just being pointed at by this sword, all make the eternal night demon god unstable. The giant face of the eternal night demon god in the sky almost scattered. Although I don't want to admit it, but the sword in front of him
him, it does already have enough edge to kill him. How is this possible? The Eternal Night Demon God was stunned for a while, then he roared. Why can this strength threaten me? The Eternal Night Demon God was both shocked and angry. With the change in the mood of the Eternal Night Demon God, it seems that the whole world is following the anger. In an instant, countless Tao laws appeared concretely, like chains to the sky. Under the thoughts of the Eternal Night Demon God, rushed towards the quaint sword. Chains, covering the edge of this sword, under the superposition of layers, completely sealed this long sword. The light on the avenue shines, frantically worn out the breath of the long sword. The shackles formed by the layers of avenues, like the curse of eternal life. Just looking at it makes people feel confused. In the sky, the giant face of the Eternal Night Demon God was slightly tired, obviously, manipulating these thousands of Tao laws. It also consumes his mind extremely much. He looked at the seal of the 10 million laws and laughed and roared wildly. Come on, kill me. Although the voice is loud, there is a feeling of being strong on the outside and dry on the inside. It seems that he heard the request of the Eternal Night Demon God. The land sealed by the law swelled a point without warning, with another vibration. On the chains transformed by those Tao laws, some small broken marks slowly appeared. In an instant, the chains of the first avenue broke. Countless lock links shattered one after another. The sharp cold light once again soared into the sky. Thousands of chains were cut off. That quaint long sword, eternal with endless sword intent, slashed towards the Eternal Night Demon God. There was no sound, no collision. The long sword sank into the great dark sky. Supreme sword intent, cut off the foundation of the world, left a long and narrow sword mark in the sky. The black sky was split in two at this moment. The long and narrow sword marks continued to expand. The spaces centered on the sword mark began to crack in both directions. The colorful interdimensional space, like a long river, appeared in the sky of the Eternal Night Demon Cave, constantly devouring, constantly expanding. The long river of dimensions that was originally like a rushing river. At this moment, it has become an endless sea of different dimensions. The sky of the Eternal Night Demon Cave gradually lost its world background. The brilliant and magnificent interdimensional space was completely displayed in front of everyone. The avenue is silent, the sky is shattered. The world of the Eternal Night Demon Cave began to count down to life. All the teachers and students present looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. Is this the scene of destruction? I haven't seen it, don't ask me. It should be. I don't feel the existence of elemental power at all. Why, it feels so beautiful. When the fireworks explode, don't you think it's beautiful? By the way, what should we do? You ask me, who do I ask? With the collapse of the world, the Eternal Night Demon God was completely squeezed out of the world's will. He watched the world decline in despair. His eyes were bloody. Years of planning, years of hard work, everything that was exchanged for death at the cost of death. At this moment, it was actually wiped out by Lan Moyan's sword. As the dimensional sea in the sky continues to expand, the Eternal Night Demon God looked down at his body, a void of nothingness. Since his heart, it has been spreading. None of the signs indicated. Who would have thought that the will of the world, which is said to be immortal, would live for less than a day? The long sword that cut down the world instantly came to the Eternal Night Demon God, rusty and dilapidated, without the charm and sharpness of the past. As the light flickered, Lan Moyan's figure appeared again. It's just that the current Lan Moyan, the figure became illusory and ethereal. It seems to disappear with the wind anytime and anywhere. Lan Moyan at this time, the face is plain, extremely relaxed. I don't care at all about the state of dying at any time at this time. The first sentence he said when he looked at the Eternal Night Demon God turned out to be, fortunately, your integration of the world is not complete, otherwise I really can't kill you. The Eternal Night Demon God looked at Lan Moyan in front of him, with a complicated expression. Why do you have to do this? As long as you want to leave, I don't believe you have no means to leave. Lan Moyan's tone was weak at this time, and he smiled faintly. I can slowly spend time with other demon gods, because I am confident that one day I will surpass them, but you can't. Lan Moyan paused for a moment. He looked at the Eternal Night Demon God with a slight appreciation. You're so scary that it scares me a little. With you, the human race will eventually suffer a catastrophe, so you must die. The Eternal Night Demon God looked at Lan Moyan, confused and angry. You for them? For those ants who can crush it by lifting their feet? Lan Moyan listened to the questioning of the Eternal Night Demon God and asked with a smile, can't you? Looking at Lan Moyan's appearance, the Eternal Night Demon God was even more angry. Do you know that for them, you are not far from death now? Lan Moyan looked at his body swaying in the wind, slightly in a trance. Then he laughed. Morning herd, she can die. If I can dance such a brilliant sort of destruction, what if I die? With Lan Moyan's laughter, the dilapidated woofing also let out a sharp sound. It seems to be crying again. Madman. Lunatic. Lunatic. Lan Moyan, you must die well. The Eternal Night Demon God's face had begun to shatter at this time. He stared at Lan Moyan in front of him, cursing non-stop. 1,000 years ago, he found the seat of the world in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. Since
then, he has been transforming the Eternal Night Demon Cave, cultivating the seeds of the world. For this moment, after thousands of years, even risking himself to die alone, the moment you see that you are about to succeed. At the last moment, it was planted in the hands of a madman. Thousands of years of hard work failed. My life is coming to an end. Anger, unwillingness.
The Eternal Night Demon God looked at Lan Moyen. The blood was broken, and the eyes were red and bleeding. At this time, he wanted to tear apart the hateful human race in front of him. It's a pity that no matter how angry the Eternal Night Demon God is, it's just incompetent rage. At this time, he was affected by the collapse of the world and couldn't even move. With the collapse of the Eternal Night Demon Cave, the void in his body is getting bigger and bigger. As this hollow spreads, his body, his arms, and his face were immersed in this black hole. There is no trace of black sky shrouded in the sky. The brilliant other dimensional space replaced the sky filled with the great dark sky in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. The avenue of this world sent out the last cry. At this moment, the world came to an end. The will of the world finally died completely at this moment. Lan Moyen, I curse your soul forever. Never recover. The Eternal Night Demon God cursed angrily. With the roar, the body of the Eternal Night Demon God also dissipated between heaven and earth without leaving even the slightest breath. Hao Sun's last words. Lan Moyen laughed, looking at the Eternal Night Demon God who was slowly disappearing. He was already holding on. The tight string in my heart was completely loosened. In an instant, Lan Moyen seemed to have been drained of all his strength and his whole body collapsed, completely unconscious. That man and a sword just fell down, like a kite with a broken thread. In this chaotic force field of destruction, push your legs upwards. Flying away, caught Lan Moyen's body in the broken sword with his hands. Lan Moyen raised his head and tried hard to open his eyes, those deep and bright eyes. At this moment, he lost his former brilliance. The pupils were pale. At this time, Lan Moyen's body was so weak that he had almost no vision, so he could only rely on speculation and asked softly, "Is it Yi Ran?" Lan Moyen's voice was weak, almost to the point of being inaudible. Yi Ran looked at this high-spirited slaughter-level transcended person who became what he is now. He responded softly. Lan Moyen heard this response, smiled with relief. That sword, handsome? Yi Ran listened to Lan Moyen's words, and his nose was a little sore. Lan Moyen didn't even have the strength to speak at this time. I could only spit out softly along the breath. Handsome is good. Lan Moyen held Yi Ran's arm tightly. Lying in Yi Ran's arms, he closed his eyes. Fall asleep deeply. Lan Moyen in deep sleep. The breath did not recover as expected. Compared with before, it seems to have become a little weaker. For a moment, it has weakened to the point where it may run out of oil at any time. At this time, Yi Ran saw this, holding Lan Moyen tighter with both hands, for fear that Lan Moyen's body would disappear with it. Yi Ran is like this, hugging Lan Moyen, quickly rushed towards the camp of the human race. All the teachers and students looked at Lan Moyen, who was picked up by Yi Ran with a solemn face. Coincidentally, they gave way to a road. They looked at the body of this Terran hero, full of reverence. At this time, the eyes of all teachers and students were already rosy. The sorrow in everyone's hearts made the atmosphere at this time extremely depressing. Why cry? It's not dead yet. Why cry? Yi Ran shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Zhang Xiaoru, teacher, quick, use your skills, fast. Hearing Yi Ran's order, Zhang Xiaoru did not dare to neglect it, and quickly took out the scepter of life and death, began to perform healing techniques on Lan Moyen. At this time, I don't care about hiding anything. Directly took out the scepter of life and death copied from Zhang Xiaoru. Also used the gift of the goddess of life 3 times in a row to Lan Moyen. In an instant, the green energy on the 2 scepters began to pour into Lan Moyen's body frantically. Due to the large gap in strength, the energy of healing is still a drop in the bucket for Lan Moyen's injury. Speed of repair, far from being as fast as Lan Moyen's body collapsing. Zhang Xiaoru's face was a little pale at this time. The healing energy she tried her best to display could not make up for Lan Moyen's already ground Dao cornerstone. However, the scepter of life and death is an exclusive artifact after all. Under the continuous treatment effect, still made Lan Moyen's face have a hint of rosiness. At this time, Lan Moyen slowly opened his eyes. A relaxed smile flashed on his weak face. He smiled and grabbed Yi Ran's arm. Don't bother, it's useless. I can feel my body. Lan Moyen said to Yi Ran a little solemnly. Yi Ran, promise me something. Yi Ran was a little anxious at this time, but cautious. I was afraid that a little outrageous action would extinguish Lan Moyen's barely lit wind candle embers. He held back his trembling vocal cords and said as smoothly as possible. Lan Moyen looked at Yi Ran's appearance, then looked into the distance. There is remembrance and tenderness in the eyes. He muttered to himself, remember, be sure to take me home. I want to. Take another bite of Xiaolong Bao. The flush on Lan Mo's face that reflected back to the light. It began to slowly subside. Even the arm that grabbed Yi Ran's arm had no strength. Hung down. Yi Ran couldn't hold back anymore. The tears that were still rolling in my eyes completely burst the embankment.
fell on Lan Moyan's pale face, slowly flowing down. He lowered his head, tears streaming down his face. Looking at Lan Moyan's lifeless face, trembling and sobbing, he said, I promise you that I will definitely take you home. Let's go home. Yi Ran promised Lan Moyan with a crying voice. Yi Ran, who couldn't hold back completely. He collapsed on the ground, buried his head deep in Lan Moyan's arms. Only a choking back was left for everyone. In the journey of this sea of stars, another star dimmed. All the teachers and students in the Eternal Night Demon Cave were adorned with colors. Some people hold their broken arms and legs with one hand. There are even some people like Yi Ran, holding his classmates and teachers in his arms. The blood stained the faces of each of them. The broken body, the scars of the bones, just standing in place, can make people deeply feel the tragedy of war. At this time, they stood quietly in place. Let the meteors fall behind you, the earth cracks, and the ocean roar. No one moves for half a. Everyone looked at Lan Moyan's body solemnly. In this most direct and simple way, to see off this human hero, buzz sounded. An inexplicable rhythm suddenly flashed by. Everyone looked up at the sky. It is the monitoring formation that has been restored. Can the return stone be used? Everyone's eyes are shining at this moment. A light of longing for hometown. They have never been like this. For the blue star, have such a deep desire for his hometown. Yi Ran hugged Lan Moyan. The expression was desolate. He looked up at the sky and hugged Lan Moyan a little tighter. Let's go home. In an instant, bursts of white light flashed. All teachers and students disappeared one after another in this Eternal Night Demon Cave that was about to fall into chaos. Yi Badong watched Yi Ran leave, sighed slightly, silently took out his means of returning to the city and muttered to himself, good people don't live long, and the scourge will last for 1,000 years. He looked around the collapsed world again, looked up to the sky and cursed, God, you fucking damn it. He also disappeared between heaven and earth. As soon as Yi Badong disappeared, the place where he stayed was blasted into powder by the laws of chaos. The Eternal Night Demon Cave has also completely entered the countdown. Disorder, madness has become the main tone of the world. In less than a moment, the Eternal Night Demon Cave began to shatter and collapse. In the process of collapsing, everything turns into nothingness. A little golden light began to flicker slightly in this dimensional space, constantly drawing on the power of the origin of the world in the process of this collapse. When this golden point of light continues to solidify, when it was about to take shape, space suddenly shattered. A dark turtle claw stretched out from the space, directly put the golden light in his pocket. I have long said that I will regret it if I don't bring it. A voice muttered out of thin air. Then, in the void, the voice remembered again. The Eternal Night Demon Cave is truly evil. It has been destroyed like this, and the seeds of the world can grow again. Wait, what's wrong with this golden seed? Hey, Dao Yu, you really didn't lie. Between heaven and earth there is really one who escaped. Cheap kid. Then, the void ripples flickered. The tortoise shell disappeared. The Eternal Night Demon Cave completely collapsed into a little, completely erase all traces of existence. Outside the dimensional gate, all the teachers and students of the Demon Martial Arts Academy were still chatting and discussing. Many people are already lying on the grass. Even many people have gathered together to play board games and script killing. It's still the blue sky and white clouds. Occasionally, birds fly by, even the wind blowing. So gentle. A peaceful and comfortable campus scenery. Everything is so comfortable. Suddenly, Bai Su looked at the dimensional gate. The monitoring formation has been repaired. Bai Su raised one hand slightly. An inexplicable space force flashed through the air. The huge screen next to the dimensional door began to flicker again. Everyone was attracted by the flickering on the screen. Ha ha ha, it's finally good. Yes, let me see how many points our class has scored now. Do you still need to think about it? It must be the first in our class. The world is undecided. Who knows if there is a new dark horse? If you fart, no matter how strong you are, how can you compare to those two demons of the second class? Don't forget that without those two demons of the second class, your first class may have returned to the city by now. To be honest, I really didn't expect that the second class would suddenly rise up and those two geniuses would probably be robbed by major forces before they graduated. The Zhang Hedong incident is performed again. Open it quickly, I can't wait. People open up and do your don't play tricks. You finish playing chess first. If you can't play it, you want to live on the bill, right? The students are looking forward to it. The grandmasters in the guest seat also paid attention to the giant screen. Hoven's neck was stretched out, just waiting to see his precious apprentice for the first time. Master Hua, I'm so worried about your precious apprentice. Li Shuezong on the side looked at Hua Wen mockingly. Hua Wen smiled first and then said with a proud face, no way, who made my apprentice so good? I was afraid that the thief would miss me, so I had to pay more attention. The god of fire blessed the gold for no reason and suddenly sneezed. Even the saliva he spewed out looked like Mars. Everyone looked at the screen expectantly, waiting to see the demeanor of the students in the assessment. Only Zhu Tianhua looked at the screen without saying a word. I don't know what is on my mind. Buzz. As another ripple rises, the huge screen
screen finally appeared. It's just that there is no shadow of anyone on the entire screen.
All teachers and students can only see an electronic snowflake. What's going on? After waiting for a long time, is this looking at chicken feathers? The last time I saw this was on my old and shabby Big But TV.
I will. Whoever goes up and takes a picture, just take a shot.
You really fucking used the screen you built with hundreds of millions of dollars to make your Big But TV?
The teachers and students outside the venue discussed noisily.
Even the transcendent on the rostrum was stunned.
This,
Baiji, what's going on?
For a while, everyone looked at the master with the deepest attainments in the law of space, Baisu. Baisu looked at this snowflake screen, was also a little stunned. He muttered to himself. Generally, there are two reasons for this situation. One is because the monitoring formation is aging, but our formation has just been repaired and this situation does not exist.
Another reason is that there is a problem with the origin of the linked world of this monitoring formation.
Baisu said. There was no reason to feel uneasy in his heart. Just when Baisu was talking,
suddenly, in the sky,
bursts of white light flashed. The amount of white light dazzled everyone who saw it.
Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment.
Why all the teachers and students who were being assessed
all returned?
When the white light dissipates slightly,
you can say that.
The crowd gathered around. At the very core of the onlookers,
someone let out a cry of horror.
Blood. It's all blood.
A lot of.
The students' exclamations caused a riot. Baisu frowned slightly. He was already a little restless, and he directly dodged.
Disappeared from the rostrum.
The rest of the transcendent ones glanced at each other. Was also ready to leave and fly over.
In an instant, Baisu's figure had come behind everyone.
Quiet. With Baisu's words, all teachers and students were calmed down by an inexplicable force. The scene was temporarily controlled.
The principal is here.
It's the principal.
The students also saw Baisu.
Have taken the initiative to give in.
Made way for Baisu.
Baisu walked forward with a silent face. The uneasiness in my heart as I approached step by step. It became more and more obvious. When Baisu saw these returning teachers and students.
At this time,
the teachers and students standing in front of Baisu. Almost all of them were covered in blood. The blood kept flowing down the legs of these teachers and students. Most of them had bone-deep scars.
Many people have missed arms and legs. Even some teachers and students were lying on the ground with almost no vital signs.
Tragic.
Where's the school medical team? Call them over.
Baisu immediately called out to the school medical team. Then a small white stove appeared in the principal's hand. The white smoke that was easy to disperse in the small furnace instantly enveloped all the teachers and students present.
The white smoke contains extremely vigorous vitality.
All the wounds of teachers and students, after being exposed to this white smoke, are slowly recovering. The teachers and students who were assessed for a while all recovered slightly. There was a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes.
Principal.
After seeing Baisu's figure, an old teacher led by him knelt down directly. He had a sad face, tears in his eyes.
Principal.
Dead.
My students are dead.
Seeing this, Baisu hurriedly stepped forward and helped the old teacher up. One hand gently stroked the back of the old teacher, calmed his excitement with strength.
Lao Huang, I'm here, don't worry, say.
Slowly.
This teacher is called Lao Huang.
Under Baisu's comfort, he slowly calmed down.
He tried to recall.
Suddenly, he seemed to think of something.
I was stressed again. Principal. The Eternal Night Demon Cave is completely a conspiracy. After hearing this,
Baisu was stunned for a moment. Because of his age, that teacher Huan was stimulated so much. The whole person began to speak incoherently.
Dead. All dead. Even the transcendent died inside.
Hearing this, Baisu was completely stunned.
There is only one transcendent person in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. How is this possible? What can kill Lan Moyan in the Eternal Night Demon Cave?
Baisu raised his head, finally found Yiran standing in the deepest part of the crowd. He hurriedly rushed to Yiran's side, looking at Lan Moyan with closed eyes in Yiran's arms in disbelief. The reality in front of him made him slightly dizzy. Baisu slowly raised his palm.
The small furnace appeared again.
The stove was full of white smoke.
The white smoke shrouded Lan Moyan.
The surging vitality covered Lan Moyan's whole body. The white smoke that can almost make people white in flesh.
The result fell on Lan Moyan.
It did not play the slightest effect and drifted away with the wind. Baisu did not believe in evil and increased his strength. The flames in the cauldron furnace were whirring. The stronger white smoke covered Lan Moyan's body.
The result is the same as the last time. Lan Moyan never opened his eyes.
All the extraordinary people also came to the scene.
When they saw Lan Moyan's figure,
one by one, their eyes widened incredulously, and they gasped.
This is Lan Moyan? Dead? How is this possible? It is difficult for a diamond-level monster to appear in the Eternal Night Demon Cave. How can it die? This posture is to die of exhaustion. What kind of ghost happened in the Eternal Night Demon Cave? All the transcendent people looked at this scene in horror.
The sword god of the Dragon Kingdom, the heavy weapon of attack,
the supernova that everyone should look up to, actually died on the battlefield this time. This is a result that no one expected. Principal, don't try try, the avenue has been worn out. At this time, Yi Ran's voice was low. He looked up at Bai Su, his expression desolate. He exchanged his life for the eternal night demon god who became the will of the world. Eternal night demon god? Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment. A transcendent person blurted out. Impossible, the eternal night demon god was dead decades ago. Yi Ran raised his head. After the monitoring formation disappeared, the Yongmei demon god took his own succubus and used the world seed as a medium to resurrect the eternal night demon god. The ridiculous thing is that most of the power sources of the eternal night demon god's resurrection are the water of life. Oh, millions of human lives. All the extraordinary faces are not good looking. How the water of life is made, everyone naturally knows in their hearts. Yi Ran's voiceover is already so obvious. Some forces of the human race have become completely unclean and have become accomplices of the demon gods. And looking at this posture, it is definitely not an ordinary force. At this time, Yi Ran raised his head and his eyes were burning. After they suck the flesh and blood of the human race and grow stronger, they raise their butcher knives and aim at us. Principle. That's the big picture you're trying to maintain, isn't it? Yi Ran's questioning made Bai Su a little difficult to breathe. He looked at Lan Moyen with a sad expression. I'm so stupid. I think about maintaining the overall situation every day. I'm so stupid. Bai Su muttered to himself with sadness in his tone. I think everyone has contributed for the Dragon Kingdom, and they have shed blood for the human race. I'm so stupid. I naively think that no matter how bad a person is, how bad can it be? To think that anything can be passed peacefully. One person's life can't be saved. What can we talk about saving everyone? After living for most of my life, I was slapped in the face by a child. At this time, Bai Su no longer had the gentleness and elegance of the past. His whole body was full of momentum. Gray hair without wind automatic. The sharp killing intent burst out like a substantial burst. The ground was scratched by this killing intent layer by layer of dents. Tell me, who? Bai Su's voice was cold. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, silently spat out 4 words. Dragon Kingdom, Zhu family. Zhu, sky, Chinese. Bai Su's voice exploded in the sky, the swelling breath on his body. Let the transcendent people who were close to Bai Su unconsciously take 2 steps back. The violent murderous aura made everyone suddenly react. The old man who has always been kind on weekdays. Back then, he was also a god of battle and invincibility. Bai Su's eyes were as sharp as a sword. Locked Zhu Tianhua among the transcendental. Bai Su appeared directly beside Zhu Tianhua. The invisible space prison has completely wrapped Zhu Tianhua. After Zhu Tianhua saw this scene, then frowned. Principal Bai, this kind of joke is not easy to. Hearing Zhu Tianhua say this, Bai Su looked at Zhu Tianhua, full of murderous intent. Are you still pretending, Zhu Tianhua? No wonder nearly 1 million people have disappeared every year in recent decades, and it turns out that your Zhu family is obstructing it. Hearing Bai Su's words, the extraordinary's faces changed slightly, and the eyes looking at Zhu Tianhua were wrong. Bai Su's cold voice came again. Destroy the monitoring formation, resurrect the eternal night demon god, and kill the Dragon Kingdom sword god. It's hard to write. It's outrageous. Zhu Tianhua, why do your Zhu family still consider themselves the top families of the Dragon Kingdom? Why are you called a person? You and your Zhu family, let's bury Lan Moyen together. Before the words fell, Bai Su's space power instantly rushed towards Zhu Tianhua. Zhu Tianhua resisted Bai Su's sharp dimensional slash. While looking at Bai Su angrily, he asked, what about the evidence? Just based on what that kid said with white teeth, our Zhu family is going to kneel down and admit it all, right? Zhu Tianhua's questioning does make sense. But Zhu Tianhua's voice had not yet fallen, and suddenly the returning teachers and students stood up one by one. I can testify. I can too. It's the Zhu family, it's them. Looking at the teachers and students who stood up one by one, Zhu Tianhua's face was gloomy, but he still stubbornly refused to admit it. Principal Bai, what I want is substantive evidence. What these people say is not enough. Evidence? Suddenly, in the crowd, Left General of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Shaogua stood up. You want evidence? I'll give you evidence. Yi Shaogua took off the ring on his finger. A red light began to flicker, slowly transformed into a woman covered with a red hijab. Shoha, dressed in red, showed Miaoman's figure, the appearance of a lady who was about to get married. Her feet were dangling in the air, without any shadow, and the pale back of the hand always gives people an inexplicable sense of strangeness. After seeing the woman's appearance clearly, everyone's pupils shrank. Weird 010, Ghost Bride? How did General Yi bring this thing to? This thing, it's very evil, and it can quietly attach to the target. Even if it's extraordinary, it can't detect it. When I caught this thing, I was there. A man from a village was strangled to death in front of me, but I was stunned and didn't even find a shadow. Then how did you catch it in the end? She finally ran over and pinched my neck, and I brought it back, and then asked Master Shi to help me with it. Zhu Tianhua looked at the ghost bride released by Yi Shaogua, frowned slightly, then he scolded. General Yi, what does this mean? Yi Shaogua looked at Zhu Tianhua and said, when Director Zhu left before, I had already released the ghost bride to attach to you. Just right, the transcendent people
people here, there happen to be a few who can show the whereabouts of the ghost bride who comes up to show it. Let everyone see whether our director Zhu has been wronged, or is he really the culprit of the destruction of the formation." Hearing Yi Xiaoguo's words, Xu Tianhua's face became a little ugly. Those transcendent people who are proficient in dealing with strange things looked at Yi Xiaoguo and then at Zhu Tianhua, are all considering whether to be this first bird. After all, help report Zhu Tianhua. If you can really sit firmly, then it's nothing. If it is wronged, with the Zhu family's method of retribution, it was a disaster for themselves and for their power. Provoking the Zhu family for no reason is really a bit more than worth the loss. Xu Tianhua saw the hesitation of these transcendent people. For a while, he smiled at Yi Xiaoguo with some contempt. It seems that General Yi is unpopular. Well, our family also has a lot of talents who can identify weird people. Can't I call them to help a group of General Yi? Bai Su, Yi Xiaoguo, Zhu Duanjin, and others saw those extraordinary people who did not dare to stand up. There was disappointment in his eyes. The era of peace has been too long, and even many transcendentals have lost their blood. Even in the case of human righteousness and power preservation, they have begun to tend to choose the latter. This is the atmosphere brought out by these families of the Xu family. Damn it, things have come to this point. Are you still thinking about your little 99? Xu Duanjin scolded. Just when Zhu Tianhua was proud, suddenly a bald head appeared in the crowd. Everyone followed the reputation. Everyone looked at the person who stood up in surprise. This person is the Vajra Walker, Shi Huacheng. The presidency of the Donkey Kong Temple has always been a peacemaker on weekdays, never provokes right and wrong, and the Donkey Kong Temple is not strictly a top force, absolutely unable to withstand the disaster of the Zhu family. So everyone really didn't expect that. Shi Huaqing was actually willing to stand up. After seeing the comer, Xu Tianhua frowned slightly. Then he said coldly, "Shi Huaqing, are you sure you want to come for an appraisal?" Zhu Tianhua's tone was extremely slow, and the threat was self-evident. Shi Huaqing looked at Zhu Tianhua. He was still kind-hearted, clasped his hands together, and said in a calm and natural tone, "When the poor monk comes out, there is naturally a reason for the poor monk. Director Zhu, if you are upright, the poor monk can also give Director Zhu a share of justice." Shi Huaqing's cassock is windless and automatic. That huge string of Buddha beads, it emits light. Countless ancient Sanskrit began to emerge from the Buddha beads. Faintly, I could actually hear the sound of the morning bell and evening drum. With Shi Huaqing's light drink, the Sanskrit hovering around him began to rush towards the ghost bride in red, instantly immersed in the body of the ghost bride. The moment the ghost bride came into contact with these Sanskrit, a red energy line fell directly on Zhu Tianhua's body, constantly spreading towards the rostrum. This is Zhu Tianhua's trajectory. Xu Tianhua saw this, took a deep look at Shi Huaqing. Then when everyone was still paying attention to the direction of this red line, a blue divine bird behind him chirped loudly. Xu Tianhua collapsed the red line, turned into thousands of divine birds, rushing towards the distance. "I want to leave?" Bai Su snorted coldly. Towards Zhu Tianhua clenched with one hand. Those soaring divine birds were like hitting the air wall. "I was dizzy and dizzy." "Humph, Bai Su, you won't think that I came to your place and didn't consider your ability to guard against you?" Among the countless divine birds, Zhu Tianhua's voice came. A white light flashed. Those air walls dissipated like shattered glass. The light turned into a straight line, stabbed towards Bai Su. Bai Su snorted coldly. Direct displacement. The white light just stabbed the afterimage of the white void. However, the master's move is a matter of an instant. This slightest delay, let Zhu Tianhua escape directly and disappear into the vast sky. Forbidden words? This is the trick of the silent demon god? Damn beast, the Xu family is really connected to the demon god. The instantaneous change caught all the transcendents off guard. Bai Su's face was ugly, and he was about to set out to chase him, but it was stopped by a hand. "It is Yi Xiaoguo. Bai Zhushi, you preside over the overall situation. I will be responsible for this Xu Tianhua." "You," Bai Su wanted to say something more. Yi Xiaoguo has already stride forward. "It just so happens that there is still an old account to settle with this Xu Tianhua. Xu Tianhua is extremely fast, almost instantaneous effort. It spans a few cities." Flew to him who was a little tired, and slowly fell down in a deserted open space. He gasped, looking in the direction of the magic capital. "Want to kill me? Ah, foolish dream." The left hand was slightly raised, and a blue divine bird appeared in the hand at some point. "This time the problem is not small. We have to hurry up and let the family deal with it." He muttered to himself, "Raise your hand slightly." The blue bird on his left hand flew up in response. As a result, the moment this blue bird just flapped its wings, a red blood arrow passed through. The energy transformation of the blue bird was directly scattered, turned into starlight and dissipated in the sky. The blood arrow was extremely fast, directly slashed through Zhu Tianhua, leaving a long bloodstain on Zhu Tianhua's cheek. "Who?" Zhu Tianhua stared in the direction of the blood splatter and shouted coldly. A blood-colored figure slowly walked from afar. The figure walked extremely slowly, but every step seemed to be able to across dozens of miles, shrink to an inch. In less than a moment, he had come to Zhu Tianhua's face. Zhu Tianhua squinted his eyes after seeing the person coming clearly. I didn't expect that the famous Dragon Kingdom left general was still a master of tracking. Yi Shaoguo looked at Zhu Tianhua like an idiot. Then he raised his right hand and shook the red ring on his ring finger.
Run away, stupid? Listening to Yi Shaoguo's ridicule, Zhu Tianhua didn't say anything more.
He calmly looked at Yi Shaoguo and said, General Yi, let me go. After the Zhu family survives this catastrophe, there will be a heavy thank you. Yi Shaoguo looked at Zhu Tianhua and asked with interest. Oh, Director Zhu is still very confident that the Zhu family can survive this disaster? Then what benefit can you give me? Seeing Yi Shaoguo a little relieved, Zhu Tianhua became interested at this time. Then I don't know where a golden liquid came out of nowhere, and I held it in my hand. Zhu Tianhua threw it with one hand and threw the golden liquid into Yi Shaoguo's hand. Yi Shaoguo took the golden liquid and examined it slightly. With confusion in his eyes, he frowned and said, This is the result of the purification of the Ozdabai to the extreme? It seems that General Yi is also a colleague. Zhu Tianhua clapped his hands, and then naturally introduced it to Yi Shaoguo. That's right, this is the latest development of our Zhu family. I call it the water of the source.
Zhu Tianhua said, his eyes revealing pride.
This water of origin has all the effects of the water of life, and does not have all the negative effects of the water of life. Not only that, but anyone who drinks this water of origin will more or less improve a small section of strength below the extraordinary.
It's a permanent promotion.
Zhu Tianhua also pointed out the key points.
Hearing Zhu Tianhua's words, Yi Shaoguo looked at this tube of golden liquid and fell silent. As a general of the Dragon Kingdom, how could he not know what this thing represented? As long as there is enough of this golden liquid, it means that he can copy diamond-level grandmasters without limits. A diamond-level grandmaster may not be able to show anything, but what if 10, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, a well-trained team of thousands of diamond-level grandmasters, once on the battlefield, the transcendent can be countered by the transcendental. But what should tens of thousands of diamond-level grandmasters fight against? This will be a nightmare for any force or country. At the strategic level, in the eyes of Yi Shaoguo, the strategic value of such a team is higher than that of the slaughtering of the country. If the Zhu family already has such a team. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoguo shuddered. How many of these things do you have? Zhu Tianhua looked at Yi Shaoguo, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The water of the origin is still under development, and what you get is only a test item, but as long as you have enough life to fill it, within 5 years, General Yi will have the strongest army in history. Hearing Zhu Tianhua's answer, Yi Shaoguo breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Zhu Tianhua looked at Yi Shaoguo's smile, thinking that Yi Shaoguo had been moved by his own source water, so he also laughed. Just when Zhu Tianhua was laughing, he suddenly heard a click. Zhu Tianhua looked at Yi Shaoguo in astonishment. At this time, Yi Shaoguo was holding an extremely simple camera in his hand, looking at the content of the camera with an appreciative face. Zhu Tianhua took this good photo. How can you use it as your posthumous photo? Then Yi Shaoguo shook the camera in his hand. Weird 375 Chen's camera. The characteristic is that it can save the picture in any environment. Oh, yes, I forgot to save the recording too. Yi Shaoguo looked at Zhu Tianhua, giving people the feeling that a cat was playing with the mouse he had just caught. Zhu Tianhua looked at Yi Shaoguo's anger. He really didn't expect that. Yi Shaoguo, who has always been ruthless and decisive in killing. How can you carry so many weird things on your body? It's tracking in candid photography. As a general, I have a little special hobby. Isn't it too much? Yi Shaoguo said while shaking the photo paper. Zhu Tianhua squinted at Yi Shaoguo. It seems that General Yi gave me a reason to kill you today. Hearing Zhu Tianhua say this, Yi Shaoguo laughed. The blood mist on his body took off like flames, set off a bloody storm. He looked at Zhu Tianhua. In that rough voice, he said provocatively to Zhu Tianhua, I can't ask for it. Zhu Tianhua looked at the soaring Yi Shaoguo. Some scolded angrily. What does this have to do with your military headquarters? You need to take the lead here. Yi Shaoguo looked at Zhu Tianhua. You gone. Everyone can kill these things that the Zhu family has done. As the left general of the military department, I can't wait to pull the demon-breaking army to your Zhu family. In private, Yi Shaoguo's eyes were sharp. After bullying my cub, I want to pat my ass and leave like this? Zhu Tianhua fainted. In his impression, Yi Shaoguo is a big soldier who rose from the military headquarters. Without relatives and no reason, when did a cub of his own suddenly appear? Yi Shaoguo looked at the confused Zhu Tianhua. Director Zhu is really in charge of everything. Did you forget the fall of the Sky City that your Zhu family planned so quickly? Zhu Tianhua's eyes narrowed. After careful examination, I felt that there was a figure in the memory that began to slowly coincide with Yi Shaoguo. He looked at Yi Shaoguo with some astonishment. You are Yi Feng? Impossible. Yi Feng's head was thrown off back then. Hearing Zhu Tianhua's words, the corners of Yi Shaoguo's mouth rose slightly. He pulled off the scarf that had been wrapped around his neck all year round. A circle of hideous scars surrounded Yi Shaoguo's neck. It makes people people looked terrified. "Thank you for the given by your Zhu family. I walked away from the gate of hell, but the king of hell confiscated my." Yi Xiaoguo looked at Zhu Tianhua with a cruel smile. The murderous aura that has been on the battlefield for a long time made Zhu Tianhua can't help but feel a little sore in his calves. At this time, Yi Xiaoguo was completely a Shura who crawled out of hell. "Get to know the Yi family in Jiling again, Yi Feng. You can also call me the Left General of the Military Department, Fighting Wolf, Yi Xiaoguo." As soon as Yi Feng's words fell, a loud dragon roar began to erupt behind him. An energy-transforming dragon began to circle around Yi Feng. Obviously, this is the Yi family's exercises, Mo Long Xian Gong. It's just that Yi Feng's dragon is different from the Yi family he usually sees. The whole body is blood-red color. In the eyes of the dragon, there were bursts of blood mist, full of evil spirits. After seeing this scene, Zhu Tianhua was completely stunned. No wonder the Zhu family has never had background information about your Yi Xiaoguo. It seems that the Yi family has put a lot of effort into you. Zhu Tianhua passed for a moment. He looked at Yi Xiaoguo with a sinister look in his eyes. "I didn't expect that such a high city in the sky didn't throw you to death. Your Yi family is really ghosted." Zhu Tianhua moved his wrist that was a little tired. If it weren't for those old things who mediated from it, your Yi family would have been reduced to the dust of history. Our Zhu family has released a large number of your Yi family's horses. As a result, you don't want to stay in Jinling and survive, but you come out one after another to toss and turn, harboring bad intentions, Zhu Tianhua said. Behind it has begun to quietly gather strength. Before he finished speaking, he directly turned into a blue bird, like lightning, rushed towards Yi Xiaoguo. The cyan thunder drew an abyss nearly 10 meters above the ground. The goal is directly aimed at Yi Xiaoguo's eyebrows. One blow is a killer move, extremely ruthless. Bang! After a loud bang, Zhu Tianhua looked at his wrist with a stunned face, and his wrist was firmly grasped by Yi Xiaoguo's hand with one hand. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the stunned Zhu Tianhua and laughed contemptuously. "I still like sneak attacks as always." Subsequently, Yi Xiaoguo's hands began to burst out with amazing blood-colored energy. Zhu Tianhua suddenly felt a sharp pain in his wrist, hurriedly burst out with cyan power. Cancel the blood mist, dodging and pulling out. In an instant, he was 7 or 8 zhang away from Yi Xiaoguo. After Zhu Tianhua stood still, he raised his arm and looked at his wrist. At this time, there was no blood on his wrist at all. Even if you can't feel your right hand anymore. Just when Zhu Tianhua was still observing his injuries, Yi Xiaoguo rushed towards Zhu Tianhua in great strides. With every step, the earth trembled, setting off a blood-colored mist, directly crossed 7 or 8 zhang, and came to Zhu Tianhua's side. Bang! A fierce straight punch hit Zhu Tianhua's heart. The blood-colored energy ran through Zhu Tianhua's chest. Zhu Tianhua suddenly felt that his heart suddenly stopped beating. The pupils bulged. In a short period of time, Zhu Tianhua's actions were completely restricted. Another powerful swing punch hit Zhu Tianhua's side. Zhu Tianhua only felt that his left arm bone and even his own ribs were directly broken 7 or 8. Not yet. When Zhu Tianhua reacted, Yi Xiaoguo's next move hit again. Fists, fingers, feet, elbows. Yi Xiaoguo at this moment. It was as if it were a humanoid weapon. Any part can be unimaginably destructive. One has been on the battlefield for a long time, and the other is pampered. The gap between the two parties. At this moment, it is vividly manifested in the battle. Yi Xiaoguo kept bombarding Zhu Tianhua's body. Zhu Tianhua, who hit every blow, was so painful that his soul trembled. But these injuries are tragic. But it was not enough to hurt Zhu Tianhua's life. It always feels like it's not about killing. It's more like it's about torture inventing anger. Pain. It hurts. Zhu Tianhua's whole body was cramping. Too strong to fight him in close combat. Bearing Yi Xiaoguo's iron fist of justice. Zhu Tianhua is not intact in any part of his body. Then his eyes were slightly ruthless. Taking advantage of Yi Xiaoguo's attack, he crushed a treasure. In an instant, a barrier separated the two. Yi Xiaoguo was also pushed out by this irresistible rule. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the dissipated fragments, and his eyes froze slightly. The retreat barrier used by the military to protect millions of soldiers was used by you. It seems that the military department will also conduct a thorough investigation. Yi Xiaoguo's murderous anger towards Zhu Tianhua was a little stronger. Your Zhu family's hand is too long. Rely on such a baby to save your life. How many can you use? Just when Yi Xiaoguo was about to attack again. Although Zhu Tianhua is at a disadvantage. However, it is not nervous. He looked at Yi Xiaoguo, who rushed over. There was disdain in his eyes. You don't know, when your Yi family is fighting against our Zhu family, you will naturally be half shorter. Saying that, Zhu Tianhua looked up to the sky and roared. In an instant, the blood in his body boiled. A blue divine bird took off, and the blue light directly shrouded Yi Xiaoguo's body. He, a born with a curse, you actually want to fight against me? Zhu Tianhua's eyes were fierce, staring at Yi Xiaoguo in front of him. He was waiting for the curse of the bloodline in Yi Xiaoguo's body to appear. Yi Xiaoguo's strength will fall to at least one level. Wait until then. Zhu Tianhua's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted Yi Xiaoguo to survive, but he couldn't die. Zhu Tianhua thought as he thought,
the cruel expression was about to overflow. Time passed minute by minute. Shu Tianhua's expression slowly changed from cruel, excessive to confusion, and then excessive to confusion. At this time, Yi Xiaogua, there was no reaction at all. Instead, he looked at Zhu Tianhua a little provocatively. Okay, why don't I wait a little longer? That's impossible. Shu Tianhua roared angrily. Why did the bloodline curse, which had been tried and tested repeatedly, suddenly have no response? Yi Xiaogua smiled, and then looked at Zhu Tianhua with endless killing intent in his eyes. You used the bloodline curse back then to cause me to fall into the city in the sky, and now you want to repeat the old trick? It's just such a trick back and forth. Is the Zhu family really a pig? Yi Xiaogua said. The blood mist behind him began to steam. Slowly, it gradually transformed into a humanoid phantom. Do you know how much I have prepared for this day? I went incognito, endured humiliation, and abandoned everything and started over as a big soldier in the military department. In order to target you, I drained all the blood on my body, and I cut off every inch of my meridians. I refilled the blood pool with the blood of the beast, and I reshaped the blood body with the tendons of the monster, in order to destroy the so-called bloodline curse. Yi Xiaogua's Chinese tone is solemn. The phantom behind him gradually took shape. It was Ashura bathed in blood and with oozing fangs. Looking at the phantom behind Yi Xiaogua, Zhu Tianhua had no origin of fear. Sometimes, I often wonder if I am a monster or a human. The corners of Yi Xiaogua's mouth rose slightly, looking at Zhu Tianhua. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Zhu family. It is your actions that make me deeply realize what it means to be not human. The Shura phantom in the sky actually laughed strangely. In the smile, with surging killing intent, Shura laughed and all living beings disappeared. All the lives present instantly dried up and withered. Yi Xiaogua instantly flashed in front of Zhu Tianhua. Puff! Zhu Tianhua lowered his head incredulously. Look at the position of your heart. Yi Xiaogua's arm that pierced his heart. The power of Shura was constantly emanating from the arms. Endless blood mist, crazy devouring his vitality. Zhu Tianhua's eyes were scattered, and he had no breath of life. Yi Xiaogua saw this, then threw Zhu Tianhua's body aside. He sat down on a rock, lit a cigar, silently dialed a number. After a busy sound, the phone was connected. Hello? I'm Yi Xiaogua. Everything is done here, and the rest is up to you. Pay attention, the Shu family seems to have developed an advanced water of life. Also, I have a crush on that kid Jiran. Cut. How much anger did Jiran suffer with you? Can he listen to you? When the time comes, each of them will rely on their own abilities, and they will be less with me. What? I don't listen to you? I am no longer a member of the Yi family. Why do you command me? Yi Xiaogua finished speaking, hung up the phone directly. Then, he took a puff of his cigar, spit out circles and circles of smoke. Cool. Yi Xiaogua laughed. I don't know if I was happy because I was angry with the person on the other end of the phone, or because I was happy because I killed Zhu Tianhua. Subsequently, Yi Xiaogua took a step, turned into a blood mist and disappeared into this wasteland. Only Zhu Tianhua's dry corpse was left. In this wasteland, it seems that no one wants it. Broken kite. At the door of dimensions, Baisu was still like an evil god. No one dared to approach. He looked around and looked at all the extraordinary. Everyone, I hope you will take action. If it is superfluous, I will not repeat it. All those who don't move, I will visit in person at that time. Baisu's tone was strong. Without giving the transcendent a chance to speak. Speak directly again. Yi Ran, come with me. Yi Ran looked up at Baisu. Baisu's long hair is windless and automatic. Bring Lan Moyen. Let's go to the Zhu family's blood sacrifice. Baisu and Yi Ran and the lying Lan Moyen flashed, leaving behind the transcendent expressions of the people. Dragon Kingdom. Something big is going to happen. In the Zhu family ancestral hall, all the core figures of the Zhu family have been gathered. Everyone looked solemn. Shiya. The door of the ancestral hall slowly opened. Shu Qingchang, the head of the Zhu family, helped the ancestor of the Zhu family and walked out. Every Zhu family member sat upright. At this time, the ancestor of the Zhu family, the skin is dry and wrinkled. The stench of the 5 declines of heaven and man can be smelled from afar. At first glance, it was already to the point where the lights were drying up. After the Zhu family ancestor sat down, he silently took out a bottle of Ozdevai from his pocket and poured it into it. As the Zhu family's ancestor trembled with comfort, the voice sounded. The skin on his body that was already dry was like dead wood in spring, began to become fair and elastic. Even the folds again and again. Everyone began to relax. Instantaneous kung fu. The ancestor of the Zhu family has changed from an old bone who was about to die to a middle-aged man full of energy. He recovered his body, looked around, snorted coldly. Look at the good things you guys have done. I teach you every day to be sincere and do things in accordance with the law. What have you done? What have you done? Listening to the reprimand of the Zhu family ancestor, all the children of the Zhu family lowered their heads. After the Zhu family ancestor finished reprimanding, he eased his emotions and said to everyone, tell me, how do you plan to solve such a big thing? After the ancestor of the Zhu family finished speaking, Shu Qingchun, the head of the Zhu family, instantly winked at Zhu Qingguan, the Luan
one bird Taoist sitting on the left side of the ancestral hall. Xu Qing looked at the eyes of the head of the Zhu family, stood up extremely reluctantly, said to the ancestor, "Ancestor, this incident is indeed a mistake in our lineage. We are willing to sacrifice everyone in Zhu Tianhua's unit and ask the ancestor to come forward to mediate." After hearing this, the ancestor of the Zhu family hasn't said anything yet. The eyes of the core characters on the right side of the ancestral hall and the remaining two veins on the back side of the ancestral hall flickered slightly. What about after Zhu Tianhua's branch is all sacrificed? The penal division still needs to be controlled by our Zhu family. Another person on the right side of the ancestral hall asked. They didn't care about Zhu Tianhua's branch. After they care about Zhu Tianhua's loss, which line should these rights be their turn? You, Xu Qingwan looked at the speaker angrily. It is the direct descendants who die themselves. As a result, the attitude of people of the same clan is really chilling. Don't look at me like that, haven't you done it? The speaker on the right smiled disdainfully. Quiet. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, the ancestor of the Zhu family scolded. The family catastrophe hasn't been passed yet, just hear you quarrel with me, like words. The ancestor of the Zhu family reprimanded angrily. Behind was a crimson divine bird, the king of all birds, the soul of the vermilion bird. All the people present had a fear of being suppressed by blood. Tremblingly lowered his head. The clan patriarch saw that the ancestor was so angry, hurriedly stepped forward, reassuringly said. The ancestor calmed his anger. Everyone is also for the prosperity of the Zhu family. In this matter, since Xu Qingwan and their lineage are willing to sacrifice, then it is still the same as before, pushing all the faults to the people of this lineage. As for the punishment division, I suggest that it is for Zhu Qingshi. How about the ancestor's will? The ancestor glanced at everyone indifferently, slowly spoke. It's no choice but to do this. A word from the ancestor brought the Zhu family's unwritten guessing sins. It seems that such a serious incident can be resolved lightly. The ancestor of the Zhu family suddenly looked at the head of the Zhu family. No matter what method you use, the water of life cannot be broken. The head of the Zhu family looked at the ancestor and smiled bitterly. Ancestor. Hearing the threatening question of the ancestor, the head of the Zhu family lowered his head sweatily. Don't dare to. Then, the head of the Zhu family said to the ancestor, if the people of the Dragon Kingdom suffer anymore, the next batch of water of life will definitely be able to be offered. The ancestor of the Zhu family looked at Zhu Qingchang. You must remember my teachings. Zhu Qingchang replied with understanding. Be sincere and sincere, abide by the law and do things. Keep the teachings of the ancestors in mind. After saying that, the ancestor of the Zhu family nodded with satisfaction and lay comfortably on the taisher chair. Zhu Qingchang said to the ancestor of the Zhu family, Ancestor, there is one more thing. This time I heard that Bai Su and the others seem to be extremely angry, and it is said that they are going to come to our Zhu family to ask for forgiveness. The ancestor of the Zhu family couldn't help but smile. It's still a trouble for others to come, is it Bai Su? He said to everyone present. At that time, everyone will behave miserably, admit their mistakes positively, and push everything on Zhu Tianhua. Hearing the words of the ancestor of the Zhu family, the core figures of the Zhu family all smiled. Ancestor wise. Don't worry, ancestor, I must be worse than Xiuqiang who died. Ha, don't worry, my tears are professional. In the midst of laughter in the Zhu family ancestral hall, the unrecognizable sins were laughed off by them. The bloody steamed buns were also shared by them. A Zhu family member ran in with blood on his face. He looked frightened and pointed out the door, said in horror, Patriarch, there is an old man chiseling a formation at the door. Hearing the report of this descendant of the Zhu family, not only was the ancestor of the Zhu family not angry, but he smiled. It's coming so fast. It seems that this time the temper is not small. He stood up and strode towards the door. Let's go, come with me to meet this pillar of the Dragon Kingdom, built on the top of the mountain. This mountain peak has been carefully carved by generations of the Zhu family. It doesn't look like a mountain at all, more like a giant plane tree. This plane tree carved on the basis of the mountain peak. Almost every inch is arranged with wood-based crystal cores. If you look closely, each one is no less than A-grade quality, so much so that it is obviously a huge mountain. It actually exudes terrifying wood-type power. From a distance, it seems to be really a huge sacred tree. The trenches are inhumane. Bai Su and Yi Ran were suspended next to the Zhu family formation. At this time, Bai Su's face was like frost. The whole body was full of ripples. The ripples collide on the peaks. The invisible force constantly hits the peak of Wutong Mountain. Every blow is powerful and heavy. Slammed the mountain protection formation around the mountain peak has been baptized by wood-based crystals for hundreds of years. Still shaking, the young people standing there, the aftermath of the dispersion, couldn't help but cover his ears and knelt down. Eardrums, blood began to ooze from the corners of the eyes. Seeing that this mountain protection formation was about to shatter, a loud phoenix chirped out. A red energy swept by. The mountain protection formation, which was about to be carved open, was wrapped by this force, miraculously began to recover. Bai Shusher, if you want to come to
to my Zhu family as a guest, I will naturally open the formation. Why work so hard? The ancestor of the Zhu family and others greeted each other with a smile.
Opened the mountain protection formation. Bai Su's thoughts moved. Fell with Yi Ran.
When the ancestor of the Zhu family saw Lan Moyan and Yi Ran's arms for the first time. This is. The ancestor of the Zhu family looked shocked and strode forward, his face sad.
Me so.
A sharp voice passed by. In front of the ancestor of the Zhu family, the vast smoke and dust exploded directly. When the smoke and dust dissipate, a divine sword with a cold light flashing was inserted in front of the ancestor of the Zhu family.
Old thing, don't be pretending to be here. A loud shout. Scold. An old man suddenly stood beside Bai Su.
This old man has sword eyebrows and starry eyes. The whole person is like an unsheathed sword that kills. Looking at the Zhu family, his eyes were full of hatred.
The ancestor of the Zhu family looked at the Comer. Sword God sect master Chen Anning.
The ancestor of the Zhu family glanced at the Zhu family members who were controlling the formation on the side.
Poor work.
The ancestor of the Zhu family looked unhappy, as if he was a little unhappy with this sudden change.
Chen Anning, it seems that you were not invited over. The Zhu family ancestor had a bad tone. I invited you. Bai Su took over the conversation. After killing someone else's apprentice, can't you let the sect say something? Is the Zhu family's behavior so domineering as soon as it starts? The ancestor of the Zhu family looked at Bai Su, frowned slightly.
A little unhappy, Bai Su refuted his face.
And this white void seems to be different from usual. So, the two of you came here to ask for forgiveness? The Zhu family's ancestor's tone became not so kind. Bai Su shook his head. Then, he said to the ancestor of the Zhu family, I'm not here to ask for forgiveness today. He bent down slightly, picked up Lan Moyan's body, placed in front of the Zhu family, said softly, today, I came to, for the blood sacrifice of brother Lan. Listening to Bai Su's words, the people of the Zhu family were stunned. The ancestor of the Zhu family couldn't help but snort. Then, all the Zhu family disciples behind him couldn't help but laugh. It's not that they looked down on these two. A transcendent plus a slaughter level transcendental. Want to kill them all in the Zhu family's base camp? It's a little too much to look down on this top family. Bai Su, look at your hard work. I salute you with a white pillar. Don't toast and don't eat and punish wine. Shu Qingwan suddenly stood up and scolded. The crowd behind them cheered. Laugh me to death. I thought I was here to ask for forgiveness, but I came to die?
A lot of words have been prepared. It seems that they have prepared in vain.
Shut up.
The ancestor of the Zhu family scolded the Shu family behind him. The ancestor of the Zhu family then looked at Bai Su with an understanding face. Bai Zhushir, I can understand that you are too sad. I can pretend that I didn't hear the words in front of me. Bai Su looked at all this indifferently. The black and white faces of these people in the Zhu family sang so skillfully. It was definitely not the first time they did this. The ancestor of the Zhu family was still pretending to be sympathetic, looking at Bai Su and the two with a slight sadness. I also heard about Lan Xiaoyu. It can only be said that the family is unfortunate, and our Zhu family is not all pure people. I didn't expect such a wicked son to come out. The ancestor of the Zhu family hasn't finished speaking yet. Then Chen Anning snorted coldly. Let your mother shit. What kind of goods your Zhu family? Who doesn't know? Can't wrongfully shoot one by one.
The ancestor of the Zhu family looked at Chen Anning's face with a slight threat. Chen Anning, can I regard this sentence as your sword god sect's declaration of war on our Zhu family? Fight.
Old thing, you give me back my life.
Bai Su, you mean this too? The atmosphere suddenly became anxious.
Bai Su spoke.
He didn't even look at the ancestor of the Zhu family. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what reason, who it is, or what kind of bastard.
None of your Zhu family can escape. All of them have to be buried here for brother Lan. Today, no one can keep you, I said.
Bai Su said, his white hair fluttering in the wind. The surging killing intent made many people present with a suffocating fear of the lower realm.
The ancestor of the Zhu family and others were also angry. What kind of gunpowder did this Bai Su take today? Give you a face, kick your nose on your face again and again? Arrogant, he shouted coldly. The Crimson Phoenix Phantom unfolded instantly. Just by the two of you? It's not qualified.
Bai Su ignored the questioning of the Zhu family ancestor. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yi Ran.
Didn't you be curious about what that barren tower was before? Today, you will know.
Bai Su spread his palms.
The quaint little tower was suspended in the air. 6 pillars of light flew out of the desolate tower, gradually transformed into 6 figures.
There are large and small figures, both male and female.
Every figure without exception. The momentum is extremely turbulent and majestic. Almost every one of them is not far behind Bai Su. Bai Su, do you want to open it? Old thing, are you finally willing to use the assembly order once?
The power of the law that was originally stable began to be disordered.
The Shu family's proud mountain protection formation was actually affected by the momentum of these 6 people. It was torn to pieces.
Bai Su looked at the ancestor of the Zhu family, as if he were looking at a dead man.
Now, are you qualified?
You guys, looking at the 6 people who suddenly arrived. The eyes of the ancestor of the Zhu family were about to bulge.
There was fear on
his face. Because of the breadth of these 6 people, all of them are slaughter-level powerhouses. If you count Bai Su, there are a full 7 slaughter-level transcendentalists. Such combat power. No one doubts that you are here to slaughter the country. These strong people present, although everyone wears a hood, there is a personal atmosphere or it is extremely obvious. The ancestor of the Zhu family stared at the big man with a kitten hood at the front. I wish you a golden. Ha, I'm so easy to recognize? The big man with the kitten hood was stunned for a moment. Then, his head was on fire. In an instant, the kitten avatar disappeared. Shu Duanjin revealed his true face. The iconic beard still flashed red, exudes a fiery and terrifying aura. Damn, who the fuck told me? The bigger the contrast between the headgear, the more unrecognizable it is? Shu Duanjin scolded and said, listening to Zhu Duanjin's curse. The Shu family's ancestor jumped his eyelids. In the Dragon Kingdom, there can be such surging and terrifying fire energy. You can count them with your fingers. The main thing is, whose good person has a kitten head covering to make a beard? Do you want people to recognize this too? Unless you poke everyone's eyes. Shu Duanjin looked at the ancestor of the Zhu family and said with a smile, old thing, you can really survive. Your generation is the only one left, right? I really thought you couldn't die because of the characteristics of Nirvana before, but now it seems that TSK. Shu Duanjin snorted, his face full of disgust and anger. How much water of life did you use for your dog's life? The older a person gets, the thicker his skin becomes. Although the ancestor of the Zhu family was poked in his heart, but he still didn't change his face and refused to admit it. Empty words to slander people without basis. This is the style of the god of fire? Don't deduct what a branch of our Zhu family did on the heads of all of our Zhu family. Just when the ancestor of the Zhu family was still arguing. Ah! There was an exclamation from the Zhu family camp. When everyone was caught off guard, a core backbone behind the ancestor of the Zhu family was directly swallowed by his own shadow. The man with the man in black, imagine Conan, headgear behind Zhu Duanjin stretched out his hand from the shadows, pinching the neck of the backbone of the Zhu family, took it out. Ancestor, save me! The backbone was still exclaiming, but he was directly pierced in the chest by the man in black. Without the breath of life, the man also groped from the dead backbone of the Zhu family, took out a portable wine jug. After opening the wine jug, the rich breath of life made people can't help but squint their eyes. Then, the man in black flipped it over. The green water of life flows out instantly, falling on the ground. Even the flowers and plants are soaring at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shu Gongshu, he should be a person from your patriarch Shu Qingqing's lineage. Why does he also have the water of life? The voice of the man in black was low. Every sentence was slapping the Zhu family ancestor in the face. All the Zhu family nervously used their abilities to levitate, looked at the man in black angrily. However, this time, no one dared to open their mouths to scold. After all, who can guarantee that the next person to be caught is not himself? The ancestor of the Zhu family was speechless. He squinted his eyes and looked at the man in black. Although I don't know who this person in front of me is, but in actions and words, I can clearly feel it. This person is very, very familiar with their Zhu family. Zhu Qizhen, what else do you have to say? Bai Su called the real name of the ancestor of the Zhu family and asked. The ancestor of the Zhu family just opened his mouth and wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Bai Su. Forget it. How many times? I'm too lazy to listen. Directly choked Zhu Qizhen. It's you who want to ask, but it's still you who don't want to hear it now. Bai Su looked at the Zhu family. His eyes were cold, and his voice was cold. Today I am not here to ask for forgiveness, but to make a blood sacrifice to the Blue Brothers. Everyone, let's start. Bai Shu takes the lead. Directly dodged to the back of the Zhu family camp. The slash of that dimension, extremely unreasonable, fell on the Zhu family. Like a meat grinder, set off a blood mist. Bai Su, you. The Shu family ancestor was both shocked and angry. This crisp and neat technique does not have the slightest emotion at all. Is this still the white void they know? At this time, Bai Su, the white robe and white hair stood full of blood. He looked at the Zhu family ancestor and the others indifferently. The blood sacrifice has just begun. Don't worry, it will be your turn to. As soon as the words fell, the void blade once again slaughtered a piece of the Zhu family. Ha 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 ha, so much long-winded chatter. Old man Bai, you are finally sober. Shu Duanjin laughed, covered in flames, just like the god of fire from ancient times. Domineeringly rushed to the Zhu family. One punch turned a grandmaster of the Zhu family into ashes. What nonsense do you have to deal with these human beasts? Brothers, come on. The rest of the slaughter-level extraordinary rushed out almost at the same time. Surging power, eerie figures, extreme speed, crazy explosions. There was no time to blink. Almost instantaneous effort. Those Zhu family members who were invincible on weekdays had no time to resist. Half of them died directly. For a while, blood flowed like a river, turned into a purgatory. Madman. The Shu family's ancestor exploded. The surging power was like a tide, spreading wave by wave. I have to say that living old people do have advantages. Is also a slaughter-level powerhouse. His power seemed to faintly exceed that of everyone present, including
including by Sue and the others. The ancestor of the Zhu family just wanted to step forward to support. Suddenly felt his heart beating, he lowered his head directly on a whim. A voice sounded. The ancestor of the Zhu family looked at the fragmented space on his head before. He touched the top of his head, and his hands were all covered in blood. His hair and scalp were cut off. If it weren't for the whim, he had just lowered his head. At this time, the more the Zhu family ancestor thought about it, the more frightened he became. The eyes were full of fear. Cold sweat oozes from his back. The most important thing is that there is no perception at all, and there is no time to take any precautions. Top killing skills. Tisk, old thing, hands and feet are so flexible? The man who captured the Zhu family from the shadows before, holding a black dagger, he said provocatively to the ancestor of the Zhu family. Who the hell are you? The ancestor of the Zhu family looked at the man in front of him, and roared angrily. This man's technique, he had never seen it, but this man is so strong. This strange sense of unknown fear made the Zhu family ancestor, who had always been strong, feel extremely angry. The phantom of the Suzaku behind it moved with the sound. The surging power of the Suzaku killed towards the man in black, looking at the Zhu family ancestor who killed in anger. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he touched his neck provocatively. Who am I? You'll know when you're dying. The man didn't dwell on it at all. Instantly jumped into the shadows. The Zhu family's ancestor's fierce attack was empty. Just when I was about to pursue, suddenly there were gusts of wind behind him, and when he turned his head, a huge hammer smashed towards itself like a hill. Bang! With a loud noise, the Zhu family ancestor collapsed and flew out. For a while, the Zhu family ancestor was surging with chi and blood, and he was dizzy. Whoosh! Before the Zhu family ancestor could react, a figure suddenly flashed in front of him. His fingers flashed by, and a scar was drawn on the heart of the ancestor of the Zhu family. Took away a trace of the essence and blood of the ancestor of the Zhu family. Then he threw out a scarecrow and dripped his essence and blood on the scarecrow. Whoosh! So. The 7 nails flashing with a faint cold light pierced directly into the Zhu family's ancestor's lifeline. The scarecrow actually bleated strangely. As the scarecrow was nailed, the ancestor of the Zhu family roared. He trembled all over, and a pain that was worse than death tormented his body. Even the Suzaku phantom began to become dizzying. Ancestor! After saying it for so long, in fact, it was all a momentary thing. The rest of the Zhu family extraordinary people who are still resisting, after hearing the painful roar of the Zhu family ancestor, eager to use help. In the face of me, you dare to be distracted? The faint voice is like the call of death. Me so. There was no movement at all. A Zhu family who was about to rush to help. In an instant, the head was separated, and he fell into a pool of blood. All the Zhu family extraordinary people were terrified one by one, fighting with a spirit of 120,000 points to guard against that ghostly figure. No one dared to glance at the ancestor of the Zhu family anymore. The scene is completely one-sided. In addition to some lucky diamond-level powerhouses and those extraordinary people, the Zhu family, the rest of the Zhu family, was slaughtered. The blood almost stained the mountain gate of the Zhu family. Under the sunlight, it glows with a dazzling light. The ancestor of the Zhu family was in the midst of a struggle by those 3 slaughtering countries, at a disadvantage, barely supporting. The more he fights, the more frightened he becomes. The strength of these 3 transcendents is at the top even among the slaughter-level transcendentals. But after fighting for so long, he still didn't recognize the true identities of these 3. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere. Time passed minute by minute. The 7 are like death, constantly harvesting the lives of the Zhu family. Those Zhu family members who are still struggling to resist can also clearly feel that, if you continue to fight like this, all the Zhu family members present will become the ghosts of these 7 slaughter-level transcendents. Invincible, the Zhu family, known as the immortal family, was pushed to the point of destruction by 7 people. No, it can't go on like this. Sure, the ancestor of the Zhu family shouted angrily, and the Suzaku phantom spread its wings and exploded, directly shook back the 3 transcendent people who were fighting the struggle. Taking advantage of this gap, the ancestor of the Zhu family yelled at the only remaining clansman. Everyone listen to my command. The ancestor of the Zhu family ordered loudly. In an instant, the red Suzaku phantom behind it solidified. The huge sycamore mountain began to shake continuously. All the wood-type crystals shattered, and a shocking force erupted. These powers were all absorbed by the Suzaku phantom. The red light on Suzaku's body rose greatly. The terrifying atmosphere makes people feel palpitations. The children who are still alive in the Zhu family understand one by one. In an instant, they all took out a jar of yellow liquid from their pockets and poured it down. Be careful, don't let them pour it down. The man in black snorted coldly. In an instant, the shadow jumped and broke the neck of a diamond-level Zhu family child beside him. The rest of the people also killed the Zhu family members around them after hearing the man's call. But it's also a drop in the bucket. There are still many people who drink the yellow liquid. After drinking, these people directly burst out with their bloodline power. Countless divine bird phantoms appeared in the sky above the Zhu family mountain gate, flying around the Suzaku. Sure, the
vermilion bird among the 100 birds and phoenixes is extremely sublimated.
The red light exploded. A noble phoenix appeared in the sky. Heaven and earth are strange, and thousands of birds pay homage to the phoenix. The phoenix flew in the air. With the eternal divine power, he stared at the invading enemy.
Just the scattered remnants of power shook the surrounding space.
It gives people a faint feeling of destroying the world. Miscellaneous birds. What is it called? Next to this phoenix, suddenly a huge hammer appeared. The female voice scolded. The hammer carried supreme power and slammed into the phoenix's head. The huge aftermath shook the entire sky. Such a huge force did not shake the phoenix in the slightest.
Sure,
the loud phoenix call suddenly sounded.
A golden light began to expand in the submerged ground. It's just that the divine light of body protection flickers.
The hammer girl was directly blown out. A 100-meter deep pit was drawn in the ground.
After a while, the hammer girl patted the dirt on her body and stood up,
a bit strong.
She looked at the phoenix in the sky and muttered to herself. At this time, the phoenix spread its wings, and its breath was constantly rising. The supreme coercion surpassed everyone present. This surging power made everyone feel that this phoenix was enough to destroy the world. Shu Qixin's figure suddenly suspended above the phoenix. He looked fiercely at the 7 slaughter-level transcendentals in front of him. Our Shu family has not been forced to the brink of life and death for a long time.
Everyone, don't think about leaving today. Can you stop the accumulation of the Shu family over the past 100 years?
Shu Qixin looked crazy, with anger in his eyes.
Let's not talk about whether the phoenix is angry or not. He is really angry.
The clansmen who can live in Zhujia Mountain Gate,
almost all the direct elites of the Zhu family, all of them died.
The foundation of the Zhu family is almost broken here. These are not the most important things.
Most importantly, his life force is not much. Now the consumption is estimated to be unable to make up for thousands of bottles of water of life.
While thinking about it, the ancestor of the Zhu family angrily looked at the 7 Tugwa-level extraordinary people in front of him.
We must kill these people.
Use their blood to find succubus as water of life. Just when the ancestor of the Zhu family was fantasizing, suddenly, a voice came out.
Old miscellaneous hair, what are you crazy about? I really think that only your Zhu family has a secret technique?
The man in black kept changing his gestures with his hands.
I'll make the head. Sorry, it's really embarrassing, but I still want to say this.
The man in black with a hood hangs directly in the air.
The small tower on his body,
hanging directly above his head. The desolate atmosphere that crosses the long river of time continues to escape. Under the escape of the energy of this small tower, the small towers of the rest of the people also floated one after another.
Echoes the first small tower. It seems to carry an inexplicable connection.
The man in black began to swell with his breath, referred to as the man.
His own power was sent to his small tower without limit.
An inexplicable sound spread around the small tower, like the rhythm of the Great Way. It's extremely mysterious. Subsequently, several other small towers also responded. Bai Su and others saw this, also began to send power to the small tower.
Under the power of the 7 slaughter-level transcendent people,
the small tower made a sharp sound. For a while, the color of heaven and earth changed. All the elements in this area began to be disordered.
Crash, explode, go crazy. Let Ji Ran recall the Eternal Night Demon Cave after Lan Moyan slashed the world-destroying blow.
But the stability of this side of heaven and earth far exceeded the stability of the Eternal Night Demon Cave.
A dull bell rang,
such as Huangzhong Dalu.
It shocked everyone present.
Suddenly there was a hole in the sky. A corner slowly appeared from the sky, as the object continued to fall.
Only then did everyone see the whole picture of the corner clearly. This is a tower?
Looking at the huge corner, Yi Ran was stunned and muttered to himself. Everyone was completely shocked. They had never seen such a large tower before.
The enormity of the tower.
I didn't look at the whole tower with all my eyesight.
Between heaven and earth couldn't fit half of the tower.
On the body of the tower, the ancient aura crossed the long river of time and was constantly stirring. Every time it stirs, can cause the disorder of the law elements between heaven and earth. Lightning and thunder, the sky collapses. The tower was silent and chaotic. It was like destroying the world.
Old miscellaneous hair. Tell me, can your Zhu family's accumulation over the past 100 years stop this?
The man with the hood of the man in black looked down at Zhu Qixin and the phoenix under him.
The phoenix, pressed by the magnificent momentum, couldn't raise its head.
Zhu Qixin looked up at the huge pagoda with difficulty, the shock on his face,
muttered to himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible.
He roared into the sky as if he had gone crazy. This world does not allow this level of power to exist.
When pigs fly, you're lying to me.
Hoof.
Whether it exists or not, you can try it and you'll know.
The man with the hood of the man in black snorted coldly. Then, he raised his palm with difficulty,
swung down suddenly.
The huge desolate tower received his instructions, buckled to Zhu Qixin and the phoenix under him. The desolate breath came to my face.
Let the invincible phoenix. Feathers began to fall.
Sure. The phoenix let out a miserable cry and then burst into a fiery glow.
Seems to want to resist the huge barren tower. Such a fierce and fiery glow. I can't even touch the barren tower. Just touched the desolate aura that escaped from the desolate tower. It has already dissipated. As the desolate tower approaches, the feathers all over the phoenix began to crumble. Slowly, every inch of skin begins to crack and decompose until it turns into nothingness. The phoenix once again let out a mournful cry. This time, it didn't even have time to nirvana and was completely suppressed into pieces of light. Dissipates between heaven and earth. The Shu family's accumulation over the past 100 years has not had time to show its own strength. It completely fell. The desolate tower hit the terrifying. On the Zhujia mountain gate, countless children of the Zhu family. All 7 orifices were bleeding, and the breath of life was getting weaker and weaker until it disappeared. Zhu Qizhen was also smashed into the ground. The whole person's tendons and veins were completely broken, and his breath declined to the extreme. I can't even move. With the fall of the phoenix, the man also took back the small tower on his head. The huge desolate tower also dissipated into nothingness. He slowly landed. As the head, it consumes a great deal of energy. How is it? Shu Duanjin supported the man. The man gasped. I almost died. This thing is really not something that people can withstand. Shu Duanjin looked at the man and couldn't help but admire. You really dare. I don't even want to try it once. The man waved his hand, and he didn't even have the strength to speak. Although the rest of the Zhu family was also seriously injured, they were still able to move. The head of the family, Zhu Qingchang, saw that the general trend was gone. Instantly took the lead in fleeing. Seeing this, the trees fell and the monkeys scattered. Each shows their magical powers and runs in all directions, completely ignoring that this is the mountain gate of their Zhu family. Their ancestors were still lying on the ground. Are you going to leave in such a hurry? Just when Zhu Qingcheng was frantically fleeing, a female voice suddenly came from behind. Before he could turn back, bang! With a sound, the ruthless hammer fell with a bang and smashed directly into the ground. Wait a minute! Zhu Qingcheng shouted urgently. He raised the ring in his hand. All the treasures of the Zhu family are here. You let me go. These are your. Before Zhu Qingcheng finished speaking, suddenly, I felt the space around me begin to change without limits. The space was so disordered that he couldn't make any movements at all. In an instant, a void power flashed. Zhu Qingcheng covered his neck in astonishment. Still can't stop the blood that keeps gushing out. The ho-ho in his mouth kept ringing, but he couldn't say a word. His eyes were full of incomprehension. He didn't understand that their Zhu family's century-old foundation was rich enough to rival the country. In front of these people, he couldn't buy his life. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. With the last bit of strength, he crushed the space ring. Slowly, his pupils began to dilate until his life withered. Those 7 extraordinary people never looked at the ring from beginning to end. A pair of blood-stained white boots stood beside Zhu Qingcheng. People like you will never understand that some sins cannot be redeemed with money, and you have to use your life. The owner of the white boots stepped on the blood mark again and rushed towards the other Zhu family extraordinary. The remaining Zhu Jichafafan was also desperately fleeing, but under the siege of these killing gods, there was no chance of resistance. All died instantly. It's all done. These headgear bosses have returned one after another. Everyone suddenly stood in place tacitly at the same time. What seems to be waiting for you? Time passed minute by minute. The man who took the lead in performing the secret technique finally relaxed. He struggled to stand up, his body still shaking. Seeing this, Zhu Duanjin stretched out his hand to support the man. The two walked forward side by side. When he walked to the ancestor of the Zhu family, the man patted Zhu Duanjin's arm and motioned for Zhu Duanjin to stop. He stood still alone, straightened his back, and took a few more steps forward, looking down at Zhu Qizhen in the deep pit. At this time, Zhu Qizhen was erased by the giant tower to the point of confusion. The powerful body function restores the broken meridians. Of course, this time the recovery. It also led to his vitality being further depleted. Now Zhu Qizhen's body is dry. The shape of the bones seems to be visible through the skin. When he saw someone coming, the whole person suddenly got up. Like a mad dog, it crawled out of the pit on all fours, grabbed the man's trouser hem and shouted hysterically, "Life, water, hurry up. Give me the water of life. Please, give me a sip quickly. Just one sip, just one sip." He trembled all over, his lips turned white. There was blood in the eyes. Mental disorder to the point of distinguishing between friend and foe. Whoever gives him a sip of water of life, he can call his father crazy. This looks like some West Coast addicts who have messed up their brains. The man looked at the ancestor of the Zhu family who grabbed his trousers. There was confusion and anger in his eyes. Squatted down, his tone mocking. Is this the invincible ancestor of the Zhu family back then? Then, the man looked embarrassed and continued with some disappointment. I've thought about what you will say after we meet, but I really didn't expect this sentence from you. I really didn't expect that the helmsman who commanded the Zhu family for nearly 300 years turned out to be a garbage. Like you. But that's right, without garbage like you to take the Zhu family to the abyss, where would I have the opportunity to slaughter your Zhu family with my own hands? The principles of heaven are clear. The retribution is unpleasant. Zhu Qizhen, your destiny is exhausted. After hearing this,
Yes, Zhu Qizhen. Only then did he come back to his senses and look up at the man wearing the hood. His eyes slowly cleared up. He looked up at the man and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Who am I?" The man looked at the ancestor of the Zhu family, did not answer him directly, but said to himself, "Do you know that for this day, my people and I endured for 361 years, 8 months, and 23 days? Zhu Qizhen felt a little uneasy in his heart, stretched out his arm towards Zhu Qizhen. In an instant, an ink-colored dragon began to circle around the man's arm. After seeing this scene, Zhu Qizhen's pupils shrank suddenly. "It seems that you already understand, so let's hit the road. Remember, the person who killed you came from Jinling, the Yi family." The man's voice was low, and the ink dragon on his arm continued to exude a dark jade-like aura. "The power of terror is condensed here. Wait a minute. Don't you really think that if you kill me, the curse of your Yi family will be lifted by you?" Seemed to feel the threat of death, Zhu Qizhen suddenly woke up from the shock. He shouted in a panic. Zhu Qizhen's shout did work. The man had already stabbed Zhu Qizhen's arm and stopped. He said in a cold tone and looked at Zhu Qizhen, "You have 3 minutes to." Zhu Qizhen slowed down the heart that had already been raised in his throat, looked at the man and said, "I know that your Yi family has always thought that as long as we completely kill our Zhu family's bloodline curse, it will dissolve on its own. But the bloodline curse of your Yi family is formed by the origin of your Yi family's ancestors and the ancestors of the Zhu family and the Yin family. Even if our Zhu family is dead, the bloodline curse will always remain dormant in your bloodline. Until the next Suzaku bloodline person appears again, your Yi family's bloodline curse will still be awakened again and fall into the curse cycle again." Hearing Zhu Qizhen's words, the man was silent for a long time, then stared at Zhu Qizhen and continued, "This news alone can't buy your life. Tell me the solution." Zhu Qizhen looked at the man and said anxiously, "If you want to truly eradicate the bloodline curse, unless someone among your people can really step on the legendary Yipin Avenue, preach the Dragon Emperor's venerable, and completely erase the curse of the reckless bird with supreme power, there is no other way. But this road, as a slaughter-level transcendent, also knows that it is impossible to achieve. So, I have another way." Zhu Qizhen suddenly smiled flatteringly at the man. "You also know that the power of the bloodline cannot be randomly born again before the family dies. As long as I don't die, the power of the Suzaku will always be on me. You can imprison me, restrict me, let me stay in a place you can control for the rest of my life so that all the bloodline curses are within your control. In this way, no Suzaku bloodline can threaten your Yi family." Zhu Qizhen said excitedly, and even knelt on the ground, stretching out his hands, waiting for the man to imprison himself. The man looked at Zhu Qizhen in silence. After a while, the man smiled helplessly. He said, "I really didn't expect you to be so humble in order to survive." When Zhu Qizhen heard the man's words, not only was he not angry, but he also smiled. "The bones have been soft to the extreme. Emotionally speaking, I really want to kill you, this old thing. But from the perspective of family interests, to be honest, the proposal you said, for a moment, I was really a little moved." The man continued. Then, he looked at Lan Moyan lying on the ground. "But Mo Yen told me something before, which made me suddenly feel that another path was not bad." The man was silent for a moment and said, "Forget it, let's take a gamble." Subsequently, he raised his arm. "Old thing, you should hit the road." Zhu Qizhen shook his head in disbelief and wanted to say something more. As a result, he didn't even finish speaking. The ink-colored dragon wrapped out of the man's arm. The man's arm, just like a dragon going out to sea, it suddenly stabbed Zhu Qizhen's chest. Zhu Qizhen looked at the arm on his chest with a dull face. Blood slowly overflowed from the corners of his mouth, and his life began to decline rapidly. With the stabbing of the ink dragon, Zhu Qizhen's chest burst out with golden red light. Sure, the surge of blood turned into a blood-colored vermilion bird chirping miserably in the sky. The blood-colored Suzaku completely collapsed, turned into a rain of blood. From today onwards, the Zhu family has completely become a of history. The blood stains the mountains. On mountains of corpses, there were 7 figures with different expressions standing. The dignified Longguo Zhu family. In one day, the whole house was slaughtered. At the same time that the blood Suzaku collapsed, the life of the ancestor of the Zhu family also came to an end. The skin on his body began to dry out at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually turned into fragments. As the fragments drift away, left in the man's hands, only a red crystal remains. The shape of this crystal is strange. It looks like a divine bird taking off. The aura emanating from the crystal was the same as the aura of the phoenix before. It's high quality. The S-level beast crystal core may not be comparable. The man looked at the crystal for a moment, casually threw it to the nearest Zhu Duanjin who was leaning on the side. Zhu Duanjin looked at the crystal and was stunned for a moment. "Brother, you will give me the essence of the extraordinary law of the slaughter of the country? Do you want your brother to promise you?" "Less farts." The man interrupted Zhu Duanjin's words. "Help me transfer it to Yiran. Look at his realm. It should be able to be used immediately." Then, the man stood up and waved his hand, as if he was about to leave. Zhu Duanjin looked at the crystal in his hand, and then looked at the man's back. "I still couldn't help
but say, I really don't plan to meet before leaving?
When the man heard Zhu Duanjin's words, he paused. Then, without looking back, he said, forget it, it's bad enough to involve him this time.
Let's talk about it when it's all over.
Seeing that the man insisted on leaving, Zhu Duanjin shook his head. Subsequently, Zhu Duanjin suddenly remembered something and reminded him. By the way, by Su's proposal, are you agreeing? Hearing this, the man's breath seemed to be tyrannical for a moment.
The tone was a little angry and a little helpless. It's all at this point. What's the point of you asking me?
Tell Bai Su, when the time comes, I will have a good chat with him. The man's reflection began to ripple like a wave of water.
His body was like this, slowly immersed in the reflection. Disappeared. Watching the man disappear, Zhu Duanjin curled his mouth. It's bitter every day. It's really tiring to live. Walked in front of everyone.
Bai Su looked at Zhu Duanjin and asked,
he's gone? Zhu Duanjin nodded. Let's go.
Oh, by the way, he also told me to be careful in the future, and it's best to keep your eyes open when you sleep at night in the future.
Hearing Zhu Duanjin's words,
Bai Su was stunned for a moment, was full of question marks by this rumor.
Zhu Duanjin ignored the stunned Bai Su, but walked to Yi Ran's side. Didn't give Yi Ran a chance to speak at all. Put the essence of the law in Yi Ran's hand. Yi Ran looked at Zhu Duanjin's behavior in astonishment. This thing in his hand looks extraordinary.
He didn't know why this slaughter-level transcendent wanted to give him such a valuable thing. Don't look at me. I'm entrusted by others. You have to accept this thing, Zhu Duanjin said as he turned his head.
If you really don't want to go, help me persuade Huang Dongdong to.
Old Zhu. Bai Su looked at Zhu Duanjin a little speechlessly.
Okay, it's not embarrassing?
Who are you losing? Aren't you just jealous that I found a suitable heir first? Zhu Duanjin didn't care, but still walked away angrily. Bai Su, we have avenged the little brother's revenge, and if there is nothing wrong, we will leave.
The strong female voice holding the hammer said before.
Directly with both feet, like a skyrocket, rushed out.
The rest also left the Zhu family mountain gate one after another.
La Bai, go first. Don't be so sad. Brother Lan doesn't like to see this. As Zhu Duanjin finally opened the lava door and left,
there were only 3 people left, Bai Su, Yi Ran and Chen Anning. Bai Su pondered for a moment,
then turned his head to look at Chen Anning. At this time, Chen Anning's eyes were more shocked than sadness. He originally thought that Bai Su called himself here to help. It turned out that he was called to watch a play?
Chen Anning now looked at Bai Su with a strong sense of unreality.
Who would have thought that there was such an organization behind Bai Su? Although there are only 7 people, but these are 7 slaughtering countries.
If this news gets out,
which force can sleep? But he and Bai Su are not relatives.
Why tell him such an important secret? For a moment, Chen Anning was a little suspicious that Bai Su would kill him to silence him.
Just when Chen Anning was thinking wildly, Bai Su sent a small tower to Chen Anning's hands.
This is...
Looking at the small tower in his hand,
Chen Anning was a little dazed.
He saw the previous battle. This is the iconic treasure of Bai Su and the others' organization.
This is the desolate tower,
Bai Su explained. There was a sigh in his eyes. The previous owner of this desolate tower was Lan Moyan.
Hearing this, Chen Anning's body trembled suddenly. The hands holding the desolate tower became a little tighter.
Giving this desolate tower to you was Lan Moyan's idea before his death.
Bai Su's voice was low.
He once said that he had grown up in the Sword God sect since he was born, and those who gave birth to him, raised him, and taught him were all Sword God sects. He was alone and wandered around for so many years, and he never repaid the Sword God sect. If he dies one day, give this small tower to the Sword God sect, and let us protect the Sword God sect for him for another 50 years.
Chen Anning's head was lower.
Tears fell on the palms of their hands and swept across the small tower. Bai Su looked at the trembling Chen Anning, and couldn't bear to look at it again, so he only turned his head and said softly, if there is anything to do in the Sword God sect in the future, just activate the small tower.
We will come.
Bai Su's words pierced into Chen Anning's heart every word. His palm was clinging to the small tower, and he didn't even notice that his palm was split by the spire. The blood stained the brass-colored tower body. The old man trembled all over. Tears burst into tears. Stroking the small tower,
looked at Lan Moyan lying on the ground again,
with tears in his eyes, kind face.
As if you can see Lan Moyan.
Silly disciple, everything is willingly done by master. Where have you owed anything? You don't owe anything.
The separation of life and death is in an instant, and the departure of loved ones is the humidity of a lifetime. Chen Anning's voice called, but no one answered.
Bai Su seemed to be a little unbearable to watch and listen again.
He walked extremely fast. It was like running away. Came to Yi Ran's side, with Bai Su's heart moving. The small tower given to Yi Ran before, suspended from Yi Ran's neck.
Yi Ran, I thought about this matter before the assessment, and today, I will officially ask you, are you willing to join the wilderness? Yi Ran looked at this small tower and muttered to himself. This is the desolate tower, a total of 18 copies. All holders have a common spiritual communication space, and can even transmit objects and teleport through the desolate tower. In addition, among the members of the desolate tower, they will have their own combination of secret skills, and the secret skills led by each person are different, and you also saw that trick just now. It is one of the secret skills. skills. The desolate tower was found from a treasure hiding place in Xiaozizai, one of the founders of our dragon kingdom, a great pioneer, the star of the human race. Strictly speaking, we are the successors of waste. According to the rules of the wilderness, all members' behavior and communication must follow the principle of equivalent exchange. Of course, there is one exception. Bai Su paused for a moment and looked at Yi Ran. When encountering something that threatens the foundation of the dragon kingdom, all members vote together to decide whether collective action is needed.
You are jointly recommended by me and Lan Moyen. If you are willing to join the wilderness, just touch the tower with your hand. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, looked at Lan Moyen again.
Then he held the small tower in his hand. Buzz! With a sound, Yi Ran felt that he was inextricably linked with the small tower.
An aura that can be traced back to ancient times has merged into his soul.
In an instant, a voice suddenly came from Yi Ran's mind.
You are welcome to choose to join the waste.
Hearing this voice, Yi Ran was suddenly stunned for a moment. How could he have a familiar sense of déjà vu?
If you choose to join waste, please take an oath.
Even if you hold the bones, you must light the last torch for the dragon kingdom. Listening to the oath, in a trance, Yi Ran seemed to see Lan Moyen's sword that cut through the sky.
At the beginning, Lan Moyen also swore an oath.
Yi Ran chose to take an oath in his mind.
Congratulations on becoming an official member of ERA.
Yi Ran felt that in his spiritual world.
Suddenly, an interface appeared.
This is... Yi Ran woke up suddenly.
No wonder I have such a sense of déjà vu. Because this interface is the same as the interface of the chat group he created before. It turned out to be the same, and these features, spiritual connection, air transmission, combination secret skills, even the functions are extremely similar. Isn't this desolate tower a simplified version of a heavenly court? This coincidence made Yi Ran feel a little weird. It seems that you have joined the Baron.
Bai Su looked at Yi Ran's shocked expression, thought that Yi Ran was attracted by the wonder of the desolate tower. After all, when they first came into contact with the desolate tower before, it was also shocking. Realized that the wonderful use of the Baron Tower is not only that, but even we have not fully developed. Then, he looked at the corpses on the towering mountain gate of the Zhu family and on the ground. I remember the first time I came to the Zhu family. The Zhu family proudly said that they had a gate called the Eternal Gate and wanted it to be open forever.
Bai Su shook his head. Prosperity is empty. That's it, go with the wind.
He waved his hand.
The corpses of thousands of Zhu family children were strangled into powder by space and dissipated between heaven and earth.
Only the red-stained ground and gate remained.
Okay, let's go. Bai Su was a little disappointed, rolled up Yi Ran and Lan Moyen and disappeared into space. After Bai Su and the others left, Wutong Mountain has once again returned to calm.
Only then did the spies of various forces dare to approach the Zhujiashan Gate. When they came to the Zhujiashan Gate, his eyes were completely straight.
Quick, go back, something big happened. The news of the world is boiling. Dragon Kingdom official news.
Shu Qizhan and other groups have lost their faith, betrayed their original intentions, seriously violated the discipline and law of the Dragon Kingdom, and had a bad impact, including but not limited to interfering with judicial justice, colluding with demon gods, reselling people, developing water of life, etc. Shu Qizhan and other groups have committed countless evil deeds, and by the decision of the state, any illegal and criminal acts related to the behavior of the Zhu family will be pursued without restriction, and the timeliness, permanent.
With the official statement of the Dragon Kingdom,
the major forces have also begun to publicly draw a line between the Zhu family. All people and industries related to the Zhu family in the country began to be liquidated. The Zhu family of the Dragon Kingdom, which was once in full swing,
it has completely become a rat that everyone shouts and beats. The Zhu family collapsed?
Worry, when you wake up, all the forces of the Dragon Kingdom have publicly stated that they have reprimanded the Zhu family's evil deeds.
Not only reprimanded, but now all the staff are involved in the operation to kill the remnants of the Zhu family.
Not to mention the Zhu family, even the people who were good friends with the Zhu family before, regardless of rank or strength, have all been taken down. I looked at those speeches and could only say that they deserved.
Indeed, TMD, I really didn't expect that the Zhu family, who had always had a good impression, could do so many shameful things.
Colluding the demon god, reselling people, developing the water of life, or I hate anyone that makes my teeth itch.
Grapevine, the Zhu family was slaughtered all over the... If it's fake, then I hope it's true.
Really, big brother, you look it up on the internet. The Zhu family's Wutong Mountain has turned blood.
It's so happy.
I heard that the person who slaughtered the Zhu family is the principal of the Demon Martial Academy. Bai Su, big brother, your news is too wild.
Although Principal Bai is very strong, is it a bit too unrealistic to slaughter the Zhu family? A glance at the skewer, get out of the gram. The Zhu family's incident is fermenting wildly on the internet. However, the voice of the entire Dragon Kingdom is extremely unified.
For the slaughter of the Zhu family, everyone applauded and applauded. Only some conservatives feel that they should not be so cheap, and they should be controlled and tortured for a while before killing. As for Bai Su's massacre of the Zhu family, at least Bai Su didn't publicize, and the other major forces didn't even dare to leak the
the slightest rumor. The current Baisu, in the eyes of all forces, has changed from a good old man to the ultimate Yama. There is no force that wants to offend him at this time. I don't even want to make any contact. Just kidding, the Zhu family can't bear this master, and they still weigh how many pounds and tails they have. However, after this battle, some clan forces that had previously learned the behavior of the Zhu family, one by one, they began to calm down and did not dare to make mistakes. Many gentlemen who ignore the law do not dare to take to the streets. The entire Dragon Kingdom has become a lot more just and harmonious. Baisu became the Dragon Kingdom's own sword of Damocles. Just as this incident continues to ferment, Yiran stayed alone in the dormitory in a daze. And outside the demon martial arts staff dormitory building, an old monk with a young monk asked someone, "Benefactor, may I ask where the bald class tutor lives?" The door of Yi Ran's dormitory was pushed open. Wang Dachuan carefully walked to Yi Ran's side. "Teacher Yi." Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan and smiled calmly. "Dachuan, you're here." Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran. At this time, Yi Ran's eyes were bloodshot. The spirit is a little worse than before. "Dachuan, is there something wrong with you coming here?" Yi Ran asked. Wang Dachuan was disrupted by Yi Ran's sudden question. Habitually touched the back of his head. "Yes, but I forgot." "Oh, right." Wang Dachuan suddenly remembered something. Then he took out a huge trophy from his school bag. He said to Yi Ran with a smile, "Teacher Yi, this is the trophy of our class. This time we are the undisputed first in the grade. In the individual battle, I don't know why, as soon as Huang Dongdong and I stood up, everyone surrendered." "Hey!" Yi Ran took the trophy. The tone was still flat. "Good job, Dachuan." Looking at Yi Ran's uninterested tone, Wang Dachuan was a little distressed for a while. "Teacher Yi, we are all very sad about the death of Senior Lan, but people cannot be resurrected after death. We still have to look forward." Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan, who comforted him, and nodded with a smile. "The teacher knows." Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. "Teacher Yi, many people have come to me recently." Yi Ran heard this, raised his head, and looked at Wang Dachuan. "Tell me what you think." Wang Dachuan still habitually touched the back of his head. "They gave me many benefits, each of which was tempting." Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan. "Do you want to go out and break through? The Magic Martial Arts Academy is different from ordinary universities. In the assessment every year, almost all grades of Miao students are absorbed by major forces. Take Wang Dachuan's performance as an example. It's strange that there is no force to find." When Wang Dachuan heard Yi Ran say this, he shook his head firmly. Then, he laughed silly. "I rejected them all." Then, he looked at Yi Ran and said cautiously, "However, a bastard tricked me into signing an internship contract, causing me to lose my school's accommodation rights. I mean, if the teacher doesn't mind, can I live here?" Looking at Wang Dachuan's appearance, Yi Ran was angry and funny. He patted this silly big man. "Are you stupid? With your talent, and then apply for the right to stay, the school will not want you to?" "Yes, then I'll apply tomorrow." The problem was solved. Wang Dachuan was happy, and then looked at Yi Ran with some sadness. "But Teacher Yi, I may have a few days to reapply. Can I sleep with you these days?" Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan. Just as I was about to agree, I suddenly thought of something. He thought for a moment and said, "Dachuan, the teacher should pay for you to stay in the hotel. The teacher is too small here, so I won't keep you." "Teacher, I'm not too young. I can sleep on the sofa." "No, my students must live in the right place." Yi Ran interrupted Wang Dachuan's words. His attitude was firm. He even took out his card directly and handed it to Wang Dachuan. "Go, swipe my card, find the most luxurious hotel in the school, and live whatever you want." Wang Dachuan looked at the card in Yi Ran's hand. His eyes were full of emotion, and he hugged Yi Ran. "Teacher, you are really good to me." After hearing Wang Dachuan agree, Yi Ran breathed a long sigh of relief. Tinnitus crisis relief. Wang Dachuan let go of Yi Ran and smirked naively. "Hey, Jiang Xiaoru and Huang Dongdong have been picked up. I thought the teacher would also drive me away." Yi Ran looked at the naive Wang Dachuan angrily. "People themselves have power, but you don't have. I have a teacher." "Okay, don't learn from Huang Dongdong's good things, just learn bad things." "Hey." Wang Dachuan habitually touched the back of his head. Then I suddenly remembered something. "By the way, Teacher Yi, our assistant teacher Li Wancheng is back with a good leg, and this time he seems to have brought a student to our class." Yi Ran nodded. "Okay, the teacher knows. Is there anything else?" Wang Dachuan thought about it carefully, and said with a smile, "No." "Are you sure it's gone?" "Hey, it's gone." "Okay, you go get your accommodation rights." "Okay, Teacher Yi." Yi Ran sent Wang Dachuan away. Yi Ran was left alone in the room. He silently looked at the trophy in a daze. Lan Moyan's death. Let Yi Ran have a good relationship with this world. For the first time, I felt a sense of reality. If Yi Ran has always been the attitude of the game world before, this experience, let Yi Ran truly feel the core of this world. Even if you hold a bone, you must light the last torch for the Dragon Kingdom. Heh, so. Yi Ran sneered, but there was a flash in his eyes. When some words stay in slogans, you will feel that the second grade is naive. When someone practices these words in their lives, you will feel the weight of the
these words.
Dachuan is right, people have to look forward.
Yi Ran tidied up his messy hair and straightened his back. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully leading the class to win the first place in the grade, completing the main task, and turning over the salted fish.
Rewards are being distributed.
Yi Ran was suddenly stunned for a moment.
After going through so much, he suddenly forgot the mission of this system.
Ding, congratulations to the host, get a diamond lottery ticket. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 5 platinum level lottery tickets. Ding, congratulations to the host, get 10 gold level lottery tickets. Yi Ran looked at this pile of lottery tickets.
Suddenly I really want to ask if the system is surnamed me.
Yi Ran began to start a long lottery journey.
Host selection golden 10 consecutive draw.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining attribute bonuses, strength attribute +7, speed attribute +8, charm value +2, spiritual power attribute +5, fire element affinity +2, water element affinity +3. With this pile of attributes piled up, Yi Ran felt that he had made progress in all aspects.
The whole person's breath is thicker.
Ding, congratulations to the host for 10 consecutive draws, triggering the guarantee. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining props, weird 109, life-saving puppet. Life-saving puppet, after absorbing the host's essence and blood, resist the host's fatal blow, use it 3/3.
Yi Ran looked at the puppet in his hand. Good things indeed. It can definitely come in handy at critical times.
Then, Yi Ran looked at the platinum lottery ticket again.
Host choice platinum lottery ticket *1.
Ding, congratulations to the host, gained +30 strength attributes.
Host choice platinum lottery ticket *1.
Ding, congratulations to the host, obtain strength attribute +45.
Host choice platinum lottery ticket *1.
Ding, congratulations to the host, obtain strength attribute +34.
Host choice platinum lottery ticket *1.
Ding, congratulations to the host, obtain strength attribute +28.
Stop, stop, stop.
Yi Ran stopped his hand urgently.
Directly blackened Yi Ran's eyes.
4 times in a row, all of them are strength attribute points.
Yi Ran doesn't know if it's unlucky or lucky.
In short, this frame is slammed on. The realm has not changed,
but the strength attribute is almost comparable to that of people in the middle of platinum.
Yi Ran looked at his arm as if it had grown a few more times.
The figure is slowly showing a tendency to double open doors. It won't be twitching.
Draw yourself into Wang Dachuan's 5 big and 3 thick touches. Yi Ran continued to click on the lottery ticket, a little unconvinced.
It's the system, your real surname is me. So many cushions go down. You can't keep being crooked. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for his luck in obtaining the Buddhist treasure, the bitter sea bowl.
Yi Ran's mind moved.
A golden bowl appeared in his hand.
In the golden bowl, it is empty.
Bitter sea bowl. It can absorb the wish power of all sentient beings, form a sea of suffering of wish power, and the absorbed wish power can nourish the soul and body, and is a necessary material for casting a golden body of merit. Meritorious golden body. The golden body created by the wishes of all living beings. All laws are inviolable, all curses are harmless. The people of heaven are favored. Good luck is continuous, and all those who have ill intentions towards it will add bad luck.
This one.
Yi Ran looked at the introduction of the bitter sea bowl and was amazed. The merit of the golden body is amazing.
It's completely a lucky road. Want to fight with people with merit and gold?
I'm sorry, let's get through the few thunder tribulations on my head first.
Yi Ran looked at the diamond level lottery ticket. Platinum level can draw this kind of treasure. What about diamond level? Host choice diamond lottery ticket *1.
Ding, congratulations to the host, obtaining the mythical soul origin *1.
Soul origin, a blank soul origin that can carry anyone's soul.
The mythical character template is being concretized for the origin of the soul. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the soul origin of the great sage equal to heaven *1. The soul formed by the origin of the soul of the great sage monkey as the carrier will gradually possess the magical powers of the great sage of heaven.
Yi Ran's eyes flashed. After all, when I watched Journey to the West,
what Chang'e Fairy, Gao Tsuilan, Mouse Spirit, Spider Spirit, White Bone Spirit, Kuan Bodhisattva, King of the Daughter Country, Jade,
Rabbit Spirit, Jade-Faced Fox, Iron Fan Princess, Peacock Princess, Princess Halloween, 7 fairies did not remember a single one. Just remember this yellow-haired monkey. In no particular order, each one is rainy and rude.
89 version of Journey to the West, God of God. Before Yi Ran specifically studied the origin of this great sage monkey soul,
suddenly in Yi Ran's room,
the space flashed with a trace of ripples. A shadow threw out of the space. It landed heavily on Yi Ran's sofa, directly overturning the 2-meter-long sofa.
Ouch! It hurts me to death.
A painful wail came from behind the sofa.
Only then did Yi Ran see it.
Rushed out of the space. It was the long-lost void mysterious turtle, Duobao. Yi Ran hurriedly walked over to help Duobao turn over. As soon as Yi Ran's hand stretched down, he felt something raised on the smooth turtle shell.
Don't move there. Oh, don't move, it won't work there. It hurts. Hurt. Hurt, Duo Bao wailed in pain. Yi Ran then put his hand on the turtle shell and gently helped Duo Bao turn over. At this time, Yi Ran saw the protrusions on the shell of the treasure turtle. It is the void barnacles that the previous system said, and now it seems that there are a lot more void barnacles than before. Not only that, these void copper pots seem to have pierced the turtle shell and were connected to Duo Bao's flesh and blood. A slight movement can cause severe pain. Ouch. Duo Bao also calmed down at this time. He stared at Yi Ran with his small eyes. Unexpectedly, the damage of this eternal night demon cave led to a dimensional storm, and the poor Taoist swam in that dimensional river for a long time, and finally let the poor Taoist swim back. This trip is really an old sin, Duo Bao said as he looked back at the barnacles on his turtle shell that were biting tighter. The human face showed a painful expression. If you have a chance, I'll help you deal with these barnacles. Yi Ran's voice came. The void mysterious turtle glanced at Yi Ran and shook his head helplessly. Taoist, I appreciate your kindness. It's not that I underestimate you. These void barnacles can't even be by Su. Every time they want to pick it, they flash directly into other dimensional spaces, and they can't catch it at all. Duo Bao's refusal. Yi Ran was not angry. After all, if you want to deal with these barnacles, you do need some special tools and methods. By the way, you were in the Eternal Night Demon Cave before? Yi Ran looked at Duo Bao curiously. Duo Bao looked at Yi Ran with a proud look. Nonsense, but then again, this time, you really have to thank me. Thank you? Yi Ran looked at Duo Bao in confusion. In Duo Bao's eyes, there is a mysterious color. The most serious thing was that he also set up a spaceban in Yi Ran's room. Taoist, there's no need to be so careful. Yi Ran looked at the movements of the void mysterious turtle in a daze. Duo Bao looked at Yi Ran mysteriously. What do you know? Once what I want to tell you now gets out, your life and I will be in danger, Duo Bao said while using the power of space. With a wave of ripples, a golden seed appeared out of thin air between Yi Ran and Duo Bao. This is... Feeling the aura emanating from this golden seed, Yi Ran's eyes were filled with suspicion. Vicissitudes, long-standing, natural, but complex and changeable. Yi Ran can see all the elements that nature has on this golden seed, such as the fire element, water element, wind element, etc. He can even see flowers, plants, insects, and fish, gold, wood, water and fire in a trance. In short, he looked at the seed in front of him not like a seed, but more like a seed. The world, Yi Ran muttered to himself with surprise in his eyes. Boy, I feel sharp enough. Duo Bao's voice came again. That's right, this is the world seed of the Eternal Night Demon Cave, the treasure that the Eternal Night Demon God and the Alliance of Superpowers had to grab before. After hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned. He looked at Duo Bao with a surprised face. The mantis catches cicadas, and the yellow sparrow is behind. I didn't expect this series of things to come down. It was finally picked up by Duo Bao? Could it be that this Void King Ba is really the reincarnation of the Duo Bao Taoist? At this time, Duo Bao enjoyed Yi Ran's expression very much. He raised his head slightly, and the two turtle claws waved very comfortably, as if to say, sit down, do not do six. Duo Bao looked at the surprised Yi Ran. In the sense that the words are not amazing and will not end, continued to say to Yi Ran, do you feel the golden seed carefully? Is there anything familiar about it? Yi Ran glanced at Duo Bao. Then he touched his hand towards the golden seed. The moment he touched the golden seed, his eyes shrank slightly, and he blurted out directly, Lan Moyan's breath? Duo Bao looked at the golden seed inside slightly. I didn't expect that he, who had already died, would leave his soul mark on this seed. You say, is this the one that escaped in the concept of intercepting the sect? Duo Bao said. The eyes are full of longing for the interception of the sect. At this time, he believed more and more that Yi Ran had compiled his previous life. Listening to Duo Bao's words, Yi Ran's voice trembled a little. There was surprise and incredulity in his eyes. You mean that Lan Moyan still has a chance to be resurrected? Duo Bao looked at Yi Ran and said proudly. So I said you have to thank the poor Taoist. Since the Eternal Night Demon God can be resurrected by the seed of the world, then why can't Lan Moyan? Yes, right, that's right, brother. Yi Ran listened to Duo Bao's words with an excited expression, and his words were a little incoherent. You're right, since the Eternal Night Demon God can be resurrected by the seed of the world, Lan Moyan must be able to. Too. Yi Ran suddenly rushed in front of Duo Bao. Starlight flashed in his eyes, and he stared at Duo Bao tightly. So, how to resurrect? As soon as these words came out, Duo Bao's turtle head, which was about to fly to the sky, softened. Duo Bao looked at Yi Ran with an expectant face, a little embarrassed. This, you don't know? I should know? You're right. Yi Ran and Duo Bao are a turtle. Big eyes and small eyes. The scene fell silent for a while. Duo Bao's small eyes turned around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, the Eternal Night Demon God used thousands of tons of water of life before. At least this must be necessary. Yes, the water of life must be. crazy, you might as well not say this. After hearing this, Yi Ran rubbed his temples. It was indeed those succubus demons who resurrected the eternal night demon god before with countless water of life. But where can I find so much water of life? Could it be that he still wants to be like the Zhu family? Is human trafficking linked to succubus to create Ozdevai? In this case, what is the difference between yourself and the Zhu family? The matter of Ozdevai alone is a dead end. For a while, a wry smile appeared on the corner of Yi Ran's mouth. As soon as things showed signs of things, they hit the south wall. Looking at the bitter smile of Yi Ran, Duobao still opened his mouth to comfort. Actually, you don't have to be the water of life. The ultimate purpose of those things is to create a perfect physical body to carry the seeds of the world. As long as we can think of other ways, it's not impossible to create a physical body, right? Why don't we think of a way to use top-quality steel to create a steel blue moyan? Roar! Listening to Duobao's advice, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth twitched. My mind is full of the appearance of Astro Boy. You have to think that the steel blue moyan is too ugly. No, let's find some top-notch crystals and create a spar blue moyan. It can still shine at night. Yi Ran looked at Duobao. The corners of his mouth twitched. Glow at night. Why don't you put this shining tiga aside? Duobao babbled. Yi Ran had a flash of inspiration, and the whole person stood up suddenly. He grabbed Duobao's turtle shell. Staring at the big turtle, he asked urgently, "Wait, what did you say before?" Crystal blue moyan, can it still shine at night? Previous, steel blue moyan? One more sentence. Is the water of life used to build the flesh? Yes, that's what. Saying, Yi Ran's eyes lit up slightly. Yes, the water of life is actually just used to build the body. If you can't find Ozdevai, why not find something else? The golden body of merit is also a body. The mountains are far away, and the water is endless, yet there is no path. The willows are dark, and the flowers are bright, yet another village is overlooked. I thought of it. I thought of a way. Yi Ran looked excited. The two hands shook the turtle shell unconsciously. Duobao was shaken dizzy. Stop, stop, stop. If you do this again, I will sue you for cruelty to endangered species. Yi Ran stopped his work. Duobao immediately distanced himself from Yi Ran. Then, he looked at Yi Ran curiously. What is the method you said? Yi Ran looked at Duobao. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then he took out the bitter sea bowl from behind. Duobao looked at the bitter sea bowl. With thousands of years of experience in treasure appraisal, he blurted out directly. This thing is very open. Where did you come from? Yi Ran waved his hand. Don't worry about where it comes from. This is called the bitter sea bowl, which can absorb the power of the wish. Anyway, it's all a body, and the golden body is also a body, right? But shouldn't the meritorious golden body be the external body blessed by the Buddhist monks? That's because the main body of the people is still there. Isn't there also a Buddhist sect in history that destroys the main body of the eminent monk and then reshapes life with a golden body? What you said makes sense. Duobao thought for a while and shook his head. But I have lived for so long, and I have seen a lot of people practicing by their wishes, but I have never seen a few who think about building a golden body of merit. The Buddhist treasure that can absorb the power of wishes, although it is rare, but it has also seen several. As for why shaping a golden body is extremely rare, one is because magic weapons that can absorb the power of wishes are too rare, and there are not many families with this kind of treasure. Second, because there are so many willpowers needed, so much that it is prohibitive. And I wish to have such a thing, mysterious and mysterious. It is entirely from the spiritual beliefs of believers. There are not many Buddhist monks who can achieve this prestige. This comes and goes. As a result, the eminent monks of Buddhism who have the conditions to collect their wishes and nourish their cultivation, magic tools, or perform techniques, basically don't think about shaping the golden body. Yi Ran looked at Duobao. How do you know if you don't try? Duobao listened to Yi Ran's words and thought for a while. There is really no other good way. Why don't you try it? Yi Ran then raised the bitter sea bowl and said softly. The bitter sea bowl floated above the seeds of the world with Yi Ran's thoughts. An inexplicable Sanskrit sound began to come out on the bitter sea bowl. In the bowl of suffering, it is full of the atmosphere of the blue moyan in the seed of the world. Yi Ran carefully caught the bitter sea bowl, observing the situation. In the bitter sea bowl, an extremely small golden villain appeared. The golden little man sat cross-legged. Occasionally some sporadic wishes flowed in, sent into the body of the golden villain. Vaguely, Yi Ran seemed to be able to feel that the villain had grown a little bigger. However, it is a drop in the bucket. It is 100,000 miles away from the perfection of the golden body of merit. Duobao had already stretched out his turtle head at this time. It looked at the little man in the bowl of suffering and was amazed. This treasure is really divine. However, after seeing the growth rate of the villain, Duobao sighed. Look, this is far from enough. These sporadic wishes. If you want to shape a golden body of merit for Lan Moyan, I don't know if you have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Yi Ran thought slightly. He had to think of a way. The door rang 3 times. After Yi Ran heard this, he walked over, opened the door. At this time, there were 2 monks standing at the door, one big and one small. Zheng looked at himself kindly. Yi Ran looked at the old monk in front of him. But I can't remember remember where I saw it for a while.
Hello, the old monk has kind eyebrows and good eyes. He took the initiative to extend his right hand. Yiran stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the old monk.
As a result, since the old monk held Yiran's palm, just let go,
a force overflowed from his palm,
directly swept Yiran's whole body.
However, this power is extremely weak, and ordinary people may not feel it at all. But Yiran's innate Taoist body still felt it keenly, although it was instantly absorbed by the innate Taoist body. But this time it was like a full-body touch.
Still let Yiran get goosebumps. You old man, come up and play with me? Is it gay? Other monks come to the door for almsgiving, but you come to the door to ask for a hook?
Yiran's eyes flashed slightly, turned on the system to the old monk, ready to teach this old monk a lesson.
After Yiran read the system introduction, instantly withdrew hostility,
extremely friendly to the old monk, and smiled.
Master Sure, is there anything wrong with looking for the junior? Fortunately, I looked at the system before doing it.
The person standing in front of Yiran was the time to prove Zhu Tianhe was crying before, the only one who dared to stand up to the presiding officer of the Donkey Kong Temple.
Diamond Walker, Shihua Cheng, extraordinary boss.
Hearing Yiran say this, Shihua Cheng glanced at Yiran in slight surprise.
I can't imagine that Master Yi can still remember the poor monk.
Vajra Walker,
Shihua Cheng let go of Yiran's palm. He clasped his hands to Yiran and bowed.
Yiran also returned the salute. Master Shi, thank you very much for taking action at that time.
Yiran's gratitude is serious.
At that time, only their teachers and students identified Zhu Tianhua. This threat is still too weak for the Zhu family, and it is difficult to refute Zhu Tianhua, who is the director of the Department of Criminal Justice. If it weren't for Shi Huaqing standing up under the pressure of the Zhu family,
Zhu Tianhua definitely has room for mediation.
At that time, the Zhu family will have more time to arrange precautions. With the Zhu family's methods,
it can even eliminate all evidence against them overnight,
including the teachers and students who identified Zhu Tianhua at that time.
What happened after that? It's hard to say. So, in this matter,
Shi Huaqing's behavior still played a very key role.
Shi Huaqing looked at Yiran, still looking kind.
The poor monk just did what a human race should do.
Shi Huaqing looked at Yiran, his eyes flashing.
Just when I was shaking hands, the poor monk suddenly sensed the little friend. Shi Huaqing sighed as he said, "The power of King Kong has been absorbed by you.
Yi Xiaoyu, you are destined to be with my Buddha. Why don't you go back to the Donkey Kong Temple with me to practice?"
Looking at Shi Huaqing's words,
Yiran didn't know what to say for a while. You can't say that your innate Taoist body is compatible with any force. Thank you for your love. I still want to honestly teach students in the demon martial arts sect. However, I heard that Yi Xiaoyu didn't specially let his students go bald before.
Shi Huaqing's face was puzzled.
Instead of teaching fake monks, why not choose to teach a true monk?
Looking at Shi Huaqing's expression, Yiran's breathing was a little stagnant for a while. Good things don't go out, and bad things spread thousands of miles.
Now even Chao Fan knows? Huang Dongdong, you are such a genius.
Master Shi,
that's all a misunderstanding.
Yiran looked at Shi Huaqing with a wry smile.
I didn't know how to explain it for a while. Through this sentence, Shi Huaqing naturally knew Yiran's attitude. He just wanted to say something more, suddenly recalled by Su's slain expression in his mind. You can see Yiran, but if anyone dares to embarrass Yiran, I will visit you in person.
At that time, Baisu's stern tone, coupled with Baisu's red-dyed robe and long beard.
For a time, the Vajra Walker, Shi Huaqing, as an extraordinary, couldn't help but shiver. Gave up his immature ideas. He is a Vajra Walker, not a Vajra. The brain should still have it. That's it. Since Yi Xiaoyu said this, I won't force it.
Shi Huaqing put his hands together. Yiran was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. The words I just prepared can't be said on my lips.
Are the transcendent people so good at talking now?
Shi Huaqing said to Yiran seriously.
But the old man still has a reluctant request.
I hope Yi Xiaoyu will agree. Looking at Shi Huaqing's extremely serious expression, Yiran also became serious. Master Shi joked, just rely on Master Shi's righteousness before. As long as I can help with your request, I will do my best to help. Shi Huaqing looked at Yiran kindly. Then, he turned his head to look at the little monk beside him, with helplessness in his eyes.
It's not enough. The little monk nodded extremely obediently.
Very well behaved and stepped forward. Yiran looked at the little monk carefully. This little monk is handsome, his skin is as white as jade, and his facial features are slender but extremely matched. Although wearing the monk's uniform of the Great King Kong Temple, but still can't stop the softness of this kid, squinting his slender eyes and smiling on his face,
showing the beauty of femininity. But it happens to be such a feminine person. But it has a magnificent Buddha's light. Looking at this kid,
in Yiran's mind, a word suddenly popped up.
Demon monk, scoundrel, why don't you introduce yourself quickly? Shi Huaqing's tone was not good.
The kid was extremely obedient. He looked at Yiran and folded his hands. Hello Teacher Yi, I am a novice of the Great King Kong Temple. The Dharma name is Shen Kong, and today I want to be worshipped by Teacher Yi, so you can also call me by my common name, Shen Wuxin. Shen Wuxin was about to kneel on the ground,
bowed to Yi Ran.
Wait. Yi Ran hurriedly helped Chen Wuxin up and then looked at Shi Huacheng.
Master Shi, this is your apprentice?
Shi Huacheng nodded helplessly. He is my personal disciple. I, a scoundrel, has a very high understanding of Buddhism since I was a child and has practiced far beyond my peers since I was a child, and I have entered the edge of enlightenment 10 years ago. But this scoundrel has been difficult to enter the Tao for 10 years. The old man has searched all kinds of ways, but it is difficult for me, a scoundrel, to go further. Subsequently, Shi Huacheng looked at Yi Ran. When I was observing the freshman assessment of demon martial arts before, I found that Yi Xiaoyu seemed to have an extremely unique approach to the development of genius, so I was forced to. Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was teaching students, so why did he think it was a big deal?
Doesn't this hit the muzzle? Because of Shi Huacheng's righteous action before, Yi Ran himself had a good impression of this transcendent person. This little thing is naturally out of the question.
Master Shi, When Yi Ran was just about to agree to Shi Huacheng, he suddenly thought of something and paused.
Yi Xiaoyu, but what is the unspeakable secret? You might as well say it.
Shi Huacheng looked at Yi Ran, who paused and asked. Yi Ran looked at Shi Huacheng, his eyes burning.
Master Shi, I don't know where the pilgrims coming and going from the great King Kong temple can rank in the Dragon Kingdom.
Shi Huacheng looked at Yi Ran. Although I don't know why Yi Ran asked this sentence so outrageously, but he still said in passing, the pilgrims of the great King Kong temple, whether it is financial resources, quantity or piety, can be ranked in the top 3 in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing Shi Huacheng say this, Yi Ran looked excited and said 3 times in a row.
Listening to Master Shi's words, Yi Ran even couldn't help but pace back and forth excitedly. Looking at Yi Ran's excited expression, Shi Huacheng was a little confused. Chen Wuxin on the side looked at Yi Ran's demeanor. For a while, he looked at Shi Huacheng with some confusion.
Master, this teacher Yi you are talking about. Quiet. Shi Huacheng glanced at Chen Wuxin angrily. Chen Wuxin didn't talk back, just stood there, still smiling and looking at everything in front of him.
I can't see what this little monk is thinking clearly.
Yi Ran once again stood in front of Shi Huacheng, said with a serious face, Master Shi, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can guarantee that your disciples will definitely be able to walk their own path with me. Shi Huacheng heard Yi Ran's words. The eyes that were already kind brightened a lot. He folded his hands. Then the old man is here to thank you first. Yi Ran hurriedly returned the salute, and then said to Shi Huacheng seriously, however, the juniors also have a reluctant request. Shi Huacheng looked at Yi Ran and said, Yi Xiaoyu, but it doesn't matter, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Yi Ran looked at Shi Huacheng and said seriously, Master Shi, I want to erect a life-size golden statue for Lan Moyan in the Great King Kong Temple and place it in the main hall.
Hearing this,
Shi Huacheng was stunned for a moment. Yi Ran's excited expression before, he thought that Yi Ran thought of something extremely beneficial to him.
But I never expected that.
Yi Ran didn't say that, and he didn't even have much to do with himself. Looking at Shi Huacheng, who was in a daze, Yi Ran added anxiously, Master, don't worry, I'll pay for this golden statue. As the little prince of the Yi family, although his father forbade him to use the Yi family's people, he never forbade himself from using the Yi family's money. Shi Huacheng listened to Yi Ran's words, took a deep look at Yi Ran again. After decades of experience, he has a vicious vision. It can be seen that Yi Ran's eagerness and seriousness are definitely not acting. Yi Ran, who can obviously open his mouth like a lion, not only did he not give himself half a benefit, but now he even had to pay out of his own pocket to help Lan Moyan cast a statue. Yi Ran's image is infinitely elevated in Shi Huacheng's heart. For a while, Shi Huacheng's tone became more serious. The old man is ashamed. The old man agreed to this matter. Yi Ran heard Shi Huacheng's words. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was happy from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to wait for the slightest part, and said directly to Shi Huacheng, Master Shi, is the bank account of the Great King Kong Temple. Looking at Yi Ran's behavior, Shi Huacheng's face turned red. To what extent have those boys who run Buddhism distorted the Buddhist culture of relationships? I have to go back and beat these monks who are open to money. Before Yi Ran finished speaking, he was interrupted by Shi Huacheng. Yi Xiaoyu, Lan Moyan's merit statue is made by our Dajinggong Temple. Don't mention money to break the old man. Little friend, this matter will not be discussed anymore. I will stay here as a disciple. Take my leave.
Master Shi, don't be so anxious.
Yi Ran's words were not finished yet. Shi Huacheng has disappeared. Yi Ran watched Shi Huacheng leave, but he didn't get entangled.
Just get things done.
If Lan Moyan's merit statue is placed in the Donkey Kong Temple for pilgrims to worship,
this is of great help to resurrect Lan Moyan. As for this new student,
Yi Ran turned his head to look at Chen Wuxin. Before Yi Ran could speak, Chen Wuxin folded his hands at Yi Ran, extremely well behaved. Student Chen Wuxin has seen the teacher. Chen Wuxin took out a scripture from his pocket very naturally. I heard that teacher Yi is from the Yi family in Jinling, which is the 8 Tianlong Heart Sutras copied by the students overnight, and at the same time recited them 77 and 49 times in front of the Buddha. This scripture has the blessing of Buddhist vows, and it has a surprising surprising effect on nourishing dragon exercises. Although the gift is not precious, it is also a student's heart. Please accept it. Saying that, Chen Wuxin even leaned forward and bowed slightly. The scripture fell very naturally less than 5 centimeters in front of Yi Ran's lower ribs. Yi Ran only needs to raise his hand slightly to get it. Speech and action. Coherent. Distance and proportion. Perfect and decent. Yi Ran took over the extremely exquisite scriptures. As soon as he got it, he felt the faint Buddha light coming from the scriptures. The Buddha's light followed the scriptures and surrounded his whole body. Yi Ran only felt the power of his dragon emperor. It's as comfortable as being hired to a sauna and massage. After Chen Wuxin took the scriptures from Yi Ran, flipping the palm very naturally, standing in place with extreme politeness, still squinting with a smile on his face, I can't see any emotion. Yi Ran silently flipped through the scriptures. The folds of the ink marks on it are not very hard. This kid didn't lie. It was really just copied. Ouch. It hurts so much. Suddenly, Duobao came over. It has a painful expression. Said to Yi Ran, come and see the barnacle on my turtle shell. Is it cracked? Why does it hurt so much? Yi Ran looked at Duobao's turtle shell. It's not cracked. You're in periodic pain from the void barnacles. Wait for an opportunity. I'll help you deduct it and it'll be fine. Oh, but it really hurts. This is? Chen Wuxin looked up at Yi Ran. A friend. Yi Ran responded. Chen Wuxin nodded. Then he untied his cassock very naturally, gently covered on the turtle shell of Duobao. This is the monk's robe of our King Kong temple, which has the effect of removing demons and suppressing evil spirits. Chen Wuxin introduced. This cassock monk has been nourishing with Buddhism since the beginning of his practice, although it has little effect, but at least it can help the seniors relieve their pain. Chen Wuxin said. The golden light began to escape from the robe. As the light flashed, the pain on Duobao's face eased. It looked at Chen Wuxin with a smile in his eyes. Thank you, young man. Chen Wuxin still had a smile on his face. It is my honor to be able to help you, elders. Listening to Chen Wuxin's words, Duobao felt comfortable in his heart. Then, Chen Wuxin turned his head to look at Yi Ran again. Teacher Yi, then you talk first. I'll clean this place first. Yi Ran heard this, suddenly a little embarrassed. During this time, I was not in a good mood and didn't clean up much. What Yi Ran just wanted to say. Chen Wuxin had already gotten the broom and started working. Seeing that Chen Wuxin had already started working, Yi Ran was not easy to stop. I could only say a little embarrassed that it's a bit messy. Chen Wuxin raised his head. Teacher, what is this? Chaos proves that there is a breath of life. After saying that, Chen Wuxin buried his head again and started cleaning the work. The two looked at Chen Wuxin's back and were stunned for a long time. Decent manners, what they like, and exquisite in all directions. This part of human feelings and sophistication. Chen Wuxin has a heart more than anyone else. Roar. Chen Wuxin's movements were extremely fast. In less than a moment, Yi Ran's originally somewhat messy room has become clean and tidy. Master, pack up, you sit here and talk. Chen Wuxin warmly greeted Yi Ran and Duobao and sat down. The owner of this house was a little embarrassed. Duobao even subconsciously shook the ashes of the void on his body at the door before walking towards the sofa. Master, it's almost noon. I don't know what you like to eat? Chen Wuxin looked at one person and one turtle sitting on the sofa. Chen Wuxin asked directly. He still looked smiling. I'm better at Sichuan cuisine and Shandong cuisine. Of course, master, you have other tastes. I can also try them. Chen Wuxin said as he put on his apron very naturally. Of course, master, according to Buddhist rules, I can only cook vegetarian dishes. Listening to Chen Wuxin's words, Duobao and Yi Ran stared wide-eyed. What kind of dream lover is this? Sure Huaqing usually lives so well? Wait. Seeing that Chen Wuxin picked up the fruit knife and had already begun to prepare to peel fruit for them, Yi Ran hurriedly stopped him. Chen Wuxin stopped, turned his head and looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Teacher, is there any problem? Yi Ran carefully looked at this feminine and handsome face, still didn't see any emotions of this kid. Although everything Chen Wuxin did was so decent and generous, but as an innate Taoist body, Yi Ran always had a strange feeling when he looked at Chen Wuxin. Wuxin, come over first. Yi Ran called Chen Wuxin to come to the sofa. He looked at it for a long time. Come, play a set for the teacher first. Chen Wuxin listened to Yi Ran's words and was stunned for a moment, but he nodded obediently. Then master, I'm starting. Chen Wuxin was angry and sank in the dantian. Very skillfully and naturally played a set of basic Buddhist exercises. Smooth and powerful movements. Faintly the sound of the Buddha is melodious. At first glance, it is the result of diligent practice on weekdays. The strong aura on Chen Wuxin's body. Among their peers, the strength is definitely top-notch. TSK, the fist style is old and spicy. The dragon spirit is powerful, and the fight is not much worse than those platinum-level Buddhist disciples. Yi Ran, you kid is blessed. There is such a good student for no reason. After this set, even Duobao was full of praise. The seniors have a ruthless vision, and what they say is exactly the same as what my master said, but the kid is still lacking and needs to learn from the teachers and seniors. With Chen Wuxin here, he would not leave a single word on the ground at all. Directly caught Duobao's words, and by the way, he praised Duobao for being as powerful as the vision of the transcendent.
This flattery was extremely useful, and Duobao couldn't help but curl his mouth slightly. Chen Wuxin's performance is so perfect.
But at this moment, Yi Ran frowned slightly imperceptibly.
Finally, know what's weird.
He looked at the system panel introduction. At this time, the system has formed the panel introduction for Chen Wuxin.
Chen Wuxin, doppelganger,
male, 20 years old.
Ability awakening, clone ability. Current exercise, Diamond Heart Sutra.
Advantages, careful, serious, top wisdom, proficient in Buddhist exercises. Disadvantages, there is a cleanliness fetish, extremely life-reluctant, extremely careful. The state of mind does not match the direction of the great way of the Buddhist Diamond Heart Sutra. It is necessary to go through a battle to untie the knot.
Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin. It works, everything makes sense. No wonder I have always felt that Chen Wuxin is strange. It turns out that this Chen Wuxin in front of him is a doppelganger. Chen Wuxin's seamless performance that day.
It seems that it is also due to his cautious personality. Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin and took a breath. If it weren't for his innate Taoist body being too keen, he would have been deceived by this kid.
Now Yi Ran is even a little suspicious.
Master Shi Huaqing, the Vajra Walker, probably didn't know that his precious apprentice had the ability of doppelganger. After all, as long as it is the main body on important occasions, who is idle and has nothing to do to check their apprentice's body every day is true or fake?
Master, but what's wrong?
Although Yi Ran's frown was very slight, but he was still cautious. Chen Wuxin in his eyes. Listening to Chen Wuxin's words, Yi Ran then smiled slightly. No problem, you did a good job. By the way, I like to eat Sichuan cuisine. Chen Wuxin listened to Yi Ran's words,
also nodded with a smile. Okay, master, wait a moment. He naturally put on his apron and walked into the kitchen. Yi Ran, you new student, you are really in a dream.
Duobao looked at Chen Wuxin's back as he left.
Couldn't help but praise. Yi Ran also smiled and nodded.
Who said it wasn't? Then, Yi Ran looked at the floor where Chen Wuxin had punched before. At this time, a little bit of imperceptible residue disappeared.
Looking at this scene,
the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly.
People are gone, and there is still a means to observe the follow-up.
If it weren't for the fact that I had turned on the system throughout the whole process and knew this kid's personality, I might not have paid attention to the small details.
It's really cautious to the extreme.
For a while, Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin's busy back in the kitchen. I don't seem to have even seen the body of the person until now. It seems that Chen Wuxin's problem.
Everything has to be discussed in the long run. Teacher, chicken soup is coming.
As Chen Wuxin served the chicken soup, Chen Wuxin's banquet of 8 dishes and 1 soup was also ready.
Duobao ate Chen Wuxin's meal happily, holding something in his mouth and still saying, Wuxin, what you made is so delicious. Thank you seniors for your compliments. If you like it, I can do it every day. Wuxin, didn't you say you don't cook meat dishes?
I see that the senior has an injury on his back. For the sake of the senior, break the precept.
Duobao's mouth stopped chewing.
He looked at Chen Wuxin and directly grabbed a chicken leg down.
Come on, eat without intention. In the future, if you have your master to eat, you won't be hungry. Chen Wuxin.
Chen Wuxin in this short period of less than 2 hours.
Let Duobao not even be a senior and directly become a master. Chen Wuxin didn't understand how to borrow a donkey from the slope. The master called extremely smooth. Master, just make chicken, just eat chicken.
And master, I heard that this chicken is prepared to be produced in the Northern Belt, and it is the best Northern Belt chicken that has been specially filled for 2.5 years before being formed, with high nutritional value and will help your wounds.
You must eat it. Then I might as well obey my orders than be respectful? Master, if you don't eat, you are wasting your hard work.
In this way, the 3 of them happily ate a reception banquet. Yi Ran wiped his mouth.
Then he said to Chen Wuxin and the 2, Wuxin, you can live next door for the next 2 days. Go out and walk around more if you have nothing to do. Get familiar with the school, and after a while, we will carefully discuss your problem.
Chen Wuxin cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks very naturally.
No problem, teacher, you are busy in advance. Yi Ran turned his head to Duobao. Taoist Duobao, you have to come with me. Duobao wiped the oil juice from his mouth.
Where to go?
Yi Ran said, go see Principal Bai, and you will need his help to resurrect it. Ah, can I not go? Yi Ran looked at Duobao. Why? Duobao's expression was a little embarrassed. How to say this? You can't say that you ran away after taking half of Bai Su's treasure.
Yi Ran, why don't you go in alone? I'll stand outside and give you a sentry. Big brother, we're not going to steal something. Where do you put the whistle at the principal's door?
Outside the principal's office. Duobao lay around the corner, not even turning his feet.
Yi Ran looked at Duobao and looked at the sky helplessly.
I have been in this corner for almost half an hour. Letting Duobao into the principal's office is more uncomfortable than killing him.
Then, he looked at Duobao helplessly.
Then I'll go in first?
Listening to Yi Ran's abandonment, Duobao's eyes, which were originally frowning, lit up. Go. Yi Ran then spread his hands. Then you give me that seed.
Easy to say, easy to say. Duobao said that he was about to take out the seeds of the world.
As a result, he had just opened a small opening in space, and when the breath breath of the world's seeds leaked out. Roar! Yi Ran and Duoba were instantly involved in a strange space distortion.
Disappeared in place. Puff, puff. After two strong buttocks squat, Duobao and Yi Ran had already come to Bai Su's office. Duobao, do you still know to come back? Just when the two were just standing firm, Bai Su's voice came. Duobao was originally cowardly outside, but after coming in, it seemed that the jar was broken. He raised the little turtle's head and said unconvincingly, Lao Deng, speak clearly, you involved me, not me coming back. Bai Su looked at Duobao, and his angry beard blew up. You're embarrassed to say you. What are you going to do in public just now? Do you really think no one can perceive it? Hearing Bai Su say this, Duobao also knew that he was a little anxious just now, and almost leaked the world's seed. He was a little embarrassed, but he still muttered, oh, it turns out that you have been spying on us inside? I was still hesitating outside for a long time, but I knew I would come in directly. What is voyeurism? Bai Su looked at Duobao a little speechlessly. Bai Su breathed a sigh of relief and then said to Duobao, take out that seed and let me see. Just now, Duobao just opened a space crack. That breath made Bai Su feel a feeling of being suppressed. To be honest, Bai Su was really curious. Yi Ran and Duobao looked at each other. Bai Su then waved his hand. The surrounding space instantly felt solidified. Lao Deng, give you a slap in the face. Duobao then reopened the space crack. Then the golden seed was suspended in the air again. The creation-like aura continues to escape. Even a well-informed powerhouse like Bai Su, when he looked at this golden seed, the eyes have begun to straighten. This is the prototype of the world? Bai Su muttered to himself. Yi Ran heard Bai Su's words, and was also stunned for a moment. This was the first time he heard this word, but he still took over the stubble. This is the world seed condensed after the Eternal Night Demon Cave was shattered before. Principal, please feel it carefully. After Bai Su heard Yi Ran's words, closed his eyes. Then, he opened his eyes instantly, and the breath all over his body burst out unconsciously. Lan Moyen? Bai Su looked shocked, completely unaware of the convergence of his breath. After he looked at Yi Ran and Duobao who were retreating again and again. Only then did he take back his breath. Sorry, I'm emotional. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su with an understanding face, and his performance was even more shocking than Bai Su's at that time. Yes, there is a trace of Lan Moyen's soul mark left in the seed of this world. Yi Ran told Bai Su what he thought. Bai Su pondered for a moment, and then opened his mouth to Yi Ran and said, the method is feasible, but it does require too much willingness, and it is difficult to shape the golden body of merit. After all, there are so many pilgrims in Buddhism. Hearing Bai Su say this, Yi Ran nodded. I know, that's why I came to you. Seeing Yi Ran behave like this, Bai Su was stunned for a moment. Do you have any other way? Yi Ran looked up at Bai Su. Roar! I don't know if you have any contact with the top management of the military department, Principal? Bai Su looked at Yi Ran, suddenly a little embarrassed. After all, the assistant teacher I assigned to Yi Ran's class was an extraordinary person from a certain military department. Is it the military department? There is naturally a connection. Bai Su paused. Tell me what you think first. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and continued. I would like to ask the military headquarters to erect Lan Moyen's name on the Dragon Kingdom Battle Mountain. Dragon Kingdom Battle Mountain. Bai Su was slightly surprised when he heard this. On the Battle Mountain of the Dragon Kingdom. The people who erected the monument are all heroes who have made great contributions to the Dragon Kingdom since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom until their heroic sacrifices. Since most of the heroes who died in battle came from the military. Therefore, the management of Longwa Battle Mountain has always been managed by the military department. Bai Su thought for a moment, and then said to Yi Ran, this idea is good. Almost all people in the country will choose to worship the Battle Mountain of the military headquarters, and this number is not comparable to the mere Buddhist pilgrims. And Lan Moyen also meets the standards for erecting a monument in Zhan Mountain. You wait, I'll get in touch. Bai Su got up and left in a hurry. Bai Su walked back with a slightly ugly face. The military department does not agree? Yi Ran looked at Bai Su's face and asked with some puzzlement. No, why can't Lan Moyen's behavior be included in the Battle Mountain? Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and still said, no, the military department agrees to your request. Yi Ran was overjoyed. That's good. However, the military department has requirements. Bai Shufeng turned around and looked at Yi Ran. What requirements? Bai Su looked at Yi Ran, his face a little angry. The requirements of the military department are that you must personally go to Zhanshan to erect a monument for Lan Moyen. At the same time, the military department invites you to bring all the students who traveled with Lan Moyen during the previous assessment to study. The more Bai Su spoke, the more angry he became. Is the military department serious about erecting a monument? Just kidnap a Zheng Hedong. Now he has to pack Yi Ran and his students away. The military department is about to bald the Demon Martial Arts Academy. When he thought of the self-satisfied figure of a gloomy general covered in blood mist, Bai Su became angry. The blood mist on this bastard was all from the Demon Martial Arts Academy. But this kind of thing, Bai Su knew that there was no way to stop it. Sure enough, as Bai Su expected, Yi Ran said directly, no problem, when I call my students, I will
set off tomorrow. When Bai Su heard this, he waved his hand a little heartbroken.
Go, remember to come back. At least, don't wipe out the entire army. Bai Su's tone.
It feels like Yi Ran is not like going to the military headquarters, but more like going to encircle and suppress the demon god.
Gone. Duo Bao said that he was about to pull Yi Ran out of here. Bai Su didn't want to stay for a moment. Seeing Yi Ran ready to turn around and leave,
Bai Su suddenly spoke.
Wait a minute. Yi Ran turned his head. Is there anything else? Headmaster? Bai Su reminded.
I just told the military about erecting a monument for Lan Moyen, and did not mention any world seeds and resurrection of Lan Moyen.
After you go, be sure not to tell anyone about it.
In case something bad happens to a villain, he said.
Hearing Bai Su's solemn tone,
Yi Ran also nodded seriously. Okay, principal. Okay, go. When the time comes, Li Wancheng will be the assistant church in your class who will take you to the military headquarters. Hearing this, Yi Ran looked at Bai Su with a somewhat strange expression.
Are you embarrassed to mention? Which good person arranged for a military extraordinary person to be a teaching assistant?
Bai Su was a little embarrassed by Yi Ran,
then waved his hand. Yi Ran and Duo Bao disappeared from the office.
At this time, Bai Su was the only one left in the office. At this time, Bai Su's eyes flashed, as if he was still recalling the breath of the golden seed.
If you have never become the world,
where will you have the power to destroy the world?
That breath is really too tempting. I almost didn't control it.
Bai Su muttered to himself with a tangle in his eyes. Then, he shook his head. It's a blessing in disguise. It's really cheap Lan Moyen, this stinky boy. The corners of Bai Su's mouth rose slightly. Lying comfortably on the office chair, fingers still groped the yellowed book.
It's so good to be young. Yi Ran returned to the dormitory again.
At this time, Chen Wuxin had already cleaned up Yi Ran's dormitory to the point where there was not a trace of dust.
There is no breath of life at all. That, unintentional, take a break.
Yi Ran stepped on the floor at this time, and there was an inexplicable sin.
Okay, teacher, the bed has been made for you. You can rest as soon as possible.
Chen Wuxin dragged the place where Yi Ran stepped very quickly.
After everything was completed, he left Yi Ran's dormitory.
Looking at the unintentional departure, Yi Ran didn't know why he breathed a sigh of relief.
Only then did he feel relieved and lay down on the sofa.
Stay with people who have cleanliness habits.
To be honest, there is pressure.
Yi Ran opened the interface of the heavenly court. The first thing that caught Yi Ran's eye was the announcement of the sex exercise inheritance room. Sect exercise inheritance, martial canopy, completed. Please choose your own disciple for inheritance. Looking at the mighty statue in front of him,
Yi Ran can't give it to anyone. For Wang Dachuan?
The inheritance of martial canopy seems to be quite suitable for Wang Dachuan.
Yi Ran thought slightly.
Wang Dachuan has now reached the critical point of gold crossing platinum. Wants Wang Dachuan to realize a better way.
It really needs a certain amount of help. Subsequently, Yi Ran opened the chat box again.
Suddenly saw that the unread information was as high as 999 plus.
These people are so hard? Discuss problems every day?
Yi Ran opened the chat record incredulously.
My name is Wang Dachuan. Please ask, does anyone here know how to grow hair? Flame prodigal son? You don't look it up on the internet. Why are you here to ask?
My name is Wang Dachuan. I asked, and they told me to go to a certain field for treatment, but a certain field said that I had a problem with the andrology, and when I called it, it was not only useless, but also deceived by 1,500.
Flame prodigal son, big silly chun, what are you doing?
Flame prodigal son, priest of the night, you have nothing but.
Can you say anything else? Flame prodigal son, please, kill me.
Yi Ran was silent for a moment and chose to close the history.
Then, he silently made a group announcement.
Group announcement, everyone, please come to the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, gardeners. Also, it is forbidden to discuss messy content such as hair growth and andrology in the group. After sending these two sentences, no one responded. Yi Ran suddenly felt that it was not very capital preservation, so he sent a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. By the way, your red envelope is snatched up within 0.002 seconds, and the most popular king is the night priest. Well, a group of diving dogs.
Flame prodigal son, ha, Wang Dachuan, you only grabbed one piece?
My name is Wang Dachuan. Hey, you are so powerful,
you actually robbed 250.
Gardener, everyone come to the playground at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Flame prodigal son, gardener, who are you? That's how everyone met? How do I know if you're a bad guy?
Looking at Huang Dongdong's 3 consecutive questions,
Yi Ran silently typed a line.
Gardener, I'm Yi Ran, and I'm going on a study tour tomorrow. Huang Dongdong, who was still lying comfortably on the lounge chair, jumped up with a sudden,
startled Ho Wen on the side. Huang Dongdong didn't care about Ho Wen's reaction.
It turned into a ball of fire, rushed to the room, and began to rummage through boxes and pack clothes.
Dongdong, why are you packing your clothes so late?
Ho Wen came over and looked at Huang Dongdong with concern. Since Huang Dongdong was taken back by himself, how he looks and how he is precious, especially when sacrificing the sages of the fire sect. The picture of all the fire tablets of those sages responding made Ho Wen so excited that he didn't sleep all night. Now, Huang Dongdong is in his heart.
It's the baby pimple of a baby pimple. I'm going to pack my clothes and prepare to go on a long trip,
Huang Dongdong said without looking back.
Ha, I haven't been back for a few days, so I'm going to leave?
After Howen heard this, he asked, I'll cook you your favorite fire lotus A treasure porridge tomorrow, don't stay for a few more days?
The tone was full of reluctance.
Huang Dongdong turned his head. Our teacher explained that tomorrow is going on a study tour.
I don't clean up now, how will I go tomorrow morning? It's that teacher Yi? What other can there be besides that teacher Yi? Get up, I'll help you clean up, it's too slow.
Huwen heard that Yi Ran was going to take Huang Dongdong away, directly shook off Huang Dongdong, rummaged through the boxes and began to help Huang Dongdong pack his clothes.
Almost instantly,
Huwen packed Huang Dongdong's clothes in one go and threw them in front of Huang Dongdong.
Pack up, I'll call you at 6 o'clock tomorrow, don't be late. Huang Dongdong looked at Huwen incredulously.
This anxious appearance in Huwen, who was reluctant to Huang Dongdong before, were simply like two people.
Master, didn't you tell me to stay a few more days? Fart, when did you say it? Now, put me to bed immediately.
Oh, good master. By the way, I added a few diamond-level fire crystals to your luggage, and you took the time to give them to your teacher.
Master, this society is complicated. Just learn, don't talk, listen to master.
Huwen looked at Huang Dongdong with a serious face. Teacher Yi is the great benefactor of our Huoxing sect. You dare to cut off this contact with me. I don't recognize you as a disciple.
Sleep.
Huwen turned off the lights directly, leaving Huang Dongdong with his luggage messy in the wind. Lan Moyan's resurrection involves a follow-up plot. Anxious to see Mr. Lan's resurrection, a little restless. I give you a guarantee, people will definitely live. Wuxin, you pack up. Come with me to the military headquarters in the next few days.
Yi Ran said to Chen Wuxin while eating breakfast.
Chen Wuxin raised his head, didn't ask why, and still said with a smile,
no problem, teacher Yi. Don't you ask what you're going to do there? Why ask? I am your student, and isn't it natural for students to listen to the teacher?
Chen Wuxin said naturally. By the way, he also got up and picked up the bowl that Duobao had emptied, and went to the kitchen to help Duobao serve a bowl of new porridge.
TSK, Yi Ran, to be honest, I can't bear to let my nephew go with you.
Duobao looked at Chen Wuxin's back with satisfaction. This kind of life is supported by someone when you raise your hand, someone will serve food when you open your mouth, and someone will cover you with a blanket when you shiver.
Only by experiencing it do you know how cool it is.
Yi Ran shook his head.
No, Chen Wuxin has to go with me. You really can't bear to be with you, your nephew. Can't you come with us?
When Duobao heard this, his head shook as fast as a rattle. That, I won't go to the military headquarters. I have occasionally had feelings recently. It seems that the memory of the previous life has awakened to a certain extent, and I have to practice well. Yi Ran listened to the reason for Duobao's righteous words. The eyes were full of weirdness.
You, Duobao, practice?
If you are really so diligent,
can you live for thousands of years or still be a diamond?
Looking at Duobao's appearance, Yi Ran subconsciously doubted.
You won't steal the military's treasure too?
Before Yi Ran finished speaking, Duobao jumped up. Directly to Yi Ran came to deny the third company.
Nonsense, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense.
Then, Duobao muttered, besides, how can a scholar's business be called stealing?
You, scholar? I've been in college longer than you. Why can't I be called a scholar?
Duobao waved his paws impatiently. Anyway, if I want to go to you, I won't go. Hearing this, Yi Ran looked at Duobao helplessly. It seems that Duobao has a criminal record in the military.
Teacher, I'm tidying up. So fast? Just when Yi Ran and Duobao were arguing for a while,
Chen Wuxin was already standing in front of Yi Ran ready to go. Buddhist disciples originally had few external things, so I just packed a few clothes, so naturally it wouldn't take long. By the way, teacher, I just checked the weather in the military headquarters. There may be heavy rainfall in the near future, so I have prepared one for you, teacher.
TSK. Yi Ran hadn't said anything yet. Duobao sat aside and couldn't help but TSK. The name Chen Wuxin is simply a big mistake.
Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin and remained silent for a long time. Chen Wuxin has always been smiling from beginning to end, and he can't see Chen Wuxin's emotions at all. Suddenly, Yi Ran laughed.
Wuxin, you are so perfect that I don't think you look like a person.
Chen Wuxin suddenly froze but Yi Ran also pointed to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, he got up directly and picked up his luggage. Standing at the door, he turned his head to Chen Wuxin and said, what are you thinking? Hurry up and go. Your senior brothers are still waiting in the playground.
Oh, good teacher.
Watching Yi Ran leave with his luggage, Chen Wuxin was already in a cold sweat on his back at this time.
Did anything be discovered? It shouldn't be. Obviously everything is done seamlessly.
Li Wancheng smiled and looked at Wang Dachuan, Huang Dongdong, and Zhang Xiaoru who were walking towards them. In his heart, he admired his boss, Yi Xiaohua. I have worked hard to be an undercover agent in the Monster Academy for so long. I didn't catch anything, and I went to the hospital to lie down for half a month. I thought that this abduction mission was going to end in failure. As a result, Yi Xiaohua called him last night.
Let him take Yi Ran and his students to the military headquarters. High. It's really high. Or is it said that they are big leaders. Thousands of miles away, strategizing. No wonder Zhang Hadong didn't go anywhere back then. After leaving school, he followed General Yi with all his heart. At this time, Li Wancheng looked at Wang Dachuan and the three of them. The more he looked at them, the more he appreciated them, and the more he looked at them, the happier he became. And standing beside Li Wancheng, there is still a young man standing. This person is a good seedling brought by Li Wancheng from the military headquarters, and he originally planned to let Yiran teach the students well next semester. The genius in the new generation of the Dragon Kingdom military department, Xin Lang. General Li, those are the geniuses you mentioned that the military department wants to dig up? Xin Lang said. He looked at Li Wancheng looking at Wang Dachuan and their eyes with a scrutinizing taste. To be honest, he was a little unconvinced in his heart. He has played all over the new generation of the military department, and he thinks that he is not weaker than Wang Dachuan and others. Especially Wang Dachuan and the others are still students. In the eyes of their military department, they are a group of raw melon eggs who can only practice and have no actual combat experience. That's right, it's these students. Xin Lang is a little more cordial. Our military department is thirsty for these talents. Li Wancheng smiled and looked at Wang Dachuan and the three of them who were coming. Xin Lang looked at the idol he admired, the youngest transcendent in the military department. Li Wancheng, who is known as the Shield of the Empire, the Great Wall of Steel, and the Absolute Defense, looked at the three students with such a desire. This made Xin Lang, a hot-blooded young man who had been in the military headquarters for so long, even more unconvinced. He was speechless. Just looking at Wang Dachuan and others, their eyes were full of eagerness to try. Oh Haru, it's been a while. Looking at Wang Dachuan and others who came over, Li Wancheng took the initiative to say hello with a smile. Long time no see, Assistant Professor Li. Wang Dachuan said with a smile. Then, Wang Dachuan looked at Li Wancheng's legs. Assistant Coach Li, your legs are good? Li Wancheng looked at Wang Dachuan with some embarrassment. Okay, it's alright. Assistant Professor Li, you also want to study with us, right? Huang Dongdong, who was standing behind Wang Dachuan, jumped out and looked at Assistant Coach Li. Then, he looked at Xin Lang beside Li Wancheng again. This is? Li Wancheng patted Xin Lang's arm. This is what I said. Students who want to come to our class to transfer classes, come and introduce yourself. Hearing Li Wancheng's call, Xin Lang walked out from behind Li Wancheng with a smile. He looked at Wang Dachuan, stretched out his hand with a friendly face. Hello, my name is Xin Lang. Please give me some advice. Looking at Xin Lang's eager attitude, Li Wancheng immediately understood what this kid was going to do. It seems that this kid has always agreed with his mouth, but in fact, he is holding back a lot of energy in his heart. However, he still smiled and did not stop it. After all, Xin Lang's psychology can also be understood. The genius from his own military department, the leader doesn't look down on it, and he has to go outside to find other geniuses. This makes anyone feel uncomfortable. Moreover, the military headquarters is a place of Mu Chang. Xin Lang is no exception. If you want to completely convince Xin Lang, you can't just reason with your mouth. On weekdays, this kid is the king and hegemony in the new generation of the military. It's time for this kid to know what it means to have someone outside the world, and there is a day outside the sky. Looking at Xin Lang's outstretched palm, Wang Dachuan doesn't have so much thought. He stretched out his hand with a smile and held Xin Lang. Hello, Xin Lang. Hello. Xin Lang looked at Wang Dachuan with a smile. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The feet moved slightly, forming a lunge. At this time, Xin Lang, the whole person is like an arrow, condensed all the strength in his own hand. With the stirring of power, Xin Lang's hand had already begun to turn bloody. Dragon Kingdom Military Department, bloody fist. Xin Lang looked at Wang Dachuan with excitement in his eyes. Grip strength, at full strength, even the alloy can be crushed. Even sand can be kneaded into diamonds. The palm of a college student's fine skin and tender flesh. I must pinch him until he kneels down and begs for mercy today. Xin Lang's forearms under the clothes were already covered with blue veins. The huge grip force attacked Wang Dachuan. Although Wang Dachuan is a little more honest, the battle reaction is not slow. He felt the huge force coming from Xin Lang's palm. The corresponding power was also used in an instant. Xin Lang and Wang Dachuan were in a stalemate together, regardless of equal footing. Xin Lang looked at Wang Dachuan with some surprise. Do your best. It was difficult to advance in Wang Dachuan's hands. It seems that this student favored by the military department does have a certain strength. Can you hold on to my hands for so long? Is your strength good? Xin Lang pretended to comment lightly, although his teeth were about to be crushed. At this time, Wang Dachuan looked at Li Wancheng in confusion. Li Wancheng looked at Wang Dachuan's confusion and made up a nonsense with a smile. I forgot to tell you, Xin Lang is from the military department. This is called a fist salute. It is a special gift from the military department. The harder you use to the other party, the more you respect the other party. Xin Lang? Xin Lang looked up at Li Wancheng. No, where did this rule come from? Also, what does it mean to say that to this big man? That's right. Wang Dachuan showed a sudden expression on his face, and then looked at Xin Lang with a smile. Xin Lang, I respect you very much. Wang Dachuan's arm began to change rapidly. The red arms were
covered with scales. The arm swelled to a circle thicker than Qin Lang's waist. Giant palms surrounded by blood-colored mist completely covered Qin Lang's hand.
This is... Qin Lang looked at the changes in Wang Dachuan's arm.
There was a bad feeling coming from my heart. Qin Lang felt that his strength was as if he had encountered force majeure. The 5 fingers were squeezed into a line by decay.
Qin Lang's pupils shrank suddenly.
Severe pain from the palm of his hand rushed straight to his cranial nerves. He couldn't help but burst out in pain. Seeing this, Wang Dachuan hurriedly gathered his strength. He withdrew his arm. At this time, Qin Lang looked at his palm that had been pinched into a long strip and wanted to cry without tears.
I'm sorry, classmate Qin Lang, I really didn't expect you to be so difficult. Wang Dachuan looked at Qin Lang with some embarrassment and said with concern, effortless? Qin Lang endured the pain and looked up at Wang Dachuan's honest expression.
The corners of his mouth twitched.
Killing also kills the heart? That, if it's etiquette, you don't have to compensate?
Wang Dachuan hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng smiled and shook his head. Then, he patted Qin Lang on the shoulder. Okay, fix it yourself, don't be ashamed. After all, Qin Lang is a member of the military department. He endured the pain and straightened his misaligned hand bones. The blood-colored power flashed by. Qin Lang's palm returned to its original state.
Hey, classmate Qin Lang, your methods are really high.
Wang Dachuan, who had a little guilty conscience, saw that Qin Lang did not ask for compensation from himself and hurriedly stepped forward to praise Qin Lang. Was praised by Wang Dachuan like this, Qin Lang's face turned red all of a sudden. There was still a previous unruly look in his eyes.
It's so early?
Yi Ran took Chen Wuxin and walked over with a smile. Li Wancheng looked at Chen Wuxin behind Yi Ran and his eyes lit up.
This classmate?
Yi Ran looked at this extraordinary assistant and shook his head helplessly. This is a disciple of Master Shi Huaqing. I really can't.
Hearing Yi Ran say this, Li Wancheng then withdrew the coveted gaze in his eyes. Teacher Yi, look at what you said. Am I such an unprincipled person? Don't you know it in your heart?
Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng a little speechlessly. Li Wancheng didn't really want to see Yi Ran's gaze at this time, so he began to change the topic.
Ahem, since everyone is here, let's go together.
Li Wancheng began to throw several gems with space attributes towards the ground. These gems were combined into a wonderful formation under the guidance of Li Wancheng. The breath of space began to flicker above this formation. Everyone, hold your breath. In 3 seconds, we will start teleporting to the military headquarters.
Assistant Professor Li.
Yu Huangdongdong looked at Li Wancheng's movements with surprise in his eyes.
Li Wancheng looked at Huangdongdong with a smile.
I forgot to introduce myself to everyone. My name is Li Wancheng, Major General of the Military Department. You can also call me the Shield of the Empire.
Not to mention Huangdongdong, Wang Dachuan and Jiang Xiaoru's eyes widened. Now the teaching assistant in my class is also a big guy? Wait, why use it? Just when a few people were shocked. The space formation has already taken shape. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the playground. With the opening of another space formation,
Yi Ran and the others have come to a strange place.
Everyone looked around. After Yi Ran looked at it for a moment,
suddenly turned to Li Wancheng and said,
Generally, this kind of welcome ceremony is unnecessary.
Li Wanyuan came with a smile on his face. With Yi Ran's words, a smile froze on his face. What did you say? Looking at Li Wancheng refusing to admit it, Yi Ran pointed helplessly. On the giant tree at 12 o'clock, in the lake at 4 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock the sheep pooping.
General Li, do you want me to tell you all the strength of these people? The smile on Li Wancheng's face disappeared.
He sighed helplessly and clapped his palms.
Okay, don't hide it, it's all discovered. With Li Wancheng's call, the sound of salsa came from the giant tree.
A shadow flashed through the giant tree and fell extremely lightly.
Gollum, grunt.
There were also blisters in the lake. A woman flew out of the lake like a hibiscus out of the water. At this time, the sheep on the hillside. The face has been flushed, and it can't finish pooping for a long time. As soon as the buttocks are forced,
directly turned into a big man,
quickly came to Yi Ran and the others. It's just that as soon as he came over,
everyone, including his companions, subconsciously took a few steps away. Can you stop burying it like this next time? That's called dedication. The girl who came out of the water frowned at the big man. The boy who came down from the giant tree, without words, just silently handed the big man 2 leaves that had just been picked. Wipe it, don't worry about it. Although the big man did not change his face and did not beat, but those red eyes stared at the eyes, and Yi Ran never left. If you look closely, it seems to be a little moist. It can be seen that he is strong on the outside. The heart is broken. Li Wancheng looked at the 3 people in front of him and rubbed his temples in some pain. After calming down in a good mood, Li Wancheng introduced to Yi Ran. These 3 people in Qin Lang belong to the same special operations team, codenamed Blood, and they are all good seedlings selected from the new generation of our military department. After saying that, Li Wancheng looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang stood over extremely reluctantly. Subsequently, Li Wancheng began to introduce. The one who just came down from the giant tree is Wang Lu, A-level ability, Gale, good at assassination, concealment. The one who came out of the water is
Xia Chen, A-level ability, water control, good at treatment and control.
As for
this one is Anyang, A-level ability, biological mimicry, good at strength, defense, and frontal combat. The last one you also saw, Qin Lang, has no supernatural abilities, practices blood-killing fists, is the most suitable for the new generation of blood-killing fists, and is also the fastest improving teenager.
Li Wancheng introduced Yi Ran again.
This is what I told you, the specially invited teacher of the military department, Yi Ran, and his students, Wang Dachuan, Wang Dongdong, Zhang Xiaoru, and
Chen Wuxin.
Chen Wuxin smiled and responded to Li Wancheng, who forgot his name.
Oh, and Chen Wuxin. After Li Wancheng introduced each other, both sides nodded politely. However, it can be seen that these three young people in the military department obviously have a desire to try.
Li Wancheng looked at all this in his eyes, but did not speak. Instead, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose slightly.
Then, Li Wancheng naturally said to Yi Ran,
"The Blood Squad is the most star squad in our military department, and it has always been the squad I led. They are also Wang Dachuan's partners in this military study tour, and today Qin Lang and the others will take Wang Dachuan and the others to visit the military headquarters together."
Yi Ran, General Yi is still waiting for us at the headquarters, so let's go first?
Yi Ran looked at the extremely young military geniuses in front of him, nodded, then turned his head to Wang Dachuan and the others and said,
"I'll leave for a while and get along well with Qin Lang and the others, especially you, Huang Dongdong."
After Huang Dongdong was specially named, he retracted his eager eyes with some embarrassment, showing a harmless smile.
"Don't worry, teacher, I'm the first to be good." Looking at Huang Dongdong's smile,
Yi Ran shook his head a little. "Dachuan, be optimistic about him. By the way, remember to take care of Wuxin more. This will also be your classmate in the future."
"Okay, no problem, teacher."
Wang Dachuan patted his chest honestly.
After the explanation, Yi Ran left with Li Wancheng.
Only these juniors are left. The two sides looked at each other. Xia Chen looked around at the four students in front of him and said with a smile,
"Hello, recruits."
Xia Chen said this. The other two people beside her smiled knowingly. They also knew the attitude of the military department towards Wang Dachuan and others.
As local geniuses of the military department, they naturally have unconvincing thoughts like Qin Lang.
Huang Dongdong frowned. He just wanted to say something.
Wang Dachuan rushed in front of Huang Dongdong and began to say hello.
"Hello, veteran pimples." After Wang Dachuan finished speaking, he was complacent. The recruit egg is a pimple to the veteran, both confrontation and humor.
Wang Dachuan now feels that he is old and educated.
This hand is simply a master of good hands. And as soon as these words came out, Xia Chen and the others' faces changed slightly, and they narrowed their eyes.
This student is a bit arrogant. The atmosphere fell silent for a while.
Wang Dachuan looked at the four people opposite who didn't speak for a long time, touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly.
"How different from what I expected. I thought it was a good hand, but now it feels like a stinky hand?"
It seems that he can only use the handshake that General Li has just taught himself.
Wang Dachuan took the initiative to stretch out his palm and said politely, "Use as much force as you want. I understand the etiquette here."
After Wang Dachuan finished speaking, he also glanced at Qin Lang meaningfully. Xia Chen and others heard Wang Dachuan say this.
Suddenly stunned, the student was not satisfied after verbal provocation. He actually took the initiative to give them a dismount? It's a bit too arrogant.
Xia Chen and the others looked at Qin Lang.
Qin Lang was a little embarrassed. "Don't look at me, it's all taught by Major General Li."
"What about the strength?" Wang Lu said like gold. "I was at a stalemate with him for 5 or 6 seconds.
"That's right, then I'll do it."
I haven't finished speaking." Before Qin Lang finished speaking, the strong man Anyang interrupted Qin Lang's words, arched his body and walked to Wang Dachuan. "He has just died, and now he urgently needs a stage to perform." He looked at Wang Dachuan with a smile. "College students, don't cry out in pain later." Anyang began to change. Brown hair began to grow on his thick arms. The already thick big hands swelled again. If you look closely, there are still human arms here, and they have completely become a bear's paw. This huge bear paw completely wrapped Wang Dachuan. The surging power condenses in the palm of your hand. At this time, Anyang's eyes were shining. "I want to pick up all the face I have lost. I want to get everything I lost back."
Did you start?
That's good. This classmate, I respect you too." The heart-wrenching screams resounded in the sky. Countless birds were startled by this loud noise and flew around. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng also heard the heart-wrenching scream.
"General Li, is it really okay?"
Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng a little uncertainly. He was not worried about the safety of Wang Dachuan and others. He was only worried about whether he could go back safely after the military headquarters beat people.
"Don't worry, Teacher Yi, it will be fine."
Li Wancheng looked at the source of the voice with a smile. These thorns always feel great in the new generation of the military, and it's time to kill their sharpness. Li Wancheng turned his head to look at the 10,000-meter cliff in front of him, turned to Yi Ran and said, "Arrived?" Yi Ran looked around. There were no buildings around at all, and Li Wancheng nodded with a smile. "It's really here, just jump down from here." Yi Ran stretched out his head and looked at the bottomless cliff, turned his head to look at Li Wancheng
Wancheng. General Li, are you kidding? What are you lying to? After Li Wancheng finished speaking, he directly lifted Yi Ran's clothes, jumped down the cliff. Before Yi Ran could speak, his mouth was filled with wind, jumped down from the abyss, according to his half-step platinum strength. If you don't die, you will be half-crippled. In an emergency, Yi Ran's whole body glowed with golden light. I plan to make some moves. As a result, his golden light had just condensed, was slapped by Li Wancheng. Lunatic. Yi Ran was speechless by the wind at this time. As long as you can speak, I believe the content must not be very clean. Don't be impatient. Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Just when the two had no way to bungee jump on the huge cliff, the surface of the cliff began to turn. A huge hollow appeared above the cliff. A pair of extremely dexterous giant drones flew out of the cavity of the cliff, accurately fell behind Yi Ran and Li Wancheng. Very naturally, he held the bodies of the two of them and sat on the seat of the drone. As soon as Yi Ran sat down, the whole body was wrapped in a burst of water-based energy. Let Yi Ran fly in the process of drone flight. There is no slightest shaking. It's like an upgraded seatbelt. No, it's more appropriate to call it a safety bag. Novelty? Surprised that things are still behind. Li Wancheng smiled and looked at Yi Ran, who was studying around. Instantaneous kung fu. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng have successfully entered the interior of the cliff cave. As the two entered, the huge rock on the cliff closed again. The entire cliff has completely returned to normal. From the outside, it is still a deserted natural scenery. Be careful, close your eyes. And at this time, Yi Ran and the two inside the cave is experiencing the high-speed flight brought by drones. After Li Wancheng's words, the speed of the drone has gone up a step again, and it has set off a sonic boom directly behind it. Buzz. Yi Ran only felt as if he had traveled through a space like jelly, came to a new environment. The whole body is made of alloy. Unlike ordinary spaces, this space is like the interior of a huge pipe. All the buildings in the space are attached to the inner wall of this pipe. In the very center of space, an incomparably wide road stretches infinitely. This space seems to dilute all the gravitational concepts that should have been on Mercury. There are buildings in all directions, and although these buildings are located in different plans, but it didn't give people a very chaotic feeling. All vehicles and robots are traveling on the main road in the center. Extremely efficient and fast. If you can't imagine it, you can watch Interstellar again, the human habitat established on the star ring at the end. Welcome to the military headquarters. Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran, who was a little in a daze, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You can also call it the future. Li Wancheng pulled Yi Ran to an unmanned vehicle traveling on the main road. Began to talk endlessly. This is a future city designed by Wang Jipeng, the chief scholar of the military department, and the military department has poured all its savings into this future city for 20 years. All military personnel practice, work and live in this city. The city has only one main road. There will be no traffic jams, there will be no changes. All transportation, service and other work are replaced by artificial intelligence robots. Here, compared with the work efficiency outside, it has increased by more than 50%. It can also perfectly carry all the living needs of nearly 80 people at the military headquarters. Since the establishment of the future city, the military's annual expenditure has been reduced by at least nearly 20%. Not only that, the energy in it can be completely self-sufficient, no pollution, and a real zero-waste city. In this city, everyone obeys the same law, and extraordinary people commit the same crimes as ordinary people. Everyone has a fixed place to live, and they have something to gain. There are no homeless people in this city, no beggars, and everyone doesn't have to worry about education, food, medical care, pension or any survival-related issues. Li Wancheng introduced himself. Yi Ran was like Grandma Lu walking into the Grand View Garden, looking at this future city with a strolling look. It's here. Li Wancheng took Yi Ran out of the unmanned car and looked at Yi Ran with a smile. How is it? What do you think? Li Wancheng looked at this future city with pride. Any military person looking at the future city created by their own hands has a sense of honor. Great. Yi Ran looked at this city that can almost only be seen in science fiction movies. There was indescribable excitement in his eyes. In this world, there are not only capable people, there are hundreds of millions of ordinary humans who are incapable. They are the same life in this world, the same compatriots who breathe the same air and drink the same water. With the popularity of Gao Wu, the ordinary human race seems to have become the most inconspicuous worker ant in every corner of the world. Day after day of work, busy, in exchange for infrastructure, energy, crystals, and food. Come to support them, these high warriors stand on the world stage and shine. Unfortunately, the world is always cruel and ruthless. Over time, many people of high martial arts even think that these ordinary humans should do this. It is the obligation of these ordinary people to share their lives and sweat with them. In short, the importance of Gao Wu people to ordinary people is getting lower and lower. Less and less concerned about the life and death of ordinary humans. Just like the Zhu family's previous human trafficking. Is it the Zhu family that is big enough to cover the sky with one hand, or is it the result of many people with high martial arts who have
begun to ignore the lives of ordinary people in their hearts? No one can say it clearly, and no one dares to say it clearly.
In the news in recent years, Iran can often see
ordinary people are eating cooking oil with kerosene and drinking water with excessive metal content.
More and more strange diseases appear in ordinary people. There are more and more reports, but the concern is still not enough.
Iran, who had a good communist education in his previous life, for the 4 words of the people, it is extremely true. He has seen these problems in this world, helped, donated, and worked hard, but unfortunately they are still a drop in the bucket. The world is probably sick. I have a strange disease of cannibalism. And at this moment, the city in front of me, but it made Iran's eyes glow with excitement. It turns out that there has always been such a group of high-level martial artists, still thinking about ordinary people, still thinking about the future of the world. I can't imagine that in the textbooks of my previous life. The idea that mankind crosses the Kaftan Canyon and opens up a bright new path for social development. It was actually realized in another world. Iran looked at all this, and for some reason, his eyes began to get a little wet. How can there be tens of millions of spacious buildings, and the poor scholars of the world will be happy?
Dear Davari, can you see it?
Okay. What a great shelter for the poor people in the world. Just when Iran was talking to himself, a hearty voice came from behind him. Iran turned around and looked. At this time, 2 people walked towards them. A man dressed in military uniform, tall and serious. This is the Left General of the Dragon Kingdom, Yishagwa, who was seated to watch the demonic martial arts assessment before. And standing next to Yishagwa, it was a middle-aged man whose lower body was wrapped in a suspensioner. This person had a handsome face and wore a pair of gold wire glasses. The whole person has an elegant and dignified temperament, full of bookish atmosphere. The suspended man floated over with a smile on his face. The eyes couldn't hide their appreciation for Iran. Li Wancheng looked at the comer, respectfully performed a military salute.
Dr. Wang, General Yi.
Iran glanced at Li Wancheng. The discipline of the military department is strict. Even the titles are in a hierarchical order. I really didn't expect the Dr. Wang in front of me. His status in the military department was actually higher than that of Yishagwa, the famous Left General of the Dragon Kingdom.
Iran, let me introduce you. This is the chief designer of the future city,
Dr. Wang Jipeng, which I mentioned to you before. This is the Left General of the military department, the iron-blooded Marshal, and General Yishagwa. Okay, needless to say these red-tape polite words.
Wang Jipeng interrupted Li Wancheng's introduction.
He looked at Yiran in front of him with interest.
The poem just now was written by you?
Yiran was a little embarrassed when he asked this sentence, and said ambiguously, I saw this poem in ancient books, and today I saw this future city and felt it.
Do you feel it?
Wang Jipeng looked at Yiran with a smile.
Then he asked, then little friend, what is your biggest feeling about this future city? Listening to Wang Jipeng's question,
Yiran thought seriously for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked at Wang Jipeng.
Dignity.
Wang Jipeng looked at Yiran with a smile, with appreciation in his eyes.
Your answer is interesting. It's the first time I've heard this answer in so many years.
Subsequently, Wang Jipeng stared at Yiran again.
Then let me ask you, if I lay this future city to all parts of the Dragon Kingdom, what will the Dragon Kingdom become?
Listening to Wang Jipeng's words, Yiran was a little stunned.
Can it be done? It's man-made. Wang Jipeng smiled and looked at Yiran, high-spirited. That extreme confidence infects anyone around you. People unconsciously believe that what he says will definitely come true. If it really comes that day,
Yiran looked at Wang Jipeng and was in awe. The people will have a backbone, the nation will yearn for, and the country will have strength. Wang Jipeng was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter. In the smile, Yiran vaguely seemed to see a trace of crystal flickering. Wang Jipeng wiped his eyes and looked at Yishagwa with a smile.
Lao Yi, you told me before that an interesting teenager came, and I didn't think so.
If I miss this, how much I will regret it. Yishagwa looked at Wang Jipeng, and the corners of his originally cold mouth also rose slightly.
Stop, you can't stand it. Don't worry, Lao Yi, I can hold on.
It's worth taking a few more doses of nutrients today. Wang Jipeng turned his head and looked at Yiran, his face full of appreciation. Yiran, welcome to the military headquarters. After saying that, Wang Jipeng solemnly stretched out his palm. Even Yishagwa and Li Wancheng were slightly surprised. The chief designer of the future city, although the appearance is peaceful, but that unique arrogance made him never disdain to follow the flames. Even the Pope of the Court of Light took the initiative to shake hands with him. He refused without looking back. Now Wang Jipeng's initiative to reach out. This means that in his eyes, Yiran is more worthy of respect than the Pope of the Divine Court of Light. So Yishagwa and others were surprised after seeing this scene. Yiran looked at Wang Jipeng and also stretched out his palm in a friendly manner.
Wang Jipeng seemed to be because of the emotions just now.
At this time, the body softened unconsciously. The spirit slowly became a bit sluggish, held on with both hands, so that he did not lie on the suspension. Yishagwa saw this, gently stroked Wang Jipeng's back. With a burst of energy coming in, Wang Jipeng barely regained his spirits, he turned his head and patted Yi Xiaoguo on the shoulder.
Don't worry, my grand vision has not been realized yet, and I can't die.
Wang Jipeng smiled freely and then looked at Yi Ran with a smile. I'm sick, I'm not in good health, I'll go back first and wait for the meeting. As the levitator rotates, Wang Jipeng slowly walked towards the huge building behind him.
Yi Ran discovered Wang Jipeng's body is completely connected to the levitator, even the lower body is gone.
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran with a smile.
Boy, wait until we meet. Yi Xiaoguo escorted Wang Jipeng back. That Dr. Wang is an ordinary person? Looking at the weak back,
Yi Ran couldn't help but ask, with doubts in his eyes.
Li Wancheng nodded.
Your perception is right, Dr. Wang is an ordinary person.
Ordinary people?
Yi Ran was a little surprised.
Li Wancheng looked at Wang Jipeng's back and said slowly,
yes, I didn't expect that the person with the highest prestige in the Dragon Kingdom military department is an ordinary person. But it is such an ordinary person who defies public opinion, overcomes difficulties, and creates this future city. Who would have thought that this dead end, which even the Transcendent felt was difficult to open, would be abruptly waved out by an ordinary person
with a mortal body, standing at the top of the world. In the world, there may only be Dr. Wang. Li Wancheng was a little embarrassed for a while.
It is precisely because of Dr. Wang that this future city has passed a law that transcends the law of committing the same crime as ordinary people. Here, whether it is those of us who are capable or ordinary people, we all feel a different temperature from the outside world.
Listening to Li Wancheng's introduction to Wang Jipeng's brilliance, Yi Ran was in awe. An ordinary person can climb to such a height. What perseverance, what talent, what courage should we have? However, his body. Seeing Yi Ran asking this, Li Wancheng sighed.
You have also seen that all year of work and fighting have brought Dr. Wang's body to the point of dying. Perhaps, this is the price of ordinary people reaching the top. Yi Ran listened to Li Wancheng's sigh. For a while, he also took a deep breath. That somewhat rickety back, pulled taller and taller by light and shadow. Heaven is jealous of talents. Yi Ran muttered to himself, his eyes full of regret. Yes, God is jealous of the talents.
Li Wancheng also echoed.
But fortunately, Dr. Wang's mantle has been inherited, and he is also an ordinary person, and under Dr. Wang's teachings, he has fully mastered all of Dr. Wang's knowledge system.
At least, Dr. Wang's philosophy and inheritance will not be broken.
Listening to Li Wancheng's words, Yi Ran looked up curiously.
That is, Li Wancheng mysteriously sold a pass. You can see it when you attend the meeting. Huge circular conference room.
Yi Ran came to the conference table under the leadership of Li Wancheng. The generals sitting in their seats looked sideways at this strange boy. This is the core council of the military department, and all the lists of those who enter the Dragon Kingdom Battle Mountain must be approved by more than half of the members of the core group of the military department. Li Wancheng introduced to Yi Ran in a low voice. Come on, Yi Xiaoyu, come this way. After Wang Jipeng saw Yi Ran for the first time,
happily greeted Yi Ran and sat down. Come and sit behind me.
Wang Jipeng looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Then he pointed to another person behind him, is also a young man with a scholarly face. Let me introduce you, this is my apprentice, and now the chief helmsman of this future city, Dr. Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran with a smile on his face, stretched out his hand. Hello, Zhang Dongyang.
Hello, Yi Ran.
Many generals present were slightly surprised. Many generals who looked at Yi Ran frowning a little. At this time, he had already soothed his eyebrows. The eyes on Yi Ran were much less. Yi Xiaoguo saw all this in his eyes. The corners of his mouth were raised imperceptibly.
Now that everyone is here, let's start. After watching Yi Ran sit down,
Yi Xiaoguo didn't talk nonsense and rang the bell beside him directly.
As the bell rang,
a white light emitted from the conference room. The huge conference table began to levitate. There were originally a few empty seats. A curtain of particle light began to appear. With the random combination of particles, several burly phantoms appeared on the conference table.
Lao Yi, what are you doing this time to call everyone so together? A phantom slowly spoke. Yi Ran followed the sound. The phantom was extremely clear. A man reclined in a chair.
One hand was placed behind the back of the chair.
The other hand is on the table, bored and kept flipping something on his fingers.
This kind of swinging and unrestrained sitting posture seems out of place among a group of high-level military officials who are sitting upright. On the originally handsome and resolute face, there was a scar from the corner of the eye to the chin.
Shocking.
At first glance, he is a battle-hardened general.
General Yang, please pay attention to your sitting posture.
A man with a feminine face and neatly dressed.
Leng Buting reminded.
He pushed his eyes, his gaze flashing with disgust in the gaze covered by the back of his hand. It's okay if this feminine man doesn't say it. As soon as he said that, the man who was called General Yang exploded his hair. He turned his head, pointed to the feminine man's nose and scolded.
Yang Wanlu, you bitch, it's okay if I didn't look for you, jump out yourself?
Why haven't the military supplies you asked for half a month ago not in place yet?
Yang Wanlu looked at General Yang, who was exploding, but still pushed his eyes and said lukewarmly.
Military supplies also need to be planned plan as a whole, General Yang will overcome it for the time being. I overcame your mother's head. Let me tell you, I have a soldier who died because of inadequate logistics, and I will dismantle your logistics department when I go back. Hearing this, Yi Ran was a little stunned.
Seemed to feel Yi Ran stunned.
Zhang Dongyang, who had just said hello on the side, smiled and whispered to Yi Ran. The battle sequence and the logistics sequence quarrel, the military department is an old tradition, you just get used to it.
Yi Ran heard Zhang Dongyang's explanation and smiled. He couldn't interject this. As long as it didn't affect Lan Moyan's entry into the battle mountain, he could say anything. At this time, Yang Wanlu ignored the phantom general who was scolding. Instead, he turned his head to look at Yi Shaoguo. That silent expression. There is an attitude of your people and you deal with it. Yi Shaoguo was silent for a moment. Then he said, okay, Yang Zichang, if you don't have enough supplies to find me, I will give your troops approval. After hearing this, the general named Yang Zichang turned his head and pointed at Yang Wanlu. Why, our battle order expedition still has to eat our own reserves. Why not come out of their logistics sequence? Okay, Yang Zichang, I'm not discussing this today. Yi Shaoguo looked at Yang Zichang and did not give up. The tone and attitude were a little tougher. Seeing Yi Shaoguo's attitude,
Yang Zichang sat in his seat angrily, but he didn't raise a high profile again, just staring at the table by himself, not knowing what he was thinking. This General Yang is. Yi Ran looked at Yang Zichang and said softly to Zhang Dongyang on the side. Zhang Dongyang pushed his eyes and explained to Yi Ran. General Yang Zichang, the high-level combat power of the military headquarters, is called the Furnace of Eternity, the Killing General, but everyone seems to prefer his other nickname, General Demon Slaughter. Zhang Dongyang said, paused. Because of his resume, there is nothing else, only the extermination of monsters. General Yang is also the general who currently has the largest number of monsters killed in the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Yang Zichang. On the resolute face, there is a scar that runs through the face. Let this Demon Slaughter general add a bit of slaughter. Okay, now the topic officially begins. The farce has just subsided. Yi Shaoguo began to preside over the meeting. He looked around and said, there is only one thing that summons everyone here this time, and that is to open the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain Monument. The top management of the military department began to communicate with each other. Erect a monument on the Mountain of War? Haven't I heard of any soldiers from the military department who have made great contributions and died recently? Don't look at me, my subordinates have been conducting actual combat exercises recently, and there has been no expedition. My subordinates have been resting for almost 3 months. Although my warriors are on an expedition, they are all small devil caves, and piercing the sky means slaughtering some diamond-level monsters, which is not reachable. Say so. This time it is not the people of the military department who want to erect a monument. It won't be Lan Moyan who has just been righteous. According to the merits, Lan Moyan is indeed qualified. It's not a question of whether you're qualified or not. Yes, since the completion of the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain, except for the first generation, no one from the military department can enter the battle mountain. TSK. Let's see what General Yi says. The generals exchanged opinions with each other. One by one, he glanced at Yi Shaoguo. Yi Shaoguo turned his head and looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran, come up. Yi Ran walked to Yi Shaoguo's side. He understood and opened the void tips prepared by Bai Su before. A white gem floated out. As the energy of the white gem continues to flicker, gradually, a beam of light appeared. Lan Moyan's appearance appeared in this beam of light. Yi Shaoguo looked at Lan Moyan's light and shadow. Then he turned his head to look at all the top officials of the military department. What I propose today is to let the attack-heavy weapon, the Dragon Kingdom Sword God Lan Moyan, erect a monument on the battle mountain. He stood up, holding the table with open hands, looking at all the high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom present. Who is in favor of you, who is against? Yi Shaoguo is burly. After standing up, with a sense of condescending oppression, all the generals fell silent. Yang Zichang took the lead in breaking the silence. He dug out his ears and said, don't say anything? Then I'll say, I agree. Lan Moyan's matter, in terms of merit, is enough to enter the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain. With Yang Zichang's speech, the generals on this side of the order of battle also responded. Yes, killing the Eternal Night Demon God alone is definitely a major disaster for the human race. Lan Moyan's sacrifice is completely in line with the spirit of the monument of the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain. It's a pity that I haven't seen Lan Moyan's youthful demeanor before. Lan Moyan is worthy of being a national hero. Just when the generals of the order of battle agreed, discordant voices also slowly appeared. In the logistics sequence, Yang Wanlu, who had previously disliked Yang Zichang, said, however, it seems that Dragon Kingdom Zhanshan has never accepted people who are not from the military department, right? Yang Wanlu just spoke. Yang Zichang scolded directly. You put your mother's bullshit. Have you ever worshipped the monuments of those pioneers on Zhan Mountain or what? They are all from the military department? You also know that those are the pioneers of the Dragon Kingdom. Yang Wanlu replied toughly, and then he looked up again
at Yi Shaogua.
General Yi, if you think that Lan Moyan's historical status is comparable to those pioneers of the Dragon Kingdom, then I have nothing to say.
If you can't compare, then you let other family members of heroes who are not in the military but also sacrifice for the country. What do you think and think? If they propose to erect a monument on Zhan Mountain, will they also have to erect it? Yang Wanliu's speech let the originally hot atmosphere fall into embarrassment again.
Some generals also looked up at Yi Shaogua, seemingly agreeing with Yang Wanliu's idea. Yi Shaogua looked at all this silently. When the military department was first established, the system deliberately sets up a relationship between the battle sequence and the logistics sequence to compete with each other. Originally, the original intention of the pioneers of the military department was to prevent the power of the military department from being completely concentrated, ensure the absolute purity of the military department.
Let the military department always belong to the Dragon Kingdom rather than to the individual.
This system did work very well in the beginning, but slowly with the continuous development of the two parties. At the meeting, it slowly formed that as long as the other party agreed, we would unconditionally choose to oppose it. The originally good system has slowly evolved into a mutual struggle between the two parties.
Many issues of the military department gradually became stillborn in debates.
This also led to the military being stagnant for a period of time.
But fortunately, the rise of ordinary scientists in Wang Jipeng's department.
This gradually changed the discussion of the military department from a two-party argument to a three-legged situation. The decision of the military department has also changed from a dispute between the two sides to a tripartite voting mechanism. It is precisely this mechanism that emerges. Only then did the military gradually return to the right track and develop rapidly. It even created a miraculous city of the future. Yi Shaogua looked at Yang Wanliu. Yang Wanliu's reason is, to be honest, a bit of a steel concept,
but he also understood that Yang Wanliu was just rebutting on behalf of their forces. I'm not reasoning with you at all. So he didn't explain too much to Yang Wanliu. Instead, he asked Yang Wanliu, can you represent what In Haisheng means? Yang Wanliu nodded and said, General Wright has already said before the retreat that I am fully responsible for all affairs. Yi Shaogua didn't bother to talk nonsense and said to everyone, no need to discuss, just start voting. According to the usual practice, a majority will pass.
Yang Wanliu had no words, just glanced at Wang Jipeng deeply. A golden pillar of light appeared in front of each general. Everyone stretched out their hands into the pillar of light. Subsequently, the big screen began to count the votes. The number of votes for and against is shown after the value of 18:0. At 18:0, the agenda was passed, and the highest resolution of the military department agreed to Lan Moyan erecting a monument on Zhan Mountain, and this agenda was passed. Yi Shaogua sounded the hammer. Seeing this number of votes, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment.
The two sequences led by Yi Shaogua and Wang Jipeng voted in favor of him understanding. But isn't the logistics sequence of Yang Wanliu's representative still questioned? How did it pass unanimously?
After the proposal was passed, Yi Shaogua looked at Yang Wanliu.
Before Yi Shaogua could say anything, Yang Wanliu said directly, after the meeting, our logistics sequence will specially dispatch personnel to complete the affairs of the Battle Mountain Monument. Okay, then everything depends on the brothers in the logistics sequence.
Yi Shaogua nodded and said,
General Zhuo can rest assured that the logistics sequence will put down all the work at hand and make every effort to promote this project.
Yang Wanliu said, stretching out 3 fingers, 3 days. 3 days can't be completed. Military law disposal. Looking at Yang Wanliu's extremely cooperative appearance, Yi Ran glanced at Yang Wanliu with some surprise. 1 second he was still strongly opposing, but the next second he issued a military order. Not to mention, I thought that Yang Wanliu was the one who was extremely in favor of the Zhanshan Monument project. Why does this high-level military meeting feel so torn?
Seemed to sense Yi Ran's gaze, Yang Wanliu turned his head and smiled kindly at Yi Ran. Okay, everyone, is there anything else?
Yi Shaogua's voice came.
Yang Wanliu spoke directly.
General Yi is still an old problem before. In the past 3 years, in the process of counting the proportion of casualties of soldiers, we have found that the proportion of missing soldiers is increasing, and in the past 2 months, it has accounted for 10% of the total number of casualties, which is extremely unreasonable. Not only that, but in the statistics of equipment battle losses in the military department, the number of missing equipment continues to rise.
Yang Wanliu is still reporting. Yang Zicheng exploded directly. Yang Wanliu, what do you mean? Are you suspecting that our order of battle is sneaking around an ignorant people and not equipping it?
Yang Wanliu looked at Yang Zicheng, not angry, just pushed his eyes, said coldly, there is currently no evidence to prove that it is, and there is no evidence to prove that it is not, and if it really is, I don't mind sending you to a military court with my own hands.
Enough. Watching the smell of gunpowder get stronger and stronger.
Yi Shaogua scolded and stopped these problems. He rubbed his temples and looked at Yang Wanliu. This matter will be discussed later, and if there are no other problems, the meeting will be adjourned. All the generals looked at each other. another. Subsequently, they left the conference room one after another.
The meeting has just ended.
Yi Ran heard a voice from his side.
You are what General Yi said. You can be worthy of a little teacher of 5 divisions, right? Yi Ran followed the sound.
At this time, Yang Wanlu stood beside him with a smile.
He held out his palm. Hello, my name is Yang Wanlu. Thank you for your proposal to usher in another hero in the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain. Listening to what Yang Wanlu said, Yi Ran was a little stunned.
Don't worry, the military department only has the military headquarters, no factions.
Yang Wanlu looked at Yi Ran with a smile. But, Yi Ran looked at Yang Wanlu. After all, Yang Wanlu was the #1 element who opposed Lan Moyan's entry into the battle mountain and erected a monument before. Are you surprised? Yang Wanlu looked at Yi Ran and interrupted what Yi Ran wanted to say. He seemed to have guessed Yi Ran's thoughts. The solitary yin does not grow, the solitary yang does not grow. The military needs to move forward dialectically in different voices, and those bloody stunned people who only know how to fight and kill don't understand. Then, he looked at Yi Ran with a smile. I oppose it because of my duty, and I support it because I am a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, which is not a conflict. In short, it's nice to meet you, and there are many opportunities for us to meet in the future. Yang Wanlu nodded to Yi Xiaoguo, who was walking over, nodded in gesture, then turned around and left the conference room.
Yi Ran was left with a capable figure.
What did that kid tell you?
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yang Wanliu's back and asked. Yi Ran slowed down and shook his head.
He said it was nice to meet me.
Yi Xiaoguo glanced at Yi Ran and then smiled.
Did he tell you why he did this?
Yi Ran looked up at Yi Xiaoguo. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran's expression and smiled helplessly.
That stinky boy. I really think the battle sequence is all Yang Zicheng's big boss.
Yi Xiaoguo shook his head, looked at Yi Ran and said, that stinky boy is the successor hand-picked by the right general of the Dragon Kingdom, a cold-blooded animal without blood. However, as soon as Yi Xiaoguo finished scolding, he said to Yi Ran, but he's not bad. It's no harm for you to walk around with that guy a little more in the future.
Yi Ran looked at Yi Xiaoguo.
A second ago, he was tearing his head in the conference room.
The next second, they are holding each other's fields. This military department is much more interesting than he imagined.
Yi Xiaoguo looked at the look in Yi Ran's eyes,
showed an imperceptible smile. He communicated with Bai Su,
so he was extremely confident.
Yi Ran is a person who is willing to stand up for injustice and fight for the weak. Well, definitely like everything the military department is now. Because Zhang Hedong fooled over like this.
Yi Xiaoguo thought of an old man who was still sitting in the Yi family in Jinling waiting for his precious son to return.
The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly.
Subsequently, Yi Xiaoguo said, okay, now that the topic is over, you come to the office with me first and your study tour will officially begin.
Okay, General Yi. Yi Ran nodded.
He followed Yi Xiaoguo to the office. Yi Ran, who had just entered the office, looked around.
There is no decoration here.
There are only books, a strategic map, a sand table, and a wooden chair and a bed.
And looking at the traces of use of these items, it is definitely not a decoration and a show. It is an object that is really used all year round.
Yi Ran was a little surprised.
Because this office is a bit too different from the office of the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom military department. Even feels a little shabby. Sit down, Yi Ran. Yi Ran sat down.
The soldiers around him took advantage of the situation to hand over tea to Yi Ran.
After leaving, I took the door.
Yi Xiaoguo brushed the heat of the tea with the tea lid and bowed his head and said, before, you have already seen Li Wancheng and his bloody team.
Yi Ran looked at Yi Xiaoguo. I have to say that the military department is really full of talents.
Okay, don't flatter them. The level of those 4 cubs is genius in front of the public, but the gap is very big compared to your students.
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran and then said, at today's meeting, did you hear the question of the proportion of military personnel and equipment that Yang Wanlu said? Yi Ran nodded. What do you think?
When Yi Ran heard Yi Xiaoguo ask, he was suddenly a little stunned. He has only been in the military headquarters for less than 12 hours.
Besides being able to see with your eyes, how else can you see?
Yi Xiaoguo continued.
This is the proposition that the military department has assigned you on this study tour. When the time comes, you will be responsible for leading the Scarlet team and your students to help me find this answer.
I will give you my warrant, which can pass through all military authorities.
Yi Ran was stunned. He looked at Yi Xiaoguo and really wanted to ask if the left general of the Dragon Kingdom had not taken medicine today. The Dragon Kingdom military headquarters is a behemoth in the whole world. You let a few people who are less than platinum investigate the platinum of this kind of force? General Yi, isn't this a bit sloppy? Not sloppy, I believe you.
Yi Xiaoguo cherished words like gold and didn't explain anything to Yi Ran at all.
But the attitude is extremely clear.
It's you, it's you, it's you. Yi Xiaoguo's attitude made Yi Ran a little big-headed.
General Yi, why don't you find someone from the military headquarters? I can't believe it.
Hearing this, Yi Ran's pupils shrank slightly.
Immediately said,
you suspect that there are rats inside the military headquarters? Yi Xiaoguo's face was grim, and he said seriously, this is not a suspicion. Without internal people, this kind of thing is simply simply impossible to do. Hearing this, Yi Ran no longer wanted to ask. At this time, he just wanted to take this Dragon State Left General to see the doctor. Good guy, the task has risen directly from exploring the sinking disease of the military headquarters to the height of picketing the ghosts in the military headquarters. Or is it an insider that even the core high level of the military department can't find out? What, are you kidding? Are you really afraid that if the insider hasn't been found out, I'll be folded in? Or are you planning to laugh the ghost to death with this? Don't worry, I will let Li Wanqing follow you throughout the whole process, and your safety will be protected. Seemed to see Yi Ran's speechlessness, Yi Xiaoguo said. Is there any more problem? What if I can't find out anything? Yi Ran looked at Yi Xiaoguo. This sentence is tempting. Is also telling Yi Xiaoguo, for this matter, it's okay to go through the scene. But if it's really hard enough to gnaw, I'm going to lie flat and rot. Yi Xiaoguo was not surprised. He seemed to be able to guess that Yi Ran would say this. You come with me, Yi Xiaoguo said, while placing his hand on the floor. With the transmission of the mechanism, a deep hole in the ground unfolded in front of the two of them. After Yi Xiaoguo finished speaking, he walked down, followed by Yi Ran. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two came to a secret room. This secret room is Snow White. In the secret room, there was a young man lying there. It seemed to hear footsteps. The young man jumped up in an instant. He ran frantically towards the sound of footsteps. As a result, after encountering the energy barrier of the secret room, it bounced back. This is, the figures of Yi Xiaoguo and Yi Ran came out of the darkness. After seeing Yi Xiaoguo and the two, the man's expression became even more excited. He got up again. While roaring, he rushed towards the two of them. Then it was bounced off by the barrier again. Yi Ran looked carefully at the young man in front of him. The long-term grinning of the teeth seemed to make the muscles of the young man's face begin to solidify. The eyes are extremely empty. Speechless, could only roar in a low voice. It feels less like a person and more like a beast. Most importantly, on this man, he was wearing the uniform of the military department. In terms of epaulets, or a colonel in the military department. A military colonel under the age of 30. This person, you should have heard of his name. Yi Xiaoguo's voice came behind Yi Ran. His voice was low and his mood didn't seem to be very good. His name is Zhang Hedong. There was a sudden change at home, so I took a day off. Everyone take care of your body and try not to stay up late, babies. Zhang Hedong? Yi Ran blurted out. How could this name not be known? The star student of the Magic Capital High Martial Arts Academy, the genius among geniuses. With superb talent and strong perseverance, the geniuses of the sect family could not raise their heads. The idol of hundreds of millions of civilian students. Yi Ran stared carefully at Zhang Hedong, who was lying on the ground. Long-term muscle stiffness. Let the originally high-spirited, handsome Zhang Hedong become a little out of phase. But in careful comparison, it is still recognizable. The last time Yi Ran saw Zhang Hedong couldn't pay back the two sects he fought alone. Countless representatives of forces stood on the rostrum of the Monster Academy. In order to snatch Zhang Hedong away, he blushed. Zhang Hedong at that time was high-spirited, handsome and dashing. What a proud young man in the world. But now, this is, what's going on? Yi Ran looked at Yi Xiaoguo in some astonishment. Yi Xiaoguo stared at Zhang Hedong and said, Number 35473, a beheading operation launched by the military headquarters against the horror Demon King, and Zhang Hedong was the person in charge of that operation. Before this operation, Zhang Hedong and others surveyed the terrain several months in advance and studied the character and shortcomings of the Demon King. The beheading operation that was originally prepared to be foolproof, but the final result was that it was surrounded by the Demon King, and only one of the members of the beheading operation escaped back, and that was Zhang Hedong. When Zhang Hedong came back, it was normal, and after the examination by the medical department, all the vital signs were normal. But slowly, Zhang Hedong was absent-minded in his daily work, and he didn't want to practice. Subsequently, we found that Zhang Hedong began to become a little tyrannical, often physically punishing young soldiers. After that, the military department imprisoned Zhang Hedong, but Zhang Hedong actually broke out of the confinement and was so tyrannical that he attacked the soldiers around him indiscriminately. As a last resort, we detained Zhang Hedong and treated him at the same time. In this process, Zhang Hedong's consciousness did not improve, but began to become more vague, and his behavior became more like a beast. Some time ago, when Zhang Hedong was alone with me, he woke up once, and he told me 3 words. The first sentence is that there are moles in the military. The second sentence is to pay more attention to the soldiers who have been injured by him. Speaking of this, Yi Xiaoguo stopped, just looked at Zhang Hedong without speaking. Yi Ran couldn't help but ask, what about the last sentence? Listening to Yi Ran's question, Yi Xiaoguo, who has never shown his expression, has a face full of sadness. The last sentence is, kill him. Yi Ran looked at this genius who came out of the magic martial arts in a daze. At this time, Zhang Hedong was lying on the ground. His mouth was humming and breathing, and saliva flowed down his mouth. For a while, Yi Ran also felt inexplicably sad in his heart. A generation of Tianzhou has fallen to the point of begging for death, which is really embarrassing. So, what about
about the soldiers Zhang Hedong injured? Yi Ran looked up at Yi Xiaoguo.
Yi Xiaoguo was silent for a moment and said, "At first I thought that Zhang Hedong was a little guilty that he had hurt his comrades, but I found that these soldiers, like Zhang Hedong, began to become tyrannical, irritable, and attack others. Compared with Zhang Hedong, the symptoms are relatively mild. Some of these soldiers have also been detained by us, and their current situation is similar to Zhang Hedong's, but their strength is weaker and they do not need to be controlled separately.
As long as the rest go through the expedition, all the soldiers without exception will disappear. Not only that, Zhang Hedong's current changes have also begun to become weird."
Saying that, Yi Xiaoguo stretched out his finger slightly. Blood-red energy began to condense on the fingers. Zhang Hedong, who was still lying on the ground humming,
"It's like smelling something," jumped up directly. The eyes began to turn red. The tiger's teeth actually began to grow.
The nails also began to become slender and sharp.
The whole person looked even more hideous and crazy, like a beast. With Zhang Hedong's roar, he just disappeared. Bang! Zhang Hedong appeared directly in front of the barrier in the next second. Hit the barrier hard. Huge impact. Set off ripples on the defensive barrier. Zhang Hedong was bounced out again. But in the air,
Zhang Hedong abruptly stopped his retreating trend.
Bang!
The huge force once again rippled on the barrier.
Bang, 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 bang.
Zhang Hedong is like a tireless beast, stared at the blood-colored energy in Yi Xiaoguo's hand and launched a charge. Even if the nails are cracked,
the bones hit the wrong place. It's as if you don't know the pain. Crashing into the barrier frantically. Roar, roar.
Looking at Zhang Hedong, who was hit and bleeding, Yi Xiaoguo withdrew his energy. As if he couldn't bear to look at it again, he turned his head.
"Haven't tried purification or treatment?" Yi Ran couldn't help but ask.
"I've tried it. Purification and treatment have no effect on Zhang Hedong," Yi Xiaoguo said in a deep voice. He looked at Yi Ran, his eyes fell into memories. "Yi Ran, do you know that when the military recruited Zhang Hedong, we once gave Zhang Hedong a sum of money, and Zhang Hedong gave it all to his mother? As a result, Zhang Hedong's mother insisted on returning the money to the military department when I picked him up.
She said she didn't want money, she just wanted me to take care of her children."
As Yi Xiaoguo spoke, his voice began to become low.
"Zhang Hedong's mother is an ordinary person, and that money is an amount she can't earn in her lifetime.
She didn't want it, she didn't even look at it, she didn't want the glory and wealth of several lifetimes, she just wanted her son's peace."
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran and said in a low voice,
"Yi Ran, I am not a benevolent person. As a general, I can accept that my soldiers include me dying on the battlefield. However, I can't accept that my soldiers, my people, are dying in confinement for no reason. I can't accept my soldiers, I lie on the ground like a beast, and when I am awake, I beg me to kill him."
Yi Xiaoguo's breath was a little angry and a little sad.
Yi Ran was silent for a moment. Then, he looked up, said to Yi Xiaoguo, "General Yi, can you open the ban? I want to see Zhang Hedong." Yi Xiaoguo was stunned for a moment, and asked again as if he hadn't heard clearly. Yi Ran replied firmly, "General Yi, open the barrier, I want to get close to Zhang Hedong."
"Do you know how dangerous Zhang Hedong's current state is?"
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran.
Yi Ran nodded. "I know." "Then you, General Yi, let me in, maybe I can save him."
Yi Ran's voice is not high, but it is extremely calm.
"With General Yi and you, Zhang Hedong can't hurt anyone, right?"
Yi Ran continued. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the calm and serious Yi Ran, and pondered for a moment.
If it were someone else, he might just say no.
But just not long ago, he witnessed Yi Ran's teaching miracle with his own eyes.
Perhaps there is really a way?
Yi Xiaoguo's eyes flashed with hope. Then he silently put his palm on the mechanism.
The invisible barrier disappeared in an instant.
It seems to sense that the barrier is disappearing.
Zhang Hedong roared angrily, rushed over like a beast again.
Buzz! For red blood mists rose, directly wrapped around Zhang Hedong's limbs. The red blood mist was like a chain, trapped Zhang Hedong's limbs, suspended Zhang Hedong in the air. No matter how Zhang Hedong struggled, there was no way to break free. Yi Ran stepped forward. He looked up at Zhang Hedong suspended in the air and muttered to himself, "We met before, do you remember me?" In response to Yi Ran, there was only a beast-like roar. Yi Ran silently observed Zhang Hedong. At this point, the panel of the system has bounced up. Zhang Hedong, in chaos, male, 30 years old. Ability awakening, S-level ability light monarch. Advantages, intelligent, tenacious, no shortcomings, strong comprehensive ability. Disadvantages, broken own rules, delirium, abnormal body abnormalities, contagious and extremely aggressive to energy. Guidance plan, it is necessary to use a perfect rule system to guide it to reshape the rules. Yi Ran looked at the introduction of the system, looked at Zhang Hedong who was baring his teeth and claws. No wonder it was said before that neither treatment nor purification worked. It was not a curse at all, and it didn't hurt anything. It is the result of the disorder and collapse of its own rules. It's like a complete and smooth flow line. Directly put the production lathe in the last sequence. Put the packaging of the goods on the first sequence.
The entire assembly line is not broken, and there is no limit to electricity.
But it just can't function properly. Yi Ran, be careful. useful. If it really doesn't work, withdraw it. Yi Xiaoguo watched Yi Ran and Zhang Hedong getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but say, after all, Yi Ran is his good nephew, it's okay to give it a try, but there must be no mistakes. If he was really planted here, how would he face Bai Su and his good brother? The military has hired the best treatment team and the best purifier, and they can't do anything. It doesn't matter. Yi Ran signaled Yi Xiaoguo to rest assured, then boldly took a few steps closer to Zhang Hedong. Yi Ran. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoguo's pupils shrank, and he was about to use his ability to pull Yi Ran out. Zhang Hedong looked at Yi Ran, who was walking towards him, and roared, "The intention of the attack is self-evident. Don't yell, be quiet." Yi Ran stepped forward directly and put his palm on Zhang Hedong's chest. At this time, Yi Ran had confidence in his eyes. If purification and treatment may not be good at it, but if the law returns to normal, there may be no one in the world who has more say than him, because his own body is the most perfect regular sequence. Innate Taoist body, open, centered on Yi Ran's palm on Zhang Hedong's chest, began to escape bursts of ripples, although Yi Xiaoguo could still see Yi Ran standing here alive with his eyes. But in terms of feeling, Yi Ran began to slowly become blurry until it finally disappeared completely. It's like being one with heaven and earth. This is... Yi Xiaoguo was stunned for a moment, driven by Yi Ran's ability. Yi Xiaoguo instantly felt that the 4 blood mist chains he used to bind Zhang Hedong. I can't bind my target anymore. At this time, Zhang Hedong's body, at the moment when he was touched by Yi Ran, the body began to assimilate, slowly disappeared from perception. Since Yi Xiaoguo was just to restrict Zhang Hedong, the 4 blood mist chains are not very forceful. At this moment, the blood mist chain lost its target, causing Zhang Hedong's wrist to fall off. Yi Xiaoguo saw this, his pupils shrank slightly, and he was about to step forward to save people. As a result, a scene that shocked him even more happened. At this time, Zhang Hedong, my whole body began to twitch. The breath began to become extremely chaotic. Zhang Hedong's eyes, mouth, nose, ears, and even fingers began to be constantly misaligned. It gives people. It seems as if the misspelled blocks are being reassembled. Yi Xiaoguo was completely stunned. After so many years of fighting on the battlefield, this is the first time he has seen. Could it be that my nephew, who is a good nephew, really has a way? Looking at this strange scene, Yi Xiaoguo no longer stepped forward, but looked at Yi Ran with a hopeful face. At this time, Yi Ran, looking at the constantly restructuring Zhang Hedong, sweat has flowed from the temples. Ji, still a little overestimated his strength. Zhang Hedong as a diamond-level S-level demon. This strength is really like a surging river in sea. Compared with Zhang Hedong, he is like a small pond. At this time, Yi Ran, I feel like there is a sense of difficulty in a small horse-drawn cart. Just when Yi Ran felt struggling, a palm was attached to his back. With the power on this palm, Yi Ran felt like he was plugged into a power bank, with a gushing force pouring into the body. Yi Ran's eyes burst out with light. The innate Taoist body began to play its role without limit. Zhang Hedong's whole body convulsions began to become crazy. With an inexplicable voice, Yi Ran and Zhang Hedong lost contact. Zhang Hedong was thrown to the ground heavily, and at this time, Yi Ran also sat on the ground panting, overestimating oneself. Just guiding is almost tiring to the point of disconnection. As a wave of energy poured into Yi Ran's body again, Yi Ran then slowed down and stood up. How is it? Yi Xiaoguo, who had finished transmitting energy to Yi Ran, looked at Zhang Hedong and asked Yi Ran. There shouldn't be any big problems. Yi Ran looked at Zhang Hedong with a smile, panting and laughing. At this time, Zhang Hedong, although he fainted, however, on the face, there is no longer the ferocity like before. The nails on the fingers and the fangs on the teeth have also deteriorated to the point where they are no different from ordinary people. Even people have become a lot more handsome, especially the breath. It was no longer as chaotic and crazy as before. Looking at Zhang Hedong's return to normal, Yi Xiaoguo's expression became excited. He looked at Yi Ran deeply. Zhang Hedong's affairs, no matter how many high-ranking people they have hired in their military department, they can't solve it. The result was solved by Yi Ran. My little nephew is much more mysterious than I imagined. It seems that I still underestimate my nephew. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran. The eyes became extremely firm. Even if it offends Bai Su and the head of the Yi family, at all costs, be sure to leave Yi Ran in the military headquarters. Yi Ran, who was resting, stood up, walked towards Zhang Hedong. He looked at the fainting Zhang Hedong. There was suspicion in his eyes. Then he stretched out his palm, extremely accurately grabbed from the back of Zhang Hedong's neck. A crystal with a flashing blue light appeared in Yi Ran's hand. This is... Yi Ran squinted his eyes and carefully observed the blue crystal. The energy emanating from this crystal. It was extremely chaotic and insane. It made him feel uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. Yi Xiaoguo saw this, took the blue crystal from Yi Ran's hand, carefully examining the moment, gently and forcefully crush one of the corners, knead it into powder, and place it on the back of the hand. The red blood mist power instantly burst, directly burned the powder to ashes. Yi Xiaoguo gently leaned over and smelled the burnt blood
blue smoke and said, "This is the crystallization of the chaos beetle, a unique insect in the chaos cave." Subsequently, Yi Xiaoguo frowned slightly. Strange, before coming here, Zhang Hedong had conducted various tests. Why has this crystallization never been found? Feeling that Yi Xiaoguo looked at himself suspiciously, Yi Ran replied, "It really wasn't before, but after Zhang Hedong's own rules returned to normal, this thing appeared abruptly. Is it possible that this thing was implanted into Zhang Hedong's aura rules through some means, and then caused Zhang Hedong's riot?" Yi Xiaoguo listened to Yi Ran's analysis. After a moment of contemplation, "What you said is possible, you can verify it." After Yi Xiaoguo finished speaking, he walked to the wall of the secret room, then he gently tapped the device attached to the wall. A voice came out, "General Yi, come to the 101 secret room with fewer people and move faster." "Okay, General Yi." Yi Xiaoguo just finished speaking. Several military doctors in white coats came to the secret room. These people moved extremely quickly, divided labor with each other, and attached dense instruments to Zhang Hedong's body. Heart rate, normal. Blood pressure, normal. Body temperature, normal. Pulse, normal. Blood oxygen saturation, normal. Physical signs, everything is normal. The other team came directly to Zhang Hedong's side. One of the leaders stretched out his palm and placed it on Zhang Hedong's face. A green light escaped from the man's hand, attached to Zhang Hedong's whole body. Power cycle, normal. Ability activity, normal. Consciousness acuity, normal. Then, the man turned his head. He saluted Yi Xiaoguo. "Report to General Yi, Colonel Zhang is currently in normal situation, and he can fully recover after a period of rest," the man said, with shock in his eyes. The rest of the medical staff were also constantly checking the values on Zhang Hedong's body. Obviously, none of them believed in the situation in front of them. Yi Xiaoguo heard this, finally showed a long-lost smile, and then introduced to Yi Ran. "This is my exclusive medical officer, Li House, and his savior. I don't dare to do it, everything is just the general's own willpower." Li House nodded modestly, then he shook hands with Yi Ran in a friendly way. Yi Ran looked at the military doctor. His facial features are extremely three-dimensional, his heroic jawline, and his big eyes are piercing. It feels like a mixed-race race. Seemed to feel Yi Ran's gaze. Li House smiled friendly, then turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoguo. "If there's nothing to do, I'll leave first." Yi Xiaoguo looked at Li Haosi and said with a smile, "Are you in a hurry?" Li Haosi was thought about by Yi Xiaoguo, but he was not embarrassed, but nodded seriously. "I'm really anxious. This kind of miracle can't be seen at any time. One less second is a blasphemy against the goddess of life." Li House said, turned his head to look at Zhang Hedong again. There was a kind of longing in his eyes. It's like a traveler who has been waiting in the desert for a long time and finally finds a water source. No matter how Yi Ran looked at it, he felt that this product was not looking at a patient, but looking at a delicious dish. "Okay, take it back." "Okay, General Yi. However, only testing is allowed." Yi Xiaoguo looked at Li House, with a serious look in his eyes. "Then I can take a little." "Absolutely do not move." "Okay." Seeing that Li Hao agreed, Yi Xiaoguo nodded. "Take Zhang Hedong back to recuperate, remember, absolutely confidential." Lao Tai, "Okay, learn less strange dialects next time." "Received, General Yi, I'm leaving." Li Haosi was not interested by Yi Xiaoguo's words, and then greeted his people to carry Zhang Hedong away. Looking at the backs of these military doctors leaving, Yi Ran suddenly felt a little cold. "Are you sure there is no problem?" Yi Xiaoguo smiled. "Don't worry, although Li House is a little crazy about this research, he will definitely not disobey my orders." "He is a mixed race?" Yi Ran couldn't help but ask. After all, it is really novel to see mixed race in the military headquarters. Yi Xiaoguo nodded. "Yes, Li Haosi is a hybrid of the Dragon Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom, and was once a member of the Alliance of Extraordinary Talents before." "General Yi, don't worry, anyone in the entire military department can be a spy, only he Li House can't be." Looking at Yi Ran's confused eyes, Yi Xiaoguo continued to explain. "After all, Li House is on the top wanted list of the beautiful country. The ranking even surpasses many extraordinary people. The beautiful country even wants to kill Li House, just guarantee to kill him." Speaking of this, the corners of Yi Xiaoguo's mouth rose slightly, as if he thought of something funny. This guy once pierced a pair of ears for the top executive of the Alliance of Extraordinary People, and that top executive is a notoriously retributive person. Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. This shouldn't be. This product is with the annihilation laser cannon developed by the Alliance of Superpowers. He was stitching up the wound on the neck of the top executive, and then on a whim, he wanted to test whether the cannon was effective in suturing the wounds of the transcendent. If it weren't for the top executive hiding so fast that he only scratched his ears, he might be dead by now. That's reasonable," Yi Ran muttered to himself. Seeing Yi Ran speak like this, Yi Xiaoguo smiled secretly. Yi Ran has unknowingly begun to care about the military department and think about the problem from the perspective of the military department. This is a good thing. Now let's talk about the chaos beetle. Yi Xiaoguo said. He took out the blue crystal that was missing a corner again. That chaotic energy made Yi Ran frown. Li Hao has just verified that Zhang Hedong
Hadong's body is now normal, so this thing is the culprit that caused Zhang Hadong to go crazy. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the blue crystal and slowly analyzed.
Now there is a question, what kind of technique can cause this crystal to integrate into Zhang Hadong's body so that we can't find out at all?
Yi Ran looked at the blue crystal.
Then he spoke. Since you can't figure it out, you don't have to think about it. Hearing Yi Ran say this, Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran. What do you say? Yi Ran asked.
Where are the soldiers who were injured by Zhang Hadong? They should all have those blue crystals on their bodies. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Yi Xiaoguo's eyes narrowed slightly.
Do you want all these warriors to return to normal? But what if after all the warriors return to normal, there is still no way to study this implantation technique? Why do we study this technique? Yi Ran asked rhetorically, then continued.
The enemy's goal is to throw the soldiers into chaos, and we can just destroy their targets.
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran. Did you deliberately plan for you to do this so that the enemy would know?
Yi Ran nodded. Now the enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. Since the military department has tried hard to find out, it is better to destroy their plan with great fanfare, so that naturally someone will jump out and make a move. As long as someone makes a move, there will be traces.
Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran, his eyes flashing with brilliance. At that time, the person who goes to you first may be behind the scenes?
Yi Ran nodded, acquiescing to Yi Xiaoguo's conjecture.
In this way, you will be in danger,
Yi Xiaoguo said. Yi Ran did this, completely treating him as a clear target.
If you don't do it, aren't the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom more dangerous?
Yi Ran looked at Yi Xiaoguo and smiled helplessly.
If I hadn't seen Zhang Hadong, I would never have made this request.
Looking at Yi Ran's smile, the corners of Yi Xiaoguo's mouth also rose slightly.
There seems to be an indescribable tacit understanding between the two men.
Just do what you think. Tomorrow we will start treating the soldiers, and when the time comes, I will help you build momentum.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. Yi Ran nodded.
Go, when the time comes, I will let Li Wancheng find you, and he is fully responsible for your safety.
Yi Xiaoguo nodded.
Listening to Yi Xiaoguo's words, Yi Ran glanced at the inner wall of the cave and left.
After Yi Ran left,
Yi Xiaoguo was silent for a moment and said,
"Come out, don't hide."
The place where Yi Ran glanced at it before began to shake a little. A strong man covered in rocks walked down from the inner wall of the cave,
slowly transformed into a human form.
It is the shield of the empire, Li Wancheng. At this time, Li Wancheng was not embarrassed, but smiled and flattered. The boss is really powerful. I hid so secretly that you found out. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the direction Yi Ran was leaving.
I'm not the only one.
Listening to Yi Xiaoguo's words, Li Wancheng was stunned for a moment and then waved his hand.
Impossible. How could my ability be grabbed by that kid?
Yi Xiaoguo did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he looked at Li Wancheng.
You also saw what happened before. How is Yi Ran?
When Li Wancheng heard Yi Xiaoguo's question, his expression became rarely serious. Ability, strategy, thought, and quality are all top-notch. This person must stay in the military department, and going anywhere else is our loss. Yi Xiaoguo nodded, and then said seriously,
Li Wancheng, obey the order. Seeing Yi Xiaoguo's serious attitude,
Li Wancheng also put away his hippie smiling expression at this time, and saluted the military salute seriously. I only have one request, protect Yi Ran thoroughly, and if you go on a little errand, you don't have to come back.
Received. Whoever wants to hurt Yi Ran must step over my body. This is more decent.
Yi Xiaoguo nodded in satisfaction. Li Wancheng raised his question at this time.
However, boss, do you really plan to let Yi Ran investigate this matter?
You know, we haven't found out the results of this matter so far. It's definitely not easy for mice to hide so deeply. Yi Xiaoguo was calm and composed.
If you can't find out, you can't find out.
But, Li Wancheng was stunned for a moment. Looking at Yi Xiaoguo, his two big eyes were full of confusion. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Li Wancheng and smiled inscrutably. Yi Ran came down this time, rampage, and he must deal with these high-level officials of the military department. Inevitably, Yi Ran will definitely know a lot of secrets within the military department.
As long as you know enough. Li Wancheng's mind seemed to turn.
He suddenly realized. So you ask Yi Ran to investigate the case secondly, and the point is to make Yi Ran change the shape of the military headquarters in the process of investigating the case? A violent trembling directly hit Li Wancheng's head. You young people, pay attention to what you say. Li Wancheng covered his head in pain and looked at Yi Xiaoguo aggrievedly.
Don't you understand that too?
However, he still did not forget to flatter him.
Boss, hi, it's really high. I've never seen anyone who can kidnap people better than you.
I have never seen a general who can recruit wise men more than you. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Li Wancheng and said,
You don't really think that these things can stop Yi Ran, right?
But, boss, these are just the excuses and steps I left for Yi Ran to block by Su and the others. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the direction Yi Ran was leaving and suddenly asked,
Li Wancheng, you will spend your whole life in the world and you will spend your whole life with one person? Which will you choose?
Li Wancheng was stunned for a moment, not knowing what dumb riddle Yi Xiaoguo was playing.
I didn't know how to answer for a while.
Yi Xiaoguo did not wait for Li Wancheng's answer. Instead, he began to think about the previous communication with Bai Su. Su. Bai Su told him that Yi Ran had questioned. What about those girls? What about the students who were abolished? Can they still see the light? Can their pain, their lives, be explained lightly with just one sentence of chronic illness and old illness? Yi Xiaoguo thought slightly and laughed. Yi Ran's body glowed. Those lights shine in places that everyone can't usually see. The last person who made him feel the same way was called Wang Jipeng. Okay, you should quickly pack up and be a bodyguard for Yi Ran. Yi Xiaoguo turned his head and looked at Li Wancheng. No problem, boss, don't worry, Yi Ran has a little bit of a difference. You have given me my rank. Li Wancheng smiled and patted his chest. Left the secret room, military headquarters, above the corridor. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng, who was following him helplessly. General Li, do you have to follow me 24 hours a day? That's for sure. General Yi has explained, I am the first person responsible for your personal safety, and I can take responsibility for something. But Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran with a smile, and his expression of appreciation was about to overflow. Then you won't even have a chance to go to the toilet alone. Yi Ran said helplessly. What? Didn't I separate myself from you? Yi Ran opened his mouth and finally chose to give up the argument. After all, in order to achieve the goal, he had seen the behavior of treating the extraordinary face as dung. It is more difficult to get Li Wancheng to change his mind with his own few words than to ascend to the sky. How is it? General Yi told you everything? Seeing that Yi Ran had fallen into his persistence, Li Wancheng asked with a smile. Yi Ran nodded helplessly. General Li, you are pitting me into the fire. I dare not say that. General Yi's evaluation of you is worth 5 divisions. How can we be willing to let 5 divisions enter the fire pit? Then Li Wancheng looked up at the sky. It's getting late. Tomorrow General Yi will arrange to concentrate those soldiers for unified treatment. It looks like there's nothing else going on today. Why don't we go see how those cubs are now? Yi Ran suddenly remembered Li Wancheng's scream before jumping off the cliff with him. He muttered to himself, I don't know if they get along well or not. Outside the military headquarters, in the valley, a black shadow and a golden red light and shadow chased each other one after another. The golden red light and shadow were extremely fast, and after a while, they had already come behind the black shadow. The two figures stopped in place instantly. Wang Lu looked at Huang Dongdong standing on his back with a desperate face. His eyes were full of incredulity. At this time, Huang Dongdong looked at Wang Lu with a smile. I caught you, it's your turn to be a ghost. Huang Dongdong instantly turned into a golden red light. Gone. What kind of monster is this? Wang Lu, who is usually taciturn. I couldn't help but complain. Since Wang Dachuan and Anyang shook hands and competed, the four of them began to start various forms of competition with Wang Dachuan and the others. Whether it's healing, strength, defense, control, speed, all the projects they are proud of, all were defeated by Wang Dachuan and others. These little geniuses of the new generation of military departments, from this moment on, recognize the unevenness of the world. Okay, don't make trouble. The barbecue is ready. As a voice sounded, the people scattered in the forest came from all directions to the source of the sound. Chen Wuxin was smiling and holding a small brush that he didn't know where he got it. Roast the whole sheep in place and spread the last barbecue ingredients. And behind Chen Wuxin, nearly 8 dishes and a soup have been made. Xin Lang on the side, holding the slightly charred rabbit legs in his hand, stunned in place. The combat project has not been compared. Even cooking in the wilderness lost? He looked at Chen Wuxin, his expression a little collapsed. Why can someone make 8 dishes and 1 soup in the wilderness? The most important thing is, the cooking tools were all concocted by Chen Wuxin on the spot? Xin Lang looked at the hot meals in front of him, and casually threw away the slightly charred rabbit legs. It's really boring, don't play anymore. Chen Wuxin smiled and looked at the few people in front of him eating, especially the 4 from the military department, not only while eating, but also complaining. Wuxin, you are a real cow. Yes, Wuxin, today I just learned what a picnic is. Compared to this, what kind of chaff did I eat before? A certain big face is embarrassed to boast that he is the god of food? That's right, I just found out today what roasted soft bone rabbit tastes like. Can you eat quickly? You can't keep your mouth shut, right? Xin Lang's face turned red, and he took a few bites of rice. Eat slowly, it's delicious. Chen Wuxin looked at the few people in front of him with a smile, under his earnest temptation. At this time, Wang Dachuan's 4 people and 4 people from the military headquarters has slowly become a good friend who talks about everything? How much does a person with high emotional intelligence prove to be in a party? Anyang burped comfortably, covered his round stomach and lay on the ground. He looked at Wang Dachuan, who was still eating, and sincerely admired in his eyes. Dachuan, I really admire you. I haven't beaten you, and I've never eaten as much as you. And Wang Dachuan, who was immersed in the joy of cooking, didn't seem to hear what Anyang said. He raised his head to look at Anyang lying on the ground. If you don't eat half a bowl, then I'll eat it. You eat it. Hearing Anyang's agreement, Wang Dachuan smiled sincerely. After drinking and eating, 8 people talked together. What? Dachuan, you said you were actually a repeater before? During the chat, Anyang exclaimed. It attracted everyone's attention. Wang Dachuan touched his head a little embarrassed. embarrassedly, and raised his head to reminisce about the past. Yes, I still have a dreamy feeling, and in just 3 months, I have changed from a garbage that no one wants to this kind of strength. Listening to Wang Dachuan's words,
Anyang and others were full of suspicion. Dachuan, isn't this a trick to deceive?
Yes,
Dachuan, this joke is not very funny. Watching Wang Dachuan being questioned, Huang Dongdong stood up. How can it be a lie?
Let me tell you, just less than 2 months ago, my strength was not as good as yours. Listening to Huang Dongdong stand up to corroborate,
Jiang Xiaoru also nodded, but did not speak. Hearing Wang Dachuan and the others so affirmed, Xin Lang and the others gasped one after another. These things do sound a bit unbelievable. What kind of adventure treasure have you all encountered? Xin Lang looked at Wang Dachuan incredulously. Wang Dachuan shook his head.
Where is the secret treasure? Everything is taught well by our teacher.
Hearing this, Xin Lang and others cut off. Dachuan, you don't have enough friends, right? You can make up nonsense like this? Don't want to say forget it, it's still taught by the teacher? Can the teacher teach this kind of combat power in such a short period of time?
You are not a teacher anymore, you are almost a god.
Watching everyone question, Wang Dachuan was a little anxious, but he didn't know how to explain. It's true. What am I lying to you?
Although Wang Dachuan explained, no one believed it.
Xin Lang observed extremely subtly. By the way, Dachuan, why are you all bald?
When Wang Dachuan heard this question, he was a little speechless for a while. Then he silently turned his head to look at Huang Dongdong. A posture of you caused trouble, you will explain.
Huang Dongdong scratched his head. It's cooler. Cool, ha ha ha. Looking at Huang Dongdong, ha.
The 4 people in the military department looked at the autumn clothes on their bodies and fell into deep thought.
Xin Lang quietly said to Anyang lying on the ground, there is a tricky. Anyang looked at Xin Lang.
Xin Lang smiled mysteriously. You haven't been to the Magic City High Martial Arts Academy, you don't know. The most popular place in their school now is actually the barbershop. At that time, I was curious and asked these students why, but the student was in a hurry to queue up for a haircut, so he hurriedly told me that it was to improve his strength.
I didn't understand it then, I just felt inexplicable. It seems that there is indeed a tricky in it.
Hearing Xin Lang say this, Anyang was stunned for a moment, and then said,
but if that's the case, then Buddhism is not invincible? Xin Lang shook his head.
Maybe the Demon Martial Academy has a new technique developed with the bald head.
What about Jiang Xiaoru? Maybe you're wearing a wig? Is it a girl after all? That's right. Anyang looked at Wang Dachuan's bald head.
There were some different changes in his eyes.
Yohi, they're all here. A voice sounded.
Yi Ran and Li Wansheng have already come to everyone.
Teacher Yi, General Li. 8 people got up one after another and greeted the 2 of them.
Chen Wuxing took out the soft bone rabbit legs that had been roasted before and handed them to Li Wansheng and Yi Ran.
Teacher, General Li, what I kept for you before, it's still hot, eat it while it's hot.
Yi Ran smiled and took the rabbit leg handed over by Chen Wuxing and gave it to Li Wansheng.
Thank you, Wuxing.
No need to thank the teacher, it's all what students should do. Chen Wuxing is still meticulous as always.
It seems that you get along very well. Li Wansheng looked at the 8 people in front of him with a smile. What? Weren't you convinced by Wang Dachuan and the others before? Now convinced?
Xin Lang and others listened to Li Wansheng's ridicule. He scratched his head embarrassedly.
Okay, pack up and go back to have a good rest.
Li Wansheng then looked at Wang Dachuan and the others. You will be taken by Xin Lang and the others, and the military headquarters has prepared a dormitory for you. Listening to Li Wansheng say this,
Wang Dachuan and others looked up at Yi Ran. Yi Ran nodded. Let's follow Xin Lang and the others first. I'll call you if there's anything. Xin Lang asked. Instructor, do you mean that Wang Dachuan and the 4 of them will go to the boot camp with us? Li Wansheng nodded. Yes, you take care of them for me. Xin Lang smiled and nodded.
No problem, don't worry, instructor, I will definitely let Dachuan and the others have a good life in the boot camp. What kind of strange word is this?
Li Wansheng shook his head and then ignored it anymore.
After all, young people have the way young people get along. At this moment, the headquarters of the logistics sequence.
Yang Wanlu walked silently towards the end of the corridor alone.
After a moment, he stretched out his palm against a wall.
The moment my palm touched the wall,
the whole wall is like the surface of the water, creating ripples.
Yang Wanlu walked directly into the ripples like this, and his figure disappeared. Subsequently, Yang Wanlu came to a space of consciousness.
There are no other buildings in this space.
There is only a huge lake. With Yang Wanliu's entry, the originally calm lake began to ripple. Slowly the lake's surface seems to be supported by something with a huge convex surface.
As the giant rises, the water began to fall slowly. A huge fish head appeared on the lake like this.
Like a mountain.
Every scale reflects a colorful brilliance.
Even at first glance, it will make people confused, and they can't extricate themselves from it.
This fish head slowly opened his eyes towards Yang Wanlu. The slender eyes are 3 or 4 meters long.
That pupil alone has covered Yang Wanliu's whole person. What are you looking for me? The giant fish spits out human words. Yang Wanlu looked up at the giant fish. Reporting to General Lin, Yi Shaogua began to make some moves. Oh, tell me. Yang Wanlu said. At 4:20 p.m. today, some of the medical team's testing equipment was borrowed for about 12 minutes in the name of battle sequence treatment. After that, I observed the military medical hospitalization today, and there were no large-scale disabled patients. It should be that Yi Xiaogua has done some inspections privately. The giant fish listened to Yang Wanliu's analysis, was silent for a moment, and then spoke. This is the little guy named Ji Ran you mentioned before, it worked? Yang Wanlu nodded. There are no other variables in the battle sequence other than this teenager. Does this change affect us much? Yang Wanlu looked at the giant fish and shook his head. There should be some impact, but everything is within control. That's right. The giant fish slowly closed its eyes. Then wait and see, and let me know if there is any new news. As it continued to slowly close its eyes, its body began to slowly lose its luster. Even the scales began to appear scorched spots and withered yellow. Yang Wanlu looked at the weakening breath of the giant fish, and couldn't help but ask, Master, has you reached the critical point? It's just a necessary road, don't worry about it, okay, you can step back. Finally, the giant fish began to sink slowly. Yang Wanlu didn't have time to make any moves. In a trance, he appeared again above the corridor. The next day, on the square of the military headquarters, the stand was filled with soldiers. In front of these soldiers, sitting were the big guys from the military headquarters that Ji Ran had seen before. Didn't you just finish the meeting yesterday? Why do you have to gather urgently today? Which one is this? Who knows? I asked you to notify you early in the morning. Wang Dachuan and Qin Lang also stood in it. Is it appropriate for us to stand here? Qin Lang? Wang Dachuan looked at the recruits and soldiers around him, looking a little restrained. What's inappropriate? General Li asked you to follow us, in disguise. You are members of our bloody team. Qin Lang said naturally, and then he looked around at the recruits. Besides, didn't you meet with the captains of the recruit camp's medical, tackling, charge, and reloading sequences last night? If they have any opinions, it means that you don't respect them enough. Seemed to hear Qin Lang's words. The rest of the captains standing in the front row of each sequence subconsciously put his hand behind his back. They all turned their heads and glared at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Dachuan is my brother. Whoever wants to have an opinion on Brother Dachuan has an opinion on me. Qin Lang, you want to ruin my relationship with Brother Dachuan again? Be careful that I am in a hurry with you. I think you should let Brother Dachuan stand in front of the bloody team. Qin Lang, get out of the back. These captains were indignant and accused Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at the performance of these captains with a smile, and his heart unconsciously felt refreshed for a while. After he brought Wang Dachuan and others to the boot camp last night, I didn't even have time to put my luggage. He took Wang Dachuan to visit various teams. Anyang and Qin Lang also specially focused on the importance of shaking hands for Wang Dachuan. As a result, last night, the military boot camp was closed every half hour. The howl like killing a pig will resound. General Yi, all the high-level and soldiers of the battle sequence that are currently resting in the military headquarters have all been assembled. Li Wanqing said to Yi Xiaogua, who was sitting on the rostrum. Yi Xiaogua nodded, and then turned to look at Ji Ran, who was standing beside him. The people are already called. I'll watch you perform later. Yi Ran looked at the dense soldiers in the audience and the leading military bosses, and his scalp was a little numb. Do you need such a big battle? Isn't it what you said to make a big fuss? Was asked rhetorically by Yi Xiaogua. Yi Ran didn't know how to refute for a while, so he could only close his eyes helplessly and wait for the arrangement. Yi Xiaogua looked at Yi Ran with a smile and didn't speak. Such an arrangement? He just planned to make Yi Ran appear in front of people. The Yi Ran Military Retention Plan 1.0 has officially begun to be implemented. Let's officially start. Remember to set off our protagonist more. Yi Xiaogua ordered at Li Wanchang. Don't worry. Li Wanchang smiled confidently, turned to leave. The ground began to shake. In front of everyone, a huge crack was pulled open. Rumble with a burst of shaking. A rectangular platform slowly rose. On this rectangular platform, one after another soldiers were slowly pushed up. Without exception, these fighters all had special protection settings that restricted their movements. But from those red eyes, you can still see the violent emotions. When these soldiers were pushed up, all the soldiers of the military headquarters also started talking. Zhang Song, Yang Han, isn't this the batch that suddenly started beating people? I heard that as long as the people who were injured by Zhang Song and the others at that time, they slowly began to be tyrannical, just like being infected. I suddenly have some bad memories. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. The military department didn't clearly admit that it was an infection. You made people nervous again. Why am I lying to you? The soldiers who were beaten by Zhang Song and the others were slowly taken away in the future. It was this incident at that time which made the entire military department panic, and the pickets specially sent people to take all these people away, and the matter calmed down. Look at those eyes. They shouldn't have eased up yet. Alas, how good Zhang Song is. How did he become like this? Who said no? If Wang Lei hadn't pulled me in the demon cave, I might still be in the pile of dead people now. Soldiers, you recall the past word by word. Each expression became more solemn, and the mood began to become low. After all, these
soldiers on the stage used to live with them, train together, and be brothers who lived and died together. Watching my brothers become like this, it is not a feeling to have mixed feelings in their hearts. The high-ranking officials of the military order sitting at the front also looked at each other. I remember that these soldiers were judged to be completely incurable. In order to prevent panic in the army again, this group of soldiers was not finally decided to be funded by the military department for centralized enclosed care. How did they bring it out today? Then they all turned their attention to the high-level officials who were in charge of the medical sequence. The high-ranking official also felt everyone's gaze, and he shook his head.
Don't look at me, I don't know what's going on. But what is certain is that these soldiers really can't be cured.
At that time, we had even invited the Archbishop of the Holy Court and the Extraordinary of Lujia at any cost, but it was still useless. At this moment, Li Wancheng stood on the stage.
He looked around. As soon as the extraordinary aura came out, everyone present fell silent.
Comrades in arms, I believe you can also see who these people are in front of you. I believe everyone has wondered before whether they were infected with some contagious disease, causing all the people who were attacked to slowly assimilate into their appearance.
Here I can clearly tell you that this is true.
And I can also tell you responsibly that the last thorough investigation was not thorough, and there are still some people lurking with such a disease among you. As soon as these words came out, all the soldiers present rioted. Everyone was just suspicious before, but it was not officially recognized by the military department. In addition, these infected soldiers have been quarantined, so there is no panic in the military. But now Li Wancheng has made this matter public. It also tells everyone that some people also have such a disease lurking. This is undoubtedly telling all the soldiers present. The disease could make a comeback again in the military at any time. Hearing this, some of the top executives frowned.
They don't understand why Li Wancheng told everyone about this in public. This does not see any benefit at all except that it causes panic and suspicion. What's the situation? What does General Li mean by this? Don't you understand? This matter is not over at all. There are still people lurking this tyrannical virus between you and me. I heard from the medical team that this virus is helpless. As long as it has some effect, Zhang Song and the others won't be like this now. How do I feel? Your eyes are a little red.
You fart, you're a little red.
Look, your aggression is out.
The soldiers present discussed with each other, although they are all half joking, but I could feel that the eyes of the companions around me were a little wrong. The scrutinizing gaze spread among the soldiers at an extremely fast speed. After all, no one wants to make themselves that way. Quiet. When Li Wancheng spoke, his breath came out. The powerful aura made all the soldiers present quiet. Li Wancheng glanced at the soldiers in the audience.
Li Wancheng coughed lightly,
stretched out his palm and stared. His voice was low. I don't know why he speaks with a recitative tone.
We have tried many ways to deal with great disasters.
Even in order to treat these warriors, we hired the best purifiers and healers at any cost, but it was still to no avail. If this continues, these soldiers may only be able to live like this for the rest of their lives.
The low atmosphere of the soldiers became a little heavier.
But fortunately, there is no way out, and today, we have ushered in the savior of these warriors and ushered in the dawn of hope. He will end this catastrophe, he will give these soldiers a new lease of life, and he will completely blow away this haze over our military headquarters.
Now, let us welcome the savior of our battle order with the warmest applause, Yiran, Teacher Yi. Li Wancheng spoke impassionedly and passionately.
If you remove the cheat sheet from the palm of your hand, it may all seem more natural. The soldiers in the audience listened with confused faces. Obviously don't understand why Li Wancheng himself suddenly came to such a recitation containing feelings, but as the saying goes, no matter what is said on stage, as long as you say warm applause, there will inevitably be an echo from the audience. After Li Wancheng finished speaking, after a while, the soldiers in the audience still set off thunderous applause. After seeing this scene, Li Wancheng nodded with satisfaction. Then, he turned his head, facing Yishagwa and Yiran, and blinked his eyes extremely proudly. Yiran was already blushing at this time. What the hell is the savior? What dawn of hope?
This is too embarrassing. Brother, are you really an extraordinary?
Yiran deliberately refused to make eye contact with Li Wancheng.
Turned his head to look at Yishagwa. Yishagwa was stared at by Yiran a little unnaturally.
He said with some embarrassment,
"It's none of my business, it's all his own improvisation."
Seeing that Yiran has not been on stage for a long time, Li Wancheng spoke again.
"It seems that our savior is still a little shy. Now, let's welcome our great savior with the warmest applause, Yiran, Teacher Yi."
Seeing that you can't hide it, Yiran lowered his head and walked up to the stage stiffly. "Stop shouting, elder brother." Yiran whispered to Li Wancheng in a voice that others could not hear.
"What? Cheer again?"
Li Wancheng seemed to be unable to hear clearly at this time, and misinterpreted Yiran's words loudly. He then addressed all the soldiers in the military headquarters.
"In that case, let's shout in unison again, Savior."
The soldiers in the audience shouted extremely cooperatively, "Savior! Savior! Savior!" At this moment, Yiran, who was standing on the platform, was completely shattered, and Li Wancheng on the side even patted Yiran on the shoulder. "Don't worry, there is a brother, and the fire is soldiers covered. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng with a proud face with a complicated expression.
I really thank you. The high-level officials in the order of battle in the audience looked at Yi Ran on the stage, looked at each other.
This is the kid when General Yi proposed to let Lan Moyan erect a monument on Zhan Mountain.
Things that neither Saint Court nor Lijia can solve, he really has a way to solve them?
Who knows, General Yi and Dr. Wang seem to value him quite a bit. Don't worry about these, as long as he can restore Zhang Yuan, he is the benefactor of our investigation sequence.
Isn't our tackling sequence? And on the side of the boot camp, Wang Dachuan's savior shouted the most vigorously.
That rough voice
is like a loudspeaker at the entrance of the village.
The eardrums of the soldier next to him hurt. Huang Dongdong on the side also took responsibility, shouting extremely hard. The soldiers around him couldn't tell the difference.
Are they from the military department or Wang Dachuan? They are from the military department. Qin Lang gently pulled Wang Dachuan. Dachuan, Teacher Yi, he really has the ability to solve this matter?
Wang Dachuan turned his head to look at Qin Lang,
nodded extremely seriously.
Although I don't understand this very much, but if it is Teacher Ye's words, it will definitely be solved.
You are so confident? Those transcendent people came before and went back blindly. Qin Lang looked at Wang Dachuan. It will definitely be possible. Wang Dachuan was decisive. Then he smiled and showed a row of white teeth. Because of Teacher Yi, he himself is a miracle.
The saviors of the soldiers in the audience shouted one after another.
Li Wancheng patted Yi Ran. Perform well, brother can only help you get here.
Then, he walked off the stage extremely chicly.
Yi Ran looked helplessly at Li Wancheng's extremely confident back. Is this the top Yi person? But since they are all up,
Yi Ran turned his head to the soldiers,
silently observing.
Then, Yi Ran stretched out his hand. A golden light began to shine on his arm, and he slowly leaned towards a warrior who was close to him. It seemed that he felt the breath of energy, and the soldier's eyes were even redder, and he roared angrily on his lips. Yi Ran's outstretched arm was directly bounced back by the strength of the soldier.
No, don't come here. The warrior kept struggling, muttering to himself.
This scene made these high-level military officials in the audience frown.
Can't you connect to the touch? Is it a little too weak? Is there really a way to solve this situation?
Yi Ran looked at the warrior and nodded silently.
Can still control yourself temporarily?
This is much better than Zhang Hadong's situation.
In that case, let's start.
Yi Ran muttered to himself, then silently closed his eyes. All the high-level officials present in the battle sequence were stunned for a moment.
Obviously the person is still here. Why can't he suddenly feel Yi Ran's breath? At this time,
Yi Ran,
the whole person once again entered a state of mystery and mystery. The unity of heaven and man.
Yi Xiaogua squinted at this scene.
That's right, this kid Yi Ran can indeed enter the state of unity of heaven and man extremely easily.
This state that others can meet for a lifetime. Yi Ran is as simple as entering the house.
The most holy heavenly master, Wang Mingyang.
Yi Xiaogua thought about this and muttered the name.
In Yi Xiaogua's impression, Yi Ran's talent, and one of the 12 founders of the Dragon Kingdom, Wang Mingyang, who is called omniscient and omnipotent, is very similar to the most holy heavenly master.
When Gao Wu had just risen, people had just awakened their abilities. The whole society is extremely turbulent. Wang Mingyang, as a down-and-out teacher at that time, in a daze, he became a prisoner at the bottom of the steps. But he also suddenly realized in prison that he had achieved the unity of heaven and man.
Wang Mingyang seemed to be hanging up.
40 years old black iron, 45 years old diamond, 50 years old achieve extraordinary achievements. Where others regard it as a barrier to advancement, he pushes horizontally at will. Not only that, even after reaching the transcendent realm, he also made great progress all the way. Ordinary cities, slaughtering countries, destroying the world. It seems that there is no bottleneck at all. Has achieved a legendary posture and stood at the top of the world. But after thinking about it, there was a hint of confusion in Yi Xiaogua's eyes.
If Yi Ran is really the same as Wang Mingyang's talent, there should be no bottleneck in Yi Ran's advancement.
And look at this kid's thick breath and the vague Taoist meaning. Even the pig has been squeezed into platinum for so long, but Yi Ran was stuck under the platinum and did not move for a long time. What does this kid want to do? Under the guidance of Yi Ran's breath, all the infected warriors, all of them are the same as Zhang Hadong before. His face was reorganized, his whole body twitched. It looks extremely weird. As time passed, Yi Ran walked out of the mysterious state. The soldiers on the stage no longer twitched. All of them slowly lowered their heads and fell into a deep sleep.
There were even a few who snored faintly. At this time, Yi Ran's forehead oozed sweat. He looked at these sleeping warriors and nodded in satisfaction. There is no excessive behavior.
After adjusting his breathing slightly,
and walked back silently. Don,
looking at Yi Ran who stepped down, Yi Xiaogua asked.
Yi Ran looked up at Yi Xiaogua.
Then spread out your palms. A blue crystal appeared in Yi Ran's hand, and he said with a smile,
Fortunately, I am not dishonored.
All the soldiers held their breath and waited silently for the results. There was a soldier on the stage, who seemed to be sleeping lightly, was awakened by the loud purr next to him. He frowned slightly and
slowly opened his eyes. Who snores so loudly that they don't let people sleep well? He complained to himself. Then he raised his head, looking at the dense warriors in front of him, all staring intently at him. He was stunned for a moment. Then he exclaimed. He hurriedly wanted to block his private parts with his hands, but he found his arm. It was fixed by some strange device, and it couldn't break free. At this moment he was stunned. What's going on? Where did this come from? Just when the soldier was confused, suddenly a figure appeared beside him. When he saw the figure clearly, he hurriedly shouted, "Hello, General Sure." As he spoke, he was about to stand up and salute, but he was pulled back by the special device again. The severe pain caused by this tearing made him grin in pain. Sit quietly. This person called General Sure is Sure Kai, the boss of the medical group in the military combat order. He opened his mouth to command. Then he stretched out his palm, his hand emitting a glow of green, and gently touched the soldier's head. After a moment, he put away his palms, his eyes solemn. Then he seemed to not believe in evil, and put his palm on the heads of the other warriors who were still asleep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure Kai just went through it one by one. The eyes slowly changed from the initial calmness to shock. Lao Sure, don't sell Guanzi. What's the situation now? Speak. Lao Sure, don't stand there in a daze. You are also the boss of the medical sequence anyway. Does it take so long to test a body? Seeing that General Sure did not speak for a long time, the high-ranking military officials in the audience couldn't help but urge. At this time, the stone general calmed down. He turned his gaze to Yi Ran next to Yi Xiaoguo. In the eyes, 9 points of incredible, 1 point of heat. The physical functions of these soldiers have fully returned to normal. Not only that, but some of the soldiers' previous mental injuries seem to have been repaired. At this moment, the audience was silent. Wang Dachuan looked at Qin Lang on the side triumphantly. What did I say? Teacher Yi is a miracle in itself. Qin Lang looked at the soldiers on the stage who had returned to normal incredulously. For a while, he suddenly remembered what Wang Dachuan and the others said. Everything is taught well by the teacher. Qin Lang looked in the direction of Yi Ran on the stage. His eyes became hot and excited. Maybe I can too. Soldiers who have come back to their senses set off a tsunami-like cheer. Savior! 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 At this moment, the word savior resounded in the world. Even the extremely distant logistic sequences can be heard. At this time, Yang Wanlu listened to the cheers outside the window, stopped what he was doing, silently tapping his fingers on the table. I don't know what he was thinking. And above the square of the order of battle, all the top executives smiled from the bottom of their hearts. After all, this problem has also troubled them for a long time. Not only is there no solution, and every now and then, they have to take those infected from the army. It's okay in the short term. If this continues like this, sooner or later it will cause a catastrophe. And at this moment, Yi Ran completely swept away the haze on their heads. Not only helped them solve problems, but also helped them save the future of a large number of outstanding soldiers. Young people are terrifying. Who would have thought that a problem that neither the Holy Court nor Lijia could solve would be solved by this kid? This kid is really good. What is your name? Your name is Savior. Ha ha ha, that's right. People are indeed our great saviors. I'm going to have a good drink with the big savior later. Be reserved, don't scare people's children. What kind of reserve? Woman, are you a woman with the logistics guys who have been in the logistics for a long time? That's right. If you can solve this matter, I can call you father. Yi Xiaoguo took all this in his eyes and showed a satisfied look. At least in the hearts of the people in the battle sequence, there is now such a number one person as Yi Ran. Yi Ran's military department retained the plan, and the first shot was very loud. And just when Yi Xiaoguo was thinking about what to do next in Yi Ran's solicitation plan, Sure Kai didn't know when he had come to Yi Xiaoguo. His eyes were hot, his eyes were firm, and he was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Yi Xiaoguo. I know you're in a hurry, but don't worry yet. Yi Xiaoguo pointed at Yi Ran and said categorically, Yi Ran can't follow you to the medical sequence. He could never have used an anti-aircraft gun to kill mosquitoes. As for what he envisioned, the position that Yi Ran wants to inherit. For a while, Yi Xiaoguo silently wiped the badge on his right shoulder. Okay, go down quickly. Don't be annoying here. Yi Xiaoguo's words brought Sure Kai back in anger. It can be seen that Yi Xiaoguo's prestige, at least in the battle order, is extremely high. Finally, Yi Xiaoguo turned his head to look at Yi Ran again, extremely seriously gave Yi Ran a military salute, said from the bottom of my heart, Yi Ran, thank you. Being teased by Yi Xiaoguo like this, Yi Ran was a little embarrassed and waved his hand. General Yi is not necessary. I also want to help these soldiers from the bottom of my heart. Yi Xiaoguo shook his head and said sincerely, this is not a trivial matter. I thank you on behalf of the military department, and I also thank you on behalf of these soldiers, and the military department will always remember your contribution to the military department. Hearing Yi Xiaoguo say this, Yi Ran shook his head. No, compared to these, I should be more grateful to these soldiers who defended the Dragon Kingdom and expanded the territory for the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoguo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yi Ran to answer like this. Although the military department is a behemoth, however, its strong discipline has also led to many Kaowu people
people not being cold to the military. Therefore, most of the high-level warriors recruited by the military department, generally speaking, they are ordinary families or students with poor family conditions. The descendants of those family children's sect organizations are quite resistant to coming to the military headquarters. Basically, I don't even look at it. As far as I know, you are from the Yi family, right? Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran and asked calmly. Then you. As if knowing what Yi Xiaoguo wanted to ask, Yi Ran looked up at Yi Xiaoguo. Don't any sect families enjoy the benefits brought by the military department's expansion of territory? Drink water and think about the source. You don't need to think about why, right? Hearing Yi Ran say this, Yi Xiaoguo laughed. I don't know why. This smile is extremely warm on this resolute and cold face. Okay, you go first. I'll be responsible for the rest of the matters. After that, when you have time, just help us count whether there are still incubation periods. Yi Xiaoguo said, looking at the high-level executives who were about to move. I believe you don't want to have a hangover the next day at the military headquarters. Hearing this, Yi Ran couldn't help but shudder. Then General Yi, I'll leave first. After saying that, Yi Ran didn't look back and slipped away from behind. Looking at Yi Ran's extremely secretive figure, Yi Xiaoguo couldn't help but laugh again. He said to himself, drink water and think of the source. Even the state of mind has self-regulated. Isn't this a good seedling born for our military department? Just when Yi Xiaoguo was muttering to himself, the generals behind him had already surrounded him. General Yi, where is our great savior? Yes, don't hide it. I have to thank our great savior. If nothing else, the cooking side is ready today, the meat tube is enough to eat, and the wine tube is enough to drink. Ha 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 ha. It's rare for Lao Tang to be so generous today. I also gave up. Today I want to be the savior of Yi. Don't get drunk and don't return. One by one, the high-level officials said. Eyes glanced around in this small space. Yi Xiaoguo waved his hand. Okay, there will be time to thank you in the future. Let's disperse, and it scares people and children. Hearing this, these high-level executives were not happy. Boss, you won't lie to us, will you? Don't worry, we are different from Lao Shi. We are simply grateful and thankful. Of course, if the savior likes our sequence, then you can't stop it, right? How can you restrict the free development of a child? The picture is poor, right? Yi Xiaoguo looked at his subordinates helplessly. He is too familiar with his subordinates. When the butt is raised, you know whether these people want to poop or fart. Okay, Yi Ran really went back to rest. Let's talk about it next time. Yi Xiaoguo said again. Who said Yi Ran went back? Just when Yi Xiaoguo rejected these high-level officials, suddenly a clear and proud voice came from behind him. Everyone looked for a reputation. At this time, Li Wancheng put his arm on Yi Ran's shoulder and walked in front of everyone with a smile. And Yi Ran, who was almost framed by Li Wancheng, looked at Yi Xiaoguo helplessly. Li Wancheng also blinked his eyes slightly proudly, as if telling Yi Xiaoguo, I'll do things, don't worry. Then, he looked around. Our Yi's savior knew in advance that someone was going to treat him to dinner at night, so he was in a hurry to go to the toilet to empty his stomach. Everyone, let's not get drunk today. Tang Niu, prepare well, Yi Ran loves to eat, good luck. Li Wancheng's 2 or 3 sentences directly ignited the atmosphere present. Okay, Lao Li, don't talk about good luck. Yi savior just wants to eat the blue sky bull python. Lao Tang, I'll find it for you too. Ha ha ha, then I have to take out the King Kong fire monkey wine that I have been hiding for decades. I said in advance, no one is allowed to drink wine. Ha ha, stop talking nonsense, let's go. Yi Ran was pulled away by the higher-ups of these military battle orders with a helpless face. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran's back being pulled away, and was speechless for a long time. Li Wancheng also stood beside Yi Xiaoguo at this time, with a proud tone. It has to be me. I was at the back door early, or I really let that kid Yi Ran run away. After saying that, Li Wancheng still had some intention of asking for credit. He looked at Yi Xiaoguo. Don't worry, boss, everything is with me, Li Wancheng, and the brothers in the order of battle will be able to fight with him sooner or later. Yi Xiaoguo turned his head and looked at Li Wancheng with a complicated expression. People in the battle order still need you to get through? Seeing that Yi Xiaoguo's face was getting worse and worse, Li Wancheng's heart chuckled. Li Wancheng, obey the order. 2. From today onwards, copy the military rules to me 10 more times. No, 100 times. Boss, this is really unnecessary. 1,000 times. Get out. Yi Xiaoguo just finished speaking. Li Wancheng ran away as if he were running for his life. I'm afraid that this 1,000 times will become 10,000 times. The sky is just bright. Yi Ran sat up from the bed. My stomach was overturned. Thinking of last night's scene, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. These military personnel. Enthusiastic, straightforward, but the amount of alcohol is a real animal. One is better than the other. The most important thing is that General Shi can really use his ability to detect whether someone is cheating, and stared at Yi Ran the whole time. It can be said that Yi Ran was carried in and carried out last night. For a while, Yi Ran rubbed his head in some pain. The hangover is really unpleasant. Teacher Yi, are you awake? At this time, Chen Wuxin came over and served a bowl of sobering tea very intimately. Thank you, Wuxin. You're welcome, Teacher Yi. Chen Wuxin said with a smile. By the way, Teacher Yi, the people in the logistics sequence sequence came here today.
Logistics sequence? What did he say?
He said he invited you to attend the monument ceremony this morning. Strictly speaking, it is not a mountain, just a mound, because the first hero of the Dragon Kingdom who sacrificed his life for the country was buried here. Subsequent people habitually buried all the heroes here.
This place slowly evolved into the Dragon Kingdom Battle Mountain.
On this mound, engraved with the long history of the Dragon Kingdom, it records the rise and fall of the Dragon Kingdom. The sky was gloomy at this time.
The soldiers stood neatly and uniformly, their expressions solemn, their eyes staring straight.
In front of all the warriors is a simple and respectful coffin. Lan Moyan's token before his death was placed in it.
The coffin is covered with the flag of the Dragon Kingdom, and flowers are placed around it.
Yi Xiaoguo stepped forward. His voice was particularly heavy in the wind. Today, we are here for our hero, for this warrior who was brave and fearless on the battlefield and gave his life for the Dragon Kingdom.
His name will be remembered and his spirit will be passed on.
Yi Xiaoguo's words fell, and the horn sounded, which was the last tribute to the hero. The soldiers raised their ceremonial firearms and fired their guns into the sky. The gunfire echoed in the empty sky, as if telling the immortality of the hero. Then, a mournful music played by the military band slowly sounded, and the melody was tragic and solemn.
Carry the coffin and bury it.
Yi Xiaoguo opened his mouth to order.
Several solemnly dressed ceremonial soldiers. The coffin was slowly placed into the dug tomb. Shovel by shovel cover the coffin with dirt.
Every shovel was extremely slow and solemn.
When the last touch of dirt is gently lowered. Monument. The previously prepared tombstone was erected,
engraved with Lan Moyan's name and year of birth and death, as well as his deeds during his lifetime.
Yi Xiaoguo and others stood solemnly. Now, let us mourn our hero, Lan Moyan, with a heavy heart.
Yi Xiaoguo's voice sounded. Everyone in the audience lowered their heads in silence. In the already gloomy sky, there was a thunder. The tombstones on the entire battle mountain began to emit a slight light. Yi Ran could clearly feel that an inexplicable telekinesis was emanating from each tombstone, concentrating on the sky. Yi Ran looked at the sky, with confusion in his eyes. That's the idea of the heroic spirits of the predecessors of the Dragon Kingdom in the past.
Our ancestors are watching us. Yang Wanlu on the side seemed to feel Yi Ran's confusion, and he replied. He also looked at the sky, with a little relief in his eyes. Entering the earth for peace, rain falling from the sky, this is the recognition of Lan Moyan's merits by the heroic spirits of the predecessors. With Yang Wanlu, the words just fell. A light rain began to drip in the sky.
In an instant, the light rain turned into a downpour, pouring on every soldier present.
It also made the new soil on Lan Moyan's tomb more solid, and the god of war of the Dragon Kingdom are more integrated. Finally erected a monument.
Yi Ran's heart relaxed a lot. He couldn't wait to start looking inside at the golden bowl of the Sea of Suffering. After receiving the wish brought by the collective silence of the soldiers of the military headquarters, Lan Moyan's little golden body in the golden bowl of the Sea of Suffering seems to have grown a lot bigger. The entire battle mountain of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly began to shake continuously. All the military officials present were stunned.
When the Dragon Kingdom Battle Mountain erected monuments in the past, this situation never occurred. As the battle mountain shook,
standing on a certain tombstone in the deepest part of the battle mountain, dazzling white light burst out.
Its strength is strong.
Let the cracks of the earth watch the cracks on the battle mountain continue. Several generals Yi Xiaoguo frowned slightly.
Who dares to run wild here?
Yi Xiaoguo roared angrily, and his whole body began to burst out with strong momentum.
In the blood mist in the sky.
However, the other party didn't seem to care about Yi Xiaoguo's warning at all. The surging white light broke through the ground. The hill simply can't withstand such a force.
The cracks are still widening. Yi Xiaoguo's figure disappeared. Then in the sky next to this white light,
Yi Xiaoguo appeared again. At this time, Yi Xiaoguo's body was wrapped in blood-colored mist. The blood mist gradually solidified. It seems to put on a layer of blood-colored armor for Yi Xiaoguo.
The blood-colored Shura phantom appeared behind Yi Xiaoguo. Yi Xiaoguo raised his arm alone. With a miso sound,
the blood-colored mist condensed into a giant blade of about 10 meters above the arm.
As Yi Xiaoguo waved down with one arm,
the giant blade more than 10 meters long slashed directly at the white light. The residual wind raised by the giant blade swinging directly blew down the trees on the side. Even the space became a little distorted wherever it passed. This powerful and heavy blow slashed fiercely on the white light. However, the moment the blood-colored giant blade touched the white light, there was no earth-shattering collision as imagined. The blade of the energy transformation turned out to be like thin ice in early spring, and began to slowly melt. Yi Xiaoguo's eyes flashed with shock at this time, because he could clearly feel his blood-colored energy in being absorbed and assimilated by white light at an astonishing speed. It seemed to have been supplemented by Yi Xiaoguo's blood-colored energy, and the white light burst out with even more amazing power. The white light turned into a white figure in an instant. The white figure clamped Yi with one hand at this time, and Xiaoguo's blood-colored giant blade was already somewhat broken, gently patted with his other hand. The blood-colored giant blade was not controlled by Yi Xiaoguo. It directly directly turned into a blood-colored mist and then slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the audience bulged out. The all-out blow of the dignified slaughter of the country-level transcendent was thus resolved by the white figure. The white figure slowly floated forward in the process of everyone's shock. He came to Yishaogwa and gently patted Yishaogwa's shoulder. Then Yishaogwa's blood-colored armor also dissipated into nothingness like the previous blood-colored giant blade. Yishaogwa was shocked to find that when he was facing this white figure, no matter how lucky you are, you just can't lift the slightest strength. I could only watch the white figure dissolve its blood-colored armor. But fortunately, the white figure didn't seem to want to hurt Yishaogwa, so he turned his head and floated in the direction of the army. Everyone, be careful in formation. The rest of the generals present faced the white figure, hurriedly ordered. For a while, all the soldiers in the army, they all entered a state of battle, waiting for the arrival of the white figure. All kinds of military formations. It began to manifest itself above the various armies. The strength of each formation soul is not weaker than that of an extraordinary person. However, the white figure seemed to not feel these powerful momentums, still floated towards the army leisurely. Those embodied formation souls roared at the white figures. However, the white figure didn't even look at these array souls, just snapped his fingers gently. In an instant, the soul of every formation was just like Yishaogwa's blood-colored armor before. All of them have turned into the most basic elements of heaven and earth energy. Not even half a second. All the defenses of the military department, all collapsed in front of this white figure. And this white figure didn't seem to hurt anyone. After defusing all the defensive and blocking methods, he had no intention of continuing the attack. He still floated forward leisurely, until he came to Yiran and stopped. Yiran, be careful. Yishaogwa watched the white phantom get closer and closer to Yiran and exclaimed. The white figure snapped his fingers at Yishaogwa. In an instant, Yishaogwa found that he opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound. Not only that, but his body seemed to be controlled. It is difficult to take half an inch. What kind of power is this? An inexplicable sense of powerlessness and fear surged into Yishaogwa's heart. This complex feeling has been felt since he became a slaughter-level extraordinary. Never felt it. The white figure looked down at Yiran condescendingly. I didn't make any moves for a long time. The white figure raised his hand slightly. In an instant, the white energy was like a curtain of light, enveloping Yiran and the white figure together. Then, the white figure stretched out his right hand. Yiran was horrified to find the golden bowl of the sea of suffering in his system was actually pulled by an inexplicable force. It is about to be abstracted from the system. Even if Yiran tried his best to control it, it was still difficult to stop. The golden bowl of the sea of suffering was pulled out of the body by that force, came to the hands of the white figure. What kind of monster is this? Yiran was completely shocked at this moment. Since he has the system, whether it is by Su, Lan Moyan, or Yishaogwa, the existence of the system has not been discovered, not to mention the objects that are perceptible within the system. The mysterious white figure in front of him was able to extract the golden bowl of the sea of suffering from his own system. The two moves suppressed a slaughter-level extraordinary. A snap of his fingers dismantled the army's defenses. In just a few minutes, the white figure calmed everyone in the Dragon Kingdom military headquarters. This is too heavenly, weird, mysterious, and powerful. Yiran wanted to use the system to watch the template of this white figure. As a result, the system prompts. Error, unable to view abiotic species. Time passed minute by minute. The white figure seems to have observed enough of this golden bowl of the sea of suffering. He shook his head slightly. He opened his mouth to Yiran, as if he was saying something, but there was no sound. Then he sent the golden bowl of the sea of suffering back to Yiran's body. Then it transformed into white light of stars again, dissipating between heaven and earth. This sudden change, everyone present was stunned for a few minutes. At this time, Yishaogwa, who had regained his mobility, also came to Yiran's side. Yiran, is there anything wrong? Yiran shook his head, just looked in a certain direction of Zhan Mountain. As an innate Taoist body, he is extremely sensitive to breath. When the white light dissipated, he could clearly perceive it. A trace of insignificant breath floated towards the deepest part of the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain. It's okay, then that's it for today. Yishaogwa nodded. This sudden change made him, the left general of the military department, also feel a trace of uncontrollable powerlessness. For a while, Yishaogwa carefully recalled the two actions that the white figure did to him at that time. After only 2 moves, he completely suppressed himself. That kind of strength, that kind of gap in the realm. This is definitely not something that the slaughter-level extraordinary can do. For a while, Yishaogwa's eyes flashed with solemnity. If I guessed correctly, the realm of the white human form, at least at the level of extinction. It seems that there are still some secrets in this Dragon Kingdom War Mountain that even their military headquarters is not clear about. Another question is that the white figure, what is the purpose of coming to Yiran? For a while, Yishaogwa stared at Yiran's body. This kid has more secrets than he imagined. Then, he turned to everyone in the military headquarters and said, today's matter is not allowed to be publicized advertise to the outside world. If anyone spreads the information, all military law will be dealt with.
Close the team. The soldiers of the military headquarters left the Dragon Kingdom battle mountain in an orderly manner. There are only a few Miao people left on the huge flatland. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran, who was still in a daze, and said, "It's getting late, you should go back and rest early." After saying that, Yi Xiaoguo hurriedly left here. Obviously, the appearance of the White Phantom today, it has become so serious that it needs to be urgently discussed with all high-level officials in the country. With the departure of Yi Xiaoguo, everyone also dispersed from each other one after another. Only Yi Ran was still standing in place, looking at the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain without saying a word for a long time. "Yi Ran, are you still thinking?"
Just when Yi Ran was in a daze, a voice came from behind him. Yi Ran turned his head to look. This person was Dr. Zhang Dongyang, the beloved disciple of Dr. Wang Jipeng before. That is, the current helmsman of the future city.
"Hello, Dr. Zhang. What are you polite about? By the way, what were you looking at just now?" Yi Ran pointed to the deepest direction of the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain and asked, "Dr. Zhang, do you know who was buried at that location of Dragon Kingdom Battle Mountain?"
Zhang Dongyang looked in the direction of Yi Ran's finger. "You said there is one of the founders of our Dragon Kingdom and the founder of the military department, the Lord of 1,000 armies, Zhu Gashan." Hearing Zhang Dongyang say this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment.
"Why, is there anything wrong?"
Yi Ran shook his head.
"No problem, thank you, Dr. Zhang." Yi Ran recalled the white figure.
According to the lip shape, if I guessed correctly, the white figure said the sentence was,
"You're not him. What are you polite?"
"In the end, I have to thank you, our great savior." Hearing Zhang Dongyang say this, Yi Ran, who was still remembering, blushed a little.
Is it spreading so fast?"
"What's so fast or not? Generally filled the propaganda column of our military headquarters with your photos overnight.
You are now a little celebrity in our military headquarters."
Yi Ran wanted to cry but had no tears.
Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran.
"In short, the entire military department is very grateful to you for what you have done. I don't know how to repay you, but it seems that you seem to be very concerned about Lan Moyan's affairs. It just so happens that I am very familiar with the bosses of many media companies, so I will make the decision privately and ask them to promote Lan Moyan's deeds. If nothing else, Lan Moyan's story in film and television adaptations will be launched one after another from next week, and the entire Dragon Kingdom will know that there is such a hero. At that time, there should be a lot of people worshipping Lan Moyan." Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think about the road of film and television publicity of Lan Moyan's heroic deeds. If you do, compared to passively waiting for people to come to worship, the efficiency will be much higher.
Lan Moyan's resurrection was going to speed up several times faster.
Yi Ran held Zhang Dongyang's hand excitedly.
"Thank you, Dr. Zhang."
Looking at Yi Ran, who was shaking his palm frantically in front of him, Zhang Dongyang didn't know why Yi Ran was so excited. He pulled out his somewhat painful hand from Yi Ran's hand with slight force. The face still maintains a smile. "It's all a trivial matter. If nothing happens, you might as well come and sit with us. Since the last time I met you, Master has never forgotten you, and I, as an apprentice, am a little jealous." Yi Ran smiled sarcastically. "How is Dr. Wang doing lately?"
Zhang Dongyang's mood became obviously a little low. "It's still an old problem. I guess it can't be cured."
Zhang Dongyang looked up at Yi Ran.
"Don't talk about this. There is something that Master asked me to tell you. In fact, we also have some clues here."
In a very high-tech office, Yi Ran took the photo in his hand and watched it repeatedly, and Zhang Dongyang on the side gently tapped the table,
the desktop beside Yi Ran, like a liquid, mimicking a teacup.
The warm tea slowly overflowed from the bottom of the cup to the teacup.
"Taste the tea unique to our future city, without any technological."
"Thank you." Yi Ran picked up the teacup and took a sip, then put down the photo in his hand, looking at Zhang Dongyang. "So, these dead soldiers in the photo are all soldiers who have been infected before and then disappeared?" Zhang Dongyang nodded. "We have conducted a face comparison, and these are indeed soldiers who have been injured before, but were sent to the battlefield before they could be taken into custody and disappeared." "Where are these photos?" Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran. "These photos were taken in the veins of the demon cave. The most important thing is that these demon grottos are not the demon grottos that our Terran has occupied. The reason why I have these photos is because the robot responsible for investigating unknown mineral veins belongs to our side." Yi Ran heard this and picked up the photo again. "Look closely.
These fighters are indeed throwing mining equipment around them."
For a while, Yi Ran's expression was a little surprised.
"So, you mean that these warriors are mining for the demon gods?"
"This is impossible. These warriors, they are so chaotic that they can't even distinguish between enemy and me. How can they obey the words of the demon god?"
The more Yi Ran thought about it, the more he didn't understand. Listening to Yi Ran's question,
Zhang Dongyang smiled bitterly. "This is also a question I have been struggling with."
"Then why don't you give these photos to General Yi and the others?"
Yi Ran then asked the question he wanted to ask the most.
Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran, said calmly,
"I believe that the first time you saw the Mad Warrior before, you also saw it in a secret room that no one knew." Yi Ran smiled smiled a little bitterly.
So, you don't trust General Yi and General Yang?
Zhang Dongyang shook his head.
It's not that I don't believe in General Yi and General Yang, it's just that I don't believe in some people in the two sequences.
Yi Ran smiled a little bitterly, but after thinking about it, it was reasonable. After all, doesn't General Yi believe in the other two sequences? Good guy, please close your eyes when it's dark.
Did the military werewolf killing begin? Then why do you want to tell me if you want to be here?
Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Because you are the only one who broke their plan. If you analyze it from the perspective of interests, anyone in the entire military department can stand with them, but you are the only one who must stand on the opposite side of them.
To be honest, if you dare to do this in public, you are undoubtedly declaring war on these ghosts.
I don't believe that a person who takes the lead is the insider. Hearing Zhang Dongyang say this, Yi Ran curled his lips, although he took the initiative to be the target. But hearing Zhang Dongyang say this,
it's still dangerous. Then, Zhang Dongyang groped from the drawer for a while. Take out a small bag. It was some blue powder. Yi Ran took the bag and opened it.
That familiar feeling of confusion made Yi Ran feel uncomfortable again. It's the crystallization of the chaos beetle again. Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran with some surprise. It seems that you have already come into contact with these things. Just right. That will save me from spending more words.
He looked at Yi Ran and said seriously, these things were extracted from their saliva by secretly following a retired soldier before.
What? That's impossible. Yi Ran blurted out. How difficult it was to extract the crystals of the chaos beetle before, he was clear. Now Zhang Dongyang told him that there was a person who even had so many chaos beetle crystals in his saliva. The blood on this person's body should be blue. Even the crystals of so many chaos beetles can be extracted from saliva. Then this retired soldier has long been delirious and even dead.
Yi Ran said.
Zhang Dongyang shook his head. But they are doing well. What? Yi Ran was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Dongyang incredulously. Zhang Hedong's appearance is still vivid in his mind. He didn't think that anyone had more willpower and talent than Zhang Hedong's. Zhang Dongyang crossed his hands and looked at Yi Ran. But that's the case. Zhang Dongyang pushed a photo to Yi Ran. After Yi Ran saw this photo, his expression was a little complicated. This is the result of our recent tracking. This retired soldier seems to often go to this place. Oh, by the way, this place is in the Magic City, called
TACC, the largest nightclub in the Magic City, and of the Freedom Tavern Dragon Country branch.
Yi Ran took over Zhang Dongyang's words, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth.
This boomerang actually hit his aunt. It seems you know it very well.
Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran unexpectedly.
I learned some before.
That's good. Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran with a smile. I found that I am really compatible with you. Many things don't need to be introduced, which is less laborious than communicating with many of my subordinates. Subsequently, Zhang Dongyang said to Yi Ran again, according to our investigation, this retired soldier is called Wang Chong, and now his nickname outside is Ying Guan, and he often resells some things through the free tavern during this time.
Perhaps, if you find him, you can find the answer you want.
Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran.
Yi Ran nodded and took the photo. Thank you, Dr. Zhang.
You're welcome. Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran with a smile. I appreciate the 2 verses you said. Listening to what Zhang Dongyang said, Yi Ran then looked up and saw what he had said before. How can we have tens of millions of spacious buildings and shelter the poor people of the world to be happy?
This sentence has been written and framed on the wall of Zhang Dongyang's office. Is it good looking? Master wrote it.
Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran and looked up at the words, and said, but his expression darkened after a while. It's a pity that after writing this time, Master fell ill again. Yi Ran was a little moved.
I don't know where Dr. Wang is recuperating.
Master, after I finish work, I'll contact you and take you to see him. Master has indeed been talking about it in the past 2 days. It's all yours.
Yi Ran nodded.
Okay, I'll wait for your news. In the logistics sequence, in a luxuriously decorated office, in Yang Wanliu's hand, holding a stack of documents. On this batch of documents,
it is densely written with all kinds of equipment and numbers.
General Yang, this is this year. You asked me to count all the equipment that doesn't match.
Yang Wanlu put down the document and ordered his subordinates.
Okay, I know. You go down first.
Okay, General Yang.
After his subordinates left, Yang Wanlu picked up the document and flipped through it carefully. Among the equipment shown in the document, clearly visible, words such as ore detector, alloy grinder, individual mining set, etc.
Almost 80% of the equipment is used for mining.
Yang Wanlu carefully flipped through this document page by page. There was a moment of silence. Then, he took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision.
Slight force on the palm.
The document instantly turned into powder. Following the airflow released by Yang Wanlu, it slowly flowed into the trash can. In the military headquarters, in the high-ranking ward, Wang Jipeng was lying on a special hospital bed. In front of him, there is also a huge table. On the table, there was a thick stack of planning drawings.
Wow! Syllable, come in.
As the ward door was pushed open, after Wang Jipeng saw the comber, the body body threw itself on the drawings. He rolled up and stuffed it into his hospital bed cup.
Master, you, after Zhang Dongyang saw the scene,
changed the gentle state of the past. He strode to Wang Jipeng's side and shouted extremely hard,
"Give me." Wang Jipeng looked at Zhang Dongyang and pretended to be stupid.
What did you say? He turned his head to look at Yi Ran. His face was extremely bright.
Ah,
our great savior is here. Yi Ran's face turned red again as usual. I secretly greeted Li Wanqing more than 10 times in my heart.
Don't interrupt, give it to me. Zhang Dongyang's tone was extremely firm.
Wang Jipeng saw that he couldn't hide it, but played a trick.
Don't give it. If you have the ability, you can lift me up and snatch it from me.
At this time, Wang Jipeng's body was full of hanging bottles and wire pipes.
Random movement may be life-threatening.
Zhang Dongyang naturally did not dare to step forward, so he can only say bitterly,
"Master, do you know that the doctor has issued you a critical illness notice?
You're still watching, you're still working, your life is gone, right?" Wang Jipeng listened to Zhang Dongyang's words. He also knew that Zhang Dongyang was actually doing it for his own good, but he was still a little reluctant. "Dongyang, let me see it. As long as we can copy this thing once, then our plan."
"I don't want to hear." Zhang Dongyang rudely interrupted Wang Jipeng.
He said seriously, "Master, if you don't give it to me today, then I will ask who gave you the drawings, and when the time comes, I will clean up all the people who have anything to do with this matter one by one.
I'm telling you, I do what I say."
Zhang Dongyang's tone was tough, even with a hint of hostility.
Wang Jipeng looked at his apprentice blankly. Then, he laughed and handed over his drawings.
"Okay, what a big deal. As for being so angry, here you go. You see, you made the atmosphere so stiff. Let our great savior watch the joke, didn't it?" After saying that, Wang Jipeng handed over the drawings in his bed, handed it to Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang took the drawings and walked out with his head down. Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dongyang. He didn't expect that Zhang Dongyang, who is usually gentle and elegant, would have such a side. "Don't pay attention to him. Dongyang is just sick, and he is a little sick when he gets excited."
Wang Jipeng looked at Yi Ran with a smile, and then looked at the direction Zhang Dongyang left.
"In fact, Dongyang, this child is really good. He was a psychiatrist before, who knew that he had a mental illness. This is what people say that doctors can't treat themselves," Wang Jipeng said, with worry in his eyes. "Just like ordinary parents. While looking for supplements for his children, he is worried about his children."
Wang Jipeng quickly changed the topic and said, "By the way, look at you. Come when you come. What else do you bring?"
Yi Ran stood there empty-handed, embarrassed. "Ha ha, it seems that you are not used to shopping in our future city, Yi Ran. Sit down."
Wang Jipeng smiled heartily and greeted Yi Ran to sit down. "Lan Moyan's monument has been done?" Wang Jipeng asked.
Yi Ran nodded. "Well, it's all done, and it's thanks to Dr. Wang. You voted in favor." Wang Jipeng waved his hand. "Okay, don't blow it. Without our 6 votes, this matter can be passed. That kid Yang Wanlu, that is, just playing tricks. He can still distinguish the big things." Zhang Dongyang seemed to have calmed down,
walked into the ward again, stood silently aside. Wang Jipeng spoke again.
"Dongyang has already told you those clues."
Yi Ran nodded.
"That's good. You have to worry about the rest of the things. Old guy, thank you first." Saying that, Wang Jipeng was about to bow to Yi Ran. Without a lower body, it was extremely difficult to do this action. Seeing this, Yi Ran hurriedly stopped Wang Jipeng with Zhang Dongyang.
"Dr. Wang, aren't you breaking me?" Wang Jipeng waved his hand.
"I know my body. Maybe I'll burp that day. If I don't thank you in advance, I'm afraid I won't be able to thank you then."
Wang Jipeng said it extremely chicly.
Zhang Dongyang stood next to him and looked at Wang Jipeng,
slightly reddening of eyes. Yi Ran saw all this in his eyes. These two people. It's not a father and son, but it's better than a father and son.
"Dr. Wang, lie down first."
Yi Ran helped Dr. Wang lie down.
He said without embarrassment.
"Dr. Wang, I have a request. I don't know if it's convenient or not."
"Ha,
what's convenient or inconvenient, you say, as long as I can do it. I don't know if it's inconvenient for you to throw a punch now."
What did you say?"
The atmosphere became a little awkward for a while. The two looked at Yi Ran suspiciously. "Everyone is lying on a sick bed. You let someone punch you to see? Do you think Dr. Wang is not going fast enough?"
Zhang Dongyang subconsciously stood between Yi Ran and Wang Jipeng. He hurriedly waved his hand.
"You too, it's not what you think." He thought for a while and said,
In fact, our family has a secret recipe, but this secret recipe requires Dr. Wang to punch me to feel the operation of the meridians, and then treat it according to the operation of Dr. Wang's meridians.
That's what our Dragon Kingdom often says, do you know? That's right." Hearing Yi Ran explain like this, the faces of the two eased up.
"Yi Ran, I know you are also well-intentioned, but the doctors said that Dr. Wang's body can no longer bear," Zhang Dongyang said to Yi Ran.
As a result, Wang Jipeng waved his hand and interrupted.
"Dongyang, Yi Xiaoyu is not the kind of reckless person."
"But,"
Zhang Dongyang still wants to say something.
"Don't worry, when will I miss your master?"
Wang Jipeng said freely. The invisible appeal made Zhang Dongyang unable to raise the strength to refute. "I have to say that this old man has a strong personality charm."
Wang Jipeng turned his head and said jokingly to Yiran. Yiran has to give way. My old bones punch is still very powerful. I am not responsible for hurting you. He smiled freely and took a deep breath. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes. The whole person's spirit has improved a lot. This scene made Zhang Dongyan's eyes twitch. Even if you punch it, why do you have to try so hard to fight? Why is it that the little ones are messing around, and the old ones are messing around? Wang Jipeng doesn't care about this. His fists are ready to go. With all his might, he swung a punch forward. Indeed, it is exactly what he said. This jab punch, whistling with the wind. It can be seen that when Wang Jipeng was young, should have practiced martial arts, and his body foundation is still there. It's just that he didn't enter the threshold of Gaowu. Ha, Yiran, can you stop my punch for more than 70 years? Wang Jipeng gasped and joked at Yiran. It's just that this punch came out, and the momentum he had easily condensed collapsed again. The value on the meter also dropped a lot. Master, what are you doing? Just punch it. Why do you have to fight with all your might? Watching the value of the instrument fall, Zhang Dongyang said with some complaints. Okay, it's the same as before, and it will be fine in a while. Wang Jipeng waved his hand. Whether it's his whim or his old age, at least this punch he hit happily. And Yiran carefully watched Wang Jipeng's physical condition through the system. The eyebrows furrowed slightly. It is indeed terminally ill, and all aspects of function have reached their limits. Now, even according to the optimization of the system, it just makes Wang Jipeng's body age a little slower. I'm going to call a doctor. Seeing this, Zhang Dongyang hurriedly said. He was in a hurry, and before he finished speaking, people have come to the door. As soon as he opened the door, he heard Yiran say, Dr. Wang, relax. Zhang Dongyang turned his head and saw that Yiran's hand had been on Wang Jipeng's wrist. No, Yiran, you. Zhang Dongyang hurriedly spoke. Before he finished speaking, Yiran's right hand holding Wang Jipeng had already begun to emit golden light. The golden light crossed directly into Wang Jipeng's meridians. Yiran began to carefully dredge Wang Jipeng's meridians according to the system's instructions. Yiran lowered his arm, and Wang Jipeng also fell asleep at this time. He closed his eyes. The expression now seems to be less painful and hideous than before. On the originally pale complexion, there was a hint of blush. This is asleep? Zhang Dongyang looked at Wang Jipeng, who was sleeping in front of him. There is incredulity in the eyes. Zhang Dongyang quietly walked in front of Wang Jipeng, for fear of making a little noise to disturb Wang Jipeng. He looked at the instruments around Wang Jipeng. Now the values on the instrument have all turned green. The numerical range has also changed from a high-risk state to a sub-healthy state. His eyes widened, his hands were clenched tightly, and his breathing became a little rapid. Seeing this, Yiran grabbed Zhang Dongyang and said quietly, Let Dr. Wang take a good rest. Then, he pulled Zhang Dongyang, who was a little excited, out of the ward, came to the living room of the suite. When Yiran closed the door, Zhang Dongyang excitedly held Yiran's shoulder. He wept with joy. Then he held Yiran's hand tightly and said with a little excitement, Ha, master hasn't slept so peacefully for a long time. Thank you, Yiran. Yiran looked at Zhang Dongyang and smiled. It's all I should do. Suddenly, Yiran's words changed. But Dr. Zhang, human fate is destined. All this can only make Dr. Wang feel more comfortable, and he will not age so fast. As for Dr. Wang's body, hearing Yiran say this, Zhang Dongyang, who was in the excitement, also calmed down. He wiped away the tears that had just overflowed from excitement. Looking at Yiran with sincere eyes, he said sincerely, Enough. Yiran, I really don't know how to thank you. I will definitely go all out if I can use my place in the future. Zhang Dongyang looked excited and patted Yiran on the shoulder. Maybe it's too exciting. Zhang Dongyang took this shot, photographed Yiran staggering forward. Yiran looked at Zhang Dongyang incredulously. Good guy, this is so much strength. Is this still an ordinary person? And this touch is not very fleshly. More like metal? Yiran stared at Zhang Dongyang's arm, seems to not want Yiran to see. Zhang Dongyang subconsciously withdrew his arm. I had an arm injury before, so I did a little modification. After saying that, he smiled a little embarrassedly. Yiran nodded, expressing understanding. Maybe the people's minds here have not yet been enlightened to the extent of accepting mechanized bodies, but Yiran's previous life was a cyberpunk, and I don't know how much I read the novels of mechanical seance. This transformation, drizzle. Yiran, then I'll call the doctor first? You sit here first? Yiran shook his head. Forget it, I won't disturb the old man's rest. If there's anything, remember to call me. Okay, then I won't see you off. Saying that, Zhang Dongyang hurriedly walked out of the ward. Yiran turned his head and silently opened the door of the ward. Looking at the sleeping Wang Jipeng, bowed respectfully. In fact, when Zhang Dongyang received the drawings, he clearly saw the title on the drawing, Dragon Country Future City Planning Map. For a while, Yiran remembered a sentence that Wang Jipeng had asked himself before. If I lay this future city to all parts of the Dragon Kingdom, what will the Dragon Kingdom become? Yiran looked at the sleeping Wang Jipeng and smiled. A person who has almost no life left, in the end is still thinking about these things. What a respectable and lovely old man. After bowing, Yi Ran also quietly left the ward and closed the door. Wang Jipeng in his sleep smashed his mouth comfortably, as if he had dreamed of something good. Military headquarters, order of battle. In Yi Shaoguo's office, Yi Shaoguo took the photo given by Yi Ran and looked at it carefully for a while. Then, he raised his head to look at Yi Ran. These are all given to you by Zhang Dongyang? And at this moment, Yi Ran nodded. Yi Shaoguo looked at the photo and smiled. This kid, I didn't expect to check so much in private. If it weren't for this public treatment, it might still be hidden. Yi Ran looked at Yi Shaoguo. General Yi, who do you think will be the person with this internal layout? Yi Shaoguo pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There are still too few clues now. Yi Ran nodded. In this case, I can only go to the demon capital first to take a look. That's it. When the time comes, I will arrange for Li Wanqing to go with you. Hearing this, Yi Ran hesitated. General Li, don't worry, he has full authority to listen to your arrangements, and he will never make his own decisions, unless he doesn't want it anymore. Yi Shaoguo and his affirmative statement. Seeing that since Yi Shaoguo was so affirmative, Yi Ran didn't say anything more. No wonder General Li was not seen when the monument was erected before. It seems that it has been renovated. By the way, I forgot to tell you, the boot camp application, your apprentices participated in this recruit exchange meeting with the beautiful country. Your apprentices have all agreed, so I have to ask you if you agree here? Ha! Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. This is not from the military department. Can you also participate? Yi Shaoguo looked at Yi Ran and smiled bitterly. It is said that it is a recruit exchange meeting between military departments, and the beautiful country has dispatched non-military geniuses several times, and each time it has overwhelmed our military department. Yesterday, the recruit camp has issued a temporary conscription order to Wang Dachuan and the others, and the conscription time is about 7 days. Don't worry, I will be discharged after the exchange. Enlisted in the line of fire, can you still do veteran barbecue when you come out? Yi Ran looked at Yi Shaoguo in a daze. This can work? Why can't it be done? There are shameless violations first. Seeing Yi Shaoguo say this, Yi Ran thought for a moment. There is actually nothing wrong with participating in the exchange meeting. Can not only gain knowledge, but also gain the favor of the military department. It is also a good thing for Wang Dachuan and their future way out. Yi Ran nodded. Then let Wang Dachuan and Huang Dongdong participate. Zhang Xiaoru should stay. There are some things that need her help. Okay, then you can go and do your job. I'll arrange it later. Then General Yi, I'll leave first. When Yi Ran was about to leave, Yi Shaoguo said, what else is there, General Yi? Yi Shaoguo thought for a moment, throwing an object towards Yi Ran. Yi Ran took the object. It was a blood-red badge. The blood mist power that escaped above was the same as Yi Shaoguo. This is my token. If there is danger, pinch it. In short, how much you can check. If you can't find out, don't be hard. Everything is premised on your own safety. Yi Shaoguo instructed. Okay, General Yi. By the way, you go to Li Wanqing's room and tell him that you don't need to write. Yi Ran, you are my electricity, my light, my only myth. Li Wanqing expressed his praise to Yi Ran excitedly. Since Yi Ran told Yi Shaoguo's order in Li Wanqing's room, Li Wanqing pinched the pen in his hand as soon as possible, and then it became what it is now. Li Wanqing didn't care about the eyes of the soldiers passing by around him at all. As for the forcing of being an extraordinary person, it has been thrown into the trash by this goods. Along the way, Yi Ran was praised as if it were a skyscraper. Hearing Yi Ran's goosebumps. Along the way, Yi Ran's head was never lifted. I am always looking for cracks in the ground, and I can't wait to get into it directly. Close the team. Suddenly, a team of soldiers who had just finished training came to the front of the corridor. Listening to the dense footsteps gradually approaching, Yi Ran's scalp was numb. He couldn't bear it anymore and directly urged the momentum, turned into a golden light and disappeared into the corridor. Watching Yi Ran leave, Li Wanqing was still chasing Yi Ran from behind. Yi Ran, wait for me. If you don't like this, I will do something else. In Yi Ran's room, Chen Wuxin took a large bag of luggage and said to Yi Ran, Teacher Yi, everything is packed. I have already sent you back to school in advance for the small gifts sent by those generals. Yi Ran smiled and nodded. There is a heart, no intention. Then, Yi Ran turned his head to Li Wanqing. Before Yi Ran could speak, Li Wanqing said directly, don't worry, along the way, I will never speak casually, I will never take the initiative to do things, and everything will be up to your arrangements. After saying that, Li Wanqing also pulled up his mouth with his hands like a lock. Looking at this extraordinary military department that plays with living treasures, Yi Ran was really a little helpless. Forget it, it's unrealistic to ask too much, so it's barely acceptable. Then, he looked at Qin Lang next to Zhang Xiaoru. Are you sure you won't attend the exchange meeting? Qin Lang saluted Yi Ran seriously. Report to Teacher Yi, I am sure I will not participate. Subsequently, as if to prove his worth, Qin Lang continued to add, Teacher Yi, just now you said that our mission this time is to go to the Magic City, and I will definitely be able to use it with you. Yi Ran nodded. Anyway, 1 is also with you, and 2 are also with you, it doesn't matter. Looking at Yi Ran nodding, Qin Lang said excitedly, okay, Teacher Yi, I'll arrange the now.
After saying that, Qin Lang left. Looking at Qin Lang's back, Yi Ran was a little confused. Why is he so active all of a sudden? After a while, Yi Ran and the 5 of them left the military headquarters and came to the magic capital. Teacher Yi, wait here for a moment, I'll take a taxi. Just got out of the military headquarters. Since it was a casual travel arranged temporarily, everyone did not prepare any means of transportation in advance. Chen Wuxin was intimately responsible for the taxi hailing work. As a result, as soon as Chen Wuxin picked up his mobile phone, he was blocked by Qin Lang. At this time, Qin Lang looked at Yi Ran with a smile. It's all in the magic capital, how can I take a taxi? I don't know when. Qin Lang has an additional Bluetooth headset in his ears. Hey, I'm here. This is the position. Give you 3 minutes. 5 top-of-the-line off-road vehicles and a luxury MPV came to Yi Ran's crowd. A group of men in black came out directly, ran to Qin Lang, all half-kneeling on the ground. The 3-year period has arrived. Welcome the young master back. Completely stunned Yi Ran. Boy, Long Out Yen, I crossed the again. Qin Lang stood in front of all the men in black at this time. I don't know when I have put on sunglasses on my face. He stood with his hands on his back, his face cold. The intonation is already with a low bubble sound for some reason. Father, he's okay. Before these men in black spoke, the door of the luxury MPV opened. A chubby middle-aged man rushed towards Qin Lang. Son, what a big son. Finally back. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, he had already hugged Qin Langxiong in his arms. Pinch your face with the left and touch your hair with the right. It looks really kind. Eddie is a big son. I didn't raise your baby in vain, and the first thing I said when I came back was to ask his father how he was. Middle, you have figured it out. Are you ready to come back and inherit the family property? The middle-aged man pinched Qin Lang's ears cordially. The smile on his face never stopped. Dad, father, don't do this. Dad, my sunglasses are about to fall off. Qin Lang was overwhelmed and hurriedly stretched out his hand. Keep a little distance from this long-term middle-aged man. Subsequently, he tidied up his clothes and hair, said to Yi Ran and the others with some embarrassment. This is my father, Qin Kuai. Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. Qin Kuai, this name is quite famous. One of the top 10 economic figures in the magic capital, and the only ordinary person who came to this position from scratch. I never expected that. Qin Lang turned out to be Qin Kuai's son. This kind of information should be known in advance. Then, he looked at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng shook his head. Don't look at me. You said that I can't speak the whole time. At this time, Qin Lang also introduced Yi Ran and others to Qin Kuai. Dad, these are my friends. This is Yi Ran, Teacher Yi. This is Jiang Xiaoru. This is Chen Wuxin. This is. Qin Lang was stuck for a while, and he didn't know how to introduce Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng took the initiative to introduce. Hello, bodyguard. Yi Ran and the others slowly turned their heads to look at Li Wancheng, with complicated expressions. Brother, you really don't have any airs. You are in the extraordinary to make up for the diversity of species. Right. Medium. It seems that they are all friends of Xiao Lang. Hello. Qin Kuai is worthy of being a scene person. Broke the embarrassment on the scene. Take the initiative to shake hands with Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, hello, this is Qin Kuai, Qin Lang's dada. Yi Ran stretched out his hand in return. He had time to take a closer look at Qin Lang's father. In Qin Kuai's hands, 5 fingers bring 6 imperial green pigeon eggs. There is also an imperial green bodhisattva with a big fist on his chest. The bright gold watch shook people's eyes a little. In short, as long as it is a place that men can decorate, there will definitely be no shortage of decorations. The whole person looks pearlescent and shining. Yi Ran roughly estimated, just this set of accessories. It's enough to buy a building in this magic city where every inch of land is precious. Dog family. Qin Kuai was very diligent in communicating with everyone in a friendly manner. Then, with a wave of his hand, it's not too early today, let's go back first, and we'll talk about anything later. You said you didn't hit it, Teacher Yi? Qin Kuai looked at Yi Ran. In such a short time, he had already seen this small group. Yi Ran is the one who talks. Qin Lang looked at his father and said dissatisfiedly, Dad, don't arrange for Teacher Yi and the others. I'll let you send a car, and there's business behind you. What's the matter? You can't say it clearly. You Teacher Yi finally came to our house as a guest. Why don't you know a little etiquette? Qin Lang was anxious and was about to say something. Qin Kuai turned his head to look at Yi Ran, with a pleading look in his eyes. A poor old father who wants his son to go home to see. Yi Ran saw it in his eyes and nodded knowingly. Okay, it's really not too late, uncle. Then we're embarrassed to bother you. Qin Kuai laughed. He greeted Yi Ran and the others. Ah, what's the nuisance? You just come, let's go. Let's go back and eat abalone and lobster. After saying that, Qin Kuai pulled Yi Ran and others onto the MPV. Ride on the highway. The sky is getting darker. The car also drove into the Daqin Manor, in a palatial banquet hall. Teacher Yi, everyone, move your chopsticks. These are all abalone lobsters specially flown in by the branch of kangaroo country. Qin Kuai warmly invited everyone to dinner. Yi Ran and others are more respectful than obeying orders. Move your chopsticks one after another. Yi Ran gently tasted the lobster lobster meat. This lobster is tender and juicy, and every inch of shrimp meat is full of the essence of the ocean. The elastic texture is full of elasticity, and every time you chew, you can feel the firmness of the meat. The delicious taste blooms on the tip of the tongue, and without too much seasoning, you can taste the pure sweetness and freshness of the ocean. It makes people feel like they are enjoying a feast for the taste buds, as if it is a symphony of taste which is endlessly memorable. Whether it is from the quality of the lobster or the cooking skills of the processing are impeccable.
How's it going, Teacher Yi? It's delicious? Yi Ran smiled and nodded.
The jade plate is delicate. It's wonderful. Ha ha ha, okay. Teacher Yi is a cultural person. It's really good to say that it is dripping.
Come on, give Teacher Yi 10 plates and 8 plates of lobster.
That's not necessary. Yi Ran smiled and waved his hand to refuse. After the dinner gradually got better, Xin Kuai chatted with Yi Ran very naturally.
Teacher Yi,
to tell you the truth, this is just such a big boy. This is such a big boy. I followed me to the south and north when I was a child, and I suffered a lot. In the past 10 years, Yi's business has stabilized, and I can finally let Yi's big son live a good life. As a result, this good eldest son chose to join the army. Not only that, but he also found the ability to be a high martial artist in the army. You said, as a father, you can't stop your son's development, you can only let him study hard in the army, and every time you watch him send a video to Yi, that face, that arm, that leg, it's all injured.
Every time I tell you, I accidentally bumped into it. Yi has been going south and north for so long, can you not know how it came about?
Xin Kuai said while wiping his tears. Okay, Dad, don't say it.
Don't say it? Just say it.
This baby is just a silly baby. What a little brain, and he knows how to practice all day long. Xin Kuai suddenly grabbed Yi Ran's hand and said with an expectant face, Teacher Yi, look at this doll. I respect you very much, not as good as Teacher Yi, you help persuade him. Let him retire quickly and come back to enjoy the blessings. Dad, it's impossible for me to come back and inherit the family property. Hearing his father say this, Xin Lang was anxious. Shut up. Xin Kuai turned his head, grabbed Yi Ran's hand, and said earnestly, Teacher Yi, you don't know, we ordinary people have no background, no strength. Everything depends on Xin Lang to cross the river by. Touching the stones alone, I am afraid that Xin Lang will go on this road and suffer a lot, and in the end he will gain nothing. How could it be? The atmosphere of the military department has always been open-minded, and Xin Lang is the key object of care.
Yi Ran explained.
Oh, Teacher Yi, you don't know, my doll, when I went out, I was white and fat, more than 300 pounds, and after I went to the military headquarters, I was thin into a hemp pole. Yi Ran looked at Xin Lang's strong figure, with a complicated expression.
Isn't this good?
Good, good, the baby is so thin.
Dad, if you say that again, I'll go for a ligation tomorrow.
You rebellious son.
Don't you dare? Do you think I dare to?
Xin Lang was straightforward and hard. Dad, don't control my life. Xin Kuai was angrily stood up by Xin Lang and turned in circles. The king's law, the king's law. Covering his heart and pointing at Xin Lang, he scolded. Little young man, you know how to be angry with your father.
Meow. Suddenly, a cat meowed in the banquet hall. After hearing this cat meow,
Xin Kuai was stunned for a moment, then glared at Xin Lang.
Stinky boy, you wait.
Then, he said to everyone, Teacher Yi, everyone, you eat first. You have something to do. You have to go out first. After saying that, Xin Kuai left in a hurry. Teacher Yi, let you see the joke.
Xin Lang looked at Yi Ran embarrassedly.
Yi Ran shook his head and said with a smile,
Xin Lang, did you really weigh 300 pounds before?
Teacher Yi, isn't this the point? In another living room, Xin Kuai walked in quickly. He pondered for a moment, walked to the main table, light an incense stick. This incense pillar is extremely mysterious. After igniting, the smoke that emits directly wrapped the entire living room, slowly forming a spherical air shield. With the full formation of this air shield, Xin Kuai disappeared. If you look at it from the outside, this hall is empty. There was no sign that anyone had been here. And inside the hood, Xin Kuai looked up, and after making sure that he had completely hidden, he shouted into the air, No one, are you out? Meow. With Xin Kuai's shout, a black cat walked in from the fragrant mist with light steps. The cat was completely black. Only 4 paws are white and flawless. It licked its fur extremely softly. Then he wrinkled his nose with a human face. How many times have I said it? I don't have a cold for the hidden soul incense of the Vajra Buddhist sect. Why do I order this every time I come? Xin Kuai smiled. Oh, it's good to have it, and pick 3 or 4 drops. How much cheaper is this? The black cat listened to what Xin Kuai said. He rolled his eyes, and then jumped on the chair extremely naturally. I don't care. Next time I will use the hidden immortal dew of the goddess Pete. If you want to come, you won't come. Looking at the tsundere black cat, Xin Kuai nodded helplessly. Okay, it's Master Eddie Nin. What are you talking about? Xin Kuai, with my news in the past few decades, you have earned more than hundreds of billions. Do I want a hidden immortal of the goddess Peak too much? The black cat called the 9 masters looked at Xin Kuai dissatisfiedly. Xin Kuai looked at the black cat with a smile. Okay, Master Ninth, calm down, calm down. Saying that, Xin Kuai took out a bottle of can from the pocket in his arms, placed in front of the black cat. After gently helping the black cat open the can, in an instant, the aroma of fish overflowing in the can came to the nose. Master Ninth, this is specially for you. The most tender piece of meat in the heart of the king of the demon soul jaws is used as raw material, and it is paired with blue and silver grass pickles. This cost is not cheap. After the ninth master heard this, the raised kitten's head was comfortably put down, smelling the can carefully, licking it extremely elegantly. This taste, okay. In just 10 minutes, the can was swept away by the ninth master. Delicious, is there anything else? I'll take some back. Shin Kwai looked at the can bottle that had been licked clean with some pain. Nothing. Do you know how much this can costs? Don't lie to me. You said that the people of the Magic City don't lie to the cats of the demon capital. The people of the Magic City don't lie to the cats of the magic capital. No, you said that you lied to me that your son will never get a wife in his life. Shin Kwai glared at the black cat. In the end, I didn't dare to say it. He sighed. Okay, there are still 5 cans. I'll bring you all the later. Humph, that's pretty much. Shin Kwai sat on the other side angrily, looking at Master Geo. Tell me, is this good news or bad news? Master Geo licked his paws, glanced at Shin Kwai. It's a mixed bag. Let's talk about the bad news first. Is it bad news? Didn't you always think about the free market before? Didn't you want to get involved? It's probably no drama. Why? Shin Kwai was stunned for a moment. That free market is so big, who can swallow it alone? It's not a monopoly. It's going to be finished. Ah, that can be over? Isn't the Yin family covering the drops? The black cat looked at Shin Kwai and shook his head impatiently. I'm almost done after I finish talking. Why are you so sticky today? Shin Kwai touched his head, which was almost bald. I was surprised. The Yin family is so strong. It's over after saying it. I said the free market is over. When did I say the Yin family was over? I don't understand. What about the good news? The good news is that from today onwards, you ninth master, I will live in your house. Shin Kwai heard this. Some looked at the black cat angrily. What good news is this? Roll on, I don't want you. Hearing Shin Kwai say this, the black cat was not angry. It looked at Shin Kwai, tilted its head, squinted its eyes. Big bald scoop, did you entertain a group of distinguished guests today? The first custom character is out. I love you. And the big guy who wants the role, remember to read the gift reply. Ha. I will regularly send customized characters to the bosses at the top of the leaderboard. And the big guys who gave big gifts before should contact me as soon as possible if they want to. Shin Kwai subconsciously moved the few hairs left on the back of his head to the front, maintaining the only remaining dignity of a middle-aged man. He frowned and looked at the black cat. What do you want to do? The black cat licked its own paws. The vertical pupils flashed with a mysterious brilliance. From the beginning of the Ming dynasty, Allah is a cat in Nong's house, and Nong knows how to cut. I don't understand. Can you hold back your tongue? Big bald scoop. I didn't even say you when you said dialect. Why do you say me? The black cat looked at Shin Kwai with some anger. Then I reluctantly translated it again. I said, from tomorrow, I will be your domestic cat, do you know? Shin Kwai looked at the black cat, and then looked at the can, said to himself, my pets are very frugal and usually eat leftovers. Big bald scoop. Meow. This black cat called the ninth master couldn't bear it at all. The direct words turned into a dark shadow, rushed towards Shin Kwai's face. Shin Kwai came to the banquet hall again. Boss Shin, you okay? Yi Ran looked at Shin Kwai's appearance and couldn't help but ask. At this time, Shin Kwai, with a few scratches on his face, the few remaining hairs have been thinned a lot. The customized local tyrant suit was also wrinkled a lot at this time. After going out this time, why do you feel like you have had a fight with someone? It's okay. Ha ha ha, I accidentally fell. Shin Kwai smiled and touched the back of his head to hide his embarrassment. With a cat meow, a black cat stepped on its snow white and immaculate paws, came out extremely elegantly. Everyone's eyes were on this black cat. For no other reason, this black cat is really a little too beautiful. Whether it is appearance, posture, or eyes, exudes the charm of aristocracy all the time. Sometimes, nobility is really something in the bones, regardless of species or dress. Just like this black cat, even if it is naked, it feels like a nobleman among cats. This is the domestic cat of the Ijia family. You can call it, Master Geo. Shin Kwai opened his mouth to introduce. The black cat also jumped in with great cooperation, came to Shin Kwai's shoulder, and at this moment, like an owl, crouch on it. What a handsome cat. Shin Lang was stunned for a moment and then praised. Dad, when did you get this cat? Shin Kwai waved his hand. Okay, if you don't come back to inherit the family business, I can't support the second child. Shin Lang was choked by Shin Kwai. Then you can't let a cat be the second child. The black cat listened to Shin Kwai's speech. There was a hint of annoyance in his eyes, but he still didn't hide it. Shin Kwai continued to introduce. This cat in Ijia is very lazy, and it knows how to eat and drink every day, so it is difficult to even catch a mouse. Oh, what are you doing? It hurts. Shin Kwai hadn't finished speaking. Master Geo couldn't bear it at all. The claw squatting on the shoulder was instantly unsheathed, and it was buckled on Shin Kwai's shoulder. It hurt so much that Shin Kwai covered his shoulders and jumped jumped around. As a result, the black cat jumped down extremely lightly. Naturally, he walked to the dining table, looked up and down at the people at the table. "Hello, kitten." Looking at such a beautiful black cat in front of him, Jiang Xiaoru, who has never liked to talk, couldn't help but reach out and touch the black cat. Under Jiang Xiaoru's touch, the black cat squinted his eyes and raised his head comfortably. Then, it turned its head again, walked to Yi Ran's side and stared at Yi Ran with those vertical eyes. Yi Ran also stared at the cat. The black cat jumped into Yi Ran's arms extremely naturally, rubbed comfortably. "Ah, this cat seems to like you very much, Teacher Yi." After Qin Kuai on the side saw this scene, he said to Yi Ran. Yi Ran stroked the cat and said with a smile, "Maybe I'm born with a charm that attracts cats." "Ah, everyone ate and drank well today? It's not enough. I'll ask the chef and everyone to serve 10 plates and 8 plates. No, Boss Qin, we are all full. Thank you, Boss Qin, for your hospitality." Yi Ran opened his mouth and declined, and the others nodded one after another. Qin Kuai saw that everyone did say that they were full. "Okay, then you will stay at our house today. Qin Lang, the car keys are for you. You take your master in them around more, and you can live wherever you like." After saying that, the Qin Express key was thrown to Qin Lang. "Okay, father." Saying that, Qin Lang was about to take Yi Ran and others into the car. As a result, Yi Ran just stood up. The black cat also jumped on Yi Ran's shoulder. "Looks like he is not leaving. You stinky cat, come down quickly." Qin Kuai said that he was about to come up and pull it. As a result, the black cat glared at Qin Kuai fiercely. The cold light on his paws made Qin Kuai dare not step forward for a while. Yi Ran smiled and touched the cat. "Boss Qin, it seems that this ninth master has a fate with me. Since it doesn't want to leave, let it." Saying that, Yi Ran also stroked the ninth master. The black cat comfortably rubbed Yi Ran's hand. In turn, he glared at Qin Kuai, as if to say, "Look at people, look at you." Qin Kuai was glared at by the black cat's expression and waved his hand. "This unfamiliar cat cub, if you want to like it, Teacher Yi, just take it. If you really find it annoying, you can throw it away and throw it in the garbage heap." "Meow." Master Jiao roared at Qin Kuai. Qin Kuai subconsciously covered his face. "This black cat is so human." Jiang Xiaoru looked at the black cat with a shocked face. Drop, drip, with the sound of 2 horns, a manor commuter bus drove to the door of the banquet hall. "Teacher Yi, let's go. I'll take you to pick a house." Jiang Xiaoru looked at the beautiful scenery in the manor with a novel face. She had never seen a family so big. Qin Lang in the driver's seat introduced like a treasure. "This is the heart of the lake, covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. The whole house is integrated, no glue, no paint, no formaldehyde, with its own ice and fire crystal circulation system, indoor absolute constant temperature." Not only that, but also specially invited the Space Master to customize the fresh air replacement formation. Although the main body is under the lake, but it can ensure that the air breathed is completely consistent with the outdoors. Here, every second is a noble enjoyment. Qin Lang gushed endlessly, saying that the ceiling was falling. "Qin Lang, it's really embarrassing that you don't do real estate sales." Yi Ran looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang touched his head embarrassedly. "I used to sell real estate under my dad. I have an occupational disease." After a while, Yi Ran and the others were arranged into the heart of the lake. "Teacher Yi, where are we going tomorrow?" "I'll arrange the itinerary. Tomorrow to TACC." "Oh okay, I'll arrange it now, and I promise to satisfy you." "Qin Lang, we're not going to play Commerce Bureau, don't worry, I understand." Qin Lang smiled meaningfully. He left the room as if he understood you. "It seems that you don't understand much." Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at the black cat in front of him, and then picked up a glass. He coughed lightly, then he shook the cup hard. The surface of the entire room is covered with rocks. Li Wancheng didn't know when he had entered the combat state. Countless rock pillars rise from the ground. Put the black cat up tightly. The black cat meowed in panic. Wanted to escape but found that he couldn't move at all, and his strength seemed to be suppressed by this rock pillar. "Tell me, who are you?" Yi Ran's voice came from next to the black cat. "Meow." Master Jiao meowed. In those vertical pupils, 3 points of confusion, 7 points of horror. "What's going on? Did you find out like that? Obviously, what hasn't been done yet? What went wrong?" Master Jiao carefully recalled all his previous actions. "Impossible. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Could it be that it is because of the cat's body?" Master Jiao instantly denied his thoughts again. "Are you kidding? This cat's body has been used for a long time. Even those transcendentals have not been distinguished. This kid's vision can surpass those extraordinary? Is this kid lying to me?" The ninth master, who had made up his mind, did not answer Yi Ran's words. Instead, he tossed with his paws aggrievely. The little claws buckled weakly on the rock, making a stabbing sound, struggling to break free from these rocks. "It looks like a really trapped kitten." "Yi Ran, are we making a little fuss? Isn't this just a good-looking cat?" Looking at the behavior of the ninth master, Li Wancheng on the side was a little distressed. He asked Yi Ran in confusion. "Besides, even if someone wants to harm us, what's the use of sending a cat?" Li Wancheng said, and the ninth master meowed appropriately. The tone was extremely aggrieved. Yi Ran looked at the black cat cat in front of him and narrowed his eyes.
You don't admit it yet?
Then he turned his head and said to Li Wancheng,
increase the intensity.
But Yi Ran, if you add more strength, this cat's body can't stand it.
Keep adding.
Hearing Yen Ran say this, Li Wancheng shook his head and looked at the black cat in front of him. You also saw it. This is not what I want to add. It is said that cats have 9 lives, and when you reach the 8th life, if you want to take revenge, don't look for me. Saying that, Li Wancheng raised his fist and clenched it slightly.
In an instant, the rock pillars trapped around the black cat began to shrink inward with a rumble. Feeling those rock pillars have begun to squeeze their bodies,
and the force is getting heavier and heavier, and there is no intention of stopping at all.
If this continues, I may really become a meat sauce.
What a ruthless boy. Seeing that his life was not safe, at this moment, Master Geo no longer pretended.
Stop pushing hard. Hurt.
Found that the black cat in front of him was spitting out human words, or a rough male voice. Li Wancheng was stunned for a moment, then there was annoyance in his eyes.
MD, my girlish heart is hooked out. You give me this hand? Also, you can talk. Why is it still a male? Damn it.
Saying that, Li Wancheng's hand squeezed tighter. The rocks tightened with a lot of force and speed. The black cat felt that his internal organs were about to be squeezed out of his stomach by these huge pressures.
Vomit, stop.
Yi Ran, Luwenjing and I are old acquaintances, please let him stop.
Hearing this black cat directly shout out Luwenjing's name,
Yi Ran hurriedly waved his hand to Li Wancheng on the side. General Li, stop for a moment. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Li Wancheng let go of his palm.
In an instant, those rocks disappeared in an instant.
Without support, the 9th master fell from the sky. It twisted its body and landed on its forepaws extremely lightly. The 9th master, who lived the rest of his life after the cat, shook off the cat hair on his body, looking at Yi Ran in front of him with a resentful face.
Good boy, you are so ruthless. You really plan to kill me?
Yi Ran looked at the black cat in front of him and said in confusion,
what is your relationship with your aunt?
What's the relationship? Why should I tell you? Master Geo raised his head with a proud face, but he didn't look at Yi Ran.
Looking at Master Geo like this,
Yi Ran turned his head and looked at Li Wancheng.
Li Wancheng nodded understandingly.
Then he raised his right hand. In an instant, the earth element in the room began to flow wantonnly again.
Okay, don't scare the cat. I said not yet. In the face of Yi Ran and Li Wancheng's lewd power, Master Geo gave in extremely helplessly. The cat was under the eaves and had to bow its head.
Really, if I had known, I wouldn't have promised Luen to go to this troubled water, and I didn't see the benefits, and I only suffered. Master Geo complained to himself. Then, he jumped on the chair extremely lightly, looking at Yi Ran and Li Wancheng in front of him. I'm your aunt's friend, to be precise. I'm now your aunt's entrusted cat.
Entrusted by your aunt, I came to help you this time. Help me?
Yi Ran looked at Master Geo in confusion. The 9th master tilted his head and looked at Yi Ran.
Why, didn't you come out specifically to investigate the disappearance of military soldiers' equipment?
After hearing this, Yi Ran and Li Wancheng's expressions became a little ugly.
Good guy, he just came out. As a result, the purpose of the trip has long been known.
Yi Ran turned his head to look at Li Wancheng and complained a little speechlessly.
Has the military department become a big colander now?
Li Wancheng touched his head a little embarrassed and didn't know how to explain, so he can only mutter,
it shouldn't be.
Looking at the expressions of the two, Master Geo shook off his cat's paws and said, it's not all the military department's fault. As long as I want to know what I want to know, I rarely don't know.
You?
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself,
the 9th master said.
Then he sat on the chair,
coughed gently. My name is Li Jiomao, and you can also call me Master Geo.
Maybe you haven't heard of my name, but I'm sure you've heard of an organization called Friser. The vulgar cat is not talented. Fu Rui, she is the 9th master, known as the cat ear Li Jiu cat. After saying that, Master Geo also stretched out his front paws extremely gentlemanly and put them on his chest and lowered his head slightly. Time passed minute by minute. The room was quiet and terrifying.
Master Geo finally couldn't bear this embarrassing situation. It raised its head, with anger in its eyes. No, you haven't even heard of the cattery, have you? Li Wancheng and Yi Ran, you look at me, I look at you. The two pairs of eyes looked at the black cat in front of him again. That clear and ignorant gaze answered Master Geo's question. Sorry, I really haven't heard of it. Also, the name fries her. No matter how you listen to it, it feels like some two-dimensional dead house club. What about the desert god of death, Shaliobo? The 9th master continued to ask unbelievingly, and Yi Ran and Li Wancheng still shook their heads blankly. Ironclad turtle, Hanba turtle, you always know this. Looking at the confused eyes of Yi Ran and the two, the pride in Master Ninth's heart was almost shattered. It stretched out its cat's claws, like a gambler's last bet. It swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, the last one, haven't you all heard of Wolverine King, Wu De Wolf? Oh, I've heard of this. Yes, Li Wancheng said. This one, the 9th master couldn't help but be excited. It breathed a sigh of relief, although it doesn't know what it is nervous about. In short, the underwear is covered. Who is Wu Dalong? Yi Ran's words, let Master Geo's just erected waist bend down again. Li Wancheng opened opened his mouth and introduced Wu Dalong, a super killer who was active in the assassination world and ranks in the top 10 all year round. I once became famous for assassinating a plague rat emperor. After that, I also took a lot of orders, and I remember that the assassination success rate was also among the top 5 among the super killers. Listening to Li Wancheng's introduction, the corners of Yi Ran's eyes kept twitching. Super killer? Wu De Wolf? Does anyone really come up with this name? Then does he still have a wife named Pan Jinlian? Even our sister-in-law knows, and you still say you don't know our boss? The ninth master stared at Yi Ran with resentment in his eyes. Yi Ran took a deep breath. Really, is the world crazy? Your boss is still drinking medicine, right? What nonsense are you talking about? My boss is in good health. The ninth master rolled his eyes at Yi Ran. Also, the assassination of the plague rat emperor was not only the credit of my boss, but he was followed by the help and support of several other brothers. Strictly speaking, it is our Frisch's masterpiece, and I am in charge of Frisch's intelligence work. Hearing this, Yi Ran didn't feel anything yet, while Li Wancheng was a little surprised. I have heard that when Wu Dalong assassinated the plague rat king before, he was able to kill the plague rat king in one blow from hundreds of millions of rats in an instant. Everyone can't guess how Wu Dalong did it. In fact, you provided information about the real body of the rat king? Listening to Li Wancheng's question, Master Jiao leaned comfortably on the back of the chair and nodded silently. No, it's just a vulgar cat. Hearing the ninth master's admission, Li Wancheng nodded suddenly. Then he turned his head to Yi Ran and said, if that's the case, it's really not difficult for him to understand the purpose of our trip. Listening to Li Wancheng's affirmation of the ninth master, Yi Ran also looked up and down at the black kitten in front of him. So Antonjing came to you to help us with something? Hearing Yi Ran's question, Master Jiao rolled his eyes. It's okay if you don't say it, I'm still angry if I say it. I received a sum of money from their free tavern before, and I was specifically responsible for collecting some information that was unfavorable to their free tavern, and informed them in advance so that they could be prepared in advance. Well, everything was going smoothly to collect money, but now I have collected the action of your military headquarters this time in a daze. I originally wanted to take this information to your good aunt to ask for an extra sum of money and leave, but as soon as your good aunt heard that you were coming this time, she directly bought me out at a higher price and asked me to be responsible for providing you with information and intelligence. As Master Jiao spoke, he threw out a small plastic bag. Yi Ran took the small plastic bag, which was full of crystals of the chaos beetle. This is... Don't tell me you don't know. If you haven't even found out this, how can you find it here? The ninth master glanced at Yi Ran arrogantly. Seeing that Master Jiao said this, Yi Ran simply didn't pretend. His expression was a little complicated. Not many people know about the chaos beetle crystallization. For a while, Yi Ran couldn't help but speak. For you, the military department is really a big sieve. Hearing this sentence, Li Wancheng was a little unconvinced. Master Ninth's head was raised a little higher, already starting to look at people with nostrils. That's right, don't look at your ninth master. My name of the cat ears of the Furuwei Society is not in vain. Cut. Listening to the stinky fart of Master Jiao, Li Wancheng curled his mouth disdainfully. The ninth master looked at the disdainful Li Wancheng and tilted his head. General Li, don't you really believe in my strength? Li Wancheng learned from the ninth master's previous appearance, and looked at the ninth master with his nostrils. That's just that we didn't deliberately hide it. I really think our military headquarters is the same as that rat king. The ninth master looked at Li Wancheng, who provoked him, slowly spoke. Li Wancheng, the rank of Major General of the Dragon Kingdom, male, from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, 182 centimeters tall, lava-like ability, likes to go to nightclubs and bars, has a perverse style, is keen on browsing short videos, and recently likes to watch short videos with the train goes to the spring. Listening to Master Jiao keep saying, Li Wan raised his head and slowly lowered it. His eyes were full of shock. In addition, there are records of websites that I like to browse recently. With a loud noise, Li Wancheng disappeared. He came to the ninth master at the fastest speed in his life, covered this damn cat's mouth. Li Wancheng turned his head, looked at Yi Ran with bright eyes, and said righteously, Comrade Yi Ran, a team cannot lack a teammate who is good at intelligence work, and Comrade Li Jomo has excellent investigation skills and noble and flawless cat character. I think Comrade Li Jomo is the good comrade we urgently need. Yi Ran looked at this scene with a smile. Generally, let go. If you don't let go, our good comrades will be burked by you. Hearing Yi Ran say this, Li Wancheng then let go of Master Jiao's mouth, extremely gently put it on the chair again. He even thoughtfully helped Master Jiao smooth out the messy hair he had messed up. Since we are all partners, the person who backstabbed his partner is going to swallow 1,000 silver needles. Li Wancheng carried Yi Ran on his back, looking at Master Jiao with a smile, and in the eyes of the ninth master, this smiling expression was full of murderous intent. Master Jiao couldn't help but tremble for a while. Then, he quickly jumped off his chair, came directly to Yi Ran's shoulder. The body leaned tightly against Yi Ran. This gives me a sense of security. In Qin Kuai's room, a fat man who weighed almost 300 pounds ran to Qin Kuai
Kuai panting.
Ha, call, uncle, I'm back.
After Qin Kuai saw the comber, he helped him unload his backpack distressfully. Oh, Qin Lao is back. Rest for a while, this trip has been hard. Let's see if the baby is tired.
Uncle,
don't worry. I came back in business class, and there was a special car behind me, and I didn't walk down the ground at all, but I was tired when I went upstairs.
The big fat man sat on the stool.
I took a few sips of it. Okay, that's great. Your brother wants to enjoy it so much with you, and he won't suffer so much, Qin Kuai said with emotion. Then he opened his eyes that were almost covered in fat.
Uncle, I heard that Qin Lang came back and rushed back. Where are others now? Qin Kuai looked at Qin Lao inside.
Qin Lao, your brother, the devil is stunned.
What's going on?
Uncle, speak slowly. Since your brother joined the military department, he thought he would come back after a few days of hardship, but as a result, the more people practiced, the more excited he became, and now he doesn't come back to inherit the family business. Hearing this, Qin Lao's eyes were full of shock.
What? Don't eat hard? Qin Lang, is he crazy? Who said it wasn't?
A big and fat doll that was originally fat is now thin into a hemp steak.
Where is it that you look beautiful now?
Qin Kuai said while touching the corner of his eye. Seeing this, Qin Lao waved his hand.
Uncle, don't say it. Leave this matter to me. Qin Kuai looked at the confident Qin Lao. I'll leave it to you. What are you doing? This time it's going to be threatened with ligation. The corners of Qin Lao's mouth rose diagonally.
Qin Lang has severed ties with society for too long. Wait for me to let him taste the sugar-coated shells in society again. Subsequently, he stretched out 3 fat fingers. Within 3 days, I will definitely be able to make Qin Lang change his mind, and the day after tomorrow, you can wait for my good news. Saying that, Qin Lao turned around and left. Extremely chic, he shook his limited edition trench coat with his hand.
But the butt seems to be a little too big. There is no unexpected throw.
Qin Kuai looked at Qin Lao's back and muttered to himself, look, is this the good son of our Qin family? Then, he shouted loudly to Qin Lao.
Qin Lao, uncle, it's up to you. Don't worry, uncle. It's wrapped. Dragon Kingdom, Magic City.
Colorful neon lights flashed. The gate of TACC is still full of luxury cars.
Even if it is already midnight and early morning,
those beautiful men and women who are fashionably dressed,
still in and out in an endless stream.
From time to time, there are several drunken men and women fighting on the roadside.
Of course, they were soon taken away by TACC security. A few roars of steam engines roared,
attracted the attention of everyone present. Along with it, several super luxury cars.
The industrial pearl of Han's kingdom, the son of darkness. This appearance is miserable. Look at the back. This is a bright lotus.
Based on the famous cardinal of the Holy Court, Maids. The last time I saw the same car was in the news of the diplomatic channel. Good guys, none of these cars are not limited editions.
Which big guy is coming to TACC to consume? The surrounding passers-by talked about it.
All of them are looking forward to waiting for these car owners to get out of the car so that they can see the respectful appearance.
Even many paparazzi have prepared their own pinhole cameras,
ready for some actresses to get out of the car and capture some scandals.
Cousin, do we have to be so ostentatious?
Qin Lang looked at Qin Lao, who was driving with a helpless face.
Last night, Qin Lao knocked on his door in the middle of the night,
said that he wanted to catch up with Qin Lang all night. As a result, after hearing that Qin Lang was going to bring his military friends to TACC,
the smile on Qin Lao's face never came down.
At the same time, on the grounds that Qin Lang has been away from the magic capital all year round and is not familiar with the changes in TACC, took away today's reception rights. It is necessary to serve Qin Lang and his friends in the military department to the end. What's the point of ostentation? These are already your brothers and my most low-key cars.
The internet celebrities in the back cars are also the most low-key choices, isn't it?
Oh brother, you said you like female stars.
What are you talking about?
Qin Lao said to Qin Lang disapprovingly.
Qin Lang, look at the people outside. Look at their reverent eyes. Don't you feel anything?
Qin Lang listened to Qin Lao's words and curled his lips. Boring. And Li Wansheng, who was sitting in the car, looked at the spectators around him with a smile. Then he took out a comb out of nowhere and began to take care of his hair.
What are you going to do?
The black cat standing on Yi Ran's shoulder turned his head and looked at Li Wansheng, who was taking care of his hair.
Can't you see it?
Sort out the image. Stand up later. What you want to represent is the face of the military. Then he also handed the comb to Yi Ran very intimately and said with a smile,
there is no rehearsal in life. Every second is a live broadcast.
Looking at Li Wansheng, who handed him a comb, Yi Ran didn't know what to say. This extraordinary man of the military department deviated from his expectations every time.
Brother, are we going to get off here?
Qin Lang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at his cousin who was driving and asked,
here? How can it be? Not here? Where can you be if you don't go here? Can you still drive in? Listening to Qin Lang's question,
the corners of Qin Lang's mouth rose slightly, but the angle of the rise felt a little crooked. As we all know, when the corners of someone's mouth start to rise crookedly, then this person will start to pretend.
Since you said to drive in, then let's drive in.
Several luxury cars slowly drove to the wall of TACC.
Suddenly a staff member in black uniform platform came out of TACC. It seems that the level is not low. He silently walked to the wall and gently placed his palm on the wall. In an instant, the entire wall seemed to be activated, and with this palm as the center, the light began to scatter in all directions. With the sound of mechanical rotation, the wall in front of this staff member was lifted from the ground. A cavity was formed that could accommodate vehicles entering. Then in full view, all of Qin Lang's luxury cars drove into TACC. As these luxury cars drove in, the wall was restored by the staff. The whole outside was restored as if this had never happened at all. The outfield completely blew up the circle. Fuck, it's amazing. Tax Devil's Gate has opened. The last time I saw TACC open this door, it was open to welcome the little prince of the Camel Kingdom, who is sitting in this luxury car. It's definitely either rich or noble. It's not the kind of person who is either rich or noble. The entertainment sector is going to explode tomorrow. Yi Ran and others sitting in the car, looking at the bizarre rainbow tunnel through the car window. Qin Lao looked at Yi Ran, Li Wancheng and others through the rearview mirror. Qin Lang, your family has founding shares in TACC, right? Looking at the scene outside, Jiang Xiaoru, who has always been taciturn, asked. Hearing Jiang Xiaoru ask, Qin Lang was stunned for a moment. Slightly surprised response. Yes, Xiaoru, I didn't expect you to know the founding shares of TACC. Yesterday was because I knew that my family had shares. Only then did he confidently say that he would entertain Yi Ran and the others. As a result, I didn't expect to be cut off by my cousin. Yo, little girl, you still know these things. Qin Lao, who was driving, revealed the rearview mirror. Looking at Jiang Xiaoru, he looked surprised. Jiang Xiaoru nodded. I don't really understand. I've just heard someone talk about it before. Hearing this, Qin Lao asked with disbelief. Little girl, what are you doing? Jiang Xiaoru pointed to herself. Ha, me, I am a student. That's right. Hearing this, Qin Lao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then don't worry. It seems that it is just hearsay. A student who knows a little bit of information. It doesn't affect tonight's pretense. These luxury cars slowly drove into the underground parking lot inside TACC. Except for Qin Lao, several cars stopped one after another. Brother, don't we stop? What are you stopping for? Take a passage with them? Qin Lao smiled and shook his head. By the way, he also rolled down the car window and kissed and greeted the internet celebrities who came out. Wait until we meet, teachers. I look forward to your performance, especially you, Sister Watermelon. Then, he continued to drive forward. After driving a certain distance, everyone got off the car. Cousin, how do we get now? Qin Lang looked at the dark environment around him and asked. Peace of mind, just follow your brother and me. Qin Lao strode forward. It is still the momentum of the home field. He led everyone to the only place where the lights were lit in the parking lot. As everyone came to the location where the lights illuminated, Qin Lao gently pressed his handprint on the electronic pillar on the side. Buzz. An invisible electromagnetic wave swept through everyone. Identity confirmation, levitation setting is underway. Please do not move. Drip. With a crisp electronic sound, everyone felt an invisible force rising from under their feet. Their bodies began to slowly rise. It's like being gently lifted up by a huge hand, as if they were standing in an invisible elevator. This is electromagnetic track? Qin Lang was stunned. Qin Lao looked at Qin Lang with a surprised face. I didn't expect you to know this thing. This is the electromagnetic track. This thing is a new design by TACC. It has not been released to the public. It is only open to VIPs. Subsequently, Qin Lao also glanced at his cousin with an inscrutable face. Brother, remember, our Qin family has a deeper heritage than you think. Qin Lang ignored Qin Lao's ostentation. He has been frowning since he saw this electromagnetic track. Then he looked at Li Wancheng on the side. Li Wancheng was expressionless, not knowing what he was thinking. Strictly speaking, it is one of the core technologies developed by Dr. Wang Jipeng to build a future city. This thing is classified technology in the military. There is no external circulation at all. But I never expected that. This TACC, a small nightclub, has already used the core technology of their military department. When the elevator? What this means, it is self-evident. Li Wancheng looked at the ninth master on Yi Ran's shoulder. The ninth master lay lazily on his shoulder, muttering in a voice that others could not hear. Don't look at me. I didn't do it, and I didn't do it for no purpose. Master Jiao said, and curled his mouth. I have long proven that your military department is a big colander. There is no secret at all. You still don't believe it. Listening to the words of Master Jiao, Li Wancheng did not refute this time. The facts are here. How to refute it? As this electromagnetic track slowly rises, they left the underground parking lot directly, came to the infield of TACC. Yi Ran and the others then realized the place where they rise is the core of the entire TACC. They flashed by, flying directly to the top of TACC. I came to the inside of a room made of transparent materials. Qin Lang and the others looked around. It is extremely luxurious and luxurious. The room is filled with all kinds of precious items. The sofa made of the leather of the red flame beast, soft and comfortable with a unique aroma. There are also glass goblets carved from crystal dragon horns, crystal clear and shining
shining with mysterious light. Even the transparent material in that room shimmered with a wonderful halo. It seems that there are countless tiny stars twinkling in it, presenting a flowing beauty.
When light hits these transparent materials, it emits a faint light, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. It gives a fantastic visual treat. This is night crystal?
Yi Ran knocked on the transparent materials and asked uncertainly.
You know, brother. Xin Lao's face showed surprise. Then open your hands. This is the most luxurious VIP room in TACC. Here, you can see any location of TACC. These night crystals are also specially enchanted. You can only see the outside from the inside, and you can't see the inside from the outside.
Xin Lao introduced with a slight pretense. It is no exaggeration to say that this private room, even if it is for high-ranking officials and dignitaries and sect masters, will not be open to them.
Then, he said to Qin Kuai more understandingly.
Brother, I heard that you want to set up a business bureau, right?
Shh, don't talk, let my brother come. Xin Lao snapped his fingers. A hologram projection appeared in the glass room. At the other end of the projection, there is an extremely handsome and dashing man in a TACC uniform. Hello, Mr. Qin, long time no see. What are your plans for today?
Yi Ran squinted at this holographic projection.
This thing in front of you, how does it feel so similar to the projection of the military department?
He turned his head to look at Li Wancheng and Qin Lang. At this time, the eyes of the two people did not leave the hologram projection.
Especially Li Wancheng.
He has always been cheerful in his thinking.
Since getting out of the car, I didn't see him smile. Xin Lao doesn't care about this.
In his eyes, the current expression of his own prison and his friends in the prison, just like the people he had brought before, has been completely conquered by this sense of luxury and technology. He enjoyed the feeling extremely much and said to the hologram projector,
Manager Wang, why did you come to receive me in person today?
The person inside the hologram said with a smile,
No way, someone has come to the headquarters recently, and there are a lot of things. Hearing this, Xin Lao was slightly surprised. Yes, over there?
Just when Xin Lao said, Manager Wang in the hologram projection also glanced at the others on the side. Seeing this, Xin Lao hurriedly said, Understand, we play ours, it will not affect Manager Wang. Manager Wang, bring me the batch of wine I saved here the year before last.
Mr. Qin, you mean the batch of 82-year-old top Dragon Heart wine?
Well, it's that batch of Dragon Heart wine, and today we are entertaining distinguished guests.
Xin Lao turned around and pointed at Qin Lang and the others.
Manager Wang of TACC turned his head sideways and looked at Qin Lang and the others curiously. At first, it was just a friendly greeting, until I saw a familiar figure.
He was stunned. This familiar braid, this familiar lowly face. Impossible?
The manager rubbed his eyes unbelievingly.
Manager Wang? If you're too busy, just let your subordinates help me deliver it.
Seeing Manager Wang silent for a long time,
Xin Lao asked.
Manager Wang, who reacted, was a little hurried.
No trouble. I'll go over now. After saying that, he didn't even say hello. Turn off the hologram projection.
This time, whether to say it or not, Xin Lao was a little out of place. Xin Lao touched his head awkwardly. Turning his head and smiling, he explained, You don't know, this Manager Wang is not an ordinary person. Then, he whispered to everyone, It's all my own people. Let me give you a bottom. This TACC is not an ordinary nightclub.
Brother, do you want to talk about it? Xin Lang was a little curious.
Xin Lao looked left and right mysteriously, and continued, Actually, this TACC is the largest bar in the Magic City on the surface, but in fact, the person behind this TACC is a free tavern.
Freedom Tavern? Xin Lang looked at Xin Lao with a surprised face. Is it the top force, the Freedom Tavern? Xin Lao nodded. Besides that free tavern, what else can there be?
Then, he pointed to the position of the hologram projection with great seriousness. Manager Wang just now is not an ordinary person, he is one of the two heads of the Longbo branch of this free tavern, the powerhouse of the Platinum Peak, Wangchenghua.
Platinum level peak? Xin Lang exclaimed. Obviously, he didn't expect that in this small nightclub.
There are still such strong people.
Do you think that if it weren't for your brother and me, I would respect him so much?
Our Qin family is rich, and we may not be afraid of platinum and diamond grandmasters, but after all, there is a free tavern standing behind them, and the face that should be given still has to be given. Xin Lao was frantically looking for supplements for himself. Yi Ran on the side turned his head, looked at Jiang Xiaoru. Jiang Xiaoru whispered in a voice that only Yi Ran could hear.
That is Lao Wang, a middle-level management of the Dragon Kingdom branch library. Wow. Syllable. Come in. As soon as Xin Lao's words fell, the door was opened. First of all, what caught everyone's eye was a long leg. Mr. Qin is good. An extremely soft voice sounded.
Internet celebrities who were pulled over by Xin Lao before entered the private room.
These internet celebrities are dressed boldly. Even the design of the body also carries some careful machines of some broken series in it. It's you. Sit down, don't hold on.
Xin Lao greeted all the internet celebrities to sit down.
As soon as I sat down,
this group of internet celebrities began to take selfies from each other's angles.
Looking at these internet celebrities, Xin Lao also arched Xin Lang beside him by the way. and said quietly, "How is it? Each one is top-notch 3D. Each one is selected according to your preferences."
Hearing Qin Lao say this, Qin Lang's old face turned red.
"What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Lao rolled his eyes at Qin Lang. "Come on, why are you still pretending to be serious with your brother? When your father asked me to help you clean up the room before, the magazines you read when you were a child were still hidden by me. Tisk, those pages are almost turned over, but there is one thing to say. Ha 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 ha." Seeing that Qin Lao was about to continue, Qin Lang laughed and drowned out Qin Lao's voice, and put his dear cousin under his elbow with an arm. A good cousin who looked at him with a threatening face. "Brother, it's almost over." As an ordinary person, Qin Lao, where is Qin Lang's opponent? As soon as Qin Lang was strangled by his neck, he had already raised his hand and surrendered. After Qin Lang let go of Qin prison, he turned his head to look at Yi Ran and the others. "Teacher Yi, since everyone has arrived." Before Qin Lang could finish speaking, Yi Ran said helplessly, "Qin Lang, let these internet celebrities step down." Wow! Syllable. Qin Lang didn't finish speaking. The glass door knocked again. As Qin Laogang finished speaking, a strong man rushed in with a group of people. Made this place, which originally seemed quite spacious, extremely crowded. After seeing the comer, Qin Lao was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly walked over and said to the strong man at the head, "Brother Zhang, what wind blew you here?" Subsequently, Qin Lao also greeted Qin Lang. "Brother, this is the real helmsman of TACC, the emperor of the underground entertainment of the magic capital, Zhang Zhe, Mr. Zhang." This sentence Zhang Zhe. The others haven't reacted yet. Those internet celebrities who were still holding them came to their spirits one by one. They put away their mobile phones and said extremely politely, "Mr. Zhang, good. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Mr. Zhang, first time meeting, please give me a lot of advice." And at this time, Zhang Zhe, but ignored these warblers, swallows. Even Qin Lao responded with a smile. Then, walking straight forward, he first came to Zhang Xiaoru's side, as if he hadn't seen his child's parents for a long time, touched Xiaoru's head. "Xiaoru is back? I haven't seen you grow taller in the past few days, haven't you? Brother Zhang, I've been an adult for a long time." Zhang Zhe then turned his head and looked at Yi Ran. The eyes began to turn red for some reason. "Brother, you want to kill my brother?" He hugged Yi Ran tightly and said quietly in a voice that Yi Ran could hear, "Brother, help. Sister, her hands are too dark. Today, tell me, who is the first in Jinmen?" "Brother?" Zhang Zhe hugged Yi Ran tightly, completely dumbfounded Qin Lao and a group of internet celebrities. The real helmsman of TACC, the emperor of underground entertainment in the Magic City, and the head of the Dragon Country branch of the Free Tavern, just abruptly hugged one of Qin Lang's comrades in arms and called him a brother? Qin Lao turned his head to look at Qin Lang, his voice as soft as a mosquito. "What's the situation? Didn't you say that these are your comrades in arms in the military department?" "Yes." Qin Lang also said dully, and added uncertainly, "Guess so. Is that so?" Listening to Qin Lang's answer, Qin Lao smashed his mouth. That Zhang Zhe, backed by the Freedom Tavern, is not very for ordinary diamond-level grandmasters. Don't tell me, your comrade in arms, like you, is a recruit egg who hasn't gone out of the boot camp yet. Qin Lang touched his head a little embarrassedly. Teacher Yi taught in the demon martial arts, he was not in the military department before, and I only met him recently. Brother Prison, next time you will say it in advance. Don't worry, brother, I haven't said this one clearly. Qin Lao glanced at Qin Lang, his face was a little burned at this time. What kind of home stadium is this? The person in charge of the Freedom Tavern and Yi Ran are both brothers. Isn't this a small force? Qin Lao has not yet adapted to this sudden change. Manager Wang and a group of middle managers of the Free Branch has come to Zhang Xiaoru one after another. He bent down very respectfully and said, "Miss, why don't you tell us when you come back?" "That's right, eldest lady, you suddenly surprised us, which caught us off guard. Look, I went outside and got tanned. Isn't the food of the military department good? Miss, today I will ask the kitchen to prepare delicious food for you." These middle-level people are gossiping. One by one, they offered their hospitality to Zhang Xiaoru, and at this moment, this made Qin Lao, who was still adapting to Yi Ran's identity change. Once again, the clam was in the water. "Miss? What an unfamiliar title." He stared and slowly turned his head to look at Qin Lang. "Didn't you say that there is only one that has not been clarified?" Qin Lang was a little embarrassed, and quietly leaned into Qin Lao's ear. "This is Teacher Ye's student." Qin Lao had a lot of things he wanted to tell his cousin. At this time, Zhang Xiaoru, looking at manager Wang and the others, he shook his head helplessly. "Brother Wang, I'm not here during this time. Have you secretly started drinking again?" All the middle levels shook their heads frantically in unison. "How is that possible?" "Miss, since the last time I vomited, I don't even drink water, only wolfberry juice." "That's right, miss, what is wine? Quit early." "Miss, I'm really sad if you say that again." "Miss, don't say anything else, don't believe me. My goji berry cup is still here." As soon as manager Wang's words came out, directly killed the game. He took a thermos cup and walked up to Zhang Xiaoru. At this moment, all the middle management stared at manager Wang's back. "Okay," hurriedly called everyone over. He quietly made a cup of goji berry water. No wonder the latest to come. There are bad guys in this middle level. Brother Wang is awesome. I'll go to praise you in front of the master later. Zhang Xiaoru looked at the thermos cup with a smile. Praised Manager Wang. Manager Wang lowered his head extremely humbly. No need to praise, eldest lady, you are also for our health. You can't even hold on to this little thing. How can you be worthy of being a manager of TAC? Dog spies, dirty office struggle. Just lick it, who can lick you? At this time, if the eyes can kill, Manager Wang's eyes behind him have almost cut him 1,000 times. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoru looked at the rest of the middle managers, shook his head helplessly. Brothers and sisters, drinking is really not good. Drinking too much will really hurt your body. As Zhang Xiaoru's words fell, all the middle-level pupils present shrank. I felt an inexplicable energy in the dark. This familiar feeling, it's time to come. For a while, everyone was frowning. In the middle of the room, 80% are drunkards. One by one, they are addicted to alcohol. It is worse not to let them drink than to kill them. Yiran also broke free from Zhang Zhe's arms. He looked at Zhang Zhe and smiled helplessly. Brother Zhang, what's wrong with you, aunt? Hearing Yiran ask, Zhang Zhe sighed, and then said, you don't know, those people from the headquarters have also come here recently. You mean, the other two? Zhang Zhe shook his head. Wrong, it's 3. The headquarters added another big guy some time ago. Yiran was a little surprised. So, now in TACC, there are 4. Zhang Zhe nodded. Hearing this, Yiran gasped. Good guy, if Li Wancheng is included in this little TACC, there are already 5 transcendents. The excess content is a bit explosive. Yiran immediately said. Then congratulations, Brother Zhang, the power of your free tavern has reached a new height. Listening to Yiran's congratulations, Zhang Zhe's originally drooping facial features collapsed a little again. Congratulations, congratulations. Yiran was a little stunned. Isn't this a great thing? What's good? Since these masters have all come, I have changed from satisfying the habit of satisfying the eldest sister alone to satisfying the habit of satisfying 4 people. Don't you know how perverse these masters of our freedom tavern are? Zhang Zhe didn't finish speaking. Suddenly, Yiran could clearly sense that there was a faint black mist rushing into Zhang Zhe's ears. Zhang Zhe shivered as if he was in a sense. He looked at Yiran, sighed, and said, Sister, don't let me talk nonsense. Let me take you over now, as if I have something to say. What about Xiaoru? The eldest sister didn't call Xiaoru. Yiran nodded. Can I go with you? At this time, Li Wancheng, who had not spoken for a long time, asked. Zhang Zhe looked at Li Wancheng. Just when Zhang Zigang was about to refuse, suddenly trembled in response again. Zhang Zhe glanced at the surveillance equipment with some resentment, and then nodded. The eldest sister has ordered it. Let's go together. Zhang Zhe took Yiran and Li Wancheng to get up and leave. Just when the 3 of them arrived at the door, oops, there was an exclamation among the internet celebrities near the door. A good-looking internet celebrity leaned and pounced on Yiran. However, Yiran flashed over extremely lightly, caught this internet celebrity off guard, directly threw a dog to eat and smashed it on the floor. Do you know this person? Oh, let's go. Then, Yiran and the 3 of them left the room without looking back. The internet celebrity who was thrown to the ground got up. At this time, blood had begun to bubble from the bridge of his nose. Brother, it's here. Zhang Zhe took Yiran and the 3 of them to the familiar door again. Brother Zhang, don't you go in? After Zhang Zhe heard it, his head shook like a rattle, even took a half step back in a serious way. Let Yiran open the door. Zhang Zhe, who asked you to run? Come in for me. Before Zhang Zhe could successfully retreat, the voice inside the door had already come out. After Zhang Zhe heard the order, turned around and opened the door with a sad face. Yiran looked at Zhang Zhe, who looked bitter on his face, but still complied. Maybe this is called the innate Eucharist. After Yiran and the others came in, the whole room was filled with gray fog, directly enveloped everyone present. The gray mist was surging and getting thicker. Yiran instantly felt that his vision, hearing, and even all means of perception had disappeared. It's this trick again. Yiran was a little helpless, and was about to open his mouth to let Antingjing raise his hand. When Yiran was about to speak, Li Wancheng on the side snorted coldly. The lava skin is directly attached to the body. The earth element began to boil. Since Li Wancheng became the center, a spherical lava wall began to expand outward, wrapped Yiran and Li Wancheng. Abruptly from this raging gray mist, squeeze out a space. No matter how the gray mist from the outside world invades, it remains still. Good means seemed to be stimulated by Li Wancheng's defense. The gray mist began to take on strange changes. Whoa! The sound of corrosion began to appear on the lava shield that the gray mist touched. As the gray mist continued to corrode, the lava shield also began to weaken continuously. And at this time, Li Wancheng, the eyes have turned earthy gold. He was in the lava shield, suddenly shook one hand in one direction. At a position 5 meters away from Li Wancheng, countless earth elements began to surge towards that position from all directions, directly formed an earthy yellow sphere. As Li Wancheng's fist became more and more solid, the sphere began to squeeze inward. With a sound, the earth
ball burst in response, and these gray mist were all retracted, directly transformed into a figure shrouded in gray mist. The temptation of the two parties. From this moment on, it is completely over. Zhang Zhe looked at this scene, the boss whose jaw dropped. At this moment, only then did he know that the stinky fart man standing next to Yiran, it turned out to be an extraordinary person. Good means, you can find my true location so easily, worthy of being the most important genius of the military department in the era. This imperial shield really lives up to its name. At this time, Li Wancheng also let go of his defenses and said with a smile, mainly because the indoor space is small, if you want to find out where your Lord of the Grey Mist is hiding outside, it is simply a fool's dream. The ninth master lying on Yi Ran's shoulder shook the dust on his body. The two sides glanced blankly. Okay, enough pleasantries, can you sit down and chat? Master Geo jumped down directly, picked an empty sofa, sat down. At this time, the Lord of Grey Mist flew to Yi Ran's side. The grey fog has been removed, revealed the charming Lu Wenjing. At this time, Lu Wenjing, the arms as white as lotus roots, held Yi Ran, rubbed Yi Ran's head extremely affectionately. Stinky boy, your skills are great, your wings are hard. The last time I went to your school, you didn't even say hello. Yi Ran was a little embarrassed and wanted to get rid of Lu Wenjing's head killing, but the difference in strength is too large. Several times I broke free but still couldn't break free. Auntie, don't be like this, so many people are watching. What's wrong? You don't recognize your aunt when there are too many people, right? Do you dislike my aunt for being old, Xiaoran? Lu Wenjing looked at Yi Ran, his eyes aggrieved, looking like he was pitiful when he saw me. This made Zhang Zhe, who was standing on the side, feel chilled, unconsciously rubbed his goosebumps, and Li Wancheng on the side looked at this scene, and was also secretly shocked. Yi Ran actually had such a close relationship with the Lord of the Grey Mist of the Freedom Tavern. Auntie, you touch it, when will you touch your bald head, and when will we talk about things again? How could Yi Ran withstand Lu Wenjing's nonsense? He simply didn't resist, and let Lu Wen quietly hold his head. Lu Wenjing naturally just teased Yi Ran. Seeing that Yi Ran gave up resistance, she also felt boring, simply sat next to Master Geo. Holding Master Geo in his arms, he stroked Master Geo. Master Geo lay comfortably on Lu Wenjing's lap. Let Lu Wenjing be ravaged. Lu Wenjing said, I have already heard Master Geo say specific things, and we have been secretly staring at that retired soldier for a long time. Let's not mention this yet. Li Wancheng waved his hand and interrupted Lu Wenjing's words. Then he also sat down and stared at Lu Wenjing extremely seriously. Please tell me, where did the electromagnetic tracks in your TACC and those holographic projection technologies come from? Listening to Li Wancheng's words, Lu Wenjing was stunned for a moment, and looked at Li Wancheng incredulously. You mean the elevator in the TACC underground garage, and the telephone device that can show people? Li Wancheng nodded. These are the core technologies of our military department and are not circulated to the outside world. Lu Wenjing looked at Li Wancheng, her expression a little complicated. Are you sure? I'm sure. Before Lu Wenjing could answer, the ninth master lying on Lu Wenjing's lap spoke. Generally, it's really not me who said. What you said started selling in the free market some time ago, and the sales are quite good. What? No way? Li Wancheng blurted out incredulously. Looking at Li Wancheng's expression, Lu Wenjing turned his head, glanced at Zhang Zhe on the side. Zhang Zhe on the side took out his mobile phone knowingly, opened something, handed it to Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng took the mobile phone handed over by Zhang Zhe and looked down. At this time, in the mobile phone, a man wearing a cartoon mask, suit and leather shoes walked into the electromagnetic track of the same style as TACC. Lao Zhang's old cold legs made it difficult for him to go up 2 floors before, but since installing this void elevator, he went up to the 5th floor in one go, without effort. Do you like such a cool elevator too? From today onwards, the void elevator is on sale, number 1998, number 998, only 198. The void elevator to take home. Take the void elevator and enjoy a happy life. There are only the last 3 left, the last 3. Watching this kind of clumsy imitation TV advertisements selling the core technology of the military department, Li Wancheng's eyes darkened, sat on the sofa and couldn't stand up, muttered to himself, 198, 198, strange shame, great shame. That 198 is the credit point of the free market, not really only 198 yuan. Looking at Li Wancheng, who was a little dizzy, Zhang Zhe couldn't bear to comfort him. At this time, Li Wancheng couldn't listen at all. He didn't believe in evil and clicked on the masked man's homepage again. What holographic remote phone? What maglev wheelchair? It can be said that what the military department has, he has what he has. Good guy, focus on the core technology of the military department. Who is this person? Where is he now? Li Wancheng looked up at Zhang Zhe. Li Wancheng was murderous. The majestic momentum did not converge at all, so Zhang Zhe couldn't help but turn on the drunkard's chaotic skills to weaken the oppression of this momentum on himself. Suddenly, a burst of grey mist blew. Let Zhang Zhe block the oppression of this momentum. Lu Wenjing on the side said, General Li is a little calm. I know you are angry now, but you also know that there are many forces involved. The information is absolutely confidential, and no one can find out who that person is.
Li Wancheng frowned.
He has also heard of the free market, an underground trade market involving a global scale.
You can trade anything you want to trade here.
Even countries or forces that are at odds with each other openly refuse to interact with each other.
You can also secretly complete import and export trade here.
Therefore, the establishment of this market, it is built from the interests of most countries and forces. The order in it is also maintained by all forces.
It's just that every country will have one or rotate an administrator. It's like the Dragon Kingdom. The current manager of the free market is the Yin family. The Yin family is only responsible for managing and having the privilege of preferential trade. No trade transactions can be prevented or investigated. It is really difficult to find such a masked kid in the free market.
Li Wancheng's surging momentum disappeared, and he sat silently in place, not knowing what he was thinking.
Just when the atmosphere fell silent for a while, Yi Ran said, "Auntie, this time we came mainly for one thing."
Lu Wenjing nodded. "I know, I have already heard Li Jiumao say it." Miao Li Jiumao turned over and glanced at Lu Wenjing, seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Lu Wenjing not calling himself the ninth master. As a result, after being glared at by Lu Wenjing,
Li Jiumao quickly lay down and obediently let Lu Wenjing touch his back. A good cat doesn't suffer immediate losses.
"I have already locked the person you were looking for, and I usually come to TACC at 10 o'clock every Wednesday and Friday night. It just so happens that today is Wednesday, and there is still an hour and 10 o'clock, and Zhang Zhe has already been asked to keep an eye on you. You can wait for the rabbit."
At this time, Zhang Zhe also nodded.
"I've already explained that as soon as that person arrives, he will be stared at the whole time."
"Thank you, Brother Zhang."
"Thank you, Auntie." Yi Ran nodded and thanked him. Then, Lu Wenjing opened her mouth and said to Yi Ran,
"I have only one request. Don't do it internally at TACC."
"Don't worry, Aunt." Yi Ran nodded and then turned to Li Wancheng, who was still confused, and said, "General Li, let's go. There is still a big job to do today." Li Wancheng did not have his previous lively appearance at this time, just stood up in a wooden manner and followed Yi Ran out of Lu Wenjing's room.
"Be careful all the way." Lu Wenjing watched Yi Ran leave with a smile. He didn't bow his head, just said lightly, "What are you still stunned for? You don't want the final payment."
Seemed to be frightened by Lu Wenjing's momentum. The ninth master, who was still lying comfortably in his arms, a clever jumped up, swish chased towards Yi Ran. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhang Zhe was also ready to leave. As a result, as soon as he lifted his foot, he heard Lu Wenjing's voice. "Stop." Zhang Zhe had a bitter face, forcibly let his face pile up professional smirks, and turned his head to look at Lu Wenjing.
"Sister, do you have any other instructions?"
Lu Wenjing looked at Zhang Zhe with a smile.
I don't dare. How dare I trouble our entertainment emperor in the magic capital? Sister, don't mess with me. Without you, what kind of little karami am I?" Zhang Zhe smiled. Lu Wenjing snorted coldly. "Zhang Zhe, you still remember that I am your eldest sister. Do you remember what your eldest sister explained to you?"
After Zhang Zhe heard this, some monks were confused. Recently, due to the Freedom Tavern headquarters coming to the assessment, I am very careful. Everything that needs to be done has been done, and the heart that should be worried has also been done.
How could something be missed?
Zhang Zhe looked at Lu Wenjing, who was not very good looking, and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Sister, I can't give a clear." Lu Wenjing looked at Zhang Zhe angrily.
"Didn't you promise me before to make up for Yi Ran and my unsatisfactory little niece? How is it now? Where is my nephew and grandson?"
Zhang Zhe looked at Lu Wenjing with a sad face.
"Sister, I really don't blame me. You think about it, since the assessment, Yi Ran is not in the school at all. How can I make up?"
Lu Wenjing glanced at Zhang Zhe. "I shouldn't have listened to you at that time. Where did all this come from, cooking raw rice into mature rice?"
"Sister, what are you talking about? What's wrong? Something that stabs you can't do if you make it so complicated. What can you kid do?"
Zhang Zhe listened to Lu Wenjing's tiger and wolf words, really collapsed.
Lu Wenjing continued unreasonably.
"I don't care. This time Yi Ran came to our TACC to do business. It's an opportunity. Give me a good performance, if my mother can't see her.
Niece and granddaughter next year, you can pack up and go to the Demon Kingdom, and say goodbye to your Yin 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 in the future."
Zhang Zhe looked at Lu Wenjing, just wanted to open his mouth to say something, but the words came to his lips and swallowed them back. "Forget it. One more thing is better than one less." Saying that, Zhang Zhe left Lu Wenjing's residence with grief and indignation. Just after Zhang Zhe left, Lu Wenjing suddenly felt a little swollen in her brain, and a strong sleepiness swept through her brain.
"Here we go again?"
Lu Wenjing snorted coldly, then he bit his tongue, and a burst of grey mist rose, directly swept away the sleepiness on his body.
At the other end of the sofa,
standing in pajamas, handsome looking, but the man who didn't wake up with a face on his face. He rubbed his eyes, his head was still upside down, as if he could fall asleep at any time.
"Hello, Sister Wenjing." The man looked at Lu Wenjing with a smile.
Then he lowered his head and felt as if he was asleep again. "I said, can you restrain your breath?"
Lu Wenjing looked at the man a little angrily.
The man in pajamas hadn't spoken yet. Another voice came from the side. "Hiccup Mingxuan is at a critical juncture in the advancement, and now he can't be blamed for this.
On the other side of the sofa,
A strong man with a big belly with a beard said with a hiccup. Then, he took out another wine bottle from nowhere.
directly performed dragon sucking water.
Then it seemed that he was a little spicy, his facial features were twisted together, and he retched.
Hiccup.
By the way, you really can't get used to drinking the liquor of the Dragon Kingdom. Luanjing looked at the strong man with a big belly on the other side and rolled her eyes. The bearded strong man in front of him, it was the founder of the Freedom Tavern.
A transcendent person with the inheritance of Dionysus.
Known as the Lord of Chaos, Dionysus.
Of course, his skin is not blue and he is also wearing pants.
Just when the two were still talking,
Chen Mingxuan on the side snorted slightly. After a while, he fell asleep.
Luanjing looked at Chen Mingxuan incredulously with sleepiness,
Turned his head and looked at Dionysus angrily.
By the way, where did you find this strange sleeping?
Dionysus hiccuped and pointed to Chen Mingxuan, who was already asleep.
You said him. Ha ha ha, I secretly drank holy water in the holy court before. Who knew that these bastards poisoned the holy water? Fortunately, the things I drank were mixed enough, and I was immune to all poisons, and I barely broke through the encirclement, and Mingxuan was what I encountered when I was chased by the holy court.
Dionysus said as he seemed to think of something wonderful, patting his thighs and laughing.
I have to say that Mingxuan is really interesting. I begged him to help me. He fell directly to the ground and fell asleep, and then the people of the holy court, including the entire town, all fell asleep compulsorily. It was just dragged on for a month, and the poison on my body dissipated on its own before I woke up, beating the bastards of the holy court. If it weren't for the old things in the holy court, I would have screwed off the head of the cardinal who took the lead.
Dionysus said angrily. By the way, Chen Mingxuan is from your dragon kingdom. Don't you know where he came from?
Luanjing looked at Dionysus a little speechlessly. The dragon kingdom is so big, has such a long history, and there are so many secluded sect forces. Where can I find you the history? Then she looked at Dionysus in surprise. No, you don't even know the details of this goods. Did you receive our free tavern?
Dionysus heard Luanjing's words, awkwardly raised the wine bottle. Don't say it. It's all in the wine.
Where did you learn these things?
Answer me positively.
Didn't you say that in your dragon kingdom, you don't have to explain anything after saying this?
Dionysus took back the wine bottle aggrievedly and whispered BB.
Then, he smiled freely. Oh, I think I fell in love with him, and besides, he agreed to it.
Luanjing looked at Dionysus a little speechlessly. Are you drinking and confused? Am I asking about this? The origin is unknown. The origin is unknown, boss.
Dionysus waved his hand. Okay, there is an old saying in your dragon kingdom that life is short, and you should enjoy yourself in time. When the time comes, if Chen Mingxuan really has a background, you can leave if you want.
I'm really. Lin didn't know what to say quietly. Okay, calm down. When you came, didn't I ask you where you came from?
Dionysus continued to take a few bites, and the whole person couldn't extricate himself from drunkenness and dreams. Luanjing looked at the dizzy Dionysus, and then looked at Chen Mingxuan who was sleeping soundly. This free tavern turned out to be the most reliable. For a while, Luanjing suddenly sympathized with Zhang Zhe.
During this time, there were so many bosses, and it was indeed a misery for this kid. Subsequently, Dionysus seemed to have thought of something.
He suddenly waved his hand and said to Luanjing,
by the way, aren't we going to discuss how to go down the road today? Hiccup, let's start now. Luanjing nodded, just about to speak.
But he was stunned for a moment, and then looked around again in disbelief.
Asked to Dionysus, where did that stinky fox go? Dionysus reacted, and after looking left and right, he said, yes, where did Beiyuan go? You just finished drinking with me and said you came to the toilet.
In the VIP room where Qin Firm was determined.
Yi Ran and the others looked at the scene in the room.
A sassy woman in a motorcycle suit and braids,
with an internet celebrity girl in one hand,
lying comfortably in the center of the sofa.
Come on, Master Beiyuan, open your mouth.
Speaking, a beautiful internet celebrity girl, extremely charmingly sent the watermelon to Beihan's mouth.
The woman named Beiyuan opened her mouth and ate the watermelon. Master Beiyuan, is it sweet?
The watermelon itself is not very sweet, but after you send it, I don't know why it is a lot sweeter.
I hate it, Master Kitayuan.
The internet celebrity was embarrassed by this sassy woman's few words, and gently patted Beihan's shirt.
Beiyuan suddenly covered his heart seriously. Master Beiyuan, is there anything wrong?
The internet celebrities on the side hurriedly gathered around and asked with concern.
Beiyuan originally frowned,
suddenly stared at a girl with those extremely flowery eyes. So this is the feeling of heartbeat. Giggle. All the girls present laughed wildly. The eyes that looked at Beiyuan were full of peach blossoms. How nice it would be if it weren't for girls.
If it's Lord Kitayuan, girls can't do it either.
At this time, this room was originally Qin Firm's room. It has completely become the home of this woman named Beiyuan. Qin Lao, Qin Lang and Chen Wuxin sat in the far corner of the door.
It's not about leaving. It's not about not leaving. Highlight a restraint. What's going on?
Yi Ran stood at the door and asked. Qin Lao was a little embarrassed at this time, unable to speak. Qin Lang said for him, Teacher Yi, when you left before, didn't an internet celebrity fall, and then my brother was about to drive the internet
celebrity away. But who would have thought that suddenly a drunken woman came in front of the internet celebrity and told my brother that women were used to hurt. And then that's what you see now. Are you sure? After a couple of words, there was a skirmish. Yi Ran looked at Qin Lao incredulously. What's the situation? Is this the place you have covered? Why did you squat in the corner when there was a conflict? This questioning look quickly stabbed Qin Lao's heart to pieces. Today was originally to take Qin Lang and the others to enjoy the sugar-coated shells in society. Specially came over to pretend. As a result, from entering TACC to now, I was forced to put it on, and my face was clean. At this time, Chen Wuxin seemed to see what Yi Ran was thinking, and whispered in Yi Ran's ear. The woman named Bei Yuan is extremely strong. Just the momentum suppressed all of us. Yi Ran suddenly realized, and looked at the three people squatting in the corner in front of him with a complicated expression. It turns out that it can't be beaten. No wonder they are so well behaved. Suddenly, Yi Ran felt a smell of perfume behind him. When he turned his head, Bei Yuan was holding a wine glass. Looking at Yi Ran with a smile, he greeted generously. Friend, since you're here, come for a drink? Yi Ran just looked at her so closely. I have to say that this woman's appearance is really amazing. The facial features are upright and generous, and the smile is very infectious. The temperament is not particularly feminine, nor is it particularly masculine. The body exudes a faint scent of sandalwood, the one that purely belongs to the killing of men and women, coupled with the free and uninhibited temperament and the honeyed mouth. It's no wonder that these internet celebrity girls are fascinated by a few sentences. Hello, my name is Beiyuan Yunmeng. Beiyuan introduced himself with a smile and handed Yi Ran a business card. Yi Ran took the gilded business card. It reads, Prince's Mansion, Beiyuan Yunmeng. Prince's Mansion? The corners of Yi Ran's mouth couldn't help but twitch, if I remember correctly. This place seems to be a coward shop. Cowboy? Female? Yi Ran raised his head incredulously. Beiyuan Yunmeng also shook his hair extremely chicly and added calmly, top card. At this time, Beiyuan did not restrain his breath. Yi Ran can clearly perceive this beauty's information panel through the system. The inheritor of the statue of the charming heavenly fox. Pros, top affinity, top control, top speed. Disadvantages, like to drink, have intrinsic damage. Optimization suggestions. Yi Ran looked at the panel, took a deep breath, staring at Beiyuan Yunmeng in front of him and never moved away. This turned out to be an extraordinary person. Prince's Mansion? Top cowherd? Female? Still an extraordinary? Yi Ran only felt a bolt from the blue hitting him. Crazy, crazy, the world is hopeless. Friend, just a glass of wine. Beiyuan looked at Yi Ran drunkenly, those confused eyes and dashing smiles, like a scythe that seduces people's hearts. I feel that a normal aesthetic human being will not refuse this toast. What's more, this is still an extraordinary person. The ghost knows if there will be a penalty for not drinking a toast. After Li Wanqing saw this scene, frowned, was about to step forward to block Yi Ran. However, Yi Ran stretched out his hand to block Li Wanqing, also raised his wine glass with a smile on his face and clinked glasses with Beiyuan. I'll do it first, feel free to do it. After Yi Ran finished speaking, he drank the hot dragon heart wine in one go. Ha 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 ha, okay. Beiyuan looked at Yi Ran so simply, smiled generously, also took a wine glass and put it into his mouth. The wine overflowing from the remnants of the flaming red lips, slowly flowing down around her white neck. Against the backdrop of this dark light, it highlights a different kind of charm. After Beiyuan finished drinking, he flipped his wine glass and shook it, signaled that there was no left. Then, she looked at Yi Ran and said, cold, simply, you are much more interesting than the others. Beiyuan said, and glanced at Qin Lao by the way. Qin Lao's eyes instantly looked at the ground. A familiar gray mist rushed over again. It's just that unlike Zhang Zai's passive reception, the drunken Beiyuan faced the gray mist. He raised his arm. The white slender jade hand directly grabbed the gray mist that ordinary people couldn't detect at all. As a white light flashed, the gray mist was directly crushed by Beiyuan. In an instant, the voice hidden in the gray fog exploded directly in the sky. Dead fox, get out of here. I don't know if we have a meeting today. This is a very loud voice. The eardrums of everyone present really hurt. Yi Ran suddenly felt a little distressed for Zhang Zai, who had been poured into his ears by this voice before. Zhang Zai didn't wrongfully accuse Antingjing at all. Beiyuan rubbed his aching ears. Then he looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Okay, there is a Bappa who no one loves to find my sister, and I will come to play with you next time. Saying that, Beiyuan also walked over by the way. Ying Yen Yen, who was in harmony with herself, posted a cheek to say goodbye, rejected everyone's retention, turned around and left in style. When Beiyuan opened the door, she suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Ran. By the way, little brother, what's your name? Yi Ran replied naturally, my name is Yi Ran. Yi Ran? Beiyuan repeated to himself, a nice name, showed an extremely good-looking smile and said to Yi Ran, sister, my name is Beiyuan Yunmeng, see you next time. After saying that, she shook her hair in style, left the room. After Beiyuan Yunmeng left, Qin Lao took a breath of relief. Obviously, he was frightened by Beiyuan Yuan Yunming before. Seemed to feel the eyes of everyone looking at him. Xin Lao explained. It's really not Buddy, you don't know. When she stared at me before, that breath was so terrifying. To be honest, she's just a little scary. If she really makes a move, whoever dies may fall first. Xin Lao made up for it. As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his neck with great seriousness. Look, the bodhisattva given to me by the eminent monk of the great Donkey Kong temple can resist the attacks of diamond-level powerhouses. He just took it out. Put the jade pendant in your hand. As a result, the bodhisattva split in half. Xin Lao was stunned when he saw this scene. Only broken? He looked at the jade pendant incredulously and suddenly thought of something. For a while, Xin Lao's eyes were filled with fear and his voice trembled a little. So, the one who called me before is that's right, an extraordinary person. Yi Ran affirmed. Then he looked at Xin Lao with a smile. What now? How do you say that the deer died at the hands of whom? The extraordinary. Hearing Yi Ran's affirmation, Xin Lao swallowed his saliva. Take the props you bought to the extraordinary. What kind of international joke is that? Suddenly, Xin Lao's eyes darkened and he was about to faint to the ground. Brother, hold on, don't faint. If it weren't for Qin Lang being a high-level martial artist, it really can't support Qin Lao's body. At this time, Qin Lao, paralyzed and lying on Qin Lang, looked at Qin Lang with a handful of snot and tears. Brother, my brother's life is over. Offending an extraordinary person, how should I live? Qin Lao seemed to think of something terrifying again, grabbed Qin Lang's hand tightly and said tremblingly, will she remember it later and she will come over and kill me? Good brother, I'm still young. I haven't even married my wife yet. Qin Lao, who only knew how to enjoy happiness since he was a child and had never been threatened at all. For the first time in my life, I felt a threat to my life. The strong fear made Qin Lao start to think wildly, and his body couldn't help but begin to tremble. Just when Qin Lang was about to find a way to comfort his brother, Yi Ran suddenly walked up to Qin Lao. He patted Qin Lao on the shoulder, and a force poured into Qin Lao's body, calmed down Qin Lao's panicked state of mind. Qin Lao, who had just calmed down, cried with rain, and held Yi Ran's hand tightly. Teacher Yi, that transcendent person seems to be very good to you. Please help me intercede. I usually like to dress up and tell little lies, but I really abide by the law, and I don't even throw garbage around. I can't commit a crime to death. Yi Ran looked at Qin Lao helplessly. No need. People really don't have time to come to you. Are you sure? I'm sure. Listening to Yi Ran's affirmation, Qin Lao slowly squeezed out of Qin Lang's arms. Qin Lao rubbed his crying red eyes awkwardly and still looked out the door with lingering fears. Said tremblingly, Teacher Yi, are you sure she won't come over again? Just looking at each other, it seemed that Beihang Yunmeng had become a lingering nightmare in Qin Lao's heart. Yi Ran looked at Qin Lao with a smile. Really? Looking at Qin Lao with such sticky teeth, Yi Ran sighed helplessly. If you're really afraid, stay with me during this time. Okay, no problem, Teacher Yi. Qin Lao replied extremely simply, as if he was waiting for Yi Ran's words. More than 300 pounds of meat and eggs or a walk. Standing directly next to Yi Ran looked at Qin Lao, who came to his side and said, how is it? In this world, no matter how much money you have, it seems that there are many things that can't be solved, right? Although I don't know why Yi Ran suddenly asked himself this. However, in less than an hour at TACC, Qin Lao said this sentence to Yi Ran was extremely profound. You're right. Then, Qin Lao said seriously to Qin Lang, brother will not laugh at you for having a hard time in the future, and you will endure hardships in the future. No, you will be a good person in the future. It's not right. Looking at Qin Lao's incoherent instructions, Yi Ran smiled. What about yourself? Qin Lao looked at Yi Ran and spread his hands. I'm so old. It's to be useless long ago. Then what would you do if you were really given a chance to open Gao Wu? Qin Lao listened to Yi Ran's question and shook his head. Then I will definitely not waste it. Yi Ran glanced at Qin Lao meaningfully and smiled. Yo, where are they? A tall figure appeared at the door of the room. The person who came was Zhang Zhe. After Zhang Zhe came, there was no nonsense. He looked at Yi Ran in front of him and said, people are coming. Yi Ran nodded. He glanced at the people behind him and said, pack up and go away, come to live. In TACC, as usual, the neon lights flickered wildly with the rhythm of the music. Next to the bar at the core, after a man in a black leather coat ordered a glass of wine. Right there, looking at the handsome men and women dancing on the dance floor. I don't know what I'm thinking. This man has naturally curly hair, a thick nose, a straight figure, and a strong figure. If you look closely, it is indeed a practitioner. That's what we're looking for, though, right? Li Wancheng looked at the photo in his hand, sitting at the farthest distance with Yi Ran and carefully comparing the man's appearance. Yi Ran nodded. Li Wancheng looked at the photo and then looked at the penis in the distance. I remember that before retiring, this soldier was extremely disciplined, hardworking, and of extremely high quality, and he was also the 3 good pace setters of our military department back then. Yi Ran looked at the penis, observed for a moment, and said, if that's the case, then maybe he really came to TACC for any other purpose. There must be, a 3 good pace setter like him doesn't like to go to nightclubs at all. Li Wancheng is full of confidence. And at this moment, moment, the vagina drank all the wine in the bottle in one gulp. He looked at the men and women on the dance floor. The eyes are getting more and more excited. Even on a whim, took off his shirt and began to wave it. The whistle blew loudly. You can feel harassed from a few meters away.
In the end, after being stopped by a TACC leader, only then did he put on his shirt angrily. Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look at Li Wancheng.
This is the three good pace setters? It may be that the demon god controls the mind.
Li Wancheng made up uncertainly. Subsequently, after they drank the wine,
get up and get ready to leave TACC.
Ready to keep up with.
What do you say? Will you take it away if you leave TACC?
Yiran squinted his eyes and stared at the penis in the surveillance.
Wait a minute, I haven't seen any other action yet. Even if I caught it, I might not be able to judge anything. Follow first, and talk about it later.
Xin Lang, during the tracking process, you carried your brother on your back.
Oh, no, Teacher Yi, I want to go too?
Xin Lao pointed to himself.
That's right, you go too.
Then, Yiran turned his head to glance at Master Jiao, who was still licking the wineglass.
Okay, can't I go with you? Master Jiao reluctantly licked it again. Jumped on Yiran's shoulder. The left TACC, directly on a large off-road vehicle. Drive ready to leave. And on the high-rise building next to the underworld. 4 figures shuttled back and forth between the tall buildings. The big off-road. That follows the tightly.
The first 3 figures looked relatively light, but the last figure looked extremely bloated. Brother, you really have to lose weight. Xin Lang, who was carrying Xin Lao, said a little depressedly.
Go back and Xin Lao smiled awkwardly.
And in the off-road vehicle of the penis, the radio receiver that was still listening to the old radio broadcast
made a cheering sound again and again.
Subsequently, a familiar military song was playing on a loop. Where there is me, there is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Soldier's song. The penis hears this song. The eyebrows furrowed slightly. After a while, he suddenly smiled relievedly, sang along in the driver's seat. The corners of his eyes seemed to sparkle. The car of the penis is driving faster and faster, gradually driving out of the city. With the reduction of streetlights, the road taken by the penis tube is getting darker and darker, and there are fewer and fewer vehicles.
It's been so long, where is he going?
I don't know, just follow it, there will always be a time to stop. Yiran spoke in the headset. The 4 of them silently followed. The off-road vehicle was on the open field. The roar of the engine stopped. They jumped off the dirt bike. Yiran and the others also hid in a high place not far away. In this bird place, there is no one there. What does he want to do? Xin Lang just let go of Qin prison.
Couldn't help but ask.
Yiran patted Master Jiao on the shoulder. Master Jiao stared at the penis tightly at this time, and his vertical pupils shone with luster. I don't know, but this place is not very far from the entrance of the free market magic capital.
Free market. It's okay if Master Jiao doesn't mention it.
As soon as he mentioned it, Li Wancheng's eyes began to be murderous. At this time, after moving for a long time, the limbs were a little stiff. Then he walked to the side of the clearing in an extremely chic way and began to relieve himself. While relieving his hand, he was still whistling. After waiting for his last comfortable shiver, this black pipe pulls up the trouser chain. Silently walked to about 10 meters next to the off-road vehicle. Began to squatting on the ground and groping. After a while, he seemed to have touched something. As he pressed down with one hand, rumble. After a sound of mechanical rotation, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Although it is night, but everyone is not an ordinary person. They could also see what was in the pit from afar. Military individual mining machine? Exploration suit? Military probe? Xin Lang blurted out. Li Wancheng on the side squinted his eyes and added. When the logistics sequence was reported before, it seemed that these were in the name of the missing equipment. The stretched out its arms. A black dagger appeared on the other hand at some point. Sting. After a splitting sound, the tube wailed in pain and knelt on the ground. Then, he gasped for breath with excitement in his eyes. On the severed arm, slowly flowing out of the blood, it dripped onto the ground. It's just that this blood is not the same dark red as humans. It's the blue and red colors. Yiran could feel a familiar feeling. Chaos beetle. No, he's a person. The blood left by the penis at this time was not human blood. The concentration of this chaotic aura is much worse than that of the real chaos beetle. Ha 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 ha. The Eam tube watched as the blood seeped into the mineral equipment. It was like crazy laughed for a while. Ha! As a gust of wind passed, suddenly several men wearing black clothes and black hoods appeared around the penis. You're late today. The underworld didn't pay attention to these men in black at all. Still lying on the ground laughing wildly, it seemed that the passage of blood gave him a suffocating feeling. Madman. A man in black looked at the penis gloomily, reluctantly stepped forward, reached out and grabbed the arm of the. After a burst of energy transmission, the arm of the vagina begins to recover visibly as before. After seeing this scene, Yiran was suddenly stunned for a moment. At this time, and returned to normal from that crazy state. He gasped and looked at the masked man with a smile. Thank you, dear Een. Before the penis tube finished finished speaking, the masked man slapped his penis hard. Bang! There was a sound that was thrown aside like a dead dog. One more word, I'll kill you. Subsequently, the masked man threw a bag of money to the. This is 8 million. Save some money. You have been a little too ostentatious lately. Listening to the masked man's threat, I don't even look at the bag. Tremblingly got up, touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, looked at the masked man with disdain. He, kill me? Are you willing to do it? If I hadn't found a second suitable carrier, I would have killed you long ago. But you didn't find it, did you? The looked at the masked man, suddenly raised a pistol from his pocket, lifted up to your temples. Bang! After a gunshot, the masked man was already standing in front of the vagina. The pistol was directly blocked by the masked man with his index finger and exploded. The masked man took the pistol away. With one hand, he crushed the pistol made of alloy. It's best not to make such a low-level joke next time. The masked man looked at the vagina gloomily. The look in his eyes wanted to kill him, but the tone seemed to soften a little. Fate? Ha 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 ha. The mocking laughter of the underworld. Then he roared at all the masked men in front of him with madness. Do I care? Do I care? You turned me into this person who was not human, ghost, and still ask me for my life? Do I care? Looking at the crazy boss, something is wrong. Another masked man on the side stepped forward and said softly to the man at the head. The masked man at the head also frowned a little. Today's is much crazier than before. Is he starting to can't stand the erosion of the chaos beetle and reaching the limit? Just as these masked men were guessing, the suddenly glared at the masked man. You are high above and regard us as grass mustards. What bullshit genetic modification plan? What bullshit people? A group of beasts with wolf hearts and lungs. You bastards, reselling military equipment from the free market and transforming my comrades in arms. You beasts, damn it, enough. You have a little too much to say today. The masked man frowned and looked at the violet aura was directly vented. Wanted to suppress the penis with this. The penis was suppressed by this majestic breath and knelt on the ground. But he didn't give in, but grinned. In an instant, his gaze turned blue, and his face was fierce. Do you know why I swallowed my anger for so long? That's because I know that even if you die, you will still live happily. I can't die in vain. I'll let you bury me. The masked men in front of him with contempt for there is madness in his eyes. Listening to the words of the vagina, the masked man frowned, and had some bad premonitions in his heart. Then, he was about to step forward immediately, wanting to knock out the vagina. But it was too late. But the dog offal of the Yin family, the garbage of the military department, I won't let you go even if I am a ghost. The roared at the masked man. He laughed to the sky. A blue light has appeared in the mouth. Antennae grew on the head, and a hard crust appeared on the skin. The whole person gradually began to worm. As the skin slowly begins to crack, the chaotic aura became more and more intense. No, run. Seeing this, the masked man directly dodged and retreated. A violent explosion swept through the audience. The rest of the people who are farther away. The retreat was relatively timely. The explosion was not affected, but the masked man at the head was still caught off guard, swept away by the aftermath of this explosion. The body is stained with the breath of a chaos beetle. Wait for the blue smoke to dissipate. The rest of the masked men hurriedly flew forward to check. Boss, are you okay? How's it, boss? The masked man at the head put away the power of protection. He shook off the flesh and blood on his clothes in disgust. Bad luck. He pointed to the equipment behind him that was soaked in the blood of the clique. He said to his subordinates, clean up, it's over. Subsequently, the rest of the masked men took out some small pockets from their pockets. As the pockets opened, the equipment began to pour into the pockets one by one. Space compression duffel bag. Li Wanqing looked at the operation of these masked men in the distance. The face became not very good looking, because this thing is one of the equipment of the military department. Coupled with what the Yin tube said before, the identities of these people seem to be about to be revealed. Boss, all the equipment has been put away. The masked man at the head nodded. Then withdraw now? Wait a minute. Boss, what else is there? What the underworld just said was to let us be buried, right? Yes, the subordinate said while laughing disdainfully. A little one also wants us to be buried with him. Wrong. As his subordinates spoke, their faces became a little ugly, and they were about to look back and observe. Don't look back. The leader lowered his voice. He commanded, check the tail. The commanded subordinate silently stretched out his hand and placed it on the ground. Then, the masked man stood up and squinted his eyes. Have a tail? The subordinate nodded. On the high slope at 12 o'clock, there are a total of 4 people. No, 4.5. 4.5? The vital sign system shows it like this. Forget it. Get ready. All the masked men turned en masse, with his back to Yi Ran's direction. Drift away, until you can't see it completely. Yi Ran and the others stood up. At this time, Li Wancheng, the face is extremely ugly. He took a deep breath, and then exhaled a turbid breath. Looking at the figures of the masked men, he muttered, really? Betrayed. Everyone present did not speak. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Have you kept all the evidence? Chen Wuxin raised his hand and shook the military recording instrument in his hand. At the moment when Chen Wuxin raised his arm. Be careful. Li Wancheng reacted instantly and directly used his strength to raise a huge earthen wall. That attack without any trajectory directly pierced the earthen wall that Li Wancheng hastily arranged. Slammed Chen Wuxin's palm. A moment of effort. Chen Wuxin's palm and military recording instruments were turned into nothingness by this power. That powerful force, after blasting through Chen Wuxin's arm, straight into the ground. After a bang, a huge pit more than 10 meters deep appeared on the ground. Chen Wuxin covered his wrist in pain and sealed his wound. And Li Wancheng's pupils shrank. Annihilate the sniper gun? This group of dog days also took out the things to deal with the Grandmaster? Everyone disperses. Li Wancheng roared angrily. Yi Ran and the others directly dispersed. At the moment when Yi Ran and the others left, the mound they were lying on was completely raised. Damn it! At this time, Li Wancheng has turned into a lava giant. The surging earth energy is raging wildly, looking for the location of the sniper. But the other party seems to be very prepared. It seems that no clues have been found in a short period of time. Everyone, pay attention to safety. These bastards are very weird, and I can't find their breath for the time being. Yi Ran suddenly said to Li Wancheng. General Li, at 4 o'clock, about 300 meters away. Li Wancheng glanced at Yi Ran, instantly touching the ground with one hand. The endless earth elements converge in his hands. A huge ground thorn directly rose from the ground at the position Yi Ran said. The huge ground thorn seemed to have pierced some metal, made a high-pitched and piercing sound. A figure flew up in response. The annihilation sniper gun that was originally set up was also pierced into pieces by this thorn. At this time, Li Wancheng, incarnated as a lava giant, strode towards the figure. As a result, there are still 2 steps left. A red figure skimmed by. Dense cracks began to appear on the lava giant's body. The lava giant was directly cut into hundreds of millions of pieces, collapsed and flew to the ground, and Li Wancheng flew out of the lava giant. The whole body is covered with magma-like skin. The eyes are full of dark yellow. Ding, ding, ding. The red figure was extremely fast, directly stabbed Li Wancheng thousands of times, but it just can't break Li Wancheng's defense. Li Wancheng found the right time, grabbed the red phantom of high-speed movement. It's as annoying as a mosquito. Have you had enough fun? Li Wancheng held the masked black shadow's head with one hand. Let me see which stinky mouse you are. Saying that, Li Wancheng directly stretched out his other hand, ready to take off the masked man's mask. Li Wancheng just stretched out his hand and touched the masked man's face. I heard a hurried drip-drip sound. Li Wancheng suddenly became alert in his heart. His eyes froze slightly. The earth element rapidly converges on the surface of the body, formed a set of armor made of earth elements. The armor even shrouded Li Wancheng's face inside. The eternal mysterious yellow aura flowed. This is Li Wancheng's famous skill, the armor of Xianhuang. With the rapid dripping sound climbing to the top, the masked man in Li Wancheng's hand swelled rapidly. A huge explosion swept through the area. Just the aftermath will shake Yi Ran and the others. It flew far away before it stopped. Cough, cough. After a few coughs, Li Wancheng patted the surrounding smoke and walked out of the gunpowder smoke. It's really ruthless. If you get caught, you will blow yourself up. Li Wancheng scolded. Li Wancheng resisted this self-exposure at close range. Although this does not cause much harm, but it still made Li Wancheng a little embarrassed. Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng, who had just come out of the smoke. The pupils shrank suddenly. General Li, be careful. Li Wancheng just came out of the smoke. A red giant blade slashed directly on Li Wancheng's Xianhuang armor. Although the giant blade did not split through the armor of Xianhuang, but that powerful blow still smashed Li Wancheng heavily under the ground. This is the transcendent? It doesn't feel right. Yi Ran muttered to himself. Li Wancheng snorted angrily, rising directly from the pit, rushed straight to the masked man holding a giant blade. The masked man looked at the menacing Li Wancheng, is also joyful and fearless. He held a knife in both hands. The cold light on the giant blade became more and more intense. The two sides smashed together again. At this time, Li Wancheng grabbed the giant blade with his hand armor, coldly looked at the masked man in front of him. I didn't expect to find an extraordinary person in this wilderness. Is the transcendent already rotten on the street now? Li Wancheng looked at this giant blade. The military department doesn't seem to have a transcendent with a giant blade. Who are you? If you have time to ask these questions, you should care more about your partners. Yi Ran and others also encountered ambushes one after another. Next to everyone stood several masked men. Yi Ran, be careful. Li Wancheng hadn't finished speaking yet. The masked man holding the giant blade directly withdrew his giant blade and slashed towards Li Wancheng again. Li Wancheng was forced to turn around and continue to deal with it. Dog day, you only know about sneak attacks, right? The masked man ignored Li Wancheng and continued to verbally harass him. My subordinates basically have the top combat power equipment, and they are all beings who can kill platinum alone. You can only watch them die. Single kill platinum? Li Wancheng, who has a lot of experience in combat, naturally understood what he wanted to do. Li Wancheng didn't show a worried look, but smiled. He looked at the masked transcendent man
Ran mockingly while dealing with the whirring giant blade. I was quite worried, but when you said that, I was relieved. Listening to Li Wancheng's words, the masked man frowned. Hard-mouthed. The masked man snorted coldly. Continued to fight with Li Wancheng. The rest of the masked men has already found Yi Ran and others one after another. Its strength is indeed the same as what the masked transcendent said, each with the blessing of equipment. Both have extremely destructive power. Chen Wuxin, who was missing a hand, and Qin Lang, who was carrying Qin Lao, could only jump up and down. There is no talk of fighting back at all. It was only a matter of time before it lost. Seeing this, Yi Ran patted the ninth master on his shoulder. Go, help. The ninth master looked at Yi Ran. I won't fight. Okay, it's okay to hide it in front of others. It's not necessary for me. How can I say that the blood of the Night Emperor is also flowing in my body? Listening to Yi Ran's words, Master Jiao was stunned for a moment. For a while, it had a feeling of being stripped naked. The ninth master, who has always been good at gossiping about others, felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment. It shook the cat's head, but still insisted. I didn't take over the beater. Yi Ran looked at the ninth master and said, if you still want to return to human form, do as I say. Hearing this, Master Jiao was stunned for a moment. Its eyes were full of incredulity, and it blurted out, impossible. How do you know? The taste of being transformed by the potion is not good. Yi Ran touched the ninth master on his shoulder. Hearing the words potion transformation, the ninth master was completely silent. It stared at Yi Ran. I can help you recover your body, including your brothers. Yi Ran's words were like a critical hit, directly penetrated the heart of the ninth master. For a while, its pupils shrank, and even its breathing became a little faster. I hope you can do what you say. Master Jiao spoke, instantly transforming into a black shadow, disappeared from Yi Ran's shoulder. It's gone, so what should you do? A voice came from Yi Ran's side. At the same time as this voice spoke, a dark arrow as fast as lightning stabbed directly into Yi Ran's face. The masked man looked at this scene. There was a sparkle in his eyes. A special hidden arrow made of sharp alloy can pierce the defenses of most platinum-level powerhouses. Coupled with the shooting speed of this dark arrow, in the case of being caught off guard, it is basically difficult to react. At the moment when the masked man was looking forward to Yi Ran being shot in the head, Yi Ran suddenly smiled at him. Yi Ran's palm didn't know when it had come to his face. Grabbed the hidden arrow in his hand. I said, do you guys like sneak attacks so much? That's impossible? The masked man exclaimed. Impossible? The impossible is yet to come. Yi Ran faced the masked man, and his right hand directly glowed with gold. Under Yi Ran's finger rubbing, the dark arrow made of sharp alloy, it was directly pinched into powder. This terrifying power, it has surpassed most of the platinum powerhouses. Yi Ran's behavior once again subverted the masked man's cognition. Looking at Yi Ran in front of him, the masked man made a decisive decision on the spot, exerted his legs, turned around and catapulted backwards. Want to leave? Yi Ran's voice came faintly behind him. When the masked man just wanted to turn back, I felt a huge force coming from my neck. The whole person was grabbed by the neck and pressed to the ground. Huge impact. A deep pit was smashed directly on the ground. The masked man lost consciousness and was paralyzed in the pit. You seem to underestimate them a little. Li Wancheng looked at the masked transcendent man mockingly. The masked transcendent man fell silent, but from his slightly panicked move, he could feel that his heart was not at peace. At this time, Yi Ran looked at the masked man who was paralyzed in the deep pit. Then, he stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and was about to unveil the masked equipment. The familiar Didi sound again. Yi Ran didn't think about it, and directly retreated. As Didi's voice became more and more urgent, the masked man in the pit directly exploded even more violently. Roar! As the smoke of gunpowder dissipated, Yi Ran silently walked to the side of the pit, staring at the ashes in the pit. Just blew up like this? Just as Yi Ran was thinking, there were a few more explosions behind him in an instant. The ninth master didn't know when he lay on Yi Ran's shoulder again. It drooped its head a little. It's done. I haven't moved it for a long time. I'm tired to death. It's not that I don't want to catch the mouth. These people are completely deadly, and when they are about to be controlled, they will directly start to blow themselves up. Yi Ran nodded, signaling that he knew. The ninth master looked at Yi Ran. I don't care about this. You have to count what you say. Yi Ran smiled and touched Master Jiao. Don't worry. Settle down the 9 masters. Yi Ran looked at the deep pit again, muttered to himself, there really is a silicon-based life. Hearing the sound of self-detonation, the masked man who struggled with Li Wancheng was extraordinary. The eyes were full of unconcealable shock. Obviously, no one in the previous life detection showed that no one exceeded the strength of platinum. The success rate of previous calculations has been as high as 99%. But why are the actual results and data calculation results completely opposite? It doesn't seem to be what you think. The winner of the transcendent is often instantaneous. At this this moment of massed transcendent shock, the violent earth element is like a python, began to wrap around this transcendent person.
Li Wancheng froze with one hand.
The earth elements around this transcendent person directly solidified.
The leisurely mysterious yellow chi was attached to the solidified earth element.
Directly locked the transcendent person. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move at all.
Li Wancheng is bullying himself. Under the points on this extraordinary person,
the earthy yellow energy directly blocked the 7 meridians and 8 meridians of this transcendent person. Completely restricted his energy operation. Let's see how you blew yourself up this time?
Li Wancheng looked at the masked extraordinary mockingly and then stretched out his hand, ready to take off his mask. But the moment he took off his mask,
the masked transcendental size began to turn red.
The familiar drip 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 voice came again.
Li Wancheng's eyes were full of shock. He really couldn't figure out that he had completely locked the energy operation. Why can he still blow himself up? Time didn't allow him to think too much. He still didn't want to feel the power of the transcendent self-detonation up close.
Li Wancheng urged the Shenhuang Qi with all his might,
fleeing in the opposite direction. Violent explosions directly set off a wave of terror. The sky over the entire wilderness instantly turned into day.
Even the space collapsed instantly and then caused a second explosion.
Li Wancheng roared angrily, rushed in the direction of Yi Ran and others, unfolded the armor of Shenhuang with all his might, helped them all fend off the terrifying explosion. The self-detonating aftermath disappeared. The sky darkened again. Whoosh, whoosh.
At this time, Li Wancheng was panting, took back the armor of Shenhuang, which had been damaged. The corners of his mouth had begun to overflow with blood, and it seemed that he had suffered internal injuries.
Damn it, this can also self-destruct.
Obviously all the meridians have been sealed.
Li Wancheng frowned, scolded.
Then, he turned his head to look at Yi Ran and the others.
Are you okay? Yi Ran nodded.
At this time, Qin Lao was completely frightened.
As an ordinary person,
experienced the most exciting day of his life. His legs were weak now, and he could only barely help Qin Lang stand. And Chen Wuxin on the other side had already silently bandaged his wrist.
Still squinting, I couldn't see any of his emotions. Teacher Yi, I'm a little unwell and may need to return to the Donkey Kong Temple to recuperate,
Chen Wuxin said, and raised his hand intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Ran turned his head,
walked up to Chen Wuxin. How is your hand?
Chen Wuxin's expression was a little low, and he responded, if you want to recover, it may take a lot of effort. Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin. His eyes were serious.
Wuxin, have you reached the point where you can lie in order to avoid the crisis?
As soon as these words came out, everyone present looked at Chen Wuxin.
Chen Wuxin still had a smile on his face and looked at Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, what are you talking about?
Yi Ran ignored Chen Wuxin and continued to speak to himself. Chen Wuxin, you have been talented and intelligent since you were a child. Your understanding is extremely high since you entered Buddhism. Your cultivation has been increasing rapidly, and you have entered the edge of enlightenment 10 years ago, which is indeed amazing. Yi Ran paused for a moment, looked at Chen Wuxin and slowly spoke. It's a pity that this talent not only helps you, but also harms you. Intelligent talent makes you understand a little, but it also makes you exaggerate and realize the danger as early as possible. When all the children play with fire, you have learned to avoid the source of fire. When all the novices strive for honor, you have learned to restrain their edge and hide their sharpness. Your eyes are higher than the top, but you are also careful everywhere. You are born to believe that gentlemen do not build dangerous walls, but you forget that the saint is in charge.
Chen Wuxin, do you know why you have been unable to find your own Tao and can't break through platinum?
Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin, his eyes burning. Staring at Chen Wuxin, he couldn't help but dodge. That's because you've been avoiding challenges, you've been avoiding crises, and you've put all your energy into avoiding potential crises, but you've never thought that this motivation itself is a big crisis. You think that as long as you have a heart and are cautious everywhere, you will avoid all dangers and problems in advance. Chen Wuxin, I don't know what you have experienced in your previous life, but I know one thing very well. If you want to find your own Tao, you must face a life and death crisis yourself. Lies don't hurt people. The truth is a quick knife. Chen Wuxin, who was stabbed in the heart, looked frosty. He raised his bandaged right hand and said, Teacher Yi, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm injured and need to recuperate. Directly grabbed Chen Wuxin's hand. The surging power came from Yi Ran's hand. The thick plaster was directly pinched to pieces. In plain sight, Chen Wuxin's already broken palm was intact. There was no sign of injury at all. Chen Wuxin's face that could never see the expression. For the first time, embarrassment, panic, and shock. It was as if a creature that had been lurking in the dark was at a loss when it was put in the sun for the first time. To be honest, even I didn't notice how good you are at changing your body. Yi Ran shook his head and smiled. With this sentence, the others listened to the second monk scratching his head, but Chen Wuxin's heart set off huge waves. It turned out that Teacher Yi had always known his abilities. If you want to go, go. I have already taught you what I should teach you. I hope you can understand this truth one day. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Chen Wuxin opened his mouth. He has always been multifaceted, and he doesn't know what what to say at this time. I have to admit that what Teacher Yi said has some truth. But how can the life creed that has been implemented for decades be moved by a few words? After a while, he still insisted on his choice. He whispered as if there was nothing in his mouth. I'm sorry, silently turned around, ready to leave. However, just as he was leaving, Yi Ran's voice came again. Life and death are fierce, suffering is immeasurable. Develop the Mahayana mind, help everything, and be willing to suffer immeasurable suffering on behalf of all sentient beings, so that all sentient beings will be happy after all. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Chen Wuxin suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Yi Ran in astonishment. If I remember correctly, the preface of the first volume of the Diamond Heart Sutra is. Yi Ran looked at Chen Wuxin. I don't think your generation of Buddhist disciples cares. After all, this passage has nothing to do with your practice. Whether you read it or not, whether you memorize it or not, it doesn't seem to affect your practice. Since you have also called me a teacher for so many days, a master and apprentice, and finally give you some guidance. Yi Ranfeng turned around and stretched out his finger. Remember, this sentence in the opening sentence is what the Donkey Kong Buddha wanted to teach you the most when he inherited the Diamond Heart Sutra. If you still want to reach the top, remember that sentence firmly. Chen Wuxin was silent for a moment. Then, he respectfully bowed to Yi Ran with his hands folded. Then he left here silently. Looking at Chen Wuxin's back, Li Wancheng couldn't help but say, isn't it a bit too harsh? Harsh? For talented people, seeking benefits and avoiding harm is just a habit that has been developed for a long time. Yi Ran listened to Li Wancheng's words. Then he looked far away, his thoughts flew, and he muttered, I've seen a man who is much more talented than him, but he won't seek benefits and avoid harm. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Li Wancheng opened his mouth but did not refute anything. Yi Ran squinted at Chen Wuxin's back and said freely, let him go. With the unintentional wisdom root, he will figure it out. Yi Ran turned his head to look at Qin Lao. Can't hold on? Qin Lao held Qin Lang's shoulders and grinned. I can hold on again. His legs were still weak, but the mouth is unprecedentedly hard. The blood that comes out of this femur. And Qi Laowa, who was crying and begging for help in TACC, sentenced the two. Yi Ran looked at Qin Lao and smiled slightly. Yi Ran could clearly see there is a supernatural ability that begins to germinate in Qin Lao's body. Send your brother back. If you don't rest, your legs will be useless. General Li and I will deal with the rest of the matter, and rescuing the wounded back is not considered desertion. Qin Lang turned his head to look at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng also nodded. Qin Lang then saluted a military salute. Then General Li, Teacher Yi, I will go back first. Qin Lang carried Qin Lao on his back and prepared to leave. Qin Lao lay on Yi Ran's back, seemed to have hesitated for a long time. I still couldn't help but say, Teacher Yi, what you said before let me follow you, does it count? Yi Ran looked at Qin Lao and suddenly smiled. Forget it, after this time, you can follow me. Qin Lao looked at Yi Ran and grinned. Then Qin Lang and Qin Lao turned into a bloodline and left. On the way back, Qin Lang asked Qin Lao coldly, Brother, you are an ordinary person, why do you have to follow Teacher Yi Ran? Qin Lao shook his head, avoided the howling wind, and said, Good brother, did you really only learn boxing in the military department? Do you remember what Teacher Yi asked me? Qin Lang thought for a while and said, Teacher Yi asked you where the bathroom is. Brother, you should continue to punch. Qin Lao said helplessly. Then, he lay on Qin Lang's back, stretched out his palm, and silently recalled what Yi Ran told him. Then what would you do if you were really given a chance to open Gao Wu? Qin Lao muttered to himself, repeating his answer. No wasted. Qin Lao said. His palms suddenly began to steam. The originally chubby palm instantly became well-defined and energetic. For a while, Qin Lao's eyes flashed with brilliance. That's right, Mr. Yi knew the potential he hadn't developed when he was at TACC. Such a bowl must not be missed. Just after Qin Lang and the two left, next to this deep pit, there are two people left, Li Wancheng and Yi Ran. What should I do now? It's all self-destructing, and the clues are broken. Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at this mess. It's not all without gains. At least we know that this matter is related to a genetic modification program of the military department. You're right, then let's go back now, report to General Yi, and start investigating within the military headquarters. Yi Ran suddenly stopped Li Wancheng, and then asked, even if we investigate from the inside now, it is estimated that it will be difficult to find out what it is with just one genetic modification plan. Hearing this, Li Wancheng frowned. What should we do? We really don't have any other clues. Clues? Not necessarily completely absent. Do you remember what was said before the vagina died? Listening to Yi Ran's words, Li Wancheng lowered his head and muttered, free market? Yi Ran nodded and continued to analyze. In addition to the military, there should be what we want in this free market. Hearing Yi Ran say this, Li Wancheng frowned. But the free market forces are complex, and it is not a place where we can check if we want to. Yi Ran was silent for a moment. Then he turned his head to look at the ninth master on his shoulder. Do you know the kid who sold military technology in the free market before? Li Wancheng directly turned his head and stared at the ninth master. It seems that he does have a deep resentment towards the kid who sells military equipment. equipment.
Li Wanqing's lock on the chi machine frightened the ninth master with a cleverness. I don't know. How can I know? As long as I don't want to be exposed in the free market. Who can find information through the periphery? Please, I'm just an information collector, not a god. Yi Ran then continued. Then you can always find out what that kid has sold. This is fine. Then please help me check. Has he sold military-style mining equipment before? The ninth master glanced at Yi Ran, and then lay on Yi Ran's shoulder, silently closed his eyes and let out a slight meow. Then, Yi Ran felt an inexplicable fluctuation that began to spread from Li Jiumao's meow. Just like the signals emitted by the signal towers. Master Jiu opened his eyes and looked at Yi Ran. That's right, this kid did sell military-standard mineral equipment before. Can you find out the name of the equipment? The ninth master glanced at Yi Ran and then said, there are a total of 28 pieces, including 3 military individual mining machines, 20 exploration servers, and 5 military detectors. Li Wanqing narrowed his eyes. It is exactly the same as the equipment in this pit before. Yi Ran nodded silently. Then he turned his head, looking at Li Wanqing. I see that the uniforms of the masked people before were modified from the special combat uniforms of the military department? Li Wanqing nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it should be made from the facelift of the B-213 model of the Special Operations uniform. Roar! Can you get exactly the same? No problem, as long as you want to make it tomorrow. Wait, Yi Ran, you? Li Wanqing was stunned for a moment, seemed to understand something. He stared at Yi Ran with big eyes, and Yi Ran looked at the ninth master. If I remember correctly, in the free market, it is allowed to find a merchant for 7 days without reason, right? Li Jiumo was stunned for a moment. Then he said, I really haven't seen many people return or exchange in the free market. After all, the free market is originally a transaction that cannot be on the table. Few people will buy from here and then choose to return or exchange. This is like some gray merchants who sell second-hand stockings. Buyers want girly models. It turned out that some unscrupulous merchants sent Han money. Those who accept their fate will feel that the big man's stockings are also stockings. Those who recognize reason will choose to be directly offline and real. Anyway, few people really think about returning or exchanging goods. Although the words are a little rougher, the truth is also the same. Yi Ran ignored the gaze of the ninth master. Just say whether there is this clause or not. Don't say so much. Yes, there is. But, don't do it, just have it. Yi Ran interrupted the ninth master's words. Then a flash step disappeared directly in place. Master Jiu and Li Wanqing turned their heads to look. At this time, Yi Ran was already standing near the pit looking for something. After Yi Ran groped for a moment, he finally dug out of the sand and compressed the duffel bag. The quality is really good. Yi Ran looked at these space-compressed duffel bags that could still be used normally after several super self-detonations. Couldn't help but admire. Then, he turned his head, looked at Li Wanqing and Li Jiumo. What are you doing in a daze? Come and look for it together. The figures of 3 scavengers appeared in this large and small pit. These space compression duffel bags were all found by them. 26, 27, 28, all together. After Yi Ran carefully compared the equipment, he continued to the ninth master. These goods are given to you, and you are responsible for contacting the free market managers, telling them that we want to return or exchange them without reason, and at the same time asking for face-to-face negotiations with the merchants. However, even if it is a face-to-face consultation, the free market will carry out a series of isolation measures, and you will not be able to catch him in person. Yi Ran shook his head. Even if it's contacted, it's not something else you have to worry about. Looking at Yi Ran's decisive appearance, Li Jiumao sighed, and then said, okay, but I said in advance that I won't be responsible for the battle this time, and I don't want to die in it yet. I advise you not to mess around in the free market. It will really kill people. Master Jiu turned his head and stared at Li Wanqing. No one is exception. Don't worry, we just want to meet this thief, and we will never do it. Yi Ran smiled friendly. Li Jiumao stared at Yi Ran tightly. I want to see the thoughts of 2s and 3s. Unfortunately, it returned in vain. It lowered its head helplessly inside. This also means, that's it, whatever you want. Anyway, if something happens, I will definitely run away. In Lu Enjing's room, Lu Enjing wore a long skirt with dropped shoulders, fluffy big waves. The proud figure is against each other with a tight long skirt and a soft sofa. It looks uneven. She reclined on the sofa, looking around at the other 3 people present, slowly spoke. My plan has already told you. If you want to truly gain legal status in the Dragon Kingdom, I suggest that you stand on Yi Ran's side. You can talk about your opinions. Lu Enjing just finished speaking. The rest of the extraordinary people present fell silent. Dionysus, the god of wine, rarely had a wine bottle in his hand, and he frowned and said, Enjing, isn't it a bit too risky? After all, listening to you say this, if we want to help Yi Ran, will the Dragon Kingdom think that we are rashly interfering in the internal affairs of the Dragon Kingdom military headquarters? No, not only won't, but I will tell you clearly that this happens to be one thing. We can help Yi Ran. If we miss this matter, it will be too late for us to help. Hearing Lu Enjing say this, Dionysus was silent for a moment and continued. I'm honest,
I can understand that the military department has the ability to help us, and I can understand that Baisu can help us, but are you sure they can all listen to this little guy Yiran?
Luanjing looked at Dionysus.
I'm sure, and in time, it's not just these forces that will help him. Looking at the god of wine Nisus, there was confusion in his eyes.
Luanjing then spoke. Have you forgotten? Jiang Xiaoru was excavated by Yiran?
In addition to Jiang Xiaoru, Yiran also has 3 or 4 super genius students like Jiang Xiaoru. Without exception, all of them were dug out by Yiran himself.
Luanjing's words were like a bombshell. Directly blew up Niso's drunken eyes. Are you sure? I'm sure. Are they all super geniuses on the same level as Jiang Xiaoru? Old thing, if you don't wake up and go to the toilet and vomit, why didn't you find out that you were so sticky before? Luanjing angrily scolded Nisos again.
My mother has participated in the assessment of magic martial arts, and Yiran's apprentices have more talent than Jiang Xiaoru, and they are all inferior.
Do not understand. That is to say, compared with Jiang Xiaoru, it is only higher, not lower. Listening to Luanjing's words, Dionysus gasped. As the leader of a great force, he knew too well what these 3 or 4 super geniuses meant. This means that there are 3 or 4 successors of super forces. At that time, Yiran is their mentor, or the mentor who changed their destiny. And no matter what Yiran's own strength is, the successors of these 3 or 4 super forces alone are all their own apprentices. This influence, that's scary enough, and it is not certain whether Yiran will continue to dig for super geniuses in the future. Looking at the shocked eyes of Dionysus, Luanjing did not forget to add another fire. There is an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that it is better to send charcoal than to put charcoal in the snow. Boss, you should weigh it well. Dionysus looked up at Luanjing and then said to everyone present,
I admit that I was moved, so let's raise our hands and vote. Luanjing and Beiyuan directly raised their hands in agreement.
Beiyuan, why didn't you abstain this time? Nisos looked at Beiyuan curiously.
She is sheep by nature, she has never been keen on managing things, and often abstains. So this groundbreaking vote really surprised Nisus. Beiyuan charmingly wrapped his fingers around his hair.
I like this Yiran quite a bit, why can't I vote? Have you met him? Luanjing asked. Beiyuan looked at Luanjing with interest. Why should I tell you? I advise you not to have any unreasonable thoughts. Luanjing squinted his eyes, feeling alert. Listening to what you said, I really have some ideas. You stinky fox, don't you dare? What are you talking about? Base that no one loves?
Seeing that the smell of gunpowder is getting stronger and stronger.
Suddenly Chen Mengshuan yawned and stood up.
In an instant, the 2 people who were still bickering directly had groggy heads.
The fighting instantly subsided. Mengshuan, you haven't finished voting yet, what are you doing? Nisos asked.
Chen Mengshuan looked at the few people in front of him and said with a smile,
no need to vote, I'll pack up now and see if I can help Yiran. Empty fields, 2 masked men stood on the hillside.
One of the masked men looked down at his clothes.
Activities, how is it?
It's okay, I changed the clothes of those bastards overnight. Li Wancheng's voice came from behind the masked mask.
Yiran also nodded, it's really good.
Then, he patted Master Geo on the shoulder.
Roar, did you contact me yesterday? Master Geo yawned and raised his eyelids listlessly.
For your sake, I didn't sleep all night, and I took my treasured little goldfish. Speaking of this, Master Geo raised his head and looked at Yiran. You have to reimburse this little goldfish. Yiran did not agree, turned his head to look at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng sighed extremely helplessly. Report, the military headquarters will report to you.
Master Geo nodded in satisfaction.
Yiran interrupted Master Geo at this time. Okay, don't be poor, where is the shopkeeper in the free market?
Didn't you say 8 o'clock? Please, I don't really think that people call me a shopkeeper. It's really a second. They are all free market managers, how can they take the initiative to find buyers? And the shopkeeper you met may not be a person yet.
The 9th master explained, and jumped off Yiran's shoulder by the way.
Not a person? Listening to Yiran's question, Master Geo proudly touched his beard.
You'll know then, to be honest, this is also a new type of store that has only appeared recently in the free market, and I was shocked when I saw it for the first time.
Master Geo said.
The cat's paws began to draw on the ground. A strange and rhythmic formation appeared beside the 9th master.
Roar!
The free market, strictly speaking, does not exist in this world.
The place we are in now is one of the closest places to the free market.
The 9th master muttered to himself.
The paws began to glow black as Master Geo's claws stepped down.
In an instant, the strange formation was centered on the claws of the 9th master, began to burst out with black energy.
Those black energies stretch endlessly.
Gradually, a 3-meter-sized black hole formed on the ground. Yiran squinted at the black hole.
The faint black hole is filled with an inexplicable aura. Gave Yiran an extremely familiar feeling, just like the last time I stood in front of the portal. This is a small world? Bingo! Right. Master Geo nodded and continued to explain.
The free world is made of a small world. Of course, this small world is also extremely special, and in any position of this small world, you can extend a door of space that comes and goes freely. And this space door has a certain timeliness. If you don't come and go within the limited time, after the the timeliness, the coordinates will be automatically erased by the will of this world, and no one can leave eternal space coordinates in this small world.
So in many circles, there is another name in this world. Hearing Master Knight's explanation, Yiran frowned slightly. Without thinking about it, he blurted out, "Bus?"
Master Geo raised his head slightly surprised and looked at Yiran.
"You know very well, boy. Do you know why it's called a bus? Let me tell you, there is a kind of girl in the Foot Basin country."
Seeing that the ninth master was about to talk endlessly,
boom!
Yiran cleared his throat a little embarrassed.
Ahem, okay, stop gossiping, take us now. Cut, I don't understand the of interest.
The ninth master rolled his eyes. Finally, the first one dodged and jumped into the black hole.
Yiran and Li Wancheng also jumped in one after another. After a long and bizarre time tunnel,
a space door appeared in front of the three people. As a spatial suction surged,
three people are like three small boats in the sea, involuntarily flew into the door of space.
With a flash of light,
the three of them landed steadily on the ground. Yiran looked up at this new world. This world is still blue sky and white clouds, green trees, and red flowers. The basic natural environment is no different from the blue star.
The only difference was that the buildings in front of him had all kinds of strange shapes. Some are directly a gun, some are a wrench, and some are a bottle of wine. What's more, there are buildings built as prototypes of QQ products. On the facades of these buildings, basically all of them are huge billboards. The products bought and sold in this building are clearly listed, even in order to attract buyers. There are also extremely exposed images on some billboards. This is the free market. Everything is for the transaction, in order to let the buyer know what he does for the first time, and even the appearance of the building is his advertisement. Master Geo introduced the free market to Yiran. Here, whether you want to get it or not, whether it's illegal or not, as long as you want to buy, as long as you can pay the corresponding price, you can buy anything. Yiran listened to the introduction of Master Geo and slowly said, "So where is our shopkeeper?"
"Humph, don't call me the second."
Yiran hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly there was a voice behind him. Li Wancheng turned around in an instant, stood behind Yiran, squinted his eyes and looked ahead vigilantly, was able to evade his investigation, quietly came to them but was not discovered. What level of master should be? Li Wancheng was on high alert, observing the surroundings, but no matter how much he explored and probed, he did not find a half-haired figure.
"Nine cats, what are you doing with this silly big man you brought?" The voice came again.
The ninth master took small steps. Walking to the billboard in front of him, he tilted his head and said, "I didn't expect you to be in charge of the reception today."
As soon as Master Joe's words fell, a faceless phantom suddenly began to appear on the billboard.
"Yes, kitten, this transaction came from me, and this is the first time I've met a customer who asked for a return or exchange."
"Hee, I'm still a little curious."
The phantom seemed to be to observe Yiran and the others up close. Began to float towards the edge of the screen.
In an instant, it disappeared into the screen.
Then the screen next to Yiran lit up again, and the phantom appeared on this screen strangely. These screens were like windows to the phantom. It connects the virtual and real worlds.
"Kitten, is this the customer you said about returning or exchanging goods?"
"Hello, I am the shopkeeper who serves you this time, but I don't like you to call me the shopkeeper. You can call me Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, any name is fine." This phantom spoke extremely fast. It feels like a child who is eager to introduce himself. Yiran and Li Wancheng haven't turned their heads yet.
The phantom disappeared once again in the billboard.
"Hey, I'm here.
Hee, I'm here. Stupid, I didn't find it." This phantom is like a ghost living in the virtual world, shuttling back and forth in various advertising windows, in hide and seek with Yiran and the others. Li Wancheng looked at the phantom shuttling back and forth, frowned slightly. This was the first time in his life that he had seen this strange thing. Yiran looked at this phantom and also frowned, but unlike Li Wancheng's frown, at this moment he was able to see the panel information of the phantom. Features: it has strong computing power and can shuttle through the virtual world. Disadvantages: unable to break free from virtual shackles, naive personality just after birth, unable to understand human emotions. Optimization recommendation: silicon-based carriers can be fabricated to break free from virtual bondage. The point that made Yiran frown was the four-word silicon-based carrier. After all, the group of masked people he destroyed before. What is displayed on the information panel is silicone life. At this moment, he was not sure if there was any connection between the two. If there is really a connection, then what is the difference between their current behavior and falling into a trap? Just when Yiran was pondering, a deliberately scary voice suddenly appeared in his ears when a child was playing. Yiran was not frightened, but raised his head to look at the location where the sound came from. At this time, the phantom was standing in a billboard closest to Yiran, holding up his hands and making a face. Seemed to want to startle Yiran. It's a pity that it didn't seem to have been able to do so. Looking at Yiran's expression without waves, the phantom shook his head a little angrily and said with his waist in his hands, "Why don't you two talk? It's really boring, it's not fun." Then, the phantom seemed to think of something. It clapped its hands and said to Yiran and the two of them, "Oh, I know, in your human world
world, it seems that you men only talk a lot when courting. Saying that, this phantom turned around. The billboard instantly turned the screen. As a snowflake flashed, the phantom turned into an extremely charming woman at this moment. At the same time, the woman's clothes were extremely revealing. Facing Yi Ran and Li Wancheng, he shook a kiss. With an extremely soft and waxy sound, the billboard seemed to have set off a wind. Blowing up her skirt, she hurriedly covered her legs. There are only two words to describe this scene. Classic. But it still made Yi Ran and Li Wancheng unconsciously avoid the direct gaze. Why, don't you like it? What about this? Saying that, the billboard screen was spent again. This time the phantom changed its previous image. At this time, he was combing his middle parting and wearing overalls. A basketball is like a butterfly wearing flowers, and it is handy to play. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng stayed in place, as if they had been struck by lightning. Don't you like it yet? Then I have to use my killer move. Then the screen bloomed again. In an instant, a little girl dressed in green stood up in a pose. Let me come to Duomi. The green woman is so beautiful, hee hee. This sentence directly embarrassed Yi Ran and Li Wancheng in place. Yi Ran looked at the phantom that was so jumpy. The heart that was originally worried was slightly relaxed. This is unreliable. At least it proves that this phantom and those masked men should not have been all the way. Don't you like it yet? Then I'll... Stop. Is it okay for me to call you Xiaolu? Seeing that the phantom shadow continues to change Yi Ran hurriedly stopped its impulse. The green woman on the billboard was proud, straightening her little nose. Little green? It seems that you still like me like this. Big data shows that you male humans are duplicitous, and there is nothing wrong with it. Yi Ran didn't have the heart to quarrel with an immature child at this time. He brought the topic back on track. Xiaolu, where is the seller? Can we exchange returns and exchanges now? Seeing that Yi Ran didn't want to chat with herself, Xiaolu pouted dissatisfiedly. The seller has already contacted you, and if you want to negotiate now, I'll take you there. Then I'll trouble you. Okay, Xiaolu said, and began to shuttle towards the billboard in one direction. Yi Ran and others followed closely behind. Actually, sorry, I don't understand, I don't want to read it. Cut, it's boring. After a while, Xiaolu led everyone to a building. The shape of this building. It is directly the symbol of the military department. It is clear that all the things sold inside are from the military department. Looking at the store made of this huge military logo, Li Wancheng was angry and didn't come anywhere. There was a faint flash of anger in his eyes. The breath fluctuates between strength and weakness. It always gives people the feeling that they are about to explode in the next second. Friendly reminder, if you want to use force in the free market, then please be prepared to die, Xiaolu said, and then pointed to the sky. At this moment, the sky is full of clouds. In the dark clouds, purple thunder faintly flashed. There is a tendency that Li Wancheng dares to break out, and this thunder dares to smash down. Yi Ran looked up at the strange thundercloud. It's no wonder why Li Zhoumo has been warning Li Wancheng before. Anyone who uses force in the free market will die. After all, this is completely against the world. Li Wancheng also noticed the thunderclouds in the sky. He silently withdrew his breath. Although he was more angry, he still clearly distinguished between big and small kings. Lan Moyan once lost his life in order to fight against a world that was already broken. What kind of coffee position can you fight against the will of the world? Just when Yi Ran and others were still paying attention to the thundercloud, the door of the store suddenly opened. General Li, Teacher Yi, they're all here. Don't you come in and sit down? Has it been discovered? Hearing the voice in the store, Yi Ran and Li Wancheng looked at each other and frowned slightly. This feeling of being grasped by an unknown opponent in advance is really not particularly good. Li Wancheng said to Yi Ran in a weak mosquito and fly voice, "What should I do next?" Yi Ran pondered for a moment. Then he looked up and observed the surrounding environment and said directly, "Withdraw." As soon as this voice in the store came out, it means that you have been completely exposed to an unknown enemy. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. The best choice at the moment is to go up with 36 plans. Saying that, Yi Ran turned his head directly and was about to leave, and Li Wancheng turned around directly after Yi Ran without saying a word. Yi Ran's series obviously directly stunned the other people present. The ninth master took a few steps, followed Yi Ran, and asked curiously, Just leave?" Yi Ran didn't look back, and said, "Don't you leave and wait to be slaughtered?" The phantom was unexpectedly not chirping. It lay in the billboard and looked at Yi Ran curiously. Humans are really complex and changeable creatures. Now the most anxious thing has become the voice in the store. Two, please wait a minute, two. Don't leave yet. Hey, you two are back. Stop me. With a loud shout. At this moment, the originally dark door of the store, a man wearing a little rabbit mask ran to the door panting with his hands on his knees. His physical strength was not very good. Then, the rabbit mask man looked up at Yi Ran and Li Wancheng angrily. "What are you doing? It's all here. You can die if you go in." This rabbit mask man is wearing a voice changer, so it's hard to tell if it's a man or a woman. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng turned their heads at this time and looked at the rabbit mask man who was chasing out.
What do you say now? Li Wancheng asked in a low voice.
Yi Ran looked at the rabbit-masked man and slowly spoke. The plan has changed. In front of a huge reception table, the rabbit-masked man sat on the main seat and swept lightly at the table. This table that looks like marble. It started to flow, like a liquid state. They converge into two cups. This structure is the same as the table Yi Ran saw in Zhang Dongyang's office. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng looked at the tea that came out of thin air in the teacup. None of them did anything. Drink, don't worry, I didn't put poison. I can't kill people. The masked rabbit man crossed his legs, stretched out his hand to signal Yi Ran and the two of them to drink tea. I'm sorry, I'm allergic to tea. Yi Ran politely declined the kind of the masked rabbit man, and then he looked at the masked rabbit man in front of him and asked, since you all know who is who, then you must also know the reason why we are here. Saying that, Yi Ran leaned forward, hands crossed, elbows supporting the body, stared at the masked rabbit man. Those sharp eyes seemed to want to see directly through the mask. The masked rabbit man seemed to be a little uncomfortable by Yi Ran's gaze, seemed to want to avoid Yi Ran's gaze. He shook off his hand. Leaning back on the back of the chair, he tidied up the corners of his somewhat wrinkled clothes. Why are you so fierce? Fierce? That's because you haven't seen the murderer yet. Yi Ran turned his head to look at Li Wancheng. Li Wancheng slapped the table with understanding and stood up suddenly. His eyes widened angrily and his extraordinary aura burst out. This masked rabbit man was directly pressed down on the table by the violent and extraordinary momentum. In order to resist the oppression of the extraordinary aura, the masked rabbit man waved his fist symbolically, struggling to open his arms. Gently press the button on your arm. The masked rabbit man began to faintly emit blue light all over his body. As this light flashed by, the masked rabbit man seemed to no longer feel the pressure brought by Li Wancheng. Sat up straight again. What? No way. Li Wancheng looked at the performance of the rabbit man. Unconvinced, he worked hard again. Li Wancheng began to glow with a yellow light film around him. The whole room seems to have become a carnival party of earth elements. Even Yi Ran on the side was affected. I can't help but resist. No matter how hard Li Wancheng used, the masked rabbit man in front of him was like a normal person, hands supporting chin. Watching Li Wancheng perform the transformation of a Super Saiyan, he even couldn't help but stretch out his hand and yawn. Gently patted Li Wancheng's arm, shook his head slightly. Li Wancheng also tacitly took advantage of the situation to retract his momentum. The meeting room fell into calm again. General Li, why don't you continue? The masked rabbit man looked at Li Wancheng with a slight mockery. As he spoke, he stretched out two fingers, drawing a circle towards the whole room. The walls of the entire room began to change more or less. The muzzles of various calibers were aimed at Yi Ran and Li Wancheng. Fire, ice, earth, and wind. All kinds of elements are condensed to the extreme, just hovering above the muzzle, ready to roar out at any time. The terrifying power is no less than that of the transcendent. Yi Ran could clearly feel it. There are also all kinds of strange devices hidden on the wall. Just felt it silently. You can feel the energy in your body, and there is a feeling that is difficult to mobilize. Li Wancheng looked around. C-407 Annihilation Cannon, B-67 Elemental Lock Gun, E-112 Law Bomb, Y-66 Energy Disruption Device. This arrangement plan is the SS-level extraordinary hunting plan of the military department. The more Li Wancheng looked, the more frightened he became. The equipment in it, all of them are heavy weapons of the military department. Even most of them are weapons of mass destruction designed for the transcendent. Others are weapons that only exist in the drawings. It is more complete than the arsenal of their military headquarters. Be careful, there is also an equivalent of the Transcendent Core explosion spar here. I believe General Li knows the power of the explosion. The detonator is in my heart. If I die, then it would be good for everyone to die together. The rabbit mask man tilted his head, which looked cute, but unfortunately what he said was not cute. Li Wancheng frowned and looked at the rabbit mask man in front of him. Who are you? Why should I tell you? The rabbit mask man seems to have a grudge. In the face of Li Wancheng's question, he not only did not answer, but also became angry with Li Wancheng. Then, the masked man turned his head to look at Yi Ran. Can we communicate amicably and fairly now? The moment the masked man spoke, about half of the weapons were aimed at Yi Ran again. Yi Ran stared at the masked man and was silent for about 2 or 3 minutes. He smiled indifferently. When it comes to fairness, you know who we are, but we don't know yours. Do you think it's fair? The rabbit masked man listened to Yi Ran's words, tapping the table slightly. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hands towards the table. You're right. Saying that, the masked man directly took off his hood. As the hood falls, the first thing that caught my eye was the long burgundy wavy hair. Then, an extremely cute and generous little girl stood in front of Yi Ran and Li Wancheng. After Li Wancheng saw this little girl, his eyes straightened. He pointed to the little girl and blurted out, Xiaoshan, it's you? Wang Xiaoshan turned his head and looked at Li Wancheng with a smile. Hello, Uncle Li. For a while, Yi Ran looked at Li Wancheng with some confusion. Li Wancheng explained. Wang Xiaoshan, a genius with an extremely keen sense of mathematics, was once an expert in mechanical dynamics in the military department, and of course, she has another identity, the daughter of Dr. Wang Jipeng. At this time, Li Wancheng's voice came again. However, she disappeared unexpectedly during an inspection to a beautiful country before, and the military department spent many years looking for it but did not find any clues. I heard that before going to the beautiful country for inspection, Wang Xiaoshan and Dr. Wang Jipeng had a big quarrel.
Li Wancheng looked at Wang Xiaoshan. His expression was a little complicated. Xiaoshan, do you know what you are doing now means? Wang Xiaoshan smiled indifferently.
You know, leaking the core technology of the military department is nothing more than some beheading crimes.
Looking at Wang Xiaoshan's indifferent attitude, Li Wancheng was angry. Are you worthy of Dr. Wang by doing this?
Listening to Li Wancheng mention Wang Jipeng, Wang Xiaoshan frowned slightly. I am me, he is him, and we have not had any contact since I left the military headquarters. Li Wancheng was silent for a moment, and then continued. Listen to Xiaoshan, I don't care what problems there are between you and Dr. Wang. I just want to ask you one thing now. Who is the rat in the military department? Wang Xiaoshan shook his hand and said to Li Wancheng with a smile. I won't tell you. Li Wancheng stood up angrily. Yi Ran patted Li Wancheng and motioned for him to sit down, and then he said to Wang Xiaoshan, since you are so hard trying to get us over, you won't be talking about this, right? Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yi Ran and said with a slight appreciation. Calm, rational, worthy of being recognized by senior brother Zhang. He is much stronger than you don't know. Wang Xiaoshan said, while turning his head and glancing at Li Wancheng disdainfully. Saying that, Wang Xiaoshan held his hands crossed and looked at Yi Ran with interest. Before I tell you things, I especially want to ask you, how did you discover those evolutionary crystals? Evolution crystals? Yi Ran was stunned for a moment, and then spoke. You are talking about those chaos beetle crystals? Yes, those are the crystallization of evolution. If I say I found it by feeling, do you believe it? Believe? Of course I believe it. Wang Xiaoshan nodded. No matter how superb the medical purification methods of these evolutionary crystals are, it is impossible to find and get rid of them, except for special abilities. I really can't find any other reason. Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan. Why are these things called evolutionary crystallization? When Wang Xiaoshan heard the inquiry, he didn't know where he got a small blue cube out of nowhere, and said to Yi Ran with a smile, you should be extremely uncomfortable looking at the feeling of it now. Wang Xiaoshan said as he crushed the blue crystal and sprinkled it into the previous teacup. These chaotic crystals look uncomfortable on you. That's because you are capable people, and for us ordinary people, this thing is non-toxic and harmless, and it doesn't feel anything. Wang Xiaoshan directly drank this cup of tea in one go. The result was indeed exactly the same as what she said, and there was no reaction at all. Even Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan's panel. I can't see any abnormal state. Seeing this, Yi Ran frowned, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Wang Xiaoshan then didn't know where he made out some spars. Although these crystals are all blue, but if you look closely, there are still various different feelings. The kind of evolutionary crystal you know is just the basic crystal, and it is also the first generation of crystal we designed at the beginning. Strictly speaking, it is not very mature, and there is a high probability that it will cause chaos among those with high martial arts ability, that is, the group of people you rescued before. Wang Xiaoshan said, pointing to the other crystals on the table. These crystals are the improved ones we made based on the evolutionary crystals of the first generation. This can completely purify the abilities of those with abilities. This can return most practitioners to the state of ordinary people, and this one is powerful. Wang Xiaoshan raised the last spar, said to Yi Ran, this one can control the mind of the practitioner. Of course, the effect can only control some brass and silver level high-level martial artists. Wang Xiaoshan shook his head slightly regretfully, and then said with a smile, but we are also constantly improving, and we will always improve, right? To be honest, if it weren't for your appearance, which caused this matter to start to be exposed, and give us a little more time and resources, I believe that we would eventually create a perfect evolutionary crystal. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng looked at Wang Xiaoshan's smile. I couldn't help but shudder in my heart. What is this called evolutionary crystal? This is completely poison against the Gao Warren. What are you going to do? Li Wancheng shuddered and asked Wang Xiaoshan. What are you doing? Wang Xiaoshan repeated. Then he opened his mouth and said to Yi Ran, senior brother told me before, the conversation between you and that old man, in fact, your heart yearns for a world where everyone lives and works in peace and contentment, right? Yi Ran listened to Wang Xiaoshan's words, and was a little silent. Wang Xiaoshan said to himself, for this matter, the old man has worked hard all his life, and even almost hit himself, but unfortunately, just in terms of the future city he created, there will still be the phenomenon of Gao Wu people bullying ordinary people. Wang Xiaoshan shook his head. The old man is too ideal. How can a person who really has absolute strength respect an incapable person from the bottom of his heart? Who can control the thing of desire, relying on the constraints of the system? One generation can. What about the next generation? What about the next generation? We used to work hard to make everyone awaken their abilities, and everyone is like a dragon. However, slowly we found out that we were wrong, and regardless of the contradiction between Gao Warren
intelligent and ordinary people, even within the ability. There is still discrimination in class. Gold looks down on silver, platinum looks down on gold, and transcendent people regard other abilities as ants. Even if everyone is a martial artist, it still won't change the environment of this garbage? Wang Xiaoshan said, looking at Yiran with bright eyes. His tone was crazy and longing. But what if everyone is not capable? At that time, everyone is immortal in the flesh, and everyone is afraid, and the law will truly have its meaning, and fairness will truly become what everyone desires. So, the biggest obstacle to fairness is nothing else. It's Gao Wu. It's a virus that makes the whole society deformed. And what we have to do is eradicate this virus. The more Wang Xiaoshan spoke, the more excited he became. She patted the table with both hands. The big burgundy wave swayed with her body, flying back and forth. The whole person fell into a state of madness and yearning. Yiran and Li Wancheng listened to the world she conceived. Transform the world and eliminate Gao Wu. What they didn't expect was that Wang Xiaoshan and the people behind her were so crazy. At this time, Wang Xiaoshan paused and took a sip of water. Then she raised her head and looked at Yiran. The theory may sound shocking, but believe me that this is the only way to truly fair injustice. Yiran looked at Wang Xiaoshan and asked, in that case, what about those demon gods, those unknown dangers, who will resist these things? You can't completely lose the ability to resist external risks for the sake of internal fairness, and by then the human race will perish. What is there to talk about fairness and justice? Listening to Yiran's question, Wang Xiaoshan slapped the table. Good question. She looked at Yiran appreciatively and then pointed to the weapons on the four walls. These weapons, it is no exaggeration to say that they are more than enough to fight against an extraordinary person like General Li. Yiran frowned slightly. You know, the dangers facing us humans are not just ordinary extraordinary. Before Yiran finished speaking, Wang Xiaoshan interrupted him and said extremely confidently, then how do you know that with our current scientific and technological strength, we don't have the extraordinary ability to threaten the slaughter of the country? Besides, these high martial artists have not appeared in the world for nearly hundreds of years, and our weapon research and development is still improving, and it is not a problem to surpass these high martial artists one day in the future. So it seems that maybe we are more qualified to protect the human race, right? Whimsical. What about those beheadings? What about those soul invasions? Gao Wu's methods emerge one after another. Can you prevent them? Li Wancheng asked. Wang Xiaoshan looked at Li Wancheng. You can try it. We are not even afraid of slaughtering the extraordinary at the national level now. Li Wancheng looked at Wang Xiaoshan deeply. Enough to compete with the scientific and technological strength of the slaughter level. As a high-ranking military official, he had never heard of this kind of news. It seems that Wang Xiaoshan and the others have hidden too many things behind their backs. Li Wancheng muttered to himself for a while. Reverse Tiangang, reverse Tiangang. Wang Xiaoshan stared at Li Wancheng and choked back. Reverse Tiangang? Do you know that the reason why humans can be distinguished from other animals is because humans have learned to use tools? It was also from the use of tools that our ancestors gradually conquered animals, the earth, the ocean, and finally established a world dominated by the human race. The social order with science and technology as the productive force has lasted for nearly thousands of years. However, the sudden appearance of Gao Wu has completely broken the inherent social order of our human race. It is from this moment that human beings began to disregard the law, began to violate the prohibition by force, began to eat the weak, and respected the strong. We are doing this, even from a historical point of view. We are restoring traditions. If we want to say that it is against Tiangang, it is you who really reverse Tiangang. Wang Xiaoshan is sharp-toothed. For a while, Li Wancheng was speechless. Wang Xiaoshan then looked at Yiran. I heard about you from my brother, because your sudden arrival caused all our plans that were to be steadily advancing become hasty. But you are a friend we identify with, and you will evade this reckoning and become a witness to our new world. Hearing such a reply, Yiran looked at Wang Xiaoshan and couldn't help but smile. So, I have to thank you. Then, Yiran pointed to the uniform on his body, looked at Wang Xiaoshan and continued to ask. I want to ask, which force did the original owner of these clothes come from? You say them. Wang Xiaoshan tapped the table lightly and then looked at Yiran with interest, asked with a slight examination. Roar. I heard from senior brother that you may have insight-related abilities. Then I want to test you. What kind of force do you think these masked men are? Yiran's heart sank slightly. Zhang Dongyang even investigated and researched himself, and his own characteristics really made Zhang Dongyang guess 8 or 9. A mortal has already spied to such an extent through his actions alone. Yiran only felt that he had instantly fallen into the cold of the cold winter moon, and his spine was numb. Why, can't you analyze it? Wang Xiaoshan said with a slight disappointment. Senior brother, in order to protect you, deliberately took you away from the military headquarters. Hearing this, Yiran's eyes tightened, and his eyes stared at Wang Xiaoshan. What does he want to do in the military? Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yiran with a smile. Do you think I will tell you? Yiran looked at Wang Xiaoshan's performance, turned his head directly to look at Li Wancheng. Don't waste time here. Go back to the military headquarters immediately. Li Wancheng activated the ability. Directly quickly wrapped Yi Ran and himself in the dark yellow boulder, rushed out towards the outside of the room. As soon as the boulder took shape, directly locked by the weapon in this room, countless energy bombardments poured out, smashed the boulder. Bombardment of they cracked the surface of the lava boulder. Lava boulders are locked under these energies. Boom! Dog day, don't look down on people. The corners of Li Wancheng's mouth were already stained with blood. He roared angrily. The eyes turned dark yellow. Move, move, move. From the earth came a rhythmic beating. It seems to be the heartbeat of the earth. A dark yellow aura began to wrap around the boulder, like a mother's embrace. The vision of heaven and earth, the embrace of the Lord of the earth. On that boulder, Ying's dark yellow aura is entangled. The whole boulder seems to come from an ancient sacred thing, indestructible, unstoppable. With the blessing of this dark yellow aura, this boulder instantly bounced off all kinds of energy. It is precisely through this moment of effort, the boulder flew out directly with Yi Ran and Li Wancheng. After rushing out, a huge black hole appeared directly in front of the boulder. Li Wancheng was caught off guard, directly plunged in. Subsequently, Yi Ran and Li Wancheng felt that they had entered a burst of dimensional turbulence. The boulder that wrapped the two of them flew out directly from the other end of the black hole. Yi Ran and Li Wancheng carefully observed their surroundings. The city in front of you. Everything is made of metal. Cold, I can't feel the slightest human temperature. Here is. Teacher Yi, why are you in such a hurry? With the laughter of a silver bell, Wang Xiaoshan walked out playfully. Welcome to the Yin family headquarters, the abyss of the giant serpent. The abyss of the serpent? Li Wancheng turned his head to look at the steel city. His tone was surprised. This is impossible. How could the Yin family be like this? The abyss of the serpent is a small world that belongs to the Yin family. In order to make this world suitable for them to live in, he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to hire several plant-related transcendents to transform the world. In the original abyss of the serpent, bushes and mountains, swamps everywhere, perfectly adapted to the survival of snakes, and the metal city in front of you. It cannot be said that they are exactly the same, but they can only be said to be irrelevant. What's impossible? Can't the Yin family be allowed to make a small change? Wang Xiaoshan looked at Li Wancheng with a smile. Li Wancheng looked at the metal city, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Small changes. Wang Xiaoshan walked over leisurely. Back then, in order to prevent his life from coming to an end, the ancestor of the Yin family tried everything he could and finally found us. I have to say that the soul ability of the Yin family is unparalleled, and with the blessing and imagination of our technology, it has really created the world's first virtual life. And at this moment, in this way, the Yin family ancestor obtained immortality in another form. Yi Ran was stunned for a moment and then asked, so, on the billboard in the free market. Wang Xiaoshan nodded. That's right, that is a virtual life, but that is a failure, a completely uncontrollable strange example. Control? Yi Ran grabbed Hua Dian. Wang Xiaoshan wrapped his hands around his hair and said, you don't think that the arrogant Yin family will bully us ordinary people who have no power to bind chickens? Back then, we helped their Yin family ancestor create a virtual life, and the Yin family ancestor not only did not give us the agreed resources, but also imprisoned us in turn. Under the coercion of the Yin family, we were coolies in the Yin family for many years before. Roar! Wang Xiaoshan said, with a sly smile in his eyes. However, what the Yin family ancestor didn't know was that we added some evolutionary crystals that achieved control effects from the beginning when we gave birth to virtual life. I have to say that evolutionary crystallization is really a wonderful thing. Although most of these Yin family high warriors have gone crazy, there are still some lucky ones who have become virtual life. Yi Ran listened to Wang Xiaoshan's words. Take a deep breath. No wonder after so many years, I haven't heard any news from the Yin family. It turns out that it has been ruined by you from the root. Destroy? What are you kidding about? Since these Yin family high martial artists turned into virtual life, those ordinary people of their Yin family have almost worshipped us as gods. Wang Xiaoshan shook his head. And these virtual lives of the Yin family have also gained immortality for them, strictly speaking. Then, she opened her arms and said proudly, they have joined the glorious evolution. Subsequently, Wang Xiaoshan looked at Li Wancheng. Haven't you always doubted how we ordinary people will deal with those extraordinary beheadings and soul invasions in the future? Are these enough? Wang Xiaoshan said. All kinds of figures popped out behind him instantly. Everyone exudes a good atmosphere. There are even a few transcendent ones. All of them stood behind Wang Xiaoshan. Without exception, there was no unique human look in everyone's eyes. Of the Yin family, Li Wancheng looked at the people in front of him, frowning slightly. Trouble. And Yi Ran on the side looked at the figures in front of him. He suddenly looked at Wang Xiaoshan. So, those masked people are the Yin family you control? The insight is good. My senior brother is really the most powerful, and he didn't see the wrong person. Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yi Ran with a smile. Who would have thought that virtual life and metal bodies would be such a perfect match? Now they not only inherit their previous abilities, but also are not afraid of pain, have no inert thoughts, and even break their bodies and can return to the virtual world. Waiting for the next body to be produced. It's simply the perfect fighting machine. It's just a pity that virtual life is still a bit.
Listening to Wang Xiaoshan say this,
Yi Ran took a deep breath. The Terminator is coming into reality. He muttered to himself, silicon-based life. Silicon-based life?
Good name. These people are indeed built with silicon core materials in essence, but I didn't expect you to understand science too.
Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yi Ran in surprise.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan and said, so, are you planning to silence us here?
Silence? No, how can I be willing?
Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yi Ran, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, after so many years, you are the first high martial artist recognized by my senior brother. Strictly speaking, we are like-minded friends.
Yi Ran shook his head. How can I be your like-minded friend? We are enemies.
Wang Xiaoshan walked up to Yi Ran, stretched out his finger and shook it. Senior brother is really right. You can't accept our philosophy at the moment. But it doesn't matter. We are confident that you will see our success and recognize us when the time comes. Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan and said seriously, according to your idea, destroying all the Gaowu people can obtain a perfect world. But this matter, I know very well, it is impossible to succeed. At that time, there will naturally be money and rights. There will be all kinds of different things to replace Gaowu's strength and become the shackles of society again.
Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yi Ran.
For this issue, we have set up a special role as a judge for this purpose, and at that time, as judges, we will do our best to maintain the fairness of the world.
But in another sense, doesn't your so-called judge represent the new injustice?
Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan. I don't have the time to talk to you here about this childish idealism. Then, Yi Ran turned his head to look at Li Wancheng. Can you go? Try it. You can't beat it. You can still escape. After Li Wancheng finished speaking, his whole body began to glow with a dark yellow aura. Just when Li Wancheng was about to leave, Wang Xiaoshan's voice came again. No one is allowed to leave without my permission.
Those figures of the Yin family instantly surrounded Yi Ran and the two. Wang Xiaoshan actually flew up.
One after another, ordinary people from the Yin family came out of the Steel City. They all looked crazy, raised his hands. In an instant, every Yin family member and Wang Xiaoshan seemed to have some kind of connection, began to provide Wang Xiaoshan with the energy he needed. With the blessing of the power of countless ordinary people, Wang Xiaoshan at this time, there is a power to destroy the world in every move. It's hard to believe that she was an ordinary person before.
Wang Xiaoshan waved his palm down.
Li Wancheng and Wang Xiaoshan slapped each other.
It is difficult to distinguish between up and down for a while.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan in surprise, with a complicated expression.
You even reformed yourself, didn't you?
Wang Xiaoshan floated in the air and said with a smile, thanks to the blessing of evolution crystallization, we have created the perfect body of the judge. Being able to accept the power of all ordinary people for one's own use can be regarded as a gathering body of ordinary people, and of course, it also represents the will of all ordinary people. So, the will of ordinary people completely replaces Gaowu. It's just that they are not concentrated enough.
Wang Xiaoshan looked at Yi Ran. Teacher Yi, until the plan is completed, please stay here. Wang Xiaoshan's breath began to swell. The entire Steel City echoes Wang Xiaoshan.
Wang Xiaoshan seems to be the protagonist of this world. Li Wancheng silently felt Wang Xiaoshan's rising strength, and the silicon-based beings beside him
frowned. The aura is a bit strong. If you want to break through the encirclement, it's a bit tricky.
At this moment, Li Wancheng's eyes flashed with worry for the first time.
Can they really do this?
Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoshan in the sky. He opened his mouth and said to Li Wancheng, as long as we can cut off the connection between her and those ordinary people, we have a chance. Then, he turned his head to look at Li Wancheng. General Li, give it a try. Let me get close to those ordinary people. Li Wancheng nodded and shouted angrily, bow your head.
The moment he spoke, Yi Ran lowered his head suddenly.
This is...
Li Wancheng's whole body was filled with dark yellow breath. The power of Tong Tian directly hit Wang Xiaoshan.
This sudden change directly caught Wang Xiaoshan, who had less combat experience, off guard.
Flashed a stumbling block, was repelled dozens of meters away. Yi Ran, let's go. Li Wancheng roared angrily.
Yi Ran instantly felt a huge force coming from behind his body.
He rushed directly towards those ordinary people like a cannonball. Stop them. Wang Xiaoshan's voice sounded again. The silicon-based beings who heard the order.
One by one, they dodged and rushed towards Yi Ran.
Give me all down. Li Wancheng roared angrily.
His hands were directly on the ground.
The infinite earth thorn centers on Li Wancheng, stabbed out from all sides.
This huge range of AoEs directly penetrated a lot of silicon-based life that was lower than extraordinary. The huge force directly smashed his body into powder. However, there are still a few silicon-based beings with flexible bodies.
Dodged Li Wancheng's attack,
dodged and rushed towards Yi Ran. The silicon-based beings rushing towards Yi Ran. A cold aura began to fill the whole body. One by one, the figures began to soften in the air. These silicon-based creatures turned into giant snakes,
glide through the sky, after transforming into a giant snake.
Seeing that the silicon-based lives that could no longer catch up with Yi Ran, the speed has suddenly suddenly increased a lot,
came to Yi Ran's side in an instant.
Many giant snakes have even begun to try to wrap around Yi Ran's limbs.
Step back, Yi Ran scolded angrily.
The body is shining with gold. The roaring golden dragon surrounded Yi Ran's body, urging the power and speeding up again.
With Yi Ran's acceleration, Yi Ran directly turned into a golden thread,
widening the distance from everyone,
rushing towards ordinary people.
Hiss! Just when Yi Ran was about to arrive at the target place,
his heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable fear rose from Yi Ran's heart.
Yi Ran looked up at the sound. A huge snake head that appeared from when,
standing directly above this steel city, staring at yourself.
The body of this giant snake.
It is completely entangled in this steel city. I can't see its full face, just the snake letter it spits out, almost on par with high-rise buildings.
What? Li Wancheng glanced at it from a distance, and couldn't help but curse angrily. Saying that, he ran directly in the direction of Yi Ran, and Yi Ran stared at the huge snake head and muttered to himself,
"Yin family, ancestor?"
The huge snake head did not respond to him. Yi Ran only felt that the sky suddenly darkened. The snake tail that covered the sky and sun threw directly towards him.
With a loud noise,
Yi Ran was directly swept by the snake tail and flew out,
turned into a meteor, was caught by Li Wancheng, who was rushing over. "Are you okay, Yi Ran?"
Li Wancheng put down Yi Ran and asked with concern. Yi Ran shook his head and looked at the huge snake head.
"May have been ordered by Wang Shashan.
This giant snake did not mean to hurt itself. Just push yourself back."
Seeing that Yi Ran was fine,
Li Wancheng then felt relieved.
He looked at Wang Shashan and others rushing over from afar,
and then looked at the giant snake hovering over the steel city, curled his lips weakly.
"It's a bit difficult."
Wang Shashan and the others had already rushed over. She looked at Li Wancheng and Yi Ran coldly, obviously extremely displeased with her previous behavior. "Yi Ran, this plan cannot be lost. Don't force me to use unconventional means.
You become an ordinary person and you can also witness our new future."
Then, she looked at Li Wancheng. General Li is worthy of being a pillar of the new generation cultivated by the military department, and it seems that I have to give priority to inviting you to join our new world. Wang Shashan didn't know when he took out a blue crystal in his hand. In the face of Wang Shashan's threat,
Yi Ran didn't speak, and Li Wancheng spat disdainfully.
"Dream." Li Wancheng silently brought his military badge, also subconsciously wiped.
He looked at Wang Shashan and others who were attacking,
said in a voice that only Yi Ran could hear, "Yi Ran, I'll send you out later. You must pass on the news here to General Yi. No matter what plans Zhang Donyang has on the day of the dog, please be sure to destroy it." Listening to Li Wancheng's words,
Yi Ran had a bad premonition in his heart. "General Li, what are you going to do?"
Li Wancheng smiled. "Of course we have to do what our soldiers should do." Saying that, Li Wancheng stood directly in front of Yi Ran.
Tall body,
blocked Wang Shashan and others. Subsequently, Li Wancheng began to float in the air. The dark yellow energy was like quicksand, and began to surround Li Wancheng.
From the power of the eternal law, began to escape from Li Wancheng's body. Bursts of ripples and the earth merge into one.
Li Wancheng seems to be the true lord of the earth.
His eyes stared ahead.
A divine weapon completely made of Xianhuang emerged.
The indestructible edge shows its elegance.
The violent earth element almost buried everything in front of it.
"General Li, is this planning to fight hard?"
Wang Shashan silently resisted the aura that erupted from Li Wancheng's body,
frowning and looking at Li Wancheng. "Even if you fight hard, what are the chances of winning?" Li Wancheng looked at Wang Shashan indifferently and responded softly, "Try it and you'll know."
And at this moment,
Yi Ran suddenly flew in front of Li Wancheng. "Yi Ran, what are you doing? Step back."
Yi Ran shook his head and said to himself,
"General Li, we are not going to take this step yet." Wang Shashan watched Yi Ran suddenly fly out, and couldn't help but laugh. "Look at what Teacher Yi means. Do you still have a backhand?"
Yi Ran looked at Wang Shashan and showed a good-looking smile. At the moment when Yi Ran spoke, Yi Ran's whole body began to exude a terrifying aura. Li Wancheng, who was extremely sublimated, and Wang Shashan, who gathered millions of people, both felt inexplicable fear. Wang Shashan relieved himself from the frightened stunned state. She squinted at Yi Ran. He scolded sharply, "Pretend to be a ghost." Although she scolded like this, but looking at the mysterious aura that was constantly emitted from Yi Ran's body, he was still a little uneasy in his heart. No, there is no room for any mistakes in this matter. Wang Shashan, who had made up his mind, rushed towards Yi Ran in an instant.
Wang Shashan's speed is extremely fast.
Directly behind her, a sonic boom was raised.
Bang! After a loud bang,
Wang Shashan was directly knocked out by a huge force. Li Wancheng stood in front of Yi Ran. At this time, his body had completely transformed into a dark yellow color.
"The streamer is full of light and indestructible.
Sorry, this road is not passable."
At this time,
Yi Ran, the uniform on his body is windless and automatic, and the hunting sound is loud. Suddenly, with a flash of glazed brilliance, from Yi Ran's neck, a small tower slowly emerged.
"Your resource information has been successfully verified, and after research, your support information is classified as C. You have successfully
successfully posted a support message and are waiting for a response. The owner of the 11th story tower agreed to the request. Did he choose to accept it? Yi Ran instantly chose to accept, the same as the last time Baisu summoned other tower masters. With a flash of white light, a man in pajamas, rubbing his sorrowful eyes, he stood beside Yi Ran. At this time, the man opened his eyes with slight difficulty, looked at Yi Ran and smiled and said hello. It's really hard to find you. Fortunately, you posted a distress message. Why don't I find this kind of cornered place? The man rubbing his sleepy eyes said. The tone is getting lower and lower. The voice is getting quieter and quieter. He then closed his eyes and stopped talking. Looking at this scene in front of him, everyone present was silent. Li Wanqing's eyes widened at this time, and he looked surprised. He leaned forward in disbelief and pointed at the man. He whispered to Yi Ran again. This is what you said. It should be. He is asleep? No, it should be preparing. At this time, Yi Ran was a little unconfident in his words. He carefully observed the man who didn't speak. I could faintly hear a faint snoring sound. TMD, really asleep. The appearance of this man really made people's blood pressure soar. Yi Ran is really unimaginable. The few slaughter-level transcendentals summoned by Baisu before and the man in front of him were all members from the desolate tower. At this time, Wang Xiaoshan, who had already flown back, looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but laugh and his stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha, I thought you were holding back a big one again, but I didn't expect you to pull a big lump. Teacher Yi, you are cuter than I imagined. Maybe it was stimulated by Wang Xiaoshan's breath. Maybe Wang Xiaoshan's laughter was too loud and insulting. The man in front of him was clever, but the person woke up. He subconsciously wiped the side of his mouth and said to Yi Ran, sorry, I was too invested in observing the enemy situation just now. Yi Ran frowned, with questioning eyes, and complained silently, you just fell asleep, right? Nonsense. The man shook his hand, as if to change the subject. He hurriedly turned his head and looked at Wang Xiaoshan in front of him. She's the one you're trying to solve, isn't she? Yi Ran nodded. Senior, be careful. The enemy is an extraordinary person, and there is a slight difference from ordinary extraordinary. The man said to Yi Ran, don't call me senior. I'm not older than you. My name is Chen Mengshuan. Just call me Brother Chen. Finally he turned his head to look at Wang Xiaoshan. 3 fingers were stretched out. I only need 3 minutes for this level of goods. Saying that, Chen Mengshuan rushed directly to Wang Xiaoshan. Chen Mengshuan's move. Yi Ran then saw Chen Mengshuan's panel information. He looked at Chen Mengshuan who was charging forward with a strange expression. Looking at Chen Mengshuan who was charging towards him, Wang Xiaoshan is also on high alert. Began to push the million power in the body. The Yin family members standing behind them also came directly to Wang Xiaoshan. Formed a corner situation. Everyone's breath exploded. At least they are all diamond level strength. There are even transcendent beings among them. For a while, the phantoms of various giant snakes spat out letters and looked ahead coldly. Everyone pushed their own abilities and began to intercept Chen Mengshuan who was charging. However, Chen Mengshuan faced all kinds of attacks. But my eyes are still filled with sorrow. But his figure was not dull. The whole person is like a butterfly wearing flowers, dancing in the middle of this attack with ease. After a few walks, Chen Mengshuan came directly to Wang Xiaoshan's side. What do you want to do? Wang Xiaoshan, who lacks a little combat experience, facing this sudden purification of Chen Mengshuan, there was some panic in his heart, and he scolded in a tone and inwardly. Saying that, Wang Xiaoshan swung his right fist, wanted to smash Chen Mengshuan away. Quiet. Chen Mengshuan's speed was extremely fast, and at the moment Wang Xiaoshan swung his fist, stretched out his index finger and pointed directly on Wang Xiaoshan's forehead. In an instant, Wang Xiaoshan felt that his brain began to be groggy, and a strong sleepiness hit him. You're so tired and need a good night's sleep. Chen Mengshuan's voice is like a lullaby. Wang Xiaoshan's breath, as Chen Mengshuan finished saying this, began to weaken continuously, and even the eyelids began to fight. Seeing that Chen Mengshuan was about to control Wang Xiaoshan, suddenly the sky began to darken. A snake tail that covered the sky and sun smashed directly towards Chen Mengshuan. Chen Mengshuan had to give up control of Wang Xiaoshan when he saw this. A dodge directly dodged the huge snake tail. The huge snake's tail fell to the ground, directly pulled out a deep ravine from the ground. Wang Xiaoshan also regained his consciousness at this time, and looked at Chen Mengshuan with a vigilant face. Came to the side of the huge snake head. It's huge. Chen Mengshuan raised his head and looked at the giant snake that was wrapped around the steel city, muttering to himself. The huge snake head spat out snake letters, and looked at Chen Mengshuan with a cold face. What are you looking at? Look at screwing your head off again. Chen Mengshuan moved his wrist, and there was a rare seriousness in his eyes. It seems that this job really takes a little effort. Finally, he turned his head to look at Yi Ran and smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I didn't pay attention to such a big guy. I'm going to break my promise in 3 minutes. Senior, we don't really need to be tough. Chen Mengshuan turned his head to look at Yi Ran and said with interest, although that giant snake looks stupid and doesn't know how to use strength very much, it should not be underestimated in terms of physical strength alone. Chen Mengshuan also pointed to the ravine ravine that was almost 10 meters deep.
Yi Ran nodded. I know.
Then, he said to Chen Mengshuan,
My name is Brother Chen.
Brother Chen, you don't know very well when you first came. These people are not the transcendent people in our traditional cognition. The girl who led is an ordinary person.
Ordinary people?
Chen Mengshuan was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head to look at Wang Xiaoshan hiding between the giant snake's body. The corners of his mouth rose slightly.
This is a bit novel. Yi Ran, then what should you do?
Yi Ran heard Chen Mengshuan cooperate like this. I was ready to say it to my lips, but I didn't say it. It seemed that he had seen through Yi Ran's thoughts, and Chen Mengshuan smiled. They are all members of the wilderness. Mutual trust is naturally the most basic, and I am not a pedantic person.
Chen Mengshuan stood still. Tell me, I'm ready.
Seeing this, Yi Ran simply didn't talk nonsense. He pointed directly to the tens of millions of ordinary people in the Steel City who raised their hands and looked crazy. At this time, these ordinary people, many because of the long-term supply of energy for Wang Xiaoshan, is already a little exhausted, foaming at the mouth, shaking, but even so, they are also reluctant to put their hands down. Looking at these crazy citizens, Chen Mengshuan frowned. In his life, he hated the person who was sleepy and didn't sleep, and didn't eat hard. The actions of this group of citizens have touched his life creed.
Yi Ran said,
These ordinary talents are the key to breaking the game. They were bewitched by that Wang Xiaoshan and became the girl's energy supply device. As long as they cut off the connection between them, everything will break themselves. Yi Ran looked at Chen Mengshuan. Cutting off the control of tens of millions of people, others may not be able to do it, but for you, Brother Chen, as long as you unfold the different phases of heaven and earth, it should be easy. Chen Mengshuan's sorrowful eyes rarely opened a little.
He looked at Yi Ran in surprise. I don't seem to have told you my ability.
Yi Ran laughed. The situation is urgent, Brother Chen. Let's talk about these trivial matters later. Please do it as soon as possible, otherwise the military department will be in danger.
Chen Mengshuan looked at the cold giant snake.
He said, but after my heaven and earth are opened, there is no distinction between friend and foe, and when the time comes, everyone present will fall asleep with me.
Yi Ran nodded. Don't worry, I have my own way. Looking at the confident Yi Ran,
Chen Mengshuan's curiosity about the kid in front of him has increased a lot.
You're more interesting than I thought.
After Chen Mengshuan finished speaking, he turned his head. Boy, I'm going to start, and I'm not responsible for delaying things later. Chen Mengshuan slowly suspended in the air. He silently raised his head and closed his eyes.
The moment he opened his arm, the whole world is centered on him, began to change.
Wang Xiaoshan frowned, and was about to give an order to stop Chen Mengshuan, but suddenly my head began to feel drowsy. It is difficult to control oneself for a while. A gust of wind appeared in the sky.
With the wind blowing,
the white clouds in the sky all gathered above Chen Mengshuan in a strange way,
like countless cottons.
Those cotton clouds seemed to be artificially spread, just like a quilt that is enough to cover the earth, slowly descending downwards,
and the whole land. It began to float up and down like water. Even the steel began to soften. It seems to have become a huge soft bed. The sky is like a tent, and the earth is a blanket, and the sun, moon, and stars accompany me in sleep. As this vision of heaven and earth sleeping together unfolds,
Chen Mengshuan was the first to fall asleep suspended in the air, and the tens of millions of people in those steel cities.
With the interference of visions,
I can no longer resist the surging sleepiness. One by one, they slowly lowered their raised arms,
slowly fell asleep.
Wang Xiaoshan also lost the support of the millions of people, directly poured on the back of the giant snake. Those silicon-based beings who lost Wang Xiaoshan's will and command. One by one, they slowly closed their eyes.
In an instant, the whole city became quiet.
This Steel City world,
as if the pause button was pressed, without the slightest sound.
Only those even breaths can prove that there is still life in this world. After this world is completely quiet, there were a few fluctuations in the space behind Chen Mengshuan. A hand came out of the space. The sky was torn apart by that hand like a curtain. Slowly, Li Wancheng and Yi Ran walked out of it. Li Wancheng, who had just stood up, looked at the crowd of people who had just fallen to the ground. There was a shock in his eyes. It's really awesome. One person can control tens of millions of people in an instant, but if you let other slaughter-level transcendence come, you can't finish it in 3 days and 3 nights. After saying that, Li Wancheng looked at Yi Ran, who was silently recovering space, and couldn't help but say, Principal Bai is really willing. He even made a living space for you. Yi Ran took back the space ring that Bai Su gave him before leaving school, and said with a smile, Did Assistant Professor Li forget that we are the first place in the grade assessment, and the reward was originally a space ring, but my ring was upgraded a little by Principal Bai.
A little?
Li Wancheng curled his mouth. Although there is only a 2-word difference between space and living space, the energy and materials required may be hundreds of times worse. Having said that, how did you escape this vision of heaven and earth? Even I didn't react. Li Wancheng opened his mouth and asked curiously. Yi Ran did not explain directly. Seeing that he had already used a life-saving puppet once, he sighed. Soldiers are fast, so they can only do this. After this incident, you must find the military department for reimbursement. Make up for
for the number of times this life-saving puppet. General Li, open the space tunnel quickly, we must go back to the military headquarters now. Li Wancheng heard Yi Ran's words. It is rare to become serious. He nodded, began to arrange the formation, and at this moment, the military department, including countless high-ranking generals, they all stood on the grand square. They all looked solemn, looking at the flying behemoth in the sky and silent. This giant is huge. It blocked all the light sources. Let the whole sky darken. In addition, on top of this giant thing, it exudes a strong aura. The entire future city seems to be about to end. Above the unclear clouds, bursts of powerful energy collisions sounded. Lightning and thunder, strong light flashing. With the fierce collision, the figures were directly smashed out of the misty clouds, fell heavily on the square. In that hardened square, one deep pit after another was smashed. In this deep pit, the generals in the military department had blood overflowing from their mouths, looking solemnly above the sky. At this time, a burst of blood mist struck. Yi Shaogua strode to the center of the square. General Yi is here. After everyone present saw Yi Shaogua's figure, it was as if I had found the Dinghai God needle, and my anxiety dissipated a lot. Yi Shaogua nodded silently and responded to everyone present. Then, he looked up at the behemoth, his eyes solemn. Still can't control it? Report to General Yi. All the generals stationed in the military headquarters have gone up to intercept it, and the effect is minimal. Hear the report of his subordinates. Yi Shaogua, who was in the ancient well, frowned slightly. Finally, he made a quick decision and immediately said, immediately issue the highest level of defense, and urgently recall all generals outside the station position. After arranging the affairs, Yi Shaogua strode forward, and at this moment, until he went to the front line and came to Yang Wanliu's side, he looked up at the behemoth. His mind was heavy, and he said to Yang Wanlu seriously, Yang Wanlu, why don't you choose to report this kind of thing in advance? At this time, Yang Wanlu, without the silent and calm look of the past, he looked at the giant in the sky in a daze, and remained silent for a long time. The always upright posture also hunched over at this time. He looked up at the sky a little dull and muttered to himself, I don't know. I do not know. It's okay in the morning. General Yin just told me some time ago that he had touched the threshold of world destruction and realized the prototype of the world. Then I don't know why, but suddenly he went berserk today. Until now, he has completely lost his mind. Yang Wanlu stammered and spoke incoherently. He had always been silent and calm, but he was completely panicked in the face of Yin Haisheng. Yi Shaogua looked at Yang Wanlu indifferently and snorted coldly. As one of the heads of the military, you are so negligent in important matters and panicked in the face of the war. Yang Wanlu, you disappoint me. On the other side, Zhang Dongyang played around. General Yi doesn't need to be so harsh. After General Yin obtained the Kunping creation method in the ultra-ancient relic space, it was also a common decision of the three of us to agree to let General Yin choose to practice and understand in the military headquarters. And judging from what General Yin is facing now, many things are indeed not within our control. How can you blame General Yang alone for the risk responsibility? Yi Shaogua snorted coldly, looked at the somewhat violent aura in the sky, and said in a deep voice, after this incident, I resigned from my position as general. After saying that, Yi Shaogua turned his head and said to Zhang Dongyang, Dr. Shang's current situation, I believe you have also seen it. We have to take the final countermeasures, activate the ultimate core force of the future city, and completely control General Yin's. Zhang Dongyang nodded and said to Yi Shaogua and Yang Wanlu, at present, we can still distinguish the priorities of the great enemy. As long as both generals agree, then I am willing to open the ultimate core force. Yi Shaogua and Yang Wanli nodded silently after hearing this. After seeing that both of them agreed, Zhang Dongyang took out the device that had been prepared. Biometrics passed. With a mechanical sound, the device in Zhang Dongyang's arms changed mechanized. The last metal ball was suspended in the middle of the three of them. Come on, the core force needs a battle sequence, a logistics sequence, and the three of us are responsible for opening it together. Zhang Dongyang stretched out his palm and touched the metal ball as he spoke. Then Yi Shaogua and Yang Wanlu also stretched out their palms and touched the ball. At the moment when the three of them touched the ball together, the ball began to change drastically. Whoosh! The ball flew into the sky and stabbed straight into the center of the future city. Warning! Warn! Core power activated. Core power activated. With the sound of sharp sirens, almost instantly, the circular future city began to undergo drastic changes. All the power accumulated by the whole city began to converge towards the center of the sphere. Those forces continue to collapse, compress, and compress again in the process of converging. The level of power began to upgrade in this repeated iteration. Instantaneous kung fu. Cracks in space have begun to flicker around the power. This means that the energy achievements of the gathering have far exceeded the level of national slaughter, enough to reach the level of annihilation. Everyone present looked at the terrifying aura emanating from the ball. There was fear in his eyes. This is the innate fear of high-dimensional powers, a fear that comes from the genes. Yi Shaogua looked at the ball, and his eyes were
were full of emotion. We thought that the ultimate plan proposed by Dr. Wan was whimsical, but now it seems that we are like frogs at the bottom of the well. Before Yi Xiaoguo finished speaking, suddenly there was a shaking in the clouds. The huge cloud was pierced by the giant. A huge fish head broke through the clouds and appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the huge fish head eyes stared closely at the metal ball that constantly exuded a terrifying aura. Seemed to feel an inexplicable threat. With a strange roar, that Kunpeng shook his body directly. The generals who were still restraining themselves after the bounce flew. The size of the body just shook it, and it set off waves. For a while, the whole space began to shake. After breaking free from those shackles, Kunpeng burst out with unprecedented speed and rushed towards the ball. Finish it as soon as possible, I'll hold him back, Yi Xiaoguo said coldly. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and rushed towards Kunpeng. In an instant, a blood-colored Shura appeared in front of Kunpeng. The Azura seemed to have crawled out of hell. Stained with blood, it held the blood-colored Shura blade, slashed towards Kunpeng. For a time, the two behemoths were entangled together. In the fierce collision, bursts of roar were set off. The collision was intense. The 7 orifices of the general who were too close were shaken out of blood. Although Yi Xiaoguo's attack was strong, it was difficult to resist the world-destroying Kunpeng transformed by General Yin after all. Only 5 or 6 faces. The blood-colored Shura had scars. Even the blade of the Shura transformed by the blood mist had already begun to shatter. Hurry up, okay? Yi Xiaoguo's struggling roar came from the sky. At this time, Zhang Dongyang closed his eyes tightly, holding some kind of device with difficulty. General Yi, get out of the way. With Zhang Dongyang's roar, Yi Xiaoguo directly withdrew his blood mist transformation. A frantic charge below. Kunpeng, who was still in the struggle for a while, was stunned for a moment, and in this moment of stunning, a little cold light flashed on the metal ball. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and stabbed straight at Kunpeng. Wherever the light passes, the space completely collapsed. A long and narrow dimensional slit was set off in the sky. Kunpeng reacted to this, but unfortunately it was too late. The light is expanding. When it came to Kunpeng, there was a magnificent shore that covered the sky and the sun. There is no sound, or that no sound could even escape this terrifying blow, completely drowned out Kunpeng's figure. After a loud noise, Yi Xiaoguo's transformed blood-colored figure smashed heavily on the ground. General Yi, are you okay? Several generals who were close to the pit hurriedly flew forward to check Yi Xiaoguo's situation. At this time, Yi Xiaoguo stood up from the ruins. He waved his hand, signaling that it was okay. His eyes were focused on the position of Kunpeng. In this light, the huge shadow constantly struggled and surged in the light, as if it had experienced extreme pain. Slowly in the process of the annihilation of this light, the magnitude of the behemoth's shaking began to gradually weaken, and even its body began to shrink. About a quarter of an hour later, the Kunpeng that transformed out was completely motionless, and his breath was weakened to the extreme. It seems to be almost over? Yi Xiaoguo turned his head and looked at Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang also made instructions with understanding, and with Zhang Dongyang's instructions, the future city began to spin again. The ball that had condensed energy before seemed to be unable to withstand this terrifying power anymore, and turned into powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. As the light disappeared, Kunpeng in the sky began to fall towards the ground. Everyone, be careful. Looking at the bigger and bigger figure, smashing towards the ground, Yi Xiaoguo opened his arms. A large net of blood mist was formed directly above Yi Xiaoguo's head, trying to intercept the fall of the behemoth. Poof! But the quality and realm of this Kunpeng are far beyond Yi Xiaoguo's imagination. At the moment when his blood mist net just supported this Kunpeng, he was crushed by this Kunpeng who fell so fast that he vomited blood. The blood-colored net was shaken by the aura on this Kunpeng's body. It has also become a little shaky, and it is about to break. Seeing this, the rest of the generals also extended a helping hand. For a while, all kinds of energy rushed towards the blood-colored net. With the combined efforts of everyone, this allowed the already stiff Kunpeng to slowly land without causing any additional damage. Everything settled, and everyone looked at the mountain-like Kunpeng in front of them and was silent. Yi Xiaoguo silently stepped forward and stretched out his palm. A burst of blood-colored energy extended towards Kunpeng's body. After investigating for a moment, Yi Xiaoguo silently withdrew his blood-colored energy and shook his head with a gloomy face. General Yi, how is the situation? Zhang Dongyang hurried over to inquire about the situation. Yi Xiaoguo looked at the mountain-like Kunpeng in front of him and said, the situation is not optimistic. General Silver's riot this time was more thorough than before. I have tried to wake him up, but this time there was no reaction. Yi Xiaoguo paused for a moment and said again, his aura is still declining. Hearing Yi Xiaoguo's words, Yang Wanlu looked at Kunpeng in front of him in disbelief. Trembling, he stretched out his palm and made the same action as Yi Xiaoguo. Kunpeng seemed to sense Yang Wanlu's breath. He slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Yang Wanlu. At this moment, Kunpeng spat out, don't check, my body has reached its limit. Master, master, Yang Wanlu said blankly, with pathos in his eyes. Xiaoguo, I'm sorry, this time it seems seems to have caused you more trouble.
Kunping said weakly, it is much more difficult than imagined to enter the world destruction level.
After taking care of your body, you will still have a chance. Yi Xiaoguo said coldly. No, I've been tired all these years, and I have seen the end of this road, and it should not be possible to get through. Kunping said slowly, his breath getting weaker and weaker. Xiaoguo, I will analyze my life's work later.
Just think of it as an apology to everyone. Master, no.
When Yang Wanli heard this, he shook his head frantically and hurriedly rushed towards Kunping.
Kunping just glanced at Yang Wanlu, and an inexplicable aura flashed directly in front of Kunping, turning into an invisible barrier, abruptly blocking Yang Wanliu's pace of progress. Let Yang Wanlu knock and smash how he smashed. It just can't break through this barrier. Wanlu,
how did a teacher teach you? As a logistics leader, the first thing you need to do is to be calm. Don't use personal feelings, don't be impulsive. Kunping reprimanded Yang Wanlu and continued, I don't know why, my rampage this time is more sudden than before, but it doesn't matter anymore. On the contrary, thanks to this rage has made me feel a little on the verge of extinction.
As Kunping spoke, he transformed into an inexplicable aura and shrouded Yang Wanlu. Yang Wanlu was about to resist, but was directly restrained by Kunping, and could only let Kunping pour this aura into his consciousness. Don't move around, be honest, this is my perception of the world extinction level, it's cheap for you boy. I don't want these.
Yang Wanliu shook his head frantically, his eyes already moistened.
Looking at Yang Wanlu, who was controlled by himself, Kunping's huge eyes showed a rare tenderness. Wanlu, when I die, burn me and throw my ashes in the pond you built for me before, and if you miss me, go to that pond and talk to me.
Subsequently, Kunping looked at Yi Xiaoguo again. Xiaoguo, the military will rely on you in the future. After saying that, Kunping looked up to the sky and roared, and slowly his figure began to dissipate, turning into a little bit of elemental light, nourishing the entire space. The flowers and plants in the future city that had withered a little were slowly glowing with vitality, and even all the generals around them could feel their aura faintly rising. When a whale falls, all things are born. As Kunping's figure slowly dissipated, a crystal stone with shimmering light points slowly condensed out of Kunping's body. This is General Yin's lifelong effort, and it is also the most precious gift left to the military headquarters. For a while, everyone present silently saluted, paying tribute to the end of this generation of legends. There was a little sadness in their solemn eyes. Yang Wanlu was completely slumped on the ground at this time, and 2 lines of tears fell on his face. And at this moment, there was a fluctuation of space in the sky. The figures of Li Wancheng and Yi Ran suddenly appeared on the square. Before everyone reacted, Zhang Dongyang moved directly. Seeing this, Yi Ran exclaimed, Stop Zhang Dongyang. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. For a while, there was no reaction. Li Wancheng and Yi Ran rushed towards Zhang Dongyang, but Zhang Dongyang was very close to the Kunping's position. And Zhang Dongyang's speed is extremely fast, not at all like an ordinary person. Hey! Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Zhang Dongyang, Li Wancheng put his hands on the ground. In an instant, the dark yellow power penetrated the ground. Several indestructible ground thorns rushed out directly from under Zhang Dongyang. However, Zhang Dongyang faced the sudden ground thorn with a calm face. He turned over in a kiln, dodged the first few ground thorns extremely quickly, until the last ground thorn was unable to dodge. He shook his elbow slightly. After a loud bang, the ground thorn used by the extraordinary powerhouse was completely shattered by Zhang Dongyang's elbow. This scene completely stunned everyone. Yi Xiaoguo immediately made a decision, opened the bloody net, and grabbed Zhang Dongyang. The blood-colored net was extremely fast, and it directly entangled one of Zhang Dongyang's feet. However, Zhang Dongyang didn't even look at it, and directly smashed his hand towards his knee. In an instant, the leg entangled in the blood-colored net was completely broken. At this moment, people were surprised to find that Zhang Dongyang's legs were completely metallized. Yi Xiaoguo saw this and wanted to intercept it. As a result, Zhang Dongyang had already come to Kunping at this time. He grabbed the energy crystal condensed by General Yin with one hand. Zhang Dongyang, what do you want to do? Yi Xiaoguo frowned and scolded Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang turned his head, looked at Yi Xiaoguo and smiled, and did not respond. Then, he raised the energy crystal and smashed it towards his chest. At the moment when the energy crystal collided with Zhang Dongyang's body, there were bursts of ripples on Zhang Dongyang's body. The energy crystal is completely integrated into his body. In an instant, Zhang Dongyang's whole body began to expand wildly. His clothes rustled violently. Gradually it seems that it can't bear this terrifying lift. Zhang Dongyang's clothes were torn apart and flew out. At this moment, people were surprised to find that. At this time, Zhang Dongyang was not only his head and palms or his body. The whole body is already in a strange metal state. With the support of General Yin's lifelong energy, the strange metal on Zhang Dongyang's body kept appearing liquid-like ripples. The colors are constantly changing. It seems to be adapting to the increase in energy. Silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, city destruction. The aura emanating from Zhang Dongyang's body. There is no threshold at all. It's like riding a rocket, climbing upwards. From an ordinary person person without breath, he gradually became an extraordinary person who made people look up to him. Tu Gua. After Zhang Dongyang's aura reached the national slaughter level, the rising momentum slowly disappeared. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Zhang Dongyang, who was suspended in the air at this time, with incredulity in his eyes. Are you surprised? Zhang Dongyang looked shocked, and Yi Xiaoguo said with a smile, in order to create this set of liquid metal,
that is enough to hold extraordinary power. Do you know how many mines I have dug? How many materials have been condensed?
Then Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran helplessly. It seems that Xiao Shan has failed, so I have to implement the plan in advance again. I really can't figure out how you escaped from the abyss of the giant snake.
Yi Ran did not answer Zhang Dongyang's question.
He just looked at Zhang Dongyang silently and said in a deep voice, "Stop,
Zhang Dongyang. The ideal world of exterminating Gao Wu that you envisioned is completely impossible to achieve." Hearing the 4 words exterminating Gao Wu, everyone present frowned slightly.
Yi Xiaoguo asked coldly,
"Yi Ran, what's going on?"
"The problem of the soldiers' confusion that you asked me to check before was all done by Zhang Dongyang and the others. They have a crystal in their hands that they call evolutionary crystals, which have the effect of destroying high material traits, and even their number 2 refined iron evolutionary crystals, as well as the effect of controlling the high martial artists." Speaking of this, Yi Ran did not forget to add, "At present, the Yin family has completely fallen, and all the living, including the ancestor of the Yin family, have become their subordinates." Yi Ran's words are not shocking, and death is endless. This information directly made everyone look at Zhang Dongyang in horror.
"I know, I finally know." Suddenly Yang Wanlu exclaimed.
He raised his head and looked at Zhang Dongyang with hatred. "Roar! It's you, everything is your fault. The chaotic mind that Master has been suppressing before is not a problem with your practice." Zhang Dongyang looked at Yang Wanlu. "The answer is correct, but unfortunately you know too late." Yang Wanlu looked at Zhang Dongyang. "But how did you come into contact with Master?" Zhang Dongyang said lightly, "There is no impermeable wall in this world. As long as it is a place where someone can enter, it must have its loopholes. You won't really think that the small world you hide privately, we don't know, right?" Although the plan was a bit hasty, it was an unexpected surprise to get rid of the variable of generaline before the plan was implemented, and to get this energy essence.
Listening to Zhang Dongyang's inhumane speech, Yang Wanlu's eyes were slightly red. Damn it! In an instant, Yang Wanlu waved his hand, and a violent wind turned into a dragon and devoured Zhang Dongyang.
Facing the roaring wind dragon, Zhang Dongyang was not only not nervous, but lightly tapped his finger with interest.
In an instant, Yang Wanli's fingers turned into a small annihilation cannon.
Driven by the general's energy essence, the terrifying energy condensed on Zhang Dongyang's fingers. Sure, after a sharp sound, the terrifying energy transformed into a laser that shot directly at the wind dragon. The two sides slammed together. After the smoke cleared, Zhang Dongyang was still standing there unharmed.
"Zhang Dongyang, do you know what you are doing?"
Yi Xiaoguo asked in a deep voice. Zhang Dongyang responded with a smile. "Of course I know, exterminating Gao Wu and creating a truly ideal world where all living beings are equal.
Without Gao Wu, how can the human race compete with the unknown danger, those crazy demon gods?"
Yi Xiaoguo glared at Zhang Dongyang.
Boom! Zhang Dongyang laughed. "It's very simple. Isn't it just me who becomes a god?
It's just a pity that such a good piece has crystallized. If you take your time, you may be much more efficient." Zhang Dongyang muttered to himself. Then, he closed his eyes. The body shook like water. The liquid metal all over the body flashed with a glimmer of light. The whole body is like a machine running at ultra-high speed, crazy refining the Kunpeng crystals that had just been snatched. Behind Zhang Dongyang,
Kunpeng's phantom hangs in the air.
It screamed in the sky until it disappeared. The crystal was completely refined by Zhang Dongyang.
Zhang Dongyang's aura began to climb again.
He opened his eyes. The sharpness that seemed to be able to cut through time and space burst out from his eyes. No one dares to look at it with a strong sense of oppression. The monstrous aura overwhelmed everyone's hearts and made it difficult to breathe. Slaughter of the country. Peak. Yi Xiaoguo silently felt Zhang Dongyang's breath and muttered to himself. If someone had told him before, an ordinary person can cross to the top of this world in an instant, then he must have scoffed. But this real example was placed in front of him. Zhang Dongyang shook his fist in his hand, instantly waved into the distance. The woods in the distance were swept up like a cake roll. Is this what the peak tastes like? Zhang Dongyang looked at his masterpiece and muttered to himself. He suddenly tasted the power, with joy in his eyes. Yi Xiaoguo, do you remember what you said before? Zhang Dongyang, who had a violent breath, his eyes were blurred, as if he was reminiscing. Back then, you told me not to be whimsical and denied my ordinary soldier individual combat research and development plan. You told me that ordinary people should do what ordinary people should do, and don't think that ordinary people stand at the top of the world. Zhang Dongyang smiled and lowered his head, looking at Yi Xiaoguo. What about now? Tell me, can an ordinary person stand at the top of this world? Yi Xiaoguo looked at Zhang Dongyang, who was violent and was silent. Roar! Li Wancheng spat disdainfully and scolded. What kind of uncle are you pretending? Isn't it the crystallization
imitation of General Silver that you use in the end?
Zhang Dongyang ignored him, but looked around and said with a smile, I know that your hearts are not convinced. After all, the source of my strength still comes from your so-called high martial artists. He opened his arms and smiled at the sun. Next, don't blink your eyes and feel the miracle of our ordinary people, Zhang Dongyang said, and glanced at Yi Ran deliberately. Listening to Zhang Dongyang say this, Yi Ran had a bad premonition in his heart, and he roared, interrupt him, don't let him connect with the citizens of the future city. Yi Ran's words were still a step late. Zhang Dongyang had already opened his arms at this time. The hundreds of millions of ordinary people in the future city actually stopped what they were doing at the same time. One by one, they walked out of the room with crazy expressions, raised his hands, just like the ordinary people in the Steel City before. The life force was transmitted to Zhang Dongyang's body through a special channel. What followed was, Zhang Dongyang's aura began to skyrocket again. The colors of heaven and earth changed, thunderclouds gathered, the earth shook and the mountains shook, as if a being that could not even be contained by heaven and earth was emerging. As the breath rises, Zhang Dongyang's surroundings have begun to crack the space. Zhang Dongyang roared in pain. His liquid metal body also seems to have reached its limit. There were dense cracks on the body. At this time, Zhang Dongyang's face was painful. There is a feeling that this terrifying power is about to explode. At this moment, the future city began to operate spontaneously. A force shone on Zhang Dongyang's body from the core of the future city, constantly repairing Zhang Dongyang's body. Zhang Dongyang is in this infinite cycle of skyrocketing, shattering, repairing, and soaring. Continue to climb. You can't let him continue like this, interrupt him. Yi Xiaogua and other generals saw this step. One by one, they made immediate decisions, rushed directly to Zhang Dongyang. All kinds of weapons and forces bombarded Zhang Dongyang, especially Yi Xiaogua's Shura blood blade, with the supreme aura of destruction, slashed fiercely at Zhang Dongyang's face. Roar! This level of siege, no one can be tough. However, at this critical moment, Zhang Dongyang opened his eyes. A supreme coercion centered on Zhang Dongyang spread out. All the attacks that come our way have all collapsed under this supreme coercion. As Zhang Dongyang snorted coldly, the tyrannical aura directly dispersed all the generals who rushed forward. These repulsed military cadres landed one after another. One by one, there was incredible fear in the eyes that looked at Zhang Dongyang. One person fought against so many cutting-edge forces of the military department. At this time, Zhang Dongyang, the strength is already indescribably terrifying. Everyone, can't you wait for such a while? Zhang Dongyang's voice came from above. There were still those cracked scars on his face that had not yet dissipated, but the overflowing smile did not diminish at all. He pressed down with one hand. In an instant, everyone felt that there was a tremendous power coming from their bodies. Many weaker people couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Everyone, have you ever felt the feeling of being pressed under the feet of an ordinary person? Can you experience the pain of being oppressed? Zhang Dongyang said with a smile. Yi Xiaogua, on the other hand, looked at the hundreds of millions of crazy ordinary people in the future city and said in a deep voice, what did you do to them? Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Xiaogui. What are you doing? It's nothing more than a long-term passive brainwashing of them, and after triggering certain keywords, they will take the initiative to lend their vitality to me. Zhang Dongyang spoke in an extremely flat tone. It's like an emotionless machine. Yi Xiaogua frowned and couldn't help but ask, controlling hundreds of millions of ordinary people as your offerings, this is what you call the ideal world? Zhang Dongyang shook his head. For the sake of that ideal world, anyone can be a victim, including myself. The night before dawn is often the darkest. General Yi, you should understand this truth better than me. Zhang Dongyang said, it's still a bit too hasty, otherwise you should face a real-world destroyer at this time. But don't worry, it won't be long before Gao Wu all over the world will gradually disappear. At that time, there will be no more sects, no more families, no more high martial arts, only those hundreds of millions of equal people in of their faith will be welcomed by the new life. After Zhang Dongyang finished speaking, between talking and laughing, Zhang Dongyang burst out with a strong aura. The surrounding space was not so stable because of the burst of Zhang Dongyang's breath. At this moment, lightning and thunder roared, and space collapsed. It seems that the whole world is starting to wail. Zhang Dongyang at this moment is like a god in a fable who executes the end of the world. Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dongyang who was laughing wildly in the sky. At this time, Zhang Dongyang always gave him a kind of opening the human emperor flag in the next second. The sense of deja vu of animal husbandry. Everyone, let's welcome the arrival of a new era together. Zhang Dongyang raised his palm while talking and laughing. On the road surface of the entire future city, countless sprinklers began to stick out, directly spewed out blue smoke. Yi Ran saw this, and his pupils shrank slightly. He directly punched and smashed the sprinkler closest to him, shouting loudly, you guys are going to destroy the surrounding sprinklers. Listening to Yi Ran shout, Yi Xiaogui immediately made a decision. The thick blood mist spread out, directly destroyed all the sprinklers above the square. Li Wancheng also quickly put his hands on the ground. The violent earth element
movement pushed the ground up. The sprinkler section was completely cut off those blue spray overflows. However, those high-level warriors outside the core area, although they are also destroying the sprinklers, dodge the blue smoke. But the number of nozzles is still too much. The soldiers who were closer to the sprinkler were not so lucky. After inhaling the blue mist, some of the soldiers lay on the ground in pain and rolled back and forth. The whole body slowly changed from strong to thin. Strength, my strength. Damn, how can I not feel my abilities anymore? Why can't my hands use strength? I can't stand up. Help, I can't stand up. The soldiers panicked. Many of them rely on their high martial power to cover up their old injuries. After losing his high martial arts ability, the old injury recurred. Some people no longer even feel the presence of their legs and completely become disabled. For a while, an atmosphere of fear spread among the warriors. The untouchable blue smoke made them more frightened than the fierce demon god. Seeing this, the generals at the core of the square set off one by one. Prepare to spread out, destroy the sprinklers one by one. As a result, just when they were about to leave, there was an inexplicable trace of alertness in their hearts. Everyone, please don't be impatient. At this time, Zhang Dongyang waved his hands down. This is eternal and powerful. Wherever it passes, the elements are in chaos, space collapses. Seeing this, the generals of the military department did not dare to neglect one by one, and used their abilities one after another. A palm that resisted the power of thunder. For a while, the blood-colored Shura behind Yi Shaoguo once again manifested. This Shura held his blood-colored blade, drew his sword and slashed upwards, collided with the top-down palm. Bang! The violent impact of the two parties made the whole earth shake 3 times. The aftermath of the collision between the forces of slaughtering the country, it directly shook away some of the extraordinary generals who were close to them. However, Zhang Dongyang's terrifying palm was indeed firmly blocked in midair by the blood-colored Shura transformed by Yi Shaoguo. General Yi, your demeanor is not diminished back then. Zhang Dongyang silently felt the majestic power coming from the blood-colored blade, and said with a smile with ease, "Humph." Yi Shaoguo snorted coldly and did not respond to Zhang Dongyang, but from his clenched fists, he could feel that he was a little struggling at this moment. I have to say that the crystallization of General Yin really gave me a surprise, and I can only hold you back in the plan. Zhang Dongyang said to himself, the power to destroy the world is really fascinating. Zhang Dongyang suddenly raised his head to look at Yi Shaoguo and said with a smile, General Yi, feel it too. After Zhang Dongyang finished speaking, his eyes froze slightly. He turned his palm into a fist. At the moment when he condensed his fists, the whole world seemed to stand still completely. With Zhang Dongyang's fist as the center, within a radius of 10 meters, the space is completely annihilated. There is no trace of the existence of basic elements at all. Whether it is time, space, or any elemental law, are all in front of this fist, overshadowed and unrestrained. His fist is the only truth. There was no sound. The blood-colored blade that was enough to cut down the transcendent body of the slaughter country level broke instantly. It turned into bursts of blood mist and dissipated into nothingness. It was the blood-colored Shura who looked up to the sky and let out a painful wail. The power of the fist was directly transmitted along the hilt of the knife into the body of the blood-colored Shura. Just the moment of contact, Shura's hands, arms and even his entire body appeared large and small cracks. Under the strange force, raging and destroying, the blood-colored Shura transformed by the vision of heaven and earth directly collapsed into blood mist. That strange power even followed this vision of heaven and earth directly attacked Yi Shaoguo's body. Yi Shaoguo immediately made a decision and directly cut off the connection between himself and the blood-colored Shura. This is how it escaped the invasion of the strange power. Yi Shaoguo, who had some difficulties in his own way, still hurt the source after all. At this time, he spat blood and half-knelt on the ground, obviously unable to support it. Everyone present looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Yi Shaoguo, who represents the highest combat power of the military headquarters, he couldn't hold a punch in front of Zhang Dongyang. How does General Yi feel? If you are willing to give up at this moment, the new world still needs a great talent like you. Zhang Dongyang was still smiling. He was suspended in the air looking down at Yi Shaoguo. Yi Shaoguo looked at Zhang Dongyang, silently wiped the corners of his mouth and wiped the bloodstains. Standing up with a strong body, the straight waist is like the firm pine, but that unyielding demeanor speaks for itself. Do you have the ability to kill me? Zhang Dongyang listened to Yi Shaoguo's words and nodded silently. It seems that Yi Shaoguo has long known this answer. Expectedly, it is said that General Yi has a strong iron bone, which seems to be worthy of his name. However, I'm sorry, anyone can leave the military department, but you Yi Shaoguo can't. Since you don't give in, you can only die. Zhang Dongyang said, and finally stretched out his right hand. The coercion that overwhelmed the world was once again revealed. Suddenly there was a gunshot behind Zhang Dongyang. The laser hit Zhang Dongyang directly on the back of his head. Although it did not cause any substantial damage, it still attracted Zhang Dongyang's attention. At this time, Zhang Dongyang turned his head, and his expression became a little helpless, because standing not far away at this moment, Wang Jipeng was panting on the levitator, holding a laser pistol in his hand, staring at himself. Evil beast, you are also worthy of a person? At this time, Wang Jipeng's breath was weak and his lips were white. There was even a tube hanging on his arm that he didn't have time to tear off when he left the ward in an emergency. He gasped, his eyes full of anger. Beast thing, immediately, get out of here. Listening to Wang Jipeng's insults, Zhang Dongyang's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Master, your set won't work, it will never be able to achieve. Don't talk to me about this, right away, get out of here now. Wang Jipeng interrupted what Zhang Dongyang wanted to say, his tone was categorical. However, Zhang Dongyang, who has come to this point, how could he choose to turn back? He looked at Wang Jipeng, and his originally struggling expression became resolute. Master, things have come to this point, how can you say stop and stop? Wait a little longer and you will see that what I said is correct. Zhang Dongyang said and waved his hand. Wang Jipeng flew directly into the distance with the levitator and landed smoothly on the ground. Then he shook it with one hand. In an instant, an inexplicable force directly restrained Wang Jipeng, banned all Wang Jipeng's actions, including self-harm and suicide. After Zhang Dongyang finished doing everything, he turned his head with a smile on his face and looked at the people in front of him. A sudden episode, sorry to delay you, let's continue. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Wang Jipeng, who was angry but powerless not far away, smiled contemptuously at Zhang Dongyang. For this so-called ideal world of fairness and justice, you can say that you have done all the dirty things over again. However, this sentence did not anger Zhang Dongyang, he just smiled indifferently. There is yin and yang in the world, how can there be no dark side behind a great cause? In order to let fairness and justice shine on the earth, what if I go to be that executioner? Listening to Zhang Dongyang's words, Yi Xiaoguo shook his head. A person who can't be upright himself but wants to be the god of the so-called fair and just world, it's ridiculous. Zhang Dongyang squinted his eyes. Whatever you say, the wheel of history will eventually roll forward and you will only become a handful of dust after the ruts have been crushed. No, it will only be you who will be crushed by the wheels of history. Suddenly a voice interrupted Zhang Dongyang's speech. Everyone looked for a sound. The person who spoke turned out to be Yi Ran not far away. Looking at Yi Ran's figure, Zhang Dongyang laughed with interest. It's Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, I understand that all these theories may be difficult for you to accept at the moment, but please believe that in the near future you will see a world that will really surprise you, a real city of the future. Until that day, Zhang Dongyang said with hope in his eyes, and even so excited that he couldn't help but open his arms. On that day, what you said will truly be realized. The people have the backbone, the nation has yearning, and the country has strength. Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dongyang with an excited expression and shook his head. No, you don't understand human nature. Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dongyang and said word by word, you are deeply trapped in the world of Gaowu, so you believe that Gaowu is the cancer that causes unfairness in this world. That's because you have never seen that in a world without Gaowu, wealth, weapons, and even any scarce thing will become a new wall of class. Your current thoughts are like the frog at the bottom of the well, extremely naive. Looking at Yi Ran who was so affirmative, Zhang Dongyang pondered, and after a moment he laughed again. Teacher Yi saw that you were so serious and affirmative, not to mention that you thought you had experienced it yourself. Then Zhang Dongyang paused and continued to speak. In the new world in the future, there will be no things you mentioned, because the only barrier in that world is me, their only God, a truly fair and just God. Then who will supervise you? How can you ensure that you can always maintain true fairness and justice in this life and for the rest of your life? Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dongyang and said to the point, or is it your original idea to become the only invincible person in this world? Are you for yourself or for this world? Can you really do it without selfishness at all? Yi Ran's words were jeweled, making Zhang Dongyang silent. Then he said to Yi Ran, what if I can really be selfless for the rest of my life? I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone can be selfless for a lifetime. Yi Ran shook his head and stared at Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang smiled noncommittally. Then let's wait until the new world arrives and wait and see. No, I won't wait until that day, Yi Ran said seriously. Hearing Yi Ran say this, Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Ran with interest. Oh, it seems that Teacher Yi intends to turn the tide and revitalize this dead situation that even the military department can't solve? After Zhang Dongyang finished speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the face of Zhang Dongyang's contempt, Yi Ran was still calm, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. You answered right. Dr. Zhang, have you forgotten that I just came out of the serpent abyss before? Zhang Dongyang listened to Yi Ran's words, and a bad premonition flashed in his heart. He hasn't had time to do it yet. Yi Ran's body has emitted that aura that seems to come from the ancients. A phantom of a lying body slowly appeared in front of everyone. Yi Xiaoguo on the side frowned when he saw this, and then quietly said to Li Wancheng, did you rely on this corpse to break the game? Li Wancheng looked at Yi Xiaoguo with a strange expression. General Yi, he just fell asleep, not dead. Ah, oh, but can this really work? Listening to Yi Xiaoguo's question, Li Wancheng replied, if it is this one, there should be no problem, at least it will weaken part of Zhang Dongyang's strength. At this time, Li Wancheng had a surprise on his face
face. After all, he had never thought of using a slaughter-level transcendent as a prop. After this lying body appeared steadily in this world, in an instant, an inexplicable sleepiness swept through the entire future city. All the ordinary people who were crazy and raised their hands couldn't support it one by one. His arms slowly fell, and he lay on the ground and fell asleep. Without the support of ordinary people, Zhang Dongyang's strength suddenly shrank by a part. The aura also weakened from the half-step annihilation of the terrifying power to the level of slaughtering the country. This is, feeling the continuous decline of the power in his body. Panic appeared in Zhang Dongyang's eyes. Finally, he immediately showed a fierce face and rushed towards the sleeping Chen Mingxuan. Yi Xiaogua held a blood-colored blade. This time, he blocked Zhang Dongyang's fist. Zhang Dongyang roared angrily, raised his fist and smashed towards Yi Xiaogua. Now he feels a little confused. Yi Xiaogua held a bloody blade in one hand, resisting Zhang Dongyang's attack. Although he has more combat experience than Zhang Dongyang, but after all, the source has been hurt in the previous fight, fell behind in the battle. In Zhang Dongyang's chaotic fists, he could barely resist it at the moment, but it seemed that it was getting more and more difficult. Defeat seems to be a foregone conclusion. Zhang Dongyang punched Yi Xiaogua's heart in the chaotic fist, directly repelled Yi Xiaogua from a distance of tens of meters. Yi Xiaogua covered his chest, his breath was a little disordered. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhang Dongyang rushed directly towards Chen Mingxuan. Seeing this, the rest of the generals were about to step forward to intercept. Get out of the way! Zhang Dongyang urged his liquid metal body, uncontrollably consuming the power drawn from Kuanpeng crystals. That violent slaughter-level aura directly blasted back the other extraordinary generals on the side. Seeing that he was about to rush to Chen Mingxuan's side, a white arc once again stopped in front of Zhang Dongyang. Get away! The irritable Zhang Dongyang swung his fist again and smashed it into what was in front of him. This time, after Zhang Dongyang swung his fist and smashed it on it, there was no imaginary repulsion effect. Instead, it was knocked out by the rebound force generated on the white arc. Roar! Hiss! It hurts a little. A voice came, then the white arc slowly contracted. Three figures appeared behind the white arc. Only then did everyone realize that this white curved surface, not something else, but a person's belly. The big man who took back his belly frowned and rubbed his belly. Finally, I don't know where I got another bottle of wine. He looked at the generals at the military headquarters again. I said, it's not disciplined to drink a little wine here, right? These generals in the military headquarters looked at the big fat man in front of them in a daze. Moo Moo nodded. Looking at them nodding, the strong man laughed. Okay, gentlemen. Then he took the wine bottle and shook it proudly towards the big wave woman behind him. I got their consent. Before the woman could speak, the strong man directly opened the wine bottle. In one breath, he poured that height of spirit into his stomach. Hiccup, it's so cool. After the strong man finished drinking, he burped comfortably, and his face was slightly red. The big wave girl on the side looked helplessly at the strong man in front of her. Then, he turned his head and looked at Yi Ran with a smile. How about Teacher Yi? We're not late. Yi Xiaogua and the others, staring at the scene in front of them with wide eyes. It was a little unimaginable that with Yi Ran's rank, he could actually make friends with such a strong man to help. Subsequently, Yi Xiaogua looked at Li Wancheng again. Don't look at me. That big wave is the Lord of the Grey Mist of the Freedom Tavern, and I don't know the other few. That Lord of the Grey Mist is Yi Ran's aunt. Auntie? Why don't I know he still has such an aunt? Yi Xiaogua looked shocked and blurted out. Li Wancheng looked at Yi Xiaogua. Boss, the Yi family has a big business, and we are not relatives of other people. How can it be so clear that Yi Ran has a few aunts? You're right. Yi Xiaogua, who knew that he had leaked some words, ended the topic. Looking at these sudden transcendent people. Auntie, don't make fun of me. But how did you get here? Yi Ran looked at Luanjing with a wry smile and asked. Of course I miss you. Before Luanjing could speak, another leather beauty appeared behind her. This person is the top cowboy who had a relationship with TACC before, North Source. Hello, little brother Yi. Beiyuan smiled and greeted Yi Ran in a sassy manner. Luanjing seems to be very unwilling to see Beiyuan. She hurriedly stood between Yi Ran and Beiyuan again, blocking Beiyuan's figure. Don't listen to her nonsense. We're here to support you this time. Yi Ran was even more confused. But how did you find here? Luanjing pointed to Chen Mingxuan, who was sleeping in midair, and said, I forgot to introduce you to you. The one lying down is the fourth boss of our Freedom Tavern, Chen Mingxuan. That's right. Yi Ran suddenly realized, then all this made sense. Hiccup, you haven't introduced me yet. The drunk man on the side burped again, interrupting Luanjing's introduction. Then he stretched out his hand with a smile and said to Yi Ran, Hello, brother Yi, my name is Nisus. Hello. Yi Ran and Nithos shook hands. Thank you. You and Grey Mist are one family, then we are all family. Thank you what? Nisos waved his hand. Luanjing looked at Nisos angrily. Old Slippery, you were the one who questioned the most before, but now you are the one who pretends to be a person. Nisos. After hearing this name, many older military generals shrank their pupils slightly, although many people have not seen what Dionysus himself looks like, but his name is still a household
household name in the extraordinary circle. After all, those who have been fighting against the peak holy court for so long and have not died yet, its strength and fame are definitely top in the Western world. For a while, even Yi Xiaoguo muttered to himself, I didn't expect that this pinnacle figure in the Western world was also here. A furious voice sounded. Zhang Dongyang, who was bounced off, rushed back again. At this time, his hair was a little messy, his eyes were red, and he didn't have the previous bookish temperament. It gives people a crazy feeling. Damn it! Zhang Dongyang roared angrily. Jun Yong rushed towards Nithos with a violent force. Nithos curled his lips. This is difficult. Saying that, he strode towards Zhang Dongyang. Be careful, he absorbed all the power of a top powerhouse who was about to break through the slaughter of the country. Yi Ran couldn't help but remind. Nithos turned his head and smiled. Don't worry, as long as I don't break through the world destruction level, no one can kill me. Nice's belly bulged, crashed into Zhang Dongyang, who was rushing straight over. Meat bomb impact. Bei Yuan on the side saw this scene and couldn't help but complain. After watching it so many times, it's still hard to accept that his core trick is to hit people with his belly. The menacing Zhang Dongyang, charging forward. Suddenly he felt a Snow White in front of him. Before I could react, his fist directly drilled into the Snow White. Zhang Dongyang felt like his fist was hitting the cotton. The strength on the fist is like a mud cow entering the sea. In the rapid decline, that timeless punch with thunderous power. It was only less than 3 inches deep and it was blocked by this Snow White. An indescribable sense of powerlessness came from his fists. Hiss, you're quite energetic. Nice's voice suddenly sounded. His mouth twitched, as if he couldn't stand the pain. Zhang Dongyang didn't have time to see Nanis's face. Suddenly a huge rebound came from above his fist. Click! With a crisp sound, Zhang Dongyang's liquid metal arm was directly broken by the rebounding force. Before he could check the damage to his metal arm, he was blown out by the giant bounce. The whole person was like a cannonball, smashing heavily on the ground. The hard stone floor was smashed through. Centered on Zhang Dongyang smashing through the ground, within a radius of 3 miles, an earthquake was instantly set off. The whole earth cracked. After seeing this scene, the pupils of the generals in the military headquarters shrank suddenly. You must know that the crazy Zhang Dongyang, with the power transformed by the lifelong crystals of the Silver General, none of the military generals present could stop. As a result, as soon as he looked at his face, he was hit into a deep pit by the drunken man in front of him. The strength of the drunk man in front of him was terrifying. As expected of a notoriously ruthless person in the Western world, his strength is really worthy of his reputation. Yi Xiaoguo stood aside and couldn't help but admire. Li Wancheng on the side also echoed with a shocked face. This strength is not much compared to you in the heyday. Yi Xiaoguo forgot to forget Nisos and shook his head. At our level, there is nothing worse than saying anything. Then he looked at Yi Ran again. His eyes were surprised, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. The network of his own stinky boy is much larger than he imagined. As a left general of the military department, Yi Xiaoguo has seen more geniuses. He deeply understood. In this world, it doesn't really matter whether you are genius or not. What really matters is that in the midst of ups and downs, setbacks, and difficulties, can become more and more courageous, can become stronger and stronger. Those who can turn all these difficulties and setbacks into their own upward momentum. Such a talent is the real protagonist on the world stage. This feeling for him is getting stronger and stronger. Isn't the golden scale a thing in the pool, and it changes into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds? Yi Xiaoguo muttered to himself. Faintly, Yi Xiaoguo seemed to see a dragon taking off into the sky from Yiran. Nisos looked into the pit. There was a little light in the originally dark pit. As the light became more and more bright, it instantly converged into a ball of gold. This gold is still intensifying, gradually transitioning to a crimson color. The aura of horror that annihilated everything also burst out from the pit. Feeling the intensity of energy condensation in the deep space, Nisus in the sky cursed. He didn't have time to act. And at this moment, in the deep pit, a straight energy bombardment burst out directly. The roaring light dragon directly devoured Nisos in the sky. Just the impact of the energy residual power made everyone on the side can't help but turn on the energy defense. Bei Yuan also stood by Yi Ran's side for the first time, helping Yi Ran block the aftermath of this energy. Lu Wenjing on the side looked at Bei Yuan's behavior and frowned slightly, subconsciously squeezed Bei Yuan, and also helped Yi Ran block the aftermath. This made Yi Ran in a dilemma in the middle, which was a little embarrassing. At this time, Zhang Dongyang had already appeared in the sky. At this time, he was out of breath. His eyes were blood red, and his hair was disheveled. At this moment, his hands were gone, replaced by 2 large-caliber firing guns. Wait for the energy to dissipate. The figure of Nisus also appeared. At this time, he was naked all over his body. The skin on the body also showed extra burning and cracking, and the bones were cracked in some places, and the condition did not seem to be very good. Damn! I underestimated the enemy, and I was almost killed by you thing. Nisos scolded, and I don't know where I found another bottle of wine. With a grit of his teeth, he directly pulled the cork on the wine bottle, boldly raised to his mouth and drank a bottle of spirits again
with gurgling, gurgling, gurgling.
Cool. Nisos threw away the bottle. With the volatilization of alcohol,
His scarred body miraculously began to recover and his breath began to rise. At this time, there was a sense of confusion in his eyes. Looked at Zhang Dongyang with a somewhat hideous expression. Zhang Dongyang looked at the hideous expression of Nisos. I panicked for no reason.
The body involuntarily wants to retreat. You want to leave?
Zhang Dongyang, who was just about to retreat, heard a faint voice behind him. He hurriedly turned his head, but he found that Nisos was already standing behind him.
When will?
He exclaimed. Then he turned his head, but was surprised to find that Nisos was still standing in place. Zhang Dongyang suddenly found that all directions were the figure of Nisos. What are you looking for? Nisos from all directions spoke to him at the same time. Like a magic sound in his ears, all of Zhang Dongyang's perceptions began to become chaotic. The ultimate in the drunkard sequence, the scourge of chaos.
It can disrupt everything within the realm.
Includes the six senses, energy. Zhang Dongyang, who had lost all six senses, roared wildly. He roared and raised his cannon to fire wildly. As a result, all the energy was directly distorted by chaos in the air, and was once again transformed into the most basic elemental particles.
Nisus' real body took out another bottle of wine.
Looking at the crazy Zhang Dongyang like a monkey. Hiccup, I really have energy. It lasts longer than those stinky ascetics in the holy court. It won't be broken in this life. Nisos hiccuped. Let's talk about consumption, damn it, or you really can't take him down. Just when Nisos was planning this, Yi Ran suddenly spoke. Can't wait like this. He doesn't rely on his six senses to discern things. Be careful, he's breaking the game. As soon as Yi Ran's voice fell, in the realm of Dionysus' chaotic scourge, every position that Zhang Dongyang seemed to have played frantically before. At the same time, light began to burst out. Nisos burst into a foul language in shock, but the glowing traces did not give him a chance to react. His domain was directly scattered by Zhang Dongyang's energy bombardment. At this time, Zhang Dongyang's breath weakened, and he grinned. If you want to bind me by chaos, you can't help but look down on us who live by calculation. Zhang Dongyang's matter has come to this point. What chance do you have to turn the tables? If you don't hurry up, you will be caught? Yi Shaogua suddenly stood up and said. Seems to be to confirm what Yi Shaogua said. Those generals of the military headquarters all came behind Yi Shaogua. At the same time, the transcendent people of the Freedom Tavern also stood aside, staring at Zhang Dongyang. Zhang Dongyang looked around at Yi Shaogua and Nisos. The lowly look in his eyes could not be hidden. I can't do it. This is fate. Then he stared at Yi Ran again, his expression a little complicated. Who would have thought that my plan was not destroyed in the hands of Yin Haisheng, nor in the hands of Yi Shaogua, but in the hands of you, a stinky boy who hasn't reached platinum yet. To be honest, if God gives me another chance to start over, I will kill you in the office that day without hesitation. Yi Shaogua snorted coldly. Zhang Dongyang, if you lose, you lose. Don't talk nonsense. Put down all means immediately. Zhang Dongyang's lonely look flashed. His crazy light burst out of his eyes again, and he glared around, gritted his teeth and said, No, I didn't lose. Why should I lose? It's you who should lose. Saying that, Zhang Dongyang raised his hand. The entire future city began to turn in reverse with his ideas. As this reversal began, in an instant, the mountains and rivers in the entire future city began to crumble, and even the buildings on the road began to collapse and collapse. Zhang Dongyang, what do you want to do? Looking at the appearance of the future city that was about to be destroyed, Yi Shaogua roared angrily. What are you doing? Why should the future city built by us ordinary people serve you? Since we ordinary people can't be the masters of this world, then there is no need for this future city to exist. Zhang Dongyang said categorically. At this moment, he was like the gambler who lost the bet, lost his heart, went crazy, and fell into madness. Immediately arrange for everyone to rescue the wounded. Looking at the constantly collapsing building, Yi Shaogua urgently arranged. For a while, many generals rushed over with soldiers, and at this moment, Zhang Dongyang's body began to erupt with amazing power. Be careful, he's going to blow himself up. Looking at the gradually expanding power on Zhang Dongyang's body, the rest of the people who were still present subconsciously retreated. Suddenly, Zhang Dongyang suddenly withdrew the expanding power. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he acted extremely quickly and grabbed Yi Ran. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Ran, be careful. No one is allowed to come over. Whoever wants to come over, Yi Ran will die here. Zhang Dongyang hugged Yi Ran and looked at everyone indifferently. Immediately retreat to 100 miles away. Listening to Zhang Dongyang's threat, the military headquarters and the Freedom Tavern frowned slightly. Zhang Dongyang, I advise you not to do stupid things again. Yi Shaogua said coldly. Stupid thing? What else is there worth caring about now? What else can you threaten me? Zhang Dongyang looked at Yi Shaogua disdainfully. Don't back down yet? Looking at Zhang Dongyang's expression, Yi Shaogua finally retreated silently and stood with the other people 100 miles away and watched from a distance. Looking at Zhang Dongyang, who was already surrounded by everyone, shook his head disdainfully. So obedient, a group of things that have not been planted. Just when Zhang Dongyang was talking to himself, Yi Ran suddenly responded. It's not that I don't have seeds, it's that I have something to rely on. Looking at Yi Ran's calm appearance, Zhang Dongyang was a little surprised. You are much calmer than I imagined. Yi Ran turned his head to look at Zhang Dongyang, fighting for the risk of self-exposure. In exchange for the opportunity to be alone with me, Dr. Zhang shouldn't want to kill me. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Zhang Dongyang looked at him deeply and smiled relaxedly. I was sure to read it right. Your ability is indeed the ultimate insight. For a while, he seemed to have let go of all his burdens and sat comfortably on the ground. Then he patted his side like an old friend and motioned for Yi Ran to sit down. Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dongyang and then naturally sat next to Zhang Dongyang. I failed. It's really merciless. Zhang Dongyang smiled and shook his head. Then he put his hands on his head, lay on the ground and looked at the sky. In fact, the moment you suddenly came to the military headquarters, I was already able to calculate my failure. I don't care about failure, I'm just acting later. Looking at Zhang Dongyang, who was bathed in the sun with his eyes closed, Yi Ran was suddenly a little surprised. Are you surprised? How much anger does a monster that is about to turn itself into a silicon-based life? Then why do you want to ruin this future city in anger? Listening to Yi Ran's question, Zhang Dongyang smiled and said, destroy? How can it be destroyed? After my death, my master will inevitably regain control, and with everyone's efforts, the city will still return to normal in the future. But why do you do this? It's just to give my master a reason to sleep peacefully. Zhang Dongyang said with pity in his eyes, he's really tired. It's time to go to bed. Finally, Zhang Dongyang stretched out his palm and held Yi Ran tightly. In an instant, Yi Ran felt an inexplicable force and artistic conception began entering his body. He just wanted to struggle, but felt that his body was completely bound by an invisible force. Quiet, this is the little energy crystallization of General Yinhaishing. Don't worry, through my liquid metal refining, it can be said to be the purest power in the world. Cheap for you, boy. Sho, don't talk. Master said that he sees a true future for all in you. I believe Master's words. I hope you believe in. Yi Ran looked at all this in a daze. He didn't expect that the crazy Zhang Dongyang would finally make such a choice. As time passed, the liquid metal began to dry up. Slowly, Zhang Dongyang's aura began to decline. He collapsed beside Yi Ran and smiled weakly. Do you remember how you introduced me, my master? He said I was a psychiatrist. Ha, I did work as a psychiatrist for many years. Zhang Dongyang's eyes were blurred and his tone was floating. I still remember doing psychological counseling for an ordinary person. He is a single-parent family. His mother raised him since he was a child. In fact, he has some talent for martial arts, but he needs to take care of his sick mother. He gave up the opportunity of Gao Wu and chose to be an ordinary person and worked to support his mother. In order to see her mother, he found the Yin family's free market migrant job advertisement, but not only did he work for nothing, but the Yin family confiscated the few spirit stones he had accumulated for several years. On the day he was deceived, he returned home, and his mother lying on the bed asked him if he was happy today, and he always replied that he was happy, and he couldn't say anything for the first time. He wanted to cry but didn't dare to cry, so he could only turn his back on his back and bite his lip while choking. His mouth was full of blood. When I was guiding, he cried and asked me why life was so difficult, and I was speechless, so I could only tell him dryly that he had to endure and everything would slowly get better. Then, his mother died, and not long after, he also died, without any last words. The moment I saw his body, I felt like I had said the most disgusting thing to him in my life. Everything will slowly get better. We ordinary people are like stinky mice living in the dark corners of this world, alive and dead, and we can't even see a splash. It's like I don't deserve to live in a world like you at all. Zhang Dongyang said weakly, and then smiled helplessly. This fucking world. Zhang Dongyang burst into foul language and slowly closed his eyes. Since Zhang Dongyang's eyes closed, after the strange liquid metal lost the support of its strength, its body began to melt like water, slowly flowed into the ground. After a while, Zhang Dongyang completely disappeared. Only a puddle of wet clothes was left, resting next to Yi Ran's shoulder. Before proving that Zhang Dongyang did exist, after Zhang Dongyang's breath disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Shaoguo and others not far away hurriedly flew to Yi Ran's side. Yi Shaoguo looked at the wet clothes in front of him, with complex emotions in his eyes. What did he say to you? Yi Ran looked at the wet clothes on his body. He carefully folded these clothes and put them into his space ring. I didn't say anything, I just scolded a few words as a loser. I don't know why. The military crisis has been resolved. But at this moment, Yi Ran couldn't get any interest. My heart was like a fishbone, and I panicked. After Yi Shaoguo saw that Yi Ran was healthy, he didn't say anything more. Rushed directly to the future city that was about to collapse. Due to Zhang Dongyang's retrograde instructions, all buildings in the entire future city are subjected to unimaginable inertia forces. Some weaker buildings have been broken and collapsed. Thankfully, though, previously, because Zhang Dongyang asked all the citizens of the future city to provide him with energy, so all ordinary people have already moved to open places. There were no people among the collapsed buildings, but Rao is like this, as buildings continue to topple. There are still many citizens who have been smashed under the building. Although all the soldiers of the military headquarters have been thrown into
into the rescue team. But after all, it's a drop in the bucket. It is difficult to hide the decline. Yi Xiaogui is suspended in the center of the future city at this time. As he shouted lightly, the blood-colored Shura appeared behind him again. Then the blood-colored Shura opened his big hand and grabbed it tightly. The ring barrier in retrograde. Under Yi Xiaogui's forced intervention, the entire retrograde city was blocked by his own strength, blocking the pace of destruction. For a moment, everyone raised their heads, looking at the blood-colored giant in the sky that supports the building in the collapse. Such extraordinary power shocked everyone. Click. However, the good times did not last long. This future city carrying hundreds of millions of human beings is still too big after all. Even if Yi Xiaogui uses his earth-shattering power, it is still difficult to stop this retrograde city. Just when Yi Xiaogui was struggling to resist this powerful inertia, suddenly he felt that someone had appeared beside him, helping him resist this terrifying inertia. Yi Xiaogui turned his head to look, and at this time Li Wancheng was grinning at him, and said with some difficulty, "It's really worthy of being the boss, you can withstand such a heavy." With Li Wancheng's joining, the rest of the generals also flew towards Yi Xiaogui. They have successively joined the feat of resisting the city's retrograde. Let's. 2. Several extraordinary people in the Freedom Tavern also flew to Yi Xiaogui's side. Get involved. In this way, under the promotion of nearly dozens of extraordinary people who are doing their best, this shocking inertia was really blocked by them. The future city carrying hundreds of millions of residents has miraculously stopped retrograde. Hurry up, save the citizens first. Yi Xiaogui roared in the sky. The soldiers below tried their best to frantically search and rescue the people who were crushed under the building. Even if my fingers were bleeding, even if I was trembling from exhaustion, none of the soldiers complained that they were tired, and none of the soldiers chose to retreat. As long as we sense the existence of life, even knowing that the building could bury him anytime and anywhere, they will still rush into the building without hesitation to save the children trapped in it. Yi Ran, who has already participated in the rescue, looking at these soldiers who rescued ordinary people without hesitation, looked up at the dozens of transcendents who were desperately resisting the city's retrograde inertia. The thorn in my heart seemed to slowly begin to dissolve. The eyes glowed again. Yi Ran subconsciously touched his space ring and muttered to himself, "You are still wrong after all, everything will slowly get better." Yi Ran seemed to feel a trace of enlightenment. It was as if a drop of water was dripping gently, setting off a wave of ripples in the sea of consciousness. Yi Ran felt that the door that had been closed before began to open slowly again. Time passes minute by minute. The 10 or so transcendent people in the sky gradually had some exhaustion. "I can't stand it anymore." Nisos was sweating profusely at this time and said, "Click, click, click." It seems to confirm what Nisos said, and the foundation track of the future city has once again begun to move. Earthquakes began again in the future city, and buildings began to crumble again. "Boss, what should I do?" Li Wancheng asked Yi Xiaogui with difficulty. Yi Xiaogui was silent for a moment, and then said, "Push it up again, save as much as you can." Li Wancheng listened to Yi Xiaogui's words, opened his mouth, wanted to say something but couldn't say it, so he could only mutter, "But, there are hundreds of millions of people in it." Li Wancheng's words were like a stone, pressing everyone's hearts. However, just when the atmosphere began to depress, suddenly an old man sitting on a levitator finally staggered to the command center of the future city. He was out of breath, slowly imprinted his palm on the controller. "ID card under review. The identity has been successfully reviewed. Long time no see. Dr. Wang Jipeng. Do you choose to take over the future city?" Wang Jipeng was silent for a moment and pressed the button. In an instant, countless nerve unit filaments pierced into Wang Jipeng's body. Wang Jipeng shouted in pain, "Future city takeover success." As the cold mechanical sound sounded again, Wang Jipeng got up from the levator again panting. At this time, the corners of his mouth were white. The eyes had begun to gradually appear gray. "Cancel future urban retrograde procedures. Execution of cancellation instructions requires uploading computing power. Is it uploading computing power? Warning, it has been detected that the vital signs of the executor are extremely weak and there is a risk in uploading computing power." At this time, Wang Jipeng's body was on the verge of collapse. Even the sound of the listening system is a little blurry. He said with all his strength, "Enforcement. Uploading hash rate." As the sound of the system sounds, Wang Jipeng only felt as if his heart was being grabbed. His consciousness began to become clear. The face suddenly flushed like a reflection. The things in life began to flicker back and forth in front of him like a marquee. He saw the heroism of carrying an explosive bag to the enemy position, seeing the glory of being a representative of ordinary people, seeing the high spirit of building a future city against public opinion, saw Zhang Dongyang suspended in the air against everyone. The moment Wang Jipeng saw Zhang Dongyang, the originally stable state of mind suddenly fluctuated. Wang Jipeng broke away from the state of returning light. All the glitz dissipated, and he saw the collapsing ruins outside the window. This old man in his twilight years was ashen. The mouth has no strength anymore, and can only hear the sound of the lotus coming from the
the Adam's apple.
Dong Yang.
Before he finished speaking, Wang Jipeng's heart stopped beating in this empty command room.
The upload of computing power has been completed and the instruction is being completed. With the execution of the instructions,
the transcendent in the sky suddenly felt a lightness in his body.
Li Wanqing said in surprise, it seems that it has weakened?
Yi Xiaoguo looked up at the huge orbital barrier. Yes, it has indeed weakened. The future city that was originally retrograde has completely stopped retrograde.
As the massive orbital arm rotates,
the entire future city has returned to its original operating state.
Everything returned to calm.
All the warriors on the ruins stared blankly. One by one, they cried with joy.
End. It's finally over. My hands hurt so much. I'm dying of exhaustion. Everyone relaxed.
One by one, they collapsed to the ground, enjoying the peace of the rest of their lives comfortably. Yi Xiaoguo said to Nisos and others on the side. This time the Freedom Tavern has helped me. The Dragon Kingdom military department is unforgettable.
Nisos arched his hands. You're welcome, General Yi. It's just a pity for this good city.
Nisos' words, it also resonated with the transcendental. For a while, everyone looked at this ruin. There was a look of regret on his face.
Wait, look, what is that? Someone exclaimed. Everyone looked up.
At this time, Yiran closed his eyes and was suspended in the sky.
The whole person in this world are completely integrated. He is in enlightenment.
Nisos looked at Yiran in the sky and said uncertainly. It seems to be to confirm Nisos' thoughts.
A loud dragon roar sounded behind Yiran. This voice seems to come from the ancients.
Suddenly, behind Yiran, a five-clawed golden dragon appeared between heaven and earth. Feeling the breath above the five-clawed golden dragon, all the transcendent are not calm.
This is the Yi family's ink dragon Xiangong? Li Wancheng exclaimed.
Impossible, even I feel a little scared about the quality of this aura. If the Mo Long Xiangong really has this kind of strength, how can the Yi family stay dormant?
This is indeed not the Mo Long Xiangong,
Yi Xiaoguo said categorically. At this time, his eyes flashed, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he said excitedly in a voice that only he could hear. This is the Dragon Emperor.
It is the Dragon Emperor of the world destruction. Yi Ran's aura continued to soar. The whole person entered a state of mystery and mystery.
The Golden Dragon Emperor behind him instantly opened his eyes. It is the deepest black hole in the universe, containing endless power. Its gaze crosses the boundaries of time and space. It shook the soul of all things.
The phantoms of countless dragons began to bow their heads under the Dragon Emperor.
The vision of heaven and earth of the Dragon Emperor's descent resurfaced behind Yi Ran. This strength is already the best in the second great avenue. Nisos on the side, looking at the golden dragon phantom behind Yi Ran in a dull manner,
couldn't help but take another sip of wine.
As a strong man in the world, what he said, naturally no one doubted it.
The transcendent people present all looked at Yi Ran in shock. Second great avenue.
In other words, as long as Yi Ran does not die, sooner or later he will be an extraordinary person.
It is even expected to climb the city and enter the national slaughter level. No, it's not over yet. Just when everyone was shocked, Nisos suddenly exclaimed again. Just as Nisos exclaimed, another phantom appeared in Yi Ran's body again.
Sure, with a loud phoenix call. The essence of the Zhu family's ancestor who had previously given Zhu Duanjin to Yi Ran was directly melted,
transformed into a phoenix and flew out,
rotating around the Golden Dragon Emperor. Then, it transformed into a trace of red thread and blended into the scales of the Golden Dragon Emperor. Let the most noble golden scales be on top,
begin to have an eternal breath. As the phoenix essence completely integrated into Yi Ran's Golden Dragon Emperor phantom, another figure emerged from Yi Ran's body. Its touch as the Kuanping transformed by the Silver General before.
The Kuanping came slowly and slowly blended into the Golden Dragon Emperor. In an instant, the Golden Dragon Emperor behind Yi Ran looked up to the sky and chanted. The supreme majesty swept through the entire space. The majesty of the Dragon Emperor, the immortality of the Phoenix, and the freedom of Kuanping blended in Yi Ran's body. It formed a force that had never been used before.
And at the moment when this force is formed, all the transcendent people were shocked by the discovery.
The power of the law in their bodies began to shake inexplicably.
As if shocked by this power,
even the faces of Nisos and Yi Xiaoguo changed greatly. This force actually pulled their breath to start a little disordered. Everyone looked at Yi Ran's illusion of heaven and earth in shock.
This quality, a pint? Nisos swallowed a mouthful of saliva, rubbed his eyes hard, and couldn't help but mutter, I didn't drink much today?
The golden dragon vision transformed into the form of an emperor at this moment.
Unlike last time,
on the dragon crown and dragon robe this time, there are timeless red and blue two-color patterns.
Under supreme coercion,
the powerful vitality and the elusive power of time and space complement each other. As the golden dragon emperor and Yi Ran became one, Yi Ran also opened his eyes at this moment. His whole body exuded golden light.
The left eye seems to contain a furnace that never goes out, but the right eye is as deep and boundless as the sea, a product of the avenue, Chang.
The loud dragon roar crossed the long river of time and space, resounding in the past and future,
dissipates all haze and evil spirits. All the
the children of the Yi family in the world suddenly felt that their hearts were as happy as ever. Especially the head of the Yi family. He silently felt the changes in his body. His eyes were slightly red, and he said with a smile, "It seems that the bet was right. Well, the military chapter is basically over." The sound seemed to come from the eternal dragon roar, deeply shocking the hearts of everyone present. Yiran slowly raised his head. He is in the vision of heaven and earth. Every move carries supreme majesty. In front of him, the rules bow their heads, and the elements surrender. Even extraordinary people such as Yi Shaoguai not far away could feel it. Wipe. This kid is really evil. Obviously his strength is just that much, but this vision of heaven and earth makes me have an urge to surrender. Nisos couldn't help but take another sip of wine. His eyes couldn't hide the shock. Nisos' words also deeply poked all the transcendent people present. Not only did Nisos feel this way, but all of them felt the same way. This is the impulse brought to them by their own law of origin. The quality of this vision of heaven and earth was already so high that they wanted to submit to the laws they understood. At this time, Yiran slowly lowered his head. He looked at the messy city. The dark blue light in the right eye was very strong. With Yiran's will, the dragon emperor in the vision of heaven and earth also looked up to the sky and roared. The whole vision of heaven and earth unfolded in an instant. It directly covers the entire future city. This is Yiran's operation completely stunned everyone. They have seen the vision of heaven and earth, but the vision was vast enough to cover a piece of heaven and earth, and they had never heard of it. Boss. Li Wancheng looked at the sky covered with the vision of heaven and earth in shock. Don't ask me. I haven't seen the first grade of the avenue. Just look at it. Maybe this is the only chance in this life. Yi Shaogua's eyes were full of brilliance at this time. The more shocking Yiran is, the happier he is. With the unfolding of the vision of heaven and earth, the dragon emperor behind Yiran transformed into a dragon form again. At this time, the dragon emperor's right eye contained the crystallization of Kunping's life. It contains the power of the dual laws of space and time. As the dragon emperor's right eye shone brightly, the entire future city is completely in a strange twist. What does he want to do? Look at those high-rise buildings. With an exclamation, everyone looked at the buildings in the future city. The ruins began to come together strangely, and the traces of fragmentation began to disappear. The high-rise buildings that had collapsed were restored again, and the cracked pavement began to heal. This is, time goes back? He is reversing the time of the whole world? Nisos exclaimed. For a while, everyone looked at Yiran in horror. With my own strength, I will regress the time attributes of the entire future city. This kind of shocking move is simply unheard of. Is this the first avenue? Li Wancheng looked at Yiran's feet and muttered to himself. Yi Shaogua looked extremely excited at this time. It's the ultimate law. Only the ultimate law can do this. He paused, his eyes shining. According to rumors, people who have entered the first grade of the Great Road, in the process of entering the Tao, have the opportunity to touch the ultimate law that has evolved the laws of thousands of worlds, and Yiran must have spied on the ultimate law of time. Listening to Yi Shaogua's words, everyone present looked at Yiran and looked at him differently. The ultimate law is the root of all world laws. It is the beginning of everything and the end of everything. There was once a world-destroying transcendent person who said, when you can spy on an ultimate law, then you are qualified to ascend to the world. When you can master a law of the end, then you are the only true god of the law of thousands of worlds. If Yi Shaogua's conjecture is true, Yiran's future is limitless. Its potential to slaughter the country is completely unstoppable, and it is close to the legendary world destruction level. At this time, Nisos had worry in his eyes. But even if you touch the ultimate law through the vision of heaven and earth, but with the power of platinum, it is still a bit reluctant to use the power of platinum to drive the entire world back in time? Nisos is worthy of being a veteran slaughterer level transcendent, with a vicious vision, the load of time that reverses the entire city. It is truly astonishing. The whole city is retreating more and more slowly. Even the figure of the dragon emperor behind Yiran faded, seems to be pulled by this law of time. Yiran's right eye began to slowly bleed out, his breath became a little unstable, and even his body shape began to be a little illusory. Not good. It seems that the law has been bitten back. Yi Shaogua and others saw this, and they were about to step forward directly. As a result, they have not yet stepped forward. A white light burst out from Yiran's body, directly repelled the transcendent ones who were about to move forward. How dare you use the ultimate law like this when you enter the first grade avenue? Don't want your life? At this time, Yiran could clearly feel the sea of his consciousness. An old man with a white beard who couldn't see his face clearly appeared, and coldly reprimanded himself. Yiran looked at the old man in front of him, and just wanted to speak but was interrupted directly. Stinky boy, it's not that the old man is still around here, your life is gone today. The old man scolded, then directly immersed in Yiran's body. Yiran only felt a power that was far higher than his own, and directly controlled his body. The shaky Yiran stood firm again. At this time, Yiran's eyes were sharp. A sky-high murderous aura oppressed everyone present as if it were substantial. Made Yi Shaogua and others not far away feel a little uncomfortable. When did Yiran have such murderous intent?
content. How do you feel that self-improvement is heavier than young? At this time, Yiran silently felt his body. He curled his mouth and said with some jealousy, "The three ultimate of order, life, and time and space. Your luck is really against the sky. But why do you want me to pay the price of using the ultimate law for the first time?" he said scoldingly. Yiran's whole body flashed with white light, and his floating figure began to stabilize. The eternal furnace in his right eye began to burn brightly. It seemed that infinite power poured into Yiran's body. The body that was originally a little collapsed recovered again. The vision of heaven and earth, which was already crumbling, solidified again. The power of Kunpeng in Yiran's left eye rose greatly. The reversal of time and space in the entire future city not only begins again, even the speed is much faster than before. Under the control of this great force, the future city has completed the time and space reversal and restored its original appearance. The vision that enveloped the heavens and the earth disappeared completely. The substantial murderous aura on Yiran's body was instantly swept away, and his aura gradually stabilized at the platinum level. "Stinky boy, in order to save you this time, the old man has put all the accumulation of these hundreds of years into it. I don't care. From today I will sleep with you. Don't disturb me if you have nothing to do." The white-bearded old man who returned to the sea of consciousness. Ignoring Yiran, he directly dubs the magpie's nest. "By the way, don't tell anyone about my existence." Subsequently, he didn't give Yiran a chance to speak at all, kicked Yiran out of the sea of consciousness, and then concretized a room for himself. He slept comfortably in the middle of the sea of consciousness, and muttered to himself, "Lucky is not like words, just like that bastard." Yiran, who was kicked out of the sea of consciousness by the old man. Once again, he took control of his body. Silently feel your body. Not only is the previous feeling of vain gone, the old man with the white beard seemed to have used some method. He actually used the power of the ultimate law to nourish his body. There is endless power all over him. Not only that, but there is also a sense of time and space confusion between the gestures. "Yiran, are you okay?" With the disappearance of the vision of heaven and earth, Yi Shaogua and others had already flown to Yiran's side. Yiran smiled and shook his head. "I feel better now than ever." Seeing that Yiran was fine, Yi Shaogua's heart was relieved. "Yiran, what happened to the shocking murderous aura just now?" Li Wancheng asked curiously. "That, I don't know. It may be caused by the vision of heaven and earth." Yiran said, "Haha." Although the old man with the white beard didn't know who it was, his temper was also stinky. However, with that mysterious means and help to oneself, Yiran felt that he had found his own medicine. Since this stinky temper medicine doesn't want people to know, then as a junior, I naturally have to obey the old man's wishes. So, there are indeed too many mysterious places in Ipin's vision of heaven and earth. Li Wancheng nodded, listening to what Yiran said. Everyone believed it. After all, none of them have seen the first great avenue. There are more places I don't understand, and it's not so bad. At this time, Yi Shaogua looked at Nithos and the others with a solemn face. "Dear Dionysus, on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom Military Department, I thank you for your assistance, and your free tavern will be our Dragon Kingdom military headquarters forever in the future." Nithos listened to Yi Shaogua's words and laughed. Small things, we are also here to help the fifth director of the Freedom Tavern." Saying that, Nithos also glanced at Yiran extremely friendly. "Boss, when will we have a fifth director?" Chen Mengshuan, who was sleepy, rubbed his eyes and asked directly. Nithos glanced at the inopportune Chen Mengshuan helplessly. He said directly, "Have you forgotten? Didn't we discuss and decide to let Yiran be our fifth director before?" "Ha, no." Chen Mengshuan wanted to say something, but Nithos caught Chen Mengshuan in his elbow. "Mengshuan, you are sleepy, go to sleep, go to sleep." Yi Shaogua and others looked at a few people who were out of tune with strange expressions, even subconsciously glanced at Li Wancheng. Li Wan's original posture was still a little loose. Instantly retracted, standing in an extremely standard military posture, as if to tell Yi Shaogua with his actions, "I am not the same kind of person as them." Yi Shaogua looked at Li Wancheng speechlessly, turned his head to look at Nithos and said, "Dionysus, no matter what, please keep the secret of Yiran's vision of heaven and earth. After all, Yiran's potential is." Nithos' drunken eyes rarely showed seriousness. "Don't worry, if you don't say it, I still have to remind you. After all, we are still responsible for our directors. Are you right, Yiran?" Saying that, Nithos was about to hug Yiran. Looking at the big hairy arms, Yiran smiled bitterly and took a step back. Directly shook, Nithos staggered. In this scene, all the transcendent people's eyes flashed with shock. No matter how Nithos has said, he is also a top-level slaughterer. Yiran, who was only platinum, not only easily escaped Nithos' arms, but also shook Nithos. Is this the owner of Ipin Avenue? At this time, Nithos Yi was stunned. Just now, Yiran was in front of him, but at the moment he hugged him, he appeared directly one step away. This feeling is like his own perception of Yiran's space has been disturbed. But even if it is very casual, I shouldn't be disturbed by the platinum boy's spatial perception. Thank you, Dionysian, for recognizing me. From today onwards, I am the fifth director of the Freedom Tavern. Yiran suddenly opened his mouth to resolve the embarrassment. After all, his apprentice and aunt are in the Freedom
Tavern, and he likes the atmosphere of the Freedom Tavern. As for the 5th director, it is Dang.
Anyway, there is Zhang Zhe as a cattle and horse. Hearing Yi Ran say this, Nisos laughed. Okay, let's go to the Freedom Tavern together another day. Let's not get drunk and don't come back. Yi Ran also smiled and nodded. It's a deal. It's a deal. General Yi, let's go first.
Seeing that his goal was achieved, Nisos did not grind and simply waved his hand.
Go all the way.
Subsequently, the people of the Freedom Tavern and others left the military headquarters one after another.
Yi Ran looked at Nisos and the others with a smile and waved goodbye.
Suddenly, Yi Shaoguo's voice came from behind him.
General Yi, let's go back first. Okay. No, what do you call me?
Yi Ran began to agree well. He suddenly reacted and was stunned for a moment. Yi Shaoguo looked at Yi Ran with a smile.
General Yi, we have discussed it in a meeting before, and in view of your outstanding contributions, I will award you the rank of Major General.
Yi Ran looked at Yi Shaoguo and said helplessly, General Yi, forget about the foolishness in the Free Tavern. How serious our military department is.
Hearing Yi Ran say this, Yi Shaoguo shook his head and said seriously,
we're not kidding. The military department does want to award you the rank of Major General. From today onwards, you are a Major General of the Dragon Kingdom Army, and all the benefits are the same as Li Wancheng and the others. Seems to confirm Yi Shaoguo's words. All the generals behind him also nodded extremely seriously.
What a joke. Nisos can see the baby. Their military department is not a fool.
Yi Ran was a little helpless when he saw this, and just wanted to refuse. Yi Shaoguo suddenly opened his mouth and said, don't worry, your Major General belongs to a special establishment. The military department will not restrict your freedom, and you can choose to accept or refuse all the tasks of the military department. Then, Yi Shaoguo turned his head and looked at the future city. For your special mechanism, it was actually suggested by Dr. Wang Jipeng at the earliest. Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment, and then nodded seriously.
Then I promise you.
Yi Shaoguo looked at Yi Ran and smiled. Then let's say, from today onwards, the Dragon Kingdom military department is also your backing. While they were communicating, a space door opens in the square. People have not yet appeared. A huge golden trophy was thrown out. Subsequently, the voice of the chat sounded from the other end of the space door. Amazing, Brother Dong, you are about to burn that Black Widow into a real Black Widow, and Brother Chun, your strength can withstand the 3 Hulks. Hey, I told you earlier that our teacher Yi is powerful. If you don't believe it, you will be convinced. Convinced. Teacher Yi is powerful. Compared with Teacher Yi, General Li is also worthy of being an instructor?
Don't talk about General Li. General Yi is in vain.
As the portal slowly opened, Wang Dachuan and the 3 of them and the members of the blood-colored squad of the military headquarters walked out of the portal one after another. What followed was, there were still a few people who said they were laughing at the moment when they walked out of the portal. People were stunned directly.
Many people. Wang Dachuan looked at the dense warriors and blurted out.
Then he turned his head to look at Anyang again and said quietly, there are so many people welcoming us. It turns out that your military department attaches so much importance to this competition. At this time, Anyang and the others' faces turned green. Anyang glanced at Wang Dachuan. His mouth was so bitter that he couldn't speak.
The expression on his face is more uncomfortable than being constipated.
He didn't know why there were so many military soldiers standing on the square where there were usually no people at all, especially in the position closest to them. From General Yi to General Li, almost all the resident generals stood in front of him. Thinking of what he said behind the portal before, the 5 big and 3 thick Anyang aura was a lot languishing, and cold sweat dripped down from the back of his head. I didn't hear it. I beg God, I must not have heard it. Anyang prayed silently in his heart. Teacher Yi, Huang Dongdong, who was sharp-eyed on the side, saw Yi Ran's figure in the crowd. He hurriedly pulled Wang Dachuan, and the 2 of them came to Yi Ran excitedly. Finally, as if showing off his achievements, he pointed to the golden trophy and said proudly, Teacher, we won.
Well done.
Yi Ran praised. By the way, he habitually rubbed Huang Dongdong's head. Well, the hair has grown ballast, and the feel is not as good as before. The last time our military department exchanged was a big defeat, and this year we won the championship.
Yi Ran, how did you do it?
I discovered so many top geniuses.
Li Wancheng on the side looked at Huang Dongdong and Wang Dachuan and asked sourly. Anyang and others also walked to Li Wancheng's side extremely quickly,
standing in a very standard military posture and saluting the military.
The voice is loud and sincere.
Report to the instructor. The blood team is fortunate to be unlucky and successfully won the championship of this military exchange competition. Li Wancheng, who was originally looking at Wang Dachuan and the others with a smile, he changed his face instantly and said coldly, don't call me instructor, I'm not worthy.
Hearing Li Wancheng's words, Anyang seemed to have fallen into an ice cave.
The cold air rushed from his heels to the heavenly spirit cover. The facial features on his face were wrinkled together.
Not a word fell, and I heard it all.
Even Wang Lu and Xia Chen, who were also members of the blood-colored team, subconsciously moved a few steps away from Anyang. Tell all the big guys in the military with practical actions.
It has nothing to do with them. Instructor, Anyang frowned and hesitated. hesitated and wanted to explain. Shut up, go back and copy the military discipline for me 100 times. Okay, instructor. Anyang listened to Li Wanqing's order. I didn't want to think about it and agreed directly. Then he ran out like a rabbit. The rest of the two people in the blood-colored team, looking at the fleeing Anyang, there was schadenfreude in his eyes. What do you laugh at? Like to laugh. You two 20 times each. Li Wanqing's words directly made the corners of their originally U-shaped mouths instantly become N-shaped. Oh what? 50 times. Li Wanqing hadn't finished speaking yet. Wang Lu and the two of them rushed out like rabbits in the direction Anyang left. Looking at the backs of the blood-colored team members he looked at the two students Huang Dongdong and Wang Dachuan taught by Yi Ran. Li Wanqing sighed helplessly. People are more than humans, and they are angry to death. In Yi Xiaoguo's office, don't plan to stay a few more days? Yi Xiaoguo asked while skimming the tea foam with the tea lid. Yi Ran took a sip of the tea in this big teapot and pouted bitterly. Don't wait, Dachuan and I are also preparing to start school. You still choose to go back to being a teacher? Yi Xiaoguo said with a slight regret. Yi Ran looked up at the left general of the military headquarters, nodded and said seriously, although the military department is also very good, I still prefer to teach students compared to these. Seeing Yi Ran so resolute, Yi Xiaoguo was not reluctant. That's it. Yi Xiaoguo took out a medal from his drawer and carefully hung it on his chest for Yi Ran. Yi Ran looked at this medal. On this medal, there is a bright streamer, and it is extraordinary at first glance. This is a Major General's medal and a defensive magic weapon, which was just made yesterday. Yi Xiaoguo explained while helping Yi Ran tidy up his clothes, then took a step back, looked at Yi Ran and showed a satisfied smile. From today onwards, you are the Major General of our military headquarters, and as long as the world is within the scope of the power of the Dragon Kingdom military headquarters, it will unconditionally open the Major General's authority for you, including the right to investigate confidential files, the temporary command of military soldiers, and the right to use military equipment. Sometimes, no matter how strong a person's power is, there are personal limitations, and you will eventually use these powers. Yi Xiaoguo said this sentence emphatically. After hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting the military to be so sincere to him. Finally, he responded seriously. General Yi, don't worry, I will go back to the military headquarters regularly to take a look. Listening to what Yi Ran said, Yi Xiaoguo smiled. Don't worry, I don't mean to bind you. This decision is mainly to thank you for your contribution and dedication to the military department. To be honest, without your help this time, the military department may really exist in name only. In short, the military headquarters is your home, and if you miss home, just come back and take a look. Then, Yi Xiaoguo sat down. The military department has been a little busy lately, so I won't send you off, and I'll let Li Wanqing send you later. Yi Ran nodded and slowly walked to the door. He turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoguo. General Yi, since they are all my own people, then I won't shy away. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Yi Xiaoguo was stunned for a moment. You say? Then, Yi Ran pointed to Yi Xiaoguo's body. General Yi, although Dr. House has magical medical skills, he is still a little too crazy, and the blood in your body is a bit too mixed to be honest. Hearing Yi Ran say the word blood, Yi Xiaoguo was stunned. This secret has never been known to anyone except House. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yi Ran with shock in his eyes. What kind of demonic talent is this? Can you even see through the secret of the slaughter of the country? You, what ability have you awakened? No matter how deep the city is, no matter how good the cultivation is. At this time, this question was still asked. Yi Ran shook his head. These are not important. The important thing is that if your problem is not solved, the defect will become more and more serious. Yi Ran paused. His expression became a lot more serious. Didn't General Yi be confused? This time the injury repair was much longer than before? Listening to Yi Ran's question, Yi Xiaoguo was silent. He looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression and opened his mouth to admit, I don't know how you can see it, but the recovery of this injury is indeed much slower than previously imagined, and even House has not found the cause of this problem. Yi Ran nodded. He didn't find the reason because it wasn't an injury problem in the first place. General Yi, the blood exchange surgery Dr. House did for you before was indeed perfect, and it can even be described as ingenious. The blood of these multiple species not only sustains your life, but even makes you magically realize the way of Shura and achieve the posture of slaughtering the country. Yi Ran said and suddenly turned around. However, all things are created without beginnings, born without being, for the sake of not relying on them, and succeeding without dwelling. Any miracle forcibly created by man will eventually have hidden dangers and flaws. Before, you had strong strength, high realm, and hidden dangers would not break out, but after this crisis, you hurt the source and tore this gap accordingly. Then Yi Ran pointed to the position of Yi Xiaoguo's heart. Do you feel that your heart is in a position that often beats at different frequencies during recovery? Hearing this, Yi Xiaoguo was completely stunned. This question, if it weren't for Yi Ran mentioning, he might not care. Yes, during my recovery, sometimes it will be fast, sometimes slow. The frequency is a little different. If it is fast, it may reach. Yi Xiaoguo was still thinking about memories, and Yi Ran directly took over the stubble. When it's fast, the limit
limit can reach 450 times/minute, and when it's slow, the limit can reach 25 times/minute, and the frequency of these two heartbeats is exactly the heartbeat frequency limit of the A-level beast Genture Fire Rat and the A-level beast Abyss Golem. Yiran said this, his eyes burst out with brilliance, with a sharpness that could see through people. Generally, among the mixed blood contained in your body, the species with the fastest heartbeat and the slowest heartbeat are precisely these two fierce beasts. Yi Xiaoguo looked at Yiran in a daze. There is not the slightest mistake in what Yiran said. At this time, Yi Xiaoguo no longer had the slightest doubt about Yiran's statement. He asked, his demeanor at this time a bit like a patient seeking medical treatment, "What does this mean?" Yiran looked at Yi Xiaoguo and said seriously, "This represents the mixed blood in your body, and after this injury that hurt the origin, it began to separate again. It seems that there is no risk now, but in the long run, this defect will gradually amplify and expand. Maybe with your strength, you can forcibly suppress it, but this flaw will eventually cause unnecessary damage to your body. As a result, you will not be able to use your abilities to the fullest, and it will also cause your strength to only decline slowly from this time onwards, and there will be no further improvement." Then Yiran pointed to his heart and said to Yi Xiaoguo, "General Yi, if you believe me, now use your energy to impact the fourth meridian of your heart." Hearing Yiran say this, Yi Xiaoguo did not hesitate at all, and directly stretched out his hand and touched it on his chest. The blood-colored energy coming from the palm of his hand directly penetrated into his chest. In an instant, Yi Xiaoguo felt an unprecedented pain coming from the position of his heart. Ra was this man who has gone through hundreds of battles and forged iron. At this moment, his lips turned white, and his body couldn't help but tremble. For a while, Yi Xiaoguo couldn't control his body and staggered down on the chair. "General Yi, this is your lesion. The mixed blood has begun to affect your meridians." Yi Xiaoguo calmed down. He looked up at Yiran. "Then what should I do now?" Yiran looked at Yi Xiaoguo and shook his head. "At the moment, it cannot be completely cured. If you want to completely cure it, you can only change the blood again, and replace it with blood that is really suitable for the origin of your life. In addition, I have a way to prevent your origin defect from expanding further." Yiran said and stretched out his hand to Yi Xiaoguo. Then, Yiran closed his eyes and entered the mysterious state of unity between heaven and man again. Slowly Yi Xiaoguo felt a faint breath entered his heart and went deep into the injured meridians. In a strange way, it infects the material energy on this meridian. In an instant, Yi Xiaoguo felt that his injured meridians were restored to their original state, and a long-lost comfort stimulated his brain. "General Yi, please remember this feeling. Use your own strength to simulate this energy operation path every day. Although this will not cure your defect, but it will suspend the further expansion of this defect." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoguo nodded seriously. At this time, he glanced deeply at Yiran again. "Yiran, this kindness is unforgettable." Yiran smiled and waved his hand. "As long as I can help you, after all, we are also comrades in arms now." Listening to Yiran's joke, Yi Xiaoguo smiled rarely. "Yes, comrade in arms, Yiran, if there is something in the future, you must remember that we are comrades in arms." "Don't worry, then I'll leave first, General Yi." Smooth sailing. Looking at Yiran's back leaving, Yi Xiaoguo sat on the chair for a long time and pondered. In less than a month, Yi Xiaoguo found that he still underestimated himself, the junior of his family. He lay in his chair and muttered to himself, "The future is limitless. But how could that stubborn donkey give birth to such an excellent heir? I can't figure it out." Yi Xiaoguo shook his head and sighed. Then, he tried Yiran's technique and began to touch his chest. The long-lost feeling of comfort in an instant. Let Yi Xiaoguo's face turn red, and his facial features are stretched. And at this moment, bang! There was a loud noise. Yi Xiaoguo's door was pushed open directly. "General Yi, I heard that Yiran is leaving. Why don't you keep it for a while?" Li Wancheng raised his loud voice and rushed directly into Yi Xiaoguo's office. He saw Yi Xiaoguo lying on the chair, stroking his chest. His expression was so comfortable that he seemed to have just dealt with the hardening project. The audience was silent. "I said, can't you knock on the door?" The next day, the military headquarters square. "General Yi, why did you come to deliver it in person?" Yiran looked at Yi Xiaoguo in astonishment. Yi Xiaoguo coughed awkwardly. "That, General Li accidentally fell downstairs yesterday, broke his leg, and couldn't come." "Again, broken leg?" Yiran spat out. "The extraordinary, broken leg. The reason for this. Why is there a familiar sense of déjà vu?" Listening to Yi Xiaoguo's reply, Yiran and the others looked at Yi Xiaoguo's eyes a little strangely. "Okay, don't worry about that idiot. I wish you all a smooth journey." Yi Xiaoguo, who was stared at by Yiran and others in embarrassment, hurriedly waved his hand. Recruited several aircraft. Yiran and several others also got on the aircraft accordingly. "Then General Yi, let's leave first." Yi Xiaoguo waved his hand. "Let's go. By the way, Yiran, starting tomorrow, the Dragon Kingdom War Mountain will be packed up and opened, and at that time, Lan Moyan's monument will officially begin to be open to the public." Speaking of which, that Zhang Dongyang still did a good thing. The TV series and novels adapted from Lan Moyan's deeds actually became popular on the internet, and hundreds of millions of people have been waiting for the opening of the Dragon Kingdom
on War Mountain to worship Lan Moyen. Yi Ran heard Lan Moyen's incident and bowed his hands seriously.
I have to trouble General Yi to take care of you. Don't let people with intentions destroy Lan Moyen's new monument.
Yi Ran's worries were unreasonable.
There are some lackey organizations that believe in demon gods in this world, although they can't do anything big that threatens the human race, but they often do some disgusting little things to the human race.
Yi Xiaogui, don't worry, I will send an extraordinary person to guard the monument for Lan Moyen when the time comes.
Ah,
General Yi, this is not necessary.
No, that idiot has to go,
Yi Xiaogui said categorically.
Okay, let's go. Bai Su has called me several times since he knew you were going back.
Then goodbye, General Yi. Remember to come back often.
The aircraft slowly turned its head and jumped up, drawing several long blue tail flames in the sky.
Disappeared into the sky. Magic City High Martial Arts Academy.
University Teachers Dormitory Area.
Yi Ran, Huang Dongdong, Wang Dachuan and others stood at the door. Yi Ran, Dongdong, are you sure you won't go up and sit down with us again?
Huang Dongdong shook his head. I won't go up to the teacher. Before I came back, my master had been sending me messages saying that something big had happened to the Wuxing sect. Huang Dongdong said, with a little sadness on his white round face. Moreover, the expression of the old man who in the voice is very excited. I still want to go back and see what is going on. After all, he was a tea seller once. Yi Ran listened to Huang Dongdong's words and nodded slightly. Understand, now many of those who engage in wire fraud are targeting empty nesters who
have a little spare money and are lonely.
Then you go quickly, accompany your master more, and remember to contact me if you have any difficulties.
Okay, Teacher Yi, I'll be back when school starts at the latest.
After saying that, Huang Dongdong's fire turned into a red line and rushed towards the fire sect. Looking at Huang Dongdong's back leaving, Wang Dachuan touched his head thoughtfully. Then, he looked up at Yi Ran and said seriously, Teacher, no, I'll move in with you, so you can still chat with multiple people. Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan with a sincere face a little helplessly.
Dachuan, the fraud gang can't target me for the time being. For a while, Yi Ran suddenly thought of something. By the way, Dachuan, has your dormitory been handled?
Thinking of this, Wang Dachuan was stunned for a moment, and then said angrily, I didn't do it well, Teacher Yi. I went to the logistics office to live in the dormitory before, but the logistics office said that the dormitory was tight, but they didn't handle it for me.
You didn't even say your name is Wang Dachuan?
Wang Dachuan shook his head. No, teacher, I haven't had time to say anything. The people in the logistics office hurriedly drove me
away, and then told me that students should not come directly to the logistics office. What is there to find their own tutors?
Listening to Wang Dachuan's words, Yi Ran frowned. That's right, then don't worry about it for now. I'll take care of this matter.
Okay, Teacher Yi. Wang Dachuan nodded. Yi Ran suddenly thought of something. Dachuan, it means you don't have a place to live now, right?
Wang Dachuan nodded. I haven't had time to tell you, teacher. Can I?
First in the past 2 days?
Before Wang Dachuan finished speaking, Yi Ran directly interrupted Wang Dachuan's words. Okay, teacher.
For a while, Wang Dachuan's expression was a little gloomy, and he lowered his head. Just when Wang Dachuan's expression was depressed,
he suddenly saw a gold card stretched out in front of his eyes. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yi Ran in surprise. Yi Ran gently put the card in Wang Dachuan's jacket pocket and said seriously,
Dachuan, swipe my card. Teacher can't do it.
Last time Wang Dachuan shook his head and was about to refuse.
What is the last time and the next time? Let you use it. Yi Ran interrupted Wang Dachuan's words.
In order not to hurt the child's self-esteem and accept it willingly, Yi Ran even made up a reason. Please give an unmarried teacher a chance to be alone.
Wang Dachuan put down his hand, and he smiled understandingly. No problem, Teacher Yi. Then I'll leave first.
Let's go, let's go. Don't be stingy, spend hard. Just open the presidential set. Don't open other cards that insult me. No, teacher, when my scholarship comes down, I still want yours. It's too expensive for me to pay it back. After Wang Dachuan finished speaking, he didn't give Yi Ran a chance to speak again, and ran away directly. Looking at Wang Dachuan's back dragging his suitcase away,
Yi Ran couldn't help but smile. Stinky boy, you still paid me back. Unknowingly,
the relationship between Yi Ran and these students is no longer like a simple teacher and student.
Instead, it is more like a blood relative.
But since they are like relatives, how can there be a reason for relatives to be wronged and not help? Yi Ran looked up at the direction of the material department.
After thinking for a moment,
I was going to pack up and pack my luggage first and then deal with this matter.
When Yi Ran just opened the door, full of sandalwood, as if it has found an outlet, crazily got into Yi Ran's nose.
Yi Ran, who was caught off guard, suddenly choked and coughed a few times.
The surrounding environment is smoky.
It's so thick that you can't see anything clearly.
But I didn't see anything abnormal outside the door before. There is an ambush?
Yi Ran directly turned on the ability and dispersed the smoke around him. Standing at the door, stand by.
An ethereal fairy sound sounded in the room. Taoist, I haven't seen you for a long time. Don't come safely?
The melodious sound of the immortals, amidst the thick sandalwood smoke. A familiar voice came. Yi Ran listened to this voice and asked with an incredible tentative face.
Duo Bao?
Call
call Taoist Duo Bao.
The voice immediately corrected Yi Ran's mistake. Then, a black shadow slowly crawled out of the smoke.
It was Duo Bao who stayed at Yi Ran's house. Yi Ran looked at Duo Bao in front of him. At this time, Duo Bao had a Taoist crown on his head that he didn't know where he got it from. The crown shone with sparkling light. It couldn't fall off Duo Bao's hairless turtle head. On the back of the turtle of Duo Bao, I don't know when to go up the gossip formation map, plus a set of purple gold Taoist robes specially designed for turtles. Highlight a Taoist temperament to fill the... Yi Ran looked at the turtle in front of him, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Duo Bao, I haven't seen you for so many days. What have you done? Duo Bao listened to Yi Ran's question, and suddenly came to his senses. Ha, Taoist, that's a good question.
Then, it pretended to stretch out its two claws and pinch its fingers to learn Taoism, looking extremely strenuous and clumsy. After you left, I was a little bored, so I began to study Taoist culture, wanting to trace the roots and find clues to my past life. As a result, after just searching for Taoism twice, my mobile phone was full of Taoism-related things. Saying that, Duo Bao smiled extremely helplessly. It seems that the fate between the poor Taoist and Taoism is so deep that even reincarnation and rebirth cannot be cut off. Listening to Duo Bao's speech, Yi Ran's heart was broken. Yi Ran subconsciously looked at the objects on Duo Bao's body and the sandalwood mist all over the room. For a while, a bad premonition surged up from Yi Ran's heart. Duo Bao, have you joined some Taoist cultural exchange organization? Hearing Yi Ran's question, Duo Bao's small eyes flashed brightly. Taoist Yi, how do you know? That's right, when I was browsing Taoist culture, some Taoist friends added me, and one of them, Master Yang Yang, was extremely enthusiastic and pulled me into a Taoist private domain cultural exchange group. Saying that, Duo Bao also touched his Taoist temple extremely proudly. I am now the honorary vice chairman of the Taoist private domain cultural exchange organization. Listening to Duo Bao's words, Yi Ran took a deep breath. He immediately stood in front of Duo Bao and stretched out his hand.
Take it out. Take out your phone for me.
Yi Ran didn't care whether Duo Bao was willing or not, and groped directly from Duo Bao for a long time.
Forcibly got Duo Bao's mobile phone. At this time, a chat box was still lit in the phone. The avatar of a little girl in Adobe was still sending a message to Duo Bao. Little girl, Taoist Duo Bao, this year's tea has just matured. This time the tea is personally supervised by Master Yang Yang, which has the effect of reviving the soul and reveling, and with the ghostly incense, you can feel your past life memories. Duo Bao, very good, very good. How much is it? Little girl smile, Taoist, this time the tea doesn't cost money, it's just that refining consumes the origin of Master Yang Yang, and it may take a while to cultivate before it can be sent to you. Duo Bao, give me the address, I will give Master Yang Yang a century-old blood Ganoderma lucidum to replenish chi and blood. Little girl, how can this work? Taoist Duo Bao, your treasure must also help you ascend to the Tao, so that, like trading, it really goes against the original intention of our Taoists. Duo Bao, what is not traded? This thing is voluntarily given to Master Yang Yang. Yi Ran was like a bolt from the blue. I was so shocked that I took 2 steps back. Yi Ran closed his mobile phone and glanced deeply at Duo Bao. The last second, I was still worried that the empty nester in Huang Dongdong's family was targeted by the fraud gang. The thousands of years old guys in their own family have fasted forward to voluntarily giving away. Duo Bao was stared at by Yi Ran for a while, feeling a little weak. Yi Ran, why are you staring at me so much? Yi Ran didn't speak, his whole body was full of breath. All the smoke, sandalwood, the earthquake dissipated. Then, Yi Ran set his sights on Duo Bao's things. A golden light covered Duo Bao's body. Duo Bao just wanted to resist, but there was an inexplicable coercion on top of the golden light. It actually made it dare not move from the bottom of its heart. The Taoist cultural elements on Duo Bao's body were twisted into pieces by Yi Ran's golden light. Duo Bao, from today onwards, you are not allowed to play with your mobile phone, and you are not allowed to have any contact with this private Taoist exchange association anymore. Why? Just because I can send you back to Principal Bai. Hearing this, Duo Bao, who was originally arrogant, shrinking his head. Obviously, he was still a little afraid that Bai Su would ask him for half of the treasure. Looking at Duo Bao's expression, Yi Ran didn't know how to complain for a while. Bai Su is looking for something from you, and you are so scared. When you are deceived by a fraud gang, you are very generous. Seeing Duo Bao's aggrieved expression, Yi Ran also softened his heart and began to explain. That's a fraud gang. Chun Chun is deceiving you. Impossible, there are hundreds of people in that group, and everyone else says that this Master Yang Yang is extremely powerful. Is it possible those hundreds of people are all alone? In fact, you are the only real person in the group. Don't do it. When I finish dealing with these things, can I go with you to see this real Master Yang Yang? Duo Bao thought for a while. That's okay. Yi Ran took advantage of the situation and put Duo Bao's mobile phone into his pocket. Anyway, from today onwards, you don't have any mobile phone usage rights, and you will naturally understand when you see Master Yang Yang real man. Now let's list how much you have given to others at home. Yi Ran was about to open the door and leave. Seeing this, Duo Bao asked, Yi Ran, why are you going? Yi Ran glanced at Duo Bao angrily. I'm looking for the principal. Why do you want
want to follow me?
Duo Bao listened to Yi Ran planning to see Bai Su. He shrank his head.
Hurry up, hurry up. Yi Ran glanced at Duo Bao helplessly.
Left the room. In the principal's office,
Bai Su listened carefully to Yi Ran's story about what he saw and heard in this military department. He took a deep breath. I didn't expect that this study trip would go through so many twists and turns, and the military department may have to repair it for a while after this battle. At that time, the troops stationed in the demon god may have to eat a lot of. Bai Su silently knocked on the table, silent for a moment. After a while, he waved his hand. Worry is also in vain, don't worry about it for now. Then, he looked at Yi Ran with bright eyes.
I heard Chen Mingxuan say, you have advanced to platinum? Yi Ran nodded.
After Bai Su saw Yi Ran admitting it, his breathing was a little rapid, and there was expectation in his eyes.
So, what kind of avenue did you realize? Hearing Bai Su's inquiry, Yi Ran pondered for a moment.
In the face of this elder who has been helping him, he has no intention of continuing to hide. So he said 4 words in a deep voice.
Yiping Avenue.
As soon as Yi Ran's words came out, Bai Su, who was sitting in the office chair, stood up with a bang in an instant. He looked at Yi Ran with incredible eyes, emotional,
kept muttering, 1 pin, 1 pin. Is it really a first-grade avenue? After Chen Mingxuan left the military headquarters before,
extremely mysteriously told Bai Su that Yi Ran had advanced to platinum. At the same time, he came back and gave him a super big surprise. At the beginning, he also put the Yiping Dao in his mind, but then he directly rejected his own ideas. After all, even he himself felt a little whimsical about this idea. Yi Ran, who was looking at Bai Su, said in an unbelievable tone,
are you sure?
That Yiping Dao has never heard anyone realize it since the establishment of the current world pattern.
Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. Principal, didn't there ever be a world-destroying transcendent person before? There should be someone among them who can realize the first-grade avenue, right?
Bai Su shook his head.
In addition to books and rumors, when have you ever seen a living world-destroying transcendental?
Bai Su paused when he said this, and his expression was a little embarrassed. At least in my generation, I have never heard of anyone touching that ultimate law, so much so that everyone almost treats the Yiping Dao as a mythical story.
What about those world-destroying transcendent people before?
Old and old, walking and going, disappearing, long gone.
Hearing Bai Su's story, Yi Ran asked curiously, didn't these world-destroying transcendentals leave any explanation when they left?
Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and shook his head. No, even after many of them disappeared, all the information about him slowly disappeared, as if this world was slowly erasing the existence of these people. Most of the people who can survive now are world-destroying transcendentals with relevant books to support it. But Rao is like this: as time goes by, the memory of the transcendent person who destroyed the world in people's minds is slowly blurring, and even slowly disappearing inadvertently.
Then how do you know the principle?
Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. It stands to reason that if the world is deliberately erasing all the information of these people, then it stands to reason that Bai Su should not know about this. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran inside. When I was exploring the multi-dimensional world with the turtle, I once mistakenly entered a space mansion built by a senior himself. Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. Create your own space mansion in a multi-dimensional world, such an unfamiliar word. You don't have to think about it to know that this must be a peerless power. Bai Su continued, after mistakenly entering that peerless and powerful mansion, that cave house can actually be erased by isolating the
avenue, which gave me the opportunity to see a lot of information about many world-destroying transcendentals before our blue star.
There I found the genealogy of the Wuxing sect. Hua Wen and Huang Dongdong chose to be stationed in the demon capital High Martial Arts Academy to establish a sect. Otherwise, according to the nature of their disciples, they will retain the deeds of their ancestors and dream foolishly. It is estimated that they will be the first to forget their ancestors. Listening to Bai Su's complaint about the Firexing sect, Yi Ran nodded slightly.
Sure enough, everyone will complain about 2 vulgar firemen when they mention it.
Although I usually don't know this old Manhwa, I always feel that this old man and Zhu Duanjin are very compatible.
Bai Su waved his hand. The topic is far away. Then he stared at Yi Ran again. Yi Ran, are you sure you touched the legendary Yiping Avenue?
Yi Ran looked at Bai Su and nodded extremely confidently.
Yes or no, you will know if you try it.
Good boy, come with me, and give the old man long eyes.
Listening to what Yi Ran said, Bai Su couldn't be more willing.
After saying that, he waved his hand directly.
A void of emptiness appeared in the room out of thin air. Yi Ran and Bai Su walked into the mysterious space one after another.
As soon as I walked into this mysterious space,
Yi Ran instantly turned into a treasure with glazed fluorescence, and he couldn't open his eyes brightly.
After Yi Ran got used to it, he looked at the treasures piled up like a mountain and couldn't see the peak, and was stunned for a moment. What kind of golden shining in another world?
Yi Ran, what did you say?
Listening to Bai Su's inquiry to himself, Yi Ran quickly came back to his senses and rounded it up. It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised when I come to this place for the first time. This is a treasure. It's too much, right? Listening to Yi Ran's shock, Bai Su blew his beard a little proudly.
These are the treasures that the old man has found all his life in that multi-dimensional space. Speaking of this, Bai Su, who was still a little proud, suddenly felt a little unhappy. If it weren't for that stupid bastard, the treasure mountain in front of you might have doubled. Hearing Bai Su say this, Yi Ran smiled sarcastically. After all, he did it too. Okay, don't mention that old Wangba. Bai Su interrupted this unhappy topic and looked at Yi Ran with an expectant face. Now do your best to open up your avenue. Rest assured that this world is very stable, and even I can't break it. Hearing Bai Su say this, Yi Ran also nodded. Finally he closed his eyes silently. That breath that crosses the past, present, and future, emerging from Yi Ran's body. The appearance of this breath, Bai Su was directly stunned. The law of space? No, it doesn't look like it. It's not just the law of space. It seemed that he thought of something, and for a moment Bai Su's eyes flashed with brilliance. It turned out to be a multi-law fusion avenue. Good boy, even if it's not a first-grade avenue, the strength in the future won't be much worse. The strength of those who have the power of the law of compounding is indeed far greater than that of those who understand the law of the single law. Some demons that are extremely consistent with a single law, and even to the level of unity of man and law, are exceptions. For example, Lan Moyen. Just when Bai Su was surprised by Yi Ran's performance, suddenly he sensed that the small tower shook. What information is coming at the critical time? Bai Su frowned and put his consciousness into the desolate tower. Then Bai Su saw one message after another pop up. 8th floor main application connection. 8th floor main application connection. 8th layer main application connection. Ha, this old boy can't sit still for a day. Looking at the connection of the 8th layer master, Bai Su couldn't help but laugh. Subsequently, the chat box was silently opened. Bai Su, I'm busy, don't be annoyed. 8th layer lord, is Yi Ran showing you the avenue and connecting with me? Bai Su, how do you even know this? How many spies have you placed with me? 8th floor lord, don't worry about this for now. Hurry up and connect with me. Bai Su, how troublesome it is to connect. If you can't do it, I'll pass you over directly. Yi Tiancheng. The 8th floor master of the desolate tower is Yi Ran's biological father, the head of the Yi family, Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng was silent for a moment. Then he replied, don't be kidding. It's not that you don't know what I'm doing. Bai Su looked at Yi Tiancheng and muttered, the Zhuanin families have been destroyed, and the curse of your Yi family has also dissipated. What else do you want to do? Yi Tiancheng, you don't understand. Hurry up and connect. Bai Su shook his head helplessly. Lianba, take a good look at your son. A brilliance flashed on the desolate tower. A figure of brilliance stood on the 8th floor of the small tower of Baishu. Yi Ran naturally couldn't hear the communication between Bai Su and the two people in the desolate tower. At this time, he abandoned his concentration. In this mysterious, I felt the power of the ultimate power and the ultimate law. With a dragon roar that spans time and space, behind Yi Ran, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared between heaven and earth. With the appearance of this 5-clawed golden dragon, Bai Su and Yi Tiancheng were not calm. This quality is so high, even I feel suppressed. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran incredulously. In order to confirm the idea, Bai Su raised his hand. As a result, he was shocked to find that he was usually like an arm and finger of the power of the law of space. It actually started at the moment when Yi Ran's 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. I don't listen to the call. It's the 5-clawed golden dragon emperor. The light and shadow of the 8th layer. Yi Tiancheng muttered to himself. His expression was excited. This is the root of our Yi family's bloodline. The real 5-clawed golden dragon emperor of the world-destroying fierce creature. Yi Tiancheng said, holding the fence with both hands. I thought Xiao Guo was wrong, but I didn't expect that the 5-clawed golden dragon emperor was really successfully traced by this kid. Bai Su frowned when he heard this. Why didn't I hear you talk about this before? Yi Tiancheng looked at Yi Ran intently and responded lightly. This is a secret passed down from our Yi family. To be honest, if I don't see it with my own eyes today, I feel that this story is the self-comfort of the older generation. Legend has it that the ancestors of our Yi family, Zhu family, and Yin family were good brothers who lived and died together, and the Zhu family and the Yin family inherited the bloodline of the Suzaku and the snake of the slaughter level, respectively, while our Yi family inherited the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon of the world. The three families were once intimate, and they also fought a world in ancient times. It's a pity that the Zhu family and the Yin family have a rebellious heart, and when they explored the space of consciousness, they united with the demon god to ambush my ancestors, resulting in the complete fall of my ancestors, and the heads of the two families took out and took away the body and soul of my ancestors respectively. It also correspondingly forged the strong vitality of the Zhu family and the soul power of the Yin family. At the same time, their two ancestors were also worried that a world-destroying powerhouse would be born from the descendants of our Yi family to liquidate them again, so they united with the fourth demon god to jointly place a bloodline curse on our Yi family, and since then, our Yi family has been burdened by that curse for generations. Listening to Yi Tiancheng's narration, the rumors and secrets of the Yi family, Bai Su nodded slightly. But if they are really worried about retaliation, why not just extermination of the sect, right? It's not that they don't want to exterminate the sect, but there is no way to exterminate the sect. Our ancestors of the Yi family also
gave a curse at the moment of micro-endangerment. Once the Yi family is extinguished, the two powers they seized will be completely invalid.
Yi Tiancheng looked excited as he spoke, looking at Yi Ran's heroic posture in the sky, and couldn't help but admire.
My son Yi Ran has the appearance of destroying the world. Bai Su was also more excited. Not only that, Yi Ran realized the first grade of the road, which means that this road to the sky has not been broken, and we all have a chance to. Listening to Bai Su's words, Yi Tiancheng's eyes also flashed with hope. Yes, the road is not broken, it can lead to the heavens.
How many years have they not seen the way forward?
However, at this moment, Yi Ran's aura changed suddenly. Two breaths that were also no less than the five-clawed golden dragon emperor rose from Yi Ran's body.
Wait, and also,
Bai Su suddenly exclaimed. Finally, he was shocked to find that the space power in his body involuntarily rushed towards Yi Ran. No matter how much he tried to stop him, it would be useless.
What the hell?
Just when Bai Su exclaimed, the vision of the five-clawed golden dragon emperor was completely integrated into Yi Ran's body at this moment.
On the dragon crown and dragon robe, there are red and blue two-color patterns. Under supreme coercion,
the powerful vitality and the elusive power of time and space complement each other. As the golden dragon emperor and Yi Ran became one, Yi Ran also opened his eyes at this moment. His whole body exuded golden light.
The left eye seems to contain a furnace that never goes out, but the right eye is as deep and boundless as the sea.
The loud dragon roar crossed the long river of time and space, resounding in the past and future. This scene completely stunned Yi Tiancheng and Bai Su.
Is this the so-called Yipin Dao?
Bai Su muttered to himself. Yi Tiancheng shook his head, his expression remarkable. No, the five-clawed golden dragon emperor alone is enough to be called a first-grade avenue.
He looked at Yi Ran, who was looking at the sun and moon in his eyes at this time, and the yin and yang intersected, looking excited.
Now, I can feel that he has touched the power of at least three ultimate laws.
Hearing Yi Tiancheng's words, Bai Su took a deep breath. How precious is the ultimate law?
They know better than anyone else that they are transcendent people who are slaughtering countries. In these nearly 100 years, the ultimate law seems to have disappeared. Let the talents of these big and small geniuses go against the sky, never be able to touch the skin of the ultimate law.
And at this moment, Yi Ran actually touched the three ultimate laws. This talent is so evil that it is daunting.
For a while, Bai Su looked at Yi Ran inside. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the talents of us people are simply fireflies to Hao Yue compared to Yi Ran. Yi Tiancheng nodded in agreement, and then opened his mouth to say a word of relief. But when this Hao Yue hasn't grown up, doesn't he still need our ying fire to stand in front of him?
Bai Su shook his head. I can't stop it soon. Then, Bai Su looked at Yi Tiancheng seriously. Tiancheng, I don't need to say more about what to do, right?
Yi Tiancheng looked up at Bai Su. Don't worry, the matter of this product of the Great Way will never leak out of my mouth. I am looking forward to his growth more than you. At this time, Yi Ran silently withdrew his vision of heaven and earth. Yi Tiancheng also disappeared at this moment.
Principal, can it be a first-grade avenue?
Yi Ran asked Bai Su with interest. Bai Su blew his beard angrily.
Angry old man.
Then, Bai Su pointed to the treasure mountain again, and said to Yi Ran, by the way, since you have achieved platinum, it's time to find a few weapons that conform to the power of your law. You can wander around this treasure mountain for a few days and pick a few treasures to use. Yi Ran glanced at Bai Su in slight surprise, and then said, thank you.
Bai Su nodded.
Before leaving, he turned around and said to Yi Ran uneasily,
up to 3 pieces. I'll count them.
After Bai Su finished speaking, a flash body disappeared from this void. As always, Yi Ran looked at the place where Bai Su disappeared and smiled helplessly. Then he muttered again, if you know that some treasures are given to a fraud gang by a certain big turtle as cabbage, you will probably be bombed. Then, Yi Ran turned his head to look at the mountain-like treasure. 3 pieces are 3 pieces, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Yi Ran walked towards Baoshan while thinking. Bai Su, who left the void space, was sitting in an office chair at this moment, stared intently at the crystal ball on his desk. Looking forward to the crystal ball, Yi Ran, who was walking towards Baoshan, muttered to himself, talent is a demon, and knowledge should not follow talent. These hundreds of millions of treasures, picking also makes you dazzled. I don't believe you only pick 3 items, and you can still take away the most precious ones? But the reality is as Bai Su expected. Yi Ran himself walked into the dazzling treasure mountain, instantly dazzled by the colorful and flickering treasures of various powers. TSK. Even the street lamps are made of a whole flame crystal. What a luxury. Yi Ran looked at the surrounding environment as he walked and complained silently. Such a big piece of flame crystal, sold on the market outside, is at least 1,000,000 level start. As a result, in Baishu de Baoshan, there were nearly 2 rows of flame crystals of the same size used as street lamps. This is just a treasure that Yi Ran can see the value of. Not to mention the treasures he could see along the way, one by one, he didn't know what they were. None of the treasures that can be collected by Bai Su are ordinary. In short, along the way, Yi Ran became more and more confused, wanting to find 3 treasures with extremely high value and really suitable for him from these hundreds of millions of treasures. It is not an easy task. However, at this moment when Yi Ran was confused, suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Stinky boy, I just slept. Where did you come from me? TSK, 1000-year-old blood Ganoderma, adult black dragon whip Tianshan Sea Lotus. Which old man's treasure house did you enter? Hearing this voice complaining about Baisu like this, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth twitched slightly. As the saying goes, the more people lack, the more they pay attention to what they do. Among these hundreds of millions of treasures, you can see such things at a glance. For a while, I couldn't tell who was wrong. Of course, Yi Ran only dared to complain in his heart. In his consciousness, Yi Ran saw the phantom again. Hello senior, since I know that the senior was exhausted to rest last time, the junior did not dare to interfere too much. I don't know how good the senior is resting? The white phantom nodded very usefully. It's okay, the little doll knows a little bit of etiquette. Then, the white phantom continued to ask Yi Ran. You haven't answered my question yet, where are you now? Yi Ran replied respectfully, I am now in the treasure land of a senior, who promised me to find 3 treasures suitable for me in this treasure, and I am currently selecting. Speaking of this, Yi Ran had an idea, and suddenly said with a difficult face, it's just that there are too many treasures, which really dazzles the juniors. Yi Ran also sighed and added, originally, you said to find a treasure that can nourish the soul for the seniors. The white phantom looked at Yi Ran and was silent for a while. Then he said, Stinky boy, don't you just want me to pick a few treasures for you? Don't think I don't know what medicine is sold in your gourd. However, although the white phantom said this, he still silently walked to the front of the altar and said to Yi Ran, my current state is ordinary, those treasures that nourish the soul are useless, and the improvement of your strength is the greatest help to me. Now keep walking forward and stop in front of that huge mangrove tree, where you will find what you need. Listening to the words of the white phantom, the corners of Yi Ran's mouth rose slightly. This white phantom, like all the elders of the Dragon Kingdom, did not mention love on his lips, but he was full of love in his actions. Okay, I'll go wherever the senior says. Don't be poor, hurry up. Yi Ran walked forward with a smile. By Su's abacus, he naturally knew. If you really want to give good things, you have already sent them directly, why let yourself choose? Do you think you have little knowledge and want to let yourself pick out a few pieces of garbage? What followed was, stupid, you have a hang. Baisu, who was in front of the crystal ball, looked at Yi Ran and suddenly stopped, and said to himself in confusion, what is this kid going to do? As a result, Baisu hadn't reacted yet. Yi Ran and the crystal ball turned directly and ran towards the mangrove. Seeing Yi Ran suddenly turn around, Baisu chuckled in his heart. No, right? In Baisu's apprehensive mood, Yi Ran dodged to the first branch fork of the red giant tree. Naturally, the handle was placed at the branch socket to connect to the trunk. Finally, Yi Ran's eyes flashed with the blue light of the law of space, and the position of the tree trunk touched by Yi Ran actually began to fluctuate in space strangely. Then Yi Ran put his hand directly into the trunk. Groped for a moment, a treasure was taken from the trunk. Yi Ran looked at this treasure in his hand. This is a long stick. The essence of the stars on the stick body condenses, telling the tempering of countless years. The whole body emitted a faint starlight, as if it could penetrate the void and touch the mysteries of the stars. At first glance, it is absolutely extraordinary. Senior, this treasure is Starfall Breaking Heaven Stick, the natal magic weapon of the Vajra monkey. When the Vajra monkey held this stick, one person picked up the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and killed a world-ternaggerated, absolute world-destroying treasure. The white phantom looked at the Starfall Heaven Breaking Stick, slightly embarrassed. But looking at this Starfall Heaven Breaking Stick, it seems that it has also hurt the origin. The soul of the instrument has disappeared, and the grade has dropped a lot. It seems that the monkey also suffered. Yi Ran listened silently to the words of the white phantom. There was also a secret shock in my heart. Listen to the meaning of this. The senior in his mind seemed to know the reason for the disappearance of some world-destroying transcendence. And at this moment, if the seniors don't say it, they won't be able to ask much. Put it away. This stick alone is enough for you to summon the extraordinary. Now let's turn to the left. Listening to the instructions of the white phantom, Yi Ran silently put the stick into his ring. Get up and run in the next direction. And at this moment, the white void in front of the crystal ball. People couldn't sit still and stood up completely. At this time, his heart was bleeding, hidden so deeply. Can you find it? Baisu's dizziness has not eased yet. He looked at Yi Ran and the crystal ball walking in the other direction. Looking at Yi Ran's purposeful steps and firm eyes, Baisu's eyes had already begun to be frightened. He grabbed the solid wood desk with both hands, his head shook slightly, and he muttered to himself, no, 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 impossible, absolutely impossible. Heaven does not fulfill people's wishes. Yi Ran walked straight towards the road Baisu didn't want to see the most. If there is a frame, you don't pick it up? At this time, Yi Ran trotted all the way to a statue. He looked up at the statue. The statue is carved by a modern man, is also wearing a modern suit. Senior, are you sure this is the baby you are talking about? Yi Ran looked at this ordinary statue and asked uncertainly. Don't worry, this blindfold is something we don't like to play anymore. You go up and pull off the cloak of this statue and you'll know. Okay, senior. Yi Ran agreed.
blade flew directly to the statue, silently said, "I am offended." After saying that, Yi Ran directly touched the head of the statue. A golden light flashed, the statue's cloak fell in response, and at this moment when the cloak fell, the cloak was so wide that it clung to the statue, actually began to change strangely, constantly shrinking and tightening. After the cloak becomes normal size, like living creatures, flew directly behind Yi Ran, strangely attached to Yi Ran's body. Then there was no movement. Yi Ran stretched out his hand and touched the cloak attached to him. Except for looking extremely high-end, there are no energy fluctuations at all. If it weren't for the strange changes in this thing before, who would have thought that this cloak would turn out to be a rare treasure? Bai Su in front of the crystal ball. Looking at this scene, the hanging heart is completely dead. There are only a few best items in the collection of a lifetime. Is it easy to make these top-notch eyebrows white? Just like this, the two were taken away? At this time, Bai Su could hear the sound of blood dripping from his heart. Why can Yi Ran accurately pick out these two items among hundreds of millions of treasures? Could it be that this knowledge can really follow the talent? At this time, Yi Ran, feeling the cloak, opened his mouth and asked, "Senior, how can this cloak not see the energy fluctuations?" "Nonsense, if you can see it, what is it worthy of being called Saint Bulido's magic cloak?" Saint Blido's magic cloak? Yi Ran listened to the name and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this name a bit too straightforward? Don't look at me, those guys in the West are born stinky fart kings, and they like to put their names in front of them when they give equipment a broken name. Yi Ran asked, "So this magic cloak is the treasure of the legendary Western law Saint Bulidor?" "Just him," returned the god of law. "He is also a master of those escapes, and he is not as good as that trick," the White Phantom said disdainfully. Yi Ran listened to the tone of the White Phantom, and he also understood it slightly. Obedient and listening, although the White Phantom is full of disdain. But the ability to be seen by this White Phantom is definitely a world-level existence. Even if it's an escape effort. You put this thing away, it can be regarded as one of the life-saving equipment of that old thing. It can be used to cover up all information, including cause and effect, ignoring the level gap, ignoring ability. Using this thing, even if you stand in front of the other party, he won't want to find out about your existence. Hearing this, Yi Ran's eyes lit up. The top life-saving equipment. But isn't it a bit too eye-catching to wear it like this? Yi Ran just said. The magic cloak seemed to understand. It began to fade directly, then disappeared directly behind Yi Ran. But Yi Ran could clearly feel its existence. It is worthy of being a top baby, so you don't have to worry about it at all. Seeing this, the White Phantom suddenly spoke. This instrument spirit has not disappeared? Ask it, where is its owner? However, no matter how Yi Ran tried to communicate with this instrumental spirit, it was useless. The White Phantom was silent for a moment, and his tone was a little desolate. "That's it, don't ask. Can't the one who can escape the most can't escape?" Then, the White Phantom said to Yi Ran again, "Okay, the only two world-destroying equipment in this treasure mountain have all been obtained. Now, go to the place where you just came in and take away that white silk." "Okay, senior." After saying that, Yi Ran walked towards the entrance of Baoshan and directly took away the inconspicuous white silk. The White Phantom looked at the white silk in Yi Ran's hand. After a moment of silence, without any explanation, he said, "Put it away." "Okay." Yi Ran didn't say a word, and directly put Bai Aya into the ring. "Don't you ask me what's so special about this white silk? Maybe it's just an ordinary thing." The White Phantom looked at Yi Ran so simply and decisively, a little surprised, and asked. Yi Ran said, "Contentment is not humiliated, knowing to stop is not dangerous. Even if this white silk is an ordinary product, without seniors, I can't even get those two treasures." The White Phantom listened to Yi Ran's words, was stunned for a moment, and laughed. "I'm a martial artist. I can't understand what you said about these messy things. You can hold it. This thing may be really useful. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Don't disturb me if it's okay." After saying that, the White Phantom directly cut off the contact with Yi Ran. Lying down comfortably in Yi Ran's consciousness, he still muttered to himself, "Crepe. Exactly like that bastard." Yi Ran walked out of Baoshan with a smile. He raised his head and said, "Principal, I've picked it. Send me out." Before Yi Ran could react, suddenly a hollow appeared on the soles of Yi Ran's feet. Ah! Yi Ran was caught off guard and fell directly into the hollow. Then it landed directly on the floor of Bai Su's office. Before Yi Ran could react, Bai Su flashed directly to Yi Ran's side and looked at Yi Ran with a pair of red eyes. "Tell me, what kind of treasure that white silk is? Tell me quickly." Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, was stunned for a moment, and asked, "Principal, can you see it?" Bai Su, who looked excited, reacted to reveal his feeling. He withdrew his emotions and coughed awkwardly twice. "Ahem, cough. I just saw that you picked for so long, and I was a little anxious and just opened it and saw you take that white silk." Yi Ran looked at Bai Su suspiciously. "It took less than half an hour. Is it long?" Bai Su waved his hand. "Don't worry, just say what kind of treasure is Bai Aya." To be honest, except for the streamer, Bai Su really couldn't see anything else strange. If Bai Su didn't know Yi Ran's treasure hunting ability, Bai Aya would take it away. But Yi Ran's precise first two knives had already been cut on his own artery. Now Yi Ran just picked up a lump of. Bai Su suspected that the could touch
touch the ultimate law after eating it. Forget it if Yi Ran took away 2 super treasures. Now there is another treasure that he doesn't know what level it is has also been taken away by Yi Ran. If you can't figure out what this baby is, it's worse than killing him. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, but asked, Principal, first tell me where you got this white silk? Stinky boy, talk to me like this, right? Bai Su blew his beard and glared at Yi Ran, but still said, This white silk is what I got back with the record when I went to the unknown and powerful space mansion, although I have never known what it is, but it should not look like an ordinary item, so I collected it. That's right. Listening to Bai Su's explanation, Yi Ran also understood slightly. It seems that the White Phantom Senior in his consciousness has a connection with the power of this space mansion. By the way, Principal, can you show me the record you brought back from the space mansion? Yi Ran looked at Bai Su. No way. Bai Su glanced at Yi Ran angrily. I've answered you one question. Let's talk about it when you answer my question. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su, who suddenly played with a child's temper. A little helpless for a while, since I became more and more familiar with Bai Su. The previous filter for this magic capital pillar was shattered. It's completely a stingy old man. I want to say that I really don't know what it is. I just took it away because it was interesting. Do you believe it? Yi Ran didn't want to expose the White Senior, so he said casually. Bai Su listened to Yi Ran's words, pondered unexpectedly for a moment, and then asked, So, your previous behavior was also found with your heart? In other words, that first grade Tao gives you a strong sense of these things that are also tainted with the ultimate law? Ha! Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. Yes, right. When Bai Su heard Yi Ran's speech, he nodded more and more affirmatively. No wonder you can directly find these 2 objects, then it all makes sense. After saying that, Bai Su sighed. Sometimes there must be something in life, and there is always no need to force it in life. It seems that I and those 2 treasures are indeed destined to have no. Looking at Bai Su's series of speeches, Yi Ran was stunned. Good guy, I haven't had time to talk nonsense yet. Bai Su himself made up for the whole brain. For a while, Yi Ran suddenly understood what it meant. After entering the pass, there will be great scholars to defend the classics for me. Then, Bai Shuyo lowered his head and looked at Yi Ran seriously. These 2 treasures are more precious than you think. I only have one request for them to be treated well. Bai Su said, stretching out a finger. It is absolutely not allowed to use these 2 treasures to harm the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Listening to Bai Su's words, Yi Ran also said seriously, Don't worry, Principal, this is absolutely impossible. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran and nodded silently. I believe in you. Then, Bai Su sat on the office chair. Okay, if you have nothing to do, leave quickly, let me be alone. Looking at Bai Su's painful expression, Yi Ran wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. Suddenly he remembered something and opened his mouth to Bai Su. Principal, there is indeed one more thing to report. Bai Su looked at Yi Ran helplessly. You said, Principal, you still know Wang Dachuan. You know, are you the apprentice of the S-level superpower? Why, are you going to let go and prepare to give it to me for training? It just so happened that you also took my 3 treasures. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su with a complicated expression. Stingy old man, these 3 treasures are still what you promised to give me. Before it was hot, I thought about picking it up from somewhere else. Is there still a little strong man who was forced to fight? Yi Ran shook his head instantly. Impossible, don't think about it. I have something else. Bai Su said angrily. You continue. Yi Ran, Wang Dachuan lost his right to live in the dormitory because he signed the internship contract by mistake and now he wants to reapply it, but he was obstructed by the teacher in the logistics office and refused to handle it. Bai Su was stunned for a moment. Is there such a thing? It is reasonable to apply for dormitory residency for students who cancel their internship contracts to continue their studies. Why should they stop them? Yi Ran shook his head. I don't know this. Principal, Wang Dachuan, as an S-class superpower, should not even find a place to live when going to any force. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Bai Su's face became a little ugly. This material department is against the sky? S-class students were almost pushed out of the school gate by these idiots in the material department. Bai Su suddenly stood up. Yi Ran, you go to the material department with me. Bai Su snapped his fingers. The 2 disappeared directly from the office and came to the door of the materials department. After coming to the door, Bai Su dodged directly and the figure disappeared. Yi Ran could only hear Bai Su speaking in his ear. Yi Ran, you go up and ask for Wang Dachuan first. I want to see which bastard did the good thing today. After hearing this, Yi Ran walked towards the materials department. He went directly to the first branch of the materials department, went directly to the front desk and asked, Hello, where is the person in charge of the freshman material department? After the front desk looked up and saw the comber, the person was stunned. Yi Ran and the person opposite said in unison, It's you? At this time, the person sitting at the front desk of the material department, it was the manager who guarded the White Void Refiner building before. At this time, he squinted his eyes and looked at Yi Ran cautiously. What are you doing in the materials department? Yi Ran, I'm here to find the freshman person in charge of the materials department. What are you looking for him for? Yi Ran looked at Xiang Yaoqian. Consult about the right to student dormitories. Report my
name, phone number, and position. Do you want to be so troublesome? This is the rules and regulations.
Xiang Yaoqian was extremely serious. Listen to these words. Yiran felt a little unfamiliar with Xiang Yaoqian for a while.
I said, do you want to see the person in charge?
Yes, my message. After Xiang Yaoqian listened to the information reported by Yiran, some clumsily typed content into the keyboard with 2 fingers, and then saw the consent message. Only then did he look up at Yiran. I'll take you there.
Yiran looked at Xiang Yaoqian in surprise. Don't you want money this time?
Xiang Yaoqian shook his head seriously when he heard Yiran. The front desk clearly stipulates that you cannot accept any benefits and fees.
Please don't insult my profession.
Listening to Xiang Yaoqian's words, Yiran was stunned.
Is this a blow? How do you feel like a completely different person?
Bai Su's voice suddenly came from the side.
You can correct your mistakes. Is this kid good? By the way, you kid broke my stove before, and I haven't settled the score with you yet.
Yiran listened to Bai Su's words and suddenly fell silent.
Sometimes, it's good to be deaf.
Wait for Xiang Yaoqian to lead Yiran to the door of the office. At this time, a loud voice came from the office.
Don't say it's you who intercede. It's useless for the principal to intercede.
In this matter, there is no door, and even the window cannot be opened.
Director Su is so tough.
Yiran subconsciously glanced at the empty position behind him. Bai Su didn't speak.
Xiang Yaoqian took Yiran directly into the office. Director Su, Teacher Yi has arrived. Su Yukai covered the phone while motioning for Yiran to sit down, then waved his hand. Let Xiang Yaoqian leave.
Xiang Yaoqian also closed the door very sensibly. Su Yukai began to communicate with the other end of the phone in front of Yiran.
Yo, Teacher Li, don't make trouble for me.
I said, the student dormitory is full, and it is impossible to add one. Teacher Li, it's because of your seniority that I tell you so much, and I don't even bother to talk about so many other teachers.
What? Violation.
Teacher Li, you speak a little truthfully. If you don't have it, it's gone.
Can you still let me conjure it up for you?
Don't talk about anything else for me. Teacher Li, I'm still the same sentence. Even if you stab the principal, I'll say the same thing. Su Yukai hung up the phone, shook his head helplessly and said, Freshman Li Shuezone, Teacher Li, insist that I add a dormitory residency to their students, but the dormitory quota has long been gone.
Su Yukai raised his head and looked at Yiran. Teacher Yi, do you understand what I mean?
Yiran asked, but Director Su, my student Wang Dachuan had a dormitory position before. How can you say that it is gone? Su Yukai waved his hand. No, it has been occupied.
Yiran smiled. Director Su, aren't you deceiving children? A final exam, and it doesn't involve school enrollment. Who can occupy the dormitory?
Su Yukai listened to Yiran's questioning, sighed. I said that being occupied means being occupied. Teacher Yi, why do you still ask? Then, he said impatiently. Anyway, I'm still the same sentence. It doesn't work for you to find the principal in this matter. Listening to Su Yotsai's speech, Yiran looked strange. Are you sure? Su Yukai seemed to be aroused by Yiran's question. Lin Bei must be sure. If you have the ability, ask the principal to come here to confront me. Really? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Su Yukai. Not only did it become familiar, but it also aroused the deepest fear in Su Yotsai's heart. Su Yukai, who was originally arrogant, trembling turned his neck and looked behind him. When he saw the appearance of the white clothes, white hair, and white beard, a smile that was uglier than crying came out. School, headmaster, principal, why are you here? Saying that, Su Yukai ran directly to the chair, wiped the chair hard with his arm sleeve, and said respectfully, Principal, sit here. Humph. Bai Su snorted coldly and sat directly on Su Yotsai's office chair, looking at Su Yukai. Director Su is very strong. I don't know, I thought this school was surnamed Su. Su Yukai heard Bai Su's words, and directly trembled in shock. But he still laughed. Principal, are you kidding? Are you kidding? Do you think I look like I'm joking? Bai Su's tone was cold, his momentum burst out, and his eyes seemed to pierce Su Yukai. Tell me, why do you obstruct a completely compliant matter? That's how you usually treat students. Bai Su was really angry, almost forced a top genius like Wang Dachuan out of school with his own hands. Now Bai Su killed Su Yotsai's heart. How could Su Yukai withstand Bai Su's domineering momentum? Directly frightened to kneel on the ground. Under pressure, he squeezed out a few words from his Adam's apple. Principal, listen to my explanation. Bai Su snorted coldly, withdrew his momentum, and said coldly, You'd better give me a satisfactory answer, or you'll definitely regret what you did today. Su Yukai got up and adjusted his breathing. He opened his mouth and said to Bai Su, Principal, do you remember that the magic school was going to come to the Dragon Kingdom to exchange ideas before? Continue, Bai Su said in a deep voice. The Magic Academy originally planned to go to the Beijing High Martial Arts Academy to exchange, but I don't know why I suddenly applied to come to our magic capital High Martial Arts Academy for exchanges. Su Yukai said helplessly as he said, Principal, you know, there are not many dormitories reserved for reception in our school, and now there are so many people, and our dormitory building has reached the limit of carrying capacity. Bai Su listened to Su Yotsai's words and frowned. No, I remember that the dormitory building of our school is enough to deal with these people. Su Yukai replied helplessly. I have to ask Vice President Zhang, and President Zhang said that this exchange is very important to enhance the international image of our magic capital High Martial Arts College. So we asked our materials department to vacate a dormitory building for foreign students. President Zhang also said that not only to vacate it, but also to renovate the dormitory specifically for those foreign students, requiring that all the dormitories that originally had multiple rooms be converted into single rooms, and the configuration must be complete. Su Yukai said, looking at Bai Su's face becoming more and more ugly. For a while, he hesitated and didn't dare to continue. Listening to Bai Su's order, Su Yukai reluctantly continued. In fact, I also asked Principal Zhang about this matter, although he didn't say it explicitly, but he hinted that he could do this, and he also specially mentioned your name. Bai Su was completely angry, and he laughed angrily. Okay, what is Zhang Meiwei, for such a competition, almost forced the school's super genius away. Bai Su said to Su Yukai, you change it all back for me. Let all the students live back in the dormitory building for me, and all those who reject the dormitory residency application, call me one by one, and beg me to come back. Bai Su stared at Su Yukai. Remember, if there is one less student, you, the person in charge, will be the end. Su Yukai nodded with a sad face. Okay, Principal Bai, I promise to complete the task. Then, he looked at Bai Su with a little worry. Principal Bai, if Principal Zhang asks. Bai Su flicked his sleeves and disappeared directly with Yiran. Only one sentence was left in the air. You don't have to worry about it. I'll naturally go to Zhang Meiwei to have a good chat. A huge conference room. Zhang Meiwei sat in the chairman's seat, looking around at the circle of grade leaders. Everyone, in this exchange process, we are not going to challenge but to serve, but to let the teachers and students of those magic academies play comfortably and have fun. Everyone, do you understand? Especially you, Lowani, the main participants in the exchange of the Magic Academy this time are freshman students. You have to do a good job of reception. Zhang Meiwei also ordered Lowani. Listening to Zhang Meiwei's words, Lowani frowned and did not speak. Zhang Meiwei looked at Lowani and did not agree to herself directly, with a hint of displeasure. The boss of the propaganda mouth of the Demon Martial Arts Academy on the side, Zhang Ziyang, seeing Zhang Meiwei's expression, immediately charged into battle and launched a difficult attack on Lowani. Lowani, what is your attitude? Can't you hear what Principal Zhang said? Lowani looked at Zhang Ziyang, with a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She was not used to Zhang Ziyang, and said directly, I can naturally hear what Principal Zhang explained to me, and there is no need for another eunuch to convey the message. You! Zhang Ziyang was speechless by Lowani. Lowani directly ignored Zhang Ziyang, but turned her head to look at Zhang Meiwei. Principal Zhang, I can understand that you want to improve the international reputation of the school, but there is no need for us teachers and students to serve these foreign teachers and students together, right? Zhang Meiwei frowned, obviously a little unhappy, and questioned her decision, but she still said with a dignified manner, so, Director Lo, what do you plan to do? Lowani looked at Zhang Meiwei and said seriously, since we are here to exchange and exchange, we should follow the exchange and exchange, and if we want to gain respect, we must use our strength rather than compromising to cater to them. Listening to Lowani's words, Zhang Meiwei couldn't help but smile. Everyone present looked at Zhang Meiwei and laughed, and they couldn't help but smile. As if I heard a great joke. Zhang Meiwei looked at Lowani. Director Lu, I'm afraid you're not joking, are you? Except for Zhang Dongyan's session, how many times have we won in so many years of international competition? If you still want to rely on your strength to gain respect, can you guarantee to win? Director Lu, I don't blame you for just coaching. This kind of thing has been done for many years. You just need to do a good job of entertaining. Listening to Zhang Meiwei's words, Lowani said arguingly, Principal Zhang, you studied abroad some time ago and did not participate in the assessment of our freshman year, and this year our freshman year did produce a few demonic geniuses. Enough. Zhang Meiwei looked at Lowani coldly. Director Lu, because of your identity, I explained so much to you, just do it. Principal Zhang. What else does Lowani want to say? Zhang Ziyang on the side spoke, holding righteousness to crush Lowani. Lowani, let me tell you, if you neglect the Magic Academy and affect the international reputation of our Magic Martial Arts Academy, can you afford it? That broke the backbone of our Demon Martial Arts Academy. Can you afford it? Just when Zhang Ziyang was still questioning Lowani, suddenly an old voice came from behind him. As the voice came out, it is a strong breath, directly lifted Zhang Ziyang, who was screaming, out of the house, hit the wall headfirst, slumped on the ground, spitting blood. It hurts so much that I can't stand up for a long time. Who is it? Get out of here. Seeing this, Zhang Meiwei scolded angrily. Principal Zhang, no need to get out, I'm here. A voice came from Zhang Ziyang's original position. Everyone follows the rules. Everyone stood up in fright. White Principal. Zhang Meiwei looked at Bai Su's figure, and also restrained her breath at this time. Principal Bai, why are you here? Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei indifferently. Shouldn't I be here yet? Listening to Bai Su's questioning. For a while, everyone present did not dare to speak. Zhang Meiwei also frowned. Bai Su Su, as the three pillars, slaughtered the country-level extraordinary. On weekdays, the dragon has always been the beginning and the end. I rarely ask about the specifics of the school, but in the last less than 3 months, the number of times Bai Su appears in school, more than the previous decade combined. Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei coldly. Principal Zhang is really generous. In order to welcome those foreign teachers and students, he even vacated a dormitory building for hospitality. Zhang Meiwei looked at Bai Su and said, Principal, everything is for the sake of our school's international reputation. After our years of hard work, the international reputation of our magic capital High Martial Arts Academy has always been very good, and many international schools are full of praise for our school. Heh, so you chose the right person to be in charge of the propaganda mouth of the magic capital High Martial Arts Academy. Bai Su squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Meiwei. Zhang Meiwei, I don't dare to be, I just did my job. Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei. Then do you know that many students in our school can't apply for accommodation rights? Zhang Meiwei was stunned for a moment, obviously not thinking that such a small thing could reach Bai Su's ears. However, he still said, for the international reputation of our school, we can only suffer students. Bitter student. Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei incredulously. Then Bai Su laughed angrily. Ah, Zhang Meiwei, I heard that the chance of you going abroad has become more and more frequent recently. Zhang Meiwei looked at Bai Su and explained, Principal, I went abroad to find advanced experience and improve the quality of education in our school. So, if you suffer from students and make room for foreign teachers and students to live, is it your advanced experience? Bai Su coldly interrupted Zhang Meiwei's words. For a while, Zhang Meiwei was stunned. Bai Su, who has a hot temper today, is completely gone. But he didn't dare to talk nonsense. After all, the deeds of Bai Su's massacre of the Zhu family were still there. Who dares to touch the moldy head of this evil god at the moment? For a while, the entire conference room was silent. Why, don't talk anymore. Bai Su looked around. Then he pointed to several people in charge of the propaganda mouth and cursed. Over the years, I have never asked about the affairs of the propaganda side. So you did it for me like this? Bai Su's words were thunderous and angry. The crowd trembled and couldn't lift their heads. Bai Su pointed to Zhang Meiwei. Zhang Meiwei, when the Zhang family recommended you to be the vice president of the demon martial arts before, you promised me to build the demon martial arts academy into a university that everyone admires. Every time he reports to me, he says that his international reputation has improved a lot. So those international reputations you are talking about are all exchanged for the backbone of the demon martial arts, right? Bai Su's white hair is windless and automatic. Looked at Zhang Meiwei coldly. A dog stuff without a backbone. You deserve to be called a teacher? You also deserve to be a principal? Bai Su was in a state of anger. Looked around. No one dared to look at that cold gaze. Then, he said coldly, from today onwards, the propaganda department of the demon martial arts will be directly revoked. Get out of here, and the demon martial arts do not need to publicize the dogs that wag their tails at foreigners. Also, if anyone dares to touch the students' dormitory building, I will chop off anyone's hand. Bai Shugang finished speaking, still unsatisfied, and then spoke. Before getting out, the school discipline team intervened in the investigation, and if there was any collusion with foreign forces, send it all to me. Subsequently, Bai Su stared at Zhang Meiwei. Including you. Zhang Meiwei originally listened to Bai Su's ruthless words. It's just that his face is a little ugly. And now I heard that Bai Su wanted them all to roll up and get out. And by the way, I had to check him. He was immediately anxious. He arched his hands. Principal Bai, it's not appropriate to do this. After all, you have promised our family to fully support my work before. Take the Zhang family to press me? Bai Su glanced at Zhang Meiwei coldly, and the evil energy in his eyes made Zhang Meiwei feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Zhang Meiwei then reacted. Bai Su had slaughtered the existence of the Zhu family before. How could he be afraid of this? For a while, Zhang Meiwei was so frightened that he hurriedly asked for a remedy. I don't dare. There is absolutely no such thing. Principal, I, including our Zhang family, have absolutely no intention of provoking you. Zhang Mei's foreign language speed is extremely fast. There is a reason why I did this. After all, the exchanges between our Demon Martial Arts Academy and other international academies have always been at a disadvantage, and I am forced to do this. At a disadvantage? Bai Su frowned. How many days of pride has that Zhang Dongyang suppressed? Tell me that I am at a disadvantage. Zhang Meiwei hurriedly said. Principal, you only paid attention to Zhang Dongyang's session. Except for Zhang Dongyang's session, we really lost more and won less. Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei indifferently. Then he turned his head to look at the others. Is this the case? Other propaganda outlets hurriedly began to make up for it. Principal, except for Zhang Dongyang's term, he really didn't win much. It's not that you don't win much, you will basically win very little. Yes, Principal, there are many sessions, and the students are not confident in fighting. Many top students, when they heard that foreign colleges were going to compete, many people chose to avoid fighting. The people at the mouth of the propaganda found an opportunity. Crazy pouring bitter water. Shut up, Bai Su scolded. Shadman I are inverted and reversed. Your propaganda mouth has changed the Demon Martial Arts Academy into
into a guest house, and you are still counting on the students to win? According to your P, did they win those international students, and you still have to reprimand them? In this environment, do they dare to win?
The students don't have the confidence to think about how to train, how to educate, and how to build confidence, but they are here to discuss catering to foreign students one by one.
Are the students afraid of fighting first, or are you people the first to soften? Born dwarfs, with you teachers, what do our students win? What do they win? What do they have confidence to win? Bai Su's angry rebuke made everyone silent again.
Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei indifferently. If you want to kneel and lick foreign forces, you don't need to find such high-sounding reasons. Zhang Mei shook her head and refused to admit it. Principal, I really don't mean that. If you insist on doing so, we are naturally willing to follow in your footsteps. Bai Su looked at Zhang Meiwei, sneered, General our army, right? Then, Bai Su looked at him coldly. Don't worry, before you enter the school discipline team for investigation, I will let you see that the Demon Martial Academy will not give them dormitories, even if they don't accompany them for a minute and a second. They can stand and earn back your so-called international reputation. Now, don't be an eyesore in front of me. Bai Su snapped his fingers, and all the high-level officials of the school's propaganda outlet were directly teleported,
including Zhang Ziyong, who was still on the ground.
Bai Su said to the grade director sitting on the table.
This year, which grade are the main students from the Magic Academy?
Lo Wani raised her hand at this time. Freshman year. After Bai Su finished speaking, he glanced at Yi Ran with a somewhat strange expression.
Isn't this hitting the muzzle?
Bai Su said to Lo Wani. This year's competition, give me a beating. You are responsible for mobilization. Don't let me hear any information that teachers and students are afraid of war.
Okay, principal.
Bai Su nodded. If you are a freshman, I am still relatively relieved.
Do you have any choice for the leading mentor of the freshman demon martial arts team this time? Lo Wani opened her mouth and said, we decided on teacher Li Shuezong before.
Hearing this, Bai Su waved his hand.
No, it's not safe enough.
This sentence made everyone stunned for a moment.
Good guy, isn't the Grandmaster's division safe?
Bai Su said at this time.
Let Yi Ran lead the team. Li Shuezong will be the vice-captain,
and you must give me a beautiful turnaround this year. Many senior directors were stunned for a moment. Everyone wanted to know who this Yi Ran who had never heard of the name was, and he could compete with Li Shuezong.
Lo Wani looked curiously at Yi Ran behind Bai Su.
Yi Ran smiled in response. I also felt a little helpless. I just wanted to help Wang Dachuan get back to a dormitory management rights.
Now in a blink of an eye, how to become the leader of the freshman team. Yi Ran, it's up to you this time. Are you confident?
Bai Su pushed Yi Ran in front of him. Seeing the young man in front of him, all the grade directors were surprised. There is no other reason. Yi Ran in Bai Su's mouth is too young.
Can this be compared to Li Shuezong?
And at this moment, a voice suddenly remembered in Yi Ran's mind. Ding! Trigger the main mission. Emerge and start the title of famous teacher. The first part of the main quest. Form a team of top students and defeat all the students of the Magic Academy. Hearing the sound of the system, Yi Ran was stunned for a moment. It's been a long time since I heard the sound of the system. Yi Ran looked at Bai Su with a smile and said extremely confidently. And at this moment, don't worry, the Magic Academy can win once with me. I will take responsibility and resign.
There is no need to resign.
A huge magic ship slowly swayed above the sea of clouds.
Jabs, it's coming soon. Can you prepare well?
Don't be so serious. Isn't it just a vacation to go to the Dragon Kingdom for exchanges?
That's right, Della, you haven't been here. That school is all cartilage, and when you come, you beg us not to compete, and you want to provide us with delicious food. It's still fun.
Don't say it. It tastes good.
In the office of the first-year director,
Yi Ran took the information of the Magic Academy and read it carefully, and Lo Wani observed Yi Ran curiously.
I don't know why. A holiday is gone.
Yi Ran gave her a lot more mysterious. That calm and leisurely temperament is becoming more and more obvious. It's like a cloud sprinkled with sunlight. The more you look at it, the more comfortable it is.
What are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face? Yi Ran put down the information and looked at Lo Wani with a smile.
Lo Wani, who was caught voyeurism, coughed awkwardly, subconsciously sorted out his clothes. Then,
Lo Wani raised her head to look at Yi Ran. You're done reading? Yi Ran nodded.
After reading it, I don't know if I don't see it. The Magic Academy is really full of talents. There are 3 or 4 platinum students in the freshman year.
Lo Wani nodded.
This can't be helped. Their Magic Academy has been established for a long time, and the international prestige is relatively high, and many geniuses from all over the world admire it, and the source of students naturally far exceeds our school. Moreover, these years have indeed been a blowout of Western talents, and many inherited super heirs have appeared one after another, and they have already shown their demonic talents early, and it is not surprising that they have achieved platinum so quickly.
Yi Ran listened to Lo Wani's explanation and nodded. Lo Wani looked at Yi Ran.
You know how outrageous the military order you just issued in front of the principal is.
If you want to beat other people's Magic Academy, it is estimated that it will be difficult for us sophomores.
Then, Lo Wani stood up and said to Yi Ran,
No, come with me now. What are you doing?
Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani in confusion. Lo Wani frowned. Of course I went to intercede with the principal and resigned as the team leader.
Why do you resign? No. Lu Wani looked at Yi Ran and looked at him a little incredulously. You know it's a fire pit, but you still want to jump? Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani. Why? The principal just asked you to supervise the freshman year. No one is allowed to be afraid of war. Director Lo, you are afraid of fighting first? Lo Wani listened to Yi Ran's words and glared at Yi Ran. Who is afraid of war? With me, there is no word fear of war in my freshman year. Then, she turned her head to look at Yi Ran. I'm afraid you will lose. I finally kept my mentor status, and now I have to carry such a big pot in front of the principal. And, even the military order has been established. And what I said is so arrogant. How can you explain to the principal if you lose? Do you still want to be a teacher here? Help you and say that the dog bites Lu Dongbin, and I don't know good people. And at this moment, the more Lo Wani spoke, the more angry she became. Her willow eyebrows sank slightly, and her nose wrinkled. I have to say that Lo Wani is indeed a rare beauty. Even the anger is very good looking. Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani with interest. So, Director Lamines, do you think I can't lead the team to win? Faced with Yi Ran's rhetorical question, Lo Wani rolled her eyes. It's not that you can't lead the team to win, but he can't win whoever leads the team. Looking at Yi Ran's smiling expression, Lo Wani frowned, and continued. Isn't it? Yi Ran, I know that your class has called out a few demonic geniuses, but geniuses also need time to develop, isn't it? How can you win all the 4 platinum-level students of the Magic Academy this time? Lo Wani said bitterly for a long time, but seeing that Yi Ran was still indifferent, impatient, she couldn't help but go directly to pull Yi Ran's hand. Let's go, while Principal Bai is still in school. Let's finalize this matter as soon as possible. I can't watch you jump into the fire pit. Lo Wani just stretched out her hand, but the moment he touched Yi Ran's palm, his hand strangely passed directly through the middle of Yi Ran's palm. What's going on? Lo Wani was stunned for a moment. Just now, it felt as if Yi Ran and her were not in the same dimension. Lo Wani's eyebrows flickered slightly. Lujia's clear heart exercises began to operate. The turquoise energy was attached to her Chanshan jade hand, continued to move towards Yi Ran's palm. The result is exactly the same as the previous one, although he was very focused on locking Yi Ran's palm, but he still didn't grab Yi Ran's hand. Yi Ran, you. Lo Wani looked at Yi Ran in surprise. Thank you Director Lu for your concern, but we still don't mention the resignation of the team leader. Yi Ran looked at Lo Wani with a smile, then gently patted Lo Wani's shoulder. Lo Wani wanted to avoid it. As a result, he let himself dodge, and was still slapped in the shoulder by Yi Ran. Director Lu, I'll be in charge of leading the team this time. A force of law came from Yi Ran's palm. Lo Wani suddenly felt a force of the law coming from Yi Ran's hand. Lo Wani subconsciously began to resist with luck. She was horrified to find out the power of his own law when facing the power of Yi Ran's law. It's like striking a stone with an egg. There is no resistance at all. It collapsed in an instant. In an instant, Lo Wani's whole body was covered with the power of Yi Ran's law. You broke platinum? Lo Wani looked at Yi Ran in front of him as if he were looking at a monster. The use of the power of this law is absolutely impossible for a gold-level person to do. But it's only been a few days. I vaguely remember Yi Ran 3 or 4 months ago. It seems that he is still only silver. The more Lo Wani thought about it, the more she felt that the world was spinning and her worldview was shattered. Yi Ran's speed of progress was no longer to the extent that surprised her, but made her feel frightened. Quiet. Yi Ran did not respond positively to Lo Wani, but said to himself, majoring in soul-related clearing mantras, but I can't do a clear heart, resulting in heart stagnation, and the clear heart mantra is stagnant. Director Lo, it seems that you are not having a very good time this holiday. How do you know? Lo Wani looked at Yi Ran in shock, and what responded to her was the force that Yi Ran pushed into her body. With the guidance of Yi Ran's power, Lo Wani instantly felt that her previously depressed heart veins had been dredged a lot. The ultimate sense of comfort made Lo Wani tremble all over, let out a crisp and numb gasp. The whole body leaned softly on Yi Ran's shoulder, and at this moment, the door of Lo Wani's office was pushed open. Wang Xiaoman walked in with his head down and the document in hand. Master, this is our freshman team. What's going on? My eyes are suddenly a little short-sighted. I can't see anything. I'll come over to report later. After hearing Wang Xiaoman's voice, Lo Wani woke up instantly. She hurriedly left Yi Ran's shoulder and stood up straight. The expression also changed from the crisp and numb lost look to the usual cold appearance. Although the blush on his face cannot be removed for the time being. Stop, come back to me. Oh, okay, master. Wang Xiaoman stood in the corner of the room with the folder extremely obediently. A pair of big eyes sparkled at the two people in the room. There was a slight excitement in his expression. There is nothing more exciting than eating melons in person. Looking at Wang Xiaoman's expression, Lo Wani frowned. What are you looking at? Put down the documents and go out. Wang Xiaoman, didn't you ask me to stay? Love really makes people demented. Although Wang Xiaoman was frantically criticizing his dear master in his heart, but on the surface, he still looked well
well behaved. Okay master, I put the documents on the table. If you remember to call me, I will stand at the door. Don't worry, it can't fly in. After Wang Xiaoman finished speaking, he also glanced at Lo Wani and Yi Ran meaningfully, quietly closed the door. This stinky girl, Lo Wani scolded helplessly. Then he picked up the folder that Wang Xiaoman took from the table and handed it to Yi Ran. This is the original draft of the top team students. You can take a look. If there is anything that needs to be adjusted, you can tell me. Yi Ran opened the folder. The first thing that caught my eye were the two bald heads. The photos of Wang Dachuan and Huang Dongdong are posted in the first row. The second is Jiang Xiaoru. Due to his amazing performance in this freshman assessment, the three of them have become the seed students that the whole freshman year focuses on. Behind these three people, it is the four participating students in Li Shuezong's class. A-level flame ability, Zhang Dehua. A-level ice ability, Xue Linger. A-level power supernatural ability, Su Shuang. Qingshan sword sect, Wang Ping. The competition between the Magic Academy and our academy is mainly divided into open competitions for genius students and exchange learning for ordinary students. Among them, there are a total of 8 seed students sent by the Magic Academy this time, and we have only selected 7 students so far, Lo Wani said. Therefore, judging from the current situation, if you want to win a complete victory, you not only need to improve the strength of these seed students, but also dig out another student from the freshman teachers and students. As Lo Wani spoke, she felt a little fanciful. She looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran, you have to know that there are still a few days left. The delegation of the Magic Academy is coming. Are you sure you won't go to the principal to resign as the person in charge? Yi Ran looked at the list, closed the folder with both hands, and nodded. It's a bit difficult. It's a bit? Lo Wani frowned and looked at Yi Ran. Yi Ran, the other party has 4 platinum students. I admit that it is indeed amazing to break through platinum in such a short period of time and dig out several geniuses, but don't be too inflated. Yi Ran, you wake up. Lo Wani felt that Yi Ran was crazy. Yi Ran raised his head and looked at Lo Wani, who was bitterly speaking, smiled extremely confidently. Relax, Director Lu, don't get depressed about your heart meridian again. Subsequently, he shook the documents in his hand. I was a little worried before I knew about it, but now that I understand everything, I am completely relieved. Then, he showed an extremely confident smile. This time, I will let the Magic Academy kneel and walk out. Feeling the strong self-confidence in Yi Ran, Lo Wani was stunned. Are you sure? Don't worry, I'll be responsible for what I say. Yi Ran turned around and opened the door of the office in style. The moment the door opened, shook Wang Xiaoman, who was lying at the door eavesdropping. Wang Xiaoman stumbled into the office. Wang Xiaoman smiled awkwardly. It's all over the chat? Don't worry, there is no one outside. No one hears it. Yi Ran looked at Wang Xiaoman and smiled silently. Then he turned to Lo Wani and said, by the way, Director Lo, remember to inform the top students in Teacher Wang's class tomorrow morning to come to the playground for training at 9 o'clock. Then I'll go prepare first. Goodbye, Director Lu. Goodbye, Xiaoman. Yi Ran left without looking back. There were only 2 people left in the office, Wang Xiaoman and Lo Wani. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Wang Xiaoman rubbed the floor with a guilty conscience and said with a thud, my child is out of school. I want to pick him up. Wang Xiaoman, come back to me. Lo Wani scolded, directly scaring Wang Xiaoman, who had already turned around, to stand in place again. She looked at Lo Wani aggrievedly. Master, do you have any other instructions? Is it time for your plant-type abilities to cultivate the next species? Yes, Master. Okay, in order to specialize in training your abilities, the teacher has decided that from today onwards, you are only allowed to eat watermelons, 500 a day, and you are not allowed to spit out the seeds for me. Wang Xiaoman looked at Lo Wani with a sad face. Master, will die. Disciple, the exchange and competition of the Magic Academy is imminent. In addition to the battle of talents, you also have to support the master in the scene. Watching Lo Wani punish herself for eating melons in a high-sounding manner, Wang Xiaoman is bitter and can't say it. Today's melon is really bitter to eat. And Wang Xiaoman's sad face is different. The diary that Benz gave her was still shaking wildly in Wang Xiaoman's pocket. Xiaoman, what does Yi Ran mean by being responsible? Do they have children? Xiaoman, don't talk halfway. Speak quickly. I'm in a hurry. The classroom of the first grade has exploded. What? The person in charge of the genius group this time is not our Teacher Li? Let the dignified master be a teaching assistant? Is the school crazy? Yes, that Teacher Yi was lucky enough to meet Wang Dachuan's genius students. How could he surpass Teacher Li in terms of teaching skills? Then Teacher Yi is estimated to have gone through the back door to support the relationship. The dirty social bad atmosphere has blown into the school. No, we have to correct our Teacher Li's name. Yes, correct name. Tomorrow, let's go with Dehua and the others to see what Teacher Yi has to compare with our Teacher Li. The next day, in the early morning, the sky is just bright. On the playground track, there was a figure running in circles at high speed. Its speed is so high. There was no figure in sight at all, only a crimson red line chasing his tail frantically. Even if this playground has the blessing of special prohibitions, there was still a swirling airflow in the center of the playground.
Yi Ran yawned and walked into the playground. He looked at the red line that was as fast as lightning. Boom! Smiled and waved. Okay, Dachuan, stop. Heard Yi Ran's call. The red line directly changed direction.
Rushed straight towards Yi Ran.
Wang Dachuan's figure appeared in front of Yi Ran in an instant. After seeing Yi Ran, Wang Dachuan also took back his alienated form of the beast's gluttony. He touched his head with a smile and shouted to Yi Ran, "Teacher Yi, it's early." Yi Ran looked at the energetic Wang Dachuan and praised, "Dachuan, you are still so full of energy." It wasn't dawn yet, so I ran over and ran in circles. Listening to Yi Ran's praise, Wang Dachuan smiled embarrassedly. "Hey, I'm used to it. It's not very comfortable to run tens of thousands of laps in the morning." Then Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran again. "By the way, Teacher Yi, didn't the school notify us to gather at 9:30? Why did you temporarily notify us to come so early?" Yi Ran glanced at Wang Dachuan. "I specially opened a small stove for you, and I am not happy? I'm willing. How can I not be happy? Teacher Yi, you train hard. My skin is itchy again. Hurry up and train me." Listening to Yi Ran want to open a small stove for them, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up, and he spoke a little incoherent for a while. "No need, Dachuan. What you need to do most now is to read more Dragon Kingdom dictionary." Yi Ran listened to Wang Dachuan's tiger and wolf words and was a little speechless for a while. Then, Yi Ran looked around again and asked, "What about Huang Dongdong? Jiang Xiaoru is far away. Even if he can't come, why didn't he come?" Hearing Yi Ran's question, Wang Dachuan shook his head.
"Dongdong said that there is something in his sect, and he may not be able to come. He is embarrassed to tell you openly, and he asked me to tell you in private." "What dare you say? This stinky boy is still a primary school student."
Yi Ran complained about Huang Dongdong. "Didn't he tell you what happened in the sect?" Listening to Yi Ran's question, Wang Dachuan's expression was a little strange.
"Dongdong didn't say it in detail, just told me that their sect seems to be coming to an end."
"It's over?" Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan in surprise. "Are you sure he said that?"
Wang Dachuan nodded, with confusion in his eyes.
"It's true. I also asked him if he wanted it at that time. Did he need help?"
Huang Dongdong refused, and told me that when the sect was completely finished, he wanted to invite me to dinner.
"The sect is finished. Invite someone to dinner?"
Yi Ran listened to Wang Dachuan's speech.
Although every word is the words of the Dragon Kingdom, why is it so incomprehensible when it comes to coherence?
Yi Ran rubbed his brows for a while and waved his hand. "That's it, since Huang Dongdong said he didn't need help, let's wait until after today's training camp to see him."
Then, Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan again. "Since he can't come, then open a small stove for you first."
Hearing Yi Ran say this, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up, and he instantly stood up straight, posing in an extremely standard military posture.
"Report to Teacher Yi. I'm ready." Standing so standard, it seems that you have learned a lot in the military department.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan with a smile and continued to speak. "The school should also inform you that the Magic Academy is coming to our school for exchanges, and there are 4 platinum-level students in the entourage this time. And as the head of the top student group temporarily formed by our school, I have already set up a military order in front of the principal, promising to defeat the Magic Academy in the competition."
Hearing this, Wang Dachuan was stunned for a moment. Defeat the Magic Academy? Isn't this a bit difficult?
Yi Ran nodded. "It is indeed not difficult, but I am still relatively confident. After all, our students are not bad."
That's good. Wang Dachuan patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that our school is really Crouching Tiger,
Hidden Dragon, and there are still platinum-level students hidden in the freshman year."
Then Teacher Yi, can you see those super geniuses in today's training camp?
Wang Dachuan looked at Yi Ran with curiosity in his eyes.
Listening to Wang Dachuan's question, Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan curiously. "What super genius?"
After being asked by Yi Ran like this, Wang Dachuan was stunned and explained,
Those who can fight against the students of the Magic Academy just mentioned?" Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan inexplicably. "What are you talking about?"
"You are the ones who are fighting against those platinum students."
I.
Listening to Yi Ran's words, Wang Dachuan instantly changed into a running child's expression. When he reacted, his head shook into a wavy drum. "Teacher Yi, don't be kidding. The gap between leapfrogging and fighting platinum is not something everyone can cross, and I still have self-knowledge about this."
Yi Ran nodded. "This is simple. Won't I just take you to platinum?"
Hearing Yi Ran say this, Wang Dachuan's eyes lit up slightly.
Even his voice became a little trembling. Then Teacher Yi, Yi Ran ignored Wang Dachuan, just silently walked to the center of the playground.
At this moment, he let go of his strength without restrictions. The golden crown and dragon robe blessed Yi Ran.
An inexplicable suppressive force swept the entire playground from Yi Ran as the center.
The strong suppression force made Wang Dachuan can't help but activate his fierce beast gluttony again.
Poof!
After alienation, Wang Dachuan gasped heavily, and the scorching breath like a furnace rolled out between his breaths. At this time, even if he incarnated into the S-class beast gluttony, I still felt a fear from the depths of my genes in Yi Ran. At this time, Wang Dachuan raised his head with difficulty, looking at the sky, the only Yi Ran. The eyes were full of shock.
"It's so strong,"
Wang Dachuan muttered to himself. In terms of suppressing the this point alone, Yi Ran's terrifying momentum at this time was much stronger than many diamond-level grandmasters Wang Dachuan had seen. Suddenly, Yi Ran in the sky spoke. Dachuan, your accumulation at the peak of gold is almost over. Today, as a teacher, I want to take you to enlightenment and feel your own supreme road.
What? Enlightenment can also bring?
Yi Ran's words, it completely subverted Wang Dachuan's cognition.
Wang Dachuan looked up in shock and looked at the sky.
At this time, Yi Ran was like the eternal dragon emperor, exuding an irresistible majesty. Yi Ran stretched out his arm towards Wang Dachuan and gently raised it up.
Wang Dachuan hadn't reacted yet.
I felt an inexplicable suction force, guiding his body to float towards the sky.
Roar! Wang Dachuan roared, and the bloody aura on his body fluctuated for bursts.
From the deepest instinct of gluttonous blood,
resisting this inexplicable force. Relax, Wang Dachuan.
Yi Ranqing in the sky shouted.
Stick to your mind and completely relax your body. Listening to Yi Ran's instructions.
Wang Dachuan also held his breath at this time, controlling his body with all his heart to suppress that biological instinctive resistance.
Roar! In a state of absolute trust, facing Yi Ran.
The muscles on Wang Dachuan's body, which were originally bulging and tight, also relaxed. His limbs drooped, and his breathing began to become even. The bursts of blood mist surrounding his body were running a little slower.
After Yi Ran saw that Wang Dachuan's body was completely relaxed, a golden dragon jumped out of Yi Ran's arm,
directly wrapped around Wang Dachuan's body. With the roar of the golden dragon, the strong suppressive force was directly poured into Wang Dachuan's body. Wang Dachuan, who was caught off guard, was directly distracted by this powerful force,
fell into a coma.
Then, Yi Ran raised his finger slightly. Wang Dachuan, who was in a coma, was directly carried into Yi Ran's law, directly brought it to himself.
Yi Ran looked at Wang Dachuan in a coma, stepped out of his finger and pointed it on Wang Dachuan's brow. A wave of understanding unfolded around Yi Ran's fingers.
Yi Ran manipulated the power of the law and began to pour into Wang Dachuan's body. After the power of these laws was poured into Wang Dachuan's body, like a crazy wild horse, began to rage wildly in Wang Dachuan's body. The meridians around Wang Dachuan are already different from the thickness of ordinary people. It is still difficult to withstand this level of tossing.
In less than a while, small cracks have begun to appear,
and Yi Ran did not mean to stop at this time. Instead, he was still frantically pouring the power of the law into Wang Dachuan's body.
Let the cracks on these meridians increase.
And at this moment, outside the playground, another group of people came. The person who came was Li Shuezong and his students. Li Shuezong said, okay, it's all in place, Dahua and the others stay, and the rest of the students should go back quickly.
However, after Li Shuezong's words were finished, none of the students chose to leave.
At this time, Li Shuezong looked at his students and frowned. I heard that some of you are a little unconvinced that the leader of the team this time is Teacher Yi, but this is something that the school has decided, so don't mix it up one by one.
Now, give me all back. Listening to Li Shuezong's words, these students had a more rebellious mentality. One by one, they said indignantly, Teacher Li, you don't need to persuade me, we must stand up for you this time. Yes, Teacher Li, with your merits and qualifications, why should you let Teacher Yi be the person in charge this time?
That's right, Teacher Yi has shallow qualifications and little seedlings, but he was lucky enough to meet a few good seedlings. Why did he snatch your position? We didn't say that Teacher Yi is bad, but he is not as good as you. Watching his students complain to himself, Li Shuezong rubbed his head with a headache. I said to students, you really underestimate Teacher Yi.
Now, hurry up and give me all back.
The students looked at Li Shuezong with complicated expressions.
Teacher Li, don't be afraid of Teacher Yi. Yes, even if he is hard in the background, he can't do anything to you, the master of the Grandmaster.
Don't worry, Teacher Li, we are just arguing based on reason, and we will never talk nonsense. Yes, we just want to win back the glory that belongs to you. Seeing that the students directly misunderstood what they meant, Li Shuezong was desperate. At this time, Zhang Dehua opened his mouth and said to Li Shuezong, Teacher Li, the students are also for you, so don't chill their hearts. Li Shuezong glared at Dehua. Zhang Dehua, it's just that they haven't been in contact with nonsense. You also follow the fooling. Although Teacher Yi is young, you have at least seen the means. Zhang Dehua hurriedly waved his hand. The student doesn't dare. Then he quietly said to Li Shuezong, the students have seen it, but they haven't seen it. Let them see it once, and naturally they won't say anything more. Listening to Zhang Dehua's suggestion, Li Shuezong waved his hand helplessly. That's it, come in if you want to. Take a good look at Teacher Yi's teaching ability and you will know if he is qualified enough.
Then, Li Shuezong looked at the students seriously.
I have a request. After entering, who dares to say a rude word to me? Don't be my student in the future. The students nodded in agreement. Li Shuezong looked at these children who simply stood up for themselves, smiled helplessly,
took everyone into the playground. But just after entering the playground, everyone was completely stunned in place.
Zhang Dehua felt Yi Ran's domineering aura in the sky, and his face was full of incredulity.
Teacher Yi broke through platinum? Li Shuezong nodded.
At this time, he stared at Yi Ran in the sky and said incredulously,
Seriously, not only platinum, but now he is actually giving Wang Dachuan's body the power of the law? He's crazy?
Zhang Dehua listened to Li Shuezong's words. His face was a little confused, and he obviously touched the blind spot of knowledge. However, Li Shuezong, who was accustomed to teaching, directly began to explain. The law of liberation, as the name suggests, is to pour the power of one's own law into people who have not realized the law, in an attempt to urge and guide them to realize their own laws. This method was once prevalent in the ancient demon gate, commonly known as the Zenith Peak, which can allow successful people to directly save the time of enlightenment and step into platinum in a short time.
Zhang Dehua was stunned. Isn't this a good thing?
Li Shuezong glanced at Zhang Dehua. The people who were poured into the Zenith, there is not 1,000 left, almost most of them died of explosions, all of which are methods of killing people. You want to try it too? Hearing Li Shuezong's words, Dehua Zhang shrank his shoulders in fright and shook his head. Then he looked at the sky in confusion. Teacher Yi, I have been in contact with him, and he is definitely not such a teacher. What does he want to do?
Li Shuezong frowned. I don't know, maybe Teacher Yi is 100% sure that the empowerment will be successful?
Li Shuezong's heart chuckled. The eyes that looked at Yi Ran were all incredible.
No, so demonic, right?
Yi Ran in the sky was fully focused. Unknowingly, the teachers and students of the class were already standing under him. I saw Yi Ran's fingers together,
gliding above Wang Dachuan's body in the air.
Wherever Yi Ran's fingers went, the surging power of the law followed. Under the collision of the powerful power and Wang Dachuan's tenacious meridians, actually made a sharp sound of gold and stone colliding. However, the power of the law was strong after all, and it exploded Wang Dachuan's meridians.
Bursts of blood mist burst out on Wang Dachuan's body.
The meridians are broken, and the skin and flesh are turned outward.
Blood is like no money, slid out of Wang Dachuan's body.
The viscous blood fell in large areas towards the ground, like a waterfall of flesh and blood.
Falling on the grass, the hot heat instantly withered and evaporated the stained flowers and plants.
Yi Ran precisely controlled the subtle strength.
In the place where you can't see,
the seemingly broken meridians were deliberately left by Yi Ran with a barely visible film. The thinness of this film is clever.
Just like it was deliberately designed with the limit of Wang Dachuan's regenerative ability.
Just enough for Wang Dachuan to regenerate his meridians and reshape his flesh and blood. Therefore, it seems that Wang Dachuan is really miserable, but in fact his life is not in danger.
While destroying it, Wang Dachuan's regenerative ability was frantically restored. In this back and forth, the toughness of the reshaped meridians is not only before the original super,
and in the fine layer of the meridians, the charm of the law began to faintly flicker.
Forcibly destroy every inch of meridians, shape the body of the perfect law.
This kind of means as accurate as an extreme scalpel. In addition to Yi Ran, who has a system that can perfectly see every inch of information on the other party's body meridians in real time, perhaps no second person can do it. Of course, Yi Ran was doing amazing micro-exercises in the sky, but the teachers and students below can't see it. They couldn't feel the earth-shaking changes that happened to Wang Dachuan. In their perspective, Yi Ran's movements were like the cannibalistic Hannibal, elegantly and cruelly cutting through every inch of Wang Dachuan's flesh. Let the blood burst down, splashing on the face, body, and ground.
But Yi Ran was unaware of it, still disemboweling Wang Dachuan.
Occasionally, the corners of his mouth would unconsciously rise, looking at Wang Dachuan's body with appreciative eyes, perverted to the extreme. For a while, many female students closed their eyes in fright. Even Zhang Dehua, who had experienced life and death, looked at Li Shuezong with some uncertainty.
Teacher Li, are you sure this is empowerment?
At this time, Li Shuezong was also stunned. For a while, he couldn't tell whether Yi Ran was an empowerment or a live stripping. This behavior, even those people in the demon cult written in the ancient books would not be so cruel.
The intestines can be seen.
Teacher Li, if we can't do it, let's call the police. Andy Chung said tremblingly. At this time, he was already a little retching, and his legs and stomach were weak.
What you said makes sense.
At this time, even Li Shuezong was a little shaken by his judgment, slowly reached out to touch his pocket, and at this moment,
Yi Ran's fingers jumped over Wang Dachuan's head. Miso. With a sound, Wang Dachuan's scalp cracked instantly.
A stream of blood burst out from the top of Wang Dachuan's bald head, following the direction Yi Ran's fingers were drawn. Yi Ran then breathed a long sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his face. It's okay if you don't wipe it. When you wipe the blood and sweat that splattered on Yi Ran's face, the face is covered in blood,
decorated the originally handsome face with an indescribable weirdness.
Yi Ran, who had calmed down, also found the teachers and students of the first class at this time.
Teacher Li, are you here?
Yi Ran turned his head to look at Li Shuezong and smiled slightly at him. It was just a friendly smile, but I don't know why, but it appeared from Yi Ran's face at this moment, but it was murderous. Especially Yi Ran's figure also blocked the sunlight. The huge black shadow shrouded the teachers and students of the class. The atmosphere of oppression and terror arose in their hearts.
Yi Ran's greeting.
Li Shuezong was so frightened that he shivered, and threw the mobile phone he had just taken out to the ground in the distance. He bent down to reach for it, but suddenly saw saw a bloody hand that had picked up the mobile phone for himself.
"Teacher Li, here you go."
A common sentence sounded above the back of Li Shuezong's head. Li Shuezong instantly felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. In an instant, a walking step withdrew to Zhang Dehua's side.
"I don't even care about my phone. Master, don't be afraid."
Although his calves are also a little soft, but Zhang Dehua still stood in front of Li Shuezong and protected his mentor.
For a while, the entire class of teachers and students looked at Yi Ran nervously.
Yi Ran looked at the teachers and students in front of him curiously, took a step towards Li Shuezong.
In an instant, all the teachers and students collectively took a step back.
Yi Ran took 2 more steps, and all the teachers and students in the class collectively took 2 steps back.
This feeling is like a lover who is not satisfied with his first love dancing a tango and always keeping a safe distance. "Don't retreat, it's almost at the base of the wall."
Li Shuezong, who had calmed down, patted Zhang Dehua on the shoulder,
stood up from behind Andy Chung. He looked at Yi Ran's bloody face, thought for a moment, and said, "Teacher Yi, we all saw it." Yi Ran looked at Li Shuezong and his students inexplicably and wonderfully. "So what?"
Looking at Yi Ran looking around at his students,
Li Shuezong took a deep breath,
heroically stood directly in front of the student, blocking Yi Ran's gaze.
"Teacher Yi, let them go. I promise that none of the students will talk nonsense."
Yi Ran listened to Li Shuezong's words. It seems that teacher Li Shuezong is afraid that Wang Dachuan's enlightenment and promotion will spread out, affecting the secret training of the top student group.
Thinking about it, he waved his hand. "No need, Teacher Li, you are still too serious. Since everyone is here, don't leave yet."
After all, Wang Dachuan is about to advance to platinum, and he will inevitably set off a vision of heaven and earth. How many times in a lifetime do ordinary people have the opportunity to see such a spectacle?
Moreover, observing the visions of heaven and earth enlightened by others is also extremely helpful to one's own practice.
Yi Ran also said this out of kindness. But this sentence entered the ears of Li Shuezong and his teachers and students, but it was a different scene.
"This is human? It's so ruthless. You want to silence everyone present, right?"
Listening to Yi Ran's words, Li Shuezong was creepy, gasped, and looked at Yi Ran incredulously.
"Yi Ran, aren't you afraid of the principal's punishment if you do this?"
Yi Ran looked at Li Shuezong inexplicably.
"Punishment?
Why did the principal punish me? The principal must know. It's too late to praise me."
Then, Yi Ran looked at Zhang Dehua and grinned. "Don't worry, it's your turn next."
This crazy words and Yi Ran's bloody smile. Zhang Dehua and the others were about to cry. Looking at Yi Ran with a bloody face, Zhang Dehua's calves and stomach were weak. Although he did not believe that Yi Ran had such great courage and dared to openly kill them on the school playground. But Wang Dachuan's bloody body was hanging in the sky, and he couldn't help but question it. Zhang Dehua looked at Wang Dachuan in the sky and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And just when Zhang Dehua was helpless and frightened, a figure stood in front of him. Zhang Dehua looked up and saw that it was his teacher Li Shuezong. At this time, Li Shuezong changed his old and dying demeanor. The waist is straight, and the momentum is constantly rising. At this time, he looked at Yi Ran angrily.
"Yi Ran, you don't even have a door to move my students. I warn you, please let my students go immediately."
Li Shuezong was upright and awe-inspiring, although it is only a gold-level cultivation. But he was like a majestic mountain, blocking the unknown fear and Yi Ran's gaze for his students. Yi Ran looked at Li Shuezong's drastic changes, and was stunned for a while.
"Point out why Andy Chung is like killing him. Is this old guy sick?"
Seeing Li Shuezong's reaction so fiercely, from the perspective of respecting the old and loving the young,
Yi Ran waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, it's not you who has losses anyway. Yi Ran, since Teacher Li insists so much, then I won't force you to stay, just leave if you want." "Go if you want? Humph."
Yi Ran, you.
Ah, what did you say?"
Li Shuezong, who looked tense, just wanted to open his mouth and say a few words righteously.
After reacting, the whole person was stunned.
The boiling momentum of blood withered at this moment.
He looked at Yi Ran incredulously and pointed to the students again. "You, that's it, let them go? What if not?"
Yi Ran looked at Li Shuezong inexplicably.
"Doesn't this old man look normal on weekdays?
What kind of medicine did you take wrong today and go crazy here?"
But these Yi Ran didn't care. At this time, he was keenly able to perceive.
There was a trace of the breath of law and Wang Dachuan's body began to take root.
He looked at Wang Dachuan in the sky with an excited face.
He waved his hand towards Li Shuezong and the others. "If you want to go, go. Don't affect Dachuan Wudao."
Enlightenment?
When Li Shuezong heard what Yi Ran said, people were stunned for a moment. Zhang Dehua also looked at the flesh and blood in the sky turned outward, and Wang Dachuan, who was not in human form, and asked in horror,
"Wang Dachuan, he is not dead? What are you dying of?" Yi Ran frowned and glanced at Zhang Dehua. Then he looked at Wang Dachuan intently and said lightly,
"Now Wang Dachuan is more suitable for enlightenment than at any time before him, and it is easier to realize the best Tao than at any other time." Li Shuezong and others listened to Yi Ran's explanation. Everyone was completely shocked.
Before they could react,
Wang Dachuan in the sky seemed to confirm what Yi Ran said. The whole person's body began to miraculously recover. Those flesh and blood turned outward inward those broken meridians. It began to return to its original state. The scars on the surface also quickly began to scab and fall off. In an instant, Wang Dachuan's body returned to a perfect state. In addition to the blood stains on the ground and the blood-colored shell that had just fallen to prove the previous tragedy, it was as if it never happened at all. Just when everyone looked at Wang Dachuan's miraculous recovery in shock, Li Xuezong keenly observed the changes in Wang Dachuan. He looked at Wang Dachuan and exclaimed, "This breath, it is the power of the law." He really realized the existence of the Tao. A loud roar of a fierce beast sounded. Behind Wang Dachuan, the figure of the fierce beast began to appear. The gluttonous is like a strange beast that has just opened in the sky. The figure of the rock carries the aura that devours everything. That strong sense of oppression made it difficult for many students present to breathe for a while. Even a few students with poor cultivation levels have begun to turn red and dizzy. Yiran glanced at the students present with his peripheral vision, then gently finger it. An aura like a spring breeze helped all the students present to block this terrifying oppressive force. Teacher, Dachuan is really advancing to the platinum of enlightenment? Zhang Dehua looked at the gluttonous phantom in the sky and asked in disbelief. It's not just enlightenment platinum, it's a vision of heaven and earth. Vision of heaven and earth? Li Xuezong's words directly stirred up 1,000 waves. This is the legendary vision of heaven and earth? Legend has it that only those who have realized the upper third grade Tao are eligible to appear in the vision of heaven and earth. So, what Wang Dachuan realized was the road to the third grade. My God, those who realize that the future potential is diamonds, and there is a high probability that they will all be extraordinary. Madan, in this life, you can observe the whole process of enlightenment on the third grade avenue once, which is enough for buddies to blow for a lifetime. Feel well, this kind of enlightenment experience is hard to come by, and it will help us to enlighten the Tao. Wait, Teacher Yi just didn't let us go, but in fact, he asked us to observe this spectacle. Who said that Teacher Yi was the murderer before? I'll wipe. Stop talking, Buddy blushed. The students chirped, and Li Xuezong looked at Yi Ran incredulously. Li Xuezong, who has taught all his life and even taught several diamond-level powerhouses. I have never heard of anyone who can lead people to enlightenment in platinum. But now, a living special case appeared in front of Li Xuezong. Lead people to enlighten the platinum. What kind of teaching is this? When I thought that my students were originally arching fire to replace Yi Ran as the leader of the team, Li Xuezong's old face turned red instantly. Competing with Yi Ran for the leader of the team, is he worthy? Li Xuezong silently walked to Yi Ran at this time. This time, he spoke in a tone like a primary school student. Teacher Yi, if I'm not mistaken, you deliberately used the power of the law to destroy Wang Dachuan's body before, and then used Wang Dachuan's strong regenerative ability to forcibly let his body accept the tempering of the power of the law, thus improving his law capacity and perception? Yi Ran glanced at Li Xuezong appreciatively. Teacher Li is worthy of being a master of grandmasters, and you can see through this little trick at a glance. Subtotal at the end of the branch. Do you call this miracle a subtotal at the end of the branch? The corners of Li Xuezong's mouth twitched, and then he asked in confusion. Teacher Yi, I don't know something. The result of the power of the law forcibly pouring into the meridians will only cause the body to explode and die. How did you do it without hurting the fundamentals? Yi Ran looked at Li Xuezong, thought for a moment, and replied honestly. I don't know. I saw it with my eyes. This difficulty, tell me what you see with your eyes. What are you blowing about? Li Xuezong looked at Yi Ran with a calm and sincere face. I didn't know what to say for a while. He looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression. The layman sees the excitement, and the insider looks at the doorway. It is not difficult to control the law of precision, and it is not difficult to blow up all the meridians of the other party. But if you want to do a technique like Yi Ran that can blow up every inch of the other party's meridians and ensure the regeneration and recovery of the meridians, this is simply a fantasy. Because there are hundreds of millions of meridians in everyone's body, and the strength of each meridian and inch is different. Not only that, but the hundreds of millions of meridians are still changing in real time. But Yi Ran was at this moment used the power of the law to break all Wang Dachuan's meridians. Let the power of the law be tempered into every inch of meridians. A little bit of ruthlessness cuts off the meridians, and a little slow has no effect at all. This meticulous strength, this extremely precise control, even those diamond-level grandmasters are blind. No, even transcendent people may not be able to do it. Is there any problem, Teacher Li? Yi Ran turned his head to look at Li Xuezong in a daze, and asked. Li Xuezong took a deep look at Yi Ran. What's wrong? I think you are a mystery now. However, everyone has their own secrets. Since Yi Ran didn't want to say it, Li Xuezong naturally couldn't delve deeper. He set his sights on Wang Dachuan, who was constantly rising in strength in the sky, and said in admiration, Wang Dachuan is really lucky. After your miraculous meridian tempering, you have realized the vision of heaven and earth. Congratulations, Teacher Yi. Yi Ran also looked at Wang Dachuan in the sky, and asked, from Teacher Li's point of view, what is the Tao that Dachuan realized? Hearing Yi Ran's words, Li Xuezong also concentrated and began to observe carefully.
After a while, Li Shuezong pondered and said, "The gluttonous phantom behind Wang Dachuan flickered and flickered, and the momentum of the ancient beast was also fully revealed. I have to say that it was indeed extremely fierce and fierce," Li Shuezong praised, and suddenly the peak turned. However, the vision of heaven and earth behind Wang Dachuan only existed in the phantom shadow of the ferocious beast, and there was no concrete display of the law. According to past experience, Dachuan's vision of heaven and earth should belong to the top third-grade avenue. After Li Shuezong finished speaking, he also glanced at Yi Ran intentionally or unintentionally, as if he was a student waiting for the teacher to judge his homework. Unknowingly, Li Shuezong's attitude towards Yi Ran showed a slight change. Listening to Li Shuezong's analysis, Yi Ran also smiled and nodded. Teacher Li is worthy of being a grandmaster, and the results of his analysis are extremely accurate, Yi Ran said while smiling helplessly. Wang Dachuan is indeed clever and doesn't know anything about enlightenment. S-level talent plus law tempering to reach this level. If this continues, Wang Dachuan has indeed stopped at the third-grade avenue, and he still has to think of a way, Yi Ran muttered to himself. Listening to Yi Ran's words, Li Shuezong was stunned for a moment and said incredulously, "Teacher Yi, do you mean there is a turnaround? Why not?" Yi Ran took a step forward and said confidently. Then, he silently raised his arms. An energy sphere with a red light appeared on Yi Ran's palm. "Tisk, fortunately, I asked for this thing from General Yi before." Li Shuezong stared intently. Suddenly this blood-colored sphere transformed into a blood mist in his eyes. It covered his entire consciousness. For a while, affected by this blood-colored sphere, Li Shuezong's eyes turned red, his breathing began to become rapid, and his killing intent couldn't help but want to drown out his consciousness. And at this moment, a coolness penetrated deep into Li Shuezong's heart, for it dispels the consciousness of rage. Li Shuezong seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and hurriedly tightened his consciousness. "Teacher Li, the origin of the law of killing cannot be so presumptuous." Yi Ran's voice sounded in Li Shuezong's ears. "Thank you." Li Shuezong, who had calmed down, hurriedly thanked him. Then he suddenly reacted and looked at Yi Ran in disbelief. "Wait, Teacher Yi, you plan to inject Wang Dachuan with the origin of this killing law?" Yi Ran nodded. Seeing this, Li Shuezong hurriedly said, "Teacher Yi, no way." Then the power of the law that Wang Dachuan has realized now is not obvious, and the power of the law is added at will. There is a high probability that it will backfire, and even lead to the failure of enlightenment, and in serious cases, it may be backlashed and the human form will be destroyed. Just for that little progress, taking such a big risk, the gain outweighs the loss. Who told you that I am the power of arbitrarily adding the law? Yi Ran asked rhetorically. Listening to Yi Ran's rhetorical question, Li Shuezong rubbed his eyes again uncertainly, looking at Wang Dachuan in the sky. Except for the flickering of the gluttonous phantom behind him, there really is no power of the law. Li Shuezong was stunned. That's right, the power of this law has indeed not appeared yet. Where can this judge which type of law power Wang Dachuan realized? And just when Li Shuezong was confused, Yi Ran was already floating in the air. Originally, I thought that Wang Dachuan would realize the traditional law of gluttony, but I never expected that what Wang Dachuan realized was actually the law of killing, which is a coincidence, Yi Ran said decisively, with extremely strong confidence in his tone. But obviously the power of the law has not yet been revealed. How dare you be so sure? Li Shuezong listened to Yi Ran's words, and everyone was stunned. Yes or no? You'll know right away. Stretched out his palm towards Wang Dachuan. The blood-colored ball of the law of killing floated towards Wang Dachuan's body. Crazy, crazy. When Li Shuezong saw this scene, he muttered to himself, Wang Dachuan has become one with the killing law. The phantom of the ferocious beast, after integrating into the law of killing. Looking up to the sky, he roared. The blood mist around the gluttonous phantom sprang up, shrouded the entire playground. A blood-colored abyss appeared in the blood mist. A blood-colored Shura that was exactly the same as Yi Shaogua's embodiment crawled out of the abyss. It raised its bloody blade, looking at the gluttonous phantom from afar. In an instant, the two behemoths roared at each other. The phantom of the gluttonous was completely solidified at this moment, stepped on all fours and rushed towards the blood-colored Shura. And the blood-colored Shura was not to be outdone. Dragging the blood-colored blade towards the gluttony, the two behemoths slammed into each other. The law of killing burst out in this violent impact, turned into countless chains that locked the gluttony and blood-colored Shura. Under the action of the killing law chain, the two sides actually began to slowly turn into the most basic blood mist, blending with each other. Slowly, the two merged into one. When the blood mist dissipates, a humanoid behemoth holding the blade of Shura with the head of a gluttonous beast on its head, dressed in gluttonous scales, standing tall in the sky above this bloody world.